During Qingming, it often rains heavily, and this year is no different. Every year around this time, it starts drizzling steadily. The Wen family, a family of 3, braves the rain each year to visit their grandparents' and mother's graves on Yunwu Mountain. Brother Wen Jun drives the car, while Wen Yao and their father, Wen Changping, sit inside chatting. Wen Yao gestures animatedly, complaining about a novel she recently read. Outside, the rain is light, and faint thunder can be heard, but it doesn't dampen the family's cheerful mood inside the car. Suddenly, at a bend on the mountaintop, 2 foxes dash out from nowhere in the rain. Startled, Wen Jun's face changes, and he instinctively turns the steering wheel. However, he forgets they are on a winding mountain road in Yunwu Mountain with a cliff on one side and a mountain wall on the other. His sudden turn avoids the foxes, but causes the car to break through the guardrail amid the family's screams, plunging down the mountain. After what feels like a long time, Wen Yao slowly regains consciousness. Her body feels as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, making her unable to move, and her bones ache terribly. The worst part is her head pounding painfully. Unfamiliar memories flood into her mind uncontrollably. Before she can sort out these strange memories, she opens her eyes to find herself surrounded by a group of people. They wear simple, common clothes like those seen in TV dramas. Wen Yao is stunned. Could her family have been saved by a film crew? Nearby, 2 others also wake up gradually, equally stunned by the scene and the people around them. But it's only a moment before the older one panics and shouts. Yao Yao, Xiao Jun. Wen Yao's eyes widen in disbelief as she looks at the man, who appears to be in his early 30s. The other young man also looks at him in shock. 0081, Wen Yao says, staring intently at the man. The man gasps sharply upon seeing Wen Yao, but before he can speak, the young man beside him adds, 1752. Ugh, the man seems unable to believe what he's seeing, but then continues, 2216. The 3 of them stare at each other in disbelief, wide-eyed. They have each given their phone's last digits. These 3 are a family of 3, and they know each other's phone numbers by heart. Currently, the situation is strange. The phone number is correct, but the person in front of her is completely unfamiliar. However, she can't say she doesn't recognize him at all because, just before waking up, her mind was filled with confusing memories. She clearly knows one thing. The person who can tell her father's phone number is her father in her memory. Could they have traveled to a different parallel world after falling off a cliff? The onlookers are confused, watching this family of 3, not understanding what they're saying. Suddenly, a voice comes from the crowd. All right, since they're fine, everyone can go now. Thank you all today. Wen Yao looks toward the sound and sees a lively, thin old woman standing nearby. Her face is dark and wrinkled, her hair neatly combed, and her eyes sharp and clever. But judging by her gaze at the family of 3, there's a hint of disdain. Seeing that they are all watching her, the old woman snorts coldly and says, "The house collapsed, but you weren't crushed, you're lucky. Since you're okay, you should clean up and leave. We're going." She gestures to the people beside her to leave. The Wen family only then notices the ruins behind them and the dust on their clothes. Are they now living in the bodies of that family of 3 who died under the debris? Before they can figure out what's happening, a small child about 3 or 4 years old suddenly runs over from the crowd, pulls Wen Yao's hand, and refuses to let go, looking upset. The old woman narrows her eyes. "Big head, are you coming or not?" The little boy pouts and shakes his head at the old woman, gripping Wen Yao's hand even tighter. Wen Yao recognizes him as her brother from her memory, but now they are trying to understand what's really going on. If this little boy stays, it might be hard for them to speak freely. Thinking this, Wen Yao crouches down and softly comforts him. "Big head, be good. You go home with Grandma first. I'll come to pick you up after I finish cleaning up." But Big Head's eyes move because of her words, and he tilts his head in confusion, looking at her as if thinking. Wen Yao secretly worries, could this little boy have figured out something? In her memory, this brother is soft and adorable, always looking at you with big eyes no matter what. But for some reason, even though he's almost 4 years old, he still can't speak. To avoid revealing the truth, Wen Yao quickly takes his hand and walks him over to the old woman. Grandma, sorry to trouble you. I'll finish packing and come to pick up Big Head. Wen Yao lowered her head, trying her best to act shy and timid like the girl she remembered. The old lady gently took her big-headed child's hand, simply nodded softly, and then left with her group. Wen Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked up and saw the strange, confused gaze of the little girl with the big head, who kept turning around and staring at her. It wasn't until the group disappeared that Wen Yao, stepping carefully over the trash on the ground, approached the other two people. Dad? Brother? Yao Yao? Xiao Jun? What happened to you two? When Chongping looked at his children, who seemed to have shrunk over 10 years, and still couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Jun was just as confused. Dad. Yao Yao, what's going on? Wen Yao scratched her head and spun around, trying to figure out the situation. We went to visit my grandma's grave, then the car fell off the mountain, and now we're here. Maybe we've entered some kind of parallel universe, or come back to life, Wen Yao whispered cautiously. This made both father and son gasp in shock. When Chongping stared in disbelief. So, we're gone? Wen Yao brushed dust off her head and replied, my brother's car was new, supposed to be pretty sturdy. Even though Yunwu Mountain is high, it should still have a complete body. The father and son exchanged looks. Xiao Jun said, I have a medical seminar next week. When Chongping sighed, after paying so much social insurance and savings, I've only received a month's pension. Wen Yao shrugged. Anyway, I'm a freelancer. Our family is wiped out, so I'm not afraid. But if we're all gone, what do we do with the house and savings? When Chongping thought for a moment and said, the house was allocated by the Agricultural Research Institute, so they'll probably take it back. As for the savings, I guess it's with your aunt. She's our only relative now. The three of them fell silent again. Wen Yao looked at the mess on the ground. The small yard had only 3 rooms, and one was already collapsed. Based on their modern way of dying, they definitely couldn't go back. Luckily, the whole family was together, so it didn't seem to matter where they were. Dad, brother, do you remember anything? Wen Yao asked. Xiao Jun nodded. A little, not much. When Chongping hesitated. Well, I think I do. Honestly, he wished he didn't remember. It was a terrible thing. Wen Yao narrowed her eyes at him, suddenly recalling how the house had collapsed. Old Wen, you're quite something, huh? You even tried to sell me and my brother for gambling. Wen Yao clasped her hands and looked at Wen Chongping with a half-smile. Wen Chongping's body belonged to Wen Xiaoyi, a well-known and hopeless gambler. He had passed the imperial exam as a scholar and thought he would have a bright future, but instead, he mixed with shady people and became a complete mess. He not only spent all their money on gambling, but also lost everything in the house. His grandparents had to sell land to pay off his debts. Moreover, he drove the family out, and their 3 small houses became their new home after they separated. They had a mother named Lu Shi, who was the daughter of Wen Xiaoyi's teacher. Recently, Lu Shi's childhood sweetheart, who was an official, came back and paid Wen Xiaoyi 20 taels of silver to get a divorce. He left his children and went to enjoy life with his sweetheart. Wen Xiaoyi took the money and went gambling again. After losing everything, he planned to sell his 10-year-old daughter and 16-year-old son for money. The children fought back, and during the struggle, they knocked over a supporting pillar. The house collapsed, burying the 3 of them. When Wen Yao woke up, she found herself as their family of 3. Wen Yao stared at Wen Chongping, who quickly forced a nervous smile and said, That's the original body, not Dad. Dad wouldn't sell you even if he starved to death. Wen Yao knew this, but her previous father was truly not a good person. Where are we now?
Vignon asked.
Although he remembered some things, he couldn't piece together where they were. Wen Yao shook her head. She didn't know either. Her memory only went as far as the mountain behind their house. When Chongping remembered more. I know this place. The country is called Nan. The ruler's surname is Li. We are in a place called Yunwu Town, and our village is Gutong Village. There are no records of it, so it's probably not in the same time as us. Your names haven't changed, just your ages. Yao Yao is 10, and Xiao Jun is 16. As for me, I'm called Wen Xiu now. Remember that. Oh, and you have a younger brother. You just saw him, he's the little carrot head nicknamed it too. His full name is Wen Zhao. The old lady who took him back is your grandmother. You remember that, right? Wen Chongping, now as Wen Xiu, asked. Wen Yao suddenly froze like she'd been struck by lightning. Her lips trembled, and then she asked, Dad, what was our brother's name again? Wen Zhao, your grandfather named you, but because he was still young and couldn't speak well, he always called you Little Head. Wen Xiu looked at his daughter's reaction and suddenly became nervous, asking, Yao Yao, what's wrong? Yao Yao's eyes shifted, and she started grabbing her hair and spinning in place. Wen Jun quickly pulled her hands away and said, Stop pulling, or you'll go bald. Yao Yao suddenly stood still and asked, Dad, brother, do you remember the novel I complained about before we had the accident? The father and son nodded. It was because the book had two minor characters with the same names as them. Wen Yao only read a little, and the two characters with the same names appeared in just one chapter. The story later made Wen Yao feel so embarrassed she wanted to die, so she told her father and brother about it for fun. Now, thinking about it, Wen Yao suddenly felt like she had unlocked a secret, and everything matched up. My mother, the one I call my mother, is her surname Liu, right? And her childhood friend, is his name Mengda? Wen Yao pointed and asked. Wen Xiu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, that's his name. He's an official in the capital. Hearing this, Wen Yao was furious. Wow, the father and son looked confused. What's going on? Wen Yao looked around. There was only chaos and mess, nothing else. She lowered her voice and told them various things, then widened her eyes and said, Wen Zhao, that little brother of ours, is the guy I complained about before. He's the big fool who could build a career but is obsessed with love, the second male lead. Wow, the father and son were shocked. Is that the silent little kid? Not only they, but Wen Yao herself couldn't believe that the little silent kid from today was actually the character in the book who climbed to a high position but was willing to sacrifice everything for love. Yes, the book didn't say much about Wen Zhao's background, but it matched what they knew. Big brother Wen Jun, second sister Wen Yao, mother Liu, who remarried Mengda, and their biological father Wen Xiu, a gambling addict. He couldn't speak before age 5, but was very clever. After Liu brought him to the capital, Mengda trained him to be cunning and ruthless to achieve his goals. The book even hinted that Wen Zhao, because of his handsome appearance, was once given as a gift by Mengda to a high-ranking official to gain favor. Because of these experiences, Wen Zhao was very gloomy during his youth. The female protagonist's appearance became his guiding light, which eventually led to him reaching a high position above others. Despite his success, he was willing to be a stepping stone for the female and male leads. After hearing this, Wen Xiu eagerly asked, What about our family of 3? How does the story say it ends? Wen Yao hesitated, but Wen Jun grabbed her hand and stopped her, then said, He sold me and my brother, and we disappeared. Wen Zhao never found us. The author probably forgot about us. After selling me and my brother, he used the money to gamble, got into a fight, and was beaten to death. He added, It said that no one even took the body. The gambling house threw it into the mountains to feed the dogs. Wen Chongping was silent. In the original story, their plot was just to set up Wen Zhao's character and future. They appeared for one chapter and then disappeared, with the next chapter focusing on the main characters. Wen Zhao had already become a new wealthy figure in the capital. The 3 sat among the ruins, digesting this information. Where are the male and female leads now? Wen Xiu asked. Since they had entered the story's world, maybe staying away from the main characters could help their families stay safe. Wen Yao calculated, the female lead is 5 years younger than Wen Zhao. Our little brother isn't even 4 yet, so she probably isn't even a tiny cell now. Wen Xiu stood up quickly, brushed off the dust, and said, Then forget it. I won't sell you or gamble and get beaten to death. As long as we're alive, there's no reason for the capital to take this child away. Everything is still possible. No matter what this child might do when he grows up, since we're here, We won't let him become just a tool for that Meng family to climb higher. The siblings nodded together. Old Wen looked mighty. When Xiao Yi looked at Wen Yao again and said, Yao Yao, you need to remember the story well. It might be useful later. For now, let's clean this up. This place doesn't look like a home. It's more like a trash heap. He started moving scattered wood pieces while complaining. The siblings exchanged glances and began to tidy up as well. Old Wen was right, since they were here now, and it wasn't the original 3 people, those past events wouldn't happen. In the original story, the heroine has a special space-related power. She becomes famous because of this power and helps the hero gradually gain control of the world. They end up happily together, which seems like a beautiful story. However, their methods can sometimes be really shocking and make people question their morals. That's why Wen Yao often complains about them. Since they are here, it would be better not to give the heroine this power. It would be much better to just take it away from her. After thinking this, Wen Yao suddenly felt like she heard a sigh. Then she became dizzy, and her surroundings changed. The ruins disappeared, along with her father and brother. Instead, there was a barren empty land and a dilapidated house.
What?
Dad, brother, Wen Yao suddenly panicked and shouted loudly. At this moment, a faint, old voice came from nowhere. Stop calling. They can't hear you. The sudden sound startled Wen Yao. A cold feeling crept up from her feet. Could she be seeing a ghost? No, that doesn't make sense. She herself is a ghost now. Where did the ghost come from? The voice in the air seemed speechless for a moment, then said, It's not a ghost. You wanted the heroine space, and I gave it to you. Wow, Wen Yao thought she must have heard wrong. But clearly there was another person here.
Who are you? Come out if you have the guts.
Hiding and sneaking around. What kind of hero are you? Then the voice replied, This is our way of compensating you, grandpa and grandson. How you live here from now on is up to you. I'm leaving now, Wen Yao quickly shouted. Hey. Tell me clearly, what compensation? Who are you? What is this place? How do I get out? Just think about leaving and you'll naturally be able to go out. Really, going for a walk and losing hundreds of years of cultivation. As the voice faded into nothingness, it disappeared completely. The huge space was now just Wen Yao alone. Looking at the broken-down house, she felt a strange, eerie feeling. She shivered and closed her eyes, thinking about escaping. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Wen Xiao Yi and Wen Jun looking panicked. Yao, where did you suddenly go? You scared Dad to death. The feeling of Wen Xiao Yi and Wen Jun rushing around and then suddenly seeing Wen Yao disappear was hard to describe. Wen Xiao Yi almost ran outside to look for her, but then saw Wen Yao reappear right where she was. Fortunately, their old house was a bit far from the village. Otherwise, if someone saw this scene, their whole family might have been burned alive on the spot. Wen Yao was pulled back and forth by the 2 people, feeling dizzy. After a while, she finally regained her senses. Suddenly, her face lit up with happiness, and her smile was a bit silly. When Xiao Yi said, Xiao Jun, quickly check your sister. Could she be crazy? Wen Yao's mouth froze. Dad, I'm fine. I'm fine. Hee, I just seem to have come across something amazing, ha. Seeing her daughter laughing wildly, when Xiao Yi turned to his son and said, Dr. Wen, check her quickly. Maybe she's hurt her head. Wen Yao pushed away Wen Jun's hand and secretly waved for them to come closer. The father and son looked at each other and moved closer. Wen Yao then told them about the strange things she had just experienced. You mean you just thought about the space of the main female character in your mind, and suddenly you ended up somewhere strange? And someone was talking to you. When Xiao Yi felt like his understanding of the world was collapsing. Wen Yao nodded. Yes, that person also said it was to make up for us, and mentioned something about losing hundreds of years of cultivation. Who do you think that person is? Why would they make up for us? We're not the ones who harmed them. Wen Yao suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Wen Jun and Wen Yao, being siblings, both thought of the same thing and said at the same time, Those 2 foxes. At this moment, a certain fox, who had already finished its work and left, kept sneezing and sniffling. It grumbled as it led its grandson back into the deep clouds and mist of the mountain to continue practicing. When Xiao-yi was more concerned about what was inside. Yao Yao, what is inside that space? Did you look? Wen Yao shook her head. When Xiao-yi quickly pushed his daughter back into her room and said, outside, your brother and I will tidy up. You should investigate what this thing is and what it can do. Wen Yao was pushed back into her room and kindly closed the door for her. Since it was like this, Wen Yao could only close her eyes and try to think about the space again. When she opened her eyes, she was back at the same place as before. It was that empty field and the broken house. Wen Yao looked around, called out a few times, but got no response. She then walked toward the broken house. It looked like a storage room. There was a flat object hanging on the wall at the door, but it was covered in dust. Wen Yao wiped it with her sleeve, which was also not very clean. The screen lit up, and a shopping panel similar to an online shopping app appeared. Sure enough, it was the main female character's special space, just like in the book. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This place was basically a moving online marketplace. Luckily, she didn't have the habit of jumping while reading, so she knew how to use it. It was just exchanging items for achievement points and then using those points to buy things. She understood that. In the next moment, Wen Yao teleported out of the space, planning to tell Wen Xiao and Wen Jun the news. Just as she appeared, she remembered something and crawled under the bed to find the old money she had hidden before. She then returned to the space, gritting her teeth as she exchanged 10 copper coins for 10 achievement points, planning to buy some food because the three of them were still hungry. But when the prices appeared, Wen Yao almost lost her temper. Why is it different? Why are the prices for the female lead in the original story different from mine? Old fox, are you cheating me? Wen Yao shouted into the air in frustration. Why could the female lead buy a big meat bun for just 1 achievement point in the original story, but she needed 2 yuan for a big meat bun? Wasn't it the price at the bun shop at their neighborhood entrance? She looked at other prices. Wen Yao smiled. Alright, it was clearly based on the prices from later generations. So, what could her few dozen coins buy them? Wen Yao decisively gave up on the big meat bun and bought 5 steamed buns and 2 bags of pickled vegetables. Sigh. Pickled vegetables now cost 2 yuan and 50 cents, such a ripoff. When she came out, Wen Jun and Wen Xiao had also finished packing. The kitchen was unusable. Even the stove had a big hole smashed in the roof by the wooden beams. Luckily, the pot on top was still intact, and the dishes and bowls could still be used after some tidying up. She called the father and sons into the room, where 5 steaming large buns and 2 bags of pickled vegetables were placed on the table. When Xiao picked up one and started eating. There's still bread in this space. He ate without any hesitation or worry about poisoning or anything. When Yao explained the situation of the space to the two of them, not forgetting to complain. Isn't this just cheating? The female lead's prices are based on ancient times, but when it gets to us, it's like the prices from back then. Wen Jun split open a bun, took some pickled vegetables, and handed them to Wen Yao, saying, with this space, our days should be easier. Wen Yao agreed, since the items inside were quite complete. But Wen Xiao said, although this space is very useful, we can't rely on it too much. Who knows what might happen in the future? What if, when the female lead was born, the space disappeared again? We still need to be prepared and stand firm on our own. Father's right. Wen Jun nodded. Wen Yao chewed on the steamed bun in her mouth. As expected, when people are hungry, everything tastes good. After swallowing, she nodded and said, brother, I know. By the way, from now on, we need to change how we call him. We can't call him dad here. We should call him father. Got it. The three finished eating the 4 buns, and when Xiao-yi said they should leave the last one for Big Head. For this younger brother, who will grow up to be a villainous second male lead, the 3 of them agreed not to let him follow the old, bad path. Anyway, since the space is in our hands now, let's follow the heroine's path and leave her with no options, they decided, so she wouldn't grow up to cause trouble for her brother. This idea received full support from Old One and Little One. After eating and drinking enough, they put the pickled vegetable bag back into the space recycling bin. Only then did they prepare to go to the old house to pick up Big Head. Why don't you go? I won't go, Wen Xiaoyi said awkwardly with a smile. But Wen Yao didn't give him a chance to hide and said directly, Dad, all the trouble is because of you. Since you're changing, you should show the old house your new attitude. Hiding at home doesn't make you a hero. Wen Xiaoyi shouted, It wasn't me. Daughter, don't blame me for everything. I won't take responsibility for this. The brother and sister looked at him silently, with faint smiles on their faces. You took someone else's body. So, who else should bear the blame? All right, I'll go. Let's go, Wen Xiaoyi said, and led the way out. The siblings exchanged a glance and burst out laughing, then quickly followed. When they arrived at the old house, the family was preparing dinner. The three of them pushed and pulled, but in the end, Wen Yao stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who's there? A strong female voice asked. Wen Yao recognized it as her second aunt, Li's voice. Auntie, it's me. We're here to pick up Big Head, Wen Yao called out. There was a moment of silence in the yard. Then Wen Yao heard the sound of clattering dishes. It wasn't until the noise stopped that Li opened the gate from inside. Oh, Yao, and your older brother is here too, Li said, clearly showing some displeasure and impatience when she saw Wen Xiaoyi. What could Wen Xiaoyi do? The sins from his past had to be borne by him. Yes, sister-in-law, we're here to pick up Big Head, Wen Xiaoyi said awkwardly. Li hesitated whether to let them in when suddenly Luo's voice came from behind. Third family, bring a pancake for Big Head, send him out, and don't let outsiders come in. This made the three outside feel very awkward, and Wen Xiaoyi's face turned bright red. How many wrongs had he done in his past life that now he couldn't even enter his parents' house? Anyway, whether he showed himself or hid, it was the same. Since he was already here today, he had to say something. Wen Xiaoyi prepared himself mentally and called out to the yard, Father, Mother, I am here to admit my mistakes. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow and quietly gave Wen Xiaoyi a thumbs up. The woman named Luo in the yard was obviously stunned for a moment after hearing Wen Xiaoyi, but soon a cold voice came again. Stop with your act. We can't even feed ourselves, so we can't take care of you. Luo thought they were here to scam food and drinks. Mrs. Li looked at Wen Xiaoyi with suspicion, blocking the door tightly. Then, someone from inside pushed out the Big Head, holding an unfinished pancake. The little one and the big one stared at each other awkwardly. Second son, close the door, Luo said harshly. Mrs. Li didn't hesitate and slammed the door shut with a bang. Outside, the three people were silent. The road to repairing relationships is long. The Big Head still looked at them with wide eyes. Wen Xiaoyi muttered softly, I said I wouldn't come. When he looked into his little son's clear eyes, his heart was touched by the softness inside. Thinking about how this adorable child might become cannon fodder in the future, Wen Xiaoyi felt uncomfortable. His son, Wen Chongping's son, shouldn't become a pawn or a stepping stone for others. Big Head, let's go. Follow Dad home, Wen Xiaoyi said, reaching out to hold his hand. Then, Wen Yao saw the confused, strange, and somewhat unfamiliar look in the Big Head's eyes when he looked at her that morning, and he was also looking at Wen Xiaoyi. Oh no. The book said this child is smart. Could he have figured something out? Unexpectedly, the Big Head reached out his small hand and held Wen Xiaoyi's hand. The tiny hand in his palm was just like when he held Wen Jun and Wen Yao's hands as a child. It immediately softened Wen Xiaoyi's heart. Now, this adorable son was like a star in the sky, and Wen Xiaoyi felt he had to build a ladder to reach it. He didn't care what wrongs his past life had done. From now on, he, Wen Chongping, would be the father of these three children. He wouldn't let them follow the old path in the story. On the way home, the Big Head kept secretly glancing at Wen Xiaoyi and at their linked hands, walking all the way back. Seeing the missing house at home, De Tu hesitated for a moment, a look of sadness flashing in his eyes. Wen Yao noticed his expression and smiled gently, saying, Even if it collapsed, that's okay. Once we earn some money, we can build a bigger yard. Is that good? De Tu looked at her face for a while, and just as Wen Yao was about to see through him, he softly nodded with a gentle smile. Wen Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing his future plans made Wen Yao a little nervous when facing him. But right now, Wen Zhao is just a child under 4 years old, still a blank slate. As long as they treat him well and guide him properly, Wen Yao believes he won't turn out like the character in the old stories. Wen Yao took him inside and gave him a steamed bun. De Tu tilted his head, looking at her as if asking where it came from. Papa bought it. He saved one just for you. Eat it quickly, Wen Yao said, stuffing the bun into his hand. De Tu stared at the bun for a moment, then raised his hand and handed it back to Wen Yao. This is for you. Why are you giving it to me? Wen Yao asked. De Tu pushed it forward again. Are you telling me to eat it? Wen Yao asked.
Dato nodded.
Wen Yao almost cried with emotion. Such a good little brother. How could Meng, the surname, be willing to treat him as just a tool? Big sister has already eaten. This is De Tu's. De Tu, eat it yourself, Wen Yao said, feeling very touched. She finally felt like a proper sister, not just a younger sister. After confirming that Wen Yao really wouldn't eat, De Tu sat on a small stool and ate little by little. Wen Yao, worried he might choke, poured him a bowl of water. After settling De Tu, Wen Yao ran out to find Wen Jun. Dr. Wen, could you take a look at our lucky little brother when you have time? He's almost 4 but still can't speak, she said. Although the story later says De Tu can speak, it doesn't explain why he couldn't talk as a child. Seeing such a big kid not talking still worries Wen Yao. Wen Jun looked at the small kid sitting inside. The little thing seemed to notice Wen Jun's gaze and looked over at him. Wen Jun quickly looked away, exchanged a glance, and could only give what he thought was the kindest, most friendly, most indulgent smile. Fortunately, De Tu only looked once and then continued eating his bun, not crying, not making trouble, not moving around, just like a well-behaved little angel. He's much better behaved than you were when you were a kid, Wen Jun said with emotion, earning Wen Yao a sharp slap. The siblings played for a while before continuing to help Wen Xiao organize all the usable items in the kitchen. After all, they would need to use them again tomorrow, and they couldn't just rely on space to exchange for food. The 3 of them didn't mind much, but now there was an extra big head to consider, so they had to be a bit more careful. When they finished and returned to the house, the well-behaved big head had already finished eating the steamed bun, took off his shoes, and fallen asleep on the bed. He was so sensible that he didn't cause any worries. The family of 3 shared a strong resolve. They absolutely, definitely could not let Lu Shi and the Meng family take Big Head away. Tomorrow I plan to go to the city to see if there are any jobs I can do. Xiao Jun, you stay at home to take care of your sister and brother, Wen Xiao thought carefully. He knew well that in this era, having no money was a big problem. He wanted to go to the city to see if there were any suitable jobs for him, especially since he was a former talented scholar. Wen Jun thought he was already 16 and could help out, so he wanted to go along. However, Wen Xiao disagreed. You stay at home with your sister and brother tomorrow. Go to the old house and ask your 2nd and 3rd uncles to help rebuild the stove in the kitchen. If there are materials, build a small shelter too. Without a proper kitchen, life was quite inconvenient. Wen Jun had to give up on the idea of going and promised he would take good care of his younger siblings. Wen Xiao nodded with satisfaction, looking at his sleeping youngest son, and said, We only have 2 rooms. Xiao Jun, you stay with me. Yao Yao, you'll have to temporarily share a room with Big Head. I'm okay, Wen Yao whispered, giving a thumbs up. Wen Xiao helplessly glared at her. Luckily, Big Head was asleep. If anyone else saw, they might think they were doing something inappropriate. The next morning, Wen Yao woke up to find Wen Xiao already gone. Wen Jun said, Dad got up before dawn. He said he's going to Yunwu town, and it'll take over an hour. He wants us to stay at home today and tidy up the house. He'll find a way to earn money, so don't worry. Wen Yao felt a bit sad inside. Dad was always like this, really working hard for their brother and sister. Even when he used to go to the Agricultural Institute every day, he would get up around 5 to prepare breakfast for them before heading out. She sniffed and said, Since Dad is working so hard, we can't be lazy either. Let's first send Big Head to the old house to ask Grandma to watch him, and then you can come with me to take a walk up the mountain. There is a big-headed child, so you must be careful when taking things from the space, especially since she hasn't achieved much yet. Since she has nothing now, she can only rely on the mountains for food and resources. There are many things in the mountain, maybe she can earn some achievement points. With achievement points, she can have some small money to spend. The siblings want to take Big Head to the old house, but Big Head just stands still. The already thin child looks especially big-eyed, staring blankly at them, which softens Wen-Yao and Wen-Jun's hearts. Be good, Big Head. My older brother and I are just going up the mountain to see if there's anything to eat. You be good and go to Grandma's house. We'll come back and pick you up, okay? Wen-Yao patiently comforts her. Big Head seems to be thinking. She looks at Wen-Yao and Wen-Jun for a while, then runs back to her room. When she comes out, she's holding a small pouch and hands it to Wen-Yao. The siblings exchange a look. What is this? Big Head pushes the pouch forward, signaling Wen-Yao to open it. Wen-Yao opens the pouch and gasps. Brother, money. The pouch is full of copper coins, about 200 or 300. They look at Big Head. This child still hides her secret savings? After giving the money, Big Head sits on the doorstep. It's obvious she's saying, now I have money. You can't send me to Grandma's anymore. If Wen-Yao hadn't known in advance that this child was clever, she might have thought she was another person who traveled through time like them. But money is money, and the mountain still needs to be climbed. Wen-Yao puts the money away and says, this money is enough for us to eat for a few days. But after it's gone, there's no more. So we need to find ways to earn money ourselves, right? Our house needs to be built, Big Head needs to eat well, and all that costs money. So, Big Head, be good and wait for us at Grandma's house, okay? Big Head seems to be thinking about her words. After a while, she nods. Wen-Yao breathes a sigh of relief. She still feels some pressure dealing with this child. Before leaving, she takes out 5 coins from the pouch and then takes Big Head to the old house. The people at the old house didn't expect Wen-Yao and Wen-Jun to bring Big Head back again. Grandma, my brother and I plan to go up the mountain to chop some firewood and find more food. Big Head will stay here for now. Here's 5 coins for Big Head's meal today. Wen-Yao hands the coins to Luo Shi. If she wants to repair their relationship with the old house, she can't keep taking advantage of them anymore. Luo Shi looks at her, then at the money in her hand. Where did you get this money? Luo Shi asks. Wen-Yao can't say it's from Big Head, so she has to lie. It was left by my father before he went out. He went to the city to find work. Ruoshi looked surprised, as if she had heard something shocking. Your father? You mean your father went to town to find work? Maybe she's gotten old and hard of hearing, because does her troublesome son really go looking for work? Whether the old lady believes it or not, Wen-Yao has said her piece. Given their relationship with the old house, restoring it won't be done in just a day or two. She handed the money to Ruoshi, reminding Dajua to behave well. Then she carried her basket and left the old house with Wen-Jun. After they left, Li Shi came over, looking curious as she glanced at the 5 coins in Ruoshi's hand. Mother, what is Big Brother up to now? What does he want? Ruoshi clenched her hand and shot her a sharp look. None of your business. Hurry up and feed the chickens. Why do you talk so much all day? Then she turned and led Dajua back inside. Li Shi pouted and muttered, the old house's money is also ours. Maybe he's just worried he'll be cheated again. Ruoshi didn't stop walking, but she heard Li Shi's words. She sighed helplessly. The old couple had already done enough. Everyone agreed. They shouldn't let the older brother cheat the younger 2 families. Dajua also heard Li Shi's words. He gently held Ruoshi's hand and looked at her with big eyes, as if trying to comfort her. Ruoshi's expression softened. She felt more tender toward her little grandson. He had lost his mother so young, his father was still the same, unable to speak, and she wondered what he would do in the future. Meanwhile, the brother and sister followed the mountain trail based on their memory. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Wen-Yao painfully took out 2 steamed buns from her space. The siblings ate the buns to get by. Wen-Yao promised herself that once she earned enough money, she would indulge in big feasts with lots of meat and fish for a few days. As children of the Agricultural Science Institute, recognizing plants was easy for them. They knew what could be eaten and what couldn't. But now it was winter, and since the mountain was close to the village, most edible plants had already been dug up. If they wanted to find something to eat, they'd probably have to go deeper into the mountain. However, someone in the village once said there were fierce animals in these mountains. Although most hibernate in winter, what if one didn't? So, they could only wander around outside the mountain. There's a pine forest over there. Let's go see if we can find some pine nuts or mushrooms, maybe even something else if we're lucky, Wen Yao pointed to a nearby pine forest. Wen Jun smiled. Do mushrooms grow in winter at your place? Wen Yao chuckled happily, saying, Yes, my mushrooms grow in winter. In the past, an aunt from the Agricultural Research Institute, who studied fungi, liked Wen Yao very much. She often gave her mushroom kits to grow at home. Not just in winter, her family could grow mushrooms all year round. Junwen also seemed to remember something from the past and started laughing. The siblings talked and laughed as they walked into the pine forest. Wen Yao knew that squirrels liked to hide food in tree holes, so she specifically looked for places with holes and dug them out. She found quite a few pine nuts and walnuts. These squirrels never expected that their winter nests would be taken away, Junwen said with a smile, though he kept digging. Wen Yao had dug enough, then said, Take only what we need. We have enough to eat, and these things don't fill you up. If we take too much, the squirrels won't survive. Mostly, Wen Yao wanted to gather these to increase her achievement points. After placing some pine nuts and walnuts into her space and unlocking these items, she only received 1 achievement point for each. 1 point each, totaling 2 points. Not enough for her to exchange for a bag of salt. That's unfair. Selling items at the original prices, why do I only get so few points? Wen Yao complained. In the original story, the heroine easily earned dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of achievement points. Why was it different for her? But Wen Yao noticed something. Whether she put in 1 pine nut or a handful, she always got the same points. So she decided to only put in 1 pine nut and keep the rest for herself. Junwen was more relaxed and said, This stuff is just a bonus. Plus, since it's originally the heroine's, it's normal to get some surprises. Look, does this work? He handed something to Wen Yao. She looked at it and saw it resembled a root. What's this? She asked. Junwen replied, That's called Tian Mendong. I found some over there and dug it out. Try putting it in. Although Junwen specialized in Western medicine, he had a roommate in college whose family had been traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for generations. They often studied herbal medicine together, and he could recognize herbs easily. Without hesitation, Wen Yao took it and went inside. Thinking about the tricky space, she tore the Tian Mendong into tiny pieces and put the smallest piece into the recycling bin. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on her panel. Tian Mendong, also known as 300 sticks, Wu bamboo, silk winter, tiger tail root. Medicinal. Gained 5 achievement points. Balance. 7 not bad. I earned some money. Wen Yao came out and put the remaining items into the basket. Brother, let's go. If we dig a bit more, we might get 5 points, which could be sold for some money. Let's dig more and sell them in town later, Wen Yao said. Wen Jun nodded. The siblings started digging nearby. Mainly Wen Jun was looking while Wen Yao helped dig. After they finished digging all they could in this area and collected some firewood, they headed down the mountain. When they reached the old house, De Tu was already having lunch with the people there. Luo sure saw the siblings covered in mud and carrying a full basket. A look of satisfaction crossed her face. She didn't say much, just gave each of them a small vegetable pancake as they left. Though only palm-sized, it was better than nothing. Wen Yao stepped forward, holding Luo Shi's hand, and shyly said, Thank you, Grandma. I knew you still care about us. When I earn enough money, I'll buy fabric for new clothes for you. Luo Shi stiffened slightly at Wen Yao's touch. No one in the family had dared to be so close to her before. For a moment, Luo Shi forgot how to react. When she came back to herself, Wen Yao was already waving goodbye with De Tu. Wen Yao held De Tu's hand and secretly looked back at the old lady's reaction, smiling slightly. Her goal was to surprise her, helping the old lady get used to it gradually. Let's go, De Tu home. Today was another day of making peace with the old house. Back home, the The siblings busily picked stones and set up a temporary stove. They gave Datu some pine nuts and mountain walnuts. Datu sat quietly on the doorstep watching them work, neither crying nor making trouble. They boiled water, washed the medicinal herbs they dug up, and hung them to dry in the yard. They tidied up the house, and by evening, it was dark. When Xiao entered, he saw his 3 children sitting by the burning fire in the yard. A pot hung over the fire, steaming hot water inside. Their small faces were flushed from the heat. Seeing this scene, Xiao's exhaustion from the day instantly disappeared. "Children, I'm back." Yao almost blurted out, "Dad," but managed to turn it into something else at the last moment. "Dad, you're back." Yao was the first to run over. Datu had already stood up, seeming to think of something, so he stayed still. Xiao and Yao watched the child's reaction. Just as Datu looked confused and helpless, he suddenly floated into the air. "Son, do you miss Dad?" Xiao happily hugged the small, thin, big-headed child and said with a smile. The big-headed child seemed a bit overwhelmed by this sudden action, his whole body stiff and not daring to move. Seeing the fearful and conflicted expression in his eyes, Xiao felt very sad. He simply held the child with one hand and reached into his clothes with the other hand, pulling out a small clay doll. The child's eyes lit up. "Do you like it? Dad bought it just for you," Xiao said, handing the clay doll to him. The child carefully looked at it, wanting to take it but afraid to, which made Xiao laugh. He directly pressed the doll into his hand. Seeing the joy in the child's eyes, Xiao felt a little more at ease. Then he secretly made a hand signal to his 2 children. "He is still young. When he grows up and earns money, he will buy toys for you too." The siblings were speechless. They weren't really 16 and 10 years old, so how could they be jealous of a little kid? Xiao sat down with the big-headed child, pointing at what Jun had just taken from his hand. "I bought a pound of meat and 2 pounds of flour. Yao, you take care of it." When Yao heard there was meat, her eyes brightened. "Dad, did you earn money today? Find a job?" she asked. Xiao awkwardly smiled. "Well, my reputation wasn't good before, and some shops wouldn't hire me, so I worked as a porter at the dock for a day. It's okay. I earned 50 coins today. I bought 2 steamed buns for 2 coins at noon, spent 12 coins on a pound of meat, 6 coins per pound of flour, bought a clay doll for 2 coins for Big Head, and I have 22 coins left. Here for you." He took out dozens of copper coins from his bag and handed them to Yao. Just as she was about to take them back, a pair of small hands pulled her away. Big Head carefully opened Xiao's hand and saw the blisters on his palm. He froze in place, staring at Xiao's hand, then looked at him, and quickly his eyes turned red. Yao and Jun also saw this.
"Dad."
Xiao smiled as he pulled his hand back, then gently patted his little son's head. "It's just some rough work, it's normal. Once you get used to it, it's fine. But earning money today means Dad didn't work in vain. Yao, hurry and cook. Everyone's starving." Hearing his seemingly cheerful tone, Yao felt her nose sour. She took the ingredients from Jun's hands and started preparing the food. "Brother, help me cut a piece of bamboo. I'll make knife-shaped noodles for you all to eat." Jun responded with an "oh" and went to help. Turning away from Xiao and the others, Yao quietly raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had fallen from her eyes. Her father had been a professor all his life. Although he needed to farm sometimes, farming back then was very different from now. Plus, he had worked hard all day, which made Yao feel sad. The meat was not much, some fat and some lean. Yao removed the fat, fried it in an iron pan, and cut the lean meat into strips. There were a few cabbages in the cellar behind the house, so Yao washed and sliced them. She cooked the shredded meat with water, adding a little salt she had saved today. When the water boiled, she put in the sliced cabbage. A delicious smell quickly spread around the small yard. Even Daitu sniffed deeply, trying to remember this aroma. After preparing everything, Yao started kneading the dough. Making noodles was easy. When the water in the pot boiled and the dough was ready, she was all set. Wen Yao held the dough in one hand and a bamboo knife in the other, beginning to cut the noodles. Her quick, skillful movements amazed Du too. First, he was confused, then curious, and finally, his eyes showed admiration as he watched Wen Yao. Wen Xiao saw his younger son's reaction, but didn't explain much. No matter what, this child would live with them someday. Whether he was clever or not, and whether he understood everything he needed to get used to and adapt to their life. Soon, a pot of hand-cut noodles was ready, served with the meat broth Wen Yao had cooked earlier. The aroma was wonderful. If only they had more ingredients and seasonings, Wen Yao, a popular food vlogger with hundreds of thousands of followers, could have made a bowl of hand-cut noodles so delicious that even their tongues would be satisfied. Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself, Wen Yao said as she filled a bowl for Du too and served some to the three of them. The four of them sat by the fire, happily eating the noodles. The flavor was simple, just salt and meat, but it was the best hand-cut noodles they had ever tasted. There's a river called Pingjiang near Yunwu town. Many merchant ships pass by, and there are quite a few workers at the dock. Yao Yao, you can steam some buns with the leftover noodles. Tomorrow, I'll take some with me, so we won't have to buy food, Wen Xiao said while eating and giving her instructions. Wen Yao asked Dad, is the dock big? Are there many people? She suddenly had an idea.
Ben she noted.
Yes, it's quite large, and there are many merchants and workers passing through. Wen Yao slowed down her eating, lost in thought. After finishing the noodles, Wen Jun naturally went to wash the dishes. Dajo's big eyes were full of surprise as he watched his older brother do the chores. He's such a curious little kid, always finding everything strange. Wen Xiao also learned about Wen Yao and the others going up the mountain to dig up the winter aconite. I know about this stuff. I've heard before that it's a good thing. What do you plan to do with it? Wen Xiao almost let slip the secret but quickly corrected himself. Wen Yao said, Dad, tomorrow we'll go to town together. First, to see how much the winter aconite can sell for. Second, I want to visit the dock. I have an idea, but I need to see it in person first. Wen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh? What's your plan? Wen Yao quickly said, Dad, did you see if there were any stalls at the dock today? Wen Xiao nodded. Yes, it was quite lively. There were many things to eat and use. Are you thinking of something? Wen Yao snapped her fingers instinctively.
Exactly.
We'll go see if it's possible, then think of a way. She had thought about finding a cook or even learning from the protagonists in those time travel stories, selling recipes or something. Then they'd have money. But as soon as she brought up the idea, Wen Xiao rejected it. First, there are no young girls around 10 years old working as cooks here. Usually, big chefs take apprentices for at least 10 years before they can work alone, or they buy kitchen maids from wealthy families. He definitely wouldn't sell Wen Yao to be a maid. Naturally, he disagreed. And selling recipes, while a good idea, was impossible without a solid foundation or money. Basically, they'd be inviting trouble by showing off their wealth. So, they had to take things step by step, steady and sure. Since Wen Xiao said they could set up a stall at the dock, why not do that? With Wen Yao's cooking skills, even if they kept prices low, they wouldn't lack customers. The three of them agreed immediately. Then tomorrow, take Dajo to your grandma's place and we'll go see the market, Wen Xiao said. Unexpectedly, Dajo, who had been quietly playing with his clay figurines, suddenly hugged Wen Xiao's neck and refused to let go no matter what. Wen Xiao looked confused at his son and daughter. Is Dajo afraid we'll leave him behind? He wondered. It was better not to say anything. But once he did, Dajo hugged him even tighter. Wen Xiao immediately understood. Such a young child lacked a sense of security. Wen Xiao patiently comforted him, talking for a long time, but the boy just wouldn't let go. Dad, how about bringing Big Head along? You go to the dock and Big Brother and I will take care of him. It should be fine. Wen Yao said, since they are both adults, they shouldn't leave a child alone. Seeing Big Head like that, she couldn't bear to leave him at home. Big Head's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. He immediately got down from Wen Xiao's arms and took Wen Yao's hand, showing he would follow carefully and not run off. Wen Xiao felt very soft-hearted. How can this child be so sensible? After saying that, he also silently scolded Mengda, who was being irresponsible. Since they're going to the city, they can buy some missing things from home. Wen Yao also told Wen Xiaoyi about hiding money and took out a money bag to count. There was over 300 coins. Wen Xiaoyi was surprised and patted his son's head. Wow, you're quite the money keeper. He didn't know how the child had saved this money. Maybe it was left by his ex-wife. Big Head thought Wen Xiaoyi was praising him, and he rubbed his head against Wen Xiaoyi's palm, making Wen Xiaoyi hug him again and praise him as a good big brother. Originally, when June, the good big brother, stood up and said, I'll go to the old house and tell Grandpa and Grandma. I'll also ask second uncle and third uncle to come tomorrow to help fix the kitchen. Since we're not home, they will need to take care of things. They didn't meet second uncle and third uncle today, and the kitchen still wasn't fixed. Wen Xiaoyi nodded and looked at Wen Yao. Yao Yao, give your brother 50 coins to take with him. Fixing the kitchen takes effort, materials, and money. Also, I haven't properly shown respect to your grandparents over the years. Although this money seems a lot for our family now, Dad will work hard to earn more for you. Big Head has the money, we should ask him, Wen Yao said, looking at Big Head. Big Head, is that okay? The small boy pressed the money tightly into Wen Yao's arms and nodded, as if saying he was fine with giving it all. Wen Yao then counted out 50 coins for Wen Jun and packed some pine nuts and mountain walnuts they had collected, letting Wen Jun take them. Soon, Wen Jun returned. Grandpa and Grandma took the money and said they would ask second uncle and third uncle to come tomorrow to help tidy up. They also asked if they should send Big Head over, since they would all be in the city. Big Head immediately shrank into Wen Xiaoyi's arms. Wen Xiaoyi gently patted his back to comfort him. No, since you promised, bring him along. Tomorrow, you need to watch your little brother carefully. It's not good if the children get lost in this place. The siblings promised to take good care of Daju, and the family each went back to their own homes to sleep. Daju, the child, kept clutching Wen Yao's sleeve at night, afraid they might leave. The next morning, before dawn, the family of 4 woke up. Wen Yao used the remaining flour to steam buns. Wen Jun carried the basket, and Wen Xiao carried Daju. Wen Yao locked the last 2 doors and went to the old house to say hello. Then they began their first trip to the city. Daju was still young, so he slept all the way until he reached the city gate. When he heard the noisy sounds around him, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the large city gate and the lively crowd, Daju, curious, couldn't take his eyes off everything. Wen Xiao carried the 3 of them to a street with a pharmacy. After pointing out the direction of the dock, he told them to go there once they finished their errands and to find him later. Then he patted his younger son's head and headed toward the money-making place. Wen Jun and Wen Yao were used to seeing Professor Wen off like this. Only Daju stared blankly in the direction Wen Xiao left, until Wen Yao held his hand and, along with Wen Jun, entered a pharmacy. Then he looked up at his older brother and sister and followed inside. Since it was still early, there were no patients in the pharmacy. Only a young apprentice was organizing herbs and cleaning. When they entered, the young apprentice stopped his work and greeted them politely. Are you here for treatment or to buy herbs? The young boy asked politely. Wen Yao, holding Daju's hand, smiled and asked, Big brother, do you buy herbs here? Although Wen Yao looked weak, she had dressed neatly that day. She wasn't dressed well, but she was very sweet-tongued. The young apprentice looked at the 3 of them, noticing Wen Jun's basket, and understood. He smiled and said, Yes, we buy herbs. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the shopkeeper. Wen Yao said it was a bother, but the young apprentice blushed and said it was no trouble, then went to find the shopkeeper in the back. Wen Yao looked around and was quite impressed with the pharmacy. Everything was neatly arranged, and it was very clean. Even the tools on the shelves were orderly, showing how carefully it was managed. No matter what, as a kind of hospital, cleanliness and hygiene made a good impression. Soon, the young apprentice returned with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He first looked at the 3 siblings and then asked, Are you here to sell herbs? Wen Yao pushed Wen Jun forward, and Wen Jun stepped up to bow politely. Shopkeeper, yes, we want to sell herbs. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. initially thinking they were rustic villagers. However, he was surprised to see that the child was quite polite, which improved his impression of them. He rolled up his sleeve and asked, "All right, let me see what you have," when June set down the basket, which contained their cleaned winter aconite. The shopkeeper examined a few plants, then looked through the basket again, flipping over the bottom layer and inspecting it for a while before nodding. "The quality is decent, but the harvest isn't very recent. We buy winter aconite at 35 coins per jean. If you want, you can leave the herbs here. If not, you can check other shops for prices first and come back later." The young herbal apprentice stood beside Wen Yao, smiling and saying, "Little sister, our shopkeeper is the most honest person on this street. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that." You can rest assured, Wen Yao had no reason to doubt him. Since they ran such a large pharmacy, there was no need to cheat these ordinary folks. Cheating a few jean of winter aconite wouldn't make them rich. "Then please help us weigh the herbs," the sibling said. Seeing that the brother and sister, though poorly dressed, were tidy and polite, the shopkeeper smiled and asked, "Does someone in your family know about these things? Otherwise, it would be hard to find someone who understands winter aconite, as most people unfamiliar with medicine wouldn't know about it." When June was straightforward and respectful, bowing slightly as he replied, "We learned some from our elders at home." The shopkeeper looked at him carefully, nodded in understanding. No wonder he was well-grounded. He said, "In the future, if you gather any other herbs, just bring them here. But be clear, if the herbs are bad, I won't buy them." When June nodded again. "Of course." "Thank you, shopkeeper." Soon, the young herbal apprentice finished weighing the herbs, 22 jean in total, worth 770 coins. The shopkeeper paid them, and the siblings expressed their thanks. The young apprentice then escorted them out of the shop. As they left, they heard him call, "Dr. Jean, you're here." Wen Yao looked back and saw a white-bearded old doctor being led into the shop by the apprentice. Outside the shop, holding the money, the siblings finally relaxed. As the saying goes, with money, you can go 1,000 miles. Without it, you can't move an inch. Now that they had some coins, at least they wouldn't go hungry. Looking at the old-fashioned street, Wen Yao tightened her grip onto Tu's hand and glanced at Wen Jun. "Brother, shall we take a walk around the street first?" Wen Jun looked at the busy street and nodded. He bent down and picked up Tu, holding him securely. "I am holding Big Head. You can look at whatever you want. He knows his sister isn't just here to shop. She must have other things to do." Next, they walked along. Wen Yao kept looking here and there, asking questions. Because she was sweet-tongued, street vendors were happy to talk to her more. They wandered for almost an hour. Big Head was getting impatient on Wen Jun's back. Several times, he tried to pull himself forward or move to the side, but failed. He could only look in one direction, fidgeting on Wen Jun's back. Wen Jun almost lost his balance because of his movements and had to put him down. "Big Head, what's wrong?" Wen Jun asked. Big Head frowned, looked at Wen Yao, then at the direction Wen Jun had pointed before they left. He reached out his hand. Wen Jun twitched his mouth. Was this kid upset because Yao Yao took too long shopping and delayed looking for Dad? He helplessly pinched Big Head's nose and called Wen Yao back. "Is it about time?" Wen Yao nodded, glancing at her little brother. Seeing him pouting and looking unhappy, she took a playful swipe at his head and said, "What's wrong with our Big Head?" "He's got oil on his mouth." Big Head paused, seeming to wonder what an oil jar was, then raised his hand and pointed toward the dock. "Big Head doesn't want you to shop anymore. He wants to find Dad," Wen Jun explained. Wen Yao laughed out loud, pinched Big Head's cheek, and said, "So it's my fault? Little ungrateful one. Let's go find Dad." The three asked around and finally reached the dock. When they arrived, they found the busy dock just as lively as the city streets. Many merchant ships were anchored on the river, with traders coming and going. There were also workers sitting in groups along the street, chatting, and many vendors setting up stalls. Wen Yao, with sharp eyes, saw some fish sellers and took Big Head over. Big Head held her hand tightly and kept searching the dock with his eyes. Unfortunately, he was small and weak, so Wen Yao had to lead him to the fish stall. "Uncle, how much are these fish?" The middle-aged vendor saw the three siblings and, without any disdain, smiled kindly and said, 12 coins per jin. Don't worry, these fish are fresh. They were just caught from the river this morning. In 2 large wooden basins, the fish were lively and active, looking very fresh. Wen Yao wanted to buy too, but Big Head tugged her hand. The little boy frowned, looking worried. Wen Yao crouched down and whispered, since we sold the money today, Dad has worked hard. Shouldn't we give him a little something? As expected, when Wen Yao said this, the little boy's brow relaxed. He pointed to the biggest fish in the basket. Let's buy this one. Wen Yao and Wen Jun exchanged a glance. The old Mr. Wen's new leather jacket was quite warm. Uncle, we'll take this one. How much is it? The fish weighed at least 4 or 5 jin, enough for their family of 4 to eat. This fish is over 5 jin. We'll count it as 5 jin for you, said the middle-aged man, lifting the fish out and weighing it for Wen Yao to see. It was actually over 5.5 jin. Wen Yao quickly paid, and the man used a grass rope to tie the fish for easy carrying. Wen Yao held the big dog, Wen Jun carried the fish, and the big dog occasionally poked at the fish with his finger. The 3 of them wandered around the dock, but didn't see Wen Xiaoyi. We don't know where to look. Wen Yao looked down at the big dog. Although the child didn't say anything, he had been walking with them for a long time in the cold, and his forehead was sweaty. Wen Jun was worried that his younger brother and sister might get tired, so he told them to stay there while he went to look for Wen Xiaoyi. After Wen Jun left, Wen Yao took the big dog to sit somewhere. She took out 2 steamed buns from her cloth bag and gave one to the big dog. The big dog looked at the warm bun with a puzzled expression. Wen Yao took a bite and said, I wrapped these when we left, so they're warm. Eat it. Seeing the big dog take a bite, Wen Yao finally relaxed. This child was really hard to fool. The buns just came out of the space, so of course they were warm. Luckily, he couldn't speak yet, or she wouldn't know what to do if he kept asking questions. While eating, Wen Yao observed the surroundings. Compared to the market, the dock was much messier. The vendors set up wherever they found convenient, and business seemed good. After waiting about half an hour, Wen Jun returned with Wen Xiaoyi. Compared to before they left in the morning, Wen Xiaoyi looked quite disheveled. He brushed off the dust and then held the big dog in his arms, sitting where they had sat earlier. Wen Yao took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands and then handed him a warm bun. How is it? Do you think your plan will work? Wen Xiaoyi asked while eating, occasionally tearing off a small piece to feed his son. Wen Yao pointed to the area where vendors were setting up their stalls. I think it's okay. On this dock, there are all kinds of sellers. Most of them sell buns and steamed bread. There are 4 shops. 2 sell noodles, 3 sell wontons and dumplings, and a few are tea stalls. Most of these are for travelers to rest, selling snacks like fried cakes and small dishes, and some even sell small stir-fry dishes. Wen Xiaoyi nodded. So, what do you think our family could sell? Wen Yao waved her hand to invite Wen Jun to sit down. The 4 of them sat in a small circle. Wen Yao said, before coming here, my brother and I walked around the city streets. I also talked a bit with the vendors. Most of the business in the city is from city folks going out or people from nearby villages coming in to buy things. Unless you have something really special, business is usually slow, but here at the dock I noticed that the food doesn't need to be fancy. The main thing is to fill people's stomachs. Who comes here the most? Workers and travelers. But we shouldn't think about selling to those travelers right away. If they have money, they'll go into town to eat, and they won't stay here at the dock to eat. Don't you think? The father and son nodded in agreement. Even Dai too nodded along.
Wen Yao was amused by his teasing.
She poked his little face and scolded playfully. Can you understand what I'm saying? Just nod. This made Dai too huff and snuggle into Wen Xiaoyi's arms. Wen Yao continued. So, our main focus should be on selling to these workers and ordinary passers-by. What do they need? Just something cheap that can fill their stomachs, even if it's just enough to eat. But since we're setting up a stall, we can't just focus on price. That's not my style. So, our goal is to be cheap, filling, and also tasty. Go on. Wen Xiaoyi moved a bit, holding Dai too more securely. Wen Yao went on. I checked with the grain shop. These days, rice is divided into different grades. The best polished rice sells for over 20 coins per jin, and there's even more expensive white rice. That's not affordable for ordinary people. Then there's regular white rice, which costs about 15 or 16 coins per jin. Usually, restaurants use this. The cheapest is brown rice, which costs about 8 coins per jin. Most people eat this kind now. I think since our conditions are simple, we should make the easiest fried rice. We can set up a small stove on a cart, steam the rice at home in advance, and carry it in a bucket. We prepare some side dishes, and when someone comes, we can fry the rice right there. It saves time and effort, and people will still get a filling meal. A pound of rice makes enough cooked rice for a meal, and stir-fried rice for an adult man's appetite is just right. Add some side dishes, and it's a complete meal. As for the price, plain stir-fried vegetables cost about 10 coins, egg fried rice 12 coins, and if you want to add some mincemeat, it's 15 coins per serving. When Shui nodded at this idea, it was a good plan. That way, he and Wenjun could handle the work, and Yao Yao could stay at home to take care of her younger brother and manage the logistics. But about the price. Can we make a profit at this price? When Shui asked. When Yao had already calculated this, or she wouldn't have set the prices like that. After all, she had gone shopping that morning and had a good idea of the market prices. Yes, we will make money. But it's not a huge profit. The main concern is whether anyone will come to buy at this price. After working all day, we might only earn 50 or 60 coins. I don't know how many people are willing to spend 10 or more coins for a meal. Hearing this, when Shui awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Well, your father earns 50 coins a day, and other workers usually make over 100 coins daily. They're willing to spend that money on food." He couldn't help it, his body was strong, but since he was new to this world and unfamiliar with the local work, he was naturally slower and made mistakes. It was good enough that his employer didn't mind.
Huh.
Wen Yao looked at Wen Shui in surprise. She had thought that working hard all day would only earn 50 or 60 coins, but it seemed the labor force in this world was not very valuable. Turns out, it was old Wen's own problem. To avoid being looked down on by his children, Wen Shui immediately decided to do this. The first family meeting ended successfully. Just then, a voice suddenly came from nearby. "Are you done discussing? When are you going to set up your stall?" The three of them, along with a small child, were startled. They looked up and saw a young man sitting by a big tree next to them, curiously watching the family of four. Seeing that they were all looking at him, the young man awkwardly smiled, stood up, and pointed to the stall beside him. "My stall is right here. I saw you sitting here whispering and didn't have any customers, so I listened in for a bit. Sorry if I scared you. But what is that fried rice you mentioned? Is it tasty? Fried rice? I've never heard of rice being fried. Aren't they usually just stir-fried vegetables?" Wen Yao's eyes lit up. "No fried rice?" Fortunately, I was helped by luck. I saw that the man's stall was selling mostly woodworking products, with several wooden basins and buckets on the ground. My family needed these items, so I decided to take the opportunity to ask about the rules for setting up a stall at the dock. "Hello, big brother. This fried rice is available. When we finish setting up our stall, you can come and try it," Wen Yao said with a smile. The young man blushed at being called big brother and shyly scratched his head. "My name is Liuzi. Just call me Liuzi. When will you set up your stall?" The family exchanged looks. "Brother Liuzi, are there any rules for setting up a stall at the dock?" "This is our first time here," Wen Yao asked politely. Liuzi took a few small stools from his stall and invited them to sit before replying. "There aren't many rules. Just don't block the road. Find a spot and set up your stall. But every month, officials will come to collect a management fee of 100 coins. 100 coins a month. That's just the stall fee. Do we need to do any formalities at the government office to set up a stall?" Wen Yao asked again. "If it's your first time here, you need to register at the government office. But if you're taking over an existing stall, just tell them when they come to collect the fee at the end of the month," Liuzi answered. The family looked at each other. It seems they would need to go to the government office. However, Liuzi's next words made them happy. "My third uncle has a stall nearby. It's right next to mine. He hurt his leg last month while working, and his younger brothers and sisters are still small, so he can't run the stall anymore. He wants to transfer it," Liuzi said, pointing to an empty stall beside him. They looked at it. The stall wasn't big, but it had a ready-made awning, and best of all, there was a built-in stove. At first, Wen Yao thought this was someone else's stall that wasn't being used today, but it turned out to be for sale. Liuzi continued, "The only thing is, this location is a bit far from the dock. The food vendors are on the other side, where most workers go. Business there is better. My third uncle used to run a tea stand on this street, and there are many merchants and pedestrians passing by, so business isn't bad." Hearing that Wen Yao and his family planned to sell food to workers, Liuzi reminded them of this. Hearing this, the three of them thought Liuzi was a good person. And so, what if the location was a bit far? Isn't there a saying? Good food isn't afraid of being far away. Liuzi, how does your third uncle plan to sell this stall? What about the price? When Xiui asked, Liuzi knew the answer. My third uncle said, 200 coins for the tea shed, stove, and 2 tables with 8 chairs. If that's too expensive, 180 coins is okay, but no lower than that. The three of them listened and thought he was honest. The location was good, not too noisy or crowded. Although it was a bit far from the dock, once they built a good reputation, they wouldn't have to worry about customers. Just then, someone came to buy something, so Liuzi went to greet the customer. The family of 4 looked at each other. When Xiui said, as usual, let's vote. Should we buy the stall or not? Then, he raised his hand first.
He agreed to buy it.
He was worried that if he kept working, he wouldn't be able to support his 3 children. Wen Yao quickly thought it over and felt that 180 coins was acceptable. It saved them the trouble of going to the government office and buying tables, chairs, and a stove. Although the stall was a bit far, once they had a good reputation, they wouldn't lack customers. It was a good plan. Wen Yao also raised her hand. What about Wen Jun? Any opinions?
No.
Wen Jun also raised his hand, and the whole family of 3 looked at the big head curled up in Wen Xiui's arms. Big Head was surprised. Big Head, do you agree? Wen Yao asked, winking at him. Big Head had never thought he would get to make a decision in this family. Seeing his father and older brother and sister raise their hands, he was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with excitement, and he raised his little hand high. All 4 votes were in favor. The stall was bought. When Liuzi finished his business and turned around, the family of 4 had already discussed and decided to buy the stall. Liuzi was happy. If the fried rice they mentioned was really that delicious, then his stall was close by, and he could eat it any time he wanted. Okay, you watch the stall for me. I'll go find my third uncle, Liuzi said happily before leaving. When Yao went to the stall, looked at the various wooden products on it. The craftsmanship wasn't very fine, but it was polished carefully. She picked up a small basin and looked at it, then smiled at her father and brother. People nowadays are still simple and honest. She left without worry, not afraid that bad people would take her things away. Professor Wen held big head and replied, times are different now. It didn't take long before Liuzi returned, followed by a young woman wearing a headscarf. From afar, they saw that they were still there, and Liuzi clearly relaxed a bit. When they got home, their third uncle scolded them, and only then did Liuzi realize that if their family of 4 was a scam, they had left so suddenly. The items on the stall weren't worth much, but they were still their livelihood. Fortunately, they hurried back quickly, and both people and belongings were still there. Uncle, this is my third aunt. My third uncle can't come because he's not feeling well. You can talk to my third aunt too, Liuzi said, bringing the woman over to the others. When Xiui put down his head and instinctively reached out to shake hands. He remembered that in this time, that wasn't proper, so he turned and wiped his hands on his clothes. Then he said, Miss, Liuzi has told you, right? We want to buy your stall. Before Guoshi arrived, the head of the family had already said that as long as the price was right, they would sell the stall. Otherwise, they would just leave it there. So when Xiui responded immediately, to be honest, brother, if it weren't for the injury of the head of the family, we wouldn't sell this stall. Business isn't great, but it's still a way to make a living. Before coming, our head of the family said that if you're serious about buying, it'll be 180 coins and we'll give you the tables, chairs, and benches. Is that okay? Okay. What procedures do we need to do? Let's transfer it now, they said, eager to start working. Guo took out a document from her sleeve. This is the official paper from the Yamen. You give me the money and I'll give you the document. That's the transfer. The tables and chairs are already packed up. Later, Liuzi will take you to move everything. Wen Xiaoyi nodded and looked at Wen Yao. Yao Yao, give the money. Wen Yao quickly took out her purse and counted 180 coins, then handed them to Guo. Guo also handed the document to Wen Xiaoyi. The stall was now officially theirs. After collecting the money, Guo said, the Yamen usually comes at the end of the month to collect next month's stall fee. Later, have Liuzi help you talk to the officials. He's here every day selling stuff, so don't worry. Okay, then it's settled. Thanks, Liuzi, they replied. The stall was bought, and Guo helped Liuzi watch over it. She then told Liuzi to take Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Jun home to move the tables and chairs. Wen Yao stayed behind with the head of the family. While waiting, Wen Yao started chatting with Guo. Auntie, our home is far away. Is it okay to leave the tables and chairs here overnight? Wen Yao asked. Guo noticed that Wen Yao was obedient and well-behaved. Since her head was about the same size as her young son's, she became more patient and asked, do you set up your stall at night? Wen Yao was surprised. Setting up a night stall? That definitely wouldn't work. Their family of 3 already worked in shifts, and it was hard enough. Plus, their home was far away. She shook her head. Guo then said, the dock can have ships arriving at any time, so most of our family used to stay here to watch for visitors at night. If you don't set up at night, storing your items could be a problem. But it's okay. If it's inconvenient, you can leave your things at my house. It's not far, and you can carry everything with a cart in one trip. Wen Yao was happy. That's really kind of you. But won't it be too much trouble for you? She was worried they might bother the family with daily trips. Guo chuckled happily. No problem. Liuzi also takes his things home after closing each day. He has a small room with a door facing outside, so it won't disturb us. Wen Yao thought for a moment and agreed. After all, she had paid 180 coins for the items. Losing them would be a real shame. If they couldn't set up their stall, they could just help this family out by giving them some benefits later. When Wen Xiaoyi and the others returned, Wen Yao told them about this plan. Wen Xiaoyi hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said it might trouble Liuzi and his brothers in the future, but this meant their newly moved items would have to be moved back, since they hadn't prepared anything today and couldn't set up their stall. Fortunately, Liuzi was honest and straightforward. He helped push the cart and carried the tables and chairs back home. To thank Liuzi, they also needed some supplies. Wen Yao bought 2 large basins, 2 small basins, 2 big wooden buckets with lids, 2 small buckets, and 2 steaming baskets for rice, spending 150 coins. Liuzi was worried they might have trouble carrying everything, so he lent them his cart to take the items home. They thanked him again and pushed the cart. They placed Big Head into one of the basins on the cart and then headed back to the city to buy more supplies. After all, they needed everything ready for tomorrow's market. By the time they returned to Gadong village with rice, oil, and seasonings, it was already dark. Luckily, there were no villagers at the entrance, or their cart full of goods would have caused a lot of talk. Thinking about this, the 3 of them slowed down their steps and returned home just as night fell. When they reached the door, they hadn't gone inside yet. The door suddenly opened from inside. A man who looked about 70 to 80% like Wen Xiaoyi was standing at the door. Seeing all the things on the cart, he was stunned and forgot to greet them. Second uncle, Wen Yao called out, finally bringing Wen Xiaozhu back to his senses. Wen Xiaozhu looked at them and rubbed his eyes. Wen Xiaoyi peeked out from behind the cart, looking at his somewhat dazed younger brother. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. Oh. Wen Xiaozhu snapped out of his daze and quickly stepped forward to help Wen Xiaoyi push the cart into the house. Wen Yao followed closely, closing the door behind them. Although, honestly, whether the door was closed or not didn't make much difference. Big brother, did you go somewhere again? Wen Xiaozhu frowned as he looked at all the stuff. His first thought was that Wen Xiaoyi had gone gambling again, won some money, and bought all this. Otherwise, where did they get the money? Wen Xiaoyi didn't need to ask what he was talking about. He knew. He didn't explain, just looked at the newly tidied kitchen. The stove was fixed, though no wall was built. They had set up a shelter so the sun wouldn't shine directly, and it wouldn't get rained on. Wow, the kitchen is fixed. Thanks for your hard work. I bought some meat. I'll bring some back later for the kids to snack on, Wen Xiaoyi said as he started rummaging through the stuff on the cart. Yao Yao, Xiaojun, hurry up and help carry things. Wen Xiaozhu stared at him blankly, thinking he must have heard wrong. Did his big brother say he bought meat? And that he wanted him to bring some back for the kids? Is that really his big brother? Right? Seeing the family of 3 start helping to carry things, Wen Xiaozhu quickly stepped forward to help. After they moved everything into the simple kitchen, he hesitated and awkwardly pulled Wen Xiaoyi aside. Big brother, I have to tell you, your parents have already filled so many gaps for you. Can't you change? Even if it's just for the 3 kids? Since the sister-in-law left, if you still can't get your act together, the kids will really be ruined. Wen Xiaoyi cursed inwardly, thinking it was a disaster. Then he explained, I didn't gamble. I won't gamble anymore. I won't gamble in the future. From now on, I will take good care of the 3 kids. Huh? Wen Xiaozhu thought he would be scolded again for meddling like before. But hearing this from his brother, he was stunned. He must have been sleepy today, because he actually heard such heartfelt words from his big brother. All right, Wen Xiaoyi pushed him gently. The past is over. By the way, how much did it cost to fix this kitchen today? Wen Xiaozhu was successfully led astray and replied, about 20 or 31. We don't have any ready materials at home. My dad went to the village to gather some old sand, and I finished it in a day. Big brother, are you really not going to gamble anymore? Wen Xiaoyi glared at him. I said I won't gamble anymore. If you bring it up again, I might hit you. Wen Xiaozhu instinctively shrank his neck, and Wen Xiaoyi laughed loudly as he continued sorting through things. Today, they bought 20 jin of rice, 20 jin of flour, and some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. They also slaughtered 5 jin of meat, spending over 400 won in total. To make fried rice, they needed a pot with a handle, so they ordered one from the blacksmith and planned to pick it up tomorrow, spending another 100 won. Adding the money for their stall, buckets, and basins, their first-day earnings from selling medicinal herbs quickly ran out. Fortunately, they found a steady, long-term way to make a living. No matter how the business went, at least they had food to eat and wouldn't starve. Wen Xiaoyi cut a piece of meat, about 2 jin, and took a small, fist-sized jar from the cart. He sniffed it happily, showing a look of pure enjoyment. Alcohol, although not as good as modern types, still smelled nice. However, Professor Wen had stopped drinking years ago. He decided just to smell it this time since he still needed to use it to ease tensions at the old house. Let's go. I want to see my parents. I also have something to tell them, Wen Xiaoyi said, carrying the things as he headed outside. He also reminded Wen Yao to cook, saying he would come back to eat later. Originally, Dezhu, who was sitting at the door playing by himself, saw this and immediately tucked his clay doll into his arms. He waddled after them on his short legs. Wen Xiaozhu instinctively reached out to hug Dezhu, but Dezhu dodged him and went straight to Wen Xiaoyi. This unlucky kid, coming so close, was asking for scolding. Then he saw Wen Xiaoyi smiling as he handed things to him and directly scooped Dezhu into his arms. Wen Xiaozhu wanted to rub his eyes but could only stare in shock at the interaction between father and son because his hands were full of things. Dezhu tilted his head in confusion, looking at him. Wow, is this really his big brother? Dezhu was almost 4 years old, and this was the first time he saw his brother hold him. This was too strange. Everything felt so weird. This must be a hallucination, Wen Xiaozhu muttered, shaking his head as he followed along. At the old house, Li Shi heard sounds outside and thought her husband had returned. When she opened the door, she saw Wen Xiaoyi holding Dezhu standing at the entrance. Her smile immediately froze on her face. It was a smile that wasn't quite a smile, neither happy nor unhappy. Big brother is here, Mrs. Li said firmly, raising her voice slightly. The talking in the yard immediately quieted down. Looking behind him, Wen Xiaozhu was still stunned from earlier, holding wine and meat, and when he saw Mrs. Li blocking the door, he frowned and asked, "What are you standing here for?" Mrs. Lee kept signaling to him with her eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? Wen Xiaozhu asked curiously.
Mrs. Lee didn't respond.
Wen Xiaozhu pretended not to understand her expressive gestures and directly asked, Are Mom and Dad home? They're here, probably, Mrs. Lee replied, suddenly alert. If they are here, they are here. If not, they are not. Still, if they are here, it's just because he's worried he might not get in. Although he didn't come to cause trouble, he was determined to enter today. He gently patted Big Head's head and whispered, Son, it's up to you. Big Head understood immediately, slipped down from him, and quickly ran past Mrs. Lee into the house. Mrs. Lee couldn't stop him. There was no reason to stop him. After all, the person going in was Big Head. Once inside, Big Head headed straight for Mrs. Luo, tugging at her sleeve and pointing repeatedly at the door. After a while, Mrs. Luo spoke softly. Second son's family let him come in. She wanted to see what kind of trouble this person was planning, but this time she couldn't be soft no matter what he said. When Xiaozhu finally managed to enter the house. Why you? When Xiaozhu was walking behind and glared at Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Lee, sharp-eyed, saw the meat in his hand and immediately brightened her eyes, reaching out to grab it. Did you buy meat? This is Big Brother's gift for Mom and Dad. Mrs. Lee was already holding the meat, pondering how to cook it to get more bites. Hearing this, she suddenly felt the meat was too hot to hold. Her face changed drastically. If Big Brother brought it, what does that mean? Flattering without sincerity, he's probably trying to trick the elders again. She had to watch closely and not let Grandma get confused again. The house wasn't just Big Brother's family. At this moment, the meat was no longer important. Mrs. Lee quickly put it back into Wen Xiaozhu's hands and hurried inside. Wen Xiaozhu saw the meat return to his hands and followed. The atmosphere inside the house was strange. Old Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo sat cross-legged on the Kong, heated bed, and no one invited Wen Xiaozhu. He simply took a small stool and sat down. Ruoshi frowned but didn't say anything. Old Wen just kept his head down and didn't look at him. The only person paying attention to him was probably the Big Head sitting close by. When Li entered, she also pulled a long Kai from the third household. She didn't speak and just stood there silently. When Wen's Huzu came in carrying something, everyone in the room looked at him. Ruoshi saw the meat he was holding, and Old Wen, smelling the alcohol, also looked up. Wen's Huzu said, Father, Mother, this is my older brother bringing this as a gift for you. Ruoshi immediately lost interest, and even Old Wen looked longingly at the wine bottle before lowering his head again. After a while, Ruoshi finally spoke, Take your things back. We have already separated the families. You live your life, and we live ours. We don't need your respect. It's better if we don't see each other. Wen's Huzu sighed inwardly. What kind of trouble had he caused in his previous life? Still, he knew how important family was in ancient times. Even if he had to force himself, he had to speak today. No matter how much it could help, at least he wanted the people in the old house to stop treating their family as enemies. Father, Mother, I came today to admit my mistakes. I was foolish before, and did some stupid things. After this, I understand. I won't do it again. I set up a small stall at the dock to earn some money to support my 3 children and to honor you, to be prepared for anything. When Jose decided to say everything at once. Whatever happens, happens. Whether he shows his head or hides it, it's all the same. Ruoshi didn't say whether she would accept the gift. She just looked at Wen's Huzu and asked, Are you planning something bad again? I advise you to give up that idea. Our family doesn't have anything left to cause trouble. Wen's Huzu rubbed his hands nervously. He tended to do that when he was nervous. Li, afraid that Wen's Huzu might trick the elders again like before, also said, Yes, Big Brother. This isn't just your family. Our second and third households also have many people. Sister-in-law, don't you agree? Suddenly, Kai, who was being pointed at, secretly looked at Ruoshi and could only nod. She was timid and usually did whatever her mother and second sister-in-law said. In the past, the eldest sister-in-law looked down on them because they came from a humble background and rarely spoke to them. She didn't dare say much about the big family's affairs either. But her second sister-in-law had a point. If their parents continued to care only about the older brother's family like before, their lives would be difficult too. When Xiui knew that repairing this relationship wouldn't happen overnight. Talking more wouldn't help. Anyway, he was here today just to show his stance. There's still a long way to go, so he decided to take things slowly. When Xiui simply stood up, took Daju's hand, and said, "Father, Mother, this meat and wine were bought specially today when I came to town to show respect to you two. The things are here now, and I should take Daju back. Yao Yao and Xiaojun are waiting for us to eat. So I'll go now." Since no one would pay attention to him anyway, when Xiui finished speaking and slipped out with Daju. As soon as they stepped outside, he let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest nervously. It was really suffocating. He was afraid the two elders might see through him. Looking down at his son, when Xiui quickly picked Daju up and said, "Good boy, let's go home and eat." Daju giggled happily in his arms. Inside the house, Mrs. Luo awkwardly held the things, unsure whether to put them down or not. "Put the wine in the cabinet, hang the meat in the kitchen. The second families, maybe tomorrow we can stew some cabbage for the children," Mrs. Luo finally spoke. Li Shi happily agreed and didn't forget to tug at her distracted husband. As long as her parents didn't keep giving money to support the big house, she didn't care. Plus, there was meat to eat. Why not eat it? They didn't believe what Wen Xiui said anyway. In the house, only the elderly couple remained. Mrs. Luo hadn't spoken for a while and looked upset. Old Wen took a puff of dry tobacco and then said softly, "Don't think too much. Everyone has their own fate. We're already half in the coffin. How much more can we control?" Mrs. Luo rolled her eyes at him. "Who said we want to control him?" Old Wen pouted and muttered something she didn't catch, but she clearly saw him reach out to grab the wine.
"Why?"
she asked. Old Wen awkwardly retracted his hand, grumbling, "Can't I just look?" "Really?" Mrs. Luo glared at him and directly locked the wine in the cabinet. Old Wen looked on eagerly, but didn't dare say a word. He simply turned around and left, walking out with his hands behind his back. When Xiui and Daju happily returned home, laughing along the way. As soon as they entered, they smelled a delicious aroma. Daju struggled to get down and eagerly rushed into their simple kitchen. He leaned over the stove, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, wishing he could swallow all the fragrant smell coming from the pot. "Don't burn yourself. Sit over there, dinner will be ready soon." When June hugged the big-headed boy in his armpit and moved him to a stool beside the table. When Yao opened the lid of the pot, and immediately, the fresh fish aroma filled the room. "Fresh, so fresh," when Xiui said, looking enchanted as he leaned in to smell the stove. It was truly natural, pollution-free river fish. Just the smell alone could make one's mouth water. When Yao was very pleased with everyone's reactions and ladled out the fish soup. The soup was milky and rich, with no fishy smell. Tasting a sip, it was even more flavorful. Eating a piece of fish, tender and smooth, and biting into the radish cooked with the fish, the fresh fish flavor mixed with the crisp aroma of the radish. If it weren't so hot, Professor Wen could have eaten 3 pieces at once. "Girl, your cooking gets better and better," Professor Wen said, swallowing half a radish and sighing with admiration. When Yao quickly glanced at Big Head, saw he was focused on his bowl, and finally relaxed. She kicked Wen Xiui under the table and shot him a look.
"Ben Xiu'yi çakleta karli."
"Oops, my mistake." A pot of fish soup for family members, all eating happily. Big Head was sitting on a small stool, holding his belly, still savoring the taste of the fish soup. After dinner, when Yao soaked the rice for the next day's steaming. When June tidied up the kitchen, and the family sat inside counting their remaining belongings. They had sold medicinal herbs and the money Big Head brought out, leaving less than 400 coins on the table. The family fell silent. "Father, elder brother, tomorrow is up to you," when Yao said, looking at the money and then at her father and brother. When Xiui patted his chest.
"Don't worry, Dad.
My cooking might not be as good as yours, but I've practiced my fried rice for decades. I guarantee each grain is separate, full, and tastes fantastic." When Yao rolled her eyes without hesitation, and when June couldn't help but laugh silently. It's true, after all, they had eaten fried rice for decades. Only Big Head looked at Wen Xiaoyi with a strange expression, tilting his head. Wen Xiaoyi didn't explain, just reached out and tousled his son's head. Don't worry, business will be booming tomorrow. Since it was their first time setting up a stall, Wen Yao definitely wanted to go along. Not because she doubted Professor Wen's cooking, but because she wanted to see if their fried rice could sell well. If not, they'd have to think of ways to attract customers. The next morning, before dawn, Weinian got up first. She put the soaked rice into the steamer and packed all the side dishes prepared the night before. Wenyu quickly followed, loading everything onto a cart. Big Head was awakened by the smell of rice drifting into the house. After he dressed and rubbed his sleepy eyes, he followed the scent into the kitchen. By then, Weinian had already packed all the steamed rice into a bucket. Wenxiu stood by the stove, stirring the pot vigorously while humming a tune Big Head had never heard before. The little boy couldn't speak yet. He just stood at the door. Weinian saw him and realized he had already woken up. She pulled Big Head onto a stool, roughly wiped his face with a warm cloth, and then waved to Wenyu. "Brother, take a look at him," Weinian said, then gently pinched Big Head's chin. "Open your mouth," she ordered. Big Head obediently opened his mouth. Wenyu leaned in, turning Big Head's head this way and that, but after a while, he closed his mouth again. Without precise tools, honestly, just looking at him didn't reveal much. "Big Head, say, ah for brother," Wenyu sat down. The boy stared at him for a moment, then made a sound. "Ah." Wenyu, make it a bit louder. Big Head. "Ah." Wenyu, again. Big Head. "Ah."
Ah.
"Ah." Wenyu, call me G, brother. Brother. Big Head remained silent. Wenyu, helpless, rubbed his forehead and left. After Wenyu left, Weinian took over. It took a long time, but Big Head still wouldn't speak, so she gave up too. The siblings huddled together, whispering. Weinian recalled the original story's description of how they talked to Big Head. Unfortunately, she didn't know if the original author had set it up that way and later decided it couldn't be explained, or if something was changed later. Anyway, on that day, Big Head suddenly started talking inexplicably. Isn't that amazing? The only certainty was that this child would speak someday. It was just a matter of time. Just wait and see. Today's breakfast was scrambled eggs with rice, cooked by Wenyu. It was the first time Big Head saw such a dish, each grain distinct, topped with golden eggs, sprinkled with a handful of green onions, vibrant and appetizing. If Wenyu hadn't urged him to eat quickly to avoid being late for the city, Big Head could have counted the rice grains in his bowl. "Let's go into town." After packing everything and locking the house, Dad placed a 2 on the cart. Wen Xiao easily waved his hand, and the whole family set off. By this time, the villagers had already woken up and started working. Seeing the family's departure, some people gathered to talk quietly. Someone wondered, what is Wen Xiao's family doing? Are they moving everything away? Someone else said dismissively, it's good they're leaving. It saves them from influencing others in the village. At the old house, a young boy about the same age as Wen Yao ran back home from outside, heading straight for the old folks' room. "Grandpa, Grandma, my eldest uncle took to 2 and left with a cart," reported Wen Fa, the youngest son of the Wen family, who was the same age as Wen Yao. His grandma had told him to go out and play early in the morning and to keep an eye on his eldest uncle's family. So, just after Wen Xiao and the others left, Wen Fa came back to report. Mrs. Luo got off the bed and stood at the door, but saw nothing. The village's winding roads made it hard to tell where the family had gone. She frowned and asked, "Did you see what was loaded onto the cart?" When Fa shook his head. Mrs. Luo beckoned him over, and when Fa immediately leaned in to listen. She gave him some instructions, and he ran off quickly. Soon after, he returned panting. "The front door is locked, and both rooms are locked too." Mrs. Luo nodded and dismissed Wen Fa, though she still felt uneasy inside. Could it be that the eldest is tricking the children outside? Hopefully not. They are his children, after all. Meanwhile, the family of 4 didn't know what was happening at the old house. They happily headed toward their new life. In the city, Wen Yao and Wen Xiao pushed a 2 on the cart toward the dock. When June went to pick up the frying pan they ordered yesterday. When they arrived, they saw Lu Zi looking around anxiously from afar. When he saw them, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "Uncle Wen, I was worried you wouldn't come," Lu Zi said as he took Wen Yao's place and helped push the cart. The stall's tables and chairs were already set up and cleaned. Next to the stove, there was firewood and some wood shavings. Wen Yao felt warm inside. "Brother Lu, thank you so much for helping us tidy up. How much is the firewood?" "I'll pay you." Liu Zi shyly scratched his head and waved his hand. No need, no need. Helping out is nothing. I came early this morning and had nothing to do, so I tidied up. Also, you bought so many things yesterday. Giving you some firewood is nothing. These wood shavings are good for starting a fire. Liu Zi's family are carpenters, so it's clear these firewoods are scraps, and the wood shavings are indeed useful for starting fires. Then I won't be polite anymore. I'll treat you to lunch, Wen Yao said. She is someone who appreciates gratitude. When others are sincere with them, they naturally respond with sincerity. Wen Yao's words made Liu Zi feel a bit embarrassed, as if he was just freeloading, though he also wanted to try the food. Then I won't be polite either, Uncle Wen. Let me help you. Wen Yao found a small stool, placed it under a big tree nearby, and told Daju not to run around. She then went to help as well. When Wen Jun brought back a pot, the stove was already lit. A large pot from home was placed on the stove, boiling soup. Their soup is free. Buy fried rice and get a bowl of soup with 3 eggs, some cabbage, and a little oil, which is already quite good. It was almost noon now, and more people came and went. Some people looked at them curiously, but only glanced and then left. Wen Xiaoyi, wearing an apron around his waist and a headscarf, stood in front of the stove with a spatula, waiting for customers. But no one came. Liu Zi awkwardly smiled, remembering he had said yesterday that there were many people here, but on the first day of opening, no one showed up. Uncle Wen, maybe it's not the right time yet. When Xiaoyi remained calm and comforted him, "It's okay, it's just the beginning. Everyone goes through this." When Yao's eyes twirled, and she said, "Dad, Daju must be hungry. Liu Zi, and we've been busy all morning. Why don't you cook us a bowl of rice?" "All right." When Xiaoyi rolled up his sleeves, and the spatula in his hand started moving. There was no cooking oil, just a small spoon of lard going into the pot. The aroma quickly spread far and wide. When Xiaoyi moved quickly and smoothly, attracting many people's attention. They stopped to watch curiously, wondering what he was doing. When Yao saw everyone's reactions and smiled. Her mind was like that. If a familiar place suddenly changed its business, people would be curious. At this moment, she needed to do something to let everyone know what they were doing. Naturally, some people would come to try it. When a pot of fragrant fried rice was finally ready, when Xiaoyi sprinkled the chopped green onions on top. Some people even let out a small gasp, as if adding these onions made the dish perfect. Wen Yao, Wen Jun, and Tu Li Zi each took a bowl. Wen Yao simply grabbed a small stool and sat in front of the stall to eat. She exaggeratedly praised the food, telling her big-headed friend that her father's fried rice was so delicious. Unfortunately, Tu was too busy eating to pay attention to her. Li Zi was even more dramatic, eating and shouting, "Uncle Wen, your fried rice is so good. So hot, so tasty, just so delicious." Compared to them, Wen Jun was much more reserved. He quietly held his bowl and ate. But judging by how fast he was eating, everyone could tell the rice smelled very good. "Boss, what are you selling here?" Finally, a customer arrived. Judging by their outfit, they seemed to be a nearby vendor. When Xiaoyi wiped his hands on his apron, lifted the cloth covering the side dishes, and explained, "This is fried rice. Our rice is steamed slowly, over gentle heat. We don't use leftovers from previous days. All the vegetables are fresh. Would you like to try some?" Li Zi saw the person asking and, without swallowing his food, said, "Brother Lu, it's really delicious. You should try some." The vendor named Lu looked at him and, after a moment of hesitation, also started to salivate. He had been out early and was quite hungry, so he asked, "How much does it cost?" "Vegetable fried rice costs 10 cents, egg fried rice 12 cents per bowl, with meat it's 15 cents, and soup is free." The vendor hesitated a little. That's a bit expensive. Lizzie spoke again. Brother Lu, it's not too expensive. Look, the rice is real and Uncle Wen's cooking skills are excellent. Hearing this, the vendor was tempted and decided, all right, I'll have a bowl of egg fried rice. He took out 12 cents and handed it to Wen Xiao-yi. Wen Xiao-yi pointed to a clay jar beside the stove. Just put the money here. 1 bowl of egg fried rice. Please wait a moment. This was their first sale. Wen Xiao-yi took it very seriously and even performed a little spoon-tossing trick, making the crowd watching cheer and clap. When the bowl of fried rice was ready, everyone around eagerly watched the vendor Lu taste the first bite. Lu was nervous, but as the rice entered his mouth, the aroma hit his taste buds strongly. Delicious, he exclaimed, still holding some rice in his mouth, and then quickly started eating with gusto. Wen Xiao-yi smiled happily. He wasn't good at many things, but his fried rice was truly excellent. They had the first person to try the fried rice, and it was confirmed to be delicious. The price was also quite reasonable, so more people started to come. Some who wanted to save money ordered a plain fried rice, those willing to spend more ordered egg fried rice, and some wanted to try adding meat. Before noon, the fried rice stall's tasty food gradually became popular at the dock. Wen Yao and Wen Jun were busy wiping tables, collecting bowls, and washing dishes. Even the big-headed kid was left to look after by Lu Zi. Lu Zi somehow found a wooden toy, and the big-headed kid sat by the tree playing alone. When noon arrived, curious workers who heard about the fried rice came in small groups. That afternoon, they sold out a large bucket of rice they had prepared. Later, more people arrived but couldn't get any. Neither the family of 3 expected that their first day of business would be so successful.
I'm really sorry.
Since it's our first day selling, we didn't prepare much rice. Tomorrow, you'll definitely be able to get some. Sorry about that. We'll save some for you tomorrow. Wen Xiao-yi happily saw off the customers who didn't get any, grinning from ear to ear, then hung up the closed sign and ran back to share the day's earnings with his children. Yao Yao, how much do you think we made? Wen Xiao-yi looked at the money jar, eyes shining brightly, completely ignoring his arm soreness. Wen Yao didn't count the coins herself, but based on the amount of ingredients they prepared, 15 jin of rice, enough for 100 servings. Even with the cheapest plain fried rice, they earned about 1,000 coins. And many people also ordered egg fried rice or added meat. Wen Yao raised one finger excitedly and said, at least this much. She really wanted to find a place to count the money now. The family of 3 was unusually happy. No one expected their first day of business to be so successful. Seeing Wen Xiao-yi massaging his arm, Wen Jun took the initiative to sit beside him and took over the massage, since he was good at it. While enjoying his son's help, Wen Xiao-yi planned the next steps. Later, Xiao Jun and I will pack up and deliver the things to Uncle Lu Zi's third uncle's house, then buy some rice and vegetables. We also need to get a cart. We can't keep relying on Lu Zi. Tonight, we won't set up the stall for the evening market. First, we haven't prepared enough supplies, and we're in a rush now. Plus, there's not much time. What do you think? Wen Yao agreed. Not to mention, the rice soaking time was too short and the steaming time was off. As a result, the steamed rice turned out differently, with a different texture. They shouldn't risk damaging their reputation just to make more money. Today was also a successful first attempt. Besides covering costs, they earned quite a bit. People don't gain weight in a day, and business isn't finished in a day either. De Tu's head was almost touching the ground. If Wen Yao hadn't supported him, he might have fallen asleep right on the spot. When they heard they wanted to buy a cart, Lu Zi waved his hand and said, why buy another? Just use what you have. It's no problem. Wen Xiao-yi disagreed. Lu Zi, we're all different. Uncle knows you mean well, but this cart belongs to your family. We're not using it every day, right? Just tell me where to buy one, and we'll go buy it ourselves. Hearing this, Lu Zi didn't press further. He said, why go somewhere else? My dad can make one. Don't you see what my family does? He proudly pointed to the wooden crafts behind him.
Haha, that's right.
Uncle, how much does it cost to make a cart? Wen Xiao-yi asked. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too expensive. Right now, he wished he could split a coin in half to save money. Lu Zi didn't really want to profit from them. He said, just give Uncle 60 coins for the wood. I'll tell my dad tonight. It'll take 2 or 3 days to make the cart. You can use this one for now. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know much about prices, but since Luzi said so, he probably wouldn't cheat them. 60 coins was roughly equivalent to 60 yuan in their old world. Would 60 yuan buy a handcart there? That was probably a big mistake to think so. All right, uncle, I won't be polite then. Yao Yao, give him the money. As the financial manager, Wen Yao quickly counted out 60 copper coins and handed them to Luzi. Luzi took the money, patted his chest, and promised he would make a sturdy cart for them. Seeing that Tu was about to fall asleep, Wen Xiao-yi took Wen Jun and carried the tables and chairs to Luzi's uncle's small storage room. They cleaned the stove and the area around the stall, pushed the cart, and placed Tu in an empty bucket. The family then set off to buy supplies. This shopping trip was much easier than the last, since they knew the way now. Before dark, the family of 4 returned to the village. Many people were outside working or chatting. When they saw them come back, some couldn't help but point and whisper. I could faintly hear a few words from the scholar, like, don't learn badly or don't play with them, but the family of 3 didn't take it seriously. They pushed the cart and went home. Wen Yao went straight inside, dumped the money from the jar onto the table, and started counting. There were so many coins that she was very excited. 60 coins for the cart, 50 jin of rice costs 400 coins, 5 jin of meat costs 60 coins, 10 jin of pig fat costs 100 coins. In total, I spent 620 coins, and I still have 712 coins left. Dad, today I earned over 1,300 coins, Wen Yao said happily while counting. 1,000 coins equal 1 tael of silver. Today's earnings are enough for a good life. A day of good food and luxury is coming soon. Wen Xiao-yi looked at the remaining money and felt very happy. At least they had some income, and there was hope for better days. Yao Yao, take the money and go find your grandma.
See if there are any eggs to buy.
Eggs in the city cost 3 coins for 2. You can sell them to your grandma at the same price, so she doesn't lose money, and she won't sell them in the city, Wen Xiao-yi instructed. Okay, I'll go see grandma and make myself known, Wen Yao said quickly. She packed the extra money, counted out 75 coins, and put them in her pocket. She also wrapped 3 pieces of snacks they bought from the roadside in paper, each costing 2 coins. She bought 5 pieces, spending a lot. On the way, she shared one with Big Head, almost choking on it. The snacks she made were far better. As soon as she got home, Big Head, feeling fully energized, jumped and ran happily to the old house. Going back again, Yao Yao had a childhood moment all over again. Sorry for you, son, but you have to work with Dad to earn money, Wen Xiao-yi said emotionally, patting his son's shoulder and sighing. Wen Jun twitched his mouth and said, Professor Wen, I'm 35, not 16. Then he joked, if I had known we'd end up here, I should have studied traditional Chinese medicine. Wen Xiao-yi waved his hand and said, oh well, who would have thought? But it's okay. Once Dad earns enough money, I'll send you to study Chinese medicine. When that happens, I'll be a doctor of both Western and Chinese medicine. That'll be impressive. Wen Jun chuckled and said, yes, you're the most impressive. Let's go home. I'll give you some stretching exercises, or tomorrow your arms will be full of lactic acid, and you won't be able to lift anything. Okay, I've been working all day with the pots. My arms really can't take it, Wen Xiao-yi said with a smile, hugging his son and heading back inside. Wen Yao and Tu happily arrived at the old house, and before entering, they called out loudly, Grandma, open the door. Grandma, we're here to see you. Mrs. Luo, sitting inside, suddenly felt a jolt in her heart and looked outside. Who's shouting outside? Mrs. Li quickly ran to the door. When she opened it, she saw Wen Yao and Tu holding hands and standing there, looking at her. She didn't see Wen Xiao-yi and felt relieved. It's Yao Yao and Tu. What's the matter? Do you need something? Mrs. Li asked as she looked at the paper package Wen Yao was holding. Wen Yao pulled Tu inside and replied, yes, second aunt. I came to talk to my grandma about something. Grandma, I'm here. Grandma. Wen Yao exaggeratedly ran into the house with De Tu, shouting. Mrs. Luo got off the Kong bed and started complaining to old man Wen. This naughty girl used to be so quiet, and now her voice is so loud. After saying that, she opened the door. What are you doing? Mrs. Luo asked with a bad attitude. Mrs. Li found Kai and whispered, the older one isn't coming anymore, but the younger one is running around more. I don't know what they're up to. She peeked inside the house as she spoke. No, I need to listen. I can't let the old lady be tricked again, Mrs. Li said, patting her clothes and sneaking closer to listen at the door. Mrs. Luo sat back down cross-legged on the Kong. Tell me, what's going on? Wen Yao took a small stool and sat right beside Mrs. Luo's feet, looking up at her with a cheerful smile. Grandma, it's good news. Mrs. Luo snorted dismissively and smiled. Don't say that. I don't want to hear your good news. Wen Yao moved closer, grabbing the old lady's sleeve. Really, Grandma? Today, my dad went to the dock to sell things. Business is pretty good, and everything he brought is sold out. Tomorrow, he needs eggs, so I came to buy some for you. Mrs. Luo looked as if she had heard something shocking. When Hao Han sat up straight, surprised. You said what? Your dad went to sell things? Business is good. Could it be that he's gotten old and his hearing is bad? Wen Yao took out money and placed it on the Kong. I brought the money. Grandpa, really? My dad has truly changed this time. The old couple looked at each other and then at the money Wen Yao placed down. They still found it hard to believe. What kind of stall is he running? What is he selling? Mrs. Luo pinched a copper coin with her finger, and it was real. Wen Yao simply explained to the elderly couple what her father was doing. Mrs. Luo still seemed a bit doubtful. Is this rice with vegetables really so delicious that it sold out in just one afternoon? Wen Yao nodded. Many people didn't get any. They said they'll come back tomorrow. Mrs. Luo looked at Old Wen, who also looked surprised. It really didn't seem like their mischievous eldest son. Your father, is he really determined to do some work and earn money? Mrs. Luo took out the money and counted it, 75 coins. Not too much, not too little, but she still felt a bit unsure inside. Wen Yao immediately became more confident, sat on the Kong bed, and linked her arm with the old lady's, acting cute as she said, Really, Grandma? My dad has truly changed this time. Don't believe it? Asked De Tu. Mrs. Luo ignored her arm and looked at De Tu. De Tu looked confused at first, then nodded heavily, even pulling out his dried clay figurine from his pocket to show Mrs. Luo. This is what Dad bought for De Tu, Wen Yao said, speaking for her little brother. Mrs. Luo was truly surprised. Since De Tu was born, Wen Xiu-yi hadn't taken much care of him, not even looked at him properly. Now he was buying clay figurines for De Tu. She thought for a moment, then put the money away. All right, I understand. I'll ask your second aunt to count the eggs, but we don't have that many at home. She can go next door and gather a few more to make 50 so you have enough. She then called out a few times for Li Shi. Li Shi was already at the door, listening to everything. When she heard her mother-in-law's voice, she hurried in, called out, Father, Mother, and looked at Wen Yao with a smile. Yao Yao, how much money does your dad usually earn in a day? Mrs. Luo's face darkened. Why do you ask? Go count the eggs at home, then go to the neighbors and gather a few more to make 50 for Yao Yao. Why do you always have so many questions? Li Shi shrank her neck and muttered softly, I just want to know when Big Brother will pay back our money. Wen Yao, holding the old lady's arm, clearly felt her grandmother's mood weaken after hearing this. She seemed to realize she was in the wrong. It's true. It's unfair to the second and third households for the main family to give so much to Wen Xiu-yi over the years. Li Shi mumbled and left. Mrs. Luo then gently pulled Wen Yao's hand away and moved slightly to the side. She said, Go back and tell your father if he dares to act foolish again, I will risk my life to beat him to death, so he won't harm others anymore. Wen Yao was happy inside and immediately leaned in, shouting happily, Grandma, you're the best. You're the best grandma in the world. The big-headed child mimicked others and pulled on Luo's sleeve, shaking it happily. Such a cute scene made Luo blush. Go away, pulling and tugging like that. Can you even carry 50 eggs? Although Luo said this dismissively, her tone was much gentler than before, and Wen Yao could tell she was feeling better. Wen-nong, where is Wen-nong? Where did he go? Luo called out a few times. Soon, Wen-nong ran into the room. Grandma, what's wrong? Wen-nong looked confused. Luo impatiently pulled her arm away from Wen-yao's hand and shot her a quick glare before saying, help your sister carry the eggs back later. Wen-nong was a bit surprised. Didn't Grandma say she wouldn't care for Uncle's family anymore? Why was she giving them eggs? Still, she replied obediently, okay. Li Shi quickly collected 50 eggs and carried them home in a basket. Mom, we have 20 eggs and the neighbors collected 30, so all 50 are here, Li Shi said. Luo counted 4-5 eggs and handed her 3 coins, saying, go pay them. 2 coins for 50 eggs, the same price as in the city. They don't need to take the eggs into town to sell, which saves them trouble. Li Shi knew that Wen-yao had given the money. She wanted to ask if they really earned money from it, but out of respect for her mother-in-law's authority, she didn't dare ask and just took the money and left. Luo, full of disdain, told Wen-yao to take the eggs and leave. Wen-yao happily placed the paper-wrapped snacks on the table beside the old lady. Grandma, we bought some snacks for you and Grandpa to try. Big Head, let's go, she said, pulling Big Head away before the old lady could say anything. Wen-nong quickly greeted Luo and Old Man Wen, carrying the eggs and following behind. Luo leaned her head out to watch them leave before opening the paper bag on the table. Inside were 3 small cakes, about the size of a palm. Her expression softened a little. Old Man Wen tapped his pipe on the brick bed and said, they still remember to show respect. They're not completely bad. Luo took a small piece of the cake and tasted it, her brow furrowing. It was hard and overly sweet. Without raising her head, she replied, he's my son. I know exactly what he's like. Old Man Wen clicked his tongue. Who was it that was so angry they wanted to cut ties? But he didn't dare say that now, so he simply broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. Yes, it was sweet. Ruoshi saw his face full of enjoyment and wanted to reach out to give him the wrapped paper. So sweet to eat. Look at you, don't eat it all. Share some with the little ones at home. Old One had just tasted a bit of sweetness and wasn't full yet. He loved sweet things. Oh, you're like this? I just tasted a little, and I haven't eaten much.
There are still 2 whole pieces left.
If we share them, it should be enough for them, he said, eyes fixed on the treats. Ruoshi didn't care what he said and directly put the snacks away. Didn't others know? This old man, when eating sweets, has no limit. If she didn't take them away soon, all 3 pieces would be gone. Wen-nong helped Wen-yao carry back the eggs. He didn't see Wen-xiao-yi and Wen-jun but heard occasional screams from inside the house. Could there be a bad person inside? The young man, scared, quickly set down the eggs and nervously protected Wen-yao and the big-headed child behind him. He trembled and said, what's going on? Don't be afraid. If things get worse, go call my dad and the others. Wen-yao looked at this half-grown boy. Even though she was trembling with fear, she knew to protect her sister and brother. Just for that, she would remember the kindness of these people at the old house. But what were Dad and Big Brother doing? Dad? Big Brother? What are you doing? Wen-yao called out toward the house. The scream stopped. Wen-jun opened the door and saw Wen-nong and 2 small heads peeking out behind him. He shook his arms and said, just giving Dad a massage. Wen-yao responded with an, oh, and tugged Wen-nong. Nong-ji, my brother is giving Dad a massage. It's okay, it's okay. Don't be nervous. Wen-nong scratched his head. What kind of massage was that? Why did Uncle sound so distressed? But it seemed that Wen-jun was helping Uncle with something. As long as it was nothing bad, it was fine. I'll head back now, Wen-nong said, having returned the eggs and himself. Wen-xiao-yi came out after dressing and just heard this. Hey, slow down and watch your step. Wen-nong almost tripped over a stone on the ground when he heard this and looked back at Wen-xiao-yi in surprise. Is his big uncle caring about him? Telling him to watch his step and walk slowly? It was so strange, really too strange. The family of 3 didn't know what Wen-nong was thinking. Wen-xiao-yi swung his arms. Wen-jun carried the eggs to put them away, and Wen-yao pushed Big Head into Wen-xiao-yi's hands before rolling up her sleeves to cook in the kitchen. dad, and the older brother are responsible for earning money outside the house, so she takes care of the household meals. She used the remaining half a gene of meat to make mince meat, prepared cabbage and pork filling, kneaded the dough, and started making dumplings. Dajo no longer plays with Wenxiao-yi. He ran to the kitchen, curious, and followed Wenyao to learn how to make dumplings. Our Dajo is really smart. I only taught him twice, and he makes such nice dumplings, Wenyao said with a teasing smile to the father and son. This kid truly lives up to being one of the villains in the original story. He's really clever. Dajo was praised and smiled even more happily, working harder to make dumplings. His soft, adorable face made Wenyao reach out and pinch his cheek. 2 small white finger marks immediately appeared on Dajo's face. The little guy thought Wenyao was playing with him, smiling so happily that his teeth showed. Wenyao sighed happily. In the original story, this character was always described as calm and expressionless, or cold and aloof, with icy eyes. Never once was he shown smiling. Thinking of those greasy adjectives, Wenyao felt that this silly, soft, cute little kid seemed more real. When Xiao-yi was boiling water, when Jun was tending the fire, when Yao and Dajo were making dumplings. Soon, a pot of dumplings was ready, and the aroma could be smelled from afar. When the dumplings were cooked, when Xiao-yi first served a bowl to Wenjun, "Take this to your grandparents." Wenjun took the bowl and left. When Xiao-yi then filled a small bowl for Dajo, smiling warmly as he handed it to him. "This is for my good boy. Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself." Dajo blinked big eyes at him, stared for a long time. Just when Xiao-yi thought the child might be scared again, Dajo grinned and snatched the bowl, ran to sit halfway and started eating. "This kid," Xiao-yi said with a helpless smile, then filled bowls for himself and Wenyao, leaving a bowl for Wenjun before digging in quickly. As soon as he took a bite of the dumpling, Xiao-yi gave Wenyao a thumbs up. "Smells great." When Wenjun returned, his bowl was filled with a large amount of pickled radish. Grandma pickled it herself. She said it could be taken to market tomorrow, and chopping it into small pieces to serve as a side dish for customers is not bad. Xiao-yi took a piece first. Honestly, his mother's pickling skills are truly excellent. The radish is sweet and sour and crunchy to eat. "Yes, it's good. Yao Yao, try some. It's better than what you used to pickle." Xiao-yi pointed to the radish. Yao also took a piece to taste. "Yes, it's delicious." Junya ate a small piece, and neither of the three noticed. Just now, while they were talking, the two paused for a moment while eating dumplings, then continued eating as if nothing had happened. After dinner, Yao began preparing rice and vegetables for the next day. Jun helped, and Xiao-yi held the two in the yard, using a stick to teach him how to write on the ground. Since they had free time, it was a good opportunity to start teaching this child. Also, since Xiao-yi was a scholar, no one would suspect anything about their lessons. How old was Tu when he started talking? "Isn't that written in the books?" Junya asked. Yao shrugged. "It's not written." "Well, then, it's up to fate." The next day, before sunrise, Yao got up early to steam rice. She cooked half a bucket more than the day before, so even if they didn't sell all of it, they would still have enough to eat. When the sun rose and it was bright outside, Xiao-yi and Jun packed up and pushed their carts to leave. Today, Yao and Tu didn't need to go. It was mainly to let the child stay with them for the day, which was too hard for him. Yao wanted to take advantage of the good weather to clean the house and hang out the quilts and blankets. The blankets had been covered for days and smelled musty and damp. Tu was in the yard, secretly writing the characters Xiao-yi had taught him yesterday with a small stick. When Yao approached, he quickly wiped the writing away. As soon as Yao left, he started writing again in secret. When the two young girls, Di and Wening, arrived, they saw the things drying in the yard and Tu sitting on the ground. Tu, what are you doing? Wening, who was only 8, hurried over and stepped on his foot. Tu's face flashed with panic. He quickly wiped away the characters on the ground and pretended to be calm, holding the stick and scribbling aimlessly. Wening pulled him up and patted the dust off his clothes. "Where's your sister?" De Tu pointed behind the house. When Wen Di and Wen Ying led De Tu around to the back of the house, they saw Wen Yao digging the ground with a hoe. Yao Yao, what are you doing? The two girls were stunned. In the past, their aunt was from a scholarly family and never worked in the fields. Wen Yao was even more so. Their aunt believed girls should stay at home, embroider, and do needlework, not do rough farm work. Grandma also couldn't persuade their aunt, so they used to envy Wen Yao.
But now, what did they see?
Wen Yao was holding a hoe taller than her, digging the ground bit by bit. Wen Yao really worked herself to exhaustion, swinging her arms until they went numb. She never expected that her original self had never done farm work before. This was truly tough for her, especially since she grew up in an agricultural research institute, a second-generation farmer. You're here. Perfect timing. Help me watch Big Head for a while. I'll be done here soon, Wen Yao said, wiping sweat from her forehead and continuing to swing her hoe. Seeing how she was digging unevenly, Wen Di couldn't stand it anymore. Let me do it. Wen Di stepped forward to take her hoe. Looking at Wen Di, who was the same age as her but only a few months older, Wen Yao smiled awkwardly. Wen Di was skilled and quickly broke up and leveled the dirt clumps Wen Yao had struggled to dig up. Wen Yao could only feel envy. There's a technique to farming. If you do it like you just did, your hands will be sore tomorrow, Wen Di said as she showed Wen Yao how to use her strength properly and dig better. Wen Yao smiled shyly. Wen Di then asked, are you planning to plant something here? Yeah, I want to start a small vegetable garden in the backyard, Wen Yao replied. Honestly, her cheap mother had never farmed before, let alone grown vegetables. The few cabbages left over from the old house were given by her family. With such a father and mother, it was truly not easy for her family to survive until now. But in her memory, her mother often made embroidered crafts to sell in the city, which was a source of income. Otherwise, the family might have starved long ago. Wen Yao spent a lot of effort to clear a small patch of land. Wen Di quickly helped her open a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-wide vegetable patch in the backyard. Add some manure, and once the weather warms up a bit, you can plant the seeds. What do you want to grow? I can bring you some seeds from home, Wen Di asked. Wen Yao was unsure about what was available in this era, so she asked, Sister, what do we have at home? Wen Di replied, we have vegetable seeds, melon seeds, and green onion seeds. It seemed like she said something, but also like she said nothing at all. Forget it. Anyway, she would plant whatever she liked and eat it. She had space, and in her space, she could buy anything she needed. Looking at the freshly prepared vegetable patch, Wen Yao waved her hand confidently. Let's go. I'll cook something delicious for you all. With limited ingredients and recalling the tough, overly sweet pastries they ate yesterday, Wen Yao decided to make something different to improve their taste buds. She cracked eggs into a big bowl, added yeast powder and sugar, then poured warm water and mixed everything evenly. Next, she added flour and stirred to make a batter, letting it rise. Once the batter had risen, she brushed oil into small bowls, poured in the batter, and cooked it on the stove for a second rise. When the time was right, she steamed it for about 2 minutes, then let it sit for a bit longer. It would be ready soon. Unfortunately, there are no dried fruits. If there were, adding some raisins, dried red dates, or dried cranberries, along with a sprinkle of black sesame seeds, would make it even tastier. While they were preparing, Wen Ying couldn't help with the big head, so she took him out to play. The steamed cake was already made, but they hadn't returned yet. I'll go find them, Wen Di said. Although the smell was so good that her mouth was watering, she decided to go look for her younger siblings, thinking of them. Before she could step outside, she heard Wen Ying arguing loudly, then saw Wen Ying and Big Head coming back covered in dirt. Wen Yao looked at them and thought, wow, they must have rolled around on the ground a few times. Seeing them like this, someone would surely get mad. Big Head's clothes were torn. Inside the house, Wen Ying was still scolding, waving her hands wildly, especially the hand that wasn't holding Big Head. Just because he scolds you, do you have to endure it?
Don't just put up with it.
Next time they dare to call you a little mute, you call me. I'll beat them up. Wen Yao's face changed. Did you guys fight? Did anyone get hurt? Why are your clothes torn? When she saw the bruise on Big Head's hand, her adult reasoning disappeared. She rolled up her sleeves and asked, "Who did this?" Big Head quickly grabbed Wen Yao and shook his head, pulling her back to stop her from going out. Seeing this, Wening got even more excited and rolled up her sleeves. "Second sister, I'll go with you. If I don't beat them until they're crawling on the ground today, I won't be called Wening." Wendy pulled her back angrily. "You're just making trouble." Yao Yao first asked what happened. This was the first time Wen Yao saw her with such a fierce look. Usually, because of her aunt's teachings, Wen Yao was always gentle and soft-spoken. Sometimes she didn't even like to talk much. She had never seen her blush before. When Wendy shouted at her, Wen Yao calmed down. She squatted down, looked seriously at Big Head, and asked, "Big Head, what happened?" Even though she knew it was unlikely, Wen Yao still hoped Big Head would speak. But he just pursed his lips and stayed silent. When faced with Wen Yao's serious face, tears started to gather in his eyes. Wening, standing nearby, spoke for him. "I took Big Head to the village to play. Some kids called Big Head a mute kid with no mother. I couldn't stand it, so I beat them up." Big Head's sad eyes and the tears about to fall made Wen Yao feel very upset. She took a deep breath, stood up coldly, and asked, "Who said that?" Wening replied, "Li Eru and his gang of cronies." Without another word, Wen Yao took Big Head and headed outside. Wen Ying's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed behind. "Second sister, are we going to settle the score with them? Should we bring some tools?" Wen Yao sneered coldly. Of course, they had to settle the score. But she knew they couldn't just target the younger ones. She understood the principle that if the children are not taught properly, it's the parents' fault. She knew Lu's departure had hurt Did quite a bit, and this incident had made their family the biggest joke in the village. Even if they wanted to avoid being bullied in the future, they couldn't just stay silent and endure. They couldn't live like this forever. Instead of suffering in silence, they should stand tall and be brave. When Dee looked at them, quickly went back to lock the kitchen door, then locked the main door and followed. Wen Yao held it too and headed straight to Li Era's house. Seeing the door closed, she didn't hesitate and started knocking. "Li Eru, come out," she shouted loudly. She looked at the height of his gate, took a step back, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it inside. Such a cheeky person deserved to be hit. The stone wasn't big, and it wouldn't hurt anyone seriously. After a moment, unpleasant curses and the sound of the door opening came from inside. A big, broad-shouldered woman with a fierce look appeared at the door, opening her mouth to curse. "Who the hell dares throw stones at my house?" Seeing Wen Yao holding Did, the woman squinted her eyes. "Is it you, little brat?" "Humph, my mother ran off with a man, and I think you're no good either." "How dare you throw stones at my house?" Wen Yao's expression darkened. She shoved Did into Wendy's hands. "Watch Did." Then she said to Wening, "Go home quickly and call Grandma and the others." Wening turned around and ran. No one expected that the small, slender Wen Yao would suddenly rush forward and directly collide with the woman at the door. Many villagers who heard the noise looked on eagerly as Wen Yao knocked the fat woman from the Li family backward, causing her to fall into the doorway.
Ugh.
Wendy gasped, eyes wide in shock. Did was even more stunned. Li Era's mother never expected Wen Yao to charge straight at her. When she was pushed, she fell into the doorway. By the time she reacted, Wen Yao was standing at the door, looking down at her with a fierce expression, like an angry little beast, which made Li Era's mother freeze. You little brat, how dare you push me?" she yelled and got up, lunging toward Wen Yao. Wen Yao wasn't stupid. She turned around and ran away. Li Hunyang was chasing and insulting Wen Yao from behind, but Wen Yao moved like a slippery eel, avoiding her no matter how hard she tried. Frustrated, Li Hunyang had to shout loudly for help. The others in the Li family heard the commotion and came out. They saw Li Hunyang leaning on her knees, panting heavily, pointing at Wen Yao. "Catch this little brat. Today, I won't let her go." The Li family were butchers in the village, believing they were the wealthiest family around. They often acted arrogantly. Li Hunyang was big and strong, and her husband, Li Sangung, was tall and sturdy. Li Hu and his older brother, along with two younger brothers, all belonged to this family. Because the Li family was well off and Li Hunyang had many sons, they were rarely bothered by others, even if they sometimes behaved badly. Li Er, who was known as the Kid King of Gyuding village. He liked to bully those he didn't like. The bullied people couldn't fight back or argue, and if they fought, they'd lose. Usually, they just had to swallow their anger. But today, Li Er, who was unexpectedly defeated by Wen Yao, a quiet girl from the Wen family. No one thought that Wen Yao, who rarely left her house and was raised strictly by her mother, would suddenly fight back. This was a big surprise in Gyuding village. Li Da-hu and Wen Jun were the same age. They believed they were the best young men in the village but didn't like Wen Jun because he was handsome like his mother, Lu Shi, and could read and write. If Wen Xiaoyi hadn't caused so much trouble, many girls would want to marry Wen Jun. This made Li Da-hu, who was confident, feel upset. He also disliked the Wen family even more. Li Er, who was 2 years younger than Wen Yao but taller than her. When the two brothers heard their mother shout, they rushed to surround Wen Yao. Li San pulled Li Er back and shouted loudly, "If you dare come to trouble us, catch her." Faced with the two brothers closing in, Wen Yao quickly thought of a plan. Just as they were about to trap her, she slipped through Li Da-hu's arm like a slippery eel. Then she saw the two Li brothers bump into each other and fall to the ground. Everyone watching burst into laughter at this funny scene. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh, so hard her waist hurt. Even the crowd watching the fight started laughing. Only good at growing flesh, not brains, Wen Yao muttered. Li Er, who had never been humiliated like this before. He shouted and got up, determined to keep fighting Wen Yao. "Ah, I will beat you to death." When Wening led everyone from the old house over, she saw Wen Yao surrounded by the Li family members in the middle. Even Li's two young sons, 5 and 6 years old, were involved in the fight. Seeing Wen Yao in trouble, Madame Luo's face changed. "Wen Nong, Wen Jin, Wen Fa, what are you standing there for? Can't you see your sister is being beaten?" Wen Nong and Wen Fa, along with the third son Wen Jin, who was 12, immediately rushed over with a loud shout. "Li Da-hu, what are you doing? You're an adult and you're bullying a little girl. Aren't you ashamed?" Wen Nong stepped forward and protected Wen Yao behind him, glaring angrily at Li Da-hu. The young men of the same age exchanged sparks. At this moment, Li Da-hu wished he could tear Wen Yao apart. He spat heavily and said, "Wen Nong, I advise you to mind your own business and get out of here." Wen Nong was not afraid. He puffed out his chest. "What do you want to do? Fight? Come on. Who's afraid of whom? If you don't get out of here soon, I'll beat you up too." Li Da-hu pointed at Wen Nong, almost poking his face. Madame Luo and Old Man Wen also pushed through the crowd and came over. "Who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think you are? Li San, are you really going to discipline your son like this?" Seeing that all the Wen family members, except the useless Wen Xiaoyi, had arrived, Li San sneered coldly. "Old Lady Wen, this brat ran to throw stones at my house and even hit Eru's wife. If I don't teach her a lesson, won't anyone be able to come to my door and cause trouble in the future?" Madame Luo, Old Man Wen, and the Wen family looked at Wen Yao with surprise and disbelief. This girl was silent, yet so fierce. Wen Yao knew she couldn't let the bad guys get the upper hand first. She quickly pinched herself and then tears started to fall. "Grandpa, Grandma, sob sob sob, you finally came. They're bullying us, they're too mean, sob sob sob." Wen Yao's mouth quivered, and she sat down on the ground, crying loudly. Big Head broke free from Wendy's hand and ran to Wen Yao's side, distressed and wanting to wipe her tears. Wen Yao, hiding her face while hugging him, quietly whispered a word into Big Head's ear. "Cry." Big Head was stunned for a moment, then his big eyes immediately filled with tears. In less than 3 seconds, tears started to fall down his cheeks. Wow! Wen Yao thought about giving him an award for his acting. Compared to Wen Yao's loud wails, Big Head's silent, aggrieved, and restrained tears more easily gained sympathy from others. And this child was crying and trembling with fear while hugging Wen Yao, looking at the Li family members with a small, scared expression. The fear in her eyes and her trembling body really moved everyone around to tears. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and said, Lee San, Aunt Wen, maybe we should ask the child what happened first. Lee San glared at the person and said, Ask what? She threw stones at my house and came to hit my wife. With so many people watching, what's there to say? If your Wen family doesn't give me an explanation today, this isn't over. Mrs. Luo didn't even look at him. She just watched the crying siblings and said, Wen Yao, tell me, why did you come here and throw stones and hit people? Wen Yao was crying and hiccuping. At first, she was pretending to cry, but then she couldn't stop crying and was sobbing loudly. Li Eru insulted Dado as a worthless person who has no mother, called Dado a little mute, and even hit Dado. His arm is all bruised. She lifted Dado's sleeve, revealing a big purple bruise on his arm. Wening wasn't willing to fall behind. She said, Grandma, my second sister is telling the truth. I was there. I told them not to say such things about Dado. Li Eru even hit me. Li Eru, how dare you hit my sister? When Nong and when Fa immediately spoke up when they heard that, eager to rush forward and beat Li Eru. Seeing the situation might turn chaotic again, Mrs. Luo shouted loudly, Everyone stop. Keep quiet and let her continue. Wen Yao immediately acted like a drama queen, her face showing a mix of grievance, shame, and despair. She also called me a little slut, said I was just like my mother. Grandma, my mother's gone, but that's her business. It has nothing to do with me. I am a child of the Wen family. Wen Di, who had been watching the whole time, immediately said to Mrs. Luo, Grandma, Yao Yao is telling the truth. Aunt Li said some very nasty things. Li Era's mother crossed her arms and pointed at Wen Yao disdainfully. A daughter will be like her mother. Look at her, everyone look. She's exactly like her mother, pretending to be something she's not. Who is she trying to impress? Who is she trying to seduce? Wen Yao's face immediately darkened. The word seduce, such a cruel term, used on a 10-year-old girl. If the person here today wasn't her, but the original timid girl who wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly, would she be able to bear it? Would she collapse and die right here? Or would this leave a lifelong shadow on her? While Wen Yao was thinking about how to teach this lazy woman a lesson, the big-headed boy suddenly rushed out and directly charged at Erhu's mother.
Ah, ah, ah.
De Tu shouted angrily, like a small beast provoked, hitting Erhu's mother with his tiny arms. His eyes were red, and he used his hands and feet to fight. De Tu didn't speak, just kept shouting, ah, ah. But everyone could feel his anger. He used his hands and feet, and when that wasn't enough, he used his mouth. Erhu's mother was bitten on her hand by De Tu. Feeling the pain, she swung him away forcefully. The small boy was thrown out and fell hard to the ground. De Tu, if it was just acting before, now Wen Yao was truly angry. How dare you hit my brother, you lazy woman? Wen Yao didn't care about anything else and immediately grabbed Erhu's mother's hair. Luo sure couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone, what are you all just standing there for? Can't you see someone is bullying us? Li Shi quickly pulled the old lady who was about to help Wen Yao aside. Mother, what's wrong with you? She wanted to say that it was a family matter of the older brother's side, and since they had separated, they should stay out of it. Luo Shi paused, then snorted coldly. Don't forget, they are still surnamed Wen. Li Shi was stunned, then her face changed. Yes, no matter how they separated, they still carried the Wen surname. Erhu's mother insulting Wen Yao was essentially insulting their daughter. She also had a daughter. Thinking of this, Li Shi's anger flared up. You damn lazy woman. Go to hell. Try insulting again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Without hesitation, Li Shi helped Wen Yao pull Erhu's mother away. Kai Shi was stunned with fear, wanting to help but unable to get involved. She could only pull and shout from the side. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Even though the fight was intense, Wen Yao still saw her third aunt shouting to stop and pulling Erhu's mother. Her interference earned her a thumbs up. Their mother was beaten, and brothers Li Da-hu and Li Erhu couldn't stay calm. But when Nong and his two brothers blocked them, along with Wening, who was scratching wildly. Even though the brothers were tall and strong, it was uncertain who would win or lose. Li San's situation was even simpler. Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xiaoqing weren't pushovers. 2 against 1, and they weren't afraid. Luo sure took advantage of the chaos to pick up De Tu. The little boy, even though his face was dirty from falling, was still angrily grinding his teeth, ready to seek revenge. Luo sure almost hurt her waist trying to hold him. The villagers watching the scene saw it getting more and more chaotic. They thought, why watch this nonsense? Better call the village chief, or someone might get seriously hurt. When the village chief arrived, it was far from being a chaotic mess. It started as a fight between 2 families, but somehow, relatives from the Li family, probably upset that Li San's family had suffered a loss, came to help. When the relatives from the Wen family saw this, they also got involved and started fighting.
Stop.
All of you, stop now, shouted the village chief. Someone else called out, the village chief is here, stop fighting. Hearing that the village chief had arrived, everyone stopped. Wen Yao had been pushed aside when Li San's family entered the scene. Now only Li's family was left, holding on to Heir, whose mother's hair tightly, refusing to let go. Heir, whose mother was also grabbing Li's family's clothes. Li's brothers and Wen's siblings were evenly matched. Li San had the advantage in size, with a 1-on-2 fight. The fighting was fierce on both sides, with no clear winner. What is going on? Why are villagers fighting like this? The village chief was furious. He was tired of the constant chaos. When he saw it involved Li San's family again, he got even angrier. But he never expected that Wen's family was also involved in this mess. In the past, when Xiao Yi, being the only scholar in their village, the village chief had genuinely hoped for him. He was polite to Wen's family. But after when Xiao Yi changed so much, people started to dislike him. Even at Wen's old house, when Xiao Yi hadn't caused trouble with outsiders before.
Today, what happened?
The whole family fighting and brawling? Why are you doing this? The village chief looked at Old Wen and Luo Shi, sounding a bit reproachful. Luo Shi had thought that since the village chief was here, she should give him some face. As long as Li's family apologized, the matter would be over. But now her words didn't sound right. Village chief, you came here and asked what we are doing. Why don't you ask what Li's family did? Luo Shi responded bravely, standing her ground. The village chief was stunned by her reply. Since when Xiao Yi was a scholar, Luo Shi was bold. But after when Xiao Yi changed, she became more reserved. Now, she saw that Aunt Wen was still the same. What did they do? The village chief asked. Seeing that both families hadn't let go, he stomped his foot and said, "Let go. All of you, let go. Someone, come and separate them." The village chief gave the order, and villagers and women stepped forward to separate Li's family and Wen's family. Heir, whose mother was freed and sat on the ground, crying and shouting, "There's no justice. The Wen family bullied us. The whole family came to bully us." Wen Yao shouted directly, "If you keep arguing, I'll sew your mouth shut." Heir, whose mother choked, still feeling pain from earlier, not knowing where this little troublemaker got her tricks or how she managed to hit so hard. After a moment of stunned silence, Heir, whose mother wailed again, "Village chief, look at this. They're being so mean. Please stand up for us." Wen Yao snorted. Is she crying? Is she acting like a troublemaker? Crying, throwing tantrums, even threatening to hang herself. She's about to give her a final warning. I don't want to live anymore. Today, Aunt Li insulted me so badly. What's the point of living? I might as well run and crash into the door. Wen Yao cried loudly and ran straight toward the Li family's gate. The village chief saw this and knew it was serious. A fight was one thing, but if someone got hurt, it would be a big problem. Stop her. Quickly, stop her. No one expected Wen Yao to suddenly act like this, including her family. When the village chief shouted, everyone in Wen's family instinctively tried to stop Wen Yao. The person closest to the Li family's gate, Wen Nong, was the first to rush forward. Just as Wen Yao was about to hit the gate, they stopped her. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Kai quickly followed, holding on to Wen Yao tightly. She's pushing us to the brink of death. The Li family is forcing her to do this. Mrs. Li shouted louder than Heir, whose mother. Wen Yao cried, struggled, and tried to run, secretly glancing at Mrs. Li, wishing she could give her 2 thumbs up. That second aunt is really something. Wen Yao's reckless dash made everyone in the Li family nervous. If she really crashed into their gate today, who would buy meat from them in the future? Who would invite them to slaughter pigs? Thinking of this, Li San glared fiercely at heir whose mother and shouted at the Wen family, "What do you all want?" Wen Yao, looking weak and helpless, pushed aside a brother or a younger brother blocking her and said, "Apologize. Apologize in front of everyone. Second brother Li, Aunt Li, and my second aunt and third aunt, all of you need to apologize to my second uncle, third uncle, and the brothers and younger brothers. Let everyone see that you were wrong and admit your mistake. Bah, you're dreaming," Li San sneered and spat. "Ha, if you don't agree, that's fine." Wen Yao looked around and continued, "Today, in front of everyone, I will throw myself headfirst at the gate and die. If that happens, it will surely alarm the authorities. If the officials find out about what you've done, slandering others, insulting, and hitting me, they will definitely imprison your whole family. If you don't believe it, try it. In an era where imperial power was supreme, all common people instinctively feared officials, and the Li family was no exception. But those used to being arrogant would not easily bow their heads. This was no longer about whether they admitted their mistakes. If today they were easily controlled by this young girl from the Wen family, how could the Li family stand firm in Gutong village in the future? Li Heir understood this, and Heir whose mother understood even better. Her arrogance was based on the deterrence of the Li family in this village. "Little girl, who are you trying to scare? Talk about sending someone to prison. Do you think the officials listen to you?" After saying this, Heir whose mother spat harshly. Wen Yao sneered, "My father was once a scholar, even if he was confused before. Do you think if a scholar's daughter were to die outside your door, the officials wouldn't care?" Wen Yao's words made Li San and Heir whose mother change their faces. Even the village chief couldn't help but glance at this quiet girl from the Wen family who rarely spoke. Seeing her fierce attitude, it was hard to believe she was once so timid. Wen Yao, no matter what happened, it shouldn't have escalated to this level. "We are all neighbors and villagers," said the village chief. After all, in their village, this was just a small dispute among neighbors. If it really got out of hand, it would badly affect Gutong village. Wen Yao pushed away Li Shi and Kai Shi who were blocking her, looked at the village chief, and bowed. "Village chief, my mother has passed away." Before she left, she went to the officials to settle the divorce. "We are now legally separated, and her marriage is her own choice. Who she marries is her business. But today, the Li family insulted me in front of so many people, tarnished my reputation, and let Li Heir who insult and hit my brother. If I simply let this go, would that mean I accept Aunt Li's slander and false accusations?" The village chief was silent. "When did this girl become so sharp-tongued?" "Well, that's not exactly what I meant. Tell me, how do you want to handle this?" The village chief was a bit nervous now, afraid that Wen Yao might cause trouble and drag her scholarly father into it. It was not a big issue to begin with. Who in the countryside doesn't gossip the little? "Are you admitting defeat? That's good enough." Wen Yao pointed to her family members around her. "Look at my second uncle, third uncle, my brothers and younger brothers, and my second aunt. You see, they've even pulled out their hair." Li Shi hadn't recovered from Wen Yao's fighting spirit. Hearing this, she suddenly had a bright idea and clutched her head, crying out in pain. "Oh dear, second aunt, are you okay?" Wen Yao also acted exaggeratedly, shouting and helping Li Shi up. The village chief wished he could turn around and leave, but now that things had reached this point, he couldn't just walk away. "Li San from the Li family, Wen Yao is right. First, you insulted and hit people. You were wrong first. You need to apologize to the Wen family," the village chief said sternly. Li San gritted his teeth in anger. Heir whose mother couldn't hold back and shouted, "Why should we apologize? They also hit us." The village chief really wanted to kick them, furious, and said, "Was it you who said those words? Did you insult them? Did Heir who hit the head of your family? You won't apologize, right? Fine, no apology. Wen Yao, I won't get involved in this. Go report to the authorities. Let the county magistrate handle it. If they want to arrest or punish you, so be it." The The village chief made a move to leave. Seeing this, Li San and Heir, whose mother also started to panic. Both were unsure. Would the county magistrate really care about this? Maybe Wen Yao was telling the truth. After all, Wen Xiu was a scholar, and he had met and spoken with the county magistrate before. Thinking about their family being taken to prison, they became even more anxious. "Village chief, please, no, we apologize, Li San called out, stopping the village chief. Then he pulled Heir. "Sorry," Li San said, pressing Heir's head and bowing to the Wen family members. Heir held his head high, full of anger, but couldn't resist his father. He was forced to bow to Wen Yao and the others. Wen Yao looked at Heir's mother again. She was about to spit and curse, but Li San gave her a stern look, and she immediately backed down. "Sorry," Heir's mother said reluctantly. This was exactly what Wen Yao wanted. Whether their apology was sincere or fake, she just wanted everyone to see that their family was different now, and that no one could bully them easily anymore. The village chief sighed in relief. This was resolved. "Wen Yao, look, they apologized. Can we consider this matter settled?" Wen Yao smiled and said, "Of course, village chief, whatever you say goes. But you saw that my second uncle, third uncle, brothers, and younger brother were all injured, and my second aunt too. Look at them." The village chief's face looked as if he had been dyed, but eventually, under his reasonable explanation, the Li family paid Wen's family 50 coins to cover the cost of medicine for their injuries. As for themselves, the Li family members are tall and strong, and it's hard to see any injuries on them. Naturally, Wen's family suffered more from the beating. On the way back to the old house, Mrs. Li counted the 50 coins she had received from Second Tiger's wife and asked Wen Yao curiously, Yao, does the county magistrate still care about the quarrel?" Wen Yao, holding Daju, smiled and said, "What does he care about? The magistrate isn't the type to get involved in such small matters." She was just joking around casually. Mrs. Luo glared at her. "You all have quite the courage, daring to fight with those reckless Li family members." Wen Yao pouted. "Because they bully Daju." Daju looked up at Wen Yao, holding her hand tighter. Mrs. Luo looked down at her grandson, who was holding Wen Yao's hand and behaving very well. The fierce attitude she had earlier, as if she wanted to fight the Li family, surprised her a little. The Li family isn't easy to deal with. Today's fight is settled, but in the future, when you go out, make sure to protect your sisters and younger ones. Don't get hurt. If things don't look right, run away, understand? Mrs. Luo advised her grandchildren. They weren't really afraid, but once Wen Yao started fooling the Li family, they felt a bit scared. Besides that, they admired Wen Yao for daring to stand up to the Li family so boldly. "Oh," Wendy suddenly called out while walking, startling everyone. "Wen Yao, cake." Wendy quickly reminded Wen Yao, "There's still steamed cakes in the kitchen." "Oh no, my cake." Wen Yao finally remembered her steamed cake. She shoved Daju into Mrs. Luo's hands. "Daju, wait for me at Grandma's house." Then she pulled Wendy and ran away. Everyone in the Wen family was confused. Wening explained, "Today, my older sister and I went to visit our second sister. We saw her working in the vegetable field. Big sister helped her open the land, and second sister said she would make us something delicious. We couldn't wait, so we took Daju out to play. We didn't even get to enjoy the food before we went out to fight." Mrs. Luo focused on the earlier part. "Working in the vegetable field?" Wen Yao. "Yes." Wening nodded. Ruoshi laughed. "She still farms?" "Just like her mother, someone who can't even swing a hoe, huh?" Wening nodded seriously. "You're right, Grandma." Ruoshi felt speechless. She had only spoken casually. Not long after they returned to the old house, Wen Yao and Wendy came back carrying a basket covered with a cloth, steaming hot. "Wow, it smells so good," Wen Yao said as she approached with the basket. Old Wen immediately caught the sweet, rich aroma he hadn't smelled in a while. De Tu eagerly ran over to lift the cloth. Wen Yao gently patted his hand and smiled playfully at Ruoshi, saying, "Don't rush. Let Grandma serve us." Ruoshi rolled her eyes but saw everyone watching her, so she waved dismissively. "Bring it in already. Why are you just standing there?" Coming, Wen Yao ran quickly with a basket, followed by a string of people. She lifted the cloth, revealing hot steamed cakes inside. Luckily, they had turned off the fire before leaving, or they wouldn't have kept warm. They might have burned or even broken a pot. The aroma of the steamed cakes was inviting, somewhat like slightly overcooked bread but fluffier. A sweet, fresh scent wafted out. When pressed with a finger, the soft spots would bounce back. Everyone watched eagerly as Ruoshi started dividing the cakes. Fortunately, there were quite a few, so even with many people, each person got a piece about the size of a palm. Biting into one, it was soft, fluffy, and sweet, with a hint of egg flavor. It was really delicious. Wen Yao also tasted one and was very satisfied. If only she had some milk, then the steamed cake with a milky aroma, sprinkled with raisins and dried cranberries, eaten hot, would be perfect. She could buy milk in her space, but it wasn't available here. To avoid trouble, she decided not to. The taste is good, much better than the one we brought yesterday, Ruoshi said honestly. Wen Yao, feeling a bit cheeky, moved closer to the old lady as if she had found a kindred spirit. Right? Grandma, you think that snack wasn't very good, and it was so expensive too. Ruoshi didn't like too much sweetness, and after eating half, she tore the rest into small pieces and fed them to the two. She said, even if it's expensive, you still buy it. Wen Yao kept smiling playfully. Well, isn't it about respecting Grandpa and Grandma? Even if it's costly, it's worth it. Although the old lady didn't say anything, her expression said everything. Flattering like this always works, no matter the time. After eating the cake, Wen Yang took Big Head and went back home. She didn't ask for the 50 coins borrowed from the Li family. First, she wanted to show everyone that their family was not easy to bully. Second, whether it was the Li family, Uncle Heir, Aunt Heir, or her older brother and younger brother, they had all been hurt somewhat from standing up for her and her sister. It was best to leave the money with them. Because they had many things to prepare for the market that day, Wen Yu didn't return until evening, after selling everything and buying supplies for the next day. At the village entrance, he felt that the villagers looked at them strangely. When they hurried home, they saw Wen Yang and Big Head safe and sound at home, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. During dinner, Wen Yu mentioned the strange behavior of the villagers. Wen Yang and Big Head exchanged a knowing look. Wen Yang casually said, "It's nothing, just that today Big Head and I had a small fight with someone." Wen Yu almost choked on his food when he heard this, and some of his meal fell into his bowl.
What?
You fought? Did you get hurt? Did you get the short end of the stick? Who did you fight with? Wen Yang replied, the other side apologized and paid 50 coins. I gave it to Grandpa and Grandma. As for Big Head, he was the one who was wronged. She then explained what happened that day. Wen Yu frowned and held his little son tenderly. After a moment, he said, Yao Yao, you did the right thing. We don't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. What happened to your mother is in the past. From now on, I will take care of you and stand tall. No one can bully us. Worried that this might affect his son's mental state, he patiently comforted him. Son, don't be afraid. Your dad is here. Big Head looked at him for a while, nodded, and snuggled into Wen Yu's arms. Wen Yu also relaxed and talked about today's market. He asked Wen Jun to give Wen Yang the money jar and calculated the expenses. After deducting the costs, they made nearly 800 coins profit today. This was a good income. Now they had savings of about 1 or 2 silver coins. Because the food was filling and tasty, their business was getting better. It was even spreading at the dock. After some discussion, they decided to increase the rice portion so that even if they couldn't sell all at noon, they could sell the rest in the afternoon. Dad, older brother, I want to go with you tomorrow, Wen Yang suddenly said. Wen Yu looked up. You want to buy something? What should I buy so your brother can bring it back for you? The journey is so long and tiring. There are no transportation tools, and the road is hard to walk. Wen Xiui doesn't want Wen Yao to suffer through that. Plus, they've all gone. What about Datu? Should we send him to the old house again? Wen Yao sits comfortably and says, I think our family's fried rice has started to sell a little bit. Maybe we can sell some other things too. Like what? Wen Xiui asks. He doesn't mind selling an extra item as long as it makes money. Wen Yao rubs her hands together. How about selling marinated snacks? We can prepare them at home, then just slice and weigh them when someone wants to buy. It's easy. If someone wants to add a dish to their meal, they can just take a plate. Tomorrow I'll go to the grocery store to see what spices they have. If it's not enough, we still have that other thing. Wen Yao winks at both of them. Since she has the space, she sees no reason not to use it. She can't create strange things that break the rules of the world, but making some food and drinks to satisfy hunger is fine, right? And if in the future, when the female lead is born and this space really disappears, she'll have earned some money and bought some things for herself. Wen Xiui thinks it's a good idea. Yeah, selling marinated snacks isn't hard. We can buy a long table from Liuzi's house and set it up nearby. Okay, then you can come with us tomorrow. What about Datu? Wen Xiui looks down at his son and asks, Son, since your sister won't be home tomorrow, can you stay at the old house for a day? Surprisingly, none of the three saw Datu causing trouble. Instead, he nodded obediently. Good boy. Your sister will buy you candy. She has money. She's the richest person in our family now, Wen Xiui says with a smile. Wen Yao proudly lifts her chin. Yes, as long as you call me sister, I'll buy you really tasty candy tomorrow. White rabbit milk candies, so tempting. Wen Xiui and Wen Jun also look at Datu. Wen Yao's teasing words make everyone hope that this child will speak at least one sentence someday. But sadly, Datu just stares at her with big eyes and doesn't say a word. Wen Xiui silently sighs, rubs Datu's head, and says, It's okay, no rush. Even if he never speaks in his life, they still have each other. From now on, with them around, Datu can just be a carefree, happy child. All the darkness from the original story will be gone.
Gone. Gone.
The next day, when Yao prepared everything, the three of them took the big basket to the old house and then set off. Compared to the first time, they were much more familiar with the process now. When Yao accompanied them to the dock to prepare the stalls. Before mealtime, Wen Xiui asked Wen Jun to go shopping with Wen Yao. The siblings asked Luzi to help Wen Xiui, then carried their baskets to buy supplies. By this time, the street was already crowded. The two went straight to the grocery store they had visited before. They looked at the spices in the shop, bought a few, but still needed some ingredients. Angelica, licorice. These should be bought at the pharmacy, Wen Jun said as he watched Wen Yao pick through the items, muttering about what was still missing. Indeed, many of the ingredients for the braised soup were traditional herbs, so they needed to visit the pharmacy again. They went directly to the herbal shop they had used before. The shop assistant recognized the siblings immediately. Seeing their baskets, he smiled and came out to greet them. Are you here again to sell herbs? I'll go call the shopkeeper. Wen Yao quickly stopped him. Big brother, today we're not selling herbs. We want to buy some sonda, Sichuan pepper, licorice, angelica, and costus root. Do you have these? The shop assistant nodded.
Yes.
Are you sick? You should see a doctor if you are. Don't just take medicine yourself if you're ill. Wen Yao hurried to explain. No, we're not sick. We're buying them for spices. The assistant smiled awkwardly.
Oh, sorry about that.
How much do you need? 1 liang of each, Wen Yao said, holding up one finger. The assistant nodded and went to fetch the herbs from the cabinet. Wen Yao and Wen Jun waited nearby, not blocking the path for patients. While waiting, they saw a table set up on the other side of the pharmacy, with an old doctor sitting behind it, treating patients. Soon, the assistant returned with the weighed and packed herbs. Seeing the siblings watching the doctor treat someone, he smiled and said, That's Dr. Jean, our Jisher Tang's visiting doctor. The shopkeeper told me he used to be an imperial doctor. When he got older, he returned to his hometown and now consults here. Wen Yao looked surprised. An imperial doctor? That's impressive. With the surname Jean and having been an imperial doctor, she felt she recognized him somehow. But suddenly, she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. It must have been in the original story. The more Wen Yao tried to recall, the harder it became. She instinctively scratched her head, feeling frustrated. When Wen Jun looked away from Dr. Jean, he saw Wen Yao raise her hand and quickly press it down. What's on your mind again? June was really worried about his sister. When she gets anxious while thinking, she often pulls out her hair. Yao let go of his hand and mumbled, "Where exactly did I see that?" June immediately understood it was related to the story from the original book. He took some money from his pocket, paid for the medicine, and greeted the shopkeeper before pulling Yao, who was still deep in thought, out of the pharmacy. They walked to a quiet, empty place, and June softly asked, "Yao Yao, what did you remember?" Yao looked around and said, "That big brother at the stall mentioned that the doctor's surname was Jean, and he used to be an imperial doctor. I feel like I've seen someone like that in a book before, but I can't remember when or what for." June sighed in relief. He thought another important character had appeared. He comforted her, saying, "If you remember but can't recall where you saw him, he's probably just a minor character. It doesn't affect the story much, so don't worry too much. The main characters haven't even appeared yet, and the big boss is still at home."
Forget about it.
"You've bought all the spices. Is there anything else you want?" Thanks to June's distraction, Yao stopped trying to remember and gave up. "Let's go to the market and buy some meat. If we could get a big pig's head, that would be even better," Yao said, saliva gathering in her mouth. Braised pig's head is delicious, but she wasn't sure if she had enough money in her pocket. The market wasn't far, so they arrived shortly. In winter, there weren't many vegetables, and now the market had even fewer vendors. Yao looked around but didn't see anything she wanted to buy, so she pulled June straight to the meat stall. Yao's sharp eyes could tell at a glance which meat was fresh and which wasn't. In this weather, meat left outside or hanging in a well for a few days was usually fine. People who didn't know better couldn't tell, just by looking. After browsing, Yao chose a stall with fewer customers. Actually, no one was there at the moment. The stall was run by a man in his 30s. Unlike butchers who are often tall and strong, he was even taller and sturdier than Li San. He had a square face and looked very upright and honest. Yao and June walked over. She was short, so when she got close, she leaned in to smell the meat on the cutting board. Sure enough, her eyes were still sharp as always. This place had the freshest meat. The man saw Yao's small action and didn't get angry. Compared to the previous vendors, Yao's head hadn't even gotten close before she started shouting, so his attitude was much better. "Little girl, don't worry. All the meat here is fresh that day," the man said, his voice a bit hoarse but friendly. Yao stood straight and asked with a smile, "Uncle, how much is this meat per jean?" 12 coins per jean. Feel free to choose. Every piece is fresh," Zheng, the butcher, replied, turning the meat to show her. Yao looked around. The meat was good, but not suitable for making braised dishes. Finally, she saw a pile of pig offal in a barrel next to the stall, but she couldn't find a pig's head. "Uncle, do you have pig's heads?"
Yao asked.
Zheng was surprised. Besides the big restaurants, few people bought pig's heads. "Yes, I do. I didn't bring one out today. Little girl, do you want a pig's head?" "Those aren't as tasty as these pork belly pieces," Zheng said. Worried that the pig's head might have been sold already, Yao asked again, "Uncle, is it fresh?" Zheng smiled. "Of course. My pigs are slaughtered the same day. I send half to restaurants and sell the rest myself. If I can't sell them, I take them home and sell them cheaply to neighbors. My family has been selling pork here for decades, honestly and fairly." Yao was happy. "Uncle, I want a pig's head. Also, do you sell pig offal?" She pointed to the wooden barrel beside the stall. Today, Zheng was quite surprised. Usually, people only buy the best meat, but this girl was buying what others didn't like. He didn't hide anything and said, "Little girl, most people don't buy pig offal because it's not tasty." That was true. Pig offal has a strong smell, and no matter how you wash it, the smell remains. Only if someone truly had no other choice would they buy it, and most of the time it was given away or sold cheaply. They just don't know how to cook it. "Uncle, I want these too. Can you give me a discount?" Yao started bargaining. Zheng looked at June because in his eyes, Yao was just a little girl. He thought he should ask the older brother first. June just smiled and said, "Uncle, just sell to my sister," she asked. Jung the butcher just smiled and said, "All right, since the grown-ups say it's okay, I can't refuse your business. How about this? I'll sell you the pig's head for 10 coins per gene, and the pig's offal in this bucket for 15 coins. Do you want it now?" Jung asked. Wen Yao's eyes lit up. The bucket was big, at least 10 pounds, and only 15 coins. What a great deal. "Uncle, are you really selling me this for 15 coins? Wen Yao pointed at the wooden bucket. Jung the butcher laughed loudly. 15 coins is 15 coins. "Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Uncle, I want the pig's offal every day from now on," Wen Yao said happily. Such a big bargain. She couldn't pass it up. Jung the butcher was surprised. "Girl, what do you want so much pig's offal for?" "Of course, for making marinated large intestines." Just thinking about the fragrant marinated intestines made Wen Yao swallow her saliva and smile. Of course, to make something delicious. Seeing her excited look, Jung the butcher shook his head with a helpless smile. Making dishes from pig's offal wasn't new. Many had tried, but they all ended up with a strange smell. Unless someone was truly desperate, most people wouldn't want to eat it. He didn't agree outright or refuse her. Instead, he said, "All right, you can take it home today. If your family doesn't object, and you want more tomorrow, come back then.
I'll sell it to you at this price."
Does that sound good? Wen Yao felt Zheng's kindness and didn't insist. At worst, she would make the marinated intestines tomorrow. Just because this uncle was so honest in business, she thought it would be nice to give him a taste. "All right then. Uncle, please weigh and sell me today's," she said. Zheng called a nearby vendor to help and asked him to go to his house to bring the pig's head. While waiting, Wen Yao and Wen Jun wandered around the market, bought 2 chickens, and saw some tofu jerky, so they bought a few gene of that too. When they returned, Zheng's family had brought the pig's head, tied with coarse grass rope and hung on the stall. The large pigs had looked quite scary. Wen Yao was very satisfied and immediately asked Zheng to weigh and calculate the cost. Seeing that Wen Yao really bought the pig's head and even the pig's offal, the stall owner from before was almost regretful. Who would have thought this girl, dressed so plainly, was actually willing to buy so much? Before leaving, Wen Yao said to Uncle Zheng, "Uncle Zheng, remember to save some for me tomorrow. My brother and my father will be selling fried rice at the dock. Just finish your work and bring it to the dock. It's easy to find. Just ask around for Wen's fried rice, and someone will show you the way." Uncle Zheng finally understood that they were running a stall at home. He also thought, why buy so much if they can't finish eating it all? But seeing Wen Yao's serious expression, Uncle Zheng wasn't sure if the pig offal could be used or not, or whether they still needed it tomorrow. Still, he agreed to help. At worst, he would deliver it to her family, and if her elders didn't want it, he could just bring it back himself. "Okay, I'll remember. How will you go back? Is it easy to carry?" Uncle Zheng asked the thin and weak brother and sister. In response, Wen Yao put the things from Wen Jun's basket into her own, placing the pig offal at the bottom and a pig's head on top. Her basket was filled to the brim. Seeing that the siblings could carry everything, Uncle Zheng didn't say anything more. He waved goodbye to them. Wen Yao and Wen Jun, with their baskets full of goods, headed back to the dock. Wen Xiaoyi was amazed when he saw how much the brother and sister bought. "Did you buy all this?" he asked, poking at the pig's head, then noticing the pig offal underneath. "Wow, there are quite a few intestines too." Wen Yao nudged Wen Xiaoyi with her shoulder and smiled happily. "You know you like this, so I bought it especially for you. It was only 15 coins, very cheap." Wen Xiaoyi loved hearing that. "You're really Dad's little sweetheart. It would be perfect if we had a bit of wine too," he said, then licked his lips longingly. Ah, how he missed it. When Yao leaned in and whispered mysteriously, "Tonight, I'll secretly give you a bottle of ergot. Don't tell Dr. Wen." "That's great," he said happily. Having wine to drink would be wonderful. In his past life, he stopped drinking because of fatty liver, but his current body was much younger and healthier, no fatty liver at all. Because when Yao knew this, she reluctantly agreed to him drinking less. When June stood nearby, listening to their secret conversation with a helpless look. "Yao, you have so many things. Can you carry them all? Why don't you go back first?" "Dad, and I will finish work tonight and bring it back to you," he suggested. Wen Yao shook her head. No, I have to go home first to make the brine and marinate the ingredients. The flavor needs to soak in before it tastes good. Wen Xiaoyi looked at the pile of things and felt reassured. Even though Wen Yao was only a 10-year-old girl, her body was that of a 10-year-old. Even if she wasn't really 10, she was still so young. Xiao Jun, you take your sister back first. I can manage on my own here. If not, I'll ask Luzi to help for a day. That's all, Wen Xiaoyi immediately said. Luzi nodded along and said, Yes, Wen Jun. Yao is carrying so many things by herself. Not only is the road difficult, but if someone sees her alone, they might have bad intentions. I'm here, so you should take Yao back first. Wen Jun looked at the sky. It was still early. He could send Yao home and then quickly come back to help Wen Xiaoyi. Luzi was right. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Yao alone to go back. All right, then. I'll trouble you. I'll just send Yao home and come back. Leave it to me. Don't worry, Luzi said confidently. He had been hanging around Wen Shu's stall every day, eating and drinking for free. He was starting to feel a bit embarrassed, especially since Wen Shu didn't ask him for money. Doing some work was only right. So, the brother and sister packed up their things and set off again. When they reached the city gate, they initially wanted to see if there were any carts heading their way, maybe pay to ride one. Unfortunately, it was still early and most people hadn't finished shopping. The ox carts from various villages weren't heading back yet. They had no choice but to give up and, chatting happily, prepared to walk back. Less than 200 meters from the city gate, they suddenly saw a commotion ahead. A well-behaved horse-drawn carriage on the official road seemed to have startled the horse, which ran toward a ditch beside the road. The carriage was swaying dangerously and looked like it was about to tip over. The driver was thrown onto the ground. Ignoring his pain, he quickly got up to try to control the horse. The crowd was in chaos. Many people went over to watch, but most kept their distance and didn't help. The siblings quickly ran toward the scene. As they approached, they heard a voice from inside the carriage. Help! Help! The driver was trying his best to calm the frightened horse. The horse gradually settled down, leaving only its nostrils flaring and blowing hot air. Yao placed her basket somewhere she could see easily, then quickly stored all the covered items inside it into her space. She helped Wen Jun set the basket down using the same method. She didn't dare take any chances. If someone took their belongings during the chaos, they'd be really losing out. The carriage was overturned, and Wenwu was stuck in the ditch and couldn't move. Yao jumped down and opened the door at the back of the carriage. A disheveled old woman crawled out from inside. As she looked up, she saw Wen Yao and Wen Jun. At first, when she saw Wen Yao, a young girl, her face showed happiness. But when she saw Wen Jun, a young boy, her expression changed. She quickly used her body to block the carriage behind her.
There are still people inside.
What are you doing? Wen Yao wanted to pull her away and rescue the others inside, but the old woman refused to come out and even blocked the door herself. Thinking of her lady inside looking so distressed, she remained firm and unmoving. My lady is inside. You must not be rude. Wen Yao? She quickly realized what was happening. This terrible old-fashioned rule, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Brother, go upstairs and find a few women to help, Wen Yao said, pushing Wen Jun back. Wen Jun turned and left. The old woman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and kept thanking Wen Yao.
Thank you, miss.
Thank you so much. Wen Yao then moved closer and peeked inside. She saw a young lady sitting awkwardly, her hair messy and her hair accessories disordered, but otherwise fine. She was holding a small child, turned away so Wen Yao couldn't see her face. When Wen Yao leaned in, the young lady nodded gratefully. Seeing that everyone inside was okay, Wen Yao relaxed and stepped back out. The old woman hurried back inside to take care of her lady. But before Wen Yao could step back further, she heard screams from inside the carriage. Ear, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom. Wen Yao's face changed. She quickly climbed into the carriage and saw that the child in the lady's arms was red in the face, looking distressed, clutching his neck painfully.
It was clear he had choked on something.
The lady was terrified, tears falling down her face. She held the child, helpless, while the old woman beside her was so frightened she knelt down. The child looked about the same size as their family's big-headed boy. Seeing the child's condition worsening, Wen Yao shouted outside the carriage, "Brother, brother, Dr. Wen, come quickly and help." Wen Jun heard Wen Yao's panicked voice and hurried back, stepping into a ditch and muddying his shoes. He pushed open the carriage door and saw what was inside. "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" The old woman screamed in surprise when Wen Jun suddenly appeared. You, how did you get in?" Meanwhile, the young lady seemed much calmer. If she heard correctly, Wen Yao had just called out for a doctor. "Save ear, please save ear." At this moment, the old woman was still trying to struggle. "Madam, this is the lady's carriage." If the old madam finds out, Wen Yao was truly fed up with this old lady. Just as Wen Yao was ready to fight and snatch the child back from their hands to save him, the young lady spoke first. She ignored everything and hurriedly held the child out to Wen Yao, even kicking the old woman. "Get lost, you servant. Who gave you the courage to interfere in my affairs?" Wen Yao didn't care whether they argued or fought. She took the child and handed him to Wen Jun. Wen Jun immediately checked the situation, and Wen Yao asked directly, "Was he eating when the carriage overturned?" The young lady nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I thought he would throw it away. When the carriage flipped, he was just worried about protecting himself from being hurt, and I didn't expect." She started crying again. Wen Yao guessed that she was probably too reluctant to throw the food away and had stuffed it into his mouth. After all, children are always unwilling to give up delicious food. Outside the carriage, Wen Jun had already begun performing the Heimlich maneuver to help the frightened child. The small boy was held in his arms, and he kept applying pressure. More and more onlookers gathered around, curious about Wen Jun's strange rescue method. Seeing the child's face turning red from holding his breath, many thought he wouldn't make it. However, surprisingly, under Wen Jun's unusual operation, the child suddenly spat out something from his mouth, took a big breath, and then weakly started crying. Once the child regained his breath, everyone's tense hearts relaxed. Some even led the applause. The young lady collapsed beside the carriage, too frightened to stand up and walk toward her son. Wen Jun comforted the scared child for a while before returning him to the young lady. She immediately hugged the child and burst into tears. The old woman also crawled out of the carriage, shouting that the young master was fine. "Thank goodness! Thank goodness!" Seeing this, Wen Yao exchanged a glance with Wen Jun. They silently left the area for the mother and son and went back to pick up their basket by the roadside, brushing off and walking away. It wasn't that Wen Yao didn't want to stay, but the old woman clearly wasn't a servant of this lady. The old madam, the lady, tch, another grand family drama unfolding. If it were in later generations, she might still eat some melon, help her daughter-in-law criticize the mean mother-in-law, or help the mother-in-law condemn the mean daughter-in-law.
But now?
Forget it. Didn't you see how that old woman almost fainted when she saw her brother appear in the carriage? If she were to make a fuss over this, involving the brother and sister, wouldn't that be unfair? The young lady cried for a while, then hugged her child and looked for a helpful person. But no one was around. Wen Yao and Wen Jun had already run far away. No matter if they looked or not, the brother and sister carried empty baskets and walked quickly, as if the wind was at their feet. That's the biggest use of space. From now on, we can buy as much as we want. When no one's around, we hide it like this. Hee, it's gone, Wen Yao said happily, waving her hand. She finally opened her palm, but there was nothing there. Wen Jun also smiled, feeling much more relaxed. But he still warned, be careful when you use it and don't let anyone find out. Wen Yao blinked, don't worry, Dr. Wen. I'll be careful. But today, I'm really glad you were here. Otherwise, that child might have been in serious trouble. Wen Jun also felt a bit scared. If they hadn't met today, the consequences would have been terrible. But the rules of a big family are really troublesome. That old woman blocked the door when she saw you, worried you'd see inside. Later, for the sake of manners, she even ignored the child's life. So, Life inside that big house isn't necessarily easy, Wen Yao sighed. Wen Jun, being a doctor, was much calmer than Wen Yao. Every era has its own traits. The equality we see in later generations was achieved through the efforts of many ancestors. So, we can't say that the current customs are bad. Maybe they seem bad from a future point of view, but at the moment, they are rules and manners. It's also helplessness. When Jun smiled and gently ruffled his sister's hair, saying, "Get used to it. But neither I nor Dad will ever marry you into a wealthy family. There are too many rules, and it's not suitable for a Yao Yao. You'll find a simple family to marry into. It's okay if they don't have much money, as long as you're not hungry." Wen Yao tilted her head, looking at him with a shocked face. "Dr. Wen, are you thinking too far ahead? I'm only 10 years old." When Jun smiled gently, "Sorry, I forgot." Wen Yao rolled her eyes at him without courtesy and said, "Back in the day, if you hadn't gone abroad to study, the folks at the Agricultural Science Institute would have trampled over our doorstep, believe it or not." When Jun pursed his lips and said, "So, it's pretty good here. I've become 10 or 20 years younger, and I can enjoy a carefree life for many more years. TCH, if you have the ability, don't fall in love for your whole life." When Yao stuck out her tongue. When Jun smiled slightly. Love can delay research and study. But thinking about what just happened, when Yao's gaze toward when Jun started to show admiration again. "Brother, you are so handsome when you saved that person. I think you are born to help others," she said. Even though her brother's appearance had changed, at the moment he started saving someone, Wen Yao felt that her brother was the brightest person in the world. A flicker of sadness crossed Wen Jun's eyes, and he forced a smile. "It's a pity that all the medical knowledge I've learned over the years is useless here. It's better to be like you and Dad." Wen Yao noticed Wen Jun's sadness and wanted to slap her own mouth but comforted him instead. "It's not true. See, just now you used your skills." Wen Jun just smiled and changed the subject. "All right, let's go quickly. I need to change my shoes before taking you home, and I also have to go back and find Dad." Seeing her brother's forced smile made Wen Yao feel uncomfortable. No, she couldn't let her brother become so negative. She had to find a way to help him rediscover his purpose in life. Her brother should be the one shining brightly on the operating table, creating new lives for others. He shouldn't be someone who carries a basket, cleans tables, and washes dishes. Thinking this way, Wen Yao began to recall the plot from the original story. It seemed that among the many followers of the heroine, there was someone called a divine doctor. But what kind of divine doctor was he? She couldn't remember anymore. And she also wondered where that divine doctor learned his medical skills. She needed to think carefully. Since that so-called divine doctor could be called a divine doctor, her brother could be one too. The heroine's path could be blocked at every turn. Humph. The two of them returned to the village quietly. Just before reaching the village entrance, they silently put the items back into the space inside the basket. Suddenly, the extra weight almost made Wen Yao fall flat on her face. She thought next time she should just take it out when she gets home. But she did this to avoid suspicion. Most of the villagers were around at this time. If she didn't carry some things back, it might look suspicious if she did something later. The story of Wen Yao's fight with the Li family still lingers in my mind. This time, the siblings carried a heavy-looking basket back to the village. Although everyone was curious about what was inside, no one dared to ask or cause trouble at this moment. Wen's girl, who usually stayed quiet with her mother, has now become quite fierce since her mother passed away, almost like a fierce woman. No one dared to provoke her. When they got home, Wen Jun changed his shoes. These shoes were made by Lu's wife when they still lived there. Luckily, these things weren't expensive. Otherwise, their former father might have sold them all. "Do you need help?" Wen Jun looked at the kitchen, feeling a bit worried about Wen Yao. Cooking really was a tricky task, more complicated than performing surgery. Wen Yao waved her hand without looking up. No, I can handle it myself." "Brother, take your time on the road." Seeing that she didn't need help, Wen Jun didn't insist and left after making sure she was okay. After hearing the door close, Wen Yao finished checking the supplies and quickly slipped into her space. The tablet on the warehouse automatically lit up. Wen Yao looked at her few achievement points and decisively gave up the tempting snacks she wanted. She bought the necessary spices and came out. Making marinated dishes mainly depends on the recipe for the marinade. The flavor changes with the amount used. Wen Yao had her own recipe proportions. To be precise, she even bought a high-priced electronic scale secretly, so no one would find out she was using it. She weighed the ingredients, put them into a clay pot, added water, and started boiling. Just as it began to boil, she heard the door open. Wen Yao quickly checked the kitchen for anything out of place from this era. After confirming everything was fine, she ran to the door and saw Luo Shi leading De Tu inside. Seeing her at home, De Tu immediately ran over, curious, and looked into the kitchen. When he saw the big pig's head on the table, he was so scared he shrank behind Wen Yao. But he couldn't resist and peeked out to look. "Grandma, why are you here?" Wen Yao called out to Luo Shi. Luo Shi looked around their yard. Aside from the simple kitchen, it looked more like a real home than before. "Someone said they saw you, and when June come back. De Tu wanted to go home, so I brought him over and also came to see how things are." Luo Shi seemed very satisfied with how their home looked now, and her tone was much better. Wen Yao nodded quickly and opened the kitchen door. "Grandma, come in and sit. I'm busy preparing something. Sit for a while and rest." "What are you making?" "What's that smell?" Ruoshi sniffed and went into the kitchen. The stew in the clay pot was starting to smell. Ruoshi thought the smell was strange, kind of fragrant but also a bit odd. On the stove, there was a small clay container, and the smell was coming from it. What surprised Ruoshi most was a large pig's head on the table. "Why did you bring this thing back?" Ruoshi asked in shock. Just then, she saw Wenyu pick up a string of pig intestines from a nearby bucket. She scolded, "Are you all so rich you don't know what to do with your money? Why buy this? If you want to eat meat, why not buy some good meat?" Buying things nobody wants. She saw that there was even more in the bucket. Buying so much more. Her voice sounded different, so Wenyu quickly threw the pig intestines into a basin nearby and explained, "Mom, don't worry. I bought it for a reason. I'm working on a new recipe, and I want to make it to sell with Dad at the stall." Ruoshi frowned. "No matter how you wash it, it still smells. Even if you make it, no one will buy it." "What's the point?" Wenyu chuckled. "Just wait and see. I promise it will be delicious enough to make your tongue happy." Ruoshi rolled her eyes. "Keep experimenting if you want." Though she complained, she still carefully picked up the basin Wenyu had set aside. "Tell me, how do you make it?" Wenyu looked at the little old lady with amusement, smiling and calling her, "Grandma, you're so kind." When she saw Wenyu use flour and vinegar to wash the smelly stuff, Ruoshi almost threw the basin in frustration. But despite her curses, she still helped Wenyu wash everything clean. The pig's head, after being examined by the big-headed person, was turned into meat on the cutting board. As time passed, the aroma from the stew in the clay pot grew stronger. Wenyu and the old lady finished preparing everything. "Will this thing stop smelling after cooking?" Ruoshi asked curiously as she watched Wenyu put the ingredients into the stew. Wenyu covered the pot with a lid and nodded. "Mom, just wait and see." Ruoshi snorted in disdain. "Humph. I want to see what you can come up with." After adding firewood, Wenyu suddenly took Ruoshi's arm. "Mom, come see my vegetable garden." Thinking of this, Ruoshi looked Wenyu over from top to bottom, then suddenly asked, "Your mother couldn't tell if carrots grew above ground or underground. Can you really grow vegetables? Please don't ruin my vegetable seeds later." Wen Yao's mouth twitched. She was at least a second-generation farmer, and besides, if she couldn't do it, there was always their old Mr. Wen. "It's not just you, Grandma. You're the family's anchor, our steady support. With you here, we don't have to worry," Wen Yao said, trying to flatter the elderly lady. "Your mouth is good at talking." "What's this anchor supposed to be?" Luo Shi asked as they headed to the backyard. As for De Tu, he was used to the vegetable fields at Grandma's house. He wasn't interested in the smell of meat on the stove. He just sat on a small stool beside the stove and didn't move. Wen Yao chuckled. "The anchor is a treasure from a storybook. It's like a magic object that calms the sea, so the waves don't get wild. No one in our family can match your skill, Grandma. You're the real anchor." Luo Shi was very pleased with this explanation. She proudly tugged at her hair. Of course. Without me keeping watch, things would be a mess. Yes, yes, thank you so much, Wen Yao said with a playful smile. Her cheerful attitude didn't annoy Luo Shi. Unlike before, when Lu Shi had taught her to be timid and silent, Wen Yao now was more likable. Luo Shi didn't go back for lunch. Wen Yao cut a small piece of pig's head meat, chopped it into meat patties. Luo Shi watched her work hard with the meat and thought that this girl was just like her mother. But despite the teasing, when the meat patties were ready, Grandma ate happily. In the afternoon, Wen Yao scooped out the first pot of marinated food. The originally foul-smelling pig intestines had changed color, and even the smell was gone. No more bad odor at all. Luo Shi was very surprised. It really doesn't smell anymore. It actually smells good. Wen Yao cut several pieces onto a plate and handed her some chopsticks. Grandma, try it. Luo Shi hesitated, but Datu was already eager and reached out to grab a piece and put it in his mouth. His expression changed repeatedly, more expressive with each bite. Even without speaking, just by looking at his face, you could tell how delicious the pig intestines were. Is it really that good? Luo Shi asked skeptically, taking a bite. The fishy smell was gone, replaced by a unique flavor that was not at all unpleasant, actually quite tasty. Luo Shi's eyes lit up as she chewed carefully, enjoying the taste more and more. She nodded while eating. It's really good. Wen Yao also tried a piece. Sure enough, it still tasted the same, delicious. After finishing the dish, Wen Yao quickly picked out a long string and chopped it into small pieces, filling a big bowl. Grandma, you can take these home to add to the meal for Grandpa and the others tonight. Seeing so much, Luo immediately put down her chopsticks and said anxiously, Oh, you little girl, why did you cut so much? These are for selling. You're wasting money. They have a golden mouth. They want to eat so much. Wen Yao placed the bowl down and refused to back down. The food is made to be eaten. Besides, this much isn't a big deal. Business is important, but family is more important. Do you want some? I'll give it all to Dad. Dad's eyes immediately looked eagerly at Luo, hoping she would refuse. Luo saw through his thoughts and directly carried the bowl in front of herself, scolding. All you think about is eating.
How old are you?
Can you really eat that much? Be careful not to upset your stomach. Dad wasn't upset. He ran over to the other side of the table, eagerly staring at the remaining food in the bowl, and proudly lifted his head to Luo, as if to say, I still have plenty, and there's a lot left. This food is tasty, but it might be hard to digest. Dad is still young, so he shouldn't eat too much, Luo said, worried that Wen Yao's affection for Dad might go on forever. Wen Yao patted Dad's head, knowing full well that Dad had rarely eaten meat since he was young. Eating too much suddenly could upset his stomach. Yeah, I won't give him too much, she agreed. As soon as she said that, Dad's mouth immediately pouted, and he stopped looking at them altogether. Luo looked at the back of his head and sighed softly, her eyes showing a hint of love. Could this child really be mute? Otherwise, how could he be almost 4 and still not speak a single word? Thinking of this, Luo's eyes grew a little sour. She pretended to rub her face casually and prepared to leave with her bowl. I'm going back now. Don't stay up late tonight. When your dad and brother come back, we'll all eat together at the old house. Just for the big bowl of meat Wen Yao gave her, even if it was pig intestines, it was still meat. Tonight, she would cook a dish with this, stew some cabbage and tofu, and make a few pancakes. The family could eat casually and comfortably. This was the first time since the old lady's family split up that she invited the main family to eat at the old house. That pig intestine bowl was truly worth it. All right, Grandma, I'll definitely tell my dad to come home for dinner, Wen Yao said happily. The words, going home, slightly touched the old lady's heart. Thinking about the past and comparing it to now, if that irresponsible eldest son truly changes for good, it would be a great thing. After seeing the old lady off, Wen Yao quickly got busy again. The old lady invited them to the old house for a meal, which was a key moment to repair their relationship. She naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, first win his stomach. This applies not only to men but to everyone, men, women, young, and old. Wenyang decided not to take the pork head meat and leftover pig intestines. Although they weren't bad, she had already given the old lady a bowl, so she couldn't give more meat now. What she wanted was to fully repair the relationship with the old house, not just buy it back with a few pieces of meat. Although she couldn't bring meat, she could bring some vegetarian dishes, and there were plenty of dried tofu. When Wenyu and Wenjun returned home, they smelled the delicious aroma of braised meat even before entering the house. Pushing the cart inside, they eagerly headed to the kitchen. When Dazhou saw Wenyu returning, he immediately ran over on his short legs, tugging at Wenyu's sleeve and leading him inside, while pointing at the kitchen and calling out excitedly. Wenyu followed into the kitchen and saw a bowl of braised dishes on the table. Dazhou was pulling his hand, pointing at the braised food, and Wenyang, puffing up his cheeks in frustration and looking very upset. "What's wrong?" Wenyu asked Wenyang. Wenyang looked at Dazhou with a smile and said directly, "Grandma said he's not allowed to eat too much because he might have trouble digesting, so he's throwing a tantrum with me." "Oh, I see," Wenyu said, pinching a small piece of the braised food and putting it in his mouth. Chewing and nodding, he said, "It's really tasty." Dazhou looked on eagerly, almost drooling, and tugged at Wenyu's hand again. Wenyu swallowed the piece of braised intestines and looked down at his son, smiling. "Your grandma's right. Eat less." Dazhou was so angry he let go of Wenyu's hand and sat aside, sulking. Wenyu smiled affectionately and helplessly, saying, "Girl, there's some rice left. I'll stir-fry some for you later. Let's just make do tonight." When it came to eating, Wenyang said, "Dad, Grandma said we should go to the old house for dinner tonight. Look, I've prepared the dishes myself." She brought out a plate of braised dried tofu, cheap, tasty, and delicious. When Shui still felt a bit nervous about going to the old house. After all, his previous self was such a scoundrel. The people there probably hated him to death, or at least didn't like him. But since they had come to see him, he knew he had to try to fix their relationship. "All right, I'll fry the remaining rice later and bring it over. It's enough for everyone to eat, so you won't have to eat leftovers tomorrow," when Shui said confidently, ready to start cooking. A family of 4 carried a big bowl of fried rice to the old house. Many people saw them and wondered if they had made peace with the main family. When they arrived, unlike before, the big door was quickly opened. Seeing them, Wen-non hurried to step aside and shouted to inform the family that Uncle's family had arrived. In the kitchen, Li and Kai were cooking with Wen-di. Luo and Old Wen stayed inside. The others were either playing outside or waiting in their rooms for dinner. "Grandpa, Grandma, we're here," Wen-yao called out as she entered. Luo came out and saw Wen-shui carrying a basin at the back. Wen-yao was walking in front, smiling happily, and Wen-jun politely called out, "Grandpa, Grandma." "Hee, Mom, where's Dad?" Wen-shui asked nervously. Luo looked at her eldest son and snorted softly. "Your dad is inside." "What are you holding?" Wen-shui pushed the basin forward. "It's the leftover rice we didn't sell today. Yao Yao said you called us back for dinner, so I fried all the leftovers." "Mom, where should I put this?" Luo was a bit surprised. She looked at the basin in Wen-shui's hands. Their family had enough rice to eat. If they sold it, how much would it be worth? How much would it sell for? Luo felt a little distressed and shot Wen-shui a look. He really was a spendthrift. Wen-shui chuckled. "Not much, not much. If we don't eat it all tomorrow, we can't sell it anyway. We definitely can't sell leftovers." "Mom, where should I put it?" Hearing this, Luo hesitated a bit. After all, it was food they ate. Even though it wasn't hot weather now, leftovers weren't good to keep. "Where else?" "In the kitchen, of course," Luo replied, though she still thought Wen-shui was a bit careless. Wen-shui did not upset the elderly lady and carried a basin into the kitchen. Li and Kai saw him come in and paused for a moment. When they looked at the large basin he was holding, it looked like rice food. Li's eyes lit up. "Brother, what is this?" Li stepped forward to look. It really was rice, each grain golden and fried, with eggs and shredded meat inside. It looked very fragrant. Thinking about the big bowl of meat the elderly lady brought back today, though it was probably pork intestines, Li was unsure how Yao Yao prepared it, but it didn't smell bad at all. Now, when Xiui brought in such a large basin of rice again, Li's mouth almost stretched to her ears with happiness. "This is the fried rice Yao Yao said you sell at the dock, right?" Li said, confidently taking the basin from Xiui. When Xiui sighed in relief, wiped his hands on his clothes, and nodded. "Yes, but it's a bit cold now. Later, the two younger sisters can reheat it, and it will be ready to eat. I'll go out first." Okay. When Xiui turned to leave, feeling relieved. It had been many years since he'd felt this nervous. Mrs. Luo was standing at the door. When she saw Wen Xiui come out, she shot him a sharp look. "Come with me." Wen Xiui shrank his neck and responded with a sound, following her. Inside the room, Mrs. Luo and Old Man Wen sat on the calm, a traditional bed. A small stool was placed nearby. Mrs. Luo stared at him, and Wen Xiui called out, "Father," then hesitated before sitting down on the small stool. Yao Yao, holding her big head, climbed directly onto the Kong, still warm. Old Man Wen looked at him with a raised eyelid, tapped his pipe, and asked, "How's business these days?" "Pretty good. Now everyone at the dock has heard that our fried rice is delicious. Many people come to eat," Wen Xiui honestly replied. Old Man Wen didn't know what to say next. He just said, "As long as the business is good, that's fine," and then fell silent. Mrs. Luo, seeing her husband like that, shot him a sharp look, full of disappointment, then continued, "I ask you, will you really stop making foolish mistakes in the future? After all, this son was the hope they both had long cherished." The whole family worked hard to support him, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say they sacrificed everything for him. His two younger brothers had started working in the fields early, just to earn money to send him to school. Seeing him pass the imperial exam and marry a scholar's daughter, they thought good days were coming. But unexpectedly, their overindulgence and pampering turned him into someone who is now wandering outside and causing trouble. His family savings were gone, his wife was gone too, and he almost harmed his two children. Now that he finally saw his son had changed for the better, the old couple didn't know whether to trust him or not, since similar things had happened before. They were worried he might be lying to get their money again. When the old lady asked like that, it showed she was wavering. When Xiui quickly took the opportunity and kept promising, "Dad, Mom, I swear I won't make such mistakes again. I will work hard to earn money and support the children. I swear, if I do, let me be struck by lightning and die a bad death." Mrs. Luo didn't say anything. She had made similar vows before, but what was the result? Forget it. Since you've all moved out and started your own families, how you live is your own business. As for Lu's family, Mrs. Luo paused, glanced at the children playing nearby, and then swallowed her words. She said, "All right, let's see if the second and third families have finished preparing the meal. Let's get ready to eat."
Okay.
When Xiui thought he would be scolded today, but luckily, he was spared. During the meal, the younger family members thought it was New Year's Day because there was meat and the rice was especially tasty, with meat, eggs, and vegetables inside. When Xiui brought a lot of food, but since the family was large, each person only got a small bowl. Fortunately, Li also steamed some cornbread, so everyone was mostly full. After eating, Li and Kai happily tidied up and washed the dishes, because it was rare for the family to have such a good meal. The others stayed in Luo's and Old Wen's room. A bunch of people sat on the bed and on the ground. Wen Di, Wen Ying, and Wen Yao huddled together whispering, while Big Head quietly played with his toys. Wen Jun also gathered with his brothers, listening to them ask about his experience selling things outside. When Xiui sat with his two brothers, feeling very awkward. They looked at each other nervously. When Xiu Zhu and when Xiu Qing still hadn't fully adjusted and felt like their big brother was a bit unreal. Just as when Xiu Yi's foot was about to dig a hole in the ground, Luo's voice finally broke the silence, telling them to disperse because too many people made her head hurt. When Xiu felt like he was given a big relief and quickly called out to his children, "Xiao Jun, Yao Yao, Big Head, let's go home now. Don't disturb Grandpa and Grandma's rest." God knows he was about to feel so awkward, he might have a panic attack. In their past life, they were just siblings. The sisters stayed at home with their parents, only seeing each other during festivals. They had many cousins, but when they met, the questions were always about how he was doing at the Agricultural Science Institute or whether he could help find jobs for some of the children in the family. He couldn't even find jobs for his own children. If those two kids weren't so capable, they'd be struggling to survive. Compared to socializing with relatives, Professor Wen preferred to stay in his research room at the institute. The family of four quietly left the old house. Actually, Professor Wen left alone, while the other three were a bit reluctant to leave. Back home, the three of them started working again, preparing for the next day's market stall. Big Head sat quietly beside them, keeping them company. They soaked the rice and packed the marinated meat into buckets, then sat down to drink a big gulp of water. When Shui asked, "Yao Yao, how should we price the marinated meat?" The broth could be reused, so the cost was mostly for the first batch. Pork head meat cost 10 cents per jean and pig intestines even less, 15 cents for a large bucket, and they could sell it at any price to make a profit. Most of the customers at the dock were traders and workers, so no one bought vegetables there. The marinated dishes would probably only sell to these people. If priced too high, no one would buy. Too low, and they wouldn't make enough money. Pork head and ears, 20 cents per jean. Then, with this small plate, 10 cents for a slice. Pig intestines can be cheaper, maybe 10 cents per jean. Dried tofu, 1 cent per piece. If someone wants to try it or use it as a side for fried rice, 1 cent isn't expensive. She was making a fair profit at this price. If she charged too much, she'd feel guilty. Based on Wen Shui's recent understanding of the dock's prices, this pricing was reasonable and matched their usual charges. They finalized the prices, and Wen Shui couldn't wait to yawn and go to sleep. The brother and sister knew Wen Shui had worked hard all day, so they tidied up and went to their rooms to rest. After settling Big Head down and preparing to sleep, the little boy suddenly sat up and stared blankly at Wen Yao. It scared her quite a bit. "What's wrong?" Wen Yao asked. Big Head pouted and suddenly reached out his hand, his eyes full of complaint. Wen Yao was confused and scratched her head. "Do you want something? What do you want?" Dazhou gently let out a small sound and reached forward again. Wen Yao only remembered after a while and slapped her forehead, saying, "Oh, you mean I promised to buy you candy?" Dazhou nodded. Wen Yao had forgotten about this, but seeing the child's hopeful eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse him. "Now, close your eyes, and I'll show you a magic trick," Wen Yao said. Dazhou tilted his head in confusion but obediently closed his eyes, though his hand on the quilt was still open, palm up. Wen Yao made sure he wasn't peeking, then got up and went to the cabinet, pretending to pick something out, but actually quickly ordered a pack of white rabbit candies from her space. She also ordered an antique-style oil paper, swapped the white rabbit packaging, and returned to the bed, placing the candy into Dazhou's palm. She said, "Now, you can open your eyes." Dazhou felt something in his hand and slowly opened his eyes, carefully holding the candy, curious about the strange-looking treat. He looked at the candy, then tilted his head to look at Wen Yao. Wen Yao picked up one piece to show him. "Like this, you open it, and inside is the candy. But you can't eat it now because it's bedtime. If you eat candy before sleeping, your teeth might get hurt." Dazhou watched as Wen Yao carefully unwrapped the candy, revealing the white treat inside, then wrapped it back up right in front of him. Dazhou was eager, almost speaking out loud in his impatience. But his struggles and whining didn't work. Under Wen Yao's firm control, the little boy had to go to sleep obediently. However, he didn't let Wen Yao take the candies away. Instead, he placed them under his pillow, making sure his little hands could reach them anytime. He had already decided that as soon as morning came, he would eat the candies. Before dawn, Wen Yao got up to steam rice and saw Dazhou asleep, still clutching his two candies. She tried to take them away as a prank, but surprisingly, he couldn't move them. Not wanting to wake him, Wen Yao gave up. She went to the kitchen to steam rice and sat behind the stove, dozing off until dawn. By then, Wen Jun and Wen Xiao had also woken up. The three of them packed everything into buckets and loaded it onto the car, as usual. Today, Dazhou woke up especially eager. He quickly dressed and ran to the kitchen, first running to Wenyao, holding up the candies and blinking big eyes at her. This made Wenyao laugh out loud before she unwrapped the candies and put one in his mouth. Finish eating, then rinse your mouth, Wenyao reminded him. Tasting the flavor of milk candies, Deju's eyes lit up with excitement. He was bouncing with happiness from the delicious taste, and Wenyao's words became background noise to him. Wenxiao, curious, asked Wenyao what she had given Deju to eat. Wenyao secretly took out 3 more candies, one for each of the 3 family members. The long-missed taste of white rabbit candies made even Wenxiao, who didn't usually like sweets, almost cry with emotion. Being able to enjoy white rabbit candies in this era was truly a great blessing in life. Don't give him too many candies, and you should eat less too. No dentist is going to fill your cavities, Wenxiao warned, saliva already pooling because white rabbit candies make you drool easily. Because they are so tasty. After finishing the candies, the father and son prepared to leave. Just as they pushed the cart to the door, they met Wenxiao Zhu and Wenxiao Qing, the brothers carrying baskets as well. What are you guys going to do? Wenxiao asked. Wenxiao Zhu replied, Old 3 and I are going to sell things in the city. Mother told us to see if you need help and to go together. Wenxiao nodded, recalling how in the past, whenever they stored eggs or dried mountain goods, they would save them to sell in the city to earn money for his education. He looked at his 2 younger brothers, whose skin was completely different from his. Although he was the oldest, he looked much younger than his brothers. Guilt weighed heavily on Wenxiao. He shifted slightly to the side and nudged Wenjun. Go help your 2nd and 3rd uncles put the things on the cart. They will help push, so just follow along. The 2 brothers chuckled, placing the basket on the cart. One took Wenxiao's place and the other walked beside, helping steady the items on the cart, not forgetting to remind Wenjun. Xiaojun, take a break. Your 2nd and 3rd uncles are here. If you get tired, you can sit in the cart. We'll push it together. Wenjun twitched his mouth and repeatedly waved his hands. No, I can walk by myself. Once in the city, they had to part ways. Wenxiao specifically told his 2 brothers to finish selling their goods and then meet him at the dock. He also told them not to rush back and to have lunch at his place before returning. Wenxiao Zhu and Wenxiao Qing nodded blankly, still not fully understanding. It wasn't until Wenxiao led Wenjun and the cart away that they realized they hadn't reacted properly. Wenxiao Qing tugged Wenxiao Zhu's sleeve. Second brother, is that really our big brother? Wenxiao Zhu shook his head, then nodded again. Maybe it is. They both fell silent. The sudden change in their big brother left them a bit stunned and unprepared. Hey, Wenxiao Zhu sighed and patted his younger brother's shoulder. It's definitely our big brother, but I don't know how long he can hold on this time. Let's wait and see. Come on, let's sell our things quickly and go to the dock to check. Don't forget, Mother told us to sell everything first and then see if Big Brother is really working hard at his stall or if he's just pretending. When Xiuqing nodded repeatedly and followed Wen Xiuzhu to sell their items. They took the embroidered goods their mother made to the fabric shop, sold them for money, then bought new thread and cloth. Only then did they head to the place where they had been selling their items. They kept at it until noon when the sun was high and finally managed to sell everything. After packing up, they both felt a bit hungry. Their baskets had dry food prepared by Luo, but remembering what their big brother had told them before he left, they clenched their teeth and endured their hunger as they headed to the dock. The dock was so big that they didn't know where to look for Wen Xiui and Wen Jun. They wandered aimlessly, passing two workers just finished with their shift. They overheard their conversation. I heard Wen's family has a new dish in their fried rice today. If you come late, it's gone. Yeah, it's some kind of braised meat. Sounds good. It's 10 coins per plate. If we pool our money, we can order one. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing exchanged a quick glance. Wen's fried rice? Could that be Big Brother? Quietly, the brothers followed them around in a circle until they reached the stall where Wen Xiui was working. When they arrived, they were stunned. They stared in disbelief at the crowded stall, with some people even squatting by the roadside eating from bowls. Wen Xiui kept stirring with both hands, one hand tossing fried rice, the other flipping the wok. When June was moving around the stall, collecting bowls, wiping tables, taking money, and serving dishes. Both brothers rubbed their eyes at the same time, unable to believe that the person in an apron, holding a spatula, was their proud big brother from before. But no matter how they looked at him, that was definitely their big brother. The brothers hurried forward. Wait a moment to eat. It might be a cue at this time, when Shui said without looking up, then saw his two brothers and greeted them. Seeing them standing there stunned, when Shui said directly, "What are you staring at?
Put your things down and help out." Ah.
Oh, okay. The brothers finally reacted and quickly put their baskets behind the stall to help. Seeing them arrive, when June also relaxed, he looked at the stall and then at the washing area behind. He said to the two, "Second uncle, third uncle, help me watch the front. I'll go wash the bowls." When the two heard this, they quickly waved their hands. No, we're clumsy. Don't upset the guests later. You go busy yourself. We'll handle the dishes here. When June didn't argue with them and nodded. All right, then I'll go busy myself. Second uncle and third uncle just put the clean dishes next to my dad. After saying that, he left. When Xiaozu and when Xiuqing looked at each other honestly and squatted down to wash the dishes. Next to them were two large buckets filled with water, ready to use. They scooped water into basins and started washing. While washing, their stomachs were growling loudly. If they had known they would be working so soon, they would have eaten something on the way to fill their stomachs first. After about half an hour of busy work, the crowd thinned out. When Shui finally had a moment to rest. Seeing his two brothers still squatting there washing dishes, he asked, "Haven't you eaten yet? Stop washing now.
Let Xiuyun wash later."
Come sit here. I'll make you some food. Almost done, just a little more," they said, continuing to wash the remaining dishes. When Shui also cooked rice for them. 2 steaming bowls filled with rice, eggs, and plenty of shredded meat. He even asked Wen Jun to cut a plate of marinated pig's head meat. "Eat up," Wen Shui said, putting on an apron and wiping his hands, smiling kindly at his two brothers. When Xiuzu and Wen Xiuqing looked at the large bowl of rice, a plate of marinated meat, and a bowl of soup each, feeling a bit hesitant to start. Seeing they hesitated, Wen Shui raised an eyebrow. "Eat. What are you staring at? Don't just sit there." When Xiuqing looked at Wen Xiuzu, who took a deep breath and picked up his chopsticks. "Eat. Big brother said so, so I will." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Wen Xiuqing picked up his chopsticks and started eating, mumbling that it was delicious. Seeing his brothers eat like this, Wen Xiui's expression softened a little. After all, in his eyes, these two brothers were about the same size as Wen Jun in his previous life. "Eat slowly, no one will take your food. When you're done, I'll cook more for you," he said with a smile. Wen Xiuqing still had rice in his mouth. When he heard this, he looked up and grinned foolishly at him. "Thank you, big brother." Wen Xiui just smiled. Seeing Wen Jun finish cleaning up, he said, "Jun, you should eat quickly too. There's still some in the pot." "Okay," Wen Jun replied, filling a bowl for himself and also serving one for Liuzi. Liuzi, feeling a bit embarrassed, took the bowl. The two of them sat behind the stall on small stools, eating and chatting as they enjoyed their meal. The two brothers finished all the rice and meat in their bowls quickly, even drinking all the soup, and then let out a satisfied burp. "Do you want more? If so, I can cook some again," Wen Xiui said. The two brothers kept waving their hands. No, we're full," they said, then chuckled foolishly at Wen Xiui. Wen Xiui couldn't bear to look at these two silly guys and asked, "Did you sell your things?" "Yes," they nodded. "We sold some dried goods from home, they sell well. Also, the handkerchiefs embroidered by the kid's mother and Wendy, selling them gives us some money to buy needles and threads." Wen Xiui felt a bit sad hearing this and couldn't help but pat the shoulders of the two Wen brothers. "You two have worked hard all these years." That one sentence almost made the two tall men cry. When Xiuqing's eyes turned red, and when Xiuju sniffed and said, "Big brother, please don't make any more mistakes in the future. Dad and Mom really can't take any more trouble." When Xiui smiled bitterly. He had never made mistakes before, but unfortunately, he couldn't explain everything, so he simply said, "I used to care so much about my reputation. Now I can set up a stall at this busy dock to earn money. Don't you believe I won't make mistakes again in the future? When the two brothers heard this, they got a bit nervous and hurriedly explained, "We believe you, big brother. We believe you. We're the dumbest, we can't speak well, unlike you, big brother, who's been smart since we were kids." When Xiao thought about the things he did in his past memories. If it weren't for this guy now, he'd probably be dead already. He really wanted to spit at himself. What kind of stuff did he do? Growing up, relying on his cleverness, he often cheated and bullied his brothers. After their family sent them to school, he became even worse, using his studies and hopes for the imperial exams to order his brothers around. His brothers, from a young age, had been brainwashed to think that as country bumpkins, they were inferior to him, a scholar. They believed they were nothing compared to him. Isn't that just manipulation? Manipulating his own two brothers. What a shame. Where are you two planning to go later? When Xiao changed the subject appropriately, or else these two might stay nervous all the time. The brothers had planned to leave in the afternoon. Originally, Luo Shi just wanted them to see if Wen Xiao was really working hard at his stall. Now that they saw the situation, they naturally wanted to go back. But after seeing how busy they were at noon, they thought maybe they could stay a little longer to help their big brother. After packing up in the evening, they could go home together. There's no work in the fields right now anyway. After the two finished speaking, Wen Xiao waved his hand. It's just for lunchtime. The afternoon won't be so busy. You two should go home. It's fine as long as Xiao Jun is here. Big brother, do we really not need to help? The two asked, trying to offer assistance. No, really no need. I can handle it. By the way, wait a moment. After saying that, Wen Xiao called Wen Jun over and instructed him, later, take the marinated large intestine to Boss Zheng, then buy 2 jin of meat with some money and bring it back for your second uncle to give to your grandparents. Okay? Wen Jun replied and went to count the money. Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xuqing immediately said, Big brother, there's no need to buy meat. Dad and Mom said you work hard to earn money, so don't buy anything for them. Wen Xiao, tired of listening, waved them off. It's settled. Just take the stuff and go with Xiao Jun. I still want to rest for a bit while no one is around. Hurry up, hurry up. Wen Jun, having counted the money and thoughtfully helping by carrying the basket, said, Second uncle, third uncle, let's go. If you stay here, Dad still has to look after you. He wakes up early and can't last long in the afternoon without a rest, since Wen Jun said so. The brothers could only quickly carry the basket and leave, worried about delaying Wen Xiao's rest. Wen Xiao lay down on a lounge under the big tree, watching the two leave with Wen Jun, then slowly let out a sigh. Family, no matter what you do, as long as you are sincere and regret it, there will always be people standing by your side. The old man and the old lady are like that, and so are the two brothers. Wen Jun took Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xuqing to the market. When Zheng the butcher saw him, he recognized him immediately. I was about to close up and head to the dock to find you. How about your family? Do they still want it today? Zheng asked. Wen Jun handed him the marinated large intestine and smiled. Uncle Zheng, my dad asked me to bring this for you to try. What is it? Zheng, curious, took it and opened it. He saw cooked pig intestines and paused. Is this the one you and your sister bought yesterday? Yes. Wen Jun nodded with a smile. Try the flavor. Wen Jun was confident in Wen Yao's cooking skills. When they first started selling the marinated large intestine today, no one dared to try it. But once the first person tasted it, everyone else couldn't resist. After all, it was cheap. Only 10 coins per jin. A few people pooled their money, sliced a plate, and everyone could share quite a bit. So, besides what was left for Zheng, everything else was sold out. The butchery owner, Zheng, ate a piece with a curious feeling. He had prepared himself to swallow it even if it was very unpleasant, but to his surprise, it tasted surprisingly good. He raised an eyebrow and said, Not bad. How do you make this? I really can't taste any bad smell. Wen Jun smiled and replied, I don't really know how it's made. It's my sister's recipe. I can't say much about it. Zheng finally understood and chuckled awkwardly. No problem. I didn't mean anything bad. I just asked out of curiosity. Do you want to take the large intestine today? Yes, and the pig's head too. Uncle Zheng, are you keeping it? Wen Jun asked. Zheng nodded and asked, "Yes, I am. Should I deliver it to you later, or will you take it now?" When June looked at his second and third uncles and said, "Take it now." "Uncle Zheng, thank you so much." "All right." Zheng happily weighed the pig's head. Since this might be a long-term business, he was quite pleased. Usually, he sells pig heads to restaurants, but they don't always want them, and he couldn't sell all the large intestines either. In the past, he would just throw away the leftovers he didn't eat himself. Today, the pig's head weighs 22 jin, and the large intestines are all here. "The price is still 15 coins, Zheng said. When June was a bit surprised. Zheng knew they made the large intestines taste good and could sell well, yet he didn't try to raise the price. His honesty was truly rare. Maybe later, Zheng would find out how much they sold the large intestines for and might raise the price, but that was understandable. For now, they still paid the previous price. After weighing everything, when June pointed to 2 pork belly pieces on the table and said, "Uncle Zheng, weigh these 2 pieces of meat too." "Okay, I'll charge you 11 coins for the meat," Zheng replied. He wasn't a picky person. The 2 pieces weighed about 3.5 jin, and Wen Jun quickly paid. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuxing watched in amazement as Wen Jun bought so many things and paid so much money. Seeing how confident and relaxed Wen Jun was, chatting easily with others, they thought to themselves, "He truly is a child of the older brother and sister-in-law. Very impressive. Second uncle, third uncle, please help me carry the pork and large intestines back to Yao Yao. The meat, too. The payment is done, so you can't refuse," Wen Jun said, placing the 2 pieces of meat into Wen Xiuzhu's basket. Zheng also said, "Hold steady," and then carefully put the pig's head in, covering it with some large leaves to keep it safe. Wen Xiuqing's basket was filled with a large pig intestine, which Zheng the butcher lent to him. He planned to pick it up tomorrow when he went to deliver meat at the dock. Wen Jun sent Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing out of the town before returning to the dock. For the first time, Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing carried so much meat. On the way, whenever they saw someone glance at their baskets, they felt nervous. They hurried back to the village, almost running. When they got home, they didn't go straight inside. Instead, they went to see Wen Yao and put the pork and large intestines down before feeling safe to go home. As soon as they entered the house, they were stopped by Mrs. Luo. "Why are you so late coming back?" The brothers put down their baskets and quickly told Mrs. Luo everything that happened today, talking one after another. Mrs. Luo listened with a worried look. "Are you saying he really set up a stall at the dock?" "Business is good." Mrs. Luo was half doubtful. The brothers nodded repeatedly. When Xiuzhu said, "Mom, it's true. There were many people during lunch. Big Brother's rice was gone in just 1 lunch hour, and yesterday Yao Yao brought us some braised meat. It sold very fast, just 10 cents for a small plate, and everyone wanted to eat it." Mrs. Luo fell silent after hearing this. She asked her second and third sons to check, feeling that her eldest son's recent changes seemed a bit unbelievable. She didn't expect what he said to be true. If the eldest really changed for the better, that would be a good thing. "All right, I understand. You two go do what you need to," Mrs. Luo said, and was about to leave. "Mom," Wen Xiuzhu quickly called out, took the meat Wen Jun bought from the basket, and handed it to the old lady. "Mom, this is the meat Big Brother asked us to bring back." Mrs. Luo looked at the meat, feeling a mix of emotions. Such a wasteful kid. Earning some money and already spending it recklessly, she said coldly. The brothers shrank back, saying they didn't want it anymore, but even if they didn't want it, they couldn't stop their mother from forcing it on them. "Mom, about this meat," When Xiuzhu hesitated but asked, "Hang it in the kitchen. In the evening, cut some for the children to try some meat," Mrs. Luo said, her tone much better. "Okay." When Xiuzhu took the meat and left. Wen Xiuqing then stepped forward and said, "By the way, Mom, Yao Yao asked me to tell you to buy more eggs. They use dozens of eggs every day, and it's not enough." Mrs. Luo frowned. "So much to do." "Fine, I understand. I'll go buy some." "All right, I'll go see if second brother needs help." Mrs. Wen finished speaking and ran away. Mrs. Luo originally wanted to go back inside, but after thinking for a moment, she turned around and headed out. She wandered around the village, found a few families she was close to, and arranged for them to deliver eggs to the old house at night. Then she headed toward Wenyao's place. Just as she reached the door, she heard the sound of reading from the yard. Mrs. Luo stuck her head out to look. Big Head was sitting on a small stool, and Wenyao was sitting opposite him, holding a book and reading aloud. Mrs. Luo stared at Big Head for a while. She saw that the child was just listening, not speaking at all. She sighed helplessly, pushed open the door, and entered. The reading stopped suddenly. The brother and sister looked up as Mrs. Luo entered, and immediately stood up. "Grandma, why are you here?" Wenyao hurried over, holding the old lady's arm. Mrs. Luo looked down at the book in her hand and raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Wenyao chuckled and shook the book, teaching Big Head to read. "Grandma, why are you here now?" Hearing this, Mrs. Luo didn't say much more. Wenyao and Wenchun were both raised by Lu. Since they were young, Lu had taught the siblings to read and write. If Wensi hadn't been so muddle-headed, the main house should have been the most successful branch of the Wen family. Now, after saying all this, she no longer hoped that her eldest son could become successful through studying. She just wished he would stop causing trouble and live peacefully with the 3 children. Mrs. Luo glanced into the kitchen and scolded, "If I don't come, who'll help you tidy up all these things?" Wenyao cheered happily, jumped up, and hugged the old lady's arm, acting spoiled. "Grandma, you are the best grandma in the world." Mrs. Luo couldn't stand her clinginess and pushed her away with disgust, then walked toward the kitchen. Wenyao followed behind, giving the book to Big Head and reminding him, "Practice by yourself. Just learn the few words I just taught you first." Big Head nodded obediently, sat back on the small stool, and started drawing on the ground with his stick. Mrs. Luo watched all this and asked, "Can Big Head understand?" "Of course. He learns the words after I teach him once," Wenyao nodded. Their Big Head was very smart. In the original story, he was called a genius and had a remarkable memory. The author of the original book only made his background and experiences a bit tragic. Other character settings were quite impressive. If she hadn't accidentally caught this little rascal secretly writing with a branch, she wouldn't have realized how fast he was learning. Mrs. Luo was very surprised but sighed again when she saw Big Head sitting silently. No matter how smart someone is, if they can't speak, it doesn't help. All I can do is sigh at how fate plays tricks on us. Let your dad earn money and not spend it recklessly. Find some time to take Dajua to see a doctor, Luo sure said before going into the kitchen. Wenyao watched the old lady's back and suddenly guessed that she might be placing her hopes, which she couldn't see in Wenxiao on Dajua. In that case, I can only say this little old lady has good judgment. But Dajua can speak. It's just not the right time yet, so Wenyao isn't worried, though she still responds politely. "Yes, once we save more money, we'll take him to see a doctor. Although it probably won't reveal much, making the old lady happy is worth it," so she agreed to go. Luo sure helped Wenyao wash the pig's head and intestines, then cut and prepare them for boiling and seasoning before leaving. This time, no matter what Wenyao said, Luo sure wouldn't take any of it. Family background. Eating meat every day, every meal. When she got home, Li Sure was already cutting meat hanging in the kitchen. Back in the house, Luo sure couldn't help but whisper to Wen Laohan. When Laohan was smoking a dry tobacco pipe, listening to her nagging, and he couldn't take it anymore. "Are you annoying or what? When things aren't good, you nag. Now that things are better and life is good, you still keep nagging," he said. Luo sure paused, then immediately threw her shoe at Wen Laohan, raising her voice. "What did you say?" Wen Laohan quickly dodged, turned, and slipped out of bed to put on his shoes, thinking he better leave early. As he left the house, he still heard Luo sure scolding behind him. When he looked up, he saw everyone in the yard watching him. He immediately straightened up. "What are you looking at? Are all the chores done, everyone?" Seeing that everyone was busy with their own things, when Laohan spat quietly and muttered, "Damn old woman," then he quickly slipped away, carrying his old pipe and wandering out. As he wandered, he kept smelling a meat aroma, probably the smell of the braised meat Wenyao made earlier. His feet wouldn't listen to him. When Wen Yao and Dajua stopped again to teach, and saw Wen Laohan come in, Wen Yao immediately shoved a book into Dajua's hand and went to greet him. The old man and old lady still had some food brought over. When Laohan saw Dajua holding a book and looked surprised. Is Dajua studying? Dajua. Wen Yao looked at the awkward grandfather and grandson and changed the subject. Grandpa, why are you here? Old man, when slowly strolled in, looked around and said, just out for a walk, come see you all. After speaking, his eyes also looked toward the kitchen. Seeing the simple kitchen, old man when thought about how all the tasty food was made here. Suddenly, he felt the kitchen was too plain and wished he had built a better one for his eldest son. Dajua saw old man when standing there and set down his book to bring him a stool. Old man when sat down and patted Dajua's head. Can you handle things here? He asked, referring to Wen Yao. Yes, I can. Grandma came earlier and helped me finish everything, Wen Yao answered politely. Old man Wen nodded, but the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a moment, old man Wen asked, where is your marinated meat? Wen Yao replied, oh, it's here. Old man Wen was silent. Seeing his reaction, Wen Yao suddenly wondered if the old man was feeling a bit greedy. It'll be ready soon. Grandpa, sit here for a while. Later, you can taste it, Wen Yao said happily. Old man Wen looked pleased but then waved his hand. Forget it. These are for selling, better to keep them for money. Since it concerned his eldest son's livelihood, even if he was tempted, he couldn't take advantage of it. To ease his own awkwardness, old man Wen decided to ask Dajua about his studies. Dajua, who was no longer as cautious around people, broke free from old man Wen's embrace and picked up a stick used for writing to show him. Seeing Dajua carefully write each character on the ground, old man Wen was surprised and very curious. Dajua, what are you writing? Although old man Wen had raised a talented child, he himself couldn't read or write. Because he never went to school, he hoped the next generation would become a learned person. But the scholar he hoped for turned out to be a disappointment. In just a short time, old man Wen's mind was filled with the hardships of his life. Seeing Dajua write so well, he almost cried. He wasn't moved because Dajua could write, but saddened that Dajua's writing had no use since he couldn't speak. At this moment, Dajua tilted his head to look at old man Wen but couldn't say a word. Wen Yao, who could speak for him, stepped in. Grandpa, Dajua is writing our names, Wen Yao said, pointing to the characters on the ground and reading them aloud for old man Wen. Old Mr. Wen's eyes grew redder as he looked at the big-headed boy. He just stared at him, gently touched his head, and kept his lips pressed together without speaking. Datu was a bit scared and shrank back behind Wen Yao. Seeing the old man like this, Wen Yao was also surprised. Grandpa, what's wrong? She asked. She hoped she hadn't said anything wrong. Why did Grandpa look like he was about to cry? Old Mr. Wen looked at Datu with affection and said helplessly, Heaven isn't fair. Our Datu is so smart, but why? He didn't finish his sentence, afraid of hurting Datu's feelings. Datu looked at Wen Yao with confusion, his eyes full of uncertainty. Grandpa seemed so sad, as if it was because of him. Wen Yao gently patted Datu's head and started to comfort old Mr. Wen. Grandpa, Datu is still young. Maybe it's not his time yet. I heard before that the smarter a person is, the more obstacles they face. Our Datu being so smart might just mean he's a little late in talking. Old Mr. Wen felt comforted but still asked, That makes sense. Who told you that? Wen Yao hesitated but remained calm. She said, My mother. Anyway, Lu's family had already left, so she couldn't go to the capital to ask if she had ever said that. Old Mr. Wen immediately thought of his eldest daughter-in-law's cold face. He knew she came from a good family and didn't look down on their family. If it weren't for Wen Xiaoyi's father, the old master, this marriage might not have happened. Lu's family had been studying with her father since she was young, so it wasn't strange that she was knowledgeable. You're right. Arda, too, just talks late. If anyone ever calls him mute in the future, I'll beat them up, old Mr. Wen said to Datu with a smile. When Datu heard the word mute, he slightly frowned, but seeing old Mr. Wen's face, his frown quickly relaxed, and he nodded. In the past, no matter what they said, this child wouldn't respond or pay attention. But this time, he actually responded, which made old Mr. Wen very happy. He was so happy that he asked Datu to write a few more characters for him and even told him his name, asking Datu to write it down for him. Wen Yao's mouth twitched. "Grandpa, I haven't even taught him your name yet." Old Mr. Wen looked a little disappointed but didn't mind. Their Datu was just very smart. The grandfather and grandson chatted happily for a while. Wen Yao's braised meat was ready, and although old Mr. Wen said he wouldn't eat, Wen Yao still cut some to let him try. Old Man Wen said he wouldn't eat, but he also had things he wanted to eat. "Yao Yao, how did you make that cake last time?" Old Man Wen suddenly asked. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows, surprised, so the old man actually wanted to eat some snacks. "Really? Grandpa, you want to eat?" Wen Yao teased playfully. Old Man Wen's thoughts were exposed, and he awkwardly hummed, saying, "No way. Those are just treats kids like. I was just asking out of curiosity." Wen Yao let out a long, "Oh," and said, "I see. I thought it was still early, and I could steam some now. Since Grandpa is just asking, I won't make it." Old Man Wen's mouth twitched. That girl was definitely doing it on purpose. Seeing the old man's face almost scrunch up, Wen Yao laughed and said, "Just joking. Wait a moment, I'll make some for you. Grandpa, do you want something sweet or a milder flavor? After all, too much sugar isn't good for the elderly." Old Man Wen's face turned slightly red, but he still stammered. "Well, sweet. Let's have something sweet." Wen Yao understood immediately. It was hard to believe. Her grandfather actually liked sweets. Wen Yao turned around and went into the kitchen. Old Man Wen eagerly stretched his neck, watching her busy inside. Big Head also moved a small stool to sit beside Old Man Wen, holding the book Wen Yao gave him. Although he didn't recognize some words, it didn't stop him from trying to remember their shapes. Wen Yao, taking advantage of facing away, quietly bought some xylitol from her space. Seeing her already thin achievement points decrease, Wen Yao felt distressed, but for the old man's health, she decided to spend a little more. A pot of steamed cake was quickly ready. As the lid was lifted and steam burst out, the grandfather and grandson couldn't sit still. They both stood up and headed to the kitchen, moving in perfect sync. Wen Yao turned her head and saw them both standing at the door, sniffing the air at the same time. Their actions and expressions were exactly the same. People say her siblings all look like Lu Shi, but at this moment, Wen Yao felt they resembled the Wen family more. Done. Wen Yao took 2 cloths, ready to serve the cake. Old Man Wen hurried forward, saying, "Grandpa, let me do it. Be careful. You might burn yourself." His mouth was stretched into a big smile, and Wen Yao happily stepped back to let him take over. This cake could be enjoyed hot or cold. When it was steaming hot, the sweetness was even stronger. Old Man Wen cut the steamed cake into small pieces, first giving some to his 2 grandchildren, then cutting his own. Wen Yao didn't eat but watched the grandfather and grandchildren as they burned their mouths and couldn't help but eat the cake. She propped her head up and said, "Eat slowly, it's hot. These are all yours." Old Man Wen took a bite, and the sweet taste almost melted into his heart. "Our Yao Yao's skills are unmatched. These are much better than the pastries in town," he praised his granddaughter. Wen Yao smiled proudly. She thought this is just basic skills. She could make even better tasting pastries if the conditions were better. But now things are simple and not as convenient. "Grandpa, take some home for Grandma and the others later," Wen Yao said. Old Man Wen paused, waved his hand, and said, "No need. Just leave it here." If he took it home, he wouldn't even get to taste the crumbs. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, "Grandpa, maybe my grandma doesn't let you eat sweets." Old Man Wen's face changed, and he quickly denied, "No way. She can't control me." But his words sounded a bit uncertain. After comfortably eating 1 piece, Old Man Wen took another. When he reached for a 3rd piece, Wen Yao stopped him. "Grandpa, you've already had 2. You can't eat more. You shouldn't eat too many sweets at once." Old Man Wen looked longingly and said, "Then, just 1 more." Wen Yao took the plate away directly. "No, if you eat more, I'll tell my grandma." Old Man Wen retracted his hand and gave her a playful glare. You kid, if you don't want to eat, just don't. Wen Yao couldn't help but chuckle softly. My dad and brother will be back tonight, and they want some too. I'll leave you 2 pieces. You can have them tomorrow. Old Man Wen's eyes lit up. Really? Wen Yao nodded. Really. As real as gold. Although he couldn't eat it today, the thought of eating it tomorrow made Old Man Wen very happy. He liked Wen Yao even more. But he was still curious. Yao, who did you learn to make these pastries from? I haven't seen you do it before. Wow, this old man was more curious than their big-headed family member. From my mother. How she used to make them. We couldn't even afford rice before. Wen Yao said, blaming Lu for everything. When Old Man Wen heard that Lu taught her, he wasn't surprised. In their hearts, it seemed that a daughter-in-law from a scholarly family was supposed to know everything. Big Head suddenly looked at Wen Yao when he heard her speak, with a strange expression in his eyes. Wen Yao saw this but chose not to notice. Old One was right. You can't hide something forever. Big Head will live with them in the future, so he needs to get used to it. No matter how smart this child is, he probably can't realize that these 3 people have already changed inside. And even if he guesses, so what? Wen Yao thinks Big Head might still like the 3 of them. Big Head's strange moment quickly passed, and he returned to being a good, obedient child, quietly eating the remaining snacks in his hand. Old One took a bite of something sweet, feeling satisfied, and secretly slipped a few coins into Big Head's hand before leaving. Only after Old One left did Big Head give the money to Wen Yao. 6 coins in total, each one very clean, showing how much the original owner valued them. Could these be Grandpa's secret savings? Just because of these 6 coins, Wen Yao decided to make some different sweets for the little boy next time. Although he can't eat too much, trying new types occasionally is fine. When Xiao-Yi and Wen Jun came back only after it was dark. If Wen Xiao-Yi hadn't specially kept some food for their family of 4 to take out, they could sell whatever they brought. Wen Yao bought half a pound of green peppers and secretly cooked a dish of green pepper pork intestines, another of sweet and sour cabbage, plus a pot of egg soup. With the rice Wen Xiao-Yi brought back, the family of 4 enjoyed a fragrant meal. The taste of these green peppers almost made Wen Xiao-Yi cry. If it weren't for this space, with the current progress of the times, who knows when they'd get to eat chili again. It's a pity we can't save the seeds. Wen Xiao-Yi, who came from an agricultural institute, was always concerned about seeds. With seeds, they could grow their own in the future, eat as much as they wanted. To save seeds from peppers, they need to carefully select suitable peppers on the plant and let them grow naturally until ripe. These green peppers were harvested early and sent to the market, so the seeds inside could still be viable, but the chances were much lower than fully mature peppers. Even if they survived, they'd likely produce misshapen or crooked plants. Wen Yao didn't look up and said, "We can buy them, no need to worry." She hadn't forgotten that in the original story, the heroine relied heavily on these things to succeed. Now that the heroine is just a shell, she has plenty of time to dig out all the secrets inside. When Xiao-Yi listened carefully and was excited to buy it, his eyes bright. But after thinking for a moment, he said, "It's not the right time yet. Let's wait a bit. Anyway, if we want to eat, we should buy fresh ones. We need to find a good time to plant the seeds." The family of 3 agreed unanimously. They didn't hide from Datu. After all, she didn't clearly say where she bought it from. At this moment, Datu was busy eating, so what they said didn't matter anymore. When the moon rose high, someone came to the old house. When Nong brought eggs to them. Yao, a total of 100. Mom said when you use them up, she'll go collect more, when Nong said. 100 eggs cost 150 coins, since 2 coins bought 3 eggs. Wen Yao quickly counted the money and gave it all to Wen Nong. "Didn't you count?" Wen Nong asked, holding the money. "What's there to count?" "Mom will help me count." Wen Yao tried to lift the eggs, but 100 eggs were a bit heavy for her age. To avoid wasting effort, Wen Yao decided to give up and asked Wen Nong to carry the eggs directly to the kitchen. In the following days, Wen Xiao-Yi and Wen Jun left early and returned late every day. In the morning, they prepared plenty of ingredients and left. Then in the evening, They brought back pig heads and large intestines for the next day's use. Now, their braised meat business was even better than before. Many city folks came to buy their braised meat. Wen Xiaoyi even made a special trip to the market to negotiate with Zheng Tu, the butcher, and agreed on a price. He asked Zheng to deliver more meat daily, besides pig heads and large intestines. At this time, eating beef was illegal, or Professor Wen would probably have asked Wen Yao to braise some beef. Fortunately, even though Zheng knew their family was making good money from braised dishes, he didn't raise the price of pig large intestines, which still cost 15 coins per bucket. Every time Zheng delivered the goods, he would chat with Wen Xiaoyi. Wen Xiaoyi asked him about this once. Zheng said that in doing business, honesty is the most important. Since he promised Wen Yao that the pig large intestines would be 15 coins per bucket, he stuck to that price, no matter how much profit Wen Xiaoyi and his family made. That was just how he sold it. Wen Xiaoyi admired Zheng's integrity so much he almost wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Luo's family also kept busy. Besides helping Wen Yao with chores every day, they also helped her collect eggs from the village. Now, Wen Xiaoyi took away 50 eggs every day. Sometimes he brought back a few extra, but most of the time, they were sold out. Because he is kind and friendly in business, many families raise chickens themselves and are reluctant to spend a few coins on eggs. So, he often brings eggs from home and asks Wen Xiaoyi to add them when making fried rice. Wen Xiaoyi never refuses, even when people bring their own vegetables. If he's not busy, he will happily cook for them. Within less than a month, the reputation of Wen's fried rice spread from the dock to the city, and many people came specifically to try it. Wen Yao even joked that Wen Xiaoyi had accidentally become a popular spot for visitors to check in. Wen Xiaoyi doesn't care about being famous online. He only wants to earn more money so that his 3 children can live a good life. Their humble thatch kitchen, after sticking with it for a month, was finally renovated by her grandfather, who waved his hand and asked 2 uncles along with some cousins to rebuild it. Wen Yao no longer has to stand in the thatch kitchen to show off her cooking skills. Now, after covering costs and expenses, she has saved nearly 10 taels of silver. Every time she sees these silver pieces, she feels as excited as seeing a big red banknote in her past life. Mrs. Luo still comes every day to help her. Whenever she sees Datu reading a book or writing with a stick on the ground, she sighs. Wen Yao also notices that even old man Wen, who occasionally comes to ask her to improve his meals, sometimes stares at Datu reading in a daze. Old man Wen isn't good at expressing himself directly. He always hesitates and then gives up. But Mrs. Luo is different. She has asked Wen Yao more than once when they can take Datu to see a doctor for his throat. Now that they have some savings, Wen Yao and her family are very aware of Datu's future path. They know he will be able to speak someday, but they can't tell the elders in the old house. After discussing as a family, they decided to find a time to take Datu to the city to see a doctor. Even if it's just to comfort the elders' hearts, this trip is necessary. That day, Wen Xiaoyi took Wen Jun to sell their goods. He told Wen Yao to go to the old house and ask the elders if there was a good doctor nearby. She should find out first so that they could take Datu directly when the time comes. Involving the elders was also a way to make them feel at ease. Wen Yao took Datu to the old house and was surprised to find visitors there. This was the first time since they arrived that they saw guests at the old house. The visitors were an elderly woman who looked somewhat like Mrs. Luo. When she saw Wen Yao and Datu appear, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Mrs. Luo with curiosity. Ruoshi has gotten used to the fact that the older sister's family often comes over every few days. She was a bit slow to react when she saw the elderly lady, until the old lady softly asked Ruoshi, "Big sister," about the people from the main household. Only then did Ruoshi realize she had forgotten. All the relatives and friends at home knew that they had separated from the main family and had almost stopped talking altogether. Ruoshi didn't know how to explain this to others. She just waved to Wenyang and Datu, saying, "Yao Yao, Datu, come here. Say hello to your little aunt." Wenyang held Datu's hand and politely bowed, calling out, "Little aunt." Datu also made a bow. These manners were taught by Lu, and they were deeply ingrained in their memory. "Oh, no need for that. No need for that. Ruoshi was startled and quickly stood up to help the siblings, showing manners much better than their rural customs. Seeing Wenyang and Datu looking confident and composed, Ruoshi couldn't help but feel that children raised in a scholarly family were different from those rural kids. It's just a pity that the daughter-in-law ran away with someone else. Thinking of this, Ruoshi looked at her sister with sympathy. Ruoshi found her sister's gaze quite confusing and narrowed her eyes in response. Ruoshi immediately shifted her focus. The greeting was done and the people had been called over. Ruoshi then let the children go play by themselves. After they left, she curiously asked, "Big sister, what about Xiao-yi and the others? You said you wouldn't have anything to do with them anymore?" Ruoshi replied calmly. After Lu left, he changed for the better. Now he's peacefully raising his 3 children. After all, he's my own flesh and blood. How does that saying go? A prodigal son returns home, and gold is never exchanged. Yes, that's it. We're all family. Since Ruoshi said that, her sister didn't ask further. Everyone once had high hopes for Wen Xiao-yi, their nephew. After this small incident, the sisters continued their previous conversation. Ruoshi's brow furrowed again, showing some sadness and dissatisfaction. "Big sister, what should we do?" The cook had already agreed to prepare the wedding feast for our second daughter, but now the divorce is just days away. Suddenly, he says he can't come because of family matters.
Please help me.
If there's any skilled chef in your village who can prepare the meal, ask around. We can't just have the guests drinking plain water on the wedding day. Ruoshi was a bit worried. Her nephew's wedding was a big event, but she didn't know where to find a suitable cook or maid. With the skills of the people in our village, what they make isn't even as good as what we can do ourselves. No, that's not good enough. Ruoshi waved her hand dismissively. Overhearing a snippet of conversation nearby, Wenyo suddenly had a bright idea and quickly stepped closer. "Grandma, do you think I can do it?" Wenyo was supposed to be a bit clumsy, but with Waning around, she didn't need to worry about taking care of things. Bored, Wenyo planned to visit Wendy and see her embroidery and weaving. As she passed by 2 elderly women, she overheard their conversation. Wen's aunt was preparing for a wedding, but the chef suddenly backed out at the last minute. They couldn't find a replacement, and the 2 old women were worried. Oh, what a coincidence. Wenyo was familiar with kitchen work, and this could be a good opportunity. If she managed to handle this well, it might open up new paths for her in the future. Don't underestimate rural banquets and celebrations. Nowadays, there are no strict rules against extravagance or waste. Besides red and white events, everything else is allowed. Even a child's full moon celebration requires a few tables, not to mention weddings and funerals, which are grand affairs. If you have money, there are ways to spend it. If not, there are ways to save. But at the core, it all depends on one person, the head cook. A skilled chef, famous in 10 or 20 miles around, would attract many guests. During good times, several families might compete to hire the best chef. Wenyo guessed that the chef her aunt was planning to hire might be snatched away at the last moment. The 2 old women were startled by Wenyo's sudden appearance. "Hey, you little brat, are you trying to scare me to death?" Ruoshi almost slapped her, but her hand only lifted heavily and then gently fell. Wenyo just thought the old ladies were tickling her and paid no mind. She sat down on a small stool between the 2 women, smiling cheerfully. "Grandma, big celebrations aren't the time for such words." "Aunt, are you planning to hire a chef?" Little Ruoshi was the most surprised. She was shocked not only by Wenyo's boldness and unconventional behavior, but also because she had only seen Wenyo before, always accompanied by Lu. Wenyo would bow politely and then disappear. Now, with her lively attitude, Ruoshi almost didn't recognize her. Surprisingly, it was Roche's attitude toward Wenyao. She knew how disappointed her older sister was with the main family. Even before she was disappointed, she had always been cold and distant toward the children of the main family, mainly because Lu sure disliked her as a country girl and was worried about her ability to educate the children well. "Why are you staring blankly? The child is asking you a question." Roche's voice pulled Xiaorua's thoughts back. Xiaorua nodded and said, "Yes, your second uncle is getting married." Originally, he was supposed to be the head chef, but now the wedding is in a few days, and that chef said he can't come because of personal reasons. It's like they're tricking us. Wen-Yao suddenly became curious. My second uncle? Logically, Xiaoruo wasn't much younger than Roche. Wen-Yu was the oldest in the family, and even if her younger aunt married a few years later, the second uncle shouldn't be getting married just now. After all, her third uncle's daughter was already 10 years old. Xiaoruo sighed deeply, looking sad. Yes, your second uncle. I had you later than him. He's about 10 years younger than your eldest uncle. When he was 17, he was drafted into the army. Our family had to send someone. Your eldest uncle was busy with a family, and your second uncle wasn't married yet. We hesitated about who should go, and he secretly signed up himself. He was gone for 5 years and just came back last year. When he returned, we arranged a marriage for him, but now this happened. Wen-Yao nodded understandingly.
So there was more to the story.
He went to serve in the army, so it wasn't strange that he married so late. If Wen-Yao had wanted to try before, now she felt she must help her aunt. Any soldier, at any time, deserves respect and admiration. Auntie, call me. Wen-Yao patted her chest confidently. Xiaoruo looked surprised. You? Roche frowned and glared at her. What trouble are you trying to cause? Wen-Yao sat forward and said seriously. Annie, I mean it. Since you can't find anyone now, why not let me try? Annie, do you still doubt my cooking skills? Well, Roche thought about Wen-Yao's cooking skills over the past month. Her dishes seemed to improve so much. What she made was not only delicious but also beautiful. However, she, a 10-year-old girl, doing the head chef job, seemed unreliable. It was fine for her to cook small meals at home, but if she messed up the wedding, it would ruin someone's life. Little Luo's understanding today was almost completely refreshed. She originally thought her sister would refuse outright, but instead, she saw hesitation on Luo's face. Hesitation? Her sister actually hesitated to refuse Wen-Yao? Does that mean she still thinks Wen-Yao might succeed? Is this girl really capable? Little Luo decided to ask directly. Luo frowned slightly, glared at Wen-Yao, then sighed and said, This girl has learned some good cooking skills from her mother, but she's too young to handle the kitchen work. I'm worried she'll mess things up for you. Little Luo's eyes lit up. Yao Yao really can cook? Yes, and it's delicious. Auntie, do you want me to show you? Wen-Yao said confidently. Luo's eyebrows almost knitted into a knot. Watching her sister's unpredictable expression, little Luo clenched her teeth. Sister, how about letting Yao Yao make 2 dishes for me first so I can see? No matter what, it's worth trying. Seeing her sister's words, Luo could only give in. All right, go ahead. The ingredients are in the kitchen. Your second aunt and third aunt will help you. Make 2 dishes for your aunt to try, Luo instructed. Okay, just wait and see, Wen-Yao said as she hurried toward the kitchen. Luo looked at her restless and impatient manner, feeling it was hard to watch. This girl, I don't know if her mother was too strict with her. Since her mother passed away, she's been acting crazy. No longer the girl she used to be. All the manners her mother taught her, she's thrown them away, Luo muttered angrily. Seeing her like this, little Luo chuckled and said, Sister probably likes her current look. Luo paused, then snorted. Who likes her? Just like her father, always making me angry. Yes, 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 I get it, little Luo said with a smile, not arguing or exposing her. She was just a bit worried whether Wen-Yao could really do it. If she could, it would truly solve a big problem for their family. Don't worry about her cooking skills. I think she might be a reincarnation of a hungry ghost. She can turn even a cabbage into a fancy dish. Just wait and taste her work, Luo said dismissively, though her slightly proud expression betrayed her inner feelings. When Li and Kai learned that Wen-Yao was going to make 2 dishes for little Luo to try, they followed their mother-in-law's instructions and obediently helped Wen-Yao, even though they found it strange. Little Luo's wife married into a village about 10 miles from their home. The 2 sisters married into good families, but later, the Wen family struggled more to support Wen Xiui's studies. They even helped fill gaps in the household expenses, almost exhausting their savings. Little Luo's wife married into the Jiao family. Originally, Both families were quite similar, but after Jiao Ming joined the army, things started to change. Serving in the army meant receiving pay, which brought in more money each year. When Jiao Ming returned after 5 years of service, the government gave him a subsidy of 30 taels, making the Jiao family's situation better. The girl Jiao Ming was engaged to also came from a well-off family, considered quite wealthy. They chose her because she liked the Jiao family's good conditions and saw no need for complicated negotiations. Jiao Ming was hardworking and capable, which helped seal the deal. Otherwise, their 5 or 6 year age difference might have made the match impossible. Because of the family status, the Jiao family paid special attention to the wedding arrangements, even hiring a professional cook. In the countryside, wedding banquets are usually simple and affordable, but they still need to taste good. Typically, the banquet has 6 dishes: 2 cold dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 2 main dishes. Better-off families might have 8 dishes, 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes. The most luxurious ones have 10 dishes, with 2 cold dishes and 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes. The Jiao family chose a middle ground and prepared an 8-dish banquet. Wen Yao decided to make 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. She used ready-made tofu to make a simple stir-fried tofu, and she also sliced some marinated large intestines to stir-fry as the meat dish. Soon, little Luo caught the aroma drifting from the kitchen. Her eyes lit up. Could this girl really do it? Finally, she saw Li and Kai each carrying a plate of food and coming out. "Auntie, please try this," Wen Yao said, pointing to the 2 plates. This dish is called homemade tofu. First, slice the tofu and fry it until both sides are golden. Then, heat oil with green onions, ginger, and garlic to release fragrance. Add vegetables and stir-fry. Next, add the fried tofu and season with spices. Finally, thicken the sauce with starch water. Hearing this, little Luo's mouth watered. She immediately took a pair of chopsticks from Li and tasted a piece. The tofu was golden and crispy on the outside, tender inside, making her want to take another bite. She tried 2 pieces before putting down her chopsticks and praising, "Delicious." Yao Yao's cooking is much better than that professional cook's. When Yao smiled slightly and continued, "Auntie, this dish is unique to our family. You won't find it outside." "Oh, really? Then I must try it." Little Luo smiled happily. After saying that, she reached for her chopsticks, but when she saw what was on the plate, her face changed. "Yao Yao, is this pig intestines?" Little Luo frowned. Pig intestines usually have a bad smell, and few people eat them. Even if she was trying to save money, she never thought of using this to cook a dish. After hesitating for a moment, little Luo said, "Yao Yao, let's forget about this dish." Wen Yao was not in a hurry. Usually, people who haven't tasted pig intestines might find it hard to eat this dish, but she was patient. "Annie, this dish is the main point today. I've processed the pig intestines through 81 steps, so there's no bad smell. Also, before stir-frying, I treated the intestines carefully to remove any strong or fishy smell. Plus, I added some jiu, a spice, for flavor. This is truly a delicious dish that goes well with rice. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" Since there was no chili, she could only use jiu as a substitute for stir-frying the pig intestines. The Wen family rarely ate such strong-flavored food, but they did keep jiu at home, or Wen Yao wouldn't have thought of making this dish. Little Luo was still hesitant. Seeing her hesitate, Luo took the chopsticks, picked a piece, and put it in her mouth herself. The spicy flavor of jiu immediately filled her mouth, with a hint of roasted meat aroma. The chewy texture of the intestines made Luo nod and ask, "Why haven't you made this dish before?" Wen Yao shrugged. "I didn't know we had jiu at home before. My second aunt found it in the cabinet today." Luo didn't ask further. The Wen family rarely ate jiu. When they did, it was usually stored in the cabinet.
Try it.
"It's really good and goes well with rice," Luo said to little Luo. Seeing Luo eat, little Luo hesitated, but then took a small piece to try. The spicy taste hit her first, making her frown. But when she smelled the aroma, her eyes lit up. It was spicy, but it also made her very hungry. It was definitely a good dish to stimulate the appetite. "Auntie, how is it? Delicious, right?" Wen Yao asked happily when she saw the old lady's expression. Little Luo nodded repeatedly. Yao Yao, you're amazing. You made pig intestines taste so good. Wen Yao blushed shyly. Oh, Auntie, you're too kind. Luo couldn't help but roll her eyes in frustration. Now that she has tasted it, Mrs. Luo said, Yao Yao's cooking skills are truly excellent. We've eaten at many places before, but no one can match Yao Yao's taste. You can think it over yourself. If you're confident, let this girl handle it. If you're not sure, you should quickly find a way and ask around if there's any available head chef. Little Mrs. Luo no longer cared about finding another head chef. She thought Wen Yao was quite good. Her own child, she knew well, and her cooking was great. The dishes she made not only tasted good but looked nice too. Most importantly, this girl knew how to manage daily life. Look at this home-style tofu and stir-fried large intestines, both made from cheap ingredients. A block of tofu costs only a few cents, and pig intestines are even cheaper. Many of the unsold meat from butchers is just thrown away. What are you still asking about? I think Yao Yao is perfect. Yao Yao, are you willing to help your second uncle with the wedding feast at your aunt's house? Mrs. Luo asked kindly, her eyes almost squinting with a smile. Wen Yao wanted to say she was willing, but before she could speak, Mrs. Luo spoke first. It's fine if Yao Yao goes. You just need to agree on the wages first. You can't let her work for nothing. Mrs. Luo scolded her sister with a playful glare. Sister, my good sister, am I that kind of person? I wouldn't mistreat anyone, especially not my own child. How about this? Previously, the head chef's daily pay was 180 coins. How about I give Yao Yao 200 coins a day? 200 coins a day is already a high pay for a head chef. Mrs. Luo offered this price because Wen Yao's cooking was really good and she was her own child, so she had some personal care involved. Mrs. Luo was quite satisfied with the price but worried that Wen Yao was still young. If she accidentally caused trouble, she feared Mrs. Luo would blame her. Thinking of this, Mrs. Luo decided to speak frankly first. If Yao Yao goes, what if something goes wrong in the middle? She asked. Mrs. Luo was taken aback. She hadn't thought of that. She only believed Wen Yao's cooking was excellent and that her dishes would bring good reputation to their family. She hadn't considered the risks. But soon, Mrs. Luo understood. Yao Yao doesn't need to do much, just stay in the kitchen to watch the fire. Others will help with the rest. As long as she keeps an eye on things, there shouldn't be any problems. Mrs. Luo looked at Wen Yao and saw her nodding quickly, so she hurriedly responded. Since that's the case, then go ahead. At worst, I'll bring along my 2 daughters-in-law to help in the kitchen and keep an eye on things. All right, Yao Yao, you'd better thank your auntie, Mrs. Luo said. Wen Yao quickly bowed and said, Thank you, auntie, for giving me this chance. Rest assured, Uncle Second's wedding will be the best in the area. Mrs. Luo was very happy. The big problem was solved, and her mood lightened. Okay, I'll rely on you, Yao Yao. The wedding is coming soon. Let me know if there's anything else you need to prepare, so I can get it ready. By the way, about this dish, can pig intestines also count as a dish? Mrs. Luo asked. Thinking about the reputation of that food, Wen Yao asked, Annie, are you worried guests might think this dish isn't fancy enough? Mrs. Luo smiled and waved her hand. What's fancy or not? Once they actually try it, they'll see how good it is. The surprise is the point. When everyone sees and tastes it, it'll be quite interesting. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. The old lady had quite some ideas. All right, then let's include that dish. And what about this home-style tofu? Wen Yao asked. Mrs. Luo nodded. Yes, yes. Also, take a look at what other dishes need to be prepared. Our banquet has 8 vegetarian and 8 meat dishes. No need for big fish or heavy meat. Rural folks just want to taste some meat and vegetables. With that, Wen Yao understood what to do. She patted her chest confidently. Auntie, don't worry. I'll handle everything. Don't worry, don't worry. I trust you, little Yao, Mrs. Luo said with a smile. Mrs. Luo glared at Wen Yao playfully. You'd better be careful. Help your auntie manage everything well, or I might give you a good scolding. Don't worry, auntie, Wen Yao said with a cheerful wink. There were only 8 dishes, simple and affordable. No problem for Chef Wen. Mrs. Luo happily stayed at the Wen family's house all afternoon, discussing the menu with Wen Yao. They finally decided on the dishes to serve. Wen Yao made a list of what needed to be prepared by Mrs. Luo and what they would handle themselves. Actually, their main task was just to prepare some marinated pig intestines. After seeing Xiao Luo off, Luo Shi finally gathered the family together and announced, "On the day your aunt's wedding banquet is held, everyone should go. The second and third brothers will help me in the kitchen. Neither of them should wander around. Just help with errands and carry things. Since your little aunt asked Yao Yao to handle this, we can't let anything go wrong with the wedding." Li Shi looked a bit reluctant. "Mother, we're not going to the feast to eat. We're going to work." Luo Shi glared at her. "If you don't want to go, stay at home. All you do is eat." Actually, the real work in the kitchen is considered a good job. Usually, people who aren't very close aren't asked to help in the kitchen because, normally, leftover food from the event is shared with the kitchen staff, who can take some home. Li Shi shrank back. "I didn't say I wouldn't go." Luo Shi glared at her second daughter-in-law. She knew what kind of person she was. She wasn't cunning or malicious, just used to living frugally and sometimes a bit petty. As for the third daughter-in-law, she always agreed with whatever was said. Luo Shi didn't even need to look. She knew Kai Shi agreed with his plan. "Grandma, we should help too." When Nong, the second oldest child in the family, volunteered. Luo Shi waved her hand. "Forget it. Just go with your Uncle Heir to pick up the bride. If you come to the kitchen again, our family will take over entirely, and the others invited might wonder what's going on. Just do what you're supposed to." After Luo Shi left, the children gathered around Wen Yao, asking excitedly how she managed to make so many delicious dishes. What could Wen Yao say? The all-powerful Lu Shi was involved, and no one could find any fault. In the evening, after Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Jun finished their work, Wen Yao told them about it. When they learned that Wen Yao was planning such a big banquet, both father and son were a bit surprised. "Yao Yao, do you think you can do it?" Wen Xiaoyi asked, not worried about Wen Yao's cooking skills but about her experience. She usually only cooked for their family of 3, and even then it was just for them. Now, she was preparing a wedding feast for others. "Can I do it?" "Maybe I should do it with you," Wen Xiaoyi suggested. Wen Yao smiled. "Just to cook a big pot of fried rice." Wen Xiaoyi chuckled. "Well, that's not impossible." Wen Yao was tickled by his teasing and burst out laughing. Even when June and Big Head couldn't help but smile. They one gentle, the other secretly giggling behind his hand. "That little ant must have kicked you out," Wen Yao said bluntly. Wen Xiaoyi was just joking. He knew his place. He didn't want to cause trouble at the wedding by making a fuss over a simple dish. "On that day, we'll close the shop for a day. We haven't had a break in over a month, so it's a good chance to rest and help out in the kitchen," Wen Xiaoyi said confidently. After dinner, the family of 4 relaxed. Wen Jun willingly took on the dishwashing, while Wen Xiaoyi and Big Head continued teaching him to read. Although Wen Jun couldn't speak yet, he was quick at writing, and Wen Xiaoyi was very happy to teach him. Today, Wen Xiaoyi gave Big Head a stick to play with while he sat nearby, watching the kitchen closely. "Dad, what are you looking at?" Wen Yao held a handful of pumpkin seeds she brought from the old house, actually secretly given by Grandpa. Wen Xiaoyi nodded toward the kitchen and whispered, "Have you noticed that Dr. Wen seems a bit off lately, huh?" "My brother? What's wrong?" Wen Yao sat beside him. Even Big Head stopped writing and moved closer, all 3 watching Wen Jun work silently in the kitchen. They didn't understand why their dad and sister called him Dr. Wen, but they still cared about their brother. Wen Xiaoyi said, "I've felt that something's not right with him these days. Sometimes he just stays alone, looking gloomy, like he's got something on his mind. When I ask him, he always acts so calm, like nothing's wrong. But I know him. I'm his father, and I understand him better than anyone. He must be hiding something." He almost said too much but stopped himself in time. Wen Yao was confused. "Our life is good now. Business is fine. And we haven't had any trouble. What could be bothering him?" Wen Xiaoyi replied, "If I knew, I wouldn't have to guess." He turned to his daughter and said, "Maybe you should find a chance to talk to your brother." Wen Yao rolled her eyes. "Why don't you go?" Wen Xiaoyi shrugged. "I asked him, but he won't tell me." Both Wen Yao and Big Head fell silent. Was that really asking? All right, I'll ask him, Wen Yao said, finishing her pumpkin seeds and standing up to head to the kitchen. When Xiao-yi almost fell off his stool. I didn't say go now. Do you understand what the right time is? Wen Yao didn't turn back. It's better to seize the day than wait for a lucky day. Wen Yao entered the kitchen without looking back and called out, brother. This simple greeting surprised Wen Jun, and now Wen Yao finally believed what Wen Xiao-yi had said. There is something wrong with her brother. Brother, do you have something on your mind? Wen Yao asked directly as she moved closer. Wen Jun paused slightly and smiled. No, it's nothing. Did Dad tell you something? Don't believe his nonsense. I'm fine. Wen Yao leaned to the side. Come on, you can't fool old one. Tell me what's wrong. I am your most beloved sister. Her words made Wen Jun laugh, and he put the clean dishes into the cabinet. Then he looked down at his hands and said, Yao Yao, do you think your brother is useless? Here you and Dad have your own things to do, but I am still washing dishes. His hands once held many surgical knives, saving many lives, but now they had turned pale from washing dishes and wiping plates. Wen Yao was stunned and straightened up. She looked at her big brother with concern. Brother, Wen Yao had never thought that Wen Jun's feelings of disappointment were caused by this. She thought their family's life was heading in a good direction, that everyone was happy, but she forgot that her brother's dream was to be a doctor who helps people. It was his childhood dream, the only dream he had been pursuing since their mother passed away. Wen Jun was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he sighed deeply. When he turned to face Wen Yao again, his face was smiling. He reached out and gently patted her head, showing affection. All right, I'm fine. I was just being a bit sentimental. It'll be better tomorrow. Don't worry, Wen Yao. How could she not worry? Wen Jun finished cleaning the kitchen and was the first to leave. Wen Yao stood there in a daze for a long time, watching Wen Jun squat across from Dad, helping him write, and seeing Wen Xiao-yi look at his son with concern but not knowing how to ask about his worries. Suddenly, Wen Yao clenched her teeth and ran to the three of them, saying, Dad, let's let Big Brother study medicine. Since his previous studies had no use, they should start again. Her brother had solid medical skills and enough clinical experience. Learning traditional Chinese medicine wouldn't be difficult for him. Wen Xiao-yi paused, looked at Wen Yao, then at his son, and suddenly understood everything. It turns out to be because of this. It was his father's oversight. Dazhou looked blankly at the three of them, then understood when he heard Wen Yao's words. It was because his father and sister wanted the eldest brother to learn medicine, so they called him Dr. Wen. Dazhou looked at his still surprised older brother, then picked up a stick and wrote the words, Dr. Wen, on the ground, then tugged at his sleeve to show him. When Wenzuan saw the 3 words Dazhou had written, he suddenly felt his eyes sting a little. But as the eldest son, he knew his duty was to take care of his younger siblings. The family business couldn't rely on just his father. It was too busy. The family can't do without people. Dad is too busy alone, so maybe we should forget it, Wenzuan said. Wensi clapped his thigh and said, What are you talking about? Your sister is right. You should learn medicine. Don't worry about the family business. Dad will figure it out himself. You just need to prepare to become a doctor. Wen Yao also said, Yes, brother. If you don't learn medicine, it's a real waste. Your hands are meant to heal, not wash dishes. Remember that kid we met before? If it weren't for you, he might have lost his life. Wensi looked surprised. What kid? What did you two do? Wen Yao looked at him. Didn't I tell you? Wensi smiled. You guess you didn't say. Wen Yao blushed and said, Oh, sorry, I forgot. Well, on the day we bought things and were coming back, Wen Yao recounted the story of saving the child, then concluded, I think this is a sign from heaven for my brother, telling him not to give up on this path. Dad, do you agree? Wen Yao nudged Wensi, who nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yao Yao is right. Jun, you should follow this path. Although Dazhou didn't understand everything, he felt a sense of awe. Seeing the 3 of them arguing, Dazhou suddenly tugged at their clothes, made 3 sounds of awe, then raised his small hand. Wen Yao immediately understood and said, Dazhou is suggesting we vote. Raise your hand if you agree that my brother should learn medicine. Dazhou raised his hand very high, and Wenyao also raised hers without hesitation. Wenxi naturally followed. Only Wenzuan was left. Wenzuan looked at the three supporters, feeling a bit unsure, but still worried. What about the family business? What do we do? Wenyao snapped her fingers and said, "That's easy. We can ask someone. If outsiders don't trust us, we can invite people from the old house. When Nong is at home, right? He's about the same age as my brother and quite clever. Let him go with Dad to set up a stall and Dad can teach him the skills. That way, even if we stop later, someone can keep it going. It's important to know that the income from the market stalls is quite good, sometimes even more than what some people earn working in the city." When Xiao-yi thought about it and felt this plan could work. "How about we go ask at the old house?" When Xiao-yi said and immediately decided to do it. Since it was still early, he wanted to settle this quickly so his son could focus on learning medicine peacefully. "Let's go ask." When Yao agreed, always ready to act quickly. Even De Tu clapped his hands and stood up confidently.
Wenn Younes face twitted.
"It's not urgent right now." The father and daughter looked at him at the same time and said, "If you're not anxious, we are." There was no choice, so when June had to follow their lead. Everyone at the old house was preparing to rest, and they didn't expect visitors now. "Why are you coming now? Is something wrong?" Luo sure sat cross-legged on the kong, a traditional bed, asking. Old One had already taken off his outer coat and now sat beside her, wrapped in it. When Xiao-yi rubbed his hands and said, "Mother, I want to discuss something with you," Luo sure looked at him, saw his restless hands, and straightforwardly said, "No money, no land." That was ridiculous. When Xiao-yi stopped rubbing his hands and said directly, "It's not about that. I want June to learn medicine, but if he does, the stall will be too busy. So I want to ask if Wenong is willing to help at the stall. I'll pay him 200 coins a month. Don't worry, it's just simple work, helping out cleaning, washing. We'll go together in the morning and come back in the evening." Luo sure was stunned for a long time, looked at Wen Xiao-yi, then at Wen Jun. "Let this kid learn medicine? Are you sure about that?" Luo sure asked. Actually, she and Old Wen still had hopes for Wen Jun. Since he had been studying with Lu Shi since he was young, if Wen Xiao-yi hadn't delayed him, Wen Jun would have already taken the exams. Now that Wen Xiao-yi had finally fixed things, they were planning to bring this up soon. But suddenly, they said Wen Jun should learn medicine? They knew that studying medicine was really different from taking the imperial exams. Luo sure understood what Wen Xiao-yi was thinking and nodded. "It's decided. Since the child likes it, I want to respect his opinion. If he wants to learn medicine, that's a good thing. That's why we came so late to ask your mother and father if Wenong can take over for Xiao Jun." Luo sure fell silent and exchanged a look with old Manhwa. Since the eldest brothers had already discussed and made a decision, there was nothing more to say. "You need to ask your second brother and his wife, as well as Wenong." "Yao Yao, go call them," Luo sure said. Wen Yao responded and went outside the window of the second house to call, "Second uncle, second aunt, Wenong, your mother wants to see you." Li Shi had been curious about why the people from the main house came so late, but because of Wen Xiaozhu, she didn't dare to listen in secretly. When she heard Wen Yao's voice, she immediately came out of her room. Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Nong also followed out. Li Shi asked Wen Yao what her grandmother wanted, but Wen Yao only said, "You'll find out when you go." Though curious, Li Shi still followed into Luo Shi's and old man Wen's house. "Father, mother, you called us?" Wen Xiaozhu asked. Luo Shi nodded and pointed to Wen Xiaoyi. "Your eldest brother said he wants Wen Nong to help at the stall, paying him 200 Wen a month. We want to ask what you think." "Really?" The couple was surprised, and even Wen Nong was a bit shocked. They were asked to help at the stall? And get paid? When Debo knew about that stall, he had been there before. There wasn't much work, just washing dishes was the hardest part. Such an easy job, and Debo was willing to pay him 200 Wen a month. When Xiao-yi added, "Yes, besides the 200 Wen a month, I will also teach Wen Nong how to make fried rice. If we stop doing this later, the stall will belong to Wen Nong. The business at the dock is pretty good, so this can also be a way to earn a living." If Li Shi had been hesitant before, hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up. Passing down skills to Wen Nong, If what Abo said was true, Wen-nong wouldn't have to worry about earning a living in the future. And since he isn't married yet, all the money he earns will be managed by her, his mother. Maybe their second house can also start saving money gradually? As for Wen Xiaozhu, she was surprised earlier, but now she was even more shocked. Despite her surprise, she still said, "Big brother, this can't be right. The stall is yours, and the skills are yours. If anyone should learn, it should be Xiao Jun. If the stall gets busy, Wen-nong can help out. It's all family." Li nearly bit her own tongue, eager to rush forward and cover Wen Xiaozhu's mouth. But Wen Xiaozhu had already spoken, so she couldn't step in now to contradict her head. She could only keep winking at Wen Xiaozhu. What a good opportunity. Don't you want it? Are you stupid? Wen-nong nodded repeatedly. Yes, uncle, no need for wages. When you're busy, I can help you and Wen-jun. Wen Xiaozhu waved his hand. Not for me and Wen-jun, but for me. I plan to let Xiao Jun learn medicine. I can't handle everything alone. If you don't want wages, I'll find someone else. His previous family took advantage of the old house, so such things wouldn't happen to Professor Wen. Siblings should settle accounts fairly. Each gets what they deserve. Li looked at this and insisted. No, it has to be Wen-nong. It can only be Wen-nong. She didn't care what Wen Xiaozhu and Wen-nong had just said. She directly said, "Big brother, what are you talking about? We're all family. How can family members not help each other when needed? Isn't that right?" Luo glanced at Li, then looked away and said, "Your big brother is right. Siblings should be fair. If Wen-nong doesn't want to, then hire someone else. We can't let him work for nothing." That. I don't mean that I don't want to. Wen-nong was stunned. He only said that his family could or couldn't take wages. How did it become that he refused? Luo was straightforward and quickly made the decision. In that case, it's settled. Wen-nong, starting tomorrow, you'll go out with your uncle to sell goods. Wen-nong nodded. Okay, grandma. Luo then looked at Wen Xiaozhu and asked, since you want Xiao Jun to learn medicine, have you found a place? A master? No, we just decided a dinner night. I came to discuss Wen-nong's matter first, Wen Xiaozhu said. Luo was really annoyed by this unreliable family. They hadn't prepared anything but still wanted to learn medicine? Ridiculous. She couldn't watch anymore. Seeing her son now felt like a death sentence. Just discuss it yourselves. It's settled. It's late, go home, Luo said, pushing them away to live a few more years. When Xiaozhu left the house, without knowing how he was suddenly chased out. Did we make your grandma kick you out? Is that it? That's right, isn't it? Wen Yao, holding the big head, looked at him and said coldly, No, it's you. We're the ones being dragged down by you. Wen Xiaozhu. Where's my little sweetheart? It's so drafty here. Humph, son, let's go home. Wen Xiaozhu angrily picks up the big-headed kid and walks away. Wen Yao and Wen Jun watch this somewhat childish professor, both secretly laughing behind his back. Old children, our Wen family is truly full of big kids. Since you want to study medicine, we need to be prepared. At least find a good mentor, Wen Yao says, stroking her chin. Wen Jun looks at her. Yao, we're in a new place. How can we find a doctor willing to take us as apprentices? Wen Yao ponders while touching her chin. Quiet, let me think. Who was that famous doctor in the original story? What's his name again? What's his name? I think it's Jin Xiaozhu. Wen Yao mumbles as she recalls. Hearing this name, Wen Jun becomes curious. Yao, who is Jin Xiaozhu? Wen Yao waves at him. Come closer. When Wen Jun approaches, she whispers in his ear. In the original story, he's one of the heroine's loyal followers, known as a divine doctor, Jin Xiaozhu. He's young but highly skilled in medicine. He meets the heroine through a strange encounter and falls deeply in love with her. He repeatedly saves her from danger. Not only that, since the heroine truly loves the hero, this Jin Xiaozhu, who loves her, also treats the hero's injuries and illnesses many times. He's supposed to be a promising doctor dedicated to saving lives, but because of his obsession with the heroine, he later uses abnormal methods to help her and the hero seize power, even poisoning good people who block their path, and then gets scolded for it. The hero and heroine, surprisingly, stand on the moral high ground criticizing him, saying he shouldn't do that. Isn't that funny? Wen Yao scoffs with sarcasm. With such values and calling the hero and heroine good people, she thinks they're a bit crazy. Wen Jun is also quite surprised, feeling this is a real betrayal of a doctor's duty. Where is this Jin Shui now? Wen Jun asks. Since the heroine hasn't been born yet, Jin Shui hasn't met her, and he hasn't been twisted by love. If his medical skills are really that good, and he can both become a mentor and block the heroine's path, that would be perfect. Wen Yao sees what he's thinking and directly says, "Forget your ideas." Jin Shui in the original story is only a few years older than our big-headed kid. He's just a 5 or 6-year-old child now. That. Wen Jun is stunned. However, Wen Yao's next words made him happy. She said, "But the book says that this golden doctor's medical skills are passed down in his family. That means he should have a very skilled doctor at home, but the book doesn't mention where he is." As Wen Yao spoke, she suddenly paused and instinctively scratched her head, saying, "Wait, the surname is Jean."
Jean.
It sounds familiar, but she couldn't remember exactly where she knew it from. Her mind went blank, just like when she's desperately searching for something at home and can't find it, only for it to appear unexpectedly when she stops looking. But she couldn't wait now. Wen Jun, hearing her, suddenly said, "Was the pharmacy we went to before the one that sells medicinal herbs run by a doctor with the surname Jean?" "Yes, that's right," Wen Yao exclaimed, catching the attention of Wen Xiao-yi and Tu. They turned around. "Why are you two not leaving?" Wen Yao hurriedly ran over, saying, "Dad, I found the place where Wen Defu learned medicine." Wen Xiao-yi looked happy but then glanced around the environment, hugged Tu tightly, and whispered, "Let's go home first. We'll talk after we get back." Wen Yao could remember that it was definitely related to the plot in the original story. The four quickly returned home, rushed into Wen Xiao-yi's room, and placed Tu on a stool. Wen Xiao-yi sat down as well and asked, "Yao Yao, tell me." Wen Yao also sat down on a stool and said, "I suddenly remembered that I heard of a person with great medical skills who trained a famous doctor. I think if my brother could learn medicine from him, who knows, maybe he could become the next great doctor." Hearing this, Wen Xiao-yi immediately understood. It was their family's tacit understanding. Any story related to the original book would be explained as hearsay. This way, the two wouldn't understand, and they could communicate easily at any time. Otherwise, if they kept avoiding Tu, what if he developed his own ideas over time? Where is that person now? Is it easy to find? Wen Xiao-yi knew. Usually, people with such extraordinary skills have strange habits because they are experts and tend to hide. Wen Yao smiled mysteriously. "He's far away, but also right in front of us. It's the Dr. Jean from the pharmacy where my brother and I sold medicinal herbs." Wen Xiao-yi hadn't met Dr. Jean, but he knew about the siblings' visit to the pharmacy. They said the owner was a good person. Then what are we waiting for? Tomorrow, I'll ask if they accept apprentices and send your brother there, Wen Xiao-yi happily said. Knowing the script feels really exciting. Wen Yao also thinks it's best to settle this quickly to avoid any unexpected problems later. Big Head, though somewhat confused, understood that they were talking about good news, that his older brother could learn medicine. He climbed onto a stool, dipped his finger in water, and wrote 4 words on the table. "Big brother, amazing." Wen Jun smiled happily. During this time, his usual gloom disappeared in an instant. He patted Big Head's head and said, "When Big Brother learns medicine well, he will help treat our Big Head's throat." Big Head struggled a little, avoiding his hand, sat back on the stool, and remained silent. He wasn't unable to speak. He just didn't want to talk. "Humph. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I will take Wen Nong to the dock. Yao Yao, you just need to accompany your brother to meet the master. Remember to be polite. Usually these experts can be a bit temperamental. Be careful and keep your temper in check," he said. Anyway, no matter what, they should be persistent and try to win the master over first. Wen Yao nodded with a smile. "Dad, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll go to the pharmacy to ask the young man if Dr. Jean has any preferences. I'll try to please him. I believe I can win over this old man." Thinking about their previous impression of Dr. Jean, who looked quite serious, she wondered if he would be easy to deal with. No matter how difficult it might be, for her brother, Wen Yao would do her best. Now Wen Jun is going to study medicine, so only De Tu remains, and he needs to be well trained. De Tu is very happy, hugging Wen Xiuyi's neck and rubbing against him like a little cat. In the past 2 months, De Tu has also gained some weight. He's no longer as thin as before. When held, he feels more solid, though he's gotten heavier. Be good. Wait for us at the old house later. Don't trouble your grandparents, okay? When Xiu-yi reminds him,
Dato nods repeatedly.
he will be obedient. When his older brother and sister return, he will be able to write on paper. When Nong still finds it a bit strange to see Wen Xiu-yi like this. Uncle, I'm not very good at this. If I do something wrong, please don't be angry, Wen Nong says carefully. Wen Xiu-yi comforts De Tu, then stands up and, seeing his expression, directly says, keep your back straight. No one is born knowing everything. Just learn well. By the way, after speaking, Wen Xiu-yi looks at his younger son. De Tu, bring me your 3-character classic. Since you've finished reading it, give it to Wen Nong. When the shop isn't busy, I'll teach him to recognize characters. Wen Nong is surprised and points at himself. Uncle, me. He wonders if he heard correctly. Does his uncle want to teach him to read and recognize characters? Is he crazy? When they wanted to learn before, they asked their uncle to teach them, but he always thought they were too slow and refused. Now, he's voluntarily offering to teach him, but he's already past the age to want to read books, and he really doesn't want to read now. Uncle, I'm not smart enough. Maybe I should just forget it, Wen Nong quickly says, hoping Wen Xiu-yi will change his mind. But Wen Xiu-yi is determined and doesn't give him a chance to oppose. Reading can broaden your horizons. It's not just for you. In the future, all the children in the family should learn. I don't ask for them to become scholars, just that they don't become illiterate. Last night, Wen Xiu-yi thought a lot about his parents' hardships over the years, about how the family has tolerated and supported him, and about how rare and respectful it is to be able to read and write here. He used to be careless. No, it was his original self who was careless, but not anymore. The children of the Wen family shouldn't be illiterate or uneducated. This sudden decision surprised not only Wen Nong but also Wen Yao and Wen Jun. What's wrong with Uncle Wen? All the children in the family should learn to read and write? Surely he didn't mean them, since they are both talented students. It must be the people in the old house. But that's fine. Knowing how to read has only benefits, no drawbacks. Otherwise, in the future, they might not understand contracts or official notices, which could cause trouble. Wen Nong struggled hopelessly and could only sadly accept the book that De Tu reluctantly handed to him. De Tu made 2 sounds and pointed at the book. Wen Nong looked confused. Ing from Wen Yao's mouth said, De Tu told you to take good care of it and not to damage it. Oh, okay. Wen Nong nodded and promised, don't worry, I will be careful. Only then did De Tu feel satisfied and stood happily next to Wen Xiu-yi, taking his hand willingly. Everything was ready. Wen Xiu-yi waved his hand and said, let's go, we're leaving. Another day heading toward a bright future. They threw De Tu at the old house, and the 4 of them set off. At the city gate, they parted ways. Wen Xiu-yi took Wen Nong to the dock, while Wen Jun and Wen Yao went to Ji Shirtang. The shopkeeper was the same as before. When he saw the siblings, he recognized them immediately. Wen Yao also admired these travelers. So many people come and go every day, yet he still remembered them. Do you want to buy something today? The shopkeeper asked. Wen Yao looked around. The doctor's spot was empty. Dr. Jean hadn't arrived yet. She took a package of snacks from her basket and handed it to the shopkeeper. Big brother, I made these snacks myself at home. Please try some. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, but he didn't take it right away. Instead, he asked, no reward is accepted. The shopkeeper doesn't allow us to take things from patients freely. Although the siblings might not be patients, they are still customers of Ji Shirtang. Wen Yao approved silently. The shopkeeper was good, the assistant was good, and the doctor was good too. She just wondered if they accepted apprentices. Wen Yao didn't put down the snacks but directly got to the point. Big brother, we came today because we want to ask you something. Please take this, so I won't feel guilty. The The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment but finally succumbed to the faint scent of the snacks. He placed the snacks on the counter, planning to show them to the shopkeeper first, then share them together. He then took the siblings aside and said, "My name is Hong Hai. Just call me Hong Hai. What do you want to ask?" When Jun and Wen Yao called out in unison, "Big Brother Hong." Then Wen Yao asked, "Big Brother Hong, I want to ask if Dr. Jean has any favorite things or hobbies. To find out what someone likes, you first need to understand their preferences." Hong Hai was surprised. "Are you asking about Dr. Jean?" The siblings nodded. Hong Hai looked at them for a moment before asking, "Does someone in your family have an illness? If that's the case, there's no need to ask Dr. Jean about his preferences. Just send the person over directly. Dr. Jean is very kind. He will see any patient who comes to his door." Wen Yao repeatedly waved her hands. No, it's not for that. We have something else to ask Dr. Jean." Hong Hai was even more confused. If not for seeing patients, then what else would they be looking for a doctor for? Although he had a good impression of the siblings because it involved Dr. Jean and the medical clinic, he became a bit more cautious. His tone also softened slightly, and he said, "If it's not about seeing a doctor, then please don't pry into other people's matters. You should take this piece of cake back." He knew that this piece of cake wasn't easy to get. The shopkeeper was right. You shouldn't accept others' things randomly. Hong Hai was about to go and bring the cake to Wen Yao. Wen Yao hurriedly stopped him. Brother Hong, let's talk nicely. We mean no harm. We just want to ask if Dr. Jean accepts disciples." Hong Hai indeed stopped and looked back at the two with a puzzled expression. "Are you just asking about Dr. Jin's preferences for this?" Wen Yao nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's it." After saying that, Wen Yao pulled Wen Jun over and said to Hong Hai, "Brother Hong, to be honest, we came today just for my brother. Since he was young, he loved medicine but couldn't find a suitable master. Our family had some issues before, which delayed things. Last time we saw Dr. Jean treating someone, we thought he was really impressive. We also heard you say he was a former imperial doctor, so we took the courage to ask if he accepts disciples if he has any preferences. We wanted to give him a small gift as a sign of respect and to learn medicine from him." When Jun bowed to Hong Hai and said, "That's true. If we are disturbing you, please don't mind, Brother Hong. If it's inconvenient to talk about, that's okay. The cake was also brought specifically for you by my sister. Even if it wasn't for this purpose, it's a gift for you. Thank you for your and the shopkeeper's previous kindness to us siblings." The siblings' sincere attitude convinced Hong Hai. "Dr. Jean, Hong Hai, what cake? Bring it here. Let this old man try it." A deep yet vigorous voice came from outside before Hong Hai could finish speaking. Hong Hai looked up with joy. Quickly Wen greeted him. "Dr. Jean, you're here? Why did you come so early today?" Dr. Jean looks about the same age as Wen Xiaoyi from his past life. Half white hair, a long beard, a square face that doesn't seem stiff, and kind eyes and eyebrows. Wen Yao suddenly remembered what others had said. Some people who do good deeds often have kind faces. Dr. Jean is one of those people. Wen Yao secretly observed him and imagined him in a white coat from the future, with a pen in his pocket, sitting in the consultation room. It perfectly matched the saying, "Put on a white coat and you look like someone who can't get an appointment." She shook off these messy thoughts. The siblings exchanged glances, both seeing the word, awkward, in each other's eyes. Someone was eavesdropping behind their backs, and the main person caught them. But Wen Yao is confident. If she isn't awkward, then others are. Her quick 3-second adjustment was just because she woke up too early today, and her mind was slow. "Hello, Dr. Jean," Wen Yao greeted with a bright smile. Wen Jun followed closely and bowed politely to Dr. Jean. Dr. Jean stroked his beard, looked at Wen Jun, and nodded slightly. But Wen Jun bent over without noticing, while Wen Yao saw it clearly. This was her chance. "Just now, I heard you talking about snacks." "Snacks? Bring some so I can try," Dr. Jean said as he strolled over to the table and sat down. Hong Hai responded, ran to the counter, and brought back some snacks. He opened the paper bag to reveal neatly arranged osmanthus cakes. It wasn't the season for osmanthus blossoms, but Wen Yao had bought them from her space. Dr. Jean picked up a piece, examined it, and said, osmanthus cake. I didn't expect to find this during the season. He took a bite, and the aroma filled the air, soft, sticky, and delicious. He nodded and said, "I'm impressed you managed to preserve the autumn osmanthus so well. The aroma is strong, and the cake melts in your mouth. It's really good. Is it really that tasty?" Hong Hai was happy to hear that. He took a piece and bit into it eagerly, almost wanting to swallow his tongue. His praise was more down to earth. "Delicious. I've never had such good osmanthus cake. Anyone who praised her cooking was her good friend. If you like it, eat more. I'll make it for you again," Wen Yao said, thinking she could easily discuss anything once her brother accepted her. Dr. Jean glanced at Wen Yao and smiled slightly. He knew she was saying that for him. After eating 2 pieces, Dr. Jean stopped and patted Hong Hai, who had already eaten 3 and was reaching for more. "Save some for the shopkeeper," he said. Hao Hao chuckled softly and carefully repacked the snacks. After leaving Dr. Jin's grasp, he quickly pinched a piece and put it in his mouth again. Dr. Jean just smiled helplessly and indulgently. After smiling, Dr. Jean looked at Wenjun again and asked, "Do you want to learn medicine?" Wenjun stepped forward respectfully and bowed. "Yes, I sincerely want to learn medicine. Please, Dr. Jean, give me a chance." Dr. Jean stroked his beard and asked, "Why do you want to learn medicine?" Wenjun answered, "Only to cure illnesses and save people, to help those in need." "Learning medicine is hard," Dr. Jean said, "as someone who has been through it, knowing how difficult this path is." Wenjun replied firmly, "I am not afraid of hardship. Becoming a doctor is a long journey. Since I have chosen it, I will stick to it. Although studying medicine is tough, it can help patients recover. The process is hard, but I will persevere." He had already persisted for over 10 years. No matter how difficult the road ahead, how much controversy, how difficult the family members, or how challenging the leaders, he had kept going. He never regretted choosing this path. People say doctors are great, but they never see themselves as great. They are just ordinary people doing what they love. They only want to see their patients recover and smile. The sunlight outside was just right. But at this moment, Dr. Jean saw a different kind of light in Wenjun. He couldn't quite explain it, but inside, there was a voice telling him to accept him. "I have never taken a disciple," Dr. Jean said slowly. That was true. He had guided many people's medical skills, but he had never officially taken a disciple. Those he had mentored wanted to call him master, but he refused. He hadn't passed everything on to them, so that title felt unearned. Wenjun was stunned by Dr. Jin's words. Mingyao quickly signaled to him, "What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear? The old man is about to agree. Kneel down and call him master already." Mingyao's eyes almost bulged out. Dr. Jean looked at her with a smile and asked, "Girl, are your eyes bothering you? Do doctors have such good eyesight?" She wondered. "Dr. Jean, look at my brother. He's sincere about learning from you. Maybe you should consider it," Mingyao said. Dr. Jean didn't say yes or no. He just said, "You're just starting to learn now, so it might be a bit late. After all, studying medicine requires early exposure. At Wenjun's age, it's indeed a little difficult." Wen Yao listened and thought, "This isn't a big deal. My brother has over 10 years of medical knowledge and clinical experience. Although he specializes in a different field, he still has a solid foundation, right?" She tried to promote him, not just recommend Wenjun. Dr. Jean was a bit surprised. "Oh, have you studied medicine?" Wenjun respectfully replied. "Just the basics. I don't understand the detailed techniques like inspection, auscultation, palpation, and inquiry, but I am familiar with common pharmacology and medicinal materials. During 4 years of university and 2 years in the lab for graduate studies, he didn't waste his time." "Oh," Dr. Jin's expression changed, clearly surprised. Hong Hai and the siblings, who had interacted with them before, thought they were good people. Also, the snacks Wen Yao brought earlier were really delicious, so even just for the snacks, they felt it was right to say a few good words. He could tell that Dr. Jean was interested in Wenjun, otherwise, he wouldn't ask so many questions. "Dr. Jean, why don't you test him first? Let's see if he can do it," Hong Hai suggested. Dr. Jean hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll test you," Wen Jun's face lit up with joy, and he bowed again. Since there were no patients at the moment, Dr. Jean took Wen Jun to the medicine cabinet. He randomly picked a medicinal herb from the shelf, asked Wen Jun to identify it, then to name it, explain its use, growing environment, and even how to process it. To his surprise, Wen Jun answered all of them correctly. This amazed him. If he was just familiar with pharmacology, that could be understandable. Maybe he had read books about medicinal materials before. But knowing about the growing environment, distribution, and even simple processing methods showed that Wen Jun's knowledge went far beyond superficial understanding. Many people spend years memorizing and internalizing such information. However, what Dr. Jean didn't know was that after thousands of years of accumulation, the pharmacopoeias and herbal classics of their time, like the Compendium of Materia Medica, detailed not only the basic effects of herbs, but also their environments and processing methods. By that time, medicine was no longer a secret of a single family, but a discipline accessible to anyone willing to learn. All of this knowledge had been gathered and recorded by countless predecessors over thousands of years. He was simply fortunate to be born in this era. While the older generations planted the trees, the later generations enjoyed the shade. Hong Hai was very surprised by Wen Jun's performance. He had been working at Jishir Hall for many years as a medicine boy, responsible for fetching herbs. He didn't dare claim to remember all the uses and effects of so many herbs, but Wen Jun had memorized everything. The questions Dr. Jean asked, he answered all correctly. Hong Hai kept praising Wen Jun to Wen Yao, who smiled confidently. Some things are hard to remember, so do you want to risk failing? Although her older brother isn't studying traditional Chinese medicine, he is a good friend and roommate who does.
Haha, isn't that a lucky advantage?
Dr. Jean spent more than half an hour testing him. At first, he wanted Wen Jun to give up. Then he was surprised, then amazed, and finally delighted. All these feelings went through him. At first, Dr. Jean was hesitant, but now he couldn't wait. This kid is much better than the ones in his family. His own medical skills might really have a successor.
Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh sounded.
Wen Yao and Hong Hai saw Dr. Jean pat Wen Jun on the shoulder and say, "Young people are impressive, very impressive." Wen Jun stood in front of the medicine cabinet and respectfully bowed to Dr. Jean. "I'm not worthy of your praise. Get up, Dr. Jean said as he pulled Wen Jun to his feet, his eyes full of admiration. They returned to the previous spot. Dr. Jean sat down, took a sip of tea brought by Hong Hai, and asked, "What's your name?
How old are you?
Where do you live? Does your family know you're studying medicine?" The siblings were happy. It was settled. Wen Jun quickly replied, "My name is Wen Jun. I am 16 years old. I live outside the city in Gadong village. My father runs a stall at the dock. I have a younger sister and brother. Becoming a doctor is my dream and my family's hope. I hope you will support me." Wen Yao added, "Yes, Dr. Jean, our whole family supports my brother studying medicine. Maybe you should consider him? You already tested him just now. Such a smart and talented student. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one like this." Dr. Jean laughed loudly. "You little girl, you really know how to speak for your brother." The shopkeeper of Jishir Hall just came in. Hearing Dr. Jin's laughter, he saw no patients in the clinic. Instead, he saw the siblings who had come earlier to sell herbs, and it looked like Dr. Jean was amused by them. "Old Jean, what are you so happy about?" the shopkeeper asked. Hong Hai quickly greeted him. Wen Yao and Wen Jun politely bowed and greeted, "Shopkeeper, hello." Since Wen Jun plans to study medicine with Dr. Jean, he will probably spend most of his time at the medical hall, so it's important to build good relations. Dr. Jean waved at him. "You're just in time. I have good news." The shopkeeper was confused, but still sat down. Hong Hai quickly brought over some snacks for him and poured tea. "Haven't tried this yet, it's from Yao Yao," Hong Hai said. In the past half hour, Hong Hai and Wen Yao had been chatting happily, treating her like a sister. Naturally, they wanted to make a good impression. The shopkeeper took a piece of the snack to taste and nodded. "Not bad. Much better than Jean Deschwan's treats. Where did you buy this?" "Buy more next time." Hong Hai chuckled. "Shopkeeper, this isn't bought. Wen Yao made it herself." "Oh." The shopkeeper looked surprised at Wen Yao. He remembered they came to sell winter aconite and raised an eyebrow. You can make snacks too? Planning to sell them here? That might not work. This is a medicine shop, not a bakery. If you want to sell, I can ask around other shops. Wen Yao quickly waved her hands. No, shopkeeper, these snacks are just for you to try. Not for sale. Today, my brother and I came to apprentice. She secretly glanced at Dr. Jean while saying this. Dr. Jean smiled silently, neither agreeing nor objecting. The shopkeeper was even more surprised and looked at Dr. Jean. Are you taking disciples? He had never heard Dr. Jean say that before. Many wanted to learn from him, but he always refused. Now, it seemed like the old man was finally considering taking a student. Or did this brother and sister have some special qualities that moved him? He looked back at the siblings, observing them carefully. It's not me, it's my brother, Wen Yao said, pulling Wen Jun forward. Wen Jun bowed to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper seemed to remember something and smiled. I recall asking you before if you had learned anything, but it's not easy to become his disciple. Before he could speak more, Dr. Jean said, Start tomorrow. Follow Hong Hai and learn all about the herbs. I will teach you more later. Although Wen Jun seemed to remember everything well, Dr. Jean still felt uneasy. Maybe it was just a coincidence that he knew some things, so he decided to proceed carefully, step by step. Wen Yao and Wen Jun were excited and happy, but the shopkeeper thought he had misheard. You're accepting him? He asked Dr. Jean. Dr. Jean stroked his small beard and calmly said, Why not accept? The shopkeeper. Did he just ask me that? Knowing the old man's temper, the shopkeeper wasn't upset. He figured he would ask Hong Hai later to understand the situation. But these siblings surprised him a bit. Seeing Wen Jun still standing foolishly, the shopkeeper reminded him, What are you still standing there for? Kneel and call your master. Taken aback, Wen Jun immediately knelt down and bowed 3 times loudly, saying, Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. The shopkeeper looked at Dr. Jean, who hadn't moved. Wow, he really accepted him. After the head bow, Hong Hai quickly handed over a cup of tea. Wen Jun took the tea, raised it high, and loudly said, Master, please drink tea. Dr. Jean took the cup, took a small sip, then put it down and said, Remember what you said today. If one day you give up this path or quit halfway, our master-disciple relationship will end. Do you understand? Wen Jun bowed again and said, Wen Jun remembers. Dr. Jean then pointed to the shopkeeper and said, This is Chioji. Just call him Chio, shopkeeper. You will deal with him every day from now on, so get to know him. Wen Yao stood and bowed. Wen Jun still knelt but also bowed to the shopkeeper, though he didn't bow deeply. Chio, shopkeeper. Chio, shopkeeper finally recovered from his shock. Truly, it was like a miracle. Old Jean had accepted a disciple.
How rare.
But it made sense. Old Jean was quite old, and not everyone in the Jean family had the talent for medicine. The only talented one was just a few years old now. Honestly, if old Jean were to pass away someday, the Jean family's medical skills might disappear, since no one knew what accidents or what tomorrow might bring. Still, Chio shopkeeper was very curious about what made Wen Jun so special that the old man was willing to accept him. He knew many had come before to ask for apprenticeship, but all had been rejected. While Dr. Jean was showing Wen Jun around the clinic and explaining his pulse records, Chio's shopkeeper pulled Hong Hai aside to ask about what had happened. Hong Hai talked excitedly, almost bursting with admiration for Wen Jun. Chio's shopkeeper listened with amazement, then gently patted Hong Hai on the head and said, Look at him, then look at yourself. Hong Hai touched his head and smiled honestly. Shopkeeper, please don't make things difficult for Hong Hai. Recognizing all these herbs has already worn me out. If I go any further, I won't be able to handle it. Shopkeeper Chio glared at him helplessly. Good for nothing. Hong Hai was a refugee he and Dr. Jean found on the roadside more than 10 years ago. They gave him some food, and he stayed at Jishur Hall ever since. He hoped Hong Hai could learn a skill, but it turned out he had very little talent. Fortunately, shopkeeper Chio wouldn't chase him away. He decided Hong Hai could stay at Jishur Hall for his whole life. After asking about the process, shopkeeper Chio saw Wen Yao sitting alone there, bored, waiting for her brother. Thinking of that snack, he walked over and asked, Girl, did you make that snack yourself? He was a bit doubtful. A girl of about 10 years old making such delicious snacks. Could she really do it? Wen Yao nodded.
Yes.
If you like it, Uncle Chiu, I can ask my brother to bring some more tomorrow. She realized that people's appetites don't depend on age. Now that Dr. Jean had accepted Wen Jun, he was part of their family. Wen Yao was never stingy with her own people. If she could win Dr. Jean over with good food, he would teach her brother even more carefully. Shopkeeper Chiu and the others just wanted them to take better care of her brother. Shopkeeper Chiu was starting to like Wen Yao more and more. Not only was she energetic and good-looking, but she also worked well. Still, she should stay humble. No, that's too much trouble, said Shopkeeper Chiu. It's no trouble. I help my dad prepare things for the stall every day anyway. Just prepare a bit more. It's no problem. As long as Dr. Jean and you like it, Wen Yao said with a cute smile, her dimples showing. Shopkeeper Chiu liked this girl even more. He could only reluctantly accept her kindness. Hong Hai, standing nearby, smiled foolishly because he knew he would definitely get some of the food Wen Yao brought. Sharing benefits from Dr. Jean was pretty good. Wen Yao watched as Wen Jun's head was almost buried in Dr. Jin's pulse case. It seemed he wouldn't leave for a while. She thought it was no use waiting around, so she decided to go out, buy some things, and celebrate at home tonight. Although they had a simple apprenticeship ceremony, Wen Yao felt it was still too plain. She needed to prepare some formal gifts for her master and have her father and older brother go to the Jean family again. She also wanted to confirm whether Dr. Jean was really a relative of the famous Dr. Jean from the original story. Since Jean Xiu was only 6 years old now, it was easy to recognize him. After greeting Shopkeeper Chiu, Wen Yao also told Wen Jun to go and assist Dr. Jean first. She planned to go out for a walk and buy some things. Wen Jun realized this and felt a little guilty. He had been so focused on his own matters that he overlooked his sister. However, since he had just become an apprentice today, he didn't dare to ask to leave with his sister suddenly, worried it might leave a bad impression on Dr.
Jean.
After all, he had just made his decision clear. Wen Yao knew what her brother was about to do when he pouted. She pulled him aside and whispered, I'm just going for a walk to buy some things. Tomorrow, I'll prepare some food for you, and I also need to buy ink, paper, and brushes for the two. You stay here and learn from Dr. Jean peacefully. Once I finish shopping, I'll go to the dock to find Dad. Dr. Jean doesn't work night shifts, so he finishes work at sunset and goes home. I've checked with Hong Hai. Once he goes home, you'll be safe. When you come to the dock, find us, and we can go back together. But Wen Jun was still worried about Wen Yao. Although she wasn't really 10 years old, her body was 10. Wen Yao winked mysteriously and said, Don't worry, I can protect myself. Did you forget? Since Wen Yao said so, Wen Jun had nothing more to say. If they really encountered a bad person, who knows who would be more frightened. All right, I'll finish here and come find you. When he learned that Wen Jun would start studying here today, Dr. Jean was clearly very pleased. But he was also reasonable. Finally, after Wen Yao insisted several times that she could manage alone, the 4 older men in the pharmacy allowed her to leave by herself. Outside Jisher Hall, Wen Yao walked alone on the street. She looked around happily, feeling very relaxed. Indeed, shopping is the best way for women to heal all negative feelings and can even make a good mood better. Actually, many things could be bought from Wen Yao's space, often of much better quality than what's sold now. She remembered from a book that the heroine sold items directly from her space to make money. A bottle of perfume alone could sell for over 10,000 taels. Even a cheap flower water that cost 9 yuan and 9 cents with free shipping was taken out, repackaged, and resold for 15 or 20 taels per small bottle. Ridiculous. Thinking about how some people could earn hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of achievement points, which could directly buy supplies, Wen Yao felt frustrated. As for herself, she could only earn a little here and there, so she angrily bit into her pancake. But it was quite tasty. After walking around, Wen Yao realized that everything was really expensive. The small 10 taels of silver she could only buy a few sets of winter clothes, which would cost about half her money. Each winter outfit costs 1 or 2 taels of silver, and her family has 4 members. The cheaper ones for the little ones are half price. After hesitating for a long time, Wen Yao bought 4 thin cotton outer shirts, suitable for spring and autumn, costing less than half the price of winter clothes. The clerk at the clothing shop looked hesitant, but finally sold them to her. Maybe they were worried that their whole family might freeze to death this winter? Wen Yao wasn't worried about that at all. She had already thought it through. Although the clothes from this era are well-made and beautifully embroidered, she wouldn't know how to sew or mend clothes. In her past life, she could turn food into flowers with her hands, but picking up a needle and thread to sew? Haha, she wasn't skilled at that. So, she often went to bother the dry cleaner at the community entrance because of this. She decided to buy a few outer shirts to look good outside. Inside, she could wear simple or old-fashioned down jackets and then layer 2 more coats on top for warmth and to look natural. But when she saw the price of down jackets, she chuckled. Sure enough, just like in her previous life, they were ridiculously expensive. Fortunately, she now had some achievement points to spend. Hee. Tomorrow she would make something delicious to send to the Jishir Hall, then use the excuse of letting Wenjun introduce her to the medicinal herbs. She would secretly put a small piece of each herb into her space. The Jishir Hall wouldn't lose anything, and she could earn some achievement points. There was no rule about how much she had to use to earn points, so even a tiny piece of herb could count as medicinal material. If the space dared to say it wasn't, she would give it a stern warning tomorrow. She quietly threw the clothes into her space in a quiet, hidden spot, then leisurely headed to the study. As soon as she entered, she was attracted by the various calligraphy and painting supplies on the cabinet. People say ancient people were skillful, and this was truly amazing. The craftsmanship was far beyond what modern industrial factories could produce. The shop assistant saw a young girl come in, looking around eagerly and occasionally gasping in surprise. He sized her up, then made a dismissive face, eyes full of disdain, but asked politely, "What are you buying?" When Yao heard the disdain in those 2 words, "What are you buying?" Of course, she couldn't buy vegetables here. How much for this set of calligraphy and painting supplies? When Yao suddenly asked mischievously. The shopkeeper's face instantly darkened when he saw the set she pointed to. It's the most expensive one on the highest shelf in the cabinet. How much does it cost? Can you afford it? The shopkeeper's disdain and contempt were obvious in his tone. He was dressed in ragged clothes and still wanted to buy that set of writing supplies. He clearly thought he was overestimating himself. When Yao smiled calmly, showing no sign of the timidness typical of a rural girl. She asked back, "Since you have this set here, why wouldn't you sell it? Whether I can afford it is my business. Whether you set the price or not is yours." The shopkeeper was stunned. Her reaction made him unsure. Looking at her demeanor, she didn't seem like a country girl. Could she be a young lady in disguise, deliberately testing him? Thinking of this, the shopkeeper's gaze toward Wen Yao became more curious. Wen Yao wasn't in a hurry. She let him examine her, planning to buy the set from her space if needed. HMPF. After a moment, the shopkeeper became a bit more polite and said, "This set of writing supplies is the best in our study. The price is 150 taels of silver. No matter who she was, it was better to be cautious. If she offended someone, the shopkeeper wouldn't forgive her later. 150 taels. She wondered how long her family of 3 would need to save to afford this set for Dadu. Wen Yao nodded faintly after he finished quoting the price and pointed to the items at the bottom, which were piled up, asking, "And these? These are cheap." "This set only costs 2 taels of silver," the shopkeeper replied. Most customers bought these kinds, less delicate but affordable and durable. Wen Yao thought about her small savings and sighed inwardly. She then asked, "What about paper? How do you sell your paper here?" The shopkeeper introduced a few types and quoted prices. The paper wasn't very expensive, tens or hundreds of coins, even a whole silver dollar. She touched her small stash and thought that Dadu had just started practicing calligraphy. There was no need for high-quality paper. She asked, "Are there any cheaper ones?" The shopkeeper almost responded sarcastically but held back and pointed to a pile of slightly discolored paper in the corner. "These are slightly faded, so they're sold at 10 coins per sheet." 10 coins, she could accept that price. The paper was just a bit yellowed, but it didn't affect writing at all. She knew she should save where she could and spend where necessary. She was poor after all. Having chosen, Wen Yao pointed to the inexpensive set of writing supplies and the paper in the corner, saying, "I'll take these two." One set of writing supplies and 2 sheets of paper. The young man almost fainted from exhaustion. After all that, he was still just a poor rustic. Luckily, Wen Yao had bought something, though not much. At least the shopkeeper wouldn't scold him anymore. Reluctantly, he helped Wen Yao cut the paper, then tied it up with a string, and wrapped her set of writing tools. He was a bit annoyed as he handed her the bill. "Total is 2 taels and 20 coins. Wen Yao counted the money from her purse and handed it to him. The clerk reluctantly placed the money in the cash box. He didn't care if a little girl like Wen Yao could carry all that paper. He was too lazy to worry about it. He didn't even see her off and simply went back behind the counter. Wen Yao picked up the paper, testing if she could carry it. It was barely manageable. As long as no one saw her leave the shop, she wouldn't have to carry it herself anymore. The clerk watched her struggle to carry the paper out the door, then muttered, "Even a poor kid wants to read books." Buffed. Luckily, there were many people on the road to the study. Wen Yao found a hidden spot outside and quickly threw the paper into her space. Her weak body really needed more exercise. After finishing all this, she happily carried her new set of writing tools and strolled on to the next stop, the market. "Uncle Zheng, I'm here," Wen Yao greeted him from afar. Uncle Zheng was still serving customers at his stall. Seeing her, he quickly cut some meat for his customer and saw them off before turning to Wen Yao, who had already reached his stall. "Yao girl, why are you free today? I was about to close up and deliver some meat to your father this afternoon." Wen Yao was choosing meat from his chopping board. Uncle Zheng smiled and said, "All your family's meat is at home, not brought here." As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Yao picked a piece of pork tenderloin. "Uncle Zheng, I want this one." She knew that Uncle Zheng usually kept big pork belly cuts, pig heads, intestines, and stomachs for them. But she was planning to make sweet and sour pork tomorrow to bring to Dr. Jean and the others. That was the sudden idea that came to her when she saw this tenderloin. All right, Uncle Zheng quickly weighed it for her, tied it up, and placed it in her basket. "I'll settle the bill with your father later." Since the Wen family ordered a lot, their supply was steady. Meat prices had dropped to 10 coins per jean, regardless of quality. Wen Yao thanked Uncle Zheng, told him she would help her aunt's family prepare some vegetables in the next few days, and asked him to help buy more pig intestines. Uncle Zheng agreed. Wen Yao thanked him again and went to other shops to buy some vegetables before heading to the dock to find Wen Xiaoyi and the others. By the time we reached the dock, the busiest part of the noon had already passed. Only a few scattered people were still sitting and resting at their stalls. Behind one stall, Wen Xiaoyi was teaching Wen Nong how to read, with Liuzi nearby following along. Seeing Wen Nong's furrowed brow, almost as if he could squash a fly, Wen Yao spoke up to help him. "Father, father." Hearing his daughter's voice, Wen Xiaoyi immediately put down his book and went out to greet her. Wen Nong heaved a big sigh of relief and followed. "Where is your older brother?" Wen Xiaoyi asked, not seeing Wen Jun. Wen Yao put down her basket and said, "Dr. Jean accepted my brother. I told him to stay at Jishir Hall. He'll come back to us in the evening. I bought some calligraphy supplies and vegetables. Tonight, our family will celebrate my brother's success in becoming a disciple." Wen Xiaoyi lifted the cloth covering the basket and saw meat and vegetables inside, then covered it again. He asked, "Did you eat lunch?" "I didn't eat, so I made you something." "No, I just had a baked flatbread." "Dad, I want to eat braised meat fried rice," Wen Yao said, ordering her meal. Hearing this, Wen Xiaoyi quickly tied on his apron. Wen Nong instinctively started the fire, and soon a fragrant bowl of braised meat fried rice was served at the table. Wen Yao took a bite. Each grain was separate and clear. Her father's fried rice skills were becoming more and more excellent. "Father, your cooking skills are..." Wen Yao ate while giving Wen Xiaoyi a thumbs up. Wen Nong looked confused and asked curiously, "Big uncle, what does Yao Yao mean by that? Raising a thumb? What does that mean?" Wen Xiaoyi explained, "Your sister is praising me for being good. See, the thumb is the biggest finger. When you raise it like that, it means you're very good." Wen-nong scratched his head, thinking it made some sense but also feeling something was a bit strange. Wen-xiui didn't give him time to worry. He pointed to the book and said, "Let's stop here for today. Later, you can take a stick and practice writing these 6 characters in the open space behind the house." Wen-nong felt hopeless inside, but faced with his uncle's stern gaze, he didn't dare refuse. He could only sadly pick up a stick and go to the back to practice writing as instructed. Liuzi happily grabbed another stick and followed. Wen-xiui didn't stop them. He only asked Wen-yao, "Tell your father, is your apprenticeship going smoothly?" Actually, Wen-xiui was very confident in his son. Wen-jun, being a genius in medicine, was a talent no doctor could refuse. Accepting him as a disciple was like finding a treasure. Wen-yao looked around and saw no one. Wen-nong and Liuzi were also far away, so she lowered her voice and said, "Father, today was just a simple ceremony to become a disciple. The ritual was very plain. I think you should take my brother to visit the Jin family in person and officially present the disciple gift to show respect. Most importantly, we need to confirm whether Dr. Jin is really Jin Xiui's grandfather. We should see what Jin Xiui is like now so we can prepare properly and prevent him from becoming overly self-absorbed in love. She sacrificed her career and lifelong reputation for a woman. TSK, what a disappointment." Wen-xiui nodded, agreeing that they should go see. "Did you buy the disciple gift?" Wen-xiui asked. Wen-yao pouted and shook her head. "Buy what? The good stuff is too expensive for us. The average ones aren't impressive. When we get home tonight, we'll think about it and see if we can find something from somewhere." She winked at her father. Wen-xiui understood immediately. Smart. "Then tonight, talk it over with your brother." So, father and daughter reached an agreement. In the afternoon, Zhang the butcher came to deliver meat. Wen-xiui took out his small ledger, recorded the amount and price for today, and both signed it. The meat exchange was complete. The money would be settled at the end of the month, as agreed. As the sun set, Wen-jun arrived, bringing a medical book given by Dr. Jin. "Master said I should take it home and read it first," Wen-jun said. Wen-xiui nodded and encouraged him, "Study hard. Our little Wen-jun will be a master of both Western and traditional medicine someday." Wen-jun nodded. "Yes, I won't let you and Yao Yao down," Wen-yao cheerfully added, "and our big head too." Wen-jun smiled slightly, gentle like a warm breeze. "Yes, big head too." Seeing his son looking so lively and full of energy, Wen-xiui finally relaxed. He waved his hand. "Let's go home. Tell your grandparents this good news. In the evening, Yao Yao can cook something nice and we'll celebrate." "Okay." Everyone cheerfully packed up and happily headed home. On the way, Wen-nong kept asking Wen-jun what he did at the Ji Shirtang. Very curious. Wen-yao teased him from the side. "Brother Wen-nong, why don't you ask your brother to ask Dr. Jin to take you in too?" Wen-jun also teased him. "Yeah, then we can be brothers and have each other for company." Wen-nong immediately waved his hands. "No, no, no. I'd rather learn how to make fried rice with Uncle." He listened to Wen-jun say that there are hundreds of herbs in the medicine cabinet and each one's name, effect, appearance, and smell must be remembered. Otherwise, mistaking the medicine could be deadly. He couldn't even learn the 3-character classic well, so how could he remember all these? This made the siblings laugh loudly. They first went home to put away their things, then all went to the old house. The old house hadn't started cooking yet. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Kai were busy in the kitchen, but they were almost done. In the past, Mrs. Luo wouldn't have let Wen-xiu and his family enter the house at this time, but today was different. When they learned that Dr. Jin from the medical hall had truly taken Wen-jun as his apprentice, the old couple was very happy. They knew Dr. Jin was the best doctor around, and they didn't expect the siblings to persuade him to accept Wen-jun. While happy, Mrs. Luo said directly, "Can we take Big Head to see Dr. Jin?" The 3 who knew the truth could only pretend not to understand. Wen-xiu said, "Yes, after a few days of studying with Dr. Jin, we'll find a good time to take Big Head to see him. It's too soon to ask him for a diagnosis, now that he just became an apprentice. If we do, he might think we have bad intentions and not teach Wen-jun seriously." Mrs. Luo nodded. "You're right. We've waited so many years. A few more days won't matter." But don't let this delay Wen-jun's medical studies. Old Mr. Wen was truly happy today.
Our Wen family will have a doctor now, haha.
There are so few doctors nowadays. Even rural folk healers are often sought after. If there's a doctor in the 10-mile radius, they would be highly respected. Old Mr. Wen suddenly felt proud again, like when his eldest son was accepted as a scholar. Mrs. Luo saw his thoughts and slapped him lightly. Stop showing off. If you dare to boast everywhere, it'll ruin Wen-jun's future. Just wait and see. I'll give you a good lesson. Feeling guilty, old Mr. Wen was a bit nervous. But with so many young family members around, he couldn't afford to lose face. You old wife, I never said I wanted to show off. I'm just happy. Can I be happy? Mrs. Luo snorted. You'd better be. After saying that, she looked at the older and younger members of the family and said, You all know when June finally found a good teacher. If any of you cause trouble, I'll deal with you. Everyone shrank back and said, Yes, mother. / grandma, we understand. Roche was finally satisfied and pulled Wen-jun aside, saying, Since you have been a good and sensible child since you were young, now that you have become my disciple, you must respect your master and learn well from him. Don't let your master's kindness go to waste. Also, you must not do anything to shame the family. That would bring great trouble upon you. Wen-jun nodded seriously. Mother, I understand. I will learn well from my master. Roche nodded with relief. If the candlelight in the room had been brighter, someone would see that her eyes were a little red. To change the subject, Roche called out, Second brother's family, is dinner ready? Li quickly came over when she heard the noise, smiling broadly. Yes, mother. It's almost ready. Should I set the table now? Roche waved her hand. Yes, set the table. Second and third brothers, prepare the dishes. Wendy, brighten the oil lamp a bit. Today is a happy day, so let's eat in the light. Everyone hurried to help. Wendy made the oil lamp brighter, and soon the room was well lit. The warm glow of the lamp made the atmosphere cozy. When Li and Kai brought out the dishes one by one, followed by a little one with a big head, the table was full of food. As soon as Wen Yao arrived, the big head followed her everywhere. The dishes on the table were abundant, better than what they usually ate during the New Year, even more than usual. Normally, the family only had one meat dish during the New Year, but today Wen Yao made sweet and sour pork and a fish. The other dishes had been prepared by Li and Kai before they returned home. Wen Yao was responsible for these two dishes and also made egg drop soup, which looked so delicious it made everyone drool. Everyone in the family, big and small, old and young, salivated at the smell of the food. Today, old man Wen was allowed to drink a little wine. The bottle Wen Yao had given him was brought out, and now all four father and sons had wine cups in front of them. Roche gently kicked old man Wen under the table. He immediately sat upright and said seriously, Today is Wen-jun's big day. Wen Yao almost burst out laughing, thinking that his brother was getting married today. He held back his laughter and waited for the old man to speak. Old man Wen picked up his wine cup, thinking to himself that he had to taste a sip before dinner, no matter what. These days, he could only smell the aroma through the cabinet, which was very frustrating. The key to the cabinet was in his wife's hands, so he couldn't drink even if he wanted to. Today, he finally had a chance. Old man Wen's face was full of a smile, and his wrinkles deepened. Lil June, Grandpa didn't go to school and can't say nice words. Grandpa has only one thing to tell you. Study hard and bring honor to our old Wen family. Mrs. Luo couldn't help but roll her eyes and complain. What nonsense is that? Old Wen pretended not to hear. Wen-jun immediately picked up the water cup in front of him, stood up respectfully and bowed to old Wen and Mrs. Luo, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. I will study hard and not let our family down. The two elders looked pleased, but then both glared at Wen Xiaoyi. Wen Xiaoyi, who had suffered an unfair trouble, said nothing. To avoid embarrassing his father, Wen Yao raised his cup and said, Grandpa, Grandma, let's all wish my brother success in his studies and that he becomes a famous doctor soon, helping people and saving lives. Mrs. Luo nodded happily and glanced at old Wen, saying, See, Yao Yao's words are so nice. Old One didn't say anything. When Xiao-yi almost laughed out loud. Truly difficult parents and children, no one is better than the other. The younger generation cheered along with Wen Yao, helping people with medicine, saving lives. Big brother will be the greatest doctor someday. At this moment, Old One quickly took a small sip of wine. The taste immediately rushed from his mouth to his nose, throat, and brain. He finally drank some. Eat. Old One commanded, and everyone moved. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Even Mrs. Li, who usually disapproved of the main family, was very polite, smiling as she served dishes to Wen Jun and Wen Yao. The meal was lively and joyful. In the chaos, Old One and his 3 sons accidentally finished a whole pot of wine, half drunk, joking and acting crazy together. In the end, Mrs. Luo shouted angrily, and everyone was sent back to their rooms. When Xiao-yi was helped out by Wen Jun and Wen Yao. When the cold wind outside blew, he immediately sobered up a bit. He rubbed his temples and complained to Wen Yao, "This wine is really bad." Sigh. Compared to those from later times, it's really not good. Wen Yao hadn't tasted it and didn't know how bad it was, so she joked, "Maybe we should open a wine shop and make some good wine." When Xiao-yi's body had changed. If he wanted to drink, he could, as long as they controlled him. When Xiao-yi suddenly perked up and chuckled, "Yao Yao, you can brew wine too?" After all, they had never seen Wen Yao brew before, so they didn't know she could do this. "Wen Yao, did we have the conditions to make wine before? Making wine needs a proper place. Would she be brewing it in the staff housing? She must be crazy. I only know a little about it, haven't studied it deeply," Wen Yao replied honestly. After all, before she had a chance to study it thoroughly, they were already in this situation. Just as well, things she hadn't done before. Now she could try. When Xiao-yi chuckled loudly and patted her shoulder. "You'd better study it well. In the future, whether Dad can drink X-tier wine depends on you." When Yao rolled her eyes. "If I had that skill, I wouldn't just be a small blogger." She had already been hired away with a high salary. Tu tilted his head and looked at her. "What's a blogger?" But he didn't ask, so his confusion was automatically ignored by the family of 3. Because they still remembered discussing the apprenticeship ceremony, when Xiao-yi didn't dare to drink too much today. Plus, the alcohol was much weaker than what he used to drink. So, from the old house to their home, the alcohol had mostly worn off. In the evening, when Yao lulled Tu to sleep. After confirming he wasn't pretending, she quietly got up and ran to the neighbor's house. Father and son were both awake, waiting for her. "Yao Yao, look at what's in your space. Are there any suitable items for the apprenticeship gift?" When Xiao-yi whispered. No choice, she had to speak softly. The house's soundproofing was really poor. In the future, when they had money, he definitely wanted to build a big house. 4 family members, each with their own room, with thick walls for soundproofing. Back to the gifts. When Yao didn't even need to look inside and replied, "As long as you want it, there's nothing you can't buy. This thing is like Orange software. Anything you need, it responds." Maybe it was even inspired by Orange software. When Xiao-yi, "Then buy me a plane." When Yao. When Xiao-yi, "If not a plane, then a car is fine. Walking to work every day is tiring." When Yao rolled her eyes. "How about I buy you a tank?" When Xiao-yi shook his head seriously.
No, no.
"Your dad wouldn't even drive that." Jian quickly almost burst out laughing and asked, "Can you drive a plane?" When Xiao-yi shot a sharp look at his son, who was spoiling the surprise. "That's enough distraction. Let's get back to the main point. What should we give? Anything from our place can be a treasure here, but I think it's not appropriate. Our family conditions, if we give something rare, it might just tell others we have problems. Then why not just buy that?" When Yao said. "But do we have the money?" "Oh, right, money. I forgot about the stuff." When Yao said this and quickly pulled out a bunch of things from her space. "Did you buy clothes?" When Xiao-yi picked up one item and looked at it, noting it was a bit thin. When Yao told them about her shopping today and finally complained, "Prices are so high. Why are good cotton clothes so expensive? So, I thought tomorrow I'd go with my brother to earn some achievement points, buy each of us a down jacket to wear inside. No one's going to try to strip our clothes, right? That's unlikely. The people here aren't that crazy. Wen Xiaoyi said while rummaging through clothes. As for the pile of paper, they thought as long as it could be used, it was fine. The main thing was still small, so they just made do. After finishing their shopping, the three started to worry about gifts again. I think the master likes tea. Maybe we can give some good tea, Wenjun suggested. Wen Yao went to check the price of good tea and came back with a shrug, saying, Cheong. Wow, premium Biluakun tea costs 800 achievement points per gene. She only had enough for a little more than 1 ounce now. When June asked, tea set, Wen Yao came and went, saying, the cheap ones are really cheap, the expensive ones are out of reach. Don't forget, when playing with porcelain, ancient people are our ancestors. When Xiaoyi sighed helplessly and said, can't afford either, so maybe just 2 glass cups? Cheap and unique. 2 yuan store. 2 yuan each. Wen Yao thought for a moment, then left without saying anything, just leaving a line. Let me see. She searched for glass tea cups and glass tea bowls, flipping through various pages. She picked a pair of glass tea bowls with gold edges and a faint blue tint. 1 costs 26 achievement points, 2 cost 52.
Perfect.
She still had over 20 points left. She again lamented how stingy this cursed space was, giving so few points and selling things so expensive. Wen Yao took the items and came out. Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Jun were very happy with the cups, praising Wen Yao for choosing well. How do you explain where they came from? The father and son faced another problem. Wen Yao didn't mind and said, just blame it on my unknown mother, whether as a dowry or a family heirloom from my maternal family. Anyway, no big deal. Dr. Jean can't go ask my mother for proof. If she got such a treasure, Dr. Jean would hide it and enjoy it himself. But what if he asks why your mother didn't take it away? When Xiaoyi asked. Wen Yao yawned and said, who do you think we are? Gossiping like the security guard at our community gate? This is a place that values manners. Would a master like Dr. Jean go snooping into your private life? No, I definitely can't do it.
Don't worry about it.
Just this one, Dad, older brother. I'm really exhausted. Seeing my daughter/sister so tired, the two of them didn't want to bother her anymore. Before leaving, Wen Yao's father and elder brother also had Wen Yao buy a simple wooden box to pack things. They couldn't just carry a plastic bag to the Jean family. The next day, when Dad got up, he saw the table in the room with calligraphy supplies and paper. Little Radish Head didn't even wear shoes, ran over barefoot, touched here, looked there, and was very careful with everything. Wen Yao finished her work and was about to call him to get up when she saw this scene. She quickly picked up Dad and placed him on the stool, then took his shoes and socks to put on him. Why are you barefoot? What if you catch a cold and get sick? Dad gently tugged at her clothes, pointed at the items on the table, and happily pointed at himself. Are you giving this to me? Wen Yao helped him put on his shoes, nodded and said, yes, do you like it? This is a surprise from Dad and us for Dad. Dad nodded quickly, full of happiness, eager and careful, took the brush, and gestured with it in his hand. Seeing that his way of holding the brush was a bit off, Wen Yao patiently taught him how to hold it and thoughtfully ground a bit of ink for him. Dad was a little afraid to write, looked up at Wen Yao. She encouraged him with a nod. You can do it. Sister believes in you. Dad took a deep breath, carefully dipped the brush in ink, and started writing on the paper. The first character he wrote was 1. Literature. But it looked quite bad, and Dad was a bit discouraged, not as good as when he wrote with a branch on the ground. Wen Yao noticed this, smiled and patted his head, saying, you're already very good. Look, I'll write one for you. She then took his brush and wrote a very ugly character. It was much uglier than Dad's. Seeing Dad's furrowed brows relax again, Wen Yao smiled. She could write calligraphy with a brush, as she was interested in it as a hobby of Professor Wen, but to encourage Dad, she had to hide her skills a little. Dad was comforted by Wen Yao's ugly character and eagerly ran out to find Wen Shui and Wen Jun, wanting praise. Dad's writing was childish, obvious at a glance, but another character was terribly ugly. Professor Wen stared at it for a while and asked Dad, who wrote this? Dad pointed to the house, where Wen Yao was standing at the door. Professor Wen blurted out, did you write this? When did your handwriting become so ugly? Weren't you good at writing before? Big head? Big Head paused for a moment and then reacted. He tugged at Wenyu's sleeve, pointed at Wenyang's writing, then at Wenyang himself, and started making noises, looking both angry and anxious. When Xiui was confused. What's going on here? Wenyang laughed so hard he nearly fell over, looking at the situation, almost angry enough to speak. Just play along yourself. He thought his writing was not good, so I wrote a little worse to make him happy. But your words just told him the truth. Ha. Big Head puffed up his cheeks and pouted like a little pufferfish, glaring at Wenyang with full of resentment. Wenyang simply took the paper from him and carefully wrote 2 characters. Wenjiao. Big Head stared in shock. His sister's handwriting was very nice. Been a while since I wrote, so I'm a bit out of practice, sigh. Wenyang pretended to sigh. When Xiui looked at his daughter helplessly, then patiently comforted his little son. Big Head, your sister is just teasing you. You're still young, and this is your first time writing on paper. It's already pretty good. Look around our village, kids your age, who can write like you. Right? Big Head still looked upset. When Wenyang came over to pinch his little face, he stubbornly turned away. But Wenyang predicted his move and countered successfully, then laughed happily and walked away. Little Radish's eyes lost some sparkle, clearly feeling quite discouraged. When Xiui picked up his son and sat him on his lap, then took his hand and guided him to hold the brush, carefully writing the characters Wenjiao on the paper. Dad will teach you slowly. You'll definitely write better than your sister someday, when Xiui said. Big Head looked at the 2 characters on the paper and then at his hand holding the brush, nodding. He would study hard, but he still thought his sister's writing was the best. When they took Big Head back to the old house, carrying books, paper, and brushes, Luo and Oldwin were surprised. Where did these come from? Luo asked, referring to the writing supplies, since when Xiui had sold most of what he owned. Yao bought them yesterday. We earned some money recently, and since Big Head is always writing on the ground, it's not a bad idea, when Xiui replied casually. Luo nodded and looked at him for a while, making Wen Xiui feel a bit nervous. Finally, Luo agreed, took Big Head inside, and told him to study in their house. Wen Xiui saw the situation and wanted to use this time to talk to the old master and the old lady about the children in the family going to school. Whether they can become successful in the future or not, it's always good to recognize some words. When Xiui stepped inside, and Oldwin was already tidying up the heated bed table to practice calligraphy with the 2. Father, Mother, I plan to have the children in the family read some books. Whether they become successful or not, knowing some words is always good. When you have time, tell Old Air and Old San. I have to go set up my stall now, so I'll leave first. After saying that, when Xiui quickly slipped away, the old couple was left stunned for a while. What did he just say? Oldwin was still surprised. Mrs. Luo was silent for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She helped De Tu organize his things and said calmly, he said he wants the children in the family to read books. It sounded like an ordinary thing, just a simple statement. But only Mrs. Luo knew how unsettled she felt inside. Could the eldest son really say something like that? In the past, when the family supported him to go to school, Old Wen and Mrs. Luo thought about it. If any of the younger ones showed promise, they would send them too. It was tough but manageable. They also thought about having him teach the children at home, but he refused with various reasons, saying it would delay his studies or his exams. Today, he unexpectedly brought up this matter himself. Mrs. Luo felt it was a bit unbelievable. Her thoughts drifted far away, and she didn't even hear Old when talking until De Tu tugged at her clothes, showing her the words he had written. Seeing De Tu's writing, Mrs. Luo's expression softened. She praised De Tu for being clever and sighed silently. Clever or not, he still couldn't speak properly. Today, Wen Yao was going to follow Wen Jun to Jishir Hall. First, to deliver food to Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu. Second, to tell Dr. Jean that their family would bring a gift to formally ask for a master's guidance tomorrow. And third, to try to get some achievement points at Jishir Hall. Once in the city, the 4 of them split up. Wen Yao and Wen Jun went straight to Jishir Hall. Hong Hai had already opened the door early. When he saw them, Wen Yao was carrying a basket, and his eyes lit up. What delicious food is Sister Wen Yao bringing today? Hong Hai sniffed and smelled the aroma of meat. Wen Yao waved the basket and said, "Pork in a pot." Hong Hai's eyes shone brightly. He said he could smell the meat. Although he was drooling, Hong Hai held back and waited until Dr. Jean and the shopkeeper arrived before eating. When June was helping to clean the medical clinic and also organizing Dr. Jin's previous day's diagnosis records, Hong Hai was wiping and cleaning, including the cabinets. The two of them were busy with their tasks, so Wen Yao could only look around by herself. There were some broken pieces spilled on the medicine preparation table. Wen Yao looked at Wen Jun and Hong Hai, but they didn't notice her, so she simply put everything into the space. Fulling, polyperacy, moistening and promoting urination, benefits the spleen and stomach, protects the kidneys, calms the mind, and generates saliva. Frankincense, Burseraceae, activates blood, moves qi, relieves pain. Angelica, ginger. A series of reminder sounds rang out. Wen Yao saw her achievement points gradually increasing, with 6 types, each worth 7 points, totaling 42.
Great.
When Wen Jun looked at her, Wen Yao quietly made an okay gesture. Wen Jun understood that everything was fine. It seemed this space wasn't too bad. After all, whatever was put in was recognized. When Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu arrived, they saw Wen Jun and Hong Hai busy working, and even Wen Yao was helping organize the medicine cabinet. Wen Yao was happily earning achievement points, but she didn't do anything reckless. She only took a small piece of each herb. Seeing her enthusiastic look, shopkeeper Chiu joked, "Yao girl, are you interested in studying medicine too? Maybe old Jean can take you as an apprentice." Wen Yao smiled shyly. "I'm not smart enough." "Forget it. I'm afraid Dr. Jean will kick me out, and I don't want to burden my brother." This made Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu laugh loudly. The herbs in the medicine cabinet were almost all cleaned, and they had gained nearly 1,000 achievement points without realizing it. Since they arrived, Wen Yao didn't want to stay near the medicine cabinet anymore, so she took her homemade sweet and sour pork, but unfortunately, it had cooled down. On the way, she had secretly kept it warm in her space, so Hong Hai saw it was still hot. But now, in the clinic, if it remained so warm for too long, it might raise suspicion. Shopkeeper Chiu pointed to the backyard and said, "There's a kitchen back there." Meaning she could go there to warm it up? Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. "That's great. I'll go buy some vegetables and cook lunch for you." Shopkeeper Chiu and Dr. Jean exchanged a glance and laughed. "Then we'll get to taste your cooking at noon." "No problem, leave it to me. I'll go buy the ingredients." Wen Yao put her sweet and sour pork in the kitchen, grabbed her basket, and left. Shopkeeper Chiu and Dr. Jean both liked Wen Yao very much. After watching her walk away, they each went to their own tasks. Shopkeeper Chiu needed to settle the accounts from the day before, while Dr. Jean took Wen Jun to ask about his reading results from the previous night. Wen Yao carried her basket and headed straight to the butcher Zheng's stall. Uncle Zheng, the butcher, saw her and couldn't help but smile. "Yao Yao is here. What do you want today? I'll cut it for you." Wen Yao chose a piece of pork belly to make braised pork for lunch. Then she said to Zheng, "Uncle Zheng, my dad is taking my older brother to visit a master in 2 days. Please send the stuff over tomorrow. Also, the pig intestines we ordered need to be delivered tomorrow. My aunt is having a wedding soon, and my dad will help out. He might be away for a few days, so let me know when you're open for business, and I'll tell him to come and pick up the stuff." "All right, everything is arranged. I'll deliver it to your dad tomorrow evening. Just tell me when you plan to set up your stall, and I'll bring the goods to you," Zheng replied. Wen Yao thanked him and asked Zheng to record the meat on the account book before heading off to buy other things. When she returned after shopping, the clinic already had patients coming in. Seeing Wen Jun carefully watching Dr. Jean treat a patient, Wen Yao greeted shopkeeper Chiu and Hong Hai before heading to the backyard to prepare. People came and went quickly. By noon, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted into the backyard. Not only the 4 inside the clinic, but also the patients waiting couldn't help but sniff the enticing smell. Shopkeeper Chiu left the matter in Hong Hai's hands and hurried to the kitchen in the backyard. "Yao Yao, what's making such a wonderful smell?" "I could smell it from the front," he said as he entered the kitchen. The pot was steaming, and the aroma was coming from there. Wenya was holding a spatula, finishing the sauce on the braised pork. Braised pork. Uncle Chio, try some, she said, scooping a piece into a bowl and handing it to him. He sniffed it under his nose and exclaimed, "Smells so good. Truly delicious." Not only was it fragrant, but the color was appealing too, meaty and lean, shimmering in the bowl. When he shook the bowl gently, the meat trembled, looking very tempting. He picked up a chopstick and took a bite. The pork was tender, not greasy, soft, and melted in his mouth. His eyes widened, and he nodded repeatedly. This was the best braised pork he had ever tasted. Excellent, excellent. Sweet but not overly greasy, perfectly cooked, and melts in your mouth. Yao Yao, your cooking skills are on par with the chefs at Drunken Immortal Tower, he praised sincerely. Wenyo smiled. I just enjoy experimenting. I can't compare to the big chefs. Shopkeeper Chio put down his bowl, wiped his mouth with a cloth, and said happily, "What a delightful lunch," when Yao served the braised pork and began preparing other dishes. She replied, "Once you and Dr. Jean are done, we will have lunch." "All right, I'll check the front first." "When there are no patients, we'll come," said Shopkeeper Chio happily, walking away with his hands behind his back. When Yao reheated the crispy pork, cooked 2 vegetarian dishes, and made tofu and egg custard. She arranged 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Dr. Jean finished, seeing the last patient. The aroma of Wen Yao's cooking made the patient drool and feel hungry. It was noon, so it wouldn't be good to bother Dr. Jean further. After checking the patient and prescribing medicine, he left. Although few patients came at noon, Shopkeeper Chio had Hong Hai install a few wooden panels on the door, leaving a small door for emergencies. This way, if a patient with urgent needs arrived, they could enter through the small door. The 4 of them happily arrived at the backyard, where the smell of food was already in the air. "Wow, Yao Yao, so many delicious dishes," Hong Hai exclaimed as he rushed into the kitchen. Seeing the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Not only did it smell good, but it also looked beautiful, making anyone hungry just by looking at it. Dr. Jean, a former imperial doctor, was calm and experienced. He had seen and tasted many delicacies, so he nodded and praised, "Indeed, very good. Master, please sit," when June offered, pulling out a chair for Dr. Jean and helping him sit down. He also took a bowl to serve rice. "Shopkeeper, please sit." Hong Hai followed, copying him. Dr. Jean and Shopkeeper Chio enjoyed being served, chatting while waiting. Once everyone was seated, when Yao said, "Dr. Jean, Uncle Chio, please try it. Is it delicious?" Shopkeeper Chio smiled and said, "I already tried it earlier." "Old Jean, you should try too." Dr. Jean picked up chopsticks, took a bite, and after a long moment, nodded and said, "Very good, very good." I didn't expect that even though Yao Yao is young, her cooking skills are already this advanced. Shopkeeper Chio teased with a smile. "How does it compare to the royal chef skills you've tasted before?" In her previous life, when Yao admired chefs who cooked well and made delicious food. The royal chefs were the best in the country, specially hired to cook for the emperor. Curious, she looked at Dr. Jean and asked, "Dr. Jean, have you ever eaten dishes made by royal chefs? Are they tasty?" Dr. Jean smiled gently and replied softly, "I was fortunate to receive the emperor's favor. The palace chefs are passed down through generations, and some are selected from the common people. Yao Yao's cooking may not be as good as the palace chefs, but it's already quite impressive. The most important thing is that young Yao is still very young. If she truly wants to study this path, she will surely become talented in the future." After saying this, Dr. Jean looked at Wen Yao and suddenly said, "If young Yao really likes this path, she should study hard. Although I have left the Imperial Hospital, I know a few royal chefs in the palace. Maybe I can help introduce you to them someday. Working as a chef in the palace? That might be the biggest dream for many cooks." But Wen Yao didn't think so. Having watched many palace dramas in her past life, she knew that the palace was a dangerous place where people could get hurt easily. Reality is often more brutal than TV shows. They adapt to this era just to stay safe. Naturally, they wouldn't risk their lives for foolish reasons. When Yao shyly waved her hand to refuse, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Jean," I just like to experiment and satisfy my own appetite. I don't dare to dream of becoming a royal chef. After dinner, no one mentioned the topic again, but everyone remembered Wen Yao's good cooking skills. After eating, the brother and sister told Dr. Jean that Wen Xiao and Yi would personally visit the day after tomorrow to pay respects and become his disciples. Dr. Jean waved his hand casually. These formalities don't matter to me. I value Xiao Jun's persistence and talent. Everything else is secondary. When Jun bowed respectfully, Master, manners are important. This is what a disciple should do. Seeing their insistence, Dr. Jean agreed. All right then. The day after tomorrow, we'll invite old Xiao as a witness. But at home, it's just me, my grandson, and a few servants. I'm worried we might not be able to entertain you properly. When Dr. Jean said this, he seemed to glance at Wen Yao. Wen Yao had already learned about Dr. Jin's family from Hong Hai. The Jin family had many branches, but Dr. Jean only had one son, who was not interested in studying medicine and preferred reading books. He stayed in the capital to pursue a government position. However, his grandson was quite skilled in medicine, so Dr. Jean raised him himself. From Hong Hai, Wen Yao confirmed that Dr. Jin's grandson was named Jin Xiao-yi. If it really was him, they should go see him too. Wen Yao could tell what this meant. She covered her mouth and giggled softly, saying, "It's okay. I have me." Dr. Jean chuckled twice and said, "Then I'll trouble you. If the servants don't serve you well, the few coins old Xiao gave me for expenses won't even cover one dish." Wen Yao doesn't believe that old man is broke. The imperial doctor who treats the nobles in the palace must earn a lot just from a single reward. But she still likes the food she makes. It's okay as long as they like it. She's just worried they might not. She has almost completed all her achievements, so Wen Yao said goodbye to the medical clinic in the afternoon and went to the dock to find Wen Xiaoyi. She watched Wen Nong and Lu Zi get scolded while waiting for Wen Jun to finish work. The next day, Wen Xiaoyi didn't prepare many ingredients. He sold most of them at noon, finished selling the rest in the afternoon, and then put up a sign saying they would be closed for a while. They wouldn't open for the next 3 days. He also asked Lu Zi to explain to anyone who couldn't read, since after the apprenticeship ceremony, they would attend the wedding banquet at Xiao Luo's house. As cousins, Wen Xiaoyi needed to help, especially since Wen Yao was appointed as the head chef by the Jiao family. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Wen Xiaoyi changed into the new clothes Wen Yao bought. The family of 4 dressed neatly, carrying prepared gifts, ready to leave. Besides the tea set they picked earlier, Wen Yao also prepared 6 kinds of snacks to replace the 6 ceremonial gifts for the apprenticeship. When Luo Shi arrived, she saw the 4 of them dressed nicely, each looking well-groomed, especially in their new clothes. Suddenly, Luo Shi felt the package in her hand was a bit unnecessary. "Grandma, why are you here?"
Oh,
"What's this?" Wen Yao saw the old lady and went to hold her, curious about the package in her hand. Luo Shi avoided her, showing a slight look of dislike, gently pulling her hand away. "It's nothing. Once you're ready, hurry up and leave so you're not late. Dr. Jean is waiting for you," she said, then grabbed her package and left. After she left, Wen Yao leaned over to her father and brother, blinking. "I saw it. Grandma is carrying a bundle of clothes. I guess she's worried we don't have decent clothes to wear for the ceremony." When Xiao-yi looked at his mother's slightly hunched figure from afar, his eyes turning red. He sighed. "Grandma is a proud person, but she's also soft-hearted. If I hadn't been so useless before, she wouldn't have aged so quickly. When we're better off, we must remember to take good care of Grandpa and Grandma. His parents worried about him all their lives. Now he's here, and it's the same." When Xiao-yi feels he's so fortunate to have such good parents in both lives. His parents passed away early in his previous life, and he couldn't show his filial piety. This life, he wants to be a good son and honor his parents. The brother and sister are naturally well-behaved. Even the big-headed one gently tugged on his sleeve and nodded seriously. When Xiao gently touched each child's head and then waved his hand. "Let's go. Time to go meet the master." The family of 4 dressed in new clothes and left the village, attracting some attention. Everyone has noticed the changes in the Manhwa family recently, especially those who often sell eggs to them, who have gained many benefits. Although they earn the same money selling in the city, it saves them a lot of trouble. Talking about gossip has decreased, but everyone is curious about where the Wen family of four is going. When June is learning medicine from Dr. Jean. Because of Mrs. Luo's advice, no one in the Wen family talks about it outside. Even old Master Wen, who always wanted to show off, has kept quiet, fearing mistakes. But today, they held a formal apprenticeship ceremony, officially acknowledging the master and teacher of heaven, earth, and the gods. Now, it's certain and no one can deny it. Since they are hosting the Wen Yao family, Jisher Tang is closed for the day. Shopkeeper Chiao and Hong Hai arrived early to wait at Dr. Jin's house. When the family of four arrived, everyone was already there. Jin's house is small, with a 3-section courtyard. A maid who serves the grandfather and grandson opened the door for them, and Hong Hai was also nearby, chatting. In the main hall, Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao sat in the main seats. Next to Dr. Jean was a small boy, about 5 or 6 years old, handsome and refined, already carrying a scholarly air. He was curiously watching the family of four enter. Wen Yao secretly looked at him. So this is the young Jean divine doctor. Dr. Jean, shopkeeper Chiao, I am Wen Xiaoyi. Little June and I have caused you trouble these days, Wen Xiaoyi said politely, taking a respectful bow when he saw the two. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao both stood up, returned the bow, and invited Wen Xiaoyi to sit. No rush, no rush. Wen Xiaoyi turned to call Wen Yao and Wen June, asking them to bring the gifts and place them on the table. Then he said to Dr. Jean, "Thank you for accepting my son as a disciple. These are some small gifts we prepared. I hope you don't mind." On the table were 4 wooden gift boxes. They looked simple and not expensive, but there were actually 7 items inside. Dr. Jean didn't expect the Wen family to give such valuable gifts. He knew their situation and thought they had already put a lot of effort into these 7 presents. But when Wen Yao and Wen June opened the boxes, both Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao were stunned. First, I opened 6 gift boxes placed side by side. Inside were snacks made by Wen Yao for the 6th ceremony. There were mung bean cakes with the words, "diligent and studious, skilled through hard work," printed on them. There were lotus seed cakes, symbolizing careful education. Red bean cakes wishing good luck. Date cakes for early high school days. Longan cakes representing completeness. And the last one, a dried pork snack Wen Yao spent 2 days making. When these 6 boxes were opened, Dr. Jean was already very pleased. It showed how much the Wen family valued this ceremony. At this moment, the 7th box had not yet been opened. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao couldn't help but feel curious about what was inside. They thought it might contain something edible, but when Wen June opened the lid, both of them gasped in surprise. "Master, knowing you love tea, these 2 teacups are specially prepared for you. I hope you like them," Wen June said respectfully. Dr. Jin's eyes widened. He eagerly stepped forward, looked at the cups from all sides, touched them, examined them sideways and from the side. Shopkeeper Chiao was even more excited. Several times he reached out, but Dr. Jean quickly pulled his hand back. "Don't touch, don't touch. Don't reach out," Dr. Jean said while pulling his hand away. Seeing how much they liked the cups, the family of 3 exchanged glances and felt relieved. They knew this gift was the most important one, even more so than the previous 6. Dr. Jean, Wen Xiaoyi called several times, finally drawing Dr. Jin's attention back from the cups. Dr. Jean was very excited. "Are these made of glass?" "Such clear, transparent glass. I've never seen such quality even in the palace." No wonder Dr. Jean was so excited. Anyone would be moved upon seeing such beautiful cups. Wen Xiaoyi smiled sincerely. "I'm not sure what material these are exactly. These cups originally belonged to my father-in-law's family. Later, he gave them to my ex-wife as part of her dowry. Before she left, she gave them to Xiao Jun. Now I want to give them to you, for the ceremony. It's the perfect gift. Please accept it." Dr. Jean wanted to accept. He really wanted to. He could already imagine how wonderful it would be to brew tea in such cups, clearly seeing the tea leaves patterns from the side. The taste of tea would be truly wonderful. But he also knew he shouldn't be greedy. Such a precious cup. How could he take advantage of his disciple? If others found out, they might say his purpose in accepting a disciple was not pure.
No, he must not.
Absolutely not, absolutely not. This item is so valuable, I simply cannot accept it, Dr. Jean surprisingly refused. A family of 3 didn't expect this. After preparing for so long, Dr. Jean actually said no? The problem is, if he refuses, they can't return it. Wenjun immediately looked sad. Please, master, you must accept it. I don't understand tea well, and this cup would be wasted in my hands. Only someone like you, who understands tea and appreciates it, is the best fit to be its owner. Please, master, I beg you to accept it. After speaking, he bowed deeply, nearly 90 degrees. Dr. Jean frowned and hesitated. When Xiao-yi took the opportunity to persuade him, Dr. Jean, just accept it. They say a teacher for a day is a father for life. Xiao Jun is being filial to you, and you should accept it. If you refuse, he will be very sad. Shopkeeper Chiu also chimed in. Brother Wen is right. Look at this child. He's about to cry, because you won't take it. If you feel guilty, then teach him more in the future, and take good care of him. Don't you think so? Mainly if old Jean accepts it, he might keep it for himself sometimes. Everyone was persuading him, and Dr. Jean, who liked the gift, finally nodded and agreed to accept it. Then I will accept it. I promise to teach you well in the future. Come, let's go see the Grandmaster, said Dr. Jean. He carefully picked up the cup, holding it close, reluctant to let go. As for the 6 boxes of snacks, they were already forgotten. When Yao looked a bit defeated, she had been working hard for a long time too. But as long as Big Brother was happy and Dr. Jean was happy, that was enough. The group followed Dr. Jean to his study. Inside, there was a portrait of an ancient person hanging on the wall, and on the desk in front of it, there were incense and a copper stove. Dr. Jean first found a place to put the cup, then lit 3 sticks of incense, and respectfully bowed to the portrait. Grandmaster Jean, your disciple, the 13th generation, Jean Su, has accepted a disciple today. His surname is one named Jun. Although he is not from my Jean family, he has great talent and will surely carry forward our Jean medical skills. I pray for your blessing. He inserted the 3 sticks of incense into the incense burner, then looked at Wenjun. Wenjun, kneel down and kowtow to the Grandmaster. Wenjun immediately knelt and respectfully bowed 3 times. Junior Wenjun greets the Grandmaster. Dr. Jean nodded. At this moment, shopkeeper Chiu came over with a tray, on which was a cup of tea. Wenjun carefully took it, raised it above his head, and said, Please, master, have some tea. Dr. Jean took a sip of tea before continuing, To join my Jean school, you only need to remember that a doctor has a kind heart. Healing others is our core principle. As a doctor, you must not be selfish or ignore human life. If you break our family rules, you will lose your sight, have your tendons cut, and be expelled from the school. Remember this well. When June bowed again and said, I will follow the teacher's instructions, Dr. Jean looked at him with more satisfaction, bent down, and helped Wenjun to stand up. He said, From now on, I will teach you everything I know. You must study hard, understand? Wenjun nodded. Yes, master. Dr. Jean was increasingly pleased with his apprentice. After all this, he waved to the young boy who had been following him earlier. Ear, come here. Say hello to your uncle. Jin Xiao-yi stepped forward politely and bowed to Wenjun. Xiao-yi greets uncle. Wen Yao and Wen Xiao-yi exchanged glances. Jin Xiao-yi was a clever boy, but that silly boy didn't know much about the famous doctor. Before Wenjun and Wen Yao arrived, they had prepared a gift, a 9-ring puzzle, immediately giving it to Jin Xiao-yi as a token of their meeting. Since he was a child, Jin Xiao-yi was quickly attracted to playing with it. Now that he had officially become a student, they were like family. Is this the big head? Come here, let me see. Dr. Jean beckoned to De Tu. De Tu was watching Jin Xiao-yi play with the 9-ring puzzle, feeling a bit proud because he had already solved it. When he heard someone call him, he looked over at Dr. Jean and then at Wen Xiaoyi. Wen Xiaoyi patted his back. "Go ahead," respectfully did two bowed to Dr. Jean and obediently stood to the side. Dr. Jean checked his pulse, then asked him to open his mouth and tried to get him to make some sounds. Finally, under the expectant looks of the family, he spoke. "Don't worry, the child is fine. As for why he still doesn't speak at this age, it might be because he doesn't want to or because the time isn't right. There's no need to rush. I've seen similar cases before. Usually they just start talking a few years later than others. Don't worry. Just talk to him often at home to encourage him to speak. Slowly, he will start talking," he said. Dr. Jean really liked Big Head and gently touched his big head, saying, "Big Head and Ear are about the same age. In the future, they should play together more." Next to them, Jean Xiaoyi looked at Big Head with curiosity, and Big Head tilted his head, also curious. "Grandfather, I will take my little brother to play," Jean Xiaoyi said thoughtfully, knowing Big Head couldn't speak, so he volunteered to take him. Dr. Jean was very pleased and nodded. "Take good care of your little brother." "Yes, I will," Jean Xiaoyi replied. Then he walked over to Big Head, stretched out his hand, and said, "Little brother, I'll take you to play." Big Head hesitated a bit, looked at him, and then at the 9-link puzzle in his hand, which he couldn't open. But under the watchful eyes of his father and older siblings, Big Head nodded and gave his small hand to Jean Xiaoyi. It was the first time Big Head saw someone younger than himself, and he was very happy. He held his hand and started walking, constantly introducing his home to Big Head. Big Head just obediently followed him silently, occasionally nodding in response. The servant girl taking care of Jean Xiaoyi followed along, and Dr. Jean felt more at ease. Wen Yao looked at them and said, "You two chat first. I'll go see the kitchen." Dr. Jean felt a little embarrassed because, after all, the Wen family was visiting, and he was asking the guests to prepare the meal. But in this house, only they, the grandparents and grandson, lived together. There were only 3 servants, one in the kitchen, one responsible for chores, and one taking care of Jean Xiaoyi. The cook in the kitchen was not very skilled. She could cook enough to eat, but the food was not very delicious. Since tasting Wen Yao's cooking, Dr. Jean preferred her dishes. Fortunately, now they were considered family, and thinking this made Dr. Jean feel much better. "Wang, take Miss Wen Yao to the kitchen to find Aunt Gui. Let her decide what to do," said Dr. Jean, referring to the young servant, Wang. "Yes, old master." Wang respectfully bowed. "Miss Wen Yao, please follow me." "I'll go first then." "Father, older brother, you stay with Dr. Jean and Uncle Chiu." Wen Yao said goodbye to everyone and followed Wang to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Aunt Gui was already waiting. Seeing Wen Yao, she quickly bowed and said, "Miss, hello. The old master told me yesterday to buy some ingredients. Please see if they can be used." Wen Yao was still a bit unfamiliar with everything but nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble," then looked at the ingredients Aunt Gui had bought. There was fish, meat, chicken, duck, vegetables, tofu, and various seasonings, all prepared very thoroughly. "Wow, Aunt Gui, you've prepared everything so carefully." Wen Yao couldn't help but admire Aunt Gui's attentiveness. Aunt Gui felt a bit shy, adjusted her stray hair behind her ear, and said modestly, "I don't know what materials the young lady needs, so I bought a little of everything. Just tell me what to do, and I'll help you." Wen Yao rolled up her sleeves. "Let's get started. Aunt Gui, please first handle the fish and the chicken and duck. Also, do we have any wine at home? Please get some." "Yes, I have some. I'll go get it right now." Wang quickly ran off to fetch the wine. In the kitchen, Wen Yao, Aunt Gui, and Wang were busy preparing, and later even Hong Hai came to help. Since they had already become master and apprentice, and were considered family by Dr. Jean, Wen Xiaoyi, Dr. Jean, and shopkeeper Chiu stayed in the study chatting and also studying the 2 cups. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu originally thought the Wen family was just farmers, but during their conversation with Wen Xiaoyi, they realized that Wen Xiaoyi's knowledge, demeanor, and speech were just as impressive as any young noble from the capital. After talking for a while, their impression of Wen Xiaoyi improved a lot, and they almost considered him as close brothers. As for Jin Xiao-yi and De Tu, Jin Xiao-yi struggled hard and, after many attempts, finally solved the 9-link puzzle that Wenjun had given him. Because he was a kid, he had a competitive streak. After solving it himself, he wanted De Tu to try. But De Tu easily solved it in just a few moves, leaving Jin Xiao-yi stunned and looking at him blankly, with a look in his eyes that said, "Isn't this very easy?" Jin Xiao-yi was quite discouraged. Luckily, Dr. Jin had taught him from a young age that he must not cry when faced with setbacks. Otherwise, this little kid might have burst into tears. Fortunately, De Tu was a sensible child. He noticed Jin Xiao-yi didn't look happy, tilted his head and thought for a moment, then ran over to find Wenjun. De Tu tugged at Wenjun's sleeve, then quietly opened his small pouch to show him what was inside, and pointed to Jin Xiao-yi. Wenjun looked at the marbles in his little pouch and twitched his mouth. These marbles were bought by Wen Yao at a cost of 1.5 cents each to make him happy, but unexpectedly, this kid treated them as treasures. He carried them everywhere, even bringing them to the Jin family. De Tu wants to play with Jin Xiao-yi?
Wenjun asked.
Big-headed nodded, looking at Wenjun with curiosity. After all, Wen Yao had told him specifically when giving him marbles that he could only play with them himself and not show them to others, or someone might take them away. But just now, he saw Jin Xiao-yi looking upset because he had been hurt, and he felt responsible. He wanted to cheer Jin Xiao-yi up. Wenjun thought that since they had already given away glass cups, a few marbles didn't matter anymore. After all, he was already burdened with many worries. Go play, Wenjun patted his head and agreed. Big-headed then quickly ran back to find Jin Xiao-yi, gesturing at him excitedly. Jin Xiao-yi's hurt feelings were suddenly forgotten as he watched Big-headed dance and wave his arms, unsure of what he meant. After a few tries, he understood. "I'm fine, don't worry." Jin Xiao-yi could tell that Big-headed was trying to apologize, feeling that his cleverness had caused Jin Xiao-yi to be upset. But it really was upsetting. Big-headed was even younger than him. Big-headed then secretly waved at him, inviting him to look at his pouch. Jin Xiao-yi didn't understand at first, but he still moved closer. When he saw the shiny marbles inside the pouch, his eyes lit up. Wow, that small disappointment was instantly cured by the shiny marbles. Big-headed was very happy with his reaction and proudly shook his pouch.
姐姐送给我的.
Jin Xiao-yi looked at him eagerly. "Can we play together?" Big-headed nodded, pouring the marbles out of his pouch. The two of them sat on the garden ground, with Big-headed showing him how to play. From afar, they looked like two little heads close together, constantly fiddling with the objects on the ground. Everyone did their own thing until Aunt Gui came to ask Dr. Jin if it was time to serve the meal. Dr. Jin still felt a bit reluctant after talking with shopkeeper Chiao and Wen Xiao. He stroked his beard happily and said, "Brother Wen, with your knowledge, it's such a pity you're not entering official service. Are you really not planning to continue studying?" "I can't say much, but I do have some connections in the capital." Shopkeeper Chiao also thought it was a shame for someone like Wen Xiao to just run a stall selling fried rice and nodded in agreement. Wen Xiao-yi smiled slightly, his face calm and experienced, as if he had seen all the ups and downs of the world. "Forget it. I was too reckless before, causing my family to fall apart, disappointing my parents, wife, and children. Now, time has passed, and I have truly realized my mistakes. I just want to stay with these 3 children, cherish the time I've left, honor my parents, and make up for my past wrongs. The tree wishes to stay still, but the wind won't stop. Children want to care for their parents, but the parents are no longer here. We can't wait until everything is lost to realize how precious it was." Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiao were both slightly surprised. Dr. Jin murmured, "The tree wishes to stay still, but the wind won't stop." Brother Wen is truly a wise person. I admire him. Shopkeeper Chiao seemed a bit regretful and asked, "Brother Wen, are you really not considering continuing your studies or entering official service?" Wen Xiao-yi shook his head. "No, I am not." Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiao exchanged glances. The former looked disappointed, while the latter shook his head slightly, signaling not to push him. Shopkeeper Chiao could only sigh regretfully. "It's really a pity." The atmosphere became a little awkward. Dr. Jean waved his hand and said, "Enough of these depressing topics. Let's go to the dining hall and see what Yao Yao has cooked today." Shopkeeper Chiu also smiled and said, "Yes, Brother Wen, to be honest, ever since I tasted Yao Yao's cooking last time, I can't stop thinking about it. If it weren't inappropriate, I would even want to visit your home." Haha. When Xiao Yi was generous and immediately said, "Come along. When you have free time, you're all welcome to visit my place. The countryside has its own charm. Yao Yao can make some barbecue, and we can sit by the mountains and water, chat happily, and enjoy the food. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Barbecue? What's that? Is it some new dish Yao Yao invented?" Dr. Jean and Shopkeeper Chiu looked excited. When Xiao Yi wished he could slap himself and could only pretend to smile calmly, it's somewhat like that. But it's just a child's playful idea. Anyway, Yao Yao's secret seasoning is her own invention. "We'll be looking forward to Brother when inviting us," they said with big smiles, not holding back because politeness doesn't fill the stomach. When Jin, Xiao Yi, and Dado were called back, they looked like they had rolled in mud, shocking everyone. "What were you two doing?" Dr. Jean, seeing his grandson act so recklessly for the first time, was stunned. Jin Xiao Yi shrank his neck and wiped his hands on his clothes, only to make his clothes dirtier. The big-headed boy nearby seemed much more calm. He slowly took out a handkerchief, wiped his face, then his hands, and quietly put the handkerchief back as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the mud on him, when Xiao Yi might have believed nothing was wrong. "Child, what were you doing? Did you take Jin Xiao Yi to play in the mud?" When Xiao Yi awkwardly smiled at Dr. Jean and quickly pulled his younger son aside to ask quietly, worried about upsetting the doctor. The big-headed boy shook his head and showed him his pouch. When Xiao Yi understood immediately, they were probably playing marbles on the ground. "Dr. Jean, I'm sorry about this. The children don't know better." When Xiao Yi hurriedly apologized, Dr. Jean waved his hand. "What are you doing? Don't scare the children. Kids like to play, and that's okay." A servant girl who was with them also hurriedly apologized. "Old master, I didn't take good care of the young masters." "It's really—" She couldn't stop them either. "It's fine. Take the children downstairs to clean up and find some of Ear's old clothes for the big-headed boy to change into, Dr. Jean said calmly, showing some helplessness at the muddy children. Jin Xiao Yi clearly sighed in relief, secretly glancing at his grandfather. Seeing he wasn't angry, he chuckled foolishly a few times. Dr. Jean looked at him with a mix of helplessness and affection. "Go ahead. Take your brother to change clothes and wash up before dinner." "Okay, big head, let's go," Jin Xiao Yi said, pulling his brother along. Now they were good brothers. He was the older brother and should take care of his younger sibling. While the servant girl took the children to clean up and change, when Xiao Yi hesitated and said shyly, "This child is used to the countryside, playing wild." "I'm really sorry," Dr. Jean scolded him with a glare. "It's nothing. I haven't seen Ear so happy in a long time. At his age, he should be playing and having fun. I was too strict before, and we don't have playmates here. Now that I see him playing happily with Big Head, I feel relieved. In the future, bring Big Head over more often." When Xiao Yi agreed happily and even invited Jin Xiao Yi to visit their home. Dr. Jean also agreed. Soon, the servant girl brought the children back, and they washed up and changed into clean clothes. Honestly, clothes make a big difference. When Big Head wore Jin Xiao Yi's clothes, he looked just as handsome as a young noble from a wealthy family. Dr. Jean and Manager Chiu exchanged meaningful glances, their eyes filled with subtle understanding. By the afternoon, the apprenticeship ceremony was over, and the meal was finished. The family of four couldn't stay much longer at the Jean household, so they politely took their leave. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu saw them off, then returned to the study. The cup sent by the Wen family was placed on the table. Both of them had a question in mind. What is the Wen family's background? Are they really just local farmers? At this moment, Jin Xiao Yi ran to find Dr. Jean. "Grandfather, Daju also gave me a gift today. I want to give him a return gift. Can you help me pick one?" Jin Xiao Yi asked. Dr. Jean nodded. "Go choose from the storeroom. If nothing fits, ask a Wang to take you shopping." "What did Daju give you?" He thought it was just a child's toy, but when Jin Shui took out the 2 marbles Deju gave him, both Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiu were surprised. Such high-quality glass marbles are usually just toys for children. The Wen family's gesture seemed a bit too grand. Seeing their reactions, Jin Shui looked confused. Grandfather, Uncle Chiu, what's wrong? Dr. Jin snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. Nothing. Since Deju gave you a gift, you should pick a good return gift, understand? Okay, I'll check the storeroom. Deju seems to like reading. I want to give him the set of literary brushes and inkstones my father gave me, Jin Shui said excitedly. He hurried to give the set to Deju, hoping his father wouldn't force him to study anymore. Dr. Jin didn't stop him. He let Jin Shui go to the storeroom alone. After he left, Dr. Jin frowned slightly and asked shopkeeper Chiu, "Did you notice anything?" Shopkeeper Chiu also frowned and replied, "Both the cup and the glass marbles are valuable, but as far as I know, the Wen family isn't doing well. When I first saw their siblings, they were wearing patched clothes." Dr. Jin looked at him and asked, "Are you worried about where these things came from?" Shopkeeper Chiu shook his head.
I'm not worried about that.
If they had come from illegal sources, they wouldn't be so generous to show them openly. I wonder if the Wen family is some kind of hidden master or recluse. Look at Wen Laodi's words and manners, including Wen Jun and Wen Yao. Even Daju, the youngest, has a calm and noble air. Have you ever seen farmers with such grace? He continued, even those poor students who go to the capital to seek fame usually carry some signs of insecurity about their status. But they seem to have been born with this kind of dignity, as if it's part of them. Last time, I found it strange. When that girl heard you were a royal doctor, someone who treats the princesses in the palace, she acted very calm. When you offered to help her get into the imperial kitchen as a chef, her first reaction was not excitement, but rejection. Now I think she was probably not worried about her cooking skills, but simply disliked the busy environment there. I have to say, shopkeeper Chiu really understood Wen Yao's mind. She probably just dislikes places that are too chaotic, where one can easily lose their life if not careful. Dr. Jin carefully picked up a cup and examined it closely, thinking to himself, what exactly is the Wen family's background? Shopkeeper Chiu picked up another cup, smiling as he spoke. Since I'm giving this to you anyway, let's give it a try. Dr. Jin immediately regained his focus and hurriedly said, "Be careful, don't break it." Shopkeeper Chiu's eyes were fixed on the cup, smiling happily. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." After playing with it for a while, Dr. Jin carefully put it back and said, "No matter what their background is, I've already accepted Wen Jun as my apprentice.
We are on the same side now.
Whether they have other identities or not, as long as they don't cause us trouble, there's no need to ask too many questions. It's their private matter, and asking too much isn't good." Shopkeeper Chiu smiled and said, "I'm not stupid. The brush and ink set your son gave Ear. If I return it as a gift, it might be too light." Dr. Jin thought for a moment. It seemed that the Wen family didn't value such things much. Otherwise, they wouldn't give such precious glass beads as toys for children. Since they didn't want to be too clear about things, we don't need to make it obvious either. Just treat it with normalcy. Let the children handle their own interactions. Shopkeeper Chiu nodded. Although Dr. Jin said this aloud, he didn't actually do it that way. Besides the brush and ink set Jin Shui found, Dr. Jin also took a century-old ginseng and some other tonics from the storeroom. As a doctor, he had quite a collection of these treasures. After choosing these items, he went to the fabric shop and bought a few bolts of cloth. He originally wanted to buy the best quality, but considering the Wen family's current situation, perhaps they didn't want to attract too much attention. So he chose ordinary fabrics, but put some thought into the patterns. After selecting everything, he had Ah Wang bring the cart to deliver the items to the Wen family before dark. When Wen Shui and the others returned, they went straight to the old house to report today's master-apprentice ceremony and discuss the plan for tomorrow's visit to the Jiao family. The wedding was the day after tomorrow, and Wen Yao had to prepare at the Jiao family tomorrow, so they naturally had to go too. Before long, I heard the main gate outside being knocked loudly. Mrs. Luo asked Mrs. Li to open the door. Just as Mrs. Li was getting excited, she was interrupted, and her tone was a bit rude. "Who is it?" The knocking continued, and someone outside was shouting, "Madam Wen, a carriage has come to the village, asking about your family. Hurry up and open the door." When Mrs. Lee heard the word, carriage, she quickened her steps. She opened the door and asked loudly, "What carriage? What are they asking about our family?" The woman delivering the message quickly pointed toward the village entrance. Right there, a young man with a carriage. He's asking where Master Wen's family lives. Our village only has your family with a scholar. Mrs. Lee let out a loud cry and turned around quickly. "Thanks. I'll tell my mother-in-law." Mother. Mrs. Lee ran while shouting, but she was immediately glared at by Mrs. Luo as she hurried inside. "Did a ghost chase you? What's all this about?" Mrs. Lee chuckled and quickly said, "Someone said a carriage came, heading to our house." "What?" Mrs. Luo sat up in surprise, put on her shoes, and went outside. The others were also confused and hurried to follow. Could it be that the Wen family has some rich relatives? The whole family reached the door just as the carriage was approaching from afar, accompanied by a group of children watching the scene. A Wang, worried he might have come to the wrong place, kept looking behind the Wen family and finally saw Wen Xiaoyi peeking out from behind them. A Mr. Wen, young Master Wen Jun, Miss Wen Yao. A Wang waved and called out to them while driving the carriage. The Wen family members all turned around at once and looked at the family of four. Wen Xiaoyi took the opportunity to step forward and recognized a Wang. "Mother, this is a Wang from Dr. Jin's family." Wen Xiaoyi quickly explained to Mrs. Luo, fearing she might be angry if he hesitated even a second. Mrs. Luo, hearing it was someone from the Jin family, relaxed and turned to instruct her two daughters-in-law, "Hurry to the kitchen, boil some water, and prepare tea to entertain the guests." Mrs. Lee also wanted to see what was happening, but when she saw her mother-in-law's look, she immediately backed down and hurried to the kitchen with Kai. A Wang parked the carriage outside the Wen house, quickly jumped down, and bowed to Wen Xiaoyi. "Master Wen, my old master sent me to deliver some things." Wen Xiaoyi was confused. "Dr. Jin? What is it?" A Wang looked around at the growing crowd of onlookers and scratched his head. "Maybe we should go inside and talk." Wen Xiaoyi slapped his forehead. Right. "Sorry, a Wang. Come in quickly. Second and third brothers, go check the carriage." Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xiaoqing quickly stepped forward to take the reins from a Wang, curiously examining the carriage. They had never seen a carriage so close before. "Wait a moment." A Wang hurried back to the carriage, rummaging through and moving things down. A group of people stood around, watching. The two young men only saw the horses, and the newcomer was also a young fool who didn't know to call for help. Mrs. Luo couldn't stand it anymore and ordered, "Wen Jun, Wen Nong, hurry and help. Really, everyone in this family would fall apart without her." Wen Nong and Wen Jun quickly went to help a Wang. Each carried a lot of things. Mrs. Luo saw this and thought, "This won't do." The onlookers sighed, but Mrs. Luo pretended to stay calm and commanded, "Let's go inside first." The others carried the things into the house. After they entered, Mrs. Luo didn't hesitate. She slammed the door shut, so outsiders couldn't see what was inside. Mrs. Luo took everyone to the living room, looking at the table full of items, feeling confused. When Shui quickly explained, "A Wang, this is my mother and father." A Wang hurriedly bowed, "Old master, old lady." Mrs. Luo and Old Master Wen had never seen such a scene before. Old Master Wen was a bit at a loss, but Mrs. Luo remained calm. To avoid embarrassing her eldest son, she asked politely, "Young man, you're too polite. Our family doesn't usually do this. We just don't know what Dr. Jean has sent." A Wang replied, "My family's old master ordered it. He took young Master Wen Jun as an apprentice, so they are now like family. Since Mr. Wen's family left in a hurry this noon, they didn't prepare the Li properly. My family's old master asked me to deliver it quickly. This set of writing tools and books was specially instructed by my young master to give to young Master Wen Zhao." Hearing it was from Jin Xiui, De Tu immediately ran over to look. He opened the box and saw the set of writing tools inside, his eyes shining. Wen Yao looked and thought, "Wow, this looks even better than the most expensive set I saw in the study." Besides these, there was an old ginseng, some tonics, and fabrics, each valuable. Everyone in the Wen family was stunned. Awang delivered the items and then retreated gracefully. Mr. Wen, I'll take my leave now to report back. Awang bowed. When Xiui hesitated, this gift is so generous. I'm not sure if I should accept it. These things are too valuable. You should take them back. When June is a junior, and it's our duty to show respect to Dr. Jean. How could we? Mrs. Luo almost couldn't hold back her emotions. Awang said, Madam, I was just delivering the gifts as ordered. If I take them back, it would be hard to explain. Please don't make it difficult for me. I will take my leave now. To prevent the Wen family from returning the gifts, Awang left very quickly. When Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing returned home and were shocked to see the table full of items. Everyone in the Wen family looked at each other in surprise, standing around the table. Except for De Tu, who was holding the 4 treasures of the study and loved them dearly. Others had different expressions. When Xiui sighed, already guessing why Dr. Jean had sent so many gifts. It was definitely because of those 2 cups. From today's conversation, he understood that what they saw as ordinary items were considered priceless in these ancient people's eyes. No wonder Dr. Jean had returned so many gifts. Forget it, let's just accept them. In the future, Xiao Jun can show more filial piety to his master, when Xiui said. If needed, we can find some rare things to give to Dr. Jean later. He looked through the gifts and took out an old ginseng and some supplements, giving them to Mrs. Luo. Mother, keep this old ginseng. It can save lives in critical moments. These supplements will spoil if left unused. You and father should eat them. He also looked through a few fabrics, choosing 2 dark-colored ones, and handed them to Mrs. Luo. These colors suit you and father. Keep them. There were 2 patterned fabrics suitable for young girls, so he directly gave them to Wen Yao. Yao Yao, you and your sisters can divide these among yourselves. Finally, there were 2 remaining pieces. When Xiui looked around at the older men and young masters of the Wen family. He hadn't noticed before, but their family was truly strong in yang and weak in yin. When Xiui opened his mouth to speak, but Mrs. Luo, seeing his stance, interrupted him first. What are you dividing? Everything is put away. Eldest, you stay. The others go out. Mother, what's wrong? When Xiui was confused. Could it be that the old lady was about to scold him again? Mrs. Luo said, find a chance to send everything back to Dr. Jean. I feel uneasy accepting so many gifts. Before we even start learning, receiving so many gifts from the master. What would people think if it got out? When Xiui was speechless. How could he explain to his mother that these were gifts from Dr. Jean in return? Mother, Dr. Jean has already sent them. Would it be proper for us to send them back now? When Xiui could only say. Ruosher glared and said, what's so bad about it? We've just become master and apprentice, and I've already received such valuable gifts from my master. If others find out, they'll criticize us. When Xiui scratched his head, feeling troubled. Finally, he said, Mom, please don't worry. We also gave Dr. Jean a gift, so he won't lose out and Xiao Jun won't be criticized either. Just relax. Ruosher was very curious. What's so special about the gift you gave Dr. Jean that it's so expensive? She asked. It's not really appropriate to tell you. Just accept it, my dear Mom. You and Dad have worked hard most of your lives. Now that I want to show my respect, please don't worry too much. When Xiui said with a smile. Ruosher looked at the fabric, her eyes full of hesitation. She was worried about causing trouble for Wen Jun, but she also felt that the family hadn't bought anything nice in a long time. Seeing the old lady almost look distressed, when Xiui quickly said, just accept it. Did you see how happy the young ones looked earlier? Don't ruin their joy. Ruosher sighed deeply. Still, you shouldn't be so lavish. These 2 pieces of fabric are perfect for young girls. Give them to Yao Yao and her sisters. Keep these fabrics for Xiao Jun to make a few outfits. Since he's learning medicine from Dr. Jean, he should have some decent clothes. The remaining fabrics in her hands were enough for her, her husband, and the children to each make 1 outfit. As for the others, they could make do, and if there was any left over, they could make 1 more for someone else. When Xiui had no objections. He was happy just wearing old fried rice clothes every day. He felt sorry for his 2 younger brothers, though. He decided he needed to work harder to earn more money to help his brothers and sister-in-law. Mom, we're going home now. Please keep the things safe. Oh, and you should eat those health supplements. If you leave them lying around, they'll get moldy. You know that, right? When Xiao-yi warned, worried that the old lady, who had saved for so long, might be reluctant to eat such expensive things and they'd go to waste. Ruosher shot him a glance, clearly reluctant to eat such costly items herself. When Xiao-yi chuckled and grinned playfully. Mom, you and Dad need to take good care of yourselves. Live a long life, so I can keep showing my respect. The good days are still ahead. Unknowingly, Roche felt her nose sting when she heard these words. She quickly turned around, pretending to put things aside and chase people away. Enjoy your happiness. Just don't make me and your father angry early. Hurry up and get out. While you're at it, tell them so they don't think my wife is being mean to them. When Xiao-yi told the old lady about the arrangements. Although none of them gained much, at least the older and younger family members had new clothes to wear. Even Lee, who is usually picky and stingy, didn't say much this time. These things were given by Dr. Jean to Wenjun's family, not to them personally. In the past, they wouldn't have even been able to touch or receive such gifts. Moreover, although she didn't benefit herself, her daughter Wenyao did, thanks to Wenyao. So, there was nothing more to say. Wenyao's 2 pieces of cloth meant that all 3 sisters who are not fat could each make a set of spring clothes and a set of summer clothes. As for the rest of the items, Roche kept them aside, except for the clothes made for Wenjun. Roche originally wanted Wenyao to make clothes for Wenjun, but Wenyao kept saying her hands, arms, or head hurt, so she couldn't do it. Seeing her like this, Roche snorted. I think you're just lazy. Wenyao grinned and nodded, pretending to agree. Roche looked at her other 2 daughters-in-law. Kai didn't react much. She's always quiet and unremarkable. She then looked at Lee, who quickly lowered her head, acting like a quail. Forget it. I'll make it myself. These 2 pieces of cloth will stay here for now. Everyone, disperse. Don't crowd around. Roche waved her hand to dismiss everyone and started to pick up the cloth, ready to get to work. When Xiao-yi looked outside at the sky and then at the dimming lights inside, he stopped the old lady. Mother, there's no need to work so late. It's not a big deal if we wait a day or 2. We need to go help my aunt tomorrow, and the meat at home still needs to be dealt with, when Xiao-yi said. Roche suddenly remembered and shot him a glare. Why didn't you say this earlier? When Xiao-yi... All right, it's all his fault. He didn't remind them well enough. Second and third brothers, you go back with your eldest brother and bring the meat and intestines from home, Roche said, then change your mind. Never mind, don't bring it. Just go over and handle it there. Their old house is close to the village. When they start cooking the marinated meat, the smell spreads so far that it could be smelled for miles. If nosy neighbors come over, it could cause trouble. So, the group from the old house gathers in Wenxiao's small courtyard. When they arrive, Wening leads Dezhu to run around the yard, while others are busy with their own tasks. Madame Luo feels the yard is too small now, with so many people and things. It's hard to stand comfortably. Stop running. You're making my eyes dizzy. Wenyao. Where's Wenyao? Madame Luo yells with a headache. Wenyao pokes her head out of the window of her room. Grandma, what's wrong? She and Wendy are inside discussing what clothes to make. Wenyao keeps acting stubborn, but finally, she pleads with Wendy, and they decide to make clothes together. Madame Luo points at Wening and Dezhu. Take these 2 troublemakers away. Okay, Wenyao responds. She shouts. Dezhu, go read your books. Ingzi, if you don't come, your clothes will be gone. Hearing this, they rush into the house. Madame Luo massages her temples. She used to think these children were too shy and timid, so she wanted them to be more lively. Now they are overdoing it. Meanwhile, when Jean and when Fa are washing things, and they start playing with water again, Madame Luo kicks them lightly. Hurry up and leave. Go study with your sister. When Nong, who is squatting nearby, instinctively shivers and works faster, worried that Madame Luo might call his name. Spending days studying at the stall with his uncle is already tough enough. He doesn't want to be tormented at home too. Luckily, Madame Luo doesn't plan to send him away. She shoos Wen Jin and Wen Fei out and makes sure they wash the intestines thoroughly. Soon, inside the house, Wen Yao's voice can be heard reading the three-character classic. Madame Luo feels very happy and satisfied. This feels like a real home, though it would be even better without the foul smell filling the yard. The marinated broth is ready-made. Wen Yao had already prepared it earlier. Madame Luo had cooked with her a few times, so she didn't need to call Wen Yao out. Instead, she and the others marinated the meat themselves. The aroma wafts out of the courtyard, spreading everywhere. They made a large amount, so it's impossible to hide it. Eventually, someone drawn by the smell wanders into Wen Yao's small courtyard. A middle-aged woman looking similar to Li Shi stands outside the wall, peeking in and asking, "Oh, Aunt Wen, are you all here? What delicious food are you making? I can smell it from far away." The smell is a bit strange, partly fragrant, partly with a meaty aroma that makes her mouth water. It's so tempting that she can't help but feel hungry. Ruoshi was sitting at the kitchen door. Behind her, the kitchen was blocked by a thick straw curtain and the lighting was dim. She poked her head out for a long time but couldn't see anything clearly. She glanced at the wall and suddenly felt it was shorter. She thought she should ask her second and third brothers to help raise it higher, so anyone couldn't easily stand outside and look in. Nothing special. My nephew is getting married in a few days, and I'm helping prepare some dishes for the family, Ruoshi replied calmly. The woman sniffed and said, "It smells so good. Since you're here, let me in to take a look." Li Shi knew this woman well. She was famous in the village for being nosy and always eager to find out other people's business. If she let her in today, everyone in the village would know about the marinated meat by tomorrow. She cleared her throat and said, "Sister Qing, it's late and cold. You should stay at your own home. Coming all this way, I guess you're here just to ask about this? That's not very polite. This recipe belongs to our older brother's family, left by my former sister-in-law. It's not convenient to let you see it."
Sorry about that.
"If you have nothing urgent, you should go back early. It's cold, it's dark, and climbing over the wall might cause you to fall. We can't take responsibility for that." Li Shi spoke politely, but with a hint of sharpness. Sister Qing's curiosity was exposed, so she didn't bother pretending anymore. She snorted and stepped down from the wall, deliberately shouting loudly, "Who wants to see? It's just that you're all making food late at night. The smell is drifting over to other people's houses. It's just boiling some meat. Why are you showing off?" Li Shi threw the sunflower seed shells in her hand and sat up straight, crossing her arms. "If you're so capable, go cook your own. Why are you so interested in others? If you don't want to smell it, just close your windows and doors." Sister Qing was furious when she heard this. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and went to knock on the door. "Second aunt, who is it so late?" Wen Yao peeked out the window and asked loudly. She was just curious. Who would come climbing over her wall so late? But as soon as she spoke, Sister Qing, who wanted to cause trouble and eavesdrop, got scared. She still vividly remembered how Wen Yao had dealt with Li Eru's family. This girl had been frightening after losing her mother. It was better to stay out of trouble, so she wouldn't come to her door again to cause trouble. Wen Yao didn't realize that her curious question had solved a problem for her family before it even started. She also didn't know that since causing a big fuss at Li Eru's house last time, her bold reputation had spread. "There's no one. You all do your work. Don't worry about what's outside. Just focus on studying," Li Shi said with a smile. Her attitude toward Wen Yao was very kind now. She knew that her older sister-in-law had raised Wen Yao well, teaching her to read and write since she was young. She had admired and talked about her behind her back. But now that Wen Yao was willing to teach her children to read and write, it was a different matter. Li Shi still hoped that one of her children might learn to read someday and bring her honor as a scholar's wife. "Yao Yao, are you thirsty? Are you tired from teaching? Second aunt will boil some water for you," Li Shi asked kindly. Wen Yao was indeed a bit thirsty. The water in the room had cooled down, so she wasn't polite. "That would be helpful, second aunt. No trouble at all. You all keep studying. Keep going," Li Shi said with a flattering smile as she looked at the bright window. She quickly went to the kitchen to boil water, since there was meat simmering on the big stove. The family worked until the hour of the pig halsri, finishing cleaning all the pig intestines. They put everything into clean buckets, some still drying in the sun, to be taken to the Jiao family early the next morning with a cart. Wen Yao's teaching time ended here. Two children, Did Tu and Wening, had fallen asleep. Originally, Li Shi wanted Wen Xiuzhu to carry Wening out, but Wen Jun said, "It's cold at night, especially now. If Ying sleeps and is carried outside, she might catch a cold." Wen Jun was studying medicine with Dr. Jean. When he heard that, he and his wife decided to keep the children inside. They would all go to the Jiao family early tomorrow morning, so they left the children as they were. Before leaving, Luo Shi told them to seal the braised soup and lock it in the cellar. "Grandma, isn't that a bit much?" Wen Yao looked at the old lady's actions, confused. Luo Shi thought that better safe than sorry. Since their families weren't home, they had to be careful.
Don't worry about it.
"Go to sleep." Luo Shi waved her hand and shooed them away. Wen Yao shrugged and left. If the old lady wanted to fuss, she could let her, as long as she was happy. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Wen Yao was still asleep when she heard Luo Shi's voice. She turned over and whispered to Wening beside her, "Why do I hear Grandma's voice?" Wening quickly got up and ran to the window. "Second sister, it's really Grandma. My father and mother are here too." Wen Yao heard this and sat up suddenly. She looked outside at the sky and sighed in frustration. "So early? It's just dawn." She whined softly, wishing to sleep in. Taking care of two small children made it very exhausting. While putting on her clothes, Wening said, "It's not late. We still have to walk for an hour or two to Auntie's house. Hurry up, or Mother will scold us later." After dressing herself and helping the confused little one get dressed, she took the little one and went out. Wen Yao wished she could hide under the blankets, but after tossing a few times, she finally got up quietly. She was yawning as they left the house. Luo Shi looked at her and asked, "Did you go fishing last night?" Wen Yao replied, "No fishing, just caught 2 loaches." In just a short time, both loaches had already been mostly eaten by the crackers Luo Shi brought. Luo Shi gently patted Wen Yao on the back and whispered, "Hurry up and wash up. We need to leave soon. Your father and the others will push the cart and you can rest on it." "Wah wah wah. Grandma loves me the most," Wen Yao whined playfully. Luo Shi pushed her away with a look of annoyance and started organizing the 3 brothers' things, deliberately leaving an empty spot on the cart. Wen Jun wasn't going with them today. Originally, Dr. Jean had said he could take 2 days off, but Luo Shi disagreed. It wouldn't be right to take leave right after becoming an apprentice, especially for something so important. But since it wasn't a family matter, and when Jun was studying medicine, their family prioritized that. With so many people, one less or one more didn't matter. Before leaving, Luo Shi placed the little one on the cart and called to Wen Yao, "Yao Yao, get on too. Hold the little one so he doesn't fall." She winked at Wen Yao quietly. Wen Yao and the old lady shared a special understanding, but she still said, "Letting Z get on first. I'll just walk." She couldn't possibly take advantage of an 8-year-old girl by sitting on the cart while she made the girl walk. She simply couldn't do that. Hearing this, Wening ran over and shouted, "I won't sit. I want to walk." Of course, she was worried about falling and getting scolded by Grandma if she sat on the cart. Since that was the case, Wen Yao could only reluctantly climb onto the cart, holding the little one, leaning against the big pickled vegetable, and the cart jostled as they set off. She even dozed off during the bumpy ride. Seeing her sister sleep, the little one tried hard not to fall and supported himself with great effort. Finally, they arrived at the Jiao family's village. From afar, they could see someone waiting at the entrance. "Mom, Dad, it's me, Auntie, and Uncle," Wen Xiuzhu said as she led the group, stretching her neck to look ahead. Mrs. Luo and Old Man Wen hurried forward, and the 2 villagers at the entrance also approached them. "Older sister, brother-in-law, you're finally here," said little Luo, holding Mrs. Luo's hand affectionately. Old Man Jiao also greeted Old Man Wen. Wen Yao jumped down from the cart with her big head and followed everyone to pay respects. Seeing Wen Yao, little Luo was very excited. "Yao Yao, you're finally here. Everything's ready at home, just waiting for you. Come on, let's go to Annie's house, she said, grabbing Wenyao's arm and leading her away. Mrs. Luo, noticing this, discreetly pulled Wenyao out of her grip, placing her on the other side. She squeezed her arm gently, continued chatting casually with little Luo, and headed into the village. Wenyao, the darling, could only cover her mouth and giggle with her two sisters. When they arrived at the Jiao home, many people were busy working. The groom-to-be, Jiao Ming, saw them and came out to greet them. "Great aunt, great uncle, you're here," said Zhao Yang, dark-skinned and full of energy. Mrs. Luo and Old Man Wen smiled warmly and congratulated Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's face turned red, but his dark skin made it hard to see. He then greeted everyone from the Wen family, finally stopping at Wenyao. Facing his niece, Zhao Yang shyly scratched his head. "Yao Yao, I leave this matter to you," he said. Wenyao nodded. "Uncle, don't worry. I promise to make it perfect." "Haha, that's good, that's good. I'll take you to the kitchen now to see what else needs preparing. Mom, Dad, you take care of Andy and Uncle," Zhao Yang said, greeting everyone before leading Wenyao toward the kitchen. As they walked together, Wenyao noticed her uncle's gait was a bit strange. Sensing her curiosity, Zhao Yang smiled and said, "Got injured in the battlefield. Otherwise, I wouldn't be back. Surviving such a place is already a blessing." Wenyao was silent. Yes, the cruelty of war is never as mild as words describe. It's always more brutal. "Things will only get better from now on," Wenyao said softly. Zhao Yang was momentarily stunned, then looked at the lively courtyard and smiled knowingly. Yes, they will get better and better. As they reached the kitchen, the people helping at the Jiao home saw Zhao Yang leading a little girl inside. Before this, Xiao Luo had already given a heads up. The chef they invited was her sister's granddaughter. Everyone initially thought she would be a young woman, but it turned out to be a girl only about 10 years old. "Zhao Yang, isn't your mother joking? This girl is not even as tall as the stove. Can she do it?" a helper aunt said. Her words were not meant to be malicious. After all, it was a happy day for Zhao Yang, and having a 10-year-old girl as the chef sounded a bit strange. Zhao Yang himself was unsure, but since Xiao Luo repeatedly emphasized that Wenyao should do it, he could only trust his mother. Now that Wenyao was here, he couldn't embarrass her or hurt her feelings. "Auntie, don't worry. Our Yao Yao is very capable. Just listen to her," Zhao Yang said. Wenyao smiled slightly. "Yes, everyone, just follow my instructions and the wedding banquet will go smoothly. You can relax." Since Wenyao said so, the helpers couldn't say much more. They were just there to help, and were not the hosts. If the hosts dared to use this little girl, they shouldn't worry too much. After introductions, Wenyao started working. She rolled up her sleeves and checked the ingredients and side dishes prepared in the kitchen. She examined every item carefully, paying attention to every detail. Zhao Yang watched her skillful movements and felt more at ease. Even the skeptical aunties, seeing her proficiency, started to doubt their doubts. The Luo couple greeted the relatives from Zhao's family, then brought Li Shi, Kai Shi, and Shan Shan, who arrived late, into the busy work. Zhao Yang stayed with them for a while. Seeing they were familiar and working skillfully, and that no one in the kitchen was bothering them, he left at Luo Shi's urging. There were many things still not ready, and he needed to keep an eye on everything. The official banquet was scheduled for tomorrow, but today they had to prepare all the ingredients they could in advance. For example, tofu needed to be fried today, and Wenyao also planned to fry the crispy meat for the 3-flavor soup today. Soon, the kitchen was filled with delicious aromas. The helpers finally saw that Wenyao was very capable. The crispy meat she prepared was fragrant and tasted even better than others. Someone is curious about how Wenyao prepared the ingredients, but since Luo Shi brought her 2 daughters-in-law, only the 4 of them are working in the proper kitchen now. Everyone else has been assigned outside the kitchen. Not only are they unable to learn secretly, but they can't even see clearly. Does Luo Shi not know what these people are thinking? So she keeps a close watch. Thus, the whole family worked busy in Zhao's house until the afternoon. Wen Yao and Luo Shi were busy in the kitchen, while Wen Xiao and his brothers helped Jiao Yang outside. Everything was finally arranged properly. The kitchen was filled with semi-prepared ingredients, waiting to be cooked tomorrow. The family could go back now and come again tomorrow. Yao Yao, why don't you stay here and sleep tonight? You can squeeze in, and it saves you from getting up early tomorrow, Luo Shi said before leaving. Jiao Yang's older brother Jiao Jian also has 2 daughters. If Wen Yao stayed, she would have to sleep with them. Thinking about the experience of sleeping with 2 little fish last night, Wen Yao felt unwilling, but still had to smile politely. Fortunately, Luo Shi rescued her, knowing that this girl probably isn't used to sleeping with others. She said, "There's so many people at home. It's better not to bother. Yao Yao, come back with us. We can all leave together tomorrow morning," Luo Shi insisted, and Xiao Luo Shi couldn't say much more. She could only see them off at the village entrance. Watching the family happily leave, old man Jiao finally relaxed and said to Luo Shi, "I was worried that Yao Yao was too young and might not be able to handle it." Luo Shi glanced at him. "I told you, but you didn't believe me. The children my sister teaches can't be that bad." After saying that, Luo Shi happily hummed a tune as she went home, feeling very happy about drinking her daughter-in-law's tea tomorrow. Old man Jiao chuckled and followed along. Back at the old house, Wen Yao collapsed onto Luo Shi and old man Wen's bed, squinting.
Ah.
So tired. She woke early, worked all day, and when she returned, she didn't want Wen Xiao and his brothers to push her, so she forced herself to walk back. Now she was not only tired but her feet hurt. The journey to Jiao's house was much farther than going to town. She missed her little electric scooter so much. Luo Shi came in and saw her lying flat on the bed like a dead fish, rolled her eyes in disgust. "If only you listened when I told you to do more chores. Instead, you only listened to your mother saying girls should be pampered. You've only walked a little, and you're already this tired." Mrs. Luo said dismissive words, but still sat by the Kong and pulled Wen Yao's foot over. She took off her shoes and socks, and indeed saw blisters on her foot from walking. "You little girl, your shoes are too small, and you didn't tell me," Mrs. Luo scolded, slapping Wen Yao's leg. Wen Yao turned over and sat up, leaning on the old lady's shoulder, acting cute. "Grandma, it's okay. I just got a few blisters. They'll heal in a couple of days." She said this while trying to put on her socks. Mrs. Luo slapped her hand away. "Wait." She got up and went to the cabinet, took a needle and grabbed Wen Yao's foot to pop the blisters.
Wen Yao was so scared she kept dodging.
"Why are you dodging? If you don't pop them, it'll hurt more tomorrow." Under Mrs. Luo's firm hold, the small blisters on Wen Yao's foot were all popped. She didn't know what Mrs. Luo used, but after applying it, it really didn't hurt anymore. Wen Yao was curious and sat cross-legged, examining her foot. Mrs. Luo gave her another slap. "Do you have any manners? If your mother saw you like this, she might break your leg." Wen Yao chuckled and lowered her foot. Mrs. Luo looked at her shoes, frowning. Making a new pair of shoes might be too late now. There's still tomorrow. What should she do? After thinking, the old lady went out again and came back with a pair of shoes. "These are for Wendy. Try them." Wendy often worked on the ground, so her feet should be a bit bigger than Wen Yao's. Wen Yao didn't care if the shoes were old. She tried them on and found they fit perfectly. They were much more comfortable than her worn-out shoes. Mrs. Luo sighed in relief. "Just wear these for now. Tomorrow, I'll make you a new pair." Wen Yao looked up. "What about her?" Mrs. Luo rolled her eyes. "You think everyone has just one pair of shoes like you?" Wen Yao pouted. She couldn't really blame her. Her old shoes were made by the original owner. After she arrived, she didn't make any herself. She had been eating well lately, and her body was growing faster. Her feet got bigger, and she couldn't do anything about it. But from now on, she would be someone her grandma cared for. "Grandma," Dr. Jean checked Aju. Knowing what was bothering the old lady, Wen Yao decided to cheer her up. Sure enough, Mrs. Luo's eyes lit up when she heard this. She hurriedly asked, "What did Dr. Jean say? Can Daju's illness be cured?" Wen Yao sat cross-legged again and said, "Dr. Jean said Daju doesn't have any real illness. He just doesn't want to speak." "What?"
He
He doesn't want to talk? Why? Mrs. Luo couldn't understand. She had thought about this question too. There's no other reason. In the past, my father was like that and my mother would complain all day. She didn't care about us or about Datu. Every time my father came home, she would argue with him, and after the fight, she'd break dishes and slam tables, scaring everyone. Later, my mother just left without looking back. Could Datu handle that? No, he stopped talking altogether. Datu has psychological issues. It's good he's not autistic. Now he just needs to be happy, and he'll start talking naturally. Thinking about it, maybe in the original story, Datu started talking because Lu Shi later took him in. At that time, he probably thought Lu Shi hadn't abandoned him and saw hope again. But he never expected that was the start of his sad life. Luo Shi listened quietly. After a long pause, she slowly said, "Your mother didn't like your father, nor did she like our family. But she was forced by her parents' wishes and matchmakers. She couldn't resist back then, and later your father. So, her heart wasn't in this family, and no one could stop her. If Lu Shi had truly cared or thought about the 3 children, she wouldn't have left with Meng's family as soon as she returned. She didn't even look back or take any children. Even if Wen Yao and Wen Jun grew older, Datu was so small, what could she do with him? But she didn't stay, and she disappeared without a trace." Luo Shi looked at Wen Yao and saw she had no expression on her face, so she continued, "Don't blame your mother. Everyone has their own wishes. If she found a better place, it's not wrong. Luckily, your father has turned over a new leaf now, and he's been good to you 3. Thinking about Lu Shi returning to take Datu, Wen Yao's eyes flickered, and she suddenly asked, "Grandma, what if, just what if, my mother comes back to take Datu away?" Hearing this, Luo Shi immediately sat up straight and said, "She dares?" When she left, she said she didn't want any of her children. Datu is our Wen family's child. Why would she take him just because she wants to? If she tries to take Datu, she'd have to step over my dead body. Wen Yao was a little touched. That old lady truly cared for us siblings. "Yes, Grandma. Even if she comes back later, we won't go with her," Wen Yao said fiercely. Luo Shi was amused and sighed. "No matter what, she's your mother. If she really comes to see you, you should see her. You know, so others won't say you're unfilial. If people called them unfilial, it could ruin their reputation." Wen Yao responded carelessly. She didn't want to deal with Lu Shi, but as long as Grandma was happy, it was fine to just go along. After the grandson and grandmother finished talking, Luo left again. The next morning, before dawn, Wen Yao saw a ox cart stop at their door. Wen Xiaozhu was feeding the ox grass. Wen Yao ran over and circled the ox cart. "Second uncle, did we buy a cow?" At this time, cows were very expensive. They had considered buying a cart to travel, but when they checked the market, they found that just one cow cost about 16 or 17 silver coins. Their plan to buy a cart was already over before it started. When Xiaozhu smiled kindly. "Buy a cow? I just rented one from the village chief's family for 30 coins, for one day. Hee. Your grandma said yesterday she was worried we'd wake up too early today and that the little ones couldn't handle the journey, so I borrowed the cow for the day. We'll return it tonight." Wen Yao suddenly felt something touch her heart. Her shoes fit perfectly, but her blisters still hurt. She looked up at the old lady in the yard, who was standing with her hands on her hips, urging everyone to hurry. Then she ran over, hugged the old lady's waist, and rested her head on her back. "Oh dear, who's the troublemaker?" Luo was almost knocked over by the sudden hug. She turned her head and saw Wen Yao leaning on her, looking like she was about to cry. Luo frowned. "Stop crying." Wen Yao thought, this thing can even hold back tears. But Luo's interruption made her really hold back her tears of emotion. She linked her arm with Luo's and said, "Grandma, I will earn money in the future to buy you a big horse cart, and I'll find a driver just for you, so all the old ladies in our village will envy you." Wen Yao really liked this old lady a lot now. Luo rolled her eyes and reached out to pat her forehead. "No fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Hurry and pack everything. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The wedding procession will start soon, and we're still not there. Look, your auntie and grandma might scold you." With the ox cart, their speed was much faster. When they arrived at the Jiao family's house, the wedding procession hadn't left yet. Jiao Yang was nervously being helped by little Luo to fix the groom's outfit. Even the sedan and horses at the door were being checked back and forth, worried about any mistake. The helpers for the wedding were sitting, standing, or squatting around the Jiao house. Everyone held a bowl of noodles topped with the minced meat and egg gravy Wen Yao had prepared the day before. Cooked noodles are served with flavorful sauce, sprinkled with chopped green onions, and topped with a spoonful of hot oil. With a sizzle and aroma filling the air, it immediately whets everyone's appetite. After many years as a coachman, this is the first time I've had such a delicious breakfast. Everyone from the Jiao family praises it nonstop. Even outsiders are impressed, but the Jiao family's friends and relatives praise Xiao Luo's granddaughter so highly that some want to introduce her to others, hoping to arrange a marriage. They also plan to invite Wen Yang to be the main chef. Xiao Luo doesn't want to take charge of that, so she just laughs and brushes it off. Only when Wen Yang's family arrives in a cart does she leave her work to greet them. "My dear sister, you've finally arrived," she says. Then she quickly turns to the Wen Yang brothers and younger relatives and says, "Hurry up, go to the kitchen, and have a bowl of noodles. We'll leave soon." No matter what, they can't delay the important moment. Luo pulls her inside and asks, "Forget about it. They've all eaten and everything is arranged, right?" Xiao Luo nods. "Yes, everything is checked. We're just waiting to bring the bride over. By the way, where's Yao Yao?" "Yao Yao." She turns around and calls loudly. Wen Yang tucks a big head of hair into Wei Ning's hand and reminds her, "Today your job is to watch Big Head. After today's busy, I'll buy you the latest hair accessories." Wei Ning holds Big Head's hand and says, "No hair accessories. I want you to get Big Head a 9-link puzzle." Wen Yang. Such a nice girl, but she doesn't like pretty things and prefers boys' toys. Luckily, she has many, and the 9-piece puzzle costs only 9 yuan with free shipping. "Okay, I promise." Wen Yang agrees. Wei Ning happily pulls Big Head away to play with children from the Jiao family. Wen Yang then quickly catches up with Luo and Xiao Luo, following them to the back kitchen. The wedding isn't far off, but preparations must start now to avoid chaos later. First, they need to steam the food that requires steaming. Also, all the side dishes that need to be stir-fried today must be cut beforehand. Yesterday, they avoided cutting early to prevent spoilage, so today everything is freshly prepared. Luo and her 2 daughters-in-law busy themselves helping Wen Yang. The people who came to help in the kitchen the day before probably knew that Wen Yang's family is quite capable. But trying to learn from her isn't easy. She's protected by 3 guards, so not only is sneaking a lesson impossible, even getting close is not allowed. The guests had just finished arranging everything when they saw the courtyard outside start to get busy with drums and gongs. Soon after, the celebration reached a peak as everyone joyfully set out to pick up the bride. The bride's family was from the city, and her marriage to their small rural village was considered a downgrading. The Jiao family prepared everything perfectly, both to avoid making the bride feel uncomfortable and to prevent Jiao Yang from being looked down upon by his in-laws if he moved to the city in the future. Otherwise, no one would have such a grand wedding procession. They didn't just have a sedan chair and fine horses. Even a simple ox cart was quite impressive. Wen Yao had never seen a traditional wedding in ancient times before. She wanted to go see the lively scene, but she couldn't leave the kitchen because of all the preparations. She could only feel a bit disappointed and asked Wen Ning to describe everything to her later. The kitchen was busy for several hours. Just after the middle of the day, the sound of drums and gongs spread through the village, announcing that the bride had been brought back. Most of the villagers rushed outside to greet the procession along the road. Even children liked it too, and Wen Ning gathered around, chatting happily with the groom on the tall horse and the bride in the sedan chair, wishing them good luck. At this time, the matchmaker would take out the bride's family's prepared candies and start tossing them, scattering candies along the path. The villagers happily scrambled to catch the candies, making the scene lively and joyful. Finally, the wedding procession arrived at the Jiao family's gate just in time before the auspicious hour for the wedding ceremony. When Yao was in the kitchen, feeling like her head was about to burst from all the noise. "Wanna see? Just go look. I'll watch here for you," said Luo Shi when she saw Wen Yao's eager expression. Wen Yao was delighted. "Grandma, can I go too?" Luo Shi looked at her with a bit of disdain. "Why not? This is your second cousin's wedding. You're a proper relative of the groom. Hurry and take a quick look now. Just a glance, then come back. After the ceremony, the guests will start to sit down for the meal. You still need to go back and cook. Do you hear me?" Wen Yao quickly ran off. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll just take a quick look." When she reached the main room, she couldn't squeeze in at all. Everyone in front was taller than her, making her feel anxious. Fortunately, a cousin from the Jiao family saw her struggling and said, "I'll take you inside," then slipped through the crowd and pushed her to the front. When she arrived, the groom and bride were just bowing to each other at the wedding altar. The bride looked very petite and delicate, standing next to the tall Jiao Yang, making her seem small and graceful. The bright red veil covered her face, so she couldn't see her clearly, but from her movements, she seemed very gentle and kind. Wen Yao followed the crowd, giggling happily until the master of ceremonies announced the end of the ceremony, and the couple was led into the bridal chamber. Only then did Wen Yao hurriedly run to the kitchen. She had to start working. As soon as Wen Yao returned, Luo's family pulled her inside, tied an apron around her, and handed her a spatula. Kai's family was responsible for managing the stove flames, while Li's and Luo's each held a spatula, ready to help Wen Yao stir-fry. Anyway, the flavor depended on the seasoning, so Wen Yao just needed to focus on the most important parts. Everyone is starting to set the tables. "Yao Yao, are you ready?" Wen Xiaoyi called out loudly, walking into the kitchen while rolling up his sleeves. Wen Yao stood in front of the stove, took a deep breath, then exhaled and loudly declared, "Start." The flames leapt up, and the big pot began to produce steam. With a sharp hiss, white smoke suddenly billowed out, filling the kitchen with a smoky aroma. From then on, Wen Yao was like a busy spinning top, with 3 large pots on 3 stoves. Luo's, Li's, and Wen Xiaoyi each held a large spoon to stir-fry, while she focused on Kai's controlling the heat and adding oil and seasoning. As the delicious aroma of each dish filled the air over the Jia family, the guests slowly started to sit down. No one expected that the 10-year-old girl from the Jia family would take on the role of head chef, making the wedding banquet perfect. Not only were the dishes innovative, with 2 or 3 recipes they had never seen before, but the taste was also outstanding. No one could have guessed that the smell of pig intestines, which initially seemed unpleasant, could turn into such a delicious dish. From the initial hesitation to everyone rushing to try it, some even asked the Jia family what method was used. But could the Jia family say anything? Of course not. Seeing that none of the guests failed to praise the banquet, Luo's face was always smiling. She truly gained a lot of face in front of the bride's relatives. After all, the groom's family valued their daughter, and the bride's relatives couldn't find any fault. So the wedding was happily concluded. Actually, the hardest part of cooking wasn't during the process, but the tedious preparations beforehand and the mess afterward. Wen Yao was the head chef, so she didn't have to deal with these chores. Once all the dishes were served, she no longer needed to cook. She, along with Wen Di and the 2 daughters of the Jiao family, carried trays to serve the bride. When Jiao Yang was being served drinks, someone came to find Wen Yao and asked her to help prepare some light dishes to send to the bride. After all, she had been pulled out early in the morning to get ready and hadn't eaten anything yet. The girl was alone, married into a strange new family, and since no one else was available to help, he could only ask a few nieces. Wen Yao wanted to joke around like she did at her friends' weddings in her past life, but then she remembered this was an ancient, feudal time, and the other person was her uncle. She immediately dismissed the thought. But seeing the bride, she knew that certain traditions are universal across all eras. 4 young girls tiptoed to the door of the bridal chamber, quietly listened for any sounds inside, but heard nothing. They looked at each other, then carefully knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "Come in," came a gentle, soft voice from inside. "Second aunt, it's us. May we come in?" Jiao Ning, Jiao Yang's eldest daughter, whispered. There was a brief silence inside, then the voice shyly replied, "Come in." The four girls pushed the door open and entered with the tray. Jiao Yang had already lifted her veil to toast the guests. The bride sat alone in the new room, feeling confused yet nervous, curious, and hopeful. When she saw the four girls come in, she visibly relaxed her expression. Wen Yao was surprised at first when she saw the bride's appearance. Her face was heavily covered with some kind of powder, her lips were red, her eyebrows dark, and she had a bit of blush. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but her features were delicate enough to be noticeable. The aesthetics of some ancient times were really hard to admire. The four girls chatted with the bride for a while, then stayed to eat some food with her. Through some subtle hints from Jiao Ning and Jiao Yuan about the Jiao family's situation and characters, the bride's expression relaxed even more. Wen Yao knew these two girls were sent by Jiao Yang to comfort the bride, while she was just a cook bringing food. After the banquet ended, the guests outside gradually started to leave, which was proper etiquette. By the end, only the Jiao family relatives and Wen Yao's family remained. Humming an unknown tune, Wen Yao found her family and saw Wen Jun standing next to Wen Xiaoyi, looking uncomfortable and distressed, like he was constipated. Wen Yao didn't go to see the old lady, but went straight to her father and brother, nudging Wen Jun's arm with her elbow. "Brother, what's wrong? It's just like eating." Wen Jun looked very embarrassed. Wen Xiaoyi added teasingly from beside him, "Today, at least 5 young girls found excuses to talk to Dr. Wen, and more than 10 aunts and relatives asked about your engagement." Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected, she couldn't escape this in both her past and present life. Her unreserved laughter made Wen Jun wish he could find a hole to hide in. He tightly grabbed his sister's sleeve and glared at her warningly. Wen Yao helplessly spread her hands and begged with a smile, "My brother is always so popular, you know." Wen Xiaoyi chuckled and teased, "Of course. Look at your brother standing there. Doesn't he seem like he's standing out from the crowd?" Wen Yao examined Wen Jun from head to toe and nodded. Yes, the father and daughter burst into hearty laughter again. Wen Jun simply ignored them. After laughing enough, Wen Yao secretly whispered to Wen Xiaoyi, "When can we go home?" Wen Xiaoyi shook his head and looked at the two older sisters still talking. "I don't know. Let's wait a bit. It should be soon." Not long after, Mrs. Luo and little Luo also finished their conversation and waved at Wen Yao. Wen Yao happily went over. "Grandma, Auntie, how is it? Are you satisfied today?" Wen Yao asked with a smile. Little Luo was grinning so much her eyes nearly disappeared, holding Wen Yao tightly. "Very satisfied, extremely satisfied. You have no idea. Many people asked about the chef's position. I was just telling your grandma about it. They all want to invite you," little Luo said. Wen Yao's eyes lit up. "Really? Did you agree?" Little Luo nodded at Luo and smiled. "Your grandma is here, so I can't promise anything rash. If they want to invite you, they should ask your grandma at your home." Luo's face showed no emotion as she pulled Wen Yao back to her side and said, "There's nothing urgent. We should head back now. The whole family had been busy for a day or two. If it weren't for her own sister, she wouldn't be managing everything like this." Little Luo also understood that the Wen family was exhausted today, so she didn't insist on staying. Instead, she took out a red purse from her sleeve and handed it to Wen Yao. "This is a red envelope for our Yao Yao." Wen Yao took it. The purse was quite heavy. She repeatedly thanked her. "Thank you, Auntie." Little Luo was now very fond of her niece. "It's your auntie who should thank you. The kitchen preparations are all done. When things settle down in the next few days, I'll come visit your family." Wen Yao giggled. "Remember to bring the second aunt-in-law." Yes, I will." "They should thank you properly," Xiao Luo said. Then he looked at the Luo family and added, "Think about Xiao Jun's situation too. Several families are asking about him. Now that Xiao Jun is different, you and your brother-in-law should start planning early." Luo sure sighed and nodded. "All right, I'll ask his father when I go back." "We'll leave now." When the Wen family prepared to leave, Jiao Yang, still a bit drunk, followed to see them off. Only when they urged him to go back and be with the bride did he smile foolishly and head home. The Wen family then loaded onto the ox cart they came in with and, exhausted, returned to Guchuang village. The ox cart rocked gently as it returned to Guchuang village. Once home, Luo Shi packed some wedding candies for Wen Xiaozhu and asked him to return the ox cart to the village chief's house. Everyone else went to rest in their own rooms. Wen Yao took Luo Shi inside and handed her a small purse given by Xiao Luo. "Grandma, this is for you," Wen Yao said happily. Luo Shi looked at the purse in her hand, frowned, and handed it back to Wen Yao. "You earned this yourself, keep it. Why give it to me? Keep it safe so your second day I won't see it." Wen Yao hesitated and said, "Grandma, you and the second and third and have been busy in the kitchen all day. This money should be yours." Luo Shi glared at her. "Who wants your money? I didn't help just for a little bit of cash. It's a family matter for my sister's household. I just helped a bit. Besides, they brought back a bunch of vegetables themselves. Anyway, keep this money and save it for your dowry." They argued back and forth, but in the end, Wen Yao gave in to the old lady and kept the money. The grandfather and grandson counted the money again. It turned out to be more than the 200 won per day they initially agreed on. After 2 days, it was 400 won plus an extra 50 won in the purse. It seemed Xiao Luo was very pleased with the dishes Wen Yao prepared, so he gave an extra 50 won. Fortunately, after counting, Wen Yao refused to take the extra 50 won, insisting Luo Shi keep it. Luo Shi thought it wasn't much and decided to keep it, leaving the remaining 400 won for Wen Yao. "By the way, your aunt said that several families asked about you. They all have happy events coming up and want to invite you to be the head chef. I didn't let her agree yet, just wanted to ask your opinion," Luo Shi said. After this, Luo Shi no longer doubted Wen Yao's abilities. She felt more reassured about Wen Yao's skills. If Wen Yao became famous, it could also be a good way to make a living. Wen Yao was happily counting her money. Hearing her say that, she looked up and asked, "Promise?" "Why not? As long as the price is fair, I'll do both red and white dishes. Cooking is her strong point." Mrs. Luo was no longer opposed this time. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll tell your little aunt. If anyone asks about you, just send them to our house, okay?" "Thank you, Grandma." Wen Yao happily leaned on the old lady and pouted playfully. At first, Mrs. Luo was not used to her, but now she was gradually getting used to Wen Yao's carefree attitude. Although she still looked a bit annoyed, her slightly raised lips showed she enjoyed Wen Yao's playful way. After they finished talking about money, Mrs. Luo pushed Wen Yao gently and said, "Go call your father in. I have something to talk to him about." "Okay." Wen Yao happily grabbed her money and ran to find Wen Xiaoyi. Wen Xiaoyi was already dozing off but woke up and became alert when Wen Yao called him. He dragged his tired body into the room. "Mom, you want me?" Wen Xiaoyi sat down on a stool. Mrs. Luo glared at Wen Yao, who had followed in and refused to leave, but she didn't chase her away. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the Kong bed and asked, "What are your plans for Xiao Jun's marriage?" "Huh? Marriage?" Wen Xiaoyi was stunned. "What marriage? Did Wen Jun have a fiancé before?"
He didn't know about it.
Wen Yao almost couldn't hold back her laughter, but was stopped by Mrs. Luo's glare. She quickly made a pulling gesture with her hand and closed her mouth obediently. Mrs. Luo looked at her eldest son, who was dazed and stunned, and she was almost tempted to slap him. Her voice also rose a bit. "Xiao Jun is already 16. As a father, haven't you prepared anything? If you hadn't been such a mess before, a boy like Xiao Jun would have been engaged already." When Xiaoyi's drowsiness suddenly disappeared, he sat up straight and awkwardly said, "No, Mom. Why are we talking about Xiao Jun's marriage? He's still so young, 16 years old, still just a middle school student. Marriage? Are you joking?" Wen Yao silently kicked him from beside her, giving him a look to remind him what era it is now. Many 16 or 17-year-olds get married at this age, and most of them are around this age. Even he himself, in his previous life, married Lu at 19. Otherwise, how could he be only in his 30s and have a 16-year-old son? Mrs. Luo couldn't hold back this time. She casually threw her shoe at him. When Xiaoyi dodged quickly and finally reacted, he honestly helped the elderly lady pick up her shoe soles before saying, "Mother, Xiao Jun has just started studying medicine with Dr. Jean. If we consider marriage now, isn't that a bit too soon? Look, if he just became an apprentice, People might think we're just using him to boost Xiao Jun's status. Or worse, they might think we're trying to find a good match for him under the guise of apprenticeship. Unquestionably, when Xiuyi's words hit the mark with Mrs. Luo, she furrowed her brows and thought about what Wen Xiuyi said. It did seem to make sense. If Dr. Jin thought Xiao Jun was only his apprentice to elevate his own status, and then started to push for marriage, what if he got upset and stopped teaching Xiao Jun? What would happen then? But then she remembered Xiao Jun was already 16. If they didn't settle things soon, what if he couldn't find a good match in the future?
But
Xiao Jun is already 16, Mrs. Luo worried. When Xiuyi moved the stool closer and started massaging the elderly lady's legs. As he massaged, he said, "Mother, matters like this depend on fate. Xiao Jun is 16, but he's studying medicine with Dr. Jin. Think about his future, it's promising. When he becomes skilled, he won't have trouble finding a wife. Most importantly, if he dared to find a wife now, his son would definitely argue with him to the end. He's caught in the middle, and it's really difficult." The elderly lady hesitated, and Wen Xiuyi quickly signaled to Wen Yao with his eyes. "If he didn't speak now, your eldest brother might really be forced to marry by the elderly lady." Wen Yao, holding back her laughter, sat next to the elderly lady and started massaging her shoulders. The father and daughter took turns massaging legs and shoulders. "Grandma, my father is right. If Dr. Jin gets angry and stops teaching my brother, and if the marriage is arranged based on that, what if Dr. Jin refuses to teach him anymore? Would the marriage fall through? If that happens, we lose everything, no medical skills to learn, no wife to marry. Think about it. Isn't that right?" Wen Yao said. Mrs. Luo opened her mouth but couldn't find words to argue. Everything they said made sense. "So, when would be a good time?" Mrs. Luo asked. She couldn't just wait until her old man was left alone and unwanted. Wen Xiuyi's eyes flickered as he said, "In 3 years. After Xiao Jun studies with Dr. Jin for 3 years and becomes steady, then we won't have to worry about Dr. Jin stopping the lessons or the wife running away." Wen Xiuyi silently lit a candle for his son in his heart. "Son, you're 19 now. This is the longest time I can fight for you. After that, it depends on whether you behave well, and if you can win over your grandmother." Luo Shi was confused by Wen Yao and Wen Xiuyi's quick talk, not knowing how she finally agreed. By the time she realized what happened, the whole family had already run away. Old Mr. Wen stayed inside the house, watching his wife being fooled by their son and granddaughter. Only after they left did he dare to laugh out loud. Luo Shi felt more and more uneasy. How did they manage to deceive her? In 3 years, when June will be 19. Don't be angry. 3 years is just 3 years. Look at Jiao Yang. He only got married in his 20s. Our little June will follow Dr. Jin, and he'll have a bright future. As long as he's successful, he won't have trouble finding a wife. Just keep your heart at ease, old Mr. Wen kindly advised. Luo sure didn't know what else to do. She had already agreed, so she could only accept it. On the way home, Wen Xiuyi joked about this matter to Wen Jun, making him feel overwhelmed. In his past life, he couldn't avoid marriage pressure, and now, in this life, he still couldn't escape it. Plus, it's been more than 10 years earlier.
help.
Big head, still young and clueless, didn't understand what engagement or marriage meant. But seeing his older brother's reaction, he guessed it wasn't good news. So he decided he wouldn't marry either. A small child silently held Wen Jun's hand, silently offering support. Wen Jun looked down and saw the little one's sympathetic eyes. He closed his eyes and slapped his forehead in frustration. What is going on? For a long time afterward, Wen Jun avoided the old house, afraid of running into Luo Shi. But he couldn't hide from her, and just half a month after the Jiao family's marriage, 2 groups of matchmakers came to ask Luo Shi about Wen Jun's marriage plans, introducing all the good girls they knew. Some of these girls Luo Shi was quite satisfied with. But thinking about what Wen Xiuyi and Wen Yao had told her, Luo Shi could only grit her teeth and turn down the matchmakers. Her reason was simple. Wen Jun's priority now was to succeed. He shouldn't consider marriage for the next 3 years and should focus on studying medicine with Dr. Jin. However, Her eldest grandson's marriage could not be arranged for now. She still had a 15-year-old grandson, so she turned around and asked the matchmakers to keep an eye out. If they found a suitable girl for the second grandson, that would be fine too. Matchmakers also want to earn money from the Won family's matchmaking business. Although they didn't mention Wenjun specifically, they said other people are okay too. They all said they would remember and tell Luo's family if they find a suitable girl. Besides the matchmakers, several people from the Luo family also came to invite Wen Yao to be the head cook. Wen Yao didn't lower her price. If someone wanted to hire her, it was fine. The price was the same as for the Jiao family, 200 Wen a day. Most of the people brought by the Luo family had already been screened by her, so Wen Yao could go with them. The prices were agreed upon quickly, and the schedules didn't conflict. Wen Yao also made a small notebook to keep track of her plans. As the year was ending, many families were preparing for celebrations. However, families like the Jiao family, who are willing to pay 2 days' wages, are rare. When she meets such families, she tells them in advance how to prepare and what to bring. This way, she won't be in a rush the next day because she forgot something. It's a very thoughtful service. Many people think Wen Yao, though young, is very capable and kind. Word spread quickly. She became somewhat famous in nearby villages. She enjoys her small business. She's busy but still makes a little money. If she works for 5 families, she can earn 1 or 2 silver coins. Since Luo's family learned about Tu's situation, they no longer planned to take him to see a doctor. But every time they saw Tu happily playing with Wening, they would sigh. Now that everyone was in a good mood, why was she still silent? One day, Luo's wife and Wen Yao were preparing marinated dishes for the next day's stall. Wening was playing with Tu in the yard, and Wen Di was sitting under the porch, sewing clothes for herself. Suddenly, a voice called outside the yard. "Miss Wen Yao, is Miss Wen Yao at home?" Wen Yao shook off the water from her hands. She recognized Wang's voice and quickly ran to open the door. "Wang, why are you here?" Wen Yao looked surprised. Was something wrong with her older brother? Wang jumped down from the carriage. Seeing Luo's wife there, he quickly bowed to her, then said to Wen Yao, "Miss Wen Yao, young master Wenjun asked me to come and pick you up for the clinic." Hearing this, Wen Yao immediately started to take off her apron and sleeve protectors. Her eyebrows furrowed as she asked, "What happened to my older brother? Is something wrong?" Luo's wife also came over and, upon hearing this, became anxious. "What's wrong? What happened to little June?" Wang quickly waved his hands and explained, No, madam, don't worry. Young Master Wenjun is fine. I don't know the details either, but it seems someone came to the clinic to find young Master Wenjun, saying they wanted to thank him. So I hurriedly took Miss Wan Yao to the clinic, where she's waiting." Wan Yao was confused. "Thank him? For what?" She handed her apron and sleeves to Madame Luo, comforting her. "Grandma, don't worry." Wang said it's nothing serious. "I'll go check." Just then, Dazhou ran out of the yard. Madame Luo grabbed him and nodded. "Leave this to me. You go and see." Dazhou wanted to follow, but Madame Luo held him back, soothing him. "Don't cause trouble." He stood still, pouting with a look of grievance. Wan Yao patted his head and told him to listen to Grandma. She then climbed onto the carriage with Wang and left. Madame Luo watched the carriage go away, then comforted Dazhou. "Be good. Your sister and them will be back tonight." Dazhou kept looking back every few steps until Wening closed the gate, and then he couldn't see the departing carriage anymore. Wan Yao followed the carriage into town and asked Wang what had happened. Wang was also called to the clinic later. He didn't know the full details either, but several people came, and they didn't seem malicious. They were polite to Wenjun when they saw him. Wan Yao felt relieved. When the carriage stopped at the clinic's entrance, she jumped down and hurried inside. The clinic wasn't busy with patients now. Dr. Jean, shopkeeper Qiu, Wenjun, and even Wen Shui were there. Besides them, a well-dressed middle-aged man with 2 young servants was talking to shopkeeper Qiu and Dr. Jean. Both sides were smiling, so it didn't seem bad. Wan Yao's heart finally relaxed. "Big brother, are you looking for me?" Wan Yao bowed politely to Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Qiu. She didn't recognize the middle-aged man talking to them, so she just smiled and greeted him before rushing to find Wenjun and Wenshui. She raised an eyebrow at them. Wenjun understood immediately, mouthing, "Child." Wan Yao was stunned. Was her big brother so brave? He just refused a marriage match, and now he was talking about children? Seeing her reaction, Wenjun knew she was probably overthinking. He raised his hand and gently tapped Wan Yao's forehead with a chestnut, then added, "Carriage." Wan Yao finally understood. So that was the matter. Were the visitors the family of that beautiful woman and her child? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, shopkeeper Chiao, and Dr. Jean finished their conversation. "Since Miss has arrived, Mr. Wen and young Master Wen, shall we invite them in?" The middle-aged man said. Dr. Jean spoke up. "Thank you, Steward Xia. I apologize, my apprentice is a bit troublesome." Steward Xia quickly clasped his fists. No, this is my duty." "Rest assured, Dr. Jean. The lady, the master, and the matriarch want to thank young Master Wen for saving our young master." "It's a good thing," Dr. Jean nodded and advised Wenjun. "I was the one who treated young Master Xia's injury before. Since Steward Xia isn't here today, I didn't know you were the one who helped him. You handled it well. If it weren't for you and your sister, young Master Xia might not have made it. Go ahead and rest assured. With a master present, they won't trouble you." Dr. Jean was worried that the strict old lady of the Xia family might cause trouble for Wenjun. Wenjun nodded. "Understood, Master. We'll go and come back soon." "Good." Dr. Jean moved aside. Steward Xia greeted them and politely invited the Wen family into the carriage. Steward Xia sat outside, and inside the carriage were only the three of them. "Big brother, where did you find this person?" Wen Yao asked curiously, since they had left after saving someone that day and didn't know their names or background, nor had they shared any information. Wenjun briefly explained what happened today. It turned out that Dr. Jean had been treating the Xia family for a long time. Today, the matriarch wasn't feeling well, so she went to the clinic to get medicine. The coachman recognized Wenjun as the person who saved the young master that day and told the Xia family. Lady Xia immediately sent the steward to invite Wenjun and Wen Yao to the Xia household to thank them properly. After Steward Xia arrived, Dr. Jean asked Hong Hai to find Wen Xiao Yi and also sent A Wang to Guda village to pick up Wen Yao, which led to the subsequent events. "What's the background of the Xia family?" Wen Yao whispered, afraid Steward Xia outside might hear. Wenjun shook his head, but Wen Xiao Yi had heard some things about the Xia family. There's only one well-known Xia family in Yunwu Town, a branch of the Chun County Xia clan. They come from a scholarly family and are quite respected in Yunwu Town. The head of the family, Xia Yushan, married a second wife a few years ago. The child Dr. Jean saved is the most favored youngest son of the Xia family. I heard they have strict rules. When you arrive, don't speak carelessly and act appropriately, Wen Xiao Yi advised. The siblings nodded in unison. Soon after, the carriage slowly stopped. Steward Xia called out from outside, and the family of three got out of the carriage, standing outside the Xia family gate. Steward Xia stepped forward with a welcoming gesture. "Please follow me." As the head of the family, Wen Xiao Yi nodded calmly. "Thank you." Steward Xia smiled again and led the three inside the Xia family. When they arrived, someone had already gone to the backyard to inform others. After Steward Xia led them across a large courtyard to the living room, the three masters of the Xia family, along with the child rescued by Wenjun, were already there, along with rows of servants. As soon as they arrived, everyone's eyes turned to them. Steward Xia stepped forward and bowed. "Madam, sir, lady, the family has arrived." Qiu Rongrong immediately recognized Wen Yao and Wenjun. Compared to that day, the clothes on the siblings were much better. In this environment, neither of them showed any signs of fear. In fact, Wen Yao's lively eyes were secretly observing them. Not only Qiu Rongrong but also Xia Yushan and old Madame Xia were examining the three. They initially thought the siblings were just ordinary farmers and might be frightened upon arriving at the Xia family. Unexpectedly, the family of three remained calm as if everything here was very ordinary. Xie Yushan put aside his dismissive attitude and stepped forward, clasping his fists. This is Wen Xiao Daifu, right? We are very grateful that you and Miss Ling saved our son that day. Today, we invited the three of you here, without much thought. We just want to sincerely thank Wen Daifu for saving our child's life. Please forgive us if we are too abrupt. When June returned the bow. Old Master Xie, you are too kind. It's what every doctor should do. If others were in the same situation, they would do the same. When June's orderly manners improved Xie Yushan's impression of him. He then looked at Wen Xiaoyi, and when June immediately introduced, Old Master Xie, this is my father. Xie Yushan looked surprised and greeted Wen Xiaoyi. Then he led the three to sit down, introduced his mother and wife, and finally waved to the child, calling out, "Ear, come quickly and thank your lifesaver." Throughout the entire process, the old Madame Xie never spoke. She only glanced inside when they entered but didn't look at them again. The child, however, was very well behaved. Hearing the call, he ran over to Xie Yushan's side. Xie Yushan introduced the three. This is my son, Xian Yi. Ear, quickly thank Dr. Wen. Wen Yao almost slipped off her chair and blurted out, Xian Yi. Her sudden mention of her full name drew everyone's attention. Wen Yao quickly adjusted her mood and smiled innocently like a girl in her teens, saying, what a beautiful name. Only Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Jun, who knew Wen Yao well, understood that was not the case. They both glanced at Wen Yao, and she responded with a look that meant, we'll talk later. Wen Xiaoyi immediately stepped in to smooth things over. And the character Zheng in the name also means peace and happiness for the family. The character, Yi, suggests soaring high and achieving success. I believe Mr. Xie also hopes that the young master will have a safe and smooth life, prosperity, and good health. It's indeed a good name. Wen Yao silently gave Wen Xiaoyi a thumbs up behind his back. Professor Wen truly lives up to his reputation. At this moment, Xie Yushan was genuinely surprised and blurted out, Brother Wen, you've read books. Wen Xiaoyi smiled slightly and clasped his hands politely. A scholar from the 6th year of Yongxing. Yongxing was over 10 years ago, and he was still considered a scholar. If it weren't for protecting Wen Yao, Professor Wen wouldn't even want to admit this qualification. Hearing that the other was a scholar, Xie Yushan was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. At that moment, old lady Xie suddenly spoke. Yushan, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go back first. You and Rongrong entertain the guests. Xie Yushan hurriedly stood up, and the Wen family trio also couldn't remain seated, so they all stood up as well. Before leaving, old lady Xie nodded slightly at the Wen family with the help of her maid, then left. After old lady Xie left, Xie Yushan invited the others to sit again. Qiu Rongrong, who had been quiet all this time, finally spoke. Qiao Yan, bring the things here. At her command, a maid nearby brought a tray and placed it on the coffee table between Wen Xiaoyi and Xie Yushan, then respectfully stepped back beside Qiu Rongrong. Wen Yao then quietly observed the mistress of the Xie family. She was in her early 20s, and her aura was completely different from her awkward first impression. She radiated the noble air of a lady of a wealthy family, yet her words and actions were brisk and straightforward. Seeing Wen Yao looking at her, Qiu Rongrong didn't ignore her, but smiled. She hadn't forgotten that if it weren't for this little girl's decisiveness that day, Ear might have already become a pile of bones. She was the second wife married into the Xie family. Compared to the scholarly and noble background of the Xie family, her own Qiu family was just a wealthy merchant family in Jiangnan, mainly engaged in business. Having married Xie Yushan for so many years, they only have one son, Xiaoni. Therefore, Qiu Rongrong is genuinely grateful to the Wen siblings. Seeing Qiu Rongrong smile at her, Wen Yao also returned a smile, which improved her impression of Madame Xie quite a bit. She still remembered how, at that time, Madame Xie had spoken up for her son and dared not say anything harsh to the old servant. As a mother, she was truly a good mother. After a brief interaction, Xie Yushan lifted the cloth on the tray and said, Brother Wen, Dr. Wen, this is 200 taels of silver. It is a gift from my wife and me, specially prepared for Dr. Wen. I hope you will accept it. When Wen Xiaoyi saw such a large amount of money, He instinctively looked at his children. Sure enough, Wen Yao was momentarily stunned, and Wen Jun was also taken aback for a moment. But after the surprise, Wen Jun gently shook his head at Wen Xiaoyi. Healing and saving lives are the duties of a doctor. Moreover, this gift is too valuable. 200 taels of silver was earned by his father working hard at a stall for several months. Their family savings were barely over 2 taels and only in double digits. But the Xie family's gift was 10 times what they had earned in months. Although he was tempted, Wen Jun still had his principles. He stood up, clasped his fists to Xie Yushan, and refused the Xie family's kindness. Old Master Xie, I only happened to save the young master. In that situation, any doctor would have done the same. It was just a small matter. No need to be so formal. Xie Yushan pushed the money forward and said, "This is also a token of our Xie family's goodwill." When we returned that day, my wife and I asked Jin Daifu to examine ear. Jin Daifu said that if the object blocking his throat hadn't been removed in time, even he might not have been able to save ear. So, no matter what, you must accept this money. When Xiao Yi pushed the money back and said, "We cannot accept it. It should be accepted, it should be accepted," Xie Yushan pushed it back again. They kept pushing the money back and forth, and in the process, the neatly stacked silver ingots were jostled and tilted. Does Dr. Wen think my son isn't worth these 200 taels? Qiao Yan, go and get 200 taels, Qiu Rongrong said directly. The Wen family quickly waved their hands. No, Madam Xie, we didn't mean that. We just feel that this money is too much, too hot to handle. Then why not accept it? Dr. Wen saved my son. This is what Dr. Wen deserves. Without him, my husband and I would have lost our child. No matter what, please accept this gift, Dr. Wen. If you refuse, I will think you find it too little, so I will have someone prepare more. Qiu Rongrong spoke straightforwardly. The Wen family 3. The three looked at each other, then when Xiao Yi tentatively said softly, "Then, shall we accept it?" Xie Yushan glanced at Qiu Rongrong, but she didn't even give him a glance. Wen Jun was still hesitant, but finally Wen Yao whispered, "Just accept it. If we don't, they might keep adding more, and it will look like we're just after money." So, they decided to accept the 200 taels of silver as originally planned. Meanwhile, Wen Yao also guessed from Lady Xie's attitude earlier. The old lady hadn't spoken much since they arrived, and even when they bowed to her, she looked indifferent. Her eyes kept scanning Wen Jun several times. It seems the Xie family wants to buy their gratitude with this 200 taels to avoid future trouble. If that's the case, then they should accept it. No need to refuse over something so small. Life is too short to fuss over money. In the end, when Xiao Yi decided to accept the gift of 200 taels from the Xie family, they received the gift politely, but when Xiao Yi never believed the Xie family truly wanted to talk to them. Once they left the Xie household, the Xie family would prefer to cut ties. Everyone knew what was going on. Since that's the case, there's no need to stay any longer. When Xiao Yi suggested they leave, Xie Yushan and Qiu Rongrong tried to persuade them to stay a little longer, but with the insistence of the Wen family, the steward was sent to see them off. As they left, the couple's faces changed almost simultaneously. Xie Yushan looked at Qiu Rongrong, who was holding their son's hand, and refused to look at him. He couldn't hold back any longer. His face showed displeasure as he called out, "Madam." Qiu Rongrong stopped in her tracks, didn't turn around, but slightly tilted her head and said calmly, "Sir, do you still want to say something? I have already followed the old lady's instructions, given the money, and sent them away. From now on, we will have no more dealings with them." "What else do you want, sir?" That was her son's lifesaver. But because the old lady casually mentioned that he was an outsider, she dismissed the good deed of saving her son's life with just 200 taels of silver. The Qiu family was a merchant family that understood gratitude and repayment, but the Xie family, being proud and noble, was just a hypocritical aristocratic family hiding behind manners. "If the master still thinks it's not enough, then send me back to the Qiu family." "Of course, if the master is willing," said Rongrong Qiu. After speaking, she stopped talking and took Xie Ani's hand, walking straight out of the front hall. The family of 3 left the Xia house, refusing the carriage arranged by the steward. They decided to walk back to the clinic on foot. On the way, Wen Xiui kept instinctively holding his hand over his pocket, where 200 taels of silver were kept. For their family, this was a huge amount of money. Yao Yao, you should keep it first. Wen Xiui looked around and, seeing no one, took his siblings to a small alley by the roadside and shoved several silver ingots into Wen Yao's hands. Wen Yao quickly caught them, and before she could speak, she instinctively stored the silver in her space. Dad, what are you doing? What if someone sees? 200 taels, according to the prices in her space. That's like 20,000. Suddenly, she felt like she was rich. Without the silver in her hand, Wen Xiui felt much more relaxed. The 3 of them continued walking, and Wen Xiui advised his son, June, from now on, the people from the Xia family should avoid us. When you go on medical missions, let your master go alone. Don't get involved. June nodded. Got it. All 3 were smart and understood what the Xia family's move meant, simply trying to buy their silence with money. They didn't mind. If anything, they hoped such silencing efforts would happen more often. Wen Yao was thinking about how to spend the money. Dad, brother, we're rich. Think about it. How should we spend this money? Wen Yao rubbed her hands in front of her, eyes shining with excitement. Wen Xiui shook his head. How to spend it can wait. Yao Yao, tell me, when you heard that kid's name at the Xia house, why did you react so strongly? Could it be that this kid will have a great future? June also looked at her. When Yao looked around, this wasn't the main street, and there weren't many people. At least, there were only a few meters away from them. She lowered her voice and said, It's that person, has a close friend, a partner, a flirt, and a money bag, it's that name. My family is in business. My father's family was originally just a small branch of a large clan. However, because his business kept growing and he earned more money than certain others, his status rose. He was also favored by his family, and suddenly he became a very popular single man of wealth today. But this man, who is very sharp in business, fell in love with someone during their interactions. Under the guise of working together, they exchanged flirtatious glances and hints. Anything that person wanted, he would give him if he had it. It's subtly hinted in the story that they even slept together, leaving it ambiguous for readers to guess. Among all the minor characters, he's probably the one who's doing the best. When Xiui was so angry he almost died. So, it seemed like his son was just unlucky? Far away at home, Detu suddenly sneezed, making the Luo family think he caught a cold from playing in the water. They quickly told Wendy and Winning to go inside and keep warm. Both father and son raised their hands to touch their chins at the same time, in the same order. Wen Yao stared at them for a while, then imitated their gesture, which made people passing by look at them with dislike, thinking they had some problem and avoiding them. Are you sure it's not him?
Wen Yun asked.
Wen Yao thought for a moment. Probably not. Wen Xiui pondered for a while, then clicked his tongue and said, That's not right. The kid was saved by you, right? But before that, he wasn't. Shouldn't he have died then? Wen Jun and Wen Yao looked at each other. Yes, if it was the original character Xia and Yi from the story, he didn't appear in their world. When he had his accident, he should have died. So how did he grow up to become a wealthy businessman? There's only one possibility, Wen Xiui said, pursing his lips and frowning while touching his chin. The siblings looked at him together. After we arrived, many things here changed, including this person's fate. Maybe he hadn't encountered that accident before? Because we changed the course of events, he met with an accident this time, and you guys were involved too. When Xiui looked at his children, Wen Jun and Wen Yao exchanged glances. So, originally his family was doing well, but because of us, he almost got himself killed? Yes, if we hadn't helped, he really might have died. It's truly Asin. Suddenly, he felt a bit guilty about the 200 taels in his hand. So, to ease her conscience, she should just spend the money quickly. Father, brother, how should we spend this money? Wen Yao asked. Wen Xiui thought for a moment and said, maybe we should build a house. Their old house was really uncomfortable, so Wen Xiuyi's current idea was to rebuild it, at least giving each of the 3 children their own room. Wen Yao nodded. That was a good idea. After all, no matter the era, having your own home is the most important thing. However, when June remained silent, Wen Yao nudged him. Brother, what do you think? When June looked at Wen Yao, then at Wen Xiaoyi, and suddenly said, I'm fine with anything, but don't forget, we still owe money to Grandpa and Grandma. Although Grandpa Wen and Mrs. Luo never said they expected repayment, they helped Wen Xiaoyi pay off debts by selling their land. That kindness must be remembered. Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Yao were surprised but quickly understood. Wen Xiaoyi looked at Wen Yao and said, How about we buy some land first? Buy back Grandpa and Grandma's land. Wen Yao nodded. That works. Wen Xiaoyi looked at them and suddenly comforted them. Don't worry, Dad is earning quite a bit every day now, and he'll save enough money to build a house soon. The siblings exchanged glances and smiled. After sending Wen Jun back to the clinic, Wen Xiaoyi still thought about the dock stall. Even though they now had money, they couldn't forget to earn more. Before leaving, Wen Xiaoyi specifically told the siblings, Don't tell Grandpa and Grandma about buying land yet. When we have it, surprise them. We won't say anything. The siblings made a zipper gesture with their hands. After he left, only the siblings were left. Suddenly, when June asked, Yao Yao, do you remember what Dad wanted to do most in the past? When Yao was silent for a moment and said, Yes, Dad said that after he retires, we'll go back to our hometown and lease a few hundred acres to grow rice. Professor Wen had spent his life working with land and grain, his profession and his passion. Even after retirement, he wanted to lease hundreds of acres to farm. But now, to support them, the respected professor from the research institute was selling box meals at the dock with a cooking spatula. When Yao touched her purse and said, I don't know if 200 taels is enough to buy much land. Back at the clinic, Dr. Jean called the two of them to the back and asked if they had any trouble at the Xie family's place. No, Master. Lord Xie and Lady Xie didn't make things difficult for us. They even gave me 200 taels of silver as a thank you gift. I couldn't refuse, so I accepted it. Master, you won't blame me, will you? When June looked like a child who had done something wrong, lowering his head to admit his mistake. Dr. Jean saw his reaction and chuckled twice, patting his shoulder. He said, when wealthy families seek medical help, they usually give a tip. And since you saved the Xie family's little treasure, 200 taels isn't much. Just accept it. Now, tell me how you saved the young master of the Xie family. When I later visited their home, Lady Xie described what happened. It really was frightening. Honestly, many children have died in history because of objects stuck in their throats. Not only children, but adults sometimes face the same problem. How did you manage to get the object out of the young master's throat? When June hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain the Heimlich maneuver to Master. Seeing his hesitation, Dr. Jean thought perhaps it was an old family method, which made him a bit awkward, since even as a master, he couldn't claim others' achievements as his own. It's okay if you don't want to say. I'm just curious, Dr. Jean quickly added to ease the awkwardness. When June quickly shook his head. No, Master, I was just thinking about how to explain it to you. Actually, I discovered this method by chance. The reason why people die when something gets stuck in their throat is that the foreign object blocks the airway, preventing breathing and causing suffocation. So, what we need to do is make the person spit out the object. But in such a situation, blindly trying to remove the object can make it get stuck even tighter. At that moment, we need to perform the appropriate emergency measures. What is the airway? Emergency aid? What do you mean by emergency aid? Dr. Jean asked with interest, listening carefully. When he didn't understand something, he would ask questions. When June thought for a moment, then pointed to his throat. The airway is the passage we breathe through. See, when we breathe, the air goes in and out through here. Dr. Jean seemed to discover a new world, nodding. I see. The airway. That's a good way to put it. And what about emergency aid? What does that mean? That was easier to explain. When June smiled and asked back, Is saving someone urgent? Dr. Jean instinctively answered, Yes, very urgent. Then he burst out laughing. Haha, I see. Now I understand. Go ahead. At this moment, Dr. Jean was like a curious child eager to learn, afraid of missing a single word from Wenjun. Wenyao looked at both of them and quietly left the backyard, heading to the medical clinic. Hong Hai was organizing things behind the counter. Wenyao strolled over to help him tidy up the medicine cabinet. After finishing, she asked, "Brother Hai, do you know where I can find a reliable place to buy teeth tools?" Hong Hai paused his work and asked, "What do you want to buy?" Wenyao explained, "Land. My family had some trouble recently, and my grandparents sold some land. Now that we have saved some money, I want to buy it back before spring starts so the old folks can have a happy new year." Buy land? Let me think. Hong Hai began to consider, and after a while said, "There's a place in the south of the city. The shopkeeper there knows our shopkeeper. You can ask him. Just tell him you're from Jishir Hall, and he won't cheat you." Wenyao thanked him and planned to discuss the details further with Wenxiao Yi and Wenjun in the evening. Dr. Jean and Wenjun talked in the backyard for a long time until a patient arrived, forcing Dr. Jean to come out and attend to the patient. Wenyao also noticed that Dr. Jean suddenly started teaching Wenjun more seriously, explaining in detail how to identify a cold, check pulse, and other skills, even if it was just a common cold. Wenyao then cooked a meal for them at the clinic before being called by a Wang to be sent back to Gadong village. The two had just heard the carriage's sound at home and rushed out like a small cannon. Luo Shi, Wen Di, and Wening followed. They saw Wenyao get off the carriage, holding De Tu's leash, thanking a Wang. A Wang and Luo Shi exchanged greetings before they hitched the carriage and left. Luo Shi grabbed Wenyao and pulled her inside, slamming the door shut with a bang. She asked, "What's going on? Why did they call you?" "Where's your brother?" Wenyao, holding De Tu, explained, "Grandma, it's nothing. My brother is still at the clinic. It's nothing serious. We just rescued a child earlier, and the family came to thank us." Dr. Jean said since we both saved the child, a Wang could come and pick me up. Luo Shi was surprised. "Rescue someone? Who did you save?
When?
Was it dangerous?" Even De Tu looked up worriedly at Wenyao. Wenyao took the chance to pinch his nose and said, "It's not dangerous. The child fell on the roadside, and we helped him. Don't worry, Grandma. My brother will be back tonight. I just came home early because I was worried the family might be busy." Wenyao said so, and Luo Shi didn't ask further. Instead, she took Wenyao to the kitchen and told her to finish cleaning and preparing everything. Wenyao looked at the marinated meat, tasted it, and found the flavor and cooking just right. She quickly praised Luo Shi with lots of compliments. Seeing that everything was fine, Wenyao had returned, and the marinated meat was ready, Luo Shi took Wendi and Wening back to the old house. After the old lady left, Wenyao finally relaxed and thought to herself that she only wanted to surprise her. She didn't mean to hide anything. Her actions didn't escape the notice of the big-headed boy beside her. He tugged at her hand, his small face tense, eyebrows furrowed, giving her a look that said, "You didn't tell me the truth." Wenyao was really impressed with this little kid. She squatted down and smiled, saying, "This matter is similar to what I told Grandma, but there's no real danger. They really came to thank us, and even brought a gift." The big-headed boy tilted his head curiously. "A gift?" Wenyao led him back to the room. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out 4 silver bars, each 50 taels, placing them on the table. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Wenyao gently helped him close his jaw and said, "We have other plans for this money. When Dad and Big Brother come back tonight, the 4 of us will discuss everything. They need to decide how much land to buy and what kind. If there's any left over, Wenyao wants to fix up their house because it's really too broken." When Wenjun and Wenxiao Yi returned home in the evening, Wenyao had already prepared dinner for them. The family of 4 set the table inside, and after closing the door, they ate and discussed. "I checked with Brother Hai," Wenyao said. "He said there's a dental shop in the south of the city. The shopkeeper knows Chiao shopkeeper and won't cheat us. Maybe we should go see it?" Wenxiao Yi nodded. "Let's leave early tomorrow. When Gnome can go to the dock first. The 2 of us will go check it out. June, you just go to work. No, study medicine." When June silently nodded, having no objections. He also helped by scooping some vegetables onto Big Head's plate. Big Head frowned at the vegetables in his bowl, almost squishing a fly with his eyebrows. He secretly looked at Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Yao, trying to quietly scoop the vegetables into Wen Xiaoyi's bowl. Just as he raised his chopsticks, Wen Yao knocked them down with her own. "No picky eating," she said sternly. Under her watchful eyes, Big Head could only sadly and tearfully eat the vegetables. But as soon as he finished, he eagerly ate a few bites of meat. Wen Yao smiled happily, still feeling confident that she couldn't be defeated. After dinner, the family sat down to count their belongings. Besides the 200 taels given by the Xie family, plus what they had left earlier and what Wen Xiaoyi earned recently, their savings now totaled over 210 taels. "Does anyone know how much it costs to build a house?" Wen Yao asked her father and brother. They looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Neither of them knew. In their previous life, their 20,000 taels might have been enough to build a house in the countryside, but that house wouldn't be as big as their current yard. "Maybe I should ask my grandpa," Wen Yao suggested. Wen Xiaoyi glanced at her. "You go if you want. I don't want to get scolded." Her words made her brother and sister laugh out loud. Wen Yao, who was quick to speak her mind, immediately ran to the old house to ask Grandpa Wen how much it would cost to build a house. Grandpa Wen almost dropped his pipe in surprise, staring at her. "You want to build a house? Do you have that much money?" Even Mrs. Luo frowned slightly, looking at Wen Yao carefully, hesitating whether to ask if Wen Xiaoyi was confused again. Wen Yao waved her hand. "No, I just want to ask first. We need a goal to work towards." Grandpa Wen was puzzled but still answered. "If you want to build a simple yard with 2 or 3 rooms, it might cost 20 to 30 taels. If you want a house like the village chief's with blue bricks and tiles, it would cost at least 50 taels. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma," Wen Yao said before running off again. Mrs. Luo followed her out, standing at the door watching Wen Yao run out of sight. She muttered, "I wonder what they're up to now." Grandpa Wen tapped his pipe on the brick bed. "I think the eldest has really changed a lot these past few months. Maybe they just want to save some money to fix up the house." "Let's hope so," Mrs. Luo said, still a little worried but not saying anything more. Wen Yao returned home and took out one of the 4 large silver ingots, placing it on the table. "This is our house-building fund." She then took out the leftover 10 or so taels and set it aside. "This is our emergency fund." The rest was only about 150 taels. She didn't know how much land they could buy with that. The next day, she packed up the main money and sent it to the old house. The family of 3 set out again. Luckily, De2 knew where they were going today, so he obediently carried the school bag Wen Yao had bought for him to the old house. Roche was curious about what these 3 were up to, but when he asked De2, no matter how Roche inquired, De2 refused to speak. Annoyed, Roche gently poked De2's head and said, "You little rascal." He didn't know when this kid's worries would be resolved. De2 looked at Roche and chuckled foolishly. Anyway, it was impossible for him to tell Grandma that his father and siblings went to buy land for her. The 3 first took Wen Nong and the goods to the dock. Even if Wen Xiaoyi wasn't there, Wen Nong could handle things at the stall with some help from Lu Zi, so it wasn't a big problem. When they arrived at the medical clinic, Hong Hai had just opened the door, and neither Manager Chiu nor Dr. Jean had arrived yet. Wen Yao and Wen Xiaoyi kept asking Hong Hai about that dental shop, waiting until Manager Chiu arrived. "Are you here to buy land?" Manager Chiu knew about the gift from the Xie family. Seeing that the family now had money, buying land was normal. "Since there's nothing much at the shop, I'll go with you," said Manager Chiu. He then told Hong Hai to watch the shop and led the father and daughter toward the southern part of the city. On the way, Wen Yao secretly observed Manager Chiu. After knowing him for so long, she felt that he didn't seem like a typical businessman. The clinic wasn't very big, with only Dr. Jean as the attending doctor. Usually, when patients came, if they couldn't afford good medicine, he either gave them cheaper herbs or charged less. She had never heard of Manager Chiu having other business interests. The clinic seemed to be his own, which made Wen Yao curious. How did he make his money? Manager Chiu noticed Wen Yao's gaze, but couldn't help himself after walking for a while. "Girl, you've been looking at me several times on this road. What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" he asked with a smile. Caught. Wen Yao blushed. No, I'm just curious. Uncle Chio, did you open this clinic yourself? She asked. Manager Chio nodded. Yes, I opened the clinic. Old Jean is the doctor. Seeing Wen Yao hesitate to speak, he smiled and said, Why? Do you find it strange that our clinic has been open all this time without closing down? Wen Yao felt even more embarrassed. She wasn't the one who was curious. She really shouldn't have asked. Now, being questioned by the main person, she felt very awkward. Manager Chio continued, It's normal to think that way. Our clinic does seem a bit slow lately, but we're not losing money, just getting by. He and old Jean came here to retire, not to make money, so it didn't matter much. Wen Yao nodded understandingly and quickly changed the subject. Just then, the bakery also arrived, so the three of them went inside. The shopkeeper at the bakery knew Chio, the shopkeeper. Seeing him arrive, he hurried out to greet him. Shopkeeper Chio, you're here. I'll go call our master, the clerk said, and rushed to the backyard. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly came out. Seeing shopkeeper Chio, he first bowed with clasped hands. Brother Chio, why are you free to visit my small shop today? Chio pointed to Wen Yao and Wen Xiaoyi and said, These two are the family of Dr. Jin's apprentice. They want to buy some land. Please take a look and see if you have anything suitable and help us judge. He then said to Wen Yao and Wen Xiaoyi, This is Deng the tooth merchant. He owns the South City Tooth Shop. Hearing that they were the family of Dr. Jin's apprentice, Deng the tooth merchant became a bit more polite. What kind of land are you looking to buy? Which area and how much? Deng asked with a smile. Wen Xiaoyi bowed slightly and replied, Thank you, Deng. Here's the situation. We are from Gudong village. Our family had some issues before, so my parents sold a few acres of land. Now that we're a bit better off, we want to buy it back to make our elders happy. I want to ask if it's possible to buy back the original land. Deng thought for a moment and said, That might be a bit complicated. To buy it back, you need to find the original broker and also ask the seller if they're willing to sell it back. If it was sold cheaply before, it might be difficult to buy it back now, unless you pay more. But if you pay extra, you might as well buy better land. The father and daughter looked at each other and asked, What is the current price of the land? Deng asked the clerk to bring his register and flipped through it. He found the section for Gudong village and pointed to it, saying, All the land for sale in Gudong village is listed here. The price for premium land is 15 taels per acre, medium quality land is 10 taels, and lower quality land is only 6 taels per acre. What kind are you interested in? 15 taels for premium land meant they only had enough silver to buy 10 acres. But at this moment, having 10 acres of premium land was already quite good for their family. Previously, in order to help Wen Xiaoyi pay off his debt, Old Wen and the Luo family sold 2 acres of prime land and 2 acres of medium-quality land. They were in a hurry to sell, so the prices were low. They sold the prime land for only 13 taels of silver and the medium land for 8 taels. With some money from their family, they managed to gather 50 taels to pay off the debt. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Mr. Deng continued, If you have enough silver, I suggest you buy this land. The plots are connected, which makes farming easier. There are 4 acres of prime land and 3 acres of medium-quality land. The only problem is 4 acres of lower-quality land, which the seller insists must be sold together. That means you have to buy all of it. The seller said if you buy everything, the total price is 110 taels of silver. Wen Yao quickly did mental calculations and muttered, That's just 4 taels cheaper. Mr. Deng looked at Wen Yao in surprise. He had just finished quoting the price when she suddenly figured it out. He closed his booklet and said, Of course, since you are friends of Manager Chio, I can try to negotiate a better price for you. Wen Xiaoyi thought for a moment. The location was right next to Gudong village, which was convenient. It was just past a small forest, and there was a river nearby, making irrigation much easier than their original land. Most importantly, all these plots are connected, making management much simpler. Manager Deng, how much can you lower the price? Wen Xiaoyi asked. Mr. Deng held up 5 fingers. At least 5 taels less. 105 taels for 13 acres of land sounded good, but Wen Xiaoyi hadn't yet studied the land here and didn't know how to distinguish between prime, medium, and lower quality land. He guessed it was similar to his previous life, based on how fertile the land was. But having dealt with land and grain for many years, Wen Xiaoyi was confident he could turn these lands into prime quality. If not, he still had his daughter's secret weapon. Buying some fertilizer secretly wouldn't be a problem. After some mental debate, Wen Xiaoyi decided, let's buy this land. Manager Deng, I'll need your help to negotiate the price. Mr. Deng smiled and repeatedly said no need to thank him. He just said helping isn't a problem. But I think the most we can lower the price is 5 taels. The seller probably won't agree to more. If you're free now, I can take you to see the land first. Then I can call the seller over, so you can discuss things face to face. Wen Xiaoyi looked at the time, but he wasn't sure if Wen Nong could handle everything on his own. Missing this village meant losing this opportunity forever. He clenched his teeth and nodded, saying, let's go now. I need to get back to the stall before noon. My nephew is probably too busy to handle everything alone. All right, I'll have someone bring the carriage and send someone to pick up the owner, said Deng Yaran. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. After speaking, he bowed to the 3 of them and went to make arrangements in the back. Guo Qiu, seeing that they had finished their discussion, decided there was no need to stay and headed back to the medical clinic. I'm not going with you.
You can go see for yourselves.
If it's suitable, buy it. If not, wait a bit longer. Mr. Deng is my friend, so just give him a heads up, said Guo Qiu. Wen Xiaoyi clasped his fists in thanks. That's very kind of you. Old Wen, there's no need to be so polite. Since Wen Jun is studying medicine with Dr. Jean, we're like family. Family doesn't need such formalities. I'm going back now. You two go and take a look, Guo Qiu said as he took a few steps. Then he turned back and added, if the money isn't right, just tell me. He waved goodbye and left. Soon, Deng Yaran prepared 2 carriages, one to take them to the field and another to pick up the seller. On the way, Deng Yaran introduced them to several other plots of land nearby, but overall, none of them seemed as good as this one. Some were too far away, others were not contiguous, which would make management difficult later. The carriage sped along the road, occasionally passing villagers coming from Gadong village. Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Yao kept their faces covered, worried about being recognized. When they arrived, Deng Yaran pointed out the land to them. From a distance, it looked like a continuous piece, truly quite nice. When Xiaoyi got out of the carriage, listening to Deng Yaran's explanations, he learned which parts were premium land, which were medium, and which were lower quality. Can I go see the land myself? When Xiaoyi asked. Of course. Since the seller hasn't arrived yet, let's go take a look, Deng Yaran replied. He immediately accompanied them into the field. When Xiaoyi wandered around, sometimes squatting down to pick up soil and examine it. He kept stopping every few steps to study the ground carefully. Deng Yaran was patient, walking along with him. When they reached the lower quality land, Wen Xiaoyi squatted for a long time, studying the soil without getting up. Wen Yao walked over and squatted beside him, softly asking, is there any hope? Wen Xiaoyi nodded and said, the soil isn't very good, and it's not very fertile. No wonder it's called a lower-grade land. It will take some time to nurture this land. After saying that, Wen Xiaoyi secretly glanced at Deng Yaran, who was a bit farther away, and softly asked Wen Yao, can you buy fertilizer? Wen Yao nodded, yes, I can buy it, but how do I use it? Since it was confirmed that they could buy fertilizer, Wen Xiaoyi felt relieved. He threw the soil in his hand back onto the ground and said, we'll talk about that later. I think this land is quite good. It's close to home. See that small path on the hillside over there? It leads straight to our village. Wen Yao looked far away and saw a small hill and some bamboo groves across the wide field. It really was quite close. The 2 of them wandered around the field again before a carriage finally arrived slowly. Brother Wen, the seller is here, Deng Yaran called out to them, and they all went back to the roadside. A short, thin man got out of the carriage. The process of negotiating the price went smoothly. Deng Yaran helped lower the price by 5 taels, but no more than that. The other party was eager to sell the land because his son was doing well and wanted to move elsewhere. This piece of land was the last remaining in his family's possession. In the end, they bought the land for 105 taels. The carriage returned to the city, and Wen Yao, who still had her money, went directly to the government office to handle the paperwork, pay the money, and get the land deed. From now on, these plots of land belonged to Wen. Wen Xiui kept looking at the deed several times and finally told Wen Yao to keep it safe. Then he hurried to the dock. Wen Yao returned to the medical clinic to thank shopkeeper Chiu. Wen Jun looked at the deed, advised Wen Yao to keep it safe, and then continued with his work. Since Wen Yao couldn't help much at the clinic, she took a basket of vegetables from the back kitchen and went out. By noon, the market was almost empty. Wen Yao looked around several times but couldn't find anything to buy. Unlike in her previous life, there were no vegetable greenhouses here, so in winter, fresh vegetables were very scarce. The only ones available were storable vegetables like cabbage and radishes. She bought a pumpkin and planned to make pumpkin pancakes later, as Dr. Jean and Jean Shui both liked sweet foods. She also bought 2 radishes to cook with pork ribs, made tiger skin eggs and mapo tofu, and bought a good piece of tenderloin from Zheng Tuhu to make boiled sliced pork. Although there were no chili peppers, the addition of Sichuan peppercorns was good enough, and she could roughly recreate that flavor. I don't know when she will find the chance to take out the chili peppers. Although they eat the freshest ones every day now, they can't keep sneaking them like this forever. Food should be shared by everyone. Forget it come spring, she will secretly plant some chili peppers no matter what. After buying everything she needed, Wen Yao returned to the clinic and went straight into the kitchen to start working. Soon, a small head peeked in from outside the kitchen. Yao, sister, what are you doing? It smells so good. Wen Yao was holding a pot making tiger skin eggs. She shook the pot, and the peeled eggs rolled inside, slowly forming a golden crust. Jean Shui was leaning on the stove, staring with wide eyes. What is this? Jean Shui asked curiously. This is called tiger skin eggs. You can eat them soon. Why are you here? Wen Yao asked. Jean Shui was still scared by a splash of oil from the pot and took a few steps back, staying far from the stove. He replied, Grandpa told Hong Haigij to come back and tell me that Yao's sister is making delicious food. He told me to come here for lunch. Yao's sister, will you go home later? When Jean Shui asked, his eyes were full of hope. Wen Yao nodded. She planned to go back after eating because De Tu was still at home. Seeing her nod, Jean Shui became very excited. Can I go to your house to see De Tu? Wen Yao looked at him and remembered her understanding of him from the original story. His feelings for the heroine had become obsessive, and as a villain and one of her pursuers, De Tu was naturally seen as his rival. Unexpectedly, after restarting, these two actually became good friends. Faced with the child's eager eyes, Wen Yao smiled. As long as Dr. Jean agrees. Great. I'll go tell Grandpa, Jean Shui said, then ran out, looking a bit more lively than when they first met. That's more like how a kid should be. Not long after, Jean Shui came back, happily and excitedly telling her that Grandpa had agreed. He then stayed in the kitchen, watching Wen Yao cook, while Jean Shui kept praising her, saying, Sister, you're so amazing. Your cooking smells so good. Wen Yao finished preparing a table full of delicious food. Unsurprisingly, everyone gave her high praise. Even Dr. Jean couldn't help asking if she didn't want to compete for the position of Imperial Chef. Wen Yao refused his kindness again. Meanwhile, shopkeeper Chiu smiled and said, You're saying that if Yao really becomes an Imperial Chef, it will be hard for us to eat her cooking in the future. Dr. Jean was surprised and only then realized what was happening. He quickly said, Oh right, I forgot about that. Yes, we won't go to be Imperial Chefs. Always competing with them, either you want to surpass me, or I want to surpass you. It's exhausting. It's better to stay at home peacefully. He almost forgot that he was no longer an imperial doctor, and the days of getting special meals from the palace cooks were gone. After eating, Dr. Jean told Jean Shui to listen carefully to Wen Yao, then Awang helped them load the cart to return to Gadong village. Seeing that Wen Yao's family girl was back in a carriage, the villagers weren't surprised anymore. Of course, some, like Li Eru, who held grudges against Wen Yao's family, still whispered behind their backs. But most people didn't dare say much, knowing the reputation of the Luo family. If Luo Shi found out they were talking behind her back, she might stop buying their eggs and vegetables. Wan Yao took Jin Shui to the old house. That young one will go back first. Tonight, I'll send young master Wen Jun home, and then pick up the little young master, a Wang said politely to Wan Yao. As for Jin Shui, he had already been taken away when he saw De Tu. Now he was with De Tu talking about something, though no one knew what. Wan Yao nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will watch over him carefully." A Wang then took the cart and left. Jin Shui was not shy at all. After greeting Luo Shi and Old Man Wen politely, he didn't mind the countryside environment and quickly adapted. He was curious about everything in the Wen family, even following behind Wening when she was feeding the chickens, eager to try. "Want to feed them?" Wening asked, holding a basket, looking at this city kid dressed in fine silk. Jin Shui nodded repeatedly. Wening handed him the basket and scooped some chicken feed mixed with bran into a nearby feeding tray, saying, "Just like this." Jin Shui nodded and imitated Wening, scattering the feed into the tray. When all the feed was in the tray, Wening took the basket, set it down, and took his hand to lead him into the chicken pen. "Come on, I'll show you how to pick eggs." It was the first time Jin Shui had held a girl's hand like this. Although he was only 6, he already felt his face turn red. He struggled to break free and shyly said, "I can walk by myself." "Look at him," Wening thought with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with the kids in this town? She always pulls her head forward like that every day." Thinking about the big head, Wening turned around to look for her brother. It turned out that the work of collecting eggs from the chicken coop was done by her and the big head. Now, the big head had already gone around outside the fence near the chicken coop, pointing at the eggs in the corner of the coop, telling Jin Shui where they were. Jin Shui picked up the first egg, feeling it still warm in his hand, and was very excited. "It's warm, still warm." Jin Shui proudly held up the egg and shouted to Wening inside the coop. Seeing how inexperienced he looked, Wening chuckled softly, walked over, and brushed the chicken feather off Jin Shui's hair before saying, "The eggs just laid are definitely warm. Keep looking, there are more. Our chickens lay really good eggs." Hearing this, Jin Shui no longer felt shy. The three of them searched the coop, while the big head directed from outside. Soon they collected all the eggs. Mrs. Luo took a basket and carefully placed each egg inside, praising them. She habitually patted the big head's head, and Wening also shamelessly leaned her head in for a pat. Jin Shui watched their interaction. Although he didn't say anything, he blushed slightly and took a small step toward Mrs. Luo. Mrs. Luo looked at the three children with a loving smile and reached out to pat Jin Shui's head. She said, "All right, these eggs are yours today. Later, I'll boil some eggs for you to eat." "Wow. Thank you, Grandma." Wening cheered and even the big head nodded happily. Jin Shui looked at them and politely said, "Thank you, Grandma Wen." His obedient look softened Mrs. Luo's heart. She carried the basket to the kitchen and handed it to Li Shi, telling her to cook the eggs for the children. Li Shi had never seen her mother-in-law so generous before. That was something she had never experienced. It wasn't that Mrs. Luo was mean to the children. She was never stingy with eggs when they needed them. But later, after the family helped Wen Xiu pay off debts, life became a bit tight. The eggs in the house were sold for money. Later, Wen Xiu turned over a new leaf and started a proper business, but Mrs. Luo still kept all the eggs at home. Perhaps afraid that her mother-in-law might change her mind again, Li Shi quickly boiled water and cooked the eggs. She knew that the children's chance to eat eggs today was thanks to that young Master Jin's influence. But she didn't care about that. As long as her children could eat eggs, she was happy. The Jin family had sent many things earlier, including 2 pieces of fabric for Wen Yao. The 3 sisters each made 2 outfits from those fabrics, including their own daughter. Li Shi was especially pleased. Just as the eggs were cooked, a few chirping voices came from outside the Wen house. "Wening, Diju, are you going out to play?" Some children from the village called out from outside the door. Wening was about to go out but looked at Jin Shui and stopped. She waved to her friends, saying, "We have guests at home today, so we're not going." "Where are you going?" The children looked curiously at Jin Shui. His clothes looked nice and he was good-looking too. Seeing them all staring at Jin Shui, Wening crossed her arms and stood in front of him. "What are you asking? Where are you going?" To the riverbank to pick up stones, one child answered. Wening hesitated. This was one of their usual activities. In winter, the river water wouldn't rise, and all the stones on the riverbank were exposed. They often went there to pick pretty pebbles and then compared who found the best ones. Usually, she would have taken Daju with her, but today, since there were guests at home, her grandmother and second sister told her that the young master from the city, who was her brother's master's grandson, needed to be taken care of. Forget it. Daju and I aren't going today. You can go. If you find any pretty stones, bring them to show us, Wening said. The children looked a bit disappointed because they knew Daju always found the prettiest stones. Although Daju couldn't speak, everyone knew he was clever. Just as Wening thought they would leave, a little boy suddenly climbed over the wall and sat on top of it. He said, "Why don't you just take him along?" Everyone looked about the same age, and playing with him wouldn't be a problem. Mrs. Luo, hearing the noise inside, came out and saw the boy on the wall. She scolded him, "Tainyo, if you don't come down, I'll have your grandma break your legs." "Grandma, when is coming? Grandma, when is coming?"
Run.
The children shouted and scrambled at the door. They didn't run far but hid outside the one house, secretly watching. Tainyo was scared by Mrs. Luo's yelling. The friends who helped him climb up had disappeared, and now he couldn't get down. The 7 or 8-year-old was about to cry. Mrs. Luo kept scolding as she told Wen Xiaozhu to help him down and poked him on the forehead. "Climbing so high, what if you fall and get hurt? Your mother wouldn't dare fight me to the death." Iron Bull chuckled. "It's okay, my mother can't beat you." Mrs. Luo sneered and poked him again before turning to the 3 children nearby. She had overheard their conversation earlier inside the house. Now, seeing the children looking at her expectantly, she found it hard to refuse. "Go play, but don't stay out too late, and don't take young Master Jean to the river, understand?" Mrs. Luo warned, then went to the kitchen and gave each of the cooled eggs to 2 children before letting them go outside. Iron Bull looked at the eggs in the children's hands with envy, swallowing hard, but he didn't ask Mrs. Luo for one. Wening carefully put away her own egg, then took one hand and led one of the children out, eager to introduce the city kids to her friends. Mrs. Luo still felt uneasy. She went to Wen Fa and Wen Jin's rooms. Wen Yao was sitting like a little scholar, watching Wen Fa, Wen Jin, and Wen Di read. Wen Jin was reading seriously and writing carefully. Wen Di was a bit slower but clearly focused. Only Wen Fa looked as if he had a thorn in his side, frowning constantly. Mrs. Luo rolled her eyes. Instead of letting him disturb the others, she decided it was better to send him somewhere else. "Wen Fa, your sisters and young Master Jean are out playing. Follow and watch your younger brothers and sisters. Don't let anyone bully them, especially the little young Master Jean," she called out. "Okay, Grandma, I'll go now," Wen Fa said happily, tossing his book aside and rushing out. Inside, the 3 children and Mrs. Luo were silent. After a while, Mrs. Luo scolded, "They really are a handful." Then she left. But not long after, someone hurried over, running and shouting, Aunt Wen, something's happened." "Your big head fell into the water." The loud shout startled everyone in the Wen family. Mrs. Luo lost her footing and sat down suddenly. Wen Yao and her siblings rushed out of the house, grabbing the person and asking, "What did you say?" "What happened to Big Head?" The person, panting heavily, pointed toward the riverbank. "Big Head fell into the river." In the next moment, Wen Yao ran out quickly. Li and Kai helped Mrs. Luo to her feet and hurried after her. Wen Yao ran while sweating coldly, panicked, and only thinking about Big Head falling into the river. She didn't even notice she had lost one shoe in her haste. Big Head, Big Head. Wen Yao ran to the riverbank, her feet aching painfully from the sharp stones beneath her. By now, many people had gathered around the river. Jin Xiao-yi and Wening knelt on the ground, crying loudly while holding their big-headed child. Nearby, a few other children and their parents looked stunned. Wen Yao's face was very pale. Seeing the big-headed child lying still in Wen Ying's arms, she hesitated to approach. "Big-headed," Wen Yao called out, her voice trembling. Wen Ying and Jin Xiao-yi saw her and burst into tears, calling out, "Yao Yao, second sister, Wen Yao stood there in shock, unable to believe what she saw until Luo Shi pulled her back. Yao Yao, Luo Shi exclaimed, pulling Wen Yao out of her daze. Wen Yao, ignoring her aching feet, ran over, crouching in front of the big-headed child. Her hands trembled as she dared not touch him. Suddenly, the big-headed child made a soft sound and slowly opened his eyes, looking at Wen Yao. She froze for a moment, then in the next second, she hugged him tightly. "You scared me to death. You scared me to death," Wen Yao cried uncontrollably. Just moments before, she thought she had arrived too late. The Wen family was already there, and at this point, the crowd started whispering about what had just happened. Luo Shi looked around the crowd for Wen Fa. "Where is Wen Fa? Wen Fa," she called out angrily. Even Li Shi, who usually protected her children fiercely, looked visibly angry. "He's here, Granny Wen. Wen Fa is here," someone shouted. Luo Shi and Li Shi both looked over and saw Wen Fa covered in mud and soaked through, still holding down the person beneath him. If someone hadn't pulled him back, Wen Fa's fists would have kept hitting that person. The person pulling Wen Fa hurriedly said, "Granny Wen, please, pull Wen Fa away." Li Er, who was about to let him beat him to death. Li Er, whose mother and Li Sen rushed over and saw their precious son being pressed down on the riverbank, his face bruised and swollen, crying out in pain. Li Er, whose mother didn't hesitate and rushed forward. "Someone's been killed. The Wen family has killed someone." Wen Fa tightly grabbed Li Er, whose hair, refusing to let go, holding him down on the riverbank. Hearing this, she looked at Li Er, whose family, with murderous intent. "Big-headed, if something happens to him, I swear I'll take Li Er Hu with us," Wen Fa said, her voice thick with anger. Big-headed, soaked from falling into the water, was trembling from the cold in Wen Yao's arms. Wen Yao heard Wen Fa's words and looked over at Li Er, whose family, with a murderous glare. Li San and Li Da, who couldn't stand seeing Li Er, who being pressed down like that. They rushed forward to intervene. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing wouldn't let them succeed. The entire riverbank was in chaos. De Chu's mouth was already turning purple from the cold, and Wen Yao had to quickly take him back to change clothes and warm up, or he would definitely get sick. She immediately picked up De Chu and coldly looked at Li Eru and his family. "Wen Fa, get up," Wen Yao said coldly. Wen Fa looked at Wen Yao, gritted his teeth, stood up, and let go of Li Eru. Li Eru's mother let out a sharp cry and hurried over to hold her beloved son. Just then, Wen Yao's cold voice continued, "Today's incident is definitely related to your Li Eru. I, Wen Yao, am making this clear. If anything happens to De Tu, your entire family will have to pay the price." Then she looked at the others in the Wen family. "Grandpa, second uncle, third uncle, stay and ask clearly. Don't let anyone leave. Mother, we need to take De Tu home to change clothes and see a doctor, and also Wen Fa." Wen Fa's clothes were soaked, and now he looked less fierce, with tears in his eyes, standing beside Wen Yao.
"Yao Yao, I'm sorry.
I didn't watch De Tu properly," he said. Wen Yao's face softened a little. "Let's go home first." After saying that, she carried De Tu and started walking back. When Luo Shi saw her walking strangely, she looked down and turned pale. She saw that the ground Wen Yao had walked over was blood-red. "Yao Yao, your foot!" Luo Shi exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Luo Shi quickly stepped forward, holding De Tu in her arms. Li Shi squatted in front of Wen Yao and called out, "Yao Yao, second aunt will carry you." At that moment, Wen Yao's eyes were moist. Luo Shi had already carried De Tu far away. Wen Yao took a deep breath and climbed onto Li Shi's back. Li Shi, who was used to farm work, quickly followed Luo Shi, running after them. Jin Xiuyi was worried that De Tu might also leave, but Wening stayed behind. She wiped her tears and runny nose, grabbed old man Wen, and started explaining what happened. Meanwhile, Luo Shi carried De Tu home, took off all his clothes, and asked Kai Shi to quickly heat the Kong bed and tuck him in. Despite this, his face was still pale. Wen Yao sat by the Kong, watching De Tu with concern. Next to her, Jin Xiuyi was crying and trembling, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, Grandma Wen Yao Yao," she said. It's all my fault. The two fell into the river to save me. I'm sorry, she sobbed. Luo sure felt sorry for the two, but couldn't bear to see the child's face so pale from fright. She held him and comforted him while asking what exactly happened. With Jin Xiaoyi sniffling and choking, and Wen Fa adding details, Wen Yao and Luo sure finally understood what had happened. Originally, a few of them went to the riverbank with the village children to pick up stones. Before leaving, Luo gave each of the 3 children 2 eggs. The 3 kids then shared and ate the eggs with their friends. Li Eru and the others didn't know how they ended up at the riverbank. When they saw them eating eggs, they asked for the leftovers. Although they were much younger than Li Eru and the others, they refused to share their food. A fight broke out, and Li Eru and his group, feeling older, tried to take the food by force. Wenfa tried to stop the fight, but couldn't hold everyone back. In the end, the other older kids brought Li Eru and his group into a trap. Li Eru then chased after Jin Xiaoyi and Daju, who still had eggs. They accidentally ran to the riverbank. To get the eggs, Li Eru pushed Jin Xiaoyi. Seeing Jin Xiaoyi about to fall into the river, Daju quickly stepped in to block him. Jin Xiaoyi was pushed back, but Daju slipped and fell into the water. The water wasn't deep, but Daju was small, and the current was pulling him away. Everyone panicked. Wenfa, without hesitation, ran into the river to save his brother. Wenfa was only 10 years old, so he couldn't reach Daju. He could only watch helplessly as Daju was carried further away by the current. At that moment, it seemed someone was on the other side of the river. He saw a person suddenly fly onto the water, pulling Daju out. Then, the person flew over to their side, placed Daju down, and quickly flew back across the river. They were so focused on Daju's safety that they didn't notice the person had disappeared when they finally reacted.
Achoo.
Wenfa had changed into clean clothes and now knelt in front of Luo, looking very guilty. Luo, worried, held Daju's hand and said, "Get up quickly. Go see if your mother's ginger soup is ready. Drink a few bowls." Wenfa didn't get up but looked at Luo and said, "Annie, I didn't take good care of my brother and sister. You can punish me." Luo sighed and said, "You have 2 hands and you're not neglecting them. You can't blame yourself. If anyone's to blame, it's me. I shouldn't have let them go out." At this moment, Li brought in several bowls of ginger soup. Luo personally fed Daju and made Wenfa and Jin Xiaoyi each drink a big bowl before stopping. Although Daju was fine, he looked very tired. "We need to take Daju to see a doctor," Wen Yao said, touching Daju's cold head. Kai spoke up, "When we came back just now, I heard Dad ask the 3rd son to find the eldest brother and call the doctor." Jin Xiaoyi sat on the Kong, watching over to two, nodding repeatedly. Grandpa definitely won't let anything happen to Datu." As he spoke, he started crying again, tears falling down his face. Wen Yao was still worried and wanted to go find Dr. Jean herself. Luo sure held her back, knowing her own feet were badly hurt. How could she go? She called Wen Jean to go into town immediately to find Dr. Jean. Li Shi took off her apron. "I'll go with Wen Jean." On the way, they met Wen Lao Han and others returning. Knowing Li Shi was taking Wen inside to see the doctor, Wen Lao Han didn't say much. He just told them to walk faster and to hurry back if they met Wen Xiao Yi and others coming back. When Wen Lao Han returned, he went to see Datu. Luo sure looked at him with anger. "What about the Li Erhu family?" When Lao Han frowned deeply, looking very upset, the village chief came and told them to go home first. "You can't run from the law forever. When the older brother and 3rd brother come back, we'll settle things properly." He looked at Datu with great concern and sighed helplessly. "Are you all fools? If he wants eggs, just give him. What if something happens to you all? What will this big family do?" Wening held her head high, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She hoarse-voiced, "Why should we give him the eggs? They were cooked by Grandma for us. That Li Erhu, if I see him again, I swear I'll beat him to death." Though Datu looked weak and sad, after hearing Wening, he also nodded in bed, agreeing strongly. Even Jin Xiaoyi looked unhappy. They had collected the eggs themselves, cooked by Grandma Wen. Why should they let others take them? when Lao Han helplessly glared at his 3 children. They were all stubborn as mules. When Yao patted Datu's head, still feeling cold, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Datu shook his head. His small hand held Wen Yao's, and he worriedly pointed to her foot. Wen Yao's eyes reddened, tears threatening to fall again. She sniffed. "Sister's fine. As long as Datu is okay, sister is fine." Datu was still confused and worried, clutching Wen Yao's hand tightly. After a while, he fell asleep. The family stayed inside the house, watching over him. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a carriage outside. Datu? Datu? When Xiao-yi arrived first, rushing into the house. His apron was still on. Seeing Datu lying motionless on the kong, when Xiao-yi's face turned pale. Son, what's wrong?" "Dad is back. Don't be afraid." When Xiao-yi hurried over, squatting beside the kong to look at his son's pale face, full of worry. He reached out and felt that Datu's forehead was burning hot. When Jun and Dr. Jean stepped inside a few steps behind. When Jean Xiao-yi saw Dr. Jean, he started crying. "Grandpa, please save Datu." "Boo-hoo." Dr. Jean didn't have time to comfort him. He moved forward, pushed Wen Xiao-yi aside, and checked Datu's pulse. Fortunately, he was in the water for a short time and didn't swallow much water. "His body is fine, just caught a cold. He's running a slight fever. I'll prescribe some medicine and ask Awang to go back now and get it. Once the fever drops, he'll be okay," said Dr. Jean as he opened his medicine box and started writing a prescription. Jean Xiao-yi ran over, hugging Dr. Jin's leg. "Grandpa, Datu will be fine, right?" Dr. Jean patted his head. "Yes, he'll be fine. I'm prescribing medicine for him. Are you okay?" It was only then that Dr. Jean remembered to ask his grandson. Jean Xiao-yi choked, and tears welled up.
"Grandpa, Ivy fine."
Datu jumped into the water to save me. "You must save him." Dr. Jean smiled bitterly. How could this child say such serious things? It might upset the patient's family. He explained, "Datu is fine. He just caught a cold from falling into the water. Don't scare yourself or Grandma Wan and the others." Jean Xiao-yi fell silent, but tears still flowed. Dr. Jean finished the prescription and asked Awang to ride the carriage back immediately to get the medicine. He stayed at the Wen family to keep an eye on Datu's condition. When Wen Xiao-yi saw that Datu was okay, he asked what had happened. Learning it was again the family of Lier, who, Wen Xiao-yi clenched his fists. It seems Yao Yao's lesson for them wasn't enough last time. "Yao Yao, you stay here to take care of Datu. When Jun, come with me," Wen Xiao-yi said as he stood up and headed outside. He left Yao Yao behind to prevent any accidents. When Jun had secretly checked Datu earlier and quietly told Yao Yao to find a chance to measure his temperature. If it was too high, give him some children's ibuprofen to reduce the fever first. As for whether they would be discovered, compared to Datu's health, they didn't care much about that. Dr. Jean saw this and decided to go with them.
"I'll go with you," he said.
Seeing the Wen family members looking at him, Dr. Jean stroked his beard and said, "This matter started because of Er. You all heard it too. If it weren't for Datu, Er would have fallen into the water. It's right for us to go to the Li family and seek justice." The Wen family members listened and seemed to agree. So, Yao Yao was left to take care of Datu, while everyone else, full of determination, headed straight to the Li family. People in the village saw the big scene at the Wen family and followed along. This time, the Li boy caused trouble by throwing Wen family's precious item into the water, making a serious conflict. Some people who visited Ji Shirtang for treatment recognized Dr. Jean. It seems Li family is really going to face trouble this time. The Li family's door was tightly shut, as if afraid someone might rush inside. "Li, come out here," Wen Shui shouted angrily at the door. There was no response. Wen Shui called again, but the door stayed closed. He looked around, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it inside. Onlookers. This father and daughter really have the same style. After throwing the stone, the door made some noise but still didn't open. Wen Shui was furious. He waved his hand. "Break it down." The first person rushed forward to smash the Li family's door, pushing and kicking. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xuqing followed closely behind. The three brothers almost managed to break down the door. "Stop, don't smash it anymore." Finally, someone inside responded. The three brothers stepped back, waiting for the Li family to open the door. When Li San opened the door, he looked fierce, but seeing the angry faces of the Wen family, he felt nervous. "What do you want to do?" Though he was a bit scared, Li San pretended to be fierce. When Xiui rolled up his sleeves. "What do I want to do?"
You tell me.
"Hand over your second son, Li Eru. If I don't throw him into the river today, I won't be Wen." His head was so small that one hand could hold it. Li Eru, a boy over 10, was bullying such a small child. When Xiui couldn't imagine, what if no one was on the other side of the river today? What would happen to the little head? Would he just be washed away by the water? When Fa, the young man, jumped into the water without hesitation. One was 4 years old, the other 10. How could children save children? If something went wrong, the Wen family's reputation would be ruined. Li San didn't expect Wen Xiui, a scholar, to be shouting about throwing his son into the river. Would Li San agree? Of course not. "What are you trying to do? Do you want to kill my son?" Li San glared angrily. When Xiui sneered, "He dared to push my son into the river. Why wouldn't I dare to throw his?" "Li San, I tell you, if you don't hand over Li Eru today, I'll burn your Li family to the ground." He was unafraid. His reputation was already ruined anyway. The three children are now the bottom line for Wen Xiui. No one is allowed to touch them. When Wen Xiui said this, even the Wen family members were shocked. "Big brother, it's not that serious." Wen Zhuzhu tugged at Wen Xiui's sleeve. If he really set a fire, their big brother would be arrested and executed. Even old man Wen and Mrs. Luo frowned, thinking that if the eldest really set a fire, they should stop him. They could argue for justice, but they couldn't risk losing themselves. They didn't know that Wen Xiui was just making a tough statement. As a modern, progressive worker, he wouldn't break the law. Sometimes, a strong statement can also scare others. Li San didn't expect Wen Xiui to be so firm. He pointed at Wen Xiui but couldn't say anything. When the village chief arrived, he heard about the fire at Li's house and turned pale with fear, rushing forward. "Xiui, it's not that serious. I'm here now, and I will make sure your family gets justice," the village chief quickly said. When Xiui looked at the village chief but didn't make any more threats. His face still looked very unhappy. The village chief was really worried. He glared at Li San and said, "What are you standing there for? Your second son pushed Dotto into the river, and everyone saw it. If you don't apologize to the Wen family now, what do you want to do? Do you want your second son to get beaten to death?" Li San knew he was in the wrong but didn't want the Wen family to keep blaming him. "Are you saying it was my second son who pushed him?" "My second son said he didn't even touch Dotto," Li San replied. The Wen family members were furious. "Bring out Li Eru and let him speak in front of us," Mrs. Luo said, pulling Wen Xiui back with her two brothers. She stepped forward. Li San's eyes rolled as he thought about how to lie his way out. The village chief saw what he was thinking and angrily said, "Call Li Eru out. If there's something to say it face to face. You can't hide forever." Li San hesitated.
What?
"Are you afraid now? You said Li Eru didn't push Dotto, so let him come out and tell us clearly," Wen Xiui shouted. If that brat dared to come out, he would beat him up. Li San was watched closely by the village chief, so he had to call Li Eru out. Li Eru's mother accompanied him out. His face was swollen and bruised, clearly beaten badly by Wen Fa. Seeing the Wen family members, he instinctively wanted to run away. Li San pulled him and said directly, "Son, tell me, did you push it too?" Li Eru trembled but still shouted, "No, I didn't push him. He fell by himself." Li San immediately responded confidently, "Did you hear that? Eru said he didn't push. Clearly, your child fell into the water on his own. Don't try to blame us." "Ha, dream on." When Ying's face turned red with anger as she pointed at Li Eru and scolded, "You're lying. If you hadn't snatched Tu and Jin Xiui's eggs and forced them to the water's edge, and if you hadn't pushed Jin Xiui, Tu wouldn't have fallen into the water to block him. Li Eru, everyone saw it. Don't try to deny it." "Exactly, Li Eru, we all saw it. added Wen Ying's friends from the crowd, also pointing accusingly. Seeing so many people accusing him and feeling frightened himself, Li Ero was overwhelmed with fear and remembered the threatening words from Wen Fa and the Wen family. He immediately started crying. I didn't push him. I only asked the city kid to give me the eggs. It was that little mute boy who blocked him himself. It's not my fault. I didn't push him. He fell by himself. As soon as he finished, Dr. Jean, who had been silent, spoke up. So, you're admitting to pushing him? Do you even know who you pushed? Despite being angry, Dr. Jean spoke calmly and steadily. Li Era didn't recognize this old man and had never seen him before. Used to being arrogant, he replied, I don't know him. Who knows who he is? Dr. Jean, you're here too? The village chief saw Dr. Jean and quickly greeted him. As the village chief, he often dealt with officials from the government. Although they didn't say much publicly, everyone knew that this doctor from Jishir Hall was a former imperial doctor who had treated the emperor and had a son who was a high official in the capital. But Dr. Jean was modest and didn't like to show off, so people only saw him as an ordinary old doctor. However, the village chief knew that this man was someone even the county magistrate wouldn't dare to offend. Dr. Jin's face showed no emotion. He simply nodded slightly at the village chief and said, the village chief also heard it just now. This boy admitted to pushing someone, but it wasn't a Wen family child. The village chief looked a bit embarrassed and nodded. I heard that too. Afterward, he looked at Li San and Li Eru and asked, Li Eru, do you admit to pushing someone? Li Eru hesitated and couldn't find words to deny it. Dr. Jean sneered and said, now I'll tell you who pushed you, ear. Jean Xiui was already very angry. If Wen Jun hadn't held him back, he would have rushed out already. When he heard Dr. Jean call him, he immediately broke free from Wen Jun's grip, stepped forward, and loudly shouted, Grandfather. The village chief's face suddenly changed. The village chief was speechless for a moment, unable to speak, and could only glare fiercely at Li Eru and his family, shouting, Li Eru, apologize quickly. Did they even know who they had offended? But Dr. Jean coldly interrupted him, no need to apologize. Li Eru, look carefully. The person you pushed is him. Li Eru was clearly frightened. He started crying and shouted, it wasn't on purpose. I didn't push that little mute boy from Wen's family. He bumped into me himself. It wasn't me. Although you didn't push Datu, you pushed me. If Datu hadn't blocked for me, I would have fallen into the river. Jean Xiui stood straight and looked coldly at Li Eru. Usually, Jean Xiui could act like a child in front of Wen Yao and others, but he was from a noble family. His father was an official in the Hanlin Academy, a fourth-rank scholar. His demeanor was impressive, and now he deliberately showed his authority, which stunned the Li family. Why didn't you give me the eggs? Li Eru cried out. Jean Xiui clenched his fist in anger. He looked up at Dr. Jean and asked, Grandfather, can I handle this myself? Dr. Jean nodded. With his permission, Jean Xiui stepped forward and continued, You say you don't know who I am, but now I will tell you. The Dr. Jean in front of you is my grandfather. My father is an official in the capital, a fourth-rank scholar in the Hanlin Academy. What you did today could be considered intentional murder. I just need to write a letter to my father and your Li family will surely all go to jail. Wow. Everyone watching was stunned. They gasped in disbelief, staring at Jean Xiui. The small boy standing there had become someone they could never reach in their lives. In the capital city, a place they had never been, he said his father was an official there in the fourth rank. They didn't know what the fourth rank meant, but their county magistrate was only a seventh-rank official. At this moment, everyone took a few steps back, and the crowd around them immediately widened. The village chief's face changed dramatically. He quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, glaring angrily at the Li family members and shouting, Li San, your son is well behaved. Hurry up and apologize. The Li family members were all stunned and scared. Jail? The whole family would go to jail? No, I don't want to go to jail. Dad, Mom, I don't want to go to jail. Li Eru cried loudly. Li Eru's mother was so frightened she sat down on the ground. Li San looked pale, and Li Dahu hid inside the door, too afraid to come out. No one went to comfort Li Eru, who was always their little tyrant they spoiled. Jean Xiui snorted coldly, turned to look at the Wen family members, stepped forward, took Mrs. Luo's hand, and asked, "Grandma Wen, do you want them to go to jail? I can write a letter to my father." Mrs. Luo hadn't yet recovered from Jin Xiui's status. Only after he pulled her did she come back to herself. She opened her mouth and asked, "Can the whole family really go to jail?" Jin Xiui nodded confidently. "Yes, just tell my father and no one from their family can escape." Dr. Jin looked at him and said nothing. Mrs. Luo finally regained her composure. She realized she hadn't misheard. Dr. Jin's son was really a high-ranking official in the capital. Suddenly, she felt more confident. No matter what, today they had to deal with the Li family, or else they might retaliate in the future. If that's the case, then you. Before she finished speaking, Era's mother suddenly screamed and rushed forward, kneeling in front of Mrs. Luo, repeatedly kowtowing. "Grandma Wen, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Please don't send us to jail." Li San also snapped out of his shock, kneeled down, and began kowtowing to the Wen family, still pressing Li Eru and begging for mercy. "We were wrong. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again. Grandma Wen, Uncle Wen, Brother Xiui, please forgive us. We won't dare anymore." He looked at Jin Xiui, then at Dr. Jin, then at the Wen family members and kept saying, "We take responsibility. We can be responsible. We'll pay for the medical expenses. We know we were wrong. Grandma Wen, please forgive us." With so many people watching and witnesses, they dared to lie and say Li Eru didn't push the young master of the Jin family. But Li Eru did push him, and that was much more serious. It could ruin their entire family. He wet his pants. The Iron Bulls suddenly shouted loudly in the crowd. Everyone then looked at Li Eru, only to realize that this person was pressed down on the ground by Li San and had probably wet his pants out of fear without anyone noticing when it happened. Iron Bull's mother quickly covered his mouth and pulled him back a few steps, worried he might be seen by members of the Wen family or the young master of the Jin family. Jin Xiui looked at Li Eru with disdain. With such little courage, he still dares to hurt people. The Li family kept begging for forgiveness, promising to pay compensation, especially for the large medical expenses. However, the Wen family remained silent. Dr. Jin seemed indifferent, as if leaving the matter entirely to the young master of the Jin family to handle. The village chief had no choice but to step forward bravely, clasping his fists to Jin Xiui and Madame Luo, saying, "Young Master Jin, Aunt Wen, since they admit their mistake and are willing to pay, can we maybe settle this peacefully? Madame Wen, we are all from the same village. Let's talk it out." Madame Luo held Jin Xiui's hand and looked at Wen Xiui. "Brother, what do you think we should do about this?" Wen Xiui was stunned. It was clear that having connections made things easier. This small kid easily calmed the Li family with just a few words. He never expected that he, Wen Xiui, would have a day of bullying others with power and pretending to be mighty. "Li Eru, you've bullied our Dado and the children of the Wen family several times. How should we settle this account?" Wen Xiui looked down at the Li family and asked. Li San seemed to see a chance and quickly spoke up. "I'll pay. Brother Xiui, I'll pay. Whatever medical expenses are needed, I'll cover it. We really know we were wrong. I promise you, I won't let Era bully Wen's children again. No, not just Wen's children. If he dares to bully any child in the village again, I'll break his legs. Brother Xiui, we're from the same village. We played together when we were kids. Please, help me ask young Master Jin for mercy. I beg you. We really don't want to go to jail." In the end, after the village chief's intervention, the Li family apologized and paid 5 taels of silver as medical expenses for Dado. The Wen family decided not to pursue further. Jin Xiui also let them go, but before leaving, he sternly warned Li Eru that if he ever found out Li Eru causing trouble or bullying children in the village again, he would have his father come to arrest him. No one doubted Jin Xiui's words. Even the village chief said that the Jin family was not to be messed with. Not even the county magistrate could challenge them. On the way home, Wenning quietly asked Jin Xiui, "Can your father really send someone to jail just like that?" At this moment, Jin Xiui reverted to his usual childlike appearance. He blushed and whispered, "I was just scaring them. My father is very honest and upright. He wouldn't send someone's whole family to jail without a good reason. Actions like Li Era's are just to make him pay medical fees and give a little punishment. He wouldn't really imprison anyone. When Ing was stunned, she hadn't realized it could be like that. But somehow, this behavior seemed a bit familiar to her. Along the way, everyone in the Wen family, except Wen Jun, kept secretly glancing at Dr. Jean and Jean Shui. They instinctively walked behind them. Even when Ing and Jean Shui, when talking, made Li sure want to pull Wen Ing aside, worried she might offend the young master. She never expected that Dr. Jin's son would be so impressive, a fourth-rank official, working in the capital. That must be a very high position. Dr. Jean noticed that the Wen family was looking at him strangely, but since he had already accepted Wen Jun as his disciple, some things couldn't be hidden anymore. He decided to use this chance to prepare them mentally. When they returned home, Wen Xiu-yi couldn't wait to run back to the room of Mrs. Luo and Old Master went to check on Big Head. "How is he?" he asked quietly, as Big Head was still sleeping. Big Head was still asleep, so Wen Xiu-yi could only whisper to Wen Yao. "The fever just broke, he's asleep now," Wen Yao said. Wen Xiu-yi let out a sigh of relief and sat down where Wen Yao had been, keeping watch over Big Head. Wen Jun gently pulled Wen Yao to the corner and whispered, "How is he?" Wen Yao lowered her voice. His temperature was 39.5 degrees Celsius. "I gave him Maelin, and he started sweating. The fever went down and he just fell asleep not long ago." Wen Jun also relaxed. At this moment, Dr. Jean came over. Hearing that Big Head's fever had broken, he quickly checked his pulse and then felt his temperature, looking surprised. "It's really gone down. Girl, how did you do it?" Awan hadn't come back yet, and she hadn't brought the medicine. The fever had gone away without medicine. Wen Yao couldn't say she gave Big Head infant ibuprofen, so she could only pretend to be clueless and say, "I just kept wiping his forehead, body, soles of his feet, and palms with a cloth. These areas were very hot, so I thought I could draw out the heat and see if it would go down. I didn't expect it to work." Dr. Jean checked again and found that Big Head's palms and soles were indeed cooler. There was also a basin of water nearby, so he believed her. "This is a good method. As long as the fever subsides, everything will be fine. Just be more careful these days. When the temperature rises, wipe him down more. Children are most afraid of high fevers. Many children who had high fevers that weren't treated in time ended up losing their minds. You all must be very careful, okay?" Dr. Jean advised. The people in the Wen family nodded repeatedly. They had heard many stories in the countryside about children catching cold and developing high fevers, and some even becoming mentally impaired. Naturally, they understood the dangers involved. "Father." At this moment, everyone was drawn to a faint voice. The sound was so soft that they thought they had heard wrong. Until, "Father." Wen Xiu-yi couldn't believe his ears. He looked in shock at the small head still drowsy on the bed. He couldn't believe his eyes and pointed at himself. "Big Head, did Big Head just call me?" "Big Head can talk now." Everyone else gathered around. Big Head, Big Head." The sleeping child obviously didn't hear the call. His face looked more and more anxious, wrinkled, and uncomfortable. Since the first call of "Father," Big Head kept calling out for his father. It almost broke Wen Xiu-yi's heart. "Father is here, father is right here." "Big Head isn't afraid," Wen Xiu-yi said as he climbed onto the bed, kneeling beside Big Head and trying to comfort him. No one expected Big Head to speak at this moment. After Mrs. Luo regained her composure, she quickly ran outside to the yard, tearfully thanking her ancestors and the Wen family gods for finally making the child speak. Wen Xiu-yi held Big Head in his arms, comforting him. Perhaps feeling safe in his embrace, Big Head stopped crying and gradually relaxed, falling back asleep. Dr. Jean said smoothly, "It seems this time is a blessing in disguise." Big Head didn't want to speak before, mainly because of emotional distress. Now that the emotional issue is gone, he will naturally have no fear in the future. Everyone happily thanked Dr. Jean. Seeing the family's joy, he felt very pleased. When Ah Wang returned, he brought several packets of medicine. Dr. Jean also gave some advice on how to prepare the medicine and on Big Head's diet during this period. Then he prepared to leave with Jean Xiu-yi. Big Head was out of danger, so Wenjun didn't need to go back with them. Although Wenjun hadn't been with Dr. Jean for long, he could still handle simple patient care. Dr. Jean decided to leave him behind. Seeing Dr. Jean about to leave, Mrs. Luo quickly stepped forward and took out 5 taels of silver given by the Li family. Dr. Jean, how much is this consultation and medicine fee? Is 5 taels enough? Dr. Jean pushed the money back and said, Old sister, you're just being polite to me. Xiao Jun is my apprentice. A teacher for a day, a father for life. We are like family. When it comes to treating our own children, there's no need to take money. Keep this money for Datu to buy some good food to nourish himself. Thanks to Datu, if it weren't for him, the person who fell into the water would be Er. I feel too embarrassed to accept your money. Quickly put it away. Mrs. Luo didn't want to take advantage of Dr. Jean, but since he insisted, she had no choice but to take the money back, thinking she would give it to Wenxioi later, so Wenxioi could help Datu recover. After seeing off Dr. Jean and Jean Xioi, the Wen family members all returned to the house, watching over Datu with eager eyes, hoping he would wake up and speak again. Wenxioi sat on the kong, a traditional bed, gently patting Datu's body to keep him sleeping peacefully. Mrs. Luo came in to check on them and said, You all should stay here for now. Datu running around like this is troublesome. Tomorrow, you and Wenjun will go out, and Yao Yao will be left to take care of everything. We can help out here. Wenxioi didn't refuse and simply nodded in agreement. Mrs. Luo didn't say much and prepared to go out and make arrangements. Mother, wait a moment. Wenxioi suddenly called to stop Mrs. Luo. He looked at Wen Yao and asked, Yao Yao, do you have the things? I brought them. Wen Yao pretended to search in her arms and took out the land deed from her space. Wenxioi took it and handed it to Mrs. Luo. Mother, keep this, Wenxioi said. Mrs. Luo was puzzled, looking at the folded paper in his hand with confusion, and asked, What is this? But when she opened it, her face changed completely. What is this? Even if she couldn't read, she recognized it as a land deed. Mrs. Luo looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Where did you get this? Old Mr. Wen stood up directly, took the land deed from Mrs. Luo's hand, and looked at it with confusion. Wenxioi adjusted his sitting position comfortably and said, Since everyone is here today, Father, Mother, I have something to tell you. Mrs. Luo, Old Mr. Wen, and the others in the family were still stunned by the shock of the land deed and asked instinctively, What is it? Wenxioi said, This piece of land is on the back of the hill just west of our village. It's all ours now. The land deed has my father's name on it. I owe you all this. I bought it back for you. Rua's hands trembling as she held the land deed, she was very excited. But then she frowned and asked, Where did you get the money to buy the land? What have you been doing? She was truly worried, afraid that her son, who had just turned over a new leaf, might fall back into bad habits. Wenxioi saw her concern and said directly, Don't worry, the money is all legitimate. Remember when Xiao Jun and Yao Yao saved a child? The family gave us some thank you money. We kept 50 taels to build a house, and the rest was used to buy land. All here. Father, Mother, I was careless before and caused trouble for you and the family. That won't happen again. I've checked the land. It's quite good. The lower quality land is a bit worse, but with some effort over a few years, it can become middle quality land. Rua and Olben were still in shock, unable to respond for a long time until when Xiaozhu asked, Big brother, are you going to build a house? Only then did everyone realize that when Xiao had mentioned building a house. Since it involved buying land and building a house, Li Shi couldn't help but ask, Big brother, how much silver did the family give as thanks? This time, Rua didn't scold Li Shi because she was also curious, but it was just curiosity. Having lived most of her life, she wouldn't worry about her son's money, especially since the money was earned by her grandchildren. Now, most of it was already in her hands. They had sold some land to help when Xiao pay off debts before. The land at home was barely enough to farm and keep the family alive. But now, it seemed the land had come back into their hands, even more than before they sold it. In the future, they would be a family living together. When Xiao didn't hide anything and said directly, I gave 200 taels to buy the land and another 50 taels for building a house. The rest is for Yao Yao to keep, gasp. Everyone in the Wen family gasped in shock. This wasn't just saving someone, it was saving a treasure. Ruo didn't ask further questions, and even Li Shi was about to pursue it, but was stopped by Ruo's look. After all, this was a matter for the elders. The oldest was willing to spend money to buy land for them, which was already very kind. The old couple looked at the land deed for a while and then said, "We don't need so much. We sold 4 acres of land to help you pay off debts, so we only want 4 acres back. The rest you can keep." Li Shi opened her mouth but was pulled back by Wen Xiaozhu, so she closed her mouth again. However, her eyes lingered reluctantly on the land deed in Mrs. Luo's hand, showing her pain. Since Wen Xiaozhu decided to give these lands to the old house, he wouldn't take them back. But he knew his parents well. If he said now that he didn't want them, the old lady probably wouldn't want anything else either. The land deed is ready. Let's leave it with you for now, so we don't have to go to the government office to handle the paperwork separately. It's quite troublesome, and we'd have to pay again, Wen Xiaozhu said. As expected, when he mentioned paying the fee again, Mrs. Luo hesitated. With so much land, a small amount of silver was needed. She was reluctant to pay the fee, but also didn't want to take advantage of her son. Her face showed her inner struggle. When Xiaozhu secretly signaled to his siblings, "Deal with Grandma," Wen Yao understood the signal. She stepped forward, holding the old lady's hand, and said, "Grandma, let's put the land deed aside for now. Let's talk about the house." "House? What house?" Mrs. Luo was interrupted and looked confused. While she was distracted, Wen Yao had already folded the land deed and tucked it into the old lady's arms, saying, "Didn't my father just say we want to rebuild that house? The kitchen collapsed over time, and if the bedroom collapses someday, what should we do?" Mrs. Luo frowned. "Your house is a bit old. That's our ancestral home. When we divided the land, your father and I were quite angry. We also worried that you girls wouldn't have a place to live, and feared your father might sell it. That's why we let you move there," she sighed. "I don't know much about building houses. You should ask your grandfather and your second and third uncles." Wen Yao looked at Wen Laohan, who was still lost in the joy of their family gaining 13 more acres of land. 13 acres plus their current 6 acres made 19 acres. Definitely a new small landlord in Gutong village. Wen Yao called out twice, and Wen Laohan finally snapped out of his thoughts. "What's wrong? What about the land?" he asked blankly. Wen Yao suppressed her laughter, and even the others in the family covered their mouths to hide their smiles. To avoid waking the little one, they tried to speak quietly. Mrs. Luo couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at Wen Laohan with disdain and said, "Your granddaughter is asking you, what kind of house do you want to build? They want to rebuild that house over there. Land, land, land. What are you thinking about? All you think about is land." Wen Laohan curled his lips. What else could he be thinking? Of course, he wanted to show off to his old friends. He coughed behind his hand and asked, "What kind of house do you want to build?" Wen Yao immediately said, 50 taels, Grandpa. Do you think that's enough to build a good house? Oh, and who owns the empty land behind our house? Is it the village? If we want to build a bigger house, is that possible? Old Wen was startled by the 50 taels and shook his pipe. That land isn't village land. It's our ancestral property. If you want to build, go ahead. The whole back area can be enclosed. When she heard they could enclose the entire area, Wen Yao got excited. How much can we enclose? I want to build a big house. Since they could build a house, she thought it was better to do it all at once so there wouldn't be trouble later. Their family was 4 people now, and her older brother and Big Head would both get married someday. They needed to leave space for their courtyards. Although her father was over 60 in his previous life, he was only in his 30s now. What if, just in case, her father found a new love and married someone else? Would they also need their own courtyard? As for herself, marriage was not something she was thinking about now. If possible, she wanted to stay at her mother's house forever. She had no interest in marriage or having children, as she hadn't experienced that in her previous life. In a short time, Wen Yao had made clear plans for her family. Old Wen, hearing her question, asked back, "How big do you want to enclose?" How large do you want to build? Wen Yao pointed to her family of 4. At least 1 room per person. And we should leave a room for you and Grandma, so you can stay with us later, she said, then linked arms with her grandmother and leaned on her shoulder. Mrs. Luo felt touched. She reached out and gently patted Wen Yao's head, scolding softly. Who would want to live with you all? We've already separated. Just live your life. Then she looked at old Wen and said, since Yao Yao wants to build a bigger house, you should help arrange it. Old Wen tapped his pipe on the brick bed and asked, all right, do you want to build a traditional earthen house or a brick house? Earthen houses are like ours. Brick houses are like the village chiefs. A brick house. Old Wen's lifelong dream was to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles. He had hoped to support his eldest son, and when his son succeeded, they could all live in a beautiful brick courtyard. But plans often changed faster than expected. Fortunately, he believed that even if his eldest son couldn't help build a brick house, working hard for a few more years would still bring some success. He wondered if he could work hard enough before he passed away. Wen Yao naturally wanted to do everything perfectly in one step. Made of blue bricks, a big tile house, even nicer than the village chiefs, Wen Yao said with a cheerful smile. Old Wen glared at her. You're not afraid you'll hurt your tongue, but 50 taels should be enough to build a 2-room blue brick tile house. If you've decided, I'll find someone to see how to do it. There's a month before the new year. It can't be finished before then, but we can lay the foundation first. After spring, it should be ready to move in. Wen Yao was surprised. Was the new year really just a month away? Grandpa, can I design the layout of the house myself? Wen Yao asked again. Old Wen looked at her. He wondered why his granddaughter was so particular about everything. But he sighed and replied, you can, but it depends on what the construction foreman says. Whether it gets built or not depends on them. If it can be done, then it can be done. Okay, I'll draw the plan and show it to you. You can help me check it. After all, you've traveled all over and have lots of experience, Wen Yao said, flattering him so much that Old Wen was confused about directions. Mrs. Luo glared at both of them with disdain, muttered something about their manners, then pulled Wen Yao closer and said to Wen Jun, since you're not staying at home these days, go back and bring some things from your father and younger siblings. Yao Yao can't walk properly, so you'll have to work a bit harder. Bring Wen Fa and Wen Tong along, too. Oh, and remember to bring all the braised soup from the kitchen. In the past, she was afraid of jealousy from the villagers, so she didn't dare do this openly. But now that Mrs. Luo was no longer worried, she thought, why hide it? Since the eldest family is building a house, they might as well earn money openly and honestly. If others are jealous, let them be. They won't get any of that money anyway. Wen Jun and Wen Xiao looked at Wen Yao when they heard this, both asking in unison, Yao Yao, what happened to your foot? At that moment, they noticed Wen Yao's foot was wrapped in bandages and their faces changed. Yao Yao, what happened to your foot? Wen Yao waved her unbandaged foot casually. It's nothing, just a small injury. Grandma already wrapped it for me. It'll be fine in a few days. She didn't say how she got hurt, knowing that telling would only worry them more. Wen Xiao still wanted Wen Yao to take off the bandage, so he could see how serious it was, and he was thinking of calling Dr. Jean to come and check. But there was no tetanus shot or anything nearby. What if the wound got infected? In the end, Mrs. Luo slapped him twice, making Wen Xiao behave himself. Bruo, she said, she just got a few scratches from the stones on the riverbank. When De Tu fell into the water, she couldn't help but be worried. In her hurry, she even lost her shoes. It's nothing serious. I washed her up. She shouldn't go outside for a few days and should stay on the Kong with De Tu. Wen Yao immediately became anxious. No, Grandma. The day after tomorrow, I have a family invitation to be the head cook. This is a big event for someone else, and I can't afford to miss it. Ruoshi glared at her. You know you can't miss it, yet you're still rushing around. Fine, the day after tomorrow your second aunt and third aunt will go with you. Your second aunt is strong. She can carry you. Wen Yao blushed. Today, Li Shi carried her back, and she felt shy about asking her second aunt to do it again. But her cousin's wedding was truly important and couldn't be missed. Then it's trouble for second aunt, Wen Yao said to Li Shi. Li Shi saw that Wen Yao had put all the land deeds into the old lady's arms. She understood clearly that once the land was in the old house's hands, her older brother's family would never get it back. Giving the land to the old house was like giving it to them. At this moment, Li Shi didn't care about carrying Wen Yao to work. She was willing to carry her herself. No trouble at all. With second aunt here, I promise it won't delay your plans, Li Shi said with a big, deep smile. Since the house construction was settled and the land deed was handed over, Ruoshi waved her hand, signaling everyone to disperse and do what they needed to. Inside the house, only a family of 4 remained. When Xiao-yi hurriedly said, "Yao Yao, take off the bandage quickly, so I can see. Is the wound deep? Do you need a tetanus shot? Can you get tetanus medicine here? Let Dr. Wen give you an injection." Wen Jun also frowned and nodded. "Yes, Yao Yao, if the wound isn't treated properly, it could cause problems. Take off the gauze and I'll help you treat it." Wen Yao dodged their hands, grabbing her leg. All right. It's just a scratch from the stones. There are some tiny stones, but Grandma cleaned me up. I also rinsed it with saline water when she went out to change the water. Don't worry, they should first check on Datu.
Poor kid.
If it weren't for that flying person they mentioned, they wouldn't have seen Datu at all. Without Datu, what's the point of all their efforts? When Xiao-yi poked Wen Yao's head with his finger and said helplessly, "That flying person, there's no such thing in this world. I think Datu was just lucky to meet some martial arts expert or something." He continued, Datu is at least the second son in the family. He still has some fame. Don't think that when Xiao-yi speaks easily now. When he first saw Dazhou unconscious, he was really scared. Whether Dazhou is a character in the book or not, right now he is Dazhou's father, and Dazhou is his son. A father naturally cares for his son. After saying that, when Xiao-yi looked at Dazhou, who was sleeping, with both pain and tenderness, he whispered happily, "Did you hear that? Dazhou called me Dad. Haha, our little one can talk now." When Yao snorted and reached out to touch Dazhou's forehead. She said, "You ungrateful little thing. I was the one who brought you home. Your foot is hurt and you didn't even call me sister first." When Xiao-yi was annoyed. "You should call me Dad first." When Yao glared. "You should call me sister first, but I take care of him every day at home. Call me Dad first. Call me sister first." When Jun was too lazy to argue with these 2 childish kids. He helped Dazhou measure his temperature again and covered him with a blanket. Then he took the medicine to the kitchen to cook it. After boiling the medicine, he had to go back and move the things for their family of 4. In the evening, when Gnome pushed a cart home himself. It was loaded with empty buckets and basins, as well as meat, intestines, and a pig's head sent by Zheng Tuhu for the next day's sale. He first went to Wen Xiao-yi's house, but the door was locked, so he pushed the cart back to the old house. "Uncle, how is Dazhou?" Wen Nong asked. Wen Xiao-yi climbed up and down, checking the items, then pointed inside the house. "He's in your grandparents' room." Wen Nong brushed off the dust on himself, moved his aching arm, and said, "Uncle, you pack up yourself. I'll go see Dazhou." Then he slipped away. "Hey, you haven't told me if you can handle being alone." When Xiao-yi called from beside the cart, but when Gnome was already gone. "Little brat," when Xiao-yi muttered, resigned, starting to pack up. When Gnome carefully entered the house, sticking his head inside to look, worried he might wake Dazhou if he was sleeping. But he saw Dazhou sitting on the kong, with some cloth tied around his head by Wen Yao, eating porridge that Wen Yao was feeding him. When Gnome let out a breath of relief and, feeling braver, stepped inside. "How is Dazhou?" Wen Nong asked. Wen Yao smiled and gave Dazhou a wink. Suddenly, Dazhou turned to Wen Nong and called out, "Second brother." Yes, Wen Nong, younger than Wen Jun, was used to being called second brother by the kids at home. Hearing this, he instinctively responded. Then he looked at Dazhou with wide eyes. Head, he. Wen Nong's face was full of surprise. He turned around and ran, shouting as he went, "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Big Head can talk now." Big Head called me second brother. The busy Wen family members in the yard didn't stop their work and didn't even glance at him. Wen Gnome felt frustrated. "No, I mean Big Head can talk now. He just called me brother a moment ago." "He called you, so what? Why are you shouting so loudly?" Can't you see your uncle is busy? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help. Li Shi appeared behind Wen Nong unexpectedly, speaking as she kicked him. Come on. Right now uncle's family is like a treasure trove. Humph. Li Shi huffed and walked away. Uncle, I said big head can talk now. Wen Nong was not happy. Why does everyone react like this? When Xiao Yi didn't lift his head. Because we all know now. By the way, after I leave today, did you cause any trouble yourself? When Xiao Yi was called away, it was just past noon, but many people came to eat fried rice at different times. When they heard about Big Head falling into the water, when Xiao Yi didn't care about anything else. He didn't even take off his apron and ran out immediately, leaving Wen Nong alone to handle the rest. Wen Nong was like a duck being pushed into water. He was worried about Big Head, but since Uncle had left, he was the only one left at the stall. Oh, and a helper named Liuzi. But Liuzi couldn't help him fry rice. So, Wen Nong had no choice but to grit his teeth, apologize to the customers, and try to fry rice himself. He started by cooking just one bowl at a time. Gradually, with encouragement, he managed to cook 2 portions at once. By the evening, Wen Nong was able to operate independently. Although he wasn't as fast as Wen Xiao Yi, he took his time carefully, which prevented mistakes. Plus, he had learned from Wen Xiao Yi how to deal with people. For those who waited a long time, he would smile politely and even give them a small dish, since his mother made a lot of pickled vegetables and dried radishes. After reporting his work, Wen Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Good job, good job. Soon you'll be able to handle things on your own. If I ever stop working one day, you can run the stall by yourself. Wen Nong panicked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, Uncle, no. I can't do it. Whether you can do it or not will be clear in the future. Today, you did very well. By the way, where's the money? When Xiao Yi stretched out his hand, looking at this young, inexperienced boy. After working so hard, he wondered if he had already taken the money back. Wen Nong quickly ran to the cart, squatted down and spent a long time under it, finally pulling out a small money pouch. When Xiao Yi's mouth twitched, Wen Nong pulled out the pouch and explained, I didn't dare carry so much money on me, and I was afraid of losing it, so I tied it under the cart. Hee. Inside the pouch, there were 100 strings of coins. Although not as much as he usually sold, there were about 4 or 5 strings with some scattered coins. Wen Xiao Yi took 3 strings of copper coins from inside and handed them to Wen Nong, saying, This is your reward for today. He then put the remaining money back in the pouch, planning to give it to their little housekeeper. Wen Nong stared in shock at the 300 coins. Big brother, I can't accept this. Wen Xiao Yi waved without turning around. This is what you earned today. Take it. Mrs. Luo also looked at him and said, Your big brother gave it to you, so just take it. She glanced at Wen Xiao Yi's back. This eldest son really had changed. Wen Nong finally felt a bit of happiness from his sudden wealth, but the next second, Li Shi appeared and took the money from his hands. Mother will keep it for you first, so you can use it when you get married, Li Shi said happily, not giving Wen Nong a chance to reply, and she happily counted the money as she walked away. Wen Nong was stunned. Sniff, sniff, he hadn't even warmed up to it yet. Mother, leave me some too, Wen Nong cried as he chased after her. Inside the house, Wen Xiao Yi and Wen Yao listened to the lively sounds outside, and a smile unconsciously appeared on their faces. This is what family is supposed to be. A family should feel like this. Suddenly, De Tu spoke, and this was undoubtedly the happiest thing for the Wen family recently. Besides that, they inexplicably gained more than 10 acres of land. The next day, Old Wen couldn't wait to take his pipe and leisurely go to inspect the new land. When passing by the homes of a few old friends, he intentionally mentioned it, showing off a bit, then casually led a group of people to inspect the land. Yao Yao sat on a small stool at the door, munching sunflower seeds, watching the little old man proudly strut around, a smile full of joy in her eyes. Thanks to Old Wen's promotion, the news that the Wen family bought more than 10 acres of land spread quickly through the village. It was truly surprising. The head of the Wen family had really turned over a new leaf and earned so much land for the family. Could it be that selling things at the dock really made so much money? As a result, Wen Xiao also met villagers at the dock who came to set up stalls. However, whether she attends or not is none of their business. They just need to take care of themselves. Wen Yao initially thought her injuries were minor, but by the third day, she still couldn't put her foot on the ground. She could only stand briefly and couldn't walk at all. But she had already promised to help with the wedding banquet, and since they had received a deposit, even if it was refundable, if she didn't go, the wedding would be ruined. To take care of Wen Yao's foot, the Luo family borrowed a cart from the village chief a day early. The next day, Wen Xiaozhu was sent to drive Wen Yao there, accompanied by Li and Kai to avoid mistakes. If the host family complained, they could just say the two of them were helping for free. Li and Kai had no objections. Now, the sisters-in-law were eager to treat the main family like ancestors, so they wouldn't mind. When they arrived at the household, the host saw Wen Yao leaning on a crutch and looked displeased. "Miss Wen, can you manage like this? And on such a happy day, this is really..." The elderly lady frowned and looked at Wen Yao's foot, clearly showing dislike and dissatisfaction. Wen Yao looked down and realized she had caused trouble. She explained, "Madam, I'm sorry. Something happened at home, and I hurt my foot. But it's okay. It doesn't affect anything. I brought my second aunt and third aunt with me. They'll help me." The woman looked even more displeased, scrutinizing Li and Kai. "So you brought people along?" "Miss Wen, we agreed beforehand that it would just be you. The people you brought are your responsibility. We won't pay extra." The meaning was clear. If she brought people, she had to take responsibility for them. The family wouldn't pay extra wages. Wen Yao smiled slightly and endured it. They hadn't planned to bring anyone, but since it was said so directly, she felt a bit uncomfortable. The old lady didn't expect Wen Yao to be so easy to talk to. She glanced at Wen Yao's foot and suddenly had an idea. "Miss Wen, with your injury, it will probably affect your cooking. You won't be able to do many things yourself, and will need help from the kitchen maids, right? We agreed on 201 and everyone said you did a good job. Otherwise, no chef would charge such high wages. Don't you agree?" Her words implied that because Wen Yao was injured, her work was affected, and she wasn't worth that much pay anymore. Wen Yao is not really 10 years old and doesn't understand everything. Her gaze darkened slightly and she asked, "So, what do you mean, madam?" The old woman smiled and tidied her hair, saying, "Miss Wen also saw it. It's not easy for us to find a daughter-in-law. We've really spent all our savings. Now, the girl can't do much, so she just sits nearby giving instructions. Can't we pay her less? After all, she hasn't done much, just talking, right? Mrs. Kai is usually quiet and just does what she's told. But Li's temper is always fiery. Since Wen Yao and the others arrived, this old woman has been nitpicking and looking for trouble, speaking with a sarcastic tone. Even Yao Yao from their family apologized softly and humbly. If it had been another chef, especially one injured temporarily, they wouldn't have come at all. If not for Yao Yao thinking she shouldn't delay someone's big wedding, they wouldn't have let Wen Yao come. In the countryside, chefs are usually hot-tempered. They just see that Yao Yao is young and easy to bully, right? "I say, madam, this isn't fair. Our Yao Yao came to help with your wedding even injured. She was worried she couldn't handle it, so she brought her sister-in-law along. She didn't ask for much pay, just worried about delaying your big day. Now, you want to deduct wages? That's not right," Li said, pushing Wen Yao into Mrs. Kai's hands. The old woman clearly wasn't kind-hearted. When she heard this, she immediately forgot she was at her son's wedding and said, "That's your problem. If you're injured, why didn't you say so earlier? I could find another chef. It's a happy day, and injuries or blood are bad luck. I haven't even said anything about your pay. What's wrong with asking for less?" Li sneered, not wrong about that. Usually, they would have notified them a week or more in advance to find another chef. But only 2 days left, and finding someone last minute isn't easy. That's why Yao Yao felt she had to come, but she didn't expect this to happen. Li really wanted to give up and walk away, leaving Wen Yao behind. Wen Yao saw her second aunt's face turn red with anger and quickly held her arm to comfort her. She said to the old woman, "Madam, how much do you want? 180, no. Maybe 150, the old woman replied sharply and bitterly. Wen Yao couldn't believe it. Such a sharp-tongued old lady was the same person who had politely asked her to be the chef a while ago, along with her little aunt. Why don't you just let Yao Yao do the work for you?
Li shishou angrily.
The wife pouted. I haven't even complained about you delaying my family's matters. Madam, this isn't your concern. Miss Wen hasn't said anything, so why are you in such a rush? Miss Wen, I mean no disrespect. Since you can't do certain tasks, others have to step up. I also need to help out. Please understand. Don't worry, I always say that Miss Wen's skills are top-notch. I'll help promote her so that more people will want her to cook for them. Wen Yao smiled. In other words, if she didn't agree, they'd just say she was difficult to work with outside. If this wife simply said she was injured and didn't want to cause trouble, she wouldn't mind not taking a single coin. But the way she was tiptoeing around, what was that about? Did she think she could bully a 10-year-old girl? They were in the kitchen, so at least they weren't in front of the guests. Still, someone helping in the kitchen went to tell the groom. Soon, the groom arrived. Seeing the wife, he went over and frowned. Mother, what are you up to now? Then he looked at Wen Yao and nodded. Miss Wen, thank you for your help today. Wen Yao looked distant and nodded faintly. The wife clearly wasn't happy about her son undermining her and muttered softly, What do you know? Save some money where you can. Besides, this isn't my fault. She got injured, but still came. If she can't do much, she shouldn't ask for so much money. Am I wrong? Wen Yao thought I didn't do any chores when I wasn't injured, just cooking. She just stood there quietly. The groom was almost too embarrassed to speak. He begged desperately, Mother, today is my big day. Please don't cause trouble. Miss Wen is helping with the banquet despite her injury. If it were anyone else, they'd probably just refuse to come. We can't even find a replacement last minute. Wen Yao glanced at the groom. He was dark-skinned, a typical country boy, and was sweating nervously. 150, fine. Auntie, pay up and do the work, Wen Yao said. Then she turned and leaned on her cane into the kitchen. The cane was made by old man Wen last night. Luo sure had sewn a thick cushion underneath it, so it didn't hurt at all. Li was very angry and wanted to say something, but now she decided to go home. When she saw Wen Yao go inside, she snorted loudly and extended her hand to her wife, speaking with a bad expression. Give me the money. Her wife didn't care about her attitude. Saving 50 coins made her happier than anyone else. She had prepared 50 coins and gave them all to Li. Li snorted again and went into the kitchen. Only then did someone dare to approach and whisper to the wife, Are you not afraid she'll cause trouble? Ruin the wedding feast. The wife happily took the saved money and said, She won't dare. Does she want to ruin her reputation? If she dares to cause trouble today, I'll make sure everyone knows about it tomorrow. No one will want her to be the head cook anymore. Although it was a whisper, the sound could be heard clearly inside the kitchen. Li was furious and wanted to argue, but Wen Yao held her back. Yao Yao, what are you doing?
Stop it.
Let's go home. We won't make any more money here. If we have to lose money, so be it. We'll return the deposit to her, double it if needed. We won't put up with this nonsense, Li said loudly, making sure everyone outside could hear her. Wen Yao looked outside. The wife's face seemed to stiffen for a moment, but she just pulled Li gently and said softly, Second aunt, forget it. It's true that I was hurt first. If I had been fine, others wouldn't find fault. And as the saying goes, better to tear down a temple than ruin a marriage. If we leave now, it's just delaying the wedding of that big brother earlier. That made sense, but Li only grew angrier the more she thought about it. There was nothing she could do. Since Wen Yao wouldn't leave, she had no choice but to stay with her. Inside the kitchen, Wen Yao leaned on her cane and moved slowly. Li and Kai stood by the stove, tying aprons, flipping the spatulas, and cooking dish after dish. Some people wanted to help, but Li drove them out. She knew their real intention wasn't to help but to learn secretly. They couldn't learn Wen Yao's cooking skills easily. At noon, the feast began. Everything was perfect, and guests praised it highly, making the wife very happy. After the feast, Wen Yao, Li, and Kai didn't take anything. They didn't even eat at that house. Li secretly left with Wen Yao, and Kai, holding her cane, went straight away. On the way, Li was still angry. This family is so frustrating. It really makes me mad. You too, you little brat. You look so confident at home, but today you're like a soft persimmon, Li scolded as she walked. Li is a tall woman who is used to farm work. When she carries Wen Yao on her back, it feels like carrying a small chicken. Wen Yao leans on her back and smiles, saying, "Second aunt, don't be angry. Although that family is a bit strict, I was injured, which really affected my movement. Doing things myself and giving orders are different. It's okay to earn a little less. Also, that groom seems reasonable, so I'll help him out. If I leave today, I worry he'll be laughed at later. By the way, tell Grandma to let Aunt Xiao know that we won't be accepting any more relatives or invitations from that family. She isn't without temper, but she believes that since she took on this task, she should do her best. If her own mistake caused delays, she must take responsibility. Professor Wen has always told them to handle their own affairs, and she believes she must bear her own responsibilities." When they got home, before Wen Yao could speak, Li started telling Luo and others about today's events. "Mom, isn't that infuriating? They're clearly bullying Yao Yao," Li said angrily. Luo frowned but listened quietly. After a moment, she said, "Yao Yao did the right thing. If she had left today, it would not only ruin someone's wedding but also damage her own reputation." Wen Yao, holding on to Grandma, pouted playfully. "Mom, you understand me best." Luo scolded her with a smile and gently poked Wen Yao's head, sighing, "You're too soft. When others bargain with you, you just agree." Outside, chefs are often very temperamental. They only bully you because you're a young girl. If you keep acting like this, they'll think you're easy to control. Wen Yao shook her head. "That won't happen. I was injured this time, so I let her do it. Next time I face a similar situation, I won't be so easy to persuade." "Don't worry." Luo sighed deeply. She had always felt this path was difficult and earning money was hard. Sitting nearby, Big Head, who was still wrapped in a quilt, listened carefully until they finished talking. Then he gently tugged Wen Yao's finger, looking at her with concern. "Sister, does your foot still hurt?" His voice was sweet and soft, matching his chubby, round face, which was very cute. Wen Yao couldn't help but pinch him. Yes, the feeling was nice. "It doesn't hurt. As long as Big Head is healthy, sister won't be hurt." Big Headed held her finger, bit her lip, and after a moment, nodded firmly. She said, "Sister, I will study hard. When I become an official, I won't let you cook for others anymore." The news that the Wen family was going to build a house was even more shocking to the villagers than the fact that the Wen family had bought over 10 acres of land. Everyone was talking privately. Had the Wen family become rich? They were buying land and building houses. But no matter what others said, the family had to start moving. Old Mr. Wen proudly showed off his family's 10 acres of land for several days, then began hiring workers in the village to prepare for building the main house. Following Wen Yao's request, the house would be larger, so they used all the land around the ancestral site, which was about 2 or 3 acres. That was enough to build several big courtyards. On the 18th day of the winter month, the Wen family woke up early. After breakfast, they tidied up and headed neatly toward Wen Xiui's house. Outside Wen Xiui's shabby courtyard, many people had already gathered, some there to work, others just to watch. The crowd was noisy and lively. "Here they come. The Wen family is coming," someone shouted. Everyone quieted down and looked at the family walking over. Old Mr. Wen looked energetic, holding a pipe behind his back. He was followed by Mrs. Luo, holding Big Head, with Wen Xiui and his 2 brothers behind them. The rest of the Wen family followed slowly. "Ah, they've arrived." Old Mr. Wen greeted everyone with a smile. His face was full of wrinkles from smiling, and his eyes almost disappeared. It looked like he was the one building the house himself. Some people, feeling jealous, muttered quietly with pursed lips. Though building a house for the main family was no different from building one for others, in people's minds, once a family split, they were considered 2 separate families. The Big Wen family building a house had nothing to do with the old Wen house, but they looked proud. Whether others envied or not, the Wen family didn't care. Old Mr. Wen led Wen Xiui to greet the workers building the house, then turned to look at the dilapidated ancestral house. Those old broken houses were the roots of their Wen family. Now they were about to be torn down, and old Mr. Wen felt a little reluctant. "Big brother, you do it, old Mr. Wen said, stepping aside and handing a large hammer to Wen Xiui. Wen Xiui took a step back. "Dad, you should come instead. This is our old Wen family ancestral home. You're more suitable." Old Wen knew that his eldest son was trying to make himself look good in front of the villagers, and also wanted others to see that, even if they had separated, they were still one family. Old Wen didn't hesitate. He handed his cigarette to Wen Xiui and said, "Hold this for me." Then he picked up a hammer and struck the wall of the ancestral house hard. The wall, made of mud bricks, collapsed with a loud crash. "Start working," shouted the foreman. Behind him, the workers began to take out their tools and started smashing the two broken houses, beginning to tear them down. The Wen family members stood together, watching helplessly as the houses turned into ruins. "Uncle Wen, should we take the wood from these houses home to burn as firewood?" asked the foreman, a man in his 40s, who was the third oldest in his family. Villagers called him Wang Lao San. Interestingly, Wang Lao San was related to Li San's family, but that didn't matter. No one let old grudges or money issues get in the way. When the Wen family asked him to help, he agreed immediately. Old Wen looked at the wood that had been part of the old house for many years. He waved his hand and ordered the men of the Wen family, "Bring all this back home." A few men grunted and started carrying the wood back. Old Wen stood by the ruins, watching them organize everything. He saw Wang Lao San begin to measure, mark lines, and plan the layout of the yard. Jia Yao was curious and stayed nearby to watch. She had already finished drawing the house plan, showed it to Wang Lao San, and studied it for a long time. Finally, she decided on a final building plan. This was the first time Wang Lao San was building a house like the one Jia Yao wanted. It was a bit different from their usual houses, but since everyone had their own way of living, he didn't interfere. The employer said what kind of house to build, and he would build exactly that. "Yao Yao, Grandma asked you to go home and cook," Wen Gnome called out as he carried the wood back. Jia Yao was supervising the big-headed dog on the ruins of her house. When she heard the call, she responded and took the dog back home. On the way, the big-headed dog kept looking back every few steps. Jia Yao saw his reaction, tightened her grip on his leash, and asked, "Are you reluctant?" After all, the dog had been living in this small broken yard since he was born. His only memories were here, so it was normal for him to feel attached and reluctant to leave. The dog didn't deny it. He nodded. When Yao gently patted his little head and said, "Silly little one, we are building a new house now. In the future, our family will live in a big new house, and we won't have to worry about rain leaking in, wind blowing off the roof, or the house collapsing. Yes, new house." The big-headed boy finally looked back. When he turned around again, the sadness and attachment in his eyes had disappeared. Although they all lived in the same village, the Wen family was responsible for meals at noon. The food didn't need to be fancy, just a bit oily and filling was enough. Luo Shernao had plenty of underground land, and her large, coarse steamed buns were bigger than a grown man's fist. She had invested a lot, and paired with her homemade pickled radish and small dishes cooked with some oil, it made for a good meal. Since Luo Shi's pickled vegetables became very popular on Wen Xiuyi's stall, the jars in the Wen family's cellar increased. So, there was always enough radish and small dishes. After starting work on the first day, there was no need to watch over everything constantly. Wen Xiuyi took Wen Gnome back to the dock to continue selling goods, when June studied medicine, and Wen Yao often went to help others as a chef. Old Man Wen was responsible for overseeing the house construction and staying home to take care of the children, managing everything. Half a month passed, and the new house had a basic frame. From afar, you could already see the shape of the yard. One day, Wen Xiuyi, Wen Gnome, and Wen Jun returned from the city. Old Man Wen took the chance during dinner to announce something. In just over 20 days, the new year will come. The 10 acres of land behind the mountain need to be turned over, fertilized, and prepared so we can plant in spring. We can't let the business at the big dock stop, and we also need to visit Dr. Jean. Besides them and Wen, everyone else will start working in the fields from tomorrow. After Old Man Wen finished speaking, everyone paused their eating. Even Luo Shi, who usually liked to argue with Old Man Wen, didn't say a word. It was clear they had discussed this beforehand. A rural family mainly depends on farming. Without farming, where would the grain come from? How could they have enough to eat? Also, with these 10 extra acres of land, next year's taxes would increase. If they didn't plan early, what would they do when the time came? Would they have no grain to pay? Moreover, now that they have more land but only a few family members, if they didn't prepare early, they might run out of time to plant in spring. Delaying planting is like risking their lives. When Xiui listened and said, "He's farming again. That's his main skill. Although this land isn't the same as before, the idea is similar. Father, when Gnome can now do things on his own, and the dock isn't as busy anymore. Tomorrow, I'll let Wen Gnome go by himself. I'll stay at home and work in the fields," Wen Xiui said. Recently, more people have been setting up stalls at the dock. Naturally, some sell fried rice like him. Although their taste isn't as good as his, their prices are cheaper, so they still make some money. Some people eat just to fill their stomachs. They go wherever the food is cheapest. As for whether it tastes good or not, it doesn't matter. Eventually, the food becomes waste in the fields, and all flavors are the same to them. Also, a few more families selling marinated dishes appeared at the dock. But their flavors are different. Their business isn't affected at all, and it's clear who's better. As soon as Wen Xiui finished speaking, Wen Gnome almost choked on the rice he was about to swallow. After catching his breath, he waved his hands quickly. "Big brother, I really can't do it." Wen Xiui kept eating his meal and said, "If I say you can do it, then you can. It's settled. Starting tomorrow, you go sell on your own. The money you earn, you pay back your sister for the initial cost. The rest is yours. I don't care whether you earn a lot or a little." The marinated dishes were made by Wen Yao, and the side dishes were prepared by Wen Yao and Luo's family. They kept their accounts separate from the old house. "No, big brother, I really can't. You go sell, and I'll stay at home to work," Wen Gnome hurriedly said. Wen Xiui finished his meal in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and looked at him. "You stay? What can you do?" "Forget it, it's decided." "Father, do you have any objections?" After Wen Xiui finished speaking, everyone in the Wen family looked at him in unison, making him look confused. Luo's family member pursed her lips and laughed. "Still saying others can do it? The laziest person in the family who farms is you. How dare you call Wen Gnome lazy?" Wen Xiui. Yes, in his previous life, he never touched spring water with his fingers. He hadn't even held a hoe, let alone do farm work. But Wen Xiui didn't mind. He waved his hand dismissively. "That was before. It's different now, TCH. You're talking like it's really true," Luo's family member said lazily. She continued watching Da Tu eat. This kid had some strange habits. He was picky about food, and she couldn't ignore it. Despite disliking that Wen Xiui knew nothing about farming, Luo's family didn't oppose his decision. Now that Wen Xiui had turned over a new leaf, he should participate in farm work at home. The person who is the happiest is naturally Mr. Li. "Big brother, are you serious? Everything except the capital now belongs to Gnome," Mr. Li asked excitedly. "Yes, younger sister-in-law, if you don't believe it, we can write a formal agreement," Wen Xiui said casually. Mrs. Luo frowned and looked at Mr. Li. Fortunately, Mr. Li just smiled awkwardly and said, "No need for that. We're family. Wen Gnome, you should thank your eldest uncle." Mr. Li pinched Wen Gnome hard. What a good opportunity. It seems his older brother wants Wen Gnome to practice on his own. Once he gets better, he might even be able to set up a stall later. This way, their second household will also have an extra income. Mother-in-law never treated them badly. Besides paying the government taxes, everything else was kept by them. If Wen Gnome works hard, maybe in a year or so, he could save enough money to get married. In the end, Wen Gnome was pushed into farming by Mr. Li, who also helped prepare ingredients and marinated meats, becoming more active and helpful than before. After dinner, everyone went their own way, doing what they needed to do. Wen Yao and her two sisters, along with De sat inside embroidering and drawing, while Wen Jun led a few younger brothers to read and learn. Mrs. Luo sat on the calm, warm, and cozy, mending shoes for the family. With the new year approaching, everyone hoped to get new shoes. Old Mr. Wen sat nearby, puffing on a dry pipe. Do you really think the eldest can go to the fields? I just can't believe it, old Mr. Wen muttered. Mrs. Luo kept working without looking up. Whether he can or not, he should start doing some farm work. He's never helped with farm chores since he was little. Look at the current situation. That's fine with me. I don't expect him to achieve anything great in the future. Just stay honest at home and farm the land. As for studying and making a name for himself, she was already focused on De training him. Old Mr. Wen didn't say anything more. His wife was right. It was time for Wen Xiu-yi to learn some farm work. The next day, Wen Jun helped Wen Nong push a small cart into town, looking worried. The others took their tools, ready to go to the fields. Many people were working in the fields at this time, all thinking like old Mr. Wen, trying to work extra before the new year so they could relax after spring planting. Seeing Wen Xiu-yi among them, everyone found it strange. After so many years in the village, they'd never seen him work in the fields. Uncle Wen, are you going to the fields? Oh, and Wen Xiu-kai is here too. The villagers greeted each other with smiles, but their smiles looked a bit strange, especially since everyone's eyes kept unintentionally or intentionally falling on Wen Xiu-yi. Scholar Wen? Does Scholar Wen know how to farm? Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Wen is very good at farming in our village. Is Wen Xiangcai worse? Perhaps those words sparked laughter among others, and soon many people started laughing. Meanwhile, Wen Xiu-yi ignored everything outside his ears, shutting down his senses. He couldn't see or hear, so he told himself he wasn't involved. Old Wen could tell that everyone was watching a show, but what could he do? His son was used to this, so he just bore it. Sorry for making everyone laugh. I just started learning now, not that I didn't know before. You all go ahead, we'll leave first, Old Wen said. He took his family and slipped away, giving Wen Xiu-yi a few sharp looks on the way. They crossed a small hill and reached their land. The previous owner had grown wheat, and after harvest, they hurried to sell the land. The wheat stalks were still in the field. Their job was to turn the soil, dig out the wheat stalks, loosen the earth, add some fertilizer, so that in spring they could plant directly. With so much land, relying only on manual labor to turn it all over, how long would that take? Standing next to the field, Wen Xiu-yi regretted it. Was it still possible to go to the dock now? Why are you just standing there? Get to work, Old Wen kicked Wen Xiu-yi, showing his disappointment. He knew that his eldest son was unreliable. Wen Xiu-yi's mouth twitched as he pointed at the 10 or so acres of land. Dad, how long would it take us to finish turning all this? Old Wen tapped his hoe on the ground and replied, with so many of us, we can finish in a few days. Wen Xiu-yi sighed. If they took that long, wouldn't the land be wasted? What he didn't know was that for generations, their family had always worked hard with their own hands. Wen Xiu-yi still wasn't convinced and asked, isn't there a faster, easier way? Old Wen paused, looked him up and down and said, you wouldn't be thinking of slacking off, would you? No, absolutely not, Wen Xiu-yi quickly denied. I just think that with so much land, turning it over one shovel at a time, how long will that take? Old Mr. Wen didn't think much, just felt he had protected his eldest son too well since childhood. He patiently explained, our ancestors have always done things this way. Hurry up and work. If your mother sees you, you'll get scolded again. Certainly, Mrs. Luo was a tough opponent for Wen Xiu-yi. Hearing Mr. Wen mention her, Wen Xiu-yi became obedient, holding his hoe and resignedly heading to the fields. Although the whole family was supposed to be here, in reality, only Mr. Wen, Mrs. Luo, his brothers, and two sisters-in-law did the work. The younger ones were only 12-year-old Wen Jin and 10-year-old Wen Fa helping out. The girls only did light chores. They shook the wheat roots out of the soil, then used small hoes to break apart large clumps of earth. As for De Tu and Wening, they ran around the field. They said they were working, but really, they were just playing. Although the original Wen Xiu-yi was quite strong and had gained some arm strength from working at the dock recently, after digging 1/4 of an acre, he felt he couldn't go on. If he kept digging, his arms would be useless. Right now, when Xiui was really missing the mechanical farming tools from later generations, how much easier and less tiring they would be. The elderly couple watched his every move. They thought he would give up after a few meters, but surprisingly, he did so much. For someone who had never farmed before, it was already quite impressive. Big brother, if you're tired, take a break. My third brother and I are here. Wenju, like when he was a child, smiled kindly at Wenxiui, making him sit and rest while he took over. The family was used to helping him. Wenxiui looked at his parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law. Even the two children worked hard. He couldn't sit still either, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to keep working. What about his hands? Whose hands? Where are they? They had gone numb. Wen Yao followed behind, picking, flipping, and knocking at the soil. Professor Wen, how do you feel? Do you understand how hard the workers' lives are? Wen Yao rubbed her waist, wanting to lie down right there. When Xiui looked at her. Are you okay? My waist is about to break, Wen Yao said helplessly, but she couldn't stop. They had to adapt to this life. When Xiui sighed deeply. Sigh, let's keep going. I'll think of a way later. Relying on manual labor all the time isn't sustainable. Wen Yao's eyes lit up, almost forgetting what Professor Wen used to do. Dad, do you have a solution? Wen Yao asked anxiously. Her words slipped out before she could stop herself, but luckily, no one was nearby to overhear. When Xiui glared at her and then said, back then, we mostly relied on machines to do the work. Even your grandparents' generation had cattle in every household, along with farming tools. Work wasn't as hard as it is now. When Yao threw down the wheat stalk in her hand and said, can't we just make the original tools again? When Xiui looked at the others and saw each family member sweating heavily, which made him feel sad. He clenched his teeth and nodded, saying, when your brother comes back tonight, we can think about it. All right then. How do you plan to prepare the soil here? I can buy fertilizer, but how do I use it? When Yao asked. When Xiui smiled. His daughter and son were born in a good time, so they didn't have to worry about much. There were many kinds of fertilizers available, so it was normal for her not to know. He patiently explained, before high-tech fertilizers were available, our ancestors already found many ways to make compost. There are many tricks involved. Even now, most families only use manure or burn crop stalks and use ash as fertilizer. That's all part of the evolution. You don't need chemical fertilizers. With current conditions, making good fertilizer isn't impossible. Do you know how to do it? When Yao asked. When Xiui scolded his daughter with a smile. What does your dad do? When Yao teased him happily. Studying? Farming? Ha ha ha, little brat. When Xiui glared at her and said, all right, get to work. I understand this. When your grandfather comes back tonight, I'll talk to him. We have to try it first to see if it works. The father and daughter whispered to each other for a long time, hands still busy. They only stopped when they were exhausted. At those times, Dezhu would run over with a big water bag bigger than his head to bring water to them. Drinking the water his son brought, when Xiui didn't feel tired anymore. By noon, Luo called Wen Yao to go back home for cooking, but Wen Yao knew her grandmother was worried she was working too hard. They went home and used the ingredients they had to make meat pancakes and vegetable pancakes. The family sat on the field edge, eating their pancakes with water, feeling happy. They worked until the sun set, ending a day of hard labor. Even so, they only managed to clear just over an acre of land. When they returned home, when Xiui sat down heavily in a chair, feeling too tired to move. Look at you, so useless. You work a little and you're about to die. Roche was very disappointed when he saw him like that, but he still turned and went to the kitchen to boil some hot water. He soaked a hot cloth and handed it to Xiui, telling him to apply it to his hands and arms to warm them up, so he wouldn't feel pain the next day. When Xiui smiled foolishly as he applied the warm cloth to his hands and arms, finally feeling a bit better. Dinner was very hearty. When Yao steamed a large pot of rice, cut 2 pieces of meat sent by Zheng the butcher, stir-fried some shredded meat, prepared a plate of marinated vegetables, and cooked a vegetarian dish. In the past, the Wen family would never have such a meal. 2 meat dishes on one table? Not even during the New Year would they have this treatment. After dinner, the whole family sat together chatting. Most of the talk was about Wen Xiui's work in the fields today. Everyone kept describing to Wen Jun and Wen Nong what Wen Xiui was doing in the field. Both Wen Nong and Wen Jun tried not to laugh. Wen Nong didn't dare to laugh, and Wen Jun felt a bit embarrassed. Honestly, if it had been him, he probably wouldn't have done any better. Maybe even worse than his father. But since the whole family was busy, he couldn't hold them back. "I'll stay home and help these days," Wen Jun said. As soon as he said that, Old Wen and Roche immediately objected. Old Wen refused 3 times. No need. It's not necessary. Roche earnestly said, "You should focus on learning your medical skills. You don't need to worry about the family matters. We've got it covered." Before Wen Jun could speak again, Wen Xiui interrupted. "Dad, Mom, that's not right," he said, sitting up straight. "Xiao Jun is part of this family too. Just because he's studying medicine with Dr. Jean doesn't mean he should take on all the chores. He needs to understand that the family is his support, but at the same time, we're also working hard for his future. Only then will he remember his roots. If you keep spoiling him and doing everything for him, aren't you afraid you'll raise another ungrateful person like me?" After saying this, Wen Xiui silently spat in his heart. He was raising a spoiled brat like his previous self. But still, his little June wasn't that kind of ungrateful person. Their family's little June was a children who knew how to be grateful. Old Wen and Roche had worried and spoiled Wen Xiui all their lives, indulged him all their lives, and accommodated him all their lives. But in the end, it was this son who told them that such overindulgence and taking everything on themselves were wrong. For a moment, Luo Shi and Old Man Wen didn't know what to say. Could it be that the big boss turning out like this was all their fault? Wen Xiui didn't understand what the older couple was thinking. He just said to Wen Jun, "Son, you're right to think like that, but you can't just focus on the family affairs. School is more important. Tell Dr. Jean that you can take a couple of days off from farming at home. After those 2 days, you should go back to school and study hard." When Jun finally found a chance to speak, he twitched his mouth and said, "Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, it's not that I don't want to go, but Dr. Jean has been busy these days. He told me to stay home and study on my own for now." When Xiui asked curiously, "What is Dr. Jean busy with?" When Jun shook his head, "I don't know the details. I heard that a distinguished guest came to the capital. During this time, Chio's shopkeeper hasn't been to the shop. I heard Hong Hai say that ever since Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chio took over this charity hall, this noble guest comes once a year." When Xiui suddenly understood. The guest was from the capital. That was quite important. "All right then, for the next few days, just help with the farming." When Xiui waved his hand. As for his earlier idea of saving time and effort, he decided to wait until after tomorrow. There was no reason for both him and his daughter to suffer like this. If his son didn't experience it, how could that be acceptable? The next day, with Wen Jun helping out, Wen Yao was replaced. Luo Shi used her foot injury as an excuse, saying she should stay at home to watch the children, cook for the workers building the house, and help with the kids, when Ying and Daju, who were her little helpers. It seemed like the easiest job, but in reality, it was the most tedious. Sure enough, after a day, even when Daifu, who was usually calm like Mount Tai, couldn't take it anymore. He went to Professor Wen for advice. When Xiui looked proud. "Hee, at critical moments, I still have to rely on you, Dad." When Jun and Wen Yao nodded eagerly. Yes, Professor Wen, you're so knowledgeable. Please give us some advice. We really can't take it anymore." When Xiui chuckled, "Let's go home first and ask Grandpa if there's a better way." The siblings rolled their eyes in unison. That didn't seem to be a real answer. That evening, the family sat together for a chat. When Xiui suddenly asked, "Dad, are we always relying on manual labor like this? How long will it go on? Isn't there any other way to improve efficiency? To work faster?" Old Mr. Wen was smoking dry tobacco slowly. Only in the yard did his wife allow him to take a few puffs. He cherished these moments. When Xiui asked, he looked up and said, "There will be a time for that, but our family doesn't have the conditions for it now." "How so?" When Xiui pretended to listen carefully. Old Mr. Wen continued, "In our village, only the village chief's family has oxen. Using oxen to work is naturally much faster than doing it by hand. After all, the oxen walk behind, and people just need to guide the plow. It's not super fast, but much better than relying on just human effort. However, not everyone can afford this. Families with better conditions will spend money to rent oxen from the village chief or neighbors who have oxen. But that also depends on the family's situation. They need to take good care of the oxen because a single ox is very valuable. Not everyone is willing to buy one. If the ox gets tired or sick, the owner will feel upset. So, usually, unless they are very close friends, people rarely borrow oxen. Without oxen, they have to do the work themselves. He finished speaking in one breath, took another puff, and the smoke curled around him as he looked content. When Xiui and his children exchanged glances, he said, "Dad, why don't you go ask the village chief to rent an ox?" Before old Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo could scold him for being wasteful, he spoke first. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, let me finish. Look, our land has doubled compared to before. With these 10-some acres plus our original land, how long will it take to plow all of it? We only have so many people at home. If we tire everyone out, it won't be worth it." Old Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo fell silent, both seeming to think about this. After a while, old Mr. Wen finally said, "But the village chief's family might not lend us their oxen. They need to work on their own land too. If we wait until they finish, the land might freeze over, and it will be hard to manage." When Xiui suddenly had an idea. "Then we can buy an ox ourselves." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him, as if he were silly. Mrs. Luo didn't even lift her head, sneering coldly. "You think oxen are like vegetables? Do you know how much one costs? Some people work hard their whole lives and still can't afford to buy an ox." When Xiui asked instinctively, "How much?" Mrs. Luo finally looked up, but only rolled her eyes at Wen Xiui with disdain. She gave a mocking smile and continued making shoe soles without another word. When Xiuzhu was worried about her older brother feeling embarrassed, so she quietly explained, "Here, a cow costs at least 15 taels of silver. If it's a strong, well-raised young cow, it can be even more expensive." The father and son exchanged a look. 15 taels equals about 15,000 coins. Buying a cow not only helps with farming, but can also be used as a carriage. It's like buying a tractor for 15,000 coins. That evening, the family of 4 gathered inside the house to plan. When Xiui said, "We must buy the cow. Without it, we can't do much. Even if we make something, it won't be useful. We can't just walk in front and plow behind, right?" When Yao said, "My grandma definitely won't agree." When Xiui looked at her and said, "Then we'll just keep digging by hand," the siblings both leaned back, showing they didn't want to do that. Big Head sat nearby, cross-legged, looking around. He suddenly said, "Why don't we secretly buy the cow without telling Grandma and Grandpa?" When Xiui glanced at his siblings, then gently picked Big Head up and held him in his arms. "The older boys are not as good as the little one, right, son?" Big Head blushed and looked secretly at his older brother and sister. Seeing they didn't dislike him just because their father praised him, he felt relieved. Big Head was right, and they agreed not to tell Grandma and Grandpa. They decided to act first and report later. Otherwise, it would be too hard for everyone. How far have we come? If we buy more land in the future, will we just keep working silently like this? Isn't that silly? When Xiui said, tousling Big Head's hair. Big Head didn't dodge and sat quietly, letting him do it. When Xiui smiled happily. It was still fun when he was a kid. After tousling his hair enough, he continued, "I think we should definitely buy a cow. To be efficient, we need tools too. Come on, June, get some paper and a pen. I'll draw a diagram for you." June ran to the cabinet and brought back paper and pens he usually used for writing. He spread them on the table. When Xiui put Big Head down and started drawing. Soon, a curved plow appeared on the paper, with labels showing different parts, their names, uses, and how to operate it. Big Head leaned over the table and looked for a while, then said, "This isn't the same as the one at the village chief's house." He had seen the plow pulled behind the village chief's cow. It wasn't curved like this, but straight. When Xiui and his siblings looked at him and asked, "Big Head, have you seen the village chief's plow?" Big Head nodded, took another piece of paper, and quickly sketched the village chief's plow. Although his strokes were simple, the lines were clear. At this moment, The three people were not surprised by the straight plow on the paper, but by the speed and decisiveness with which did two finish drawing it. They exchanged glances, recognizing him as the talented young boy from the original story. He shows great promise. He shouldn't be overlooked. Later, I need to find a good teacher for him. When Xiao-yi compared two pieces of paper, pointing at the drawings and explaining to the others, this one from the village head's family is called a straight plow, an early type of plow. Although it is faster than manual labor, it has some problems like difficulty turning and being hard to lift the soil. This one is a modified version called a curved plow. Compared to the straight plow, it turns easily, making it more convenient to change direction, and lifting soil is easier. It is pulled by oxen at the front, with a person guiding it from behind, making work much more efficient, more than 100 times better. With this, one person can lead the oxen and another can guide the plow, and the work can be done easily. Is this thing hard to make? Wen Yao asked. When Xiao-yi folded the drawings and said, skilled carpenters can make it easily. As long as you understand the principles, you can definitely build it. Don't underestimate the wisdom of the working people now. Tomorrow, Yao and I will go to town. We'll visit Lu Zi's family to see if they can make the curved plow, and then go to the southern city to buy an ox from Dengya. Xiao Jun and Did Tu will stay at home, ready to be scolded. The two new treasures of the Wen family. They will get scolded? Dad, don't worry, I'll handle Grandma, Did Tu assured confidently, patting his chest. When Jun looked calm but said something that hurt Wen Xiao-yi's feelings. Grandma won't scold us, only you. When Xiao-yi's mouth twitched. Son, don't take it to heart. Just sleep. Yao, wake me up early tomorrow. Oh, and remember to come up with a good excuse for leaving the house. Help me think of one too. After speaking, when Xiao-yi pulled Did Tu onto the bed and went to sleep. They had returned to the East Wing room where they used to live before splitting the family. After they separated, the room was given to some children. Now that they had moved back, the children temporarily slept in their own homes. Once they moved into a new house, the room would be freed up again. The next morning, Wen Yao got up early and woke Wen Xiao-yi. The two quickly washed up, looking hurried to leave. Lao Shi looked at them and asked, "Where are you going?" Wen Xiao-yi tugged on his daughter's sleeve and signaled to Lao Shi with a glance. Wen Yao grinned and said cheerfully, "Grandma, I have some things to do in town. My dad is going to accompany me." Ruo looked at her, then at Wen Xiao-yi. Wen Xiao-yi immediately forced a polite smile. After a while, Ruo said, "Come back early," and then ignored them. Wen Xiao-yi heaved a sigh of relief and quietly whispered to Wen Yao, "Your grandma almost caught me just now. Then maybe I should tell her we're going to buy cows." Wen Yao teased him boldly. "You're a troublemaker. Do you want me to die early so I can inherit the inheritance?" Wen Xiao-yi replied, secretly glancing at Ruo. Seeing she wasn't paying attention, he relaxed. They ate a little, and then left. Old Wen saw them leave and wanted to ask Ruo where they were going, but Big Head, holding a book, ran over and sat beside him, obediently saying, "Grandpa, I will read to you." "Good," Wen said. As for where Wen Xiao-yi and Wen Yao went, wherever they wanted. He just wanted to listen to his grandson read. In the small yard, Big Head's clear, soft voice reading filled the air. Anyone passing by the Wen family's yard would quietly remark that the family was truly different now. Today, they still had to work in the fields, but since Wen Yao and Wen Xiao-yi were absent, the cooking chores fell to Ruo. She also called her two granddaughters back to help her. As for everyone else, they continued working in the fields. Wen Nong was very happy to see Wen Xiao-yi go to the dock with him. He had spent all day alone yesterday managing his stall, almost thinking he wouldn't make it back. He worried about adding the wrong ingredients to fried rice or miscalculating the money. The whole day he was nervous. When they arrived at the dock and set up his stall, Wen Xiao-yi immediately looked for Liu Zi and went to his house. "Big brother, aren't you here to sell things?" Wen Nong was stunned. Wen Xiao-yi looked at him and said, "No, I'm here to see Liu Zi's dad. By the way, work is work, but don't forget to study. I've given you a task. If you can't answer or write it later, just wait for your grandma to scold you." Wen Nong. It felt unfair. Who could save him? Liu Zi learned that Wen Xiao-yi wanted to see his dad about making something. He handed his stall over to Wen Nong and took Wen Xiui and Wen Yao to his home. Wen Nong thought, so he's just working alone? At Liuzi's house, the yard was filled with many pieces of wood, all covered with oilcloth to prevent rain from damaging them. Liuzi's family name is Zhang. Their ancestors were carpenters. Zhang Carpenter and Wen Xiui know each other. They know Wen Xiui is a scholar and that when Wen Xiui sets up his stall, he also teaches his son to read and write. Zhang's family is genuinely grateful to Wen Xiui. Big brother Wen, why are you free to come to my house today? Come in and sit. Wife, quickly brew some tea for big brother Wen. Zhang Carpenter greeted Wen Xiui warmly. After all the things sick son learned, he would go home and teach the other children. Honestly, their Zhang family has benefited from Wen family's kindness. Wen Xiui and Wen Yao thanked him before following Zhang Carpenter inside to sit down. As soon as they sat, Wen Xiui took out his drawings. Little brother, take a look at this. Can you make it? Zhang Carpenter took the drawings and looked surprised. Is this a plow? It looked somewhat like the plows he usually made, but also quite different. Wen Xiui nodded. Yes, this is called a curved yoke plow, which is different from a straight yoke plow. Look, I marked all the structural details. Take a look first, and if you have questions, ask me. Then make it as soon as possible. They really needed to make it quickly or they would be exhausted. Zhang Carpenter studied the drawings, not even lifting his head when his wife brought in tea. Here, big brother Wen, tell me about this part. Zhang Carpenter pointed to two unclear areas on the drawings and asked. Wen Xiui started explaining, and the two of them leaned close, whispering. Six Sun's younger sister peeked at the door, and Wen Yao got up and went outside. She squatted at the door, talking to the two children, secretly giving them 2 pieces of fruit candy she bought from the space, wrapped in new packaging. She stayed until Wen Xiui and Zhang Carpenter finished talking. I'm going to start making it now. It should be done by tonight. The only thing left is the head at the front. I need to find a blacksmith to make it, Zhang Carpenter said. Wen Xiui felt a bit embarrassed, but also thought there was no need to rush. Will that delay your other work? Zhang Carpenter grinned cheerfully. Nothing is more important than brother Wen's work. Don't worry. I'll go to the blacksmith now and ask him to finish it today. But he might need payment since iron isn't cheap. As for their family, it was just wasting some wood. Six Sun ate others' food every day and studied with them. He didn't feel right charging money. All right, how much for this plow and the head together? Wen Xiui wasn't planning to take advantage of him. Master Zhang kept waving his hands. Brother Wen, don't be so formal. I don't want any money for this plow. The blacksmith only needs to cover the cost. That won't do. A deal is a deal. We should pay what we owe. We can't take advantage of you, Wen Xiui said. Master Zhang smiled. Brother Wen, your words make me feel a bit embarrassed. We've benefited a lot from your family. Liuzi is always over at your place, eating and taking things, and you even teach him to read and write. We're very grateful. It's just some wood. We don't need your money. Please don't say that again. Thanks to the Wen family's kindness, Liuzi and the 2 children have grown healthier and more well-behaved. Master Zhang and his wife are very thankful and want to find a way to repay them. But besides woodworking, they can't do much else. The Wen family probably wouldn't want many wooden buckets and basins. They last a long time and are hard to run out of. Finally, they saw a chance to give back a little, so Master Zhang was eager not to miss it. Wen Xiui hesitated a bit. The Zhang family was doing okay, but no family was completely free of hardship. He didn't want to take advantage. Well, Brother Wen, don't be so polite. It's settled. Tonight, Liuzi will deliver it to you, Master Zhang said firmly when he saw Wen Xiui still hesitating. Wen Xiui had no choice but to agree. All right, but just this once. Yes, just this once, Master Zhang smiled. As for next time, they could talk about it then. After leaving Zhang's house, Wen Xiui still felt a bit uneasy about accepting their kindness. Wen Yao said, the Zhang family is honest and grateful. Teaching Liuzi to read and write is already a big favor to them. So accepting this plow isn't a big deal. In ancient times, students had to pay tuition, so consider it as paying their tuition. Later, you'll teach Liuzi well. she added, and I think Uncle Zhang's woodworking skills are really good. The basins, buckets, tables, chairs, and stools he makes are both detailed and sturdy. We're building a house, right? We'll need furniture from him. All right, the honest professor Wen, let's go to the South City to find Manager Deng, she said. Hearing Wen Yao's words, Wen Shui felt it made sense. The father and daughter returned to their stall, told Wen Nong, and then left quickly. Besides that, remembering Zhang's kindness, Wen Shui also gave Liuzi some homework. Liuzi sat at the stall. Did homework come from the sky? Who should he argue with? The city South's pawnshop was quiet, with only the previous clerk standing guard. When they entered, he greeted them first and then recognized the father and daughter as the people brought by Manager Chiu. He quickly smiled and welcomed them warmly. Are you looking for a shopkeeper? Wen Shui nodded. Is Manager Deng here? Yes. Please sit down. I'll go call him right away. The clerk then went to the backyard and soon Manager Deng came out. Brother Wen, what's the matter? What do you want to buy this time? Deng asked with a smile, knowing that this family had close ties with Manager Chiu, so he wouldn't be rude. Wen Shui didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, we just bought some land and need a working animal at home. I want to ask if you sell cattle. Deng smiled. You're in the right place. In Yunwu town, my pawnshop is the only one with everything you need. When do you want it? Now. Is it convenient? Wen Shui didn't want to walk back empty-handed. Sure, I'll show you. The cattle are kept in the animal shed at the back. Do you want a cart? I also have carts for selling cattle. Deng led them inside as he spoke. Wen Shui nodded repeatedly. Yes. We're old friends. Manager Deng, please remember to give me a discount. Deng chuckled. Don't worry. You're old friends of Master Chiu, so you're also my friends. I won't cheat you. The father and daughter followed Deng to the backyard. Behind the pawnshop was a large 3-courtyard area where the maids and servants under Deng's command lived. There was also a livestock shed in the backyard where the cattle and horses sold by the pawnshop were kept. They walked with Deng, able to see the well-trained maids and young servants standing at the door or working. Everyone secretly stole glances at them. Seeing Wen Yao looking around, Deng smiled and said, Miss Wen, would you like to buy a personal maid? My maids are very capable and loyal. Wen Yao was surprised and waved her hand.
No.
We're just common folks. We don't deserve a maid. After saying that, the father and daughter exchanged a look. Wen Yao thought, this is the era of harsh feudal rules with no personal rights. Wen Shui sighed helplessly. When they reached the backyard, Deng ordered someone to open the large gate of the livestock shed, which was clean and well-maintained, with people taking care of the animals. Most of the animals in the backyard were horses, with only a few scattered cattle in the corner cattle shed, and one that looked like it was just born.
There are only 3 cows left.
Brother Wen, take a look and see which one you like. I'll give you a good price, the man named Deng said. Wen Shui looked around and studied the cows. The yellow cow is the biggest and looks the healthiest. The other 2 are smaller. One is young, and the other looks weaker than the yellow cow. Don't worry, all 3 cows are good. The oldest one is over 3 years old. The small one was just born a few months ago. The third one is a mature, strong young cow, so naturally, it's the most expensive. Deng explained about the cows. Wen Yao stood next to Wen Shui and nudged him with her elbow. Which one do you like? Wen Yao gave him a calm look and then asked Deng with a smile, Uncle Deng, how much are these 3 cows selling for? The 3-year-old cow costs 15 taels, with the lowest at 14 taels. The healthy young cow is 18 taels. The smallest one is cheaper, only 12 taels, because he's young and still needs some time to work. Usually people prefer buying bigger cows. Wen Yao liked the young, strong cow. Uncle Deng, can't you lower the price a bit for this cow? Wen Yao pointed at the big yellow cow and asked. Deng stroked his short goat beard and smiled. Girl, I'd love to give you a cheaper price, but I didn't buy this cow for nothing. After all, the cost of buying, feeding, and caring for it adds up. Look at how healthy and strong this cow is. No illness, no trouble. It's perfect for work. It's just the right age now. You can start using it right away. Wen Yao tugged on Wen Shui's sleeve. He understood and cleared his throat before speaking. Manager Deng, we've known each other for a while. There will be more chances to buy from you in the future. Just give us a fair price. If it's okay, we'll take the cow today. Deng hesitated a bit. He looked at the father and daughter and thought about the shopkeeper Chiu who brought them here. In Yunwu town, people know some secrets others don't. Deng was aware of the background of the two experts at Jisher Hall. This family didn't seem ordinary, and the son was studying medicine under Dr. Jean. As the saying goes, don't offend a doctor. Considering all this, Deng saw this as a good opportunity to build a good relationship. Alright, I see that the girl really likes it. How about this? 17 taels. It really can't be less. If it's any cheaper, I might lose money. Seeing Wen Yao pout, Deng Yaran continued, but even though I can't lower the price further, I will give you an extra ox cart for free. The cart won't cost anything. Girl, what do you think? Wen Yao's eyebrows visibly relaxed, and Deng Yaran smiled. Wen Yao thought for a while and nodded. Alright, then 17 taels. But I might need Uncle Deng to send someone to teach me how to drive the cart. She and Wen Xiu didn't know how to drive oxen. Wen Xiu had let go of oxen when he was young, but driving a cart is a different skill. Deng Yaran happily agreed and told the staff responsible for the animal shed to bring out the big yellow ox, prepare the cart, and carefully teach Wen Xiu how to drive it. Wen Yao followed him to the front hall to pay the bill and sign the documents. Girl, if you want to buy anything in the future, just come find Uncle Deng. I'm not joking. Whatever you want, I can get it for you, Deng Yaran said with a smile as Wen Yao signed and paid. He was pleasantly surprised that this young girl could write such good characters. It made him feel confident he hadn't misjudged her. Her family must be extraordinary. Wen Yao paid the 17 taels quickly and nodded. Of course. I'll probably trouble Uncle Deng again in the future. No trouble at all. Wen Yao waited at the pawn shop for over an hour until she finally learned how to drive the ox cart. The father and daughter said goodbye to Uncle Deng and slowly headed to the dock with the cart. Wen Nong was almost shocked when he saw the ox. Uncle, what is this? He thought he was going to die and would definitely get scolded by his mother when he got home. Wen Xiu patted the big yellow ox and cheerfully praised, How about this? This is Big Yellow, our family's ox. Wen Nong was stunned. Even Liuzi came over, enviously touching Big Yellow here and there. Sir, did you really buy this? A good ox usually costs 15 or 20 taels of silver. The Wen family bought it without hesitation. No wonder people are jealous. Although Wen Nong was worried about getting scolded at home, seeing such a fine ox, he couldn't help but reach out and touch it too. Big Yellow looked big, but it was very gentle. When they touched it, it didn't get annoyed, just snorted softly in response. Uncle, how much did you spend on it? Wen Nong asked. 17 taels, including the cart, Wen Xiu replied without hesitation. It wasn't his money, so he didn't mind. Wen Nong was so shocked when he heard the price that his eyes almost popped out. Big brother, you're done for. Buying a cow for 17 taels of silver. When Dad and Grandma find out, they'll surely blame Big brother. Wen Xiu was sitting leisurely on a bench, waving dismissively. It's not my money anyway. Wen Nong turned to Wen Yao, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for his sister. Soon, Wen Xiu, who was watching the two of them, asked for a report on how they had been studying these days. Wen Nong finally accepted that their family bought the cow. Even though it was Big Brother's purchase, they could still use it. Wen Xiu kept talking happily, but it was almost afternoon, and he refused to go home. Big brother, you're not going back today. Wen Nong said he saw through everything.
Xiu snorted.
Why rush? I'm waiting for you to finish work, and Zhang the carpenter is making something for me. That way, you won't have to push the cart alone tonight. Don't thank me. I just care about you. Wen Nong mumbled softly, I think you're just afraid of getting scolded at home. 3 essays of 1,000 words. If you miss a word, write it 10 times, came Xiu Yi's cold voice. Wen Nong froze instantly. Big brother, Xiu Yi said, calling Dad won't help. That mischievous kid, so brave, daring to mock him. Lu Zi beside them was laughing so hard he doubled over. Xiu Yi looked at him and raised his hand. You're the same. Lucy. Teacher, I was wrong. Lucy begged tearfully, but when Xiao-yi just leaned back in his lounge chair, closed his eyes, and started resting. He couldn't be bothered with them, leaving the two boys to complain and laugh at each other, feeling miserable. Wen Yao wandered around the dock for a few rounds, bought some fish, and luckily, she also bought dried shrimp from a cargo ship that had just stopped at the dock. By just smelling it, Wen Yao knew it was sea shrimp. In this era without MSG, this was a rare delicacy to enhance flavor. Although she could buy MSG in her space, it was only for their own family use. At the old house, and when cooking outside, Wen Yao didn't dare to use it recklessly. Since moving to the old house, besides secretly buying some candy for Da too, Wen Yao hadn't used her space for a long time.
She almost forgot about it.
They didn't have the luck of a heroine, afraid they weren't the main characters with many halos. In the end, they'd be betrayed by their own treasures, so they had to sneak around to get things. Wen Yao carried a fish in one hand and a bag of shrimp in the other, heading back. "What are you doing?" "Going shopping," when Xiao-yi opened his eyes and joked around. As for the things in Wen Yao's hands, they had already been taken by the two older brothers or senior brothers. "Father, good stuff," Wen Yao whispered mysteriously as she reached over and grabbed some shrimp from the bag. When Xiao-yi opened the bag and immediately smelled a familiar fishy scent. Seeing the dried shrimp in Wen Yao's hand, he sat up and popped one into his mouth. "Wow, you managed to buy this," when Xiao-yi chewed happily, finding it delicious. Wen Yao tied up the bag and chuckled. "Of course. I came across a ship from the south. These are brought over from there. I sold some along the way, so only a little is left for me. Oh, and some seaweed in a small bag, but not much." When Xiao-yi perked up. "Did you ask if there was anything else?" She thought for a moment. "I asked, of course. How could I miss that chance?" Wen Yao clearly wouldn't. "But they said that people here aren't used to seafood from the seaside, and once in the capital, no one eats it much, so they don't stock much." The dock at Yunwu town was busy for two reasons. First, because it was the largest dock nearby, and second, because it was a key waterway port heading to the capital. Many merchant ships stopped here on their way to the city. This world was different from Wen Yao's previous understanding. The original author created this world purely from imagination, without any basis, just wrote whatever came to mind. So, Wen Yao couldn't quite describe what Yunwu town looked like. When Xiao-yi looked a bit disappointed. "What a pity. Seafood is nutritious. It would be good to give some to Daju and your grandparents." Wen Yao smiled proudly. "Can my daughter not think of these things? I told the ship captain that if they go to the seaside again and find any seafood, to bring some back for me. He even said, 'Those things are so fishy, can people really eat them?' It's a pity. Nowadays, people don't know how to cook seafood properly, wasting so many good things." She felt a bit sad.
Be content.
"I'll process these shrimp when I get back, add some flavoring to keep them fresh. The seaweed too. I'll give some to Daju to make bone soup to boost calcium and help him grow taller." Once the new house is built and they move back, she also needs to make sure Daju gets a bottle of milk every day. He's at the perfect age to grow strong. The father and daughter worked at the dock until the sun was about to set. When Xiao-yi said he wouldn't help, so he just watched as Wen Nong finished his work for the day. He didn't even lend a hand, even when an old customer recognized him. He stayed still. When asked, he only replied, "Just giving my nephew some practice. We still need to farm at home. From now on, this business will be handed over to my nephew." Everyone heard this and said they would help take care of Wen Nong. The trained Wen Nong was passively receiving everyone's concern, so tired that he couldn't lift his hands. As it was getting dark, Jean Carpenter and his wife arrived carrying a newly made plow. They were surprised to see Wen Xiao-yi and the others still working at the stall. Brother Wen, I thought Sixie would push the cart to take you home." "Why haven't you left yet?" Jean Carpenter said with a smile from afar. When Xiao-yi stepped forward to help take over Sixie's mother's position, directing Jean Carpenter to carry the plow to the ox cart. "You rented a cart? That's great. If you had to carry this back yourself, it would be too heavy," Jean Carpenter said, rubbing his shoulder. "The plow needs to be made heavier to work more steadily." Jean Carpenter used good wood from his own house to make it, and it took 2 adults to carry it. While inspecting the plow, when Xiui casually replied, "It's not rented. I bought it specially today when I went to town. Otherwise, it couldn't be pulled back by just anyone." Hearing this, Jean Carpenter was first surprised, then envious. "How is it? Will it work?" Seeing Wen Xiui circling the plow, tapping here and there, Jean Carpenter's heart suddenly tightened. After checking, Wen Xiui nodded with satisfaction, patted the plow and smiled, giving Jean Carpenter a thumbs up. "Brother, your craftsmanship is truly exceptional. It's perfect. I'll try it when I get home. If it works well, you should make more before spring plowing. You could make a good profit." Hearing this, Jean Carpenter remembered he still had the blueprints, so he quickly took them out for Wen Xiui. "Brother Wen, here are the blueprints. I drew them, and I just helped make it. I can't sell it for money," Jean Carpenter said honestly. Wen Xiui pushed the blueprints into his hands. "All right, keep them. When you make money, buy some paper and pens for Sixie to practice writing. Don't keep writing on the ground or wood with sticks. It's not good for the kid over time." Hearing this, Jean Carpenter and his wife's eyes welled up with tears. "Sixie, come on, kneel down and kowtow to the teacher." Jean Carpenter, feeling excited, suddenly grabbed Liuzi and pushed him to the ground. The Wen family was really helping them out. "Oh no, what are you all doing?" Wen Xiui felt completely humiliated. Although there weren't many people on the road now, a few passers-by saw him kneeling in front of everyone. This was not acceptable. "Get up quickly, kid. What are you doing?" Unfortunately, Wen Xiui couldn't pull Liuzi away. The boy stubbornly kowtowed 3 times. Finally, after he finished, Wen Xiui helped him up. What could he say? Only words of encouragement. "If you like it, keep going. I will come to teach you from time to time. When you finish the homework I assign, let Wen Nong bring it to me. We're not aiming for fame through the imperial exams, just want you to learn a little so you won't suffer later," Wen Xiui said sincerely. "Thank you, teacher," Liuzi said with tears in his eyes, nodding repeatedly. He never thought he would have such an opportunity at his age, learning to read and write. In the future, even if he wanted a better job, he could do so. Not being a lifelong street vendor was already enough for him. "Come on, load the things onto the cart, and hurry home." "Where's Yao Yao?" "Yao Yao," Wen Xiui shouted a few times. Only then did Wen Yao peek out from beside him. "I'm here." Seeing her, Wen Xiui finally relaxed. The dock was busy with people coming and going, and he was worried about losing his child. Everyone loaded everything onto the ox cart. Wen Xiui sat at the front, happily stroked the whip in his hand, and said farewell to Jean Carpenter's family. "Let's go back. We're leaving now." After saying that, he waved the whip, and the big yellow horse slowly started to move. Wen Nong sat on his own ox cart, looking around happily. As for the scolding from his grandmother, he didn't care. So long as she didn't scold him, he was fine. Halfway there, they met Wen Jun and Wen Xiuzhu, who came looking for them. Jun, Dad is here," Wen Xiui called out loudly as he saw the two walking past the cart without looking. Wen Yao also leaned over the cart, calling out, "Big brother and second uncle." Wen Jun and Wen Xiuzhu stopped. Seeing them, Wen Jun wasn't very surprised because he already knew what was happening. Wen Xiuzhu stared blankly at the ox cart and asked, "Big brother, where did you get this ox cart?" We bought it. "Hurry and get on." Wen Xiui waved at them. Wen Xiuzhu thought he had heard wrong and turned to Wen Jun. "What did your father just say?" Wen Jun stifled a laugh and pulled him onto the carriage. Once they were seated, he said, "My dad said he bought this ox cart." "Oh my goodness," Xiuzhu looked at his older brother in disbelief. If they weren't already on the moving carriage and it wasn't swaying gently forward, he would have climbed over to pinch his brother to see if he was dreaming. But soon, his attention was drawn away by Wen Jun. Wen Jun touched the curved plow on the carriage and spoke to Wen Yao. "Is it ready?"
So fast, Wen Yao nodded.
"Uncle Zhang didn't do anything today, just made this for us." Xiuzhu's curiosity was successfully diverted. He looked at the object that looked like a plow but wasn't quite the same and asked, "What is this?" "It's a plow, the one used for farming," Wen Yao explained. Xiuzhu moved to a different spot to study it better, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem quite right. "Why is it curved?" he asked. Wen Yao continued explaining, "Second uncle, this was improved by my dad. It's called a curved plow. It's several times more efficient than the straight plow we used before. With this, our fields will be much easier to work." Oh heavens, she never wanted to dig the ground by hand again. Since his brother was buried once, Xiaozhu felt he couldn't understand him anymore. It was like overnight, his brother suddenly became very capable. "Big brother, you can modify this too? But didn't you never go to the fields before?" Xiaozhu asked, stunned. Wen Yi's mouth twitched, and he replied bluntly, "That was before. Haven't I eaten pork and seen pigs run? I've read so many books. Aren't they all written about this? What does going to the fields have to do with it?" "Oh," Xiaozhu nodded blankly, then asked, "Do these books also teach farming?" This younger brother was so annoying. "What should I do?" Wen Yi sighed deeply. "There's nothing in books that isn't there. They have everything. When you have time, you and the third brother should read more." When he heard about reading, Xiaozhu immediately shut up, feeling defeated. Nearby, Wen Nong's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at his father. "Let's read together, suffer together, and talk about everything together." But all that got him was a big fist from his father. Wen Yao and the others laughed loudly. They played around like this until they reached the old house gate with the ox cart. By then, it was already dark. Every family had closed their doors and stayed inside, so no one noticed their movements. When Xiaozhu hurriedly jumped down from the ox cart as soon as she reached home, she quickly opened the large gate to let Wen Xiaoyi drive the cart inside. She looked around cautiously, as if sneaking, before closing the gate again. In the yard, everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of an ox cart, except for De Tu. De Tu ran excitedly to the cart, lifting his head to look at De Huang, full of joy. "Dad, is this our cow?" De Tu liked it more and more. It was worth all the effort he put into helping his father and sister with their studies all day, even to the point of almost going crazy from reading so much. De Tu's words were like a thunderclap, followed by Mrs. Luo's furious shout. "Wen Xiaoyi, you're dead. Come over here." The old lady finally understood why De Tu was so well-behaved today. Instead of bothering them with his writing or reading aloud, he was waiting here. The elderly couple had thought De Tu was being mature and eager to work hard, but it turned out he was just waiting for this moment. That naughty boy, and now he's even helping them cover for him? Mrs. Luo's face turned red with anger. When Xiaoyi shrank back behind the ox cart and said, "Mom, this is De Huang, our cow. We bought it ourselves."
You can't hit me.
The shopkeeper said once the goods leave, there are no returns. You can either keep it or kill it. It's up to you. Mrs. Luo almost fainted from anger. "Kill it? I'll slaughter you first," she shouted as she looked around for something to hit him with. When Xiaoyi quickly hid behind Wen Yao, knowing that the old lady's favorite were Wen Yao and De Tu. With these two protecting him, he was sure he'd be safe. "Mom, Yao Yao paid for it. I'm just running errands," Wen Xiaoyi said, trying to bargain for his safety. Wen Yao's face stiffened, and she gritted her teeth. "Dad, you really are hopeless." "Yao, stay safe and be a good girl," Wen Xiaoyi whispered, praying softly. Wen Yao almost rolled her eyes to the sky, but when Mrs. Luo raised her hand to strike, she stepped forward just in time and held the old lady's arm. With a quick move, she took the tool from her hand. "Grandma, don't be angry. I bought this cow. It has nothing to do with my father. If you want to hit someone, hit me," Wen Yao said, gently setting the stick aside. Of course, if her relationship with the old lady was fake, she wouldn't want to hit herself. Sure enough, Mrs. Luo's hand was raised high, then gently fell. When Nong and Wen Jun nearby couldn't help but complain, "Grandma hitting Yao Yao is like brushing dust off her." Wen Jun couldn't hold back his laughter. "Dead girl, such a big matter. How could you not discuss it with the family?" Mrs. Luo wasn't upset about Wen Yao buying things randomly. She just thought that such a large amount of money should be discussed together. Buying on impulse like that is just playing around. Wen Yao shrugged and said, "I told you, but you and Grandpa didn't agree." Mrs. Luo was surprised and thought they just said that casually. Old Mr. Wen, coming back to his senses from shock, had already circled the ox cart several times and looked very pleased at Da Huang. He reached out and patted Da Huang's head, asking, "How much is this ox?" "Not expensive, 17 taels," Wen Xiui replied, and then ran off, holding his young son upright. Big Head quickly turned to the side, trying to block Wen Xiui's large body with his small frame. Old Mr. Wen's cigarette was almost dropped in shock. He knew the ox was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so costly. Grandmother, hearing this, suddenly got angry again. Before she could get mad, Wen Xiuheng, who usually didn't speak much, suddenly pointed at the plow on the ox cart and asked, "Big brother, what is this?" Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and examined the curved yoke plow on the cart carefully. "What is this?" Old Mr. Wen skipped over the ox cart and looked at the object, asking, "Is this a plow?" Wen Xiui carried Da Huang over and explained, "Yes, Dad. I've looked at it. The straight yoke plow we use now is faster than manual work, but it has many disadvantages like poor turning and shallow tilling. So I made some improvements based on the original. Look, this is called a curved yoke plow, an upgraded version of the straight yoke plow. It not only saves time and effort but also turns better and digs deeper than the straight yoke plow. Today, Yao Yao and I went to town specifically to ask Liu Zi's father to help make this for us. We'll try it out in the field tomorrow. With Da Huang, our work will be much faster," Wen Xiui explained while taking credit for himself. Old Mr. Wen and the other two brothers, even Mrs. Luo, all focused on the curved yoke plow. Wen Xiui and Wen Yao exchanged glances, feeling relieved that they had escaped a crisis. The three brothers carried down the large tool. It was heavy and much bigger than the one the village head's family had. "Will this really work?" Old Mr. Wen asked, squatting nearby. Wen Xiui patted his chest confidently and promised, "Dad, just trust me this once. It will definitely work. We'll test it in the field tomorrow." The elderly couple looked at each other, but didn't say whether they believed it or not. A group of people interrupted the situation so suddenly that it distracted from the matter of buying the cow. However, Mr. Luo didn't intend to let the four of them go easily. Seeing Wen Jun's calm attitude, it was clear he had also been involved. "Tell me what really happened," Mr. Luo said, pointing at Big Yellow. Seeing Old Wen already approaching Big Yellow to build a bond, he snorted in annoyance. Wen Yao quickly explained every detail of buying the cow, the benefits and the potential rewards, calming the old lady's last bit of anger. "This cow is indeed good. 17 taels is a bit expensive, but a good cow lasts longer. With a cart, it will be more convenient for the family to come and go," Mr. Luo sighed. There was no way they could just return the cow now. They had already bought it, they couldn't really get angry and kill it. It's illegal for ordinary people to kill cattle without permission. Seeing the grandfather and grandson still fussing around Big Yellow, Mr. Luo glared and said sternly, "Hurry up and lead him to the backyard to build a stall." He continued, annoyed, "You all are so careless. You buy a cow without preparing anything at home. Should he just stand in the yard and shiver in the cold wind?" After scolding everyone, Mr. Luo looked at Wen Yao and deliberately snorted. "Since you want to buy it, from now on, you'll be responsible for feeding him. Remember, cows eat grass." "Oh, and..." He lowered his head, glancing at the scapegoat who had been abandoned by Wen Xiui. "And you dare to lie." The two hugged her leg and pouted. "Mom, I didn't lie. I've been reading and writing for you, showing you everything. I didn't hide that I went out with Dad and the others. Besides, you agreed to them going out. Mrs. Luo, such cleverness, who does she take after?" When Yao promised she would make sure Big Yellow was well fed. She had space in her own area. She planned to buy some grass seeds and scatter them on the ground later. There would be plenty of grass for the cow. Big Yellow seemed to like the new home. After the stall was built, it obediently went inside and stayed there. That night, besides worrying about Grandma scolding, everyone in the Wen family was very happy. After all, they now had a cow at home. Only their family and the village chief's family owned cows in the entire village. The next day, everyone felt refreshed. Old Wen was especially noticeable. He even wore one of his patched clothes, which he rarely did. Early in the morning, He was busy tidying himself up, either feeding Big Yellow or chatting with him to build a bond. After breakfast, the family, led by Old One holding Big Yellow, left their home. Currently, any new thing that appears in a household becomes big news, especially when the Wen family boldly brings out the Big Yellow Ox, which many people see. Old Mr. Wen greets villagers happily along the way. Yes, they bought a cow. That's right. It wasn't cheap. Well, the child is filial. Since there's more land at home, it's hard to manage, so they bought a cow. Borrow it? That's not impossible, but I have to finish the work in my own fields first. Ha ha ha, such a filial son, such a filial son. Throughout the journey, the Wen family can only hear Old Mr. Wen cheerfully greeting villagers, exchanging greetings back and forth. Mrs. Luo quietly complains to Wen Yao, "Your grandpa has one bad habit his whole life, showing off. He'll regret it sooner or later. Did you see those people wanting to borrow our cow? Don't be fooled by your grandpa's politeness. If he lets them borrow Big Yellow, he'll be heartbroken and worried all the time." Wen Yao chuckles softly, thinking how good her decision was. After buying the cow, the old man and grandma are in much better spirits. Of course, some people noticed the strange plow the Wen brothers moved. Many privately discussed how the plow looked different from others. But the Wen family didn't care what others said. They just wanted to quickly test whether this new curved yoke plow would work. In the field, Big Yellow patiently stayed still. Big Head circled around him, occasionally pulling some dry grass to feed him. Big Yellow opened his mouth and ate without fuss. Wen Xiao-yi and his two brothers began attaching the harness to him. Wen Yao approached Big Yellow, petted him, and softly said, "Work hard." While the Wen family was not paying attention, Wen Yao took a caramel from her space and fed it to Big Yellow. Big Yellow's eyes visibly brightened, and he called out to Wen Yao twice. They attached the plow, and Wen Xiao-yi stood behind, holding the whip. The Wen family members automatically moved aside. Old Mr. Wen personally held Big Yellow's lead rope and patted him, saying, "Young fellow, it's your turn." Big Yellow snorted and lifted his leg to start walking forward. When he took a step, the resistance behind him made him pause briefly, but he quickly mustered his strength and continued forward, determined to fight against the resistance. Everyone watched as Big Yellow moved forward, with Wen Xiao-yi holding the curved yoke plow behind him. The soil on the ground gradually turned over as they moved forward. Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xiaoqing quickly ran up, then happily shouted, "Dad, it really works. The soil is turned over very deep. It was much deeper than they could dig by hand." The two brothers were very happy. They followed behind, shaking the poles with rakes and smashing large clumps of soil. They worked very hard and efficiently, much faster than before. Mrs. Luo, along with her two daughters-in-law, also started helping in the field. Wen Xiaoyi held the plow while shouting, "Mother, don't throw the straw around. Stack it all together. It will be useful." Mrs. Luo wanted to scold them, but when she saw the Big Yellow dog and the curved plow, she swallowed her words. She and the two daughters-in-law gathered all the straw roots and piled them in one place. As for what to do with it, Mrs. Luo didn't ask. Since the eldest son said so, she trusted his judgment and just did as told. With the Big Yellow dog helping, their work became faster and easier. In just one morning, they cleared over an acre of land, something they never dared to dream of before. Old One was worried about tiring out the Big Yellow dog, so he kept giving it water or some dry grass to eat. But the dog kept turning its head toward Yao Wen, and Old One couldn't tell what was wrong. He just thought it was adjusting poorly and moved around randomly. Since the work was now easier, Mrs. Luo didn't need to stay in the field all the time. After working a while, she left her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and several grandsons behind, and took her granddaughter and grandson home. The house was still under construction, so they couldn't be far away. Nearby, others were also working in the fields. Within a day, news spread across Gadong village that Wen's Big Yellow Ox was plowing very quickly. By the afternoon, the hillside was crowded with people watching. Seeing was believing. Everyone was amazed by the speed. Even the village chief came to see. Originally, only Wen's family had a cow, but now Wen's family did too. The village chief's sense of superiority disappeared instantly. He looked at Wen's plow and saw that they were plowing faster than his family. He heard several people saying they wanted to borrow Wen's cow and plow. "Uncle Wen, are you busy?" the village chief called out loudly from the hillside. Old Wen had to stop, and when Xioi looked up, Old Wen whispered to him, "They probably saw we bought a cow and got jealous." When he looked up, he was already smiling politely. "Hello, village chief. What brings you here? The fields look messy. I didn't come earlier." "What's the matter?" Old Mr. Wen didn't move. He just stood in the field talking to him. The village chief looked at his plow and saw it was different from his own. He wanted to ask how they made it, but there were so many people around now, he felt shy to speak. After thinking for a moment, the village chief said, "Nothing special. I just heard your plow works really well, so I came to see." Old Mr. Wen looked proud, even more than when Xiao got into the scholar exam. "Ah, you mean this? My eldest son made it himself. We just had a carpenter make the frame, then tested it in the field to see if it works. It actually works quite well. Look at this land. It's turned over so nicely." Mr. Wen pointed at the land behind him, as if showing off his achievements. A villager nearby saw this and said, "Village chief, your family's plow is really good. It digs deep and fast. Maybe you should ask Uncle Wen how he made it, and get one for your family too." He didn't say it directly, but it's much better than yours. The village chief looked at him. He wanted to ask, but Mr. Wen had just said when Xiao made it. What if when family members didn't want to share? Thinking of this, the village chief frowned. Over the years, because his family had oxen, villagers often borrowed them when busy. He'd help out by renting or giving some grain. People live for these few acres of land. Now that there's better equipment, he naturally wants one too. But as village chief, it's hard to ask. What if when family thinks he's greedy? Would he lose face? Old Mr. Wen was still proud. When Xiao straightened up and said, "Village chief, do you want to try it?" Hearing this, the village chief immediately went to try. Old Mr. Wen didn't even have time to stop him. Next to him, when Xiao personally showed the village chief how to use it, then stood aside to direct. "Dad, you keep pulling the big yellow horse." Old Mr. Wen shot a quick glance at his son, resigned, and continued to lead Big Yellow. Big Yellow was eager, probably motivated by the crowd, and worked very hard. The village chief followed behind, holding the curved yoke plow, truly feeling the difference from their straight yoke plow, and his face lit up with happiness. "It really saves effort," he said, touching the plow in his hand. When Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, this is called a curved yoke plow. It's easier to use than our old straight yoke plow, and it digs deeper too." "Good, very good." The village chief loved it and wanted to exchange it, but didn't know how to ask. After helping with some work for a while, the village chief asked, "Brother Wen, is this your work?" When Xiao waved his hand. "I don't have that skill. I just drew a picture, made some improvements, and had someone else do it. If the village chief wants to exchange it, you can go to my stall by the dock where Zhang the carpenter works." Old Wen tried to stop him, but couldn't. Hearing this, the village chief's face lit up with happiness. "Really? We can exchange too?" When Xiao felt a bit embarrassed to keep asking the village chief for help, so he took over and said, "Yes, we can exchange. These things are made for people to use, and it's for everyone's convenience. There's no need to hide it. I already talked to Zhang the carpenter. Since our village can get a discount if you want exchange, just go to him and tell him I sent you." Hearing Wen Xiao's words, the village chief's previous impression of him was completely overturned. Suddenly, he seemed so noble that the chief wondered if the Wen Xiao he knew before really existed. "That's wonderful. With this, everyone's work will be much easier in the future." Not every household had a cow, but having one or two in the village, with everyone taking turns to use it, was good. Now that they had more efficient tools, work became easier, and productivity would gradually increase. The village would get better and better. The village chief knew he would get more praise from above. Without delay, the village chief announced the news in the fields. "Big Wen family brother Xiao has made this." What was it called? "A curved yoke plow." He said we can all exchange for it. I'll go back and have Zhang the carpenter make one. From now on, if we have 2 cows in the village, everyone can take turns borrowing them. Work will be much easier. Everyone, Thank Uncle Wen and Brother Shui. Everyone was overjoyed and kept thanking and praising the Wen family. Old Wen felt like the village chief was just trying to compete with him. When did he agree to lend out Da Huang? But hearing everyone's praise and compliments, Old Wen's vanity immediately flared up. We all live in the same village. No one is without difficulties sometimes. Let's help each other. Everyone, please disperse now. Once I finish tidying my land, I'll take turns helping everyone. Disperse now, everyone. After speaking, Old Wen wished he could slap himself. This darn face, this darn vanity. When Xiao-yi and her two younger brothers were holding back their laughter at the back, even Li and Kai couldn't help but chuckle. They knew very well how the old master was, and the villagers' compliments made him so proud he couldn't sit still. But the old master was easy to talk to, and since the Li family had inherited the fiery spirit of the Luo family, they wouldn't let their father suffer unfairly. She threw down the wheat stalk in her hand and loudly said, "But let's make one thing clear first. Borrowing our big yellow isn't free, and there's no reason for everyone to work without compensation. You must prepare enough food for our big yellow. It wouldn't be fair if they just borrowed big yellow without paying back with grain." Everyone burst into laughter and repeatedly assured her that they would definitely do so. Li continued working, whispering to her sister-in-law, "See, when we go back, Dad will definitely get scolded by Mom." She even started laughing herself. Kai, who was usually reserved, couldn't help but join in. They could easily imagine how the old master would be scolded by the old lady. Sure enough, before evening, Luo heard about it. There was no way, after they returned, the villagers didn't forget to thank her. Even the workers at the construction site became more diligent. Luo responded politely in front of others, but privately, she asked what had happened in the fields. When she and Wenyang were in the kitchen, the old lady finally couldn't hold back her laughter and sneered, "The Wen family really is full of saints." Wenyang almost burst out laughing and quickly said, "Grandma, I also have the surname Wen." Luo was stunned, then threw her a vegetable leaf and scolded, Yes, you're Wen family. I'm just an outsider, a bad person." She then started laughing herself. Wenyang happily caught the leaf, put it back and pouted, "You're not a bad person. You're the head of our Wen family." Luo glared at her, smiling at the corners of her mouth and eyes, and said, "Go to the storeroom and scoop half a spoon of wheat bran. Later, mix it into Big Yellow's feed to give him some extra nutrition. It's a pity Big Yellow can't talk, or they'd sell him just like that. Maybe Big Yellow enjoys it," Wenyang said with a big laugh, running to the storeroom, leaving Luo quietly working in the kitchen, still smiling. This feeling was hard to describe, like when Xiao-yi first passed the imperial exam. Everyone treated her politely, with respectful words, and no one dared to look down on their Wen family anymore. Although she had silently accepted this, when Old Wen and when Xiao-yi returned, Luo couldn't help but give them a teasing scolding. The father and son felt helpless. They were the ones who spoke and handled the matters, but all they could do was silently endure the criticism. As for their main helper, Da Huang, he was given bran-enriched grass after returning to the animal shed. When he saw Wen Yao, he kept rubbing against her. They tricked him into eating a sugar candy, and he was happily full and then rested. With Da Huang's help, their work efficiency doubled. In just 4 days, they had turned over all the land. Gradually, villagers started coming to borrow Da Huang and the plow. Thanks to Luo's supervision, they wouldn't suffer losses. But when they dug up the soil, they didn't throw away the straw, roots, or dead leaves. They just piled them on the ground. Now that the land was finished, they needed to figure out what to do with these materials. When Xiao-yi told them directly, "Use those things to make compost." "Father, how did we usually fertilize the land?" When Xiao-yi asked, addressing everyone's doubts. Old Wen replied, "When we harvest wheat, we burn the straw in the field, sprinkle ash from wood and grass, and families with more people sometimes store manure mixed with water." When Xiao-yi understood now, no wonder the soil lacked nutrients and the harvest couldn't improve. Without good harvests, there wouldn't be enough food. It was no surprise that everyone's days were just barely getting by. No one relied solely on farming to save money. They earned it by working outside. When Xiao-yi shared a few methods he knew for making compost, the Wen family members gradually fell silent. Old Wen had farmed his entire life, and his two sons had also dealt with land and crops for most of their lives. Now, they felt strange having someone who had never farmed before teach them how to farm. Not only the three of them, but Luo and the two daughters-in-law also found it hard to believe. They kept looking at Wen Xiui. "Mom, what are you looking at? Do I have something on my face?" Wen Xiui asked, wiping his face with his hand. Luo looked away, unable to bear watching Wen Xiui act so foolish. Old Wen tapped his pipe and said, "Brother, do you really think these methods will work? I've never seen anyone do this before." "If it doesn't work," Wen Xiui muttered to himself, "of course it will work. How could it not? These are the experiences passed down from our ancestors over hundreds of years." But he didn't dare say that aloud. Instead, he said, "Dad, trust me just once. We can do it. This year, we'll make our own compost, and next year, our harvest will definitely improve. If it doesn't, then I'll cover all the grain taxes for our family next year." In the end, Luo sure couldn't stand their hesitation any longer and made the decision. Since Chu Yuan plow was invented by the eldest, let's follow his method. We should try making compost the way he suggested. We have to try if it can work. When Xiu looked at his mother with gratitude. She supported him after all. This earned him a disapproving look from Luo Shi. Meanwhile, the villagers of Gadong village saw that the Wen family had finished plowing the fields. Besides Old Wen walking around daily with Big Yellow helping each household, the rest of the Wen family was busy digging holes and collecting dry branches and leaves, not quite sure what they were doing. Because of the Chu Yuan plow incident earlier, the villagers were curious about what the Wen family was up to. They instinctively wanted to go see, thinking maybe it was something good. Just like the Chu Yuan plow, they hoped to gain some benefit from it. After 2 or 3 days, all they saw was the Wen family digging holes and burying things inside, nothing else. Some villagers gathered courage to ask what they were doing. The Wen family members had been persuaded by Wen Xiu to be open about it. He said hiding things was not good. A big tree attracts the wind, so it's better to be honest, which might earn respect from others. But most people didn't believe them. Everyone in the village had been farming for generations. No one had ever heard of using dry branches and leaves to make compost. Usually people just used ash and manure. Still, some remained half-skeptical. Among them were Tainyo's family, who often visited Wening and Atu to play, and another boy named Mao Tu. Tainyo's family didn't own much land in the village. Their yearly grain harvest was just enough to pay taxes and feed their family for about half a year. After that, the brothers had to find odd jobs outside to earn money. The children of both families were good friends, and the adults got along well too. When Wen's family asked for help to build a house, Tainyo's brothers came to assist. So, if the compost method could improve the harvest, Tainyo's father was the first to come to Wen's family to learn. If it really worked, their family wouldn't have to worry about running out of food. Mao Tu's family was in a similar situation, but theirs was even worse than Tainyo's. When Xiui didn't hide anything and simply explained the key points and the principles of composting in a way that 2 people could understand today. He finished by saying, basically this is the method. If you trust me, join us and try it. You'll see the results next year. But I can't promise anything. It's all up to your own judgment. Since these 2 families weren't close relatives, Wen Xiui couldn't guarantee anything about whether it would be good or bad. It was better to be honest and clear with them in advance. Both families were surprised by Wen Xiui's change and his knowledge. After listening, they said they would discuss it further with their families at home. Wen Xiui wasn't in a hurry. He just advised, if you want to try composting, do it soon. Spring planting is only a month or 2 away, and composting takes time. Okay, we'll go back and discuss it with our families, said Iron Bull's father and Mao Tu's father. They left together, whispering as they walked, seemingly planning how to proceed. The next day, both families made no moves. When Xiui didn't say much, just shook his head with a sigh. On the 3rd day, Iron Bull's family started digging pits in the field. On the 4th day, Mao Tu's family also began digging pits. Some people saw this and called them foolish. Their land was small, and messing around like this might ruin their food supply. But they didn't realize how risky this decision was for both families. That day, Iron Bull's father told his family about what had happened. The usually quiet adults heard Iron Bull say, Debeo and Ingzi secretly told me that Uncle Wen promised Grandma Wen and Grandpa Wen at home that this compost would definitely enrich the soil and increase the harvest. Also, Debeo said Uncle Wen might have some other method to boost crop yields, something he mentioned when talking with Yao Yao and Xiao Jun, and Debeo overheard it. I trust Debeo, so I told him. Because of Iron Bull's words, the whole family fell silent again. Finally, Iron Bull's grandfather cleared his throat and said, maybe we should follow the Wen family and try it. Even if it's not perfect, it won't be worse than now. Yes, even if it's not perfect, it's better than doing nothing. Trying is better than not trying at all. The Mao Tu family is in the same situation, but not because Mao Tu was persuaded. Instead, Mao Tu's grandmother and the Luo family are old friends. Anyway, their situation can't be worse than it is now. Their family has more members than the Tainyo family but less land, making things more difficult for them. Recently, if it weren't for a few hens that laid eggs at home, and Luo always prioritized collecting eggs and vegetables like radishes and cabbages for pickling, their life wouldn't have improved much. Because both families support each other's work, when Xiao Yi also takes his responsibilities seriously. He specifically went to visit their fields, checked the situation, and gave instructions on how to prepare the fertilizer, including what materials to use. Different types of soil need different fertilizers. If the fertilizer is not suitable, it can do more harm than good. There are only 7 days left before the new year. The Wen family's new house is starting to take shape. The walls are not very tall yet, but you can see the outline of the house. If the brick-burning family hadn't said they would stop work for the new year, they would have finished building it by New Year's Eve. On the last day, Luo paid the workers and foremen their wages, hoping everyone could have a good new year. When Yao finished her last job before the holiday and received a red envelope of 200 coins. This year, she won't take on any more work. The final days are for their family to prepare for the new year themselves. Although they have moved out, because when Xiao Yi's house is still under construction, they will all celebrate the new year at the old house this year. Da Huang has been exhausted lately, which worries Wen Laohan. He wants to check on Da Huang at the animal shed in the backyard 3 times a day. According to Luo, he now wishes he could tie Da Huang around his waist every day. Luo dislikes how Wen Laohan treasures Da Huang so much and insists on giving Da Huang some work to do. After dinner one day, Luo suddenly announced that the whole family would go to the city tomorrow. The younger generation cheered happily. Even the 3 brothers were quite excited. After working so hard for days, they finally get a break. When Nong raised his hand carefully, Mom, can I still go to the market tomorrow? During this time, Wen Nong saved some money besides the capital for Wen Yao. Although Li took it all, he still believed it was money. If they go to the city, he doesn't think his mother will refuse to let him spend it. Wen Yao told her that there are many good things at the dock, and she should go see if she can find some affordable, nice items. Wen Nong just wanted to slack off a little. He wasn't really planning to go out for fun. Since Grandma said so, he knew his laziness was hopeless, so he decided to focus and work hard. Mrs. Luo looked at Wen Jun and asked, have your master and shopkeeper Chiu finished their busy work? How are they spending the new year? Wen Jun nodded and replied, that noble person left earlier. Originally, my master planned to return to the capital for the new year, but for some reason, he changed his mind suddenly. Shopkeeper Chiu is alone, so he should be celebrating with my master. Mrs. Luo looked at her family members, thought for a moment, and said, in that case, you can ask your master and shopkeeper Chiu tomorrow if they'd like to come to our house for the new year. When June asked her, Grandma, is that okay? Honestly, when June had thought about inviting them, if it were just the 4 of them at home, he would definitely want to bring his master and shopkeeper Chiu to celebrate the new year. Celebrating the new year is more lively with more people. Just his master, Jin Xiui, and shopkeeper Chiu. What's the point? Mrs. Luo shot him a sidelong glance and said, that's your master, your half-father. Do you think it's okay? When June was delighted and respectfully bowed to Mrs. Luo, saying, thank you, Grandma. Mrs. Luo was pleased and smiled. Then she looked at her other 2 sons and daughters-in-law. She said, in previous years, your eldest brother was a burden, but times are different now. You can see for yourselves what he has done for this family. She paused and continued, What happened before is in the past. From now on, no one is allowed to bring it up again in this family. Your father, I, and some savings this year, your two families' New Year gifts will include an extra piece of meat and a piece of cloth. Mother, really? Li Shi was the happiest. Not only was her son earning money, but her mother-in-law was also becoming more generous. She felt her life was really getting better now. Although Kai Shi didn't dare say much, her bright eyes betrayed her feelings. Her mother-in-law cared about them, and they were naturally happy. Mrs. Luo glared at her and said, "Cook it." Her simple words made everyone laugh. Li Shi quickly apologized. "Mother, I was just surprised. What do you call it again?" Yao Yao taught them, and it's called colorful words and expressions. "Mother, happiness shows in your face," Wening added. Li Shi chuckled and said, Yes, that's it. "Thank you, Mother." Kai Shi also blushed and said, Thank you, Mother." Ruoshi nodded softly, looked at Wenyu and his family of 4, then shifted her gaze away. No daughter-in-law, so she doesn't need to visit her mother-in-law's house. Ruoshi continued to arrange things. The fabrics that Dr. Jean sent before, the clothes made from them haven't been worn yet. "We won't make new clothes this year," no one objected because everyone agreed. Next, they planned the relatives' New Year gifts, the New Year dinner, and what to buy in the city tomorrow. All had to be listed to avoid problems later. As the most educated person in the Wenyu family, Ruoshi was responsible for speaking, and Wenyu was responsible for writing. After Ruoshi finished, others added their notes, and Wenyu finally handed the list to Ruoshi for review. "Mother, check if I missed anything." Ruoshi shot him a sidelong look. "If you could read, you wouldn't need to go to school." But she still looked at him for a while. After a moment, Wenyu was about to put away the list when Ruoshi suddenly asked, "Big brother, why do your characters look different now?" Wenyu's heart skipped a beat. Wenyu and Wenyu's sister instinctively clenched their fists and looked at Wenyu. Although Ruoshi couldn't read, when Wenyu was doing well before, the family treasured his writings as precious keepsakes. Later, when Wenyu made mistakes, Ruoshi burned everything in anger. So, Ruoshi knew Wenyu's handwriting. A person's memory and abilities can be inherited, but handwriting is different. Wenyu used to write with a brush and was quite famous, with his own style and flair. Even now, as Wenyu, he couldn't change his writing habits, so his characters naturally looked different. Wenyu didn't expect Ruoshi to suddenly ask about this. He paused for a moment and replied, "It's because I practiced writing in a way that looks nice. Mother, since everything is fine, let's let the children go to bed early. Tomorrow, we need to get up early." He quickly changed the subject, afraid Ruoshi would ask more questions. Ruoshi only glanced at him and didn't ask further. She waved her hand to dismiss everyone. Before going to sleep, Ruoshi suddenly lit 3 sticks of incense on the ancestral altar in the main hall. Wenyu's father was in the inner room. He heard Ruoshi muttering outside, whispering about ancestors, the eldest son, and blessings. He turned over and didn't pay attention, just thinking about which son should walk first tomorrow, so the big yellow dog wouldn't get too tired with so many people. The next morning, as everyone woke up, Wenong, who was supposed to push the cart to set up the stall, had already loaded the food they planned to sell onto the ox cart with the help of Wenxiu and the 3 brothers. De Huang was already busy munching on the morning grass. Old Wen said nothing about De Huang. In the end, except for Luo and a few children riding in the ox cart, everyone else was ordered by Old Wen to walk. After entering the city, Wenong was taken to the dock, and the ox cart was left there for him to watch. The others, empty-handed, started to stroll through the city. While tying on his apron, Wenong watched sadly as everyone walked away. Once inside the city, it was clear that the new year was coming soon. The number of people was more than double the usual. Shops on both sides of the street displayed many bright and colorful goods, and even the small stalls by the roadside increased in number. The main street was lively and bustling, filled with the joyful atmosphere of the approaching new year and the smell of fireworks. According to the original plan, the families split up to go different ways. When June was headed to Jishir Hall, and the family of 3 naturally followed. They planned to invite Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chio to their home for the new year, and also buy some necessary items for the celebration. The list of things needed was already prepared, and Wen Yao had even handed over their share of the money to Luo in advance. Luo and Old One, along with their 2 sons, went shopping. They agreed to meet at the dock in the afternoon, and then dispersed. When they arrived at Jishir Hall, they saw shopkeeper Chiu escorting a middle-aged man out. Chiu was saying to him, "Go back and tell your master that I appreciate his kindness, but during the new year, when families gather, I won't ruin the mood." "Thanks for your concern." The middle-aged man couldn't say much more. He respectfully bowed and then got into a carriage and left. When shopkeeper Chiu turned back, he saw a family of 3 standing at the door. De2 is here," he said with a smile that was much more genuine than the one he had just given the middle-aged man. Shopkeeper Chiu seemed to like De2 very much. Every time he saw De2, he was very happy. Dr. Jean had once casually mentioned to Wenjun that Chiu's admiration for De2 was entirely beneficial for him. However, Dr. Jean had never mentioned what Chiu had done before. He only said they were friends from the capital who later came to Yunwu town together. Nothing more was said. But just now, Wen Yao clearly heard that the person who came to invite Chiu was extremely respectful to him. Chiu also called his host Lord, which suggested that this approachable and friendly pharmacy shopkeeper was probably someone very important. Wen Yao searched her memory but couldn't find anyone like that in the original book. Could she have overlooked something? While Wen Yao was lost in thought, they had already entered Jishir Hall. Perhaps because the new year was approaching, there were few patients. Only Dr. Jean and 2 others were there. "Dr. Jean, Brother Chiu, we're here to invite you to celebrate the new year at our house. Xiao Jun already told us that you won't be returning to Beijing this year. Brother Chiu is alone too. Why not come to my home? It's in the countryside, but the whole family can enjoy the lively atmosphere." When Xiu Yi explained their purpose as soon as they sat down, Manager Chiu smiled and said, "I'm not alone. I have Hong Hai with me." Hong Hai, who was behind the counter, was suddenly called out and looked up blankly, confused. When Yao smiled and asked, "Brother Hong Hai, would you like to spend the new year at my house?" Hong Hai instinctively replied, "Really? Is that okay?" When Yao then looked at Manager Chiu and said, "I'll be in charge of the New Year's Eve dinner." Manager Chiu raised an eyebrow, laughed heartily, and waved his hand in the air to signal Wen Yao. He chuckled and said, "In that case, old Jean, and I will bother you. Anyway, it doesn't matter where they celebrate the new year. Going to Wen's house would be lively, and he genuinely liked the kid, too." When June also convinced Dr. Jean. With everything settled, Manager Chiu looked at De2 and asked, "De2, how is the homework I gave you coming along?" De2 immediately stood straight and respectfully saluted, "Uncle Chiu, I finished it." Manager Chiu nodded with satisfaction. "Good, good." When Yao secretly tugged at Wenjun and whispered, "Did you ask Dr. Jean about Manager Chiu's background?" Wenjun looked at the lively exchange between the big and small, then whispered, "I asked. My master didn't say much, only told me to tell you that if Manager Chiu is close to De2, don't stop him." He then looked at Wen Yao and lowered his voice further, asking, "Didn't you think of anything?" "No, nothing matches," she replied. Mainly because the original book had too many minor characters, and the author might not have kept good notes. Many characters were written in the beginning and forgotten later, as if they never appeared. Only their unlucky 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th male supporting characters, like De2, could keep their names for a long time. It was really irresponsible. I'm criticizing myself, don't take it personally. Please forgive me. When June hesitated for a moment and then relaxed, he said, "If I can't remember, I won't think about it. Anyway, shopkeeper Chiu and my master won't harm me or De2. By the way, aren't we going shopping? Have you decided what to buy?" When Yao still had a few dozen taels of silver left. Even after building the house, they still had enough money. Plus, with the space tool, they weren't aiming for great wealth, just a peaceful life. However, some things couldn't be bought directly from the space. They never relied too much on it from the start. So, gifts for family and for Dr. Jean and others were bought through normal, real-world channels. Almost ready. Once Dad and Dr. Jean finish their talk, we'll go. After a while, when Xiu Yi and Dr. Jean finished their conversation, The family was about to go shopping, but shopkeeper Chiao and De Tu seemed to be deep in conversation. When they heard they were leaving, De Tu bit his lip and stayed still. The father and two sons looked at each other, and then at De Tu. They didn't rush him, but patiently waited. De Tu needed to have his own thoughts. After a moment, De Tu finally gathered his courage and said, "Dad, sister, brother, I have a few questions for Uncle Chiao. You can go shopping without me." The three of them finally relaxed. It was good that De Tu could speak up and share his thoughts. They all smiled. Wen Yao said, "All right, if you want anything, we can help you get it. Just don't trouble Uncle Chiao." De Tu smiled and nodded. "I want a book and some candy." He had promised his little friends in the village that he would buy them candy when he went to the city. Wen Yao and he were almost always together, so she naturally knew what he wanted the items for. She told him to stay obediently here, and then left with Wen Xiao Yi, and when Jun's shopkeeper Chiao then took De Tu to the backyard, planning to give him a proper lesson. Dr. Jean saw this and smiled. "Why not just be straightforward and take De Tu as your student?" De Tu was surprised, tilted his head to look at Dr. Jean, then at shopkeeper Chiao, looking confused. "Uncle Chiao, do you have another identity? You seem very capable, knowing more than Dad." Shopkeeper Chiao smiled helplessly. "I once swore I wouldn't take students anymore. As for De Tu, he's my own child, so he's not considered a student. So, De Tu could be his younger relative, but not a formal student." No one said he couldn't teach his own child, after all.
Dr. Jean raised an eyebrow.
"Oh? What do you plan to do?" Shopkeeper Chiao glared at him. "Haven't you already guessed?" Dr. Jean chuckled softly and looked at Big Head. He said to shopkeeper Chiao, "You haven't asked this child yet. What if he doesn't want to go?" Big Head watched the two exchange riddles without speaking. Although they didn't say it directly, Big Head could guess what was happening. Is it really what he thought? Shopkeeper Chiao mentioned his own child, but they are not related by blood. So, what makes someone his own child? Clearly, Dr. Jean was surprised by the question. He looked at Big Head, who also looked back with innocent, pure eyes, full of childlike curiosity and cleverness. He smiled and gently patted Big Head's head, saying, "It's all up to fate." Then he took Big Head's hand and led him to the backyard. Dr. Jean shook his head with a smile, but said nothing. He just glanced at Hong Hai, who he thought might choose Hong Hai, but it seemed he was mistaken. Hong Hai scratched his head innocently and asked, "Dr. Jean, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" His words made others feel uneasy. Dr. Jean smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just your work." Oh, Hong Hai didn't ask further and continued with his chores. He never doubted or overthought what Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao said. The trio left Big Head at Jishir Hall and started shopping. Wen Yao was especially excited, looking at all the strange little things on the street. With the new year approaching, the street was busier, and there were more kinds of goods for sale. Wen Yao bought pretty hair ornaments for sisters Wen Ying and Wen Di, and small gifts for Big Head and Jean Xiaoyi. She also bought hairpins for Li and Kai, made of silver, but with nice designs. She wanted to buy a pair of small gold earrings for Luo, but after browsing the jewelry shops, she didn't find anything she liked. She remembered she had bought herself a pair of simple gold studs before, small gold balls that were plain and easy to wear, perfect for Luo. She secretly checked the prices in her space and decided she could afford it. Wen Yao immediately ordered a pair of small gold earrings and put them into the gift box for her family. Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Jun saw her buying gifts for everyone else, but not for herself. They asked, "Yao Yao, why don't you buy something for yourself? Young girls like her should dress up a bit, right?" Wen Yao couldn't say much. Should she tell them she thought the jewelry was too old-fashioned? The bright red and green colors didn't suit her. The old-fashioned taste of the ancients was quite different from theirs. Wen Yao shrugged casually, saying, "I don't want it. I'll pick something later over there. 9 yuan 99 with free shipping." Such a good deal. Wen Jun and Wen Xiaoyi knew she could buy anything she wanted there, so they didn't say much. After all, this girl was never one to cheat herself. The three of them went to the study again, bought some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for De Tu, and each bought a set of the cheapest writing supplies for the boys of the Wen family. Everything was ready. "Where's my grandpa? What should I buy for him?" Wen Yao asked. When Xiao Yi replied, I saw some tobacco leaves earlier. Buy him 2 jean of tobacco leaves. He'll be happy. When June frowned slightly, smoking is bad for health. When Xiao Yi said, oops, sorry, I forgot. Then buy him some snacks. When he wants to smoke, he can just eat snacks instead. Dr. Wen nodded in agreement. So, the 3 of them went to a grocery store again, bought candies for the 2, and bought a bunch of snacks for old Manhwa, then carried their big and small bags home. On the way, they saw a carriage passing by them. The 3 quickly moved aside to avoid being hit. After the carriage passed, they walked back onto the road, chatting and laughing. Unexpectedly, the carriage that just went by turned around and came back. The 3 had no choice but to step aside again. Wen Yao couldn't help but complain, it's really troublesome when people and carriages don't follow the traffic flow. What if the horse runs too fast and hits someone? Just as she finished speaking, the carriage suddenly stopped right in front of them. Wen Yao. No way, did they overhear my secret talk? This carriage doesn't look cheap. Are they trying to cause trouble for us? When Xiao Yi and Wen Jun also thought of this possibility. They instinctively hid Wen Yao behind them and looked at the carriage stopped in front. The curtain was lifted, and an old lady stepped out. Wen Yao always felt she looked familiar but couldn't remember where she had seen her before. The old lady stared at the 3 for a moment then, after seeming to confirm something, walked toward them. Miss Wen. The old lady bowed slightly and spoke. Wen Yao was stunned. She exchanged glances with her father and son. Did she know her? She looked at the old lady and asked, Who are you? The old lady straightened up and said, I am from the Xie family. I serve my lady at home. When the 3 of you visited the Xie residence before, I was fortunate enough to meet you. Wen Yao nodded, realizing she was from the Xie family. No wonder she looked familiar, but she couldn't quite remember. After all, many people from the Xie family had only glanced at them that day. But didn't the Xie family previously want to cut ties with them? Why is it that whenever I see someone by the roadside, I always have to greet them? If I remember correctly, this carriage has come and gone before. I don't think I've gained such face in the Xie family. Madam, is there something you need? Wen Yao asked directly. As the saying goes, nothing happens without a reason, so she turned around on purpose. The maidservant didn't beat around the bush either. After all, she was out to invite someone. When they arrived, they were told the family had gone to the city to shop. The Cloud Mist town is so big that she had little hope, but unexpectedly, they met on the street. Thinking of this, the maidservant said directly, No secret, young lady. It's my lady who asked this old servant to invite you. We just came back from Gudong village, and were told you weren't at home. I was about to report to the madam when I unexpectedly ran into Miss Wen here. Miss Wen, my lady has something she hopes you can help with. Would you be willing to come with me? The maidservant spoke politely, unlike the proud tone when they rescued Xiaoni before. But why is Madame Xia looking for her?
What does she want?
Is this goddess of wealth, the goddess of fortune, thinking one visit isn't enough and needs many? That really makes it hard to refuse. Is it something from young Master Xia? Wen Yao could only think of Xiaoni related to them. The maid shook her head. This time, it's not the young master, but the old madam. Miss, just come with me to see her and you'll understand. That high and mighty old lady of the Xie family? Ugh, she doesn't really want to go. But the maid also said it was Madame Xie's invitation. Wen Yao liked this noble lady. Someone willing to risk everything for her children wouldn't be bad. Father, elder brother, you go find Big Head first. I'll go see what's going on, Wen Yao said. Wen Jun and Wen Xiao Yi looked worried. Yao, maybe we should go with you. Wen Yao glanced at the maidservant, who stood calmly and patiently waiting. She nodded slightly and said to the brothers, This Madame Xie doesn't seem like someone who likes to make things difficult. There must be a real reason. I'll go take a look and come back. Don't worry, I'll be fine. She patted her chest to reassure them. Even if there was danger, she had ways to get out of it. When Xiao Yi looked at the maidservant and suddenly said loudly, All right then, brother, and I will wait for you at Jishir Hall. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao are waiting for us to return. He was telling Wen Yao, and also warning the maidservant of the Xie family not to bully her. Even if others do not know Dr. Jin's background and identity, the Xie family, as a prestigious family in Yunwu town, certainly does. Even out of respect for Dr. Jin, the Xie family probably wouldn't make things difficult for Wen Yao. Wen Yao asked the two of them to sit down, and then followed the maid into the carriage. On the way, Wen Yao couldn't help but ask the maid why Madame Xie wanted to see her. She thought she might be brushed off, but surprisingly, the maid answered. Recently, the old madam hasn't been feeling well. She has no appetite no matter what she eats. The kitchen has tried many different dishes, but she only eats a bite or two. The madam has hired many good cooks, but nothing helps. Later, someone from the household went home to visit family and happened to taste the banquet Wen Yao prepared. They praised her cooking skills highly. When this news reached the madam, she sent the old servant to Gutong village to invite a girl over to see if she could help improve the old madam's sudden loss of appetite. When Yao was stunned, she was being invited to cook. Seeing her frown slightly, the maid quickly said, "Miss, don't worry, you won't be working for nothing." When Yao didn't think it was a waste, the 200 taels the Xie family gave her last time was already quite a lot. Anyway, it was just cooking a meal. What if the old madam didn't even eat what she made? When the carriage arrived at the Xie residence, it didn't stop at the gate, but went directly through the side entrance into the estate. The maid then helped Wen Yao out of the carriage and whispered something to a young maid beside her. The young maid ran off immediately, and the maid then slowly led Wen Yao along. It was the same path as last time, but this time they turned at a fork and headed toward the back courtyard. When they saw Qiu Rongrong again, she looked much simpler than last time. No more elaborate attire. Now, she seemed sharp and capable. She sat casually on a soft cushion, with a charcoal basin beside her, warming the room. "Madam, Miss Wen has arrived," the maid bowed and reported. Wen Yao looked at Qiu Rongrong and nodded with a slight smile, confident and respectful. After all, she wasn't a servant of the Xie family. Qiu Rongrong glanced at her and pointed to the other side of her cushion. "Miss Wen, please sit." Wen Yao thanked her and sat down, then asked directly, "Madam, are you looking for me?" To Qiu Rongrong, Wen Yao seemed like a 10-year-old girl, maybe only a few years older than her own son. But she had also heard that the famous rural chef was just a 10-year-old girl. Wen Jia, at 10 years old, had already thought about this family, and surprisingly, she was right. Qiu Rongrong looked at Wen Yao for a while before smiling and saying, "I didn't expect it really is you, what?" Wen Yao tilted her head, looking puzzled. Seeing Wen Yao's dazed expression, Qiu Rongrong smiled again and lazily said, "The old lady hasn't had a good appetite lately and isn't eating much. I asked the cooks, but she finds nothing appealing. The doctor can't figure out what's wrong either. Is it just Wen Yao's impression, or does Qiu Rongrong smile when she says this seem a bit mocking?" Thinking about the last carriage incident, Wen Yao suddenly sensed something suspicious and raised her eyebrows. Qiu Rongrong noticed her reaction but said nothing, only continuing. "A servant from the mansion visited her family a few days ago and had a feast. He said the head cook's skills are comparable to a restaurant chef, so I had someone look into it. To my surprise, it was you." Wen Yao finally understood. She was being asked to cook a meal to see if the old lady would eat. "So, Madam wants me to cook for the old lady," Wen Yao pointed at herself and asked. Qiu Rongrong nodded. "Yes, don't worry, you won't work for nothing. Whether the old lady eats or not, you'll get 5 taels of silver. If you really help solve her loss of appetite, there will be extra rewards. Little girl, can you do it?" Hearing about the 5 taels of silver, Wen Yao's eyes lit up. It was just cooking, nothing difficult. If the old lady liked the food, that would be even better, plus extra money. Let's try first. By the way, does the old lady have any food taboos or dislikes? Wen Yao asked. Qiu Rongrong glanced at the maid who had just brought Wen Yao in. The maid immediately stepped forward and said, "The old lady is older and prefers light, sweet foods. Because of her poor teeth, she mainly eats soft, sticky foods." Wen Yao nodded. "That makes sense. Then, Madam, can I use the kitchen?" Wen Yao asked confidently, feeling she had a good chance. Chiu Rongrong looked at her, as if she had something to say, but hesitated. Wen Yao thought for a moment and boldly asked, "Does Madam have anything else she wants to tell me?" This is also what Wen Yao guessed, since she had a good impression of Lady Xie from the start. Although there was a small, unpleasant incident last time, after spending time together today, she found that Lady Xie was not proud or aloof, and was very polite to her. She didn't act superior because of their differences. Chiu Rongrong sighed and said, "I thought you were young and inexperienced, but it turns out I couldn't hide anything from you. There's no one else here, so I'll be honest with you. Maybe the old madam was deliberately making things difficult for me. No matter how you do, I will pay you for your work, whether she eats or not. I also didn't want you to think it was because of your cooking skills, so I wanted to tell you in advance. Of course, she might just be genuinely unwell. But the chance of that being true was low, since she had experienced similar deliberate difficulties before. After marrying into the Xie family as the second wife, she was seen as a high-status bride, but they constantly looked down on her and tried to suppress her. Things were better in previous years, but now, with the family's business struggling, she, as the lady of the house, had to use her own money to help. Yet, they spent her money but looked down on her. That didn't make sense. Even though she felt unhappy inside, for her son's sake, she had to stay strong and deal with them. The old madam had been causing trouble for over 2 weeks, mainly because she had told Wen Yao to give money to relatives for the new year. Wen Yao agreed, but the money she gave was only half of what the old madam asked for. The old madam took the money but felt uncomfortable, thinking she was deliberately embarrassing her, which led to more trouble. Wen Yao was different from the cooks. The cooks took money for their work. If they did well, they stayed. If not, they were dismissed. But Wen Yao was Earth's lifesaver, so Chiu Rongrong didn't want to treat her unfairly. That's why she told Wen Yao the truth, so she'd be prepared. Although Wen Yao didn't understand all the complicated details, hearing Chiu Rongrong speak made her aware of the situation. The inner court of this ancient family was full of scheming and tricks. Seeing her frown, Wen Yao comforted her. "Madam, don't worry. Leave it to me, and you can rest assured." She even winked at her and gave a playful look. Chiu Rongrong was amused by her lively attitude, and her worries eased a little. She said, "I really didn't mean to offend you last time. It wasn't intentional to use money to dismiss you. That was not my intention. Please don't blame me because of this. It's better to pay with money. They would love to send more gifts if they could." However, Wen Yao couldn't say that openly to save face. She smiled a self-assured smile typical of a 10-year-old girl and said, "It's nothing. I should thank the madam. With this money you gave me, my family has bought land, built a house, and even bought a cow. We should be thanking the madam instead." Chiu Rongrong was completely amused by her childish and funny words. Wen Yao played around for a while before Chiu Rongrong asked someone to take her to the kitchen. Since the tasks were a bit complicated, it was better to start early. Before leaving, Wen Yao asked Chiu Rongrong, "Madam, could you please send someone to Jisher Tang to tell my father and them? I'm worried they might worry if they wait too long." Chiu Rongrong nodded. "I will do that." Only then did Wen Yao feel at ease and leave with someone. Chiu Rongrong watched her go until she was out of sight, then slowly looked away, murmuring, "Even an outsider can see my worries, and she's just joking around to make me happy." Chiu Rongrong smiled bitterly and shook her head. But her close companion advised her to be tolerant, to understand filial piety, and to maintain family harmony. Although Chiu Rongrong couldn't go to the kitchen herself to see Wen Yao cook, she kept someone watching her. When she learned that Wen Yao, at such a young age, had real cooking skills, Chiu Rongrong was surprised. After all, Wen Yao was only 10 years old. After noon, people from Madame Xie's side arrived. It was a maid from Madame Xie's household, whom Wen Yao had met before. She entered the room, bowed to Chiu Rongrong, and said, "Madam, the old madam has eaten. Among the 4 dishes served today, she ate most of them. She has a very good appetite. The old madam sent me to ask where the cook came from. Please keep him at the house in the future." Wen Yao was waiting here to hear the outcome. Hearing this, she felt much more at ease. Whether Madame Xie really had no appetite or was just trying to annoy Madame Xie, she knew her own cooking well. One dish was stuffed cabbage with meat, both vegetables and meat, tender and juicy. She prepared the meat carefully, making it tender enough even for elderly people without teeth to enjoy. Another was 4 happiness meatballs, also made of meat, with her secret sauce. Not only now, but even in the past, no professor at the Agricultural Science Institute had ever said her 4 happiness meatballs weren't delicious and easy to eat, perfect for the elderly. I made a simple dish, steamed cake for Luo's family at home, but the Xie family is wealthy, so I added many ingredients and made a perfect steamed cake. Finally, I prepared a bowl of fragrant pork rib soup. I washed the ribs, blanched them to remove blood, added ginger and cooking wine to reduce the smell, roasted some koik seeds, soaked and scraped the soft tangerine peel, chopped the fragrant sand ginger, and cooked everything together with the ribs for an hour. Before serving, I specifically told the maid to let Lady Xie drink the soup first before eating anything else. This soup is good for stimulating the appetite, so it's normal to enjoy the other dishes afterward. But I feel a bit uncomfortable about the last part. I didn't say anything, just sat quietly. The maid saw me and was initially surprised, then looked away, probably thinking that Qiu Rongrong invited her privately to thank her for saving her life. Qiu Rongrong's expression was calm, showing no clear feelings. The maid seemed impatient and finally looked up and called out, "Madam?" Qiu Rongrong casually brushed off her clothes and said, "I can't decide that. I need to ask the cook's opinion." Then she turned to Wen Yao and asked, "Miss Wen, would you like to stay in the mansion?" Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. She wasn't stupid. "Sorry, Lady Xie, but I don't think I can stay. I have to leave my family," she refused directly. Qiu Rongrong glanced at the maid and said, "If you're willing to stay, I won't treat you badly. I'll give you 20 taels of silver each month." 20 taels, does she really need that much? All right, she does need it. But selling herself to the Xie family just for 20 taels isn't worth it. There are many ways to make money, but exchanging her freedom isn't something she's willing to give up easily. "Sorry." Wen Yao only said 2 words, and Qiu Rongrong understood immediately. Her refusal was somewhat expected, since she already offered a high monthly allowance. Still, it made sense when she thought about it. After some thought, she realized Wen Yao was young, but very determined. They got along well, and besides, her brother was a disciple of Dr. Jin. Others might not know Dr. Jin's background, but she knew very well. "Then forget it," Qiu Rongrong said regretfully, looking at the maid. "You heard her. Wen Yao doesn't want to stay, and I can't do anything about it." The old woman clearly disapproved and glanced at Wen Yao. She frowned slightly before speaking to Qiu Rongrong. "Madam, I don't mean to be nosy, but the old madam rarely has such an appetite. Please consider her feelings. If the old madam's health improves, the young master can be properly taught." Her tone sounded calm, but Wen Yao could sense a hint of threat behind her words. Sure enough, Wen Yao saw Qiu Rongrong's beautiful face tighten with worry. She looked at Wen Yao with some regret and difficulty. Wen Yao sighed, guessing Qiu Rongrong's situation. Despite her status as the head lady of the Xie family and her seemingly glamorous life, she probably knew the hardships inside. Thinking back to the story in the original book, Xie Ani had a talent for business. With the support of Qiu's wealth and connections, he eventually became very rich. In the end, the Xie family benefited the most, and the Qiu family was rarely mentioned. It was clear they had been used as a stepping stone. Thinking of how far Qiu Rongrong was willing to go for Xie Ani, Wen Yao couldn't help but feel annoyed. Growing up, Xie Ani was quite untrustworthy, using his own family as a stepping stone to strengthen his own clan. TSK, it seemed he was destined to be a 3rd or 4th son. His family's main heir finally gained power and even remembered to repay the Luo and Wen families. He was still searching for his brothers and sisters who had been sold. No wonder he could become the 2nd son of the family. Wen Yao's thoughts drifted. She couldn't bear to see Qiu Rongrong upset again, so she said, "I can come by every few days to help improve Madame Xie's meals." The old woman clearly thought that wasn't enough and frowned as she looked at Qiu Rongrong. Qiu Rongrong, however, already gave Wen Yao a grateful look. When she saw the old woman again, Her expression returned to cold aloofness, and she said, "You heard her. Just go back and tell the old madam." Madam. The old woman started to speak again, but Chiu Rongrong didn't give her a chance. She directly said, "Leave now." "I'm tired." The old woman didn't dare argue with Chiu Rongrong and respectfully bowed before leaving. Once she was gone, Chiu Rongrong relaxed completely. She sighed deeply and took Wen Yao's hand willingly. "Thank you." She could tell Wen Yao was helping her out of kindness. As a woman born into a merchant family, she understood social manners well. She could feel Wen Yao's good intentions. Not wanting the conversation to become too heavy, Wen Yao waved the 5 taels of silver in her hand and smiled. "Madam, didn't you already give her money? Haha." Chiu Rongrong couldn't help but laugh. Wen Yao chuckled for a while before casually asking, "Young master, where is he? I haven't seen him." When this was mentioned, Chiu Rongrong's smile gradually faded. She seemed to stop pretending in front of Wen Yao, revealing her true feelings without any disguise. She sighed helplessly. "The old master says Ir is grown up and needs to be taught personally. Now, even I rarely see him." Talking about this, Chiu Rongrong looked a bit annoyed. Although he was her son, and the family shared everything, she couldn't even see him. Sometimes, she went to visit her son to bring some food, but Xie Yushan would make excuses to refuse. Only when they couldn't refuse anymore would she get to see him. It's been several days since she last saw Ir. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. "So now they're starting to brainwash Xiaoni?" "Well, it makes sense. At that age, children haven't formed their proper values yet, so it's a good time to influence them." A bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be that the Xie family is trying to use Xiaoni to control Chiu Rongrong and, through her, manipulate the Chiu family? How clever Xie Yushan must be. After all, she was his wife. "Madam, may I ask you something?" Wen Yao suddenly said. Chiu Rongrong was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. She sighed helplessly. "Since you've said that, how can I not let you ask?" Wen Yao looked at her. The woman with a beautiful smile was charming, but her eyes always seemed a bit troubled. She should have been bright, yet a thin mist always lingered in her gaze. "Madam, your smile is very beautiful. You should smile more," Wen Yao said openly, resting her chin on her hand and speaking without much thought. Chiu Rongrong's face turned red from her bold gaze. She scolded, "You're quite brave to tease me." But she didn't blame Wen Yao. Instead, she asked, "Are you wondering if, since I am the second wife, the old master has other children?" Wen Yao sat up straight, her face practically saying, "How did you know I was going to ask that?" Seeing her, Chiu Rongrong couldn't help but think of her sisters far away at her maiden home. Although she hadn't known Wen Yao for long, she felt comfortable around her. Her expression softened a bit, and she smiled. "It's written all over your face." Wen Yao quickly pretended to be playful, touching her own face and rubbing it. "Really? Really?" Chiu Rongrong smiled and took her hand away. "Stop rubbing it. If you rub too much, it will turn red. It's nothing secret. If you want to know, just ask around outside. The master has another son, the one from before, but he's not here now." In the room, only Chiu Rongrong's maid, Qiao Yan, and the old woman who brought Wen Yao back were present. They were all people Chiu Rongrong brought from the Chiu family, so there was nothing shameful to say. The eldest son is 12 years old. He was originally raised with the old madam, but later he was sent to study at the family school of the Xie family, over there. The estate only sends some silver each year, and he rarely comes back, Chiu Rongrong said calmly, though she couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Look at that, her biological son is being raised by her." Wen Yao nodded. "That's right. Xiaoni has an older brother, and in the future, the one who benefits the most from Xiaoni's development is his older brother. TSK, the Xie family is a big clan with many famous teachers at the family school. Sending the eldest son there for training and keeping the younger son at home, could it really be because they love the younger son more? Maybe not. But Wen Yao naturally wouldn't tell Chiu Rongrong this. They weren't close enough to speak openly, and maybe if she did, people would think she was stirring trouble. After all, who doesn't want their child to be loved? Chiu Rongrong thought, whoever wants to be loved, let them be. She herself didn't want that. However, since they had come into her life and changed a lot, even Big Head and Jean Shui had changed, perhaps Xiaoni could also change because of their arrival. Thinking of this, Wen Yao suddenly said, "Madam, in fact, for children to grow up well, having only a father isn't enough. A mother's company is just as important. I think the young master is still small and must be very dependent on his mother." Qiu Rongrong's face visibly changed. Xiao Yan, who was standing nearby, had been accompanying her. When she heard this, she spoke with some indignation. "Miss, you don't know. It's not that my lady doesn't want to accompany the young master, but the master won't allow it." "Xiao Yan," Qiu Rongrong scolded sharply, interrupting her. Xiao Yan pouted and said no more. Her eyes showed. She felt heartache for her lady. She didn't want to interfere, but her lady had been married into this family for many years. She had never seen her lady have friends in Yunwu town. The grievances she suffered daily could only be seen by them. Now, finally, someone could talk to her lady like this and make her happy. She blurted out a few more words in her eagerness. Qiu Rongrong interrupted Xiao Yan, and Wen Yao wisely did not continue. Seeing it was getting late, she had finished her meal, taken the money, and needed to go back quickly, as her family was waiting for her. Madam, it's getting late. I need to leave now. My father and the others are waiting for me," Wen Yao said politely. Qiu Rongrong glanced at Xiao Yan and gave her a signal. Xiao Yan immediately went inside and came out holding a small pouch. "Here, take this. Today, the old madam enjoyed the meal, and you did the most work. It's only fair to give you a reward." Qiu Rongrong placed the pouch into Wen Yao's hand. After a quick touch, Wen Yao roughly guessed how much was inside. 20 taels, just enough to cover her wages from Qiu Rongrong. However, Wen Yao pushed the pouch back and shook the small silver ingots in her hand. "Madam, you already paid me," she said. Qiu Rongrong pushed the pouch into her embrace again, not allowing her to refuse. "That's your wages. This is a reward, and they are not the same. Plus, I enjoyed talking with you today. Consider this a little gift from your sister. In the future, I might need to trouble you again." Qiu Rongrong understood Lady Xia well. Since Wen Yao's cooking was appreciated, and she refused to come to the estate as a cook, the old madam might keep bothering her to bring Wen Yao over. It was a bit of trouble for her, and she felt guilty. Seeing how much Wen Yao liked money, she realized she only had money left herself, just enough. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Since she said so, she would accept the money with some reluctance. "Haha, 20 taels, just enough to buy furniture. And just now the young lady called her sister. Then I won't be polite to Sister Qiu anymore. Now I can buy 2 acres of land for my grandfather," Wen Yao said with a playful smile. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. Calling each other sister and sister, their familiarity seemed to grow closer. "I'll ask Jiang Mama to send you," Qiu Rongrong said. Wen Yao didn't refuse. She said goodbye and followed Jiang Mama, who had previously come to pick her up. Before leaving, she told Qiu Rongrong that she had shared the recipes for the 4 dishes with the estate's cook. If the old madam wanted to eat them again, they could just make them. Especially that soup, it was very appetizing. If she really had no appetite, they could make it several times. Rongrong Qiu was touched by Wen Yao's carefulness. She always felt that there was less money in her purse, but unfortunately, the purse had already been given to Wen Yao, so she couldn't add more. She asked Jiang Mama to be more careful and to take Wen Yao to Jisher Hall to see her and her brothers before returning. On the carriage, Wen Yao fiddled with her purse, looking very happy, but Jiang Mama sitting opposite her showed no sign of greed. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Mama said, "Miss, in the future, when you have free time, you can come to see our madam more often." Wen Yao looked up at her, confused by her words. Since there was no third person in the carriage, Jiang Mama no longer hid her feelings and sighed deeply. Ever since the young lady married into the Xie family, she rarely goes out. The old madam is strict, and except for some necessary social events, she rarely lets the young lady leave. She says that since the Xie family is a well-known noble family, the young lady, coming from a merchant background, should be more low-key. The young lady wanted to argue, but the master always used filial piety to pressure her. Over time, in Yunwu town, the young lady has no friends at all. This is the first time I've seen the young lady so relaxed around someone. You are the first. After saying this, Jiang Mama smiled gratefully at Wen Yao. Wen Yao noticed that Jiang Mama's way of addressing her was different, 2 words that reflected their relationship and closeness. Moreover, Jiang Mama's words sounded like a subtle form of persuasion or manipulation, almost like a gentle form of persuasion. If it weren't for the Chiu family's merchants only recognizing Miss, the dowry you brought would have long become part of the Xie family's assets, Jiang Mama said with obvious sarcasm, not caring whether it was appropriate to speak like this in front of Wen Yao. Wen Yao, feeling sharp and perceptive, suddenly asked, Mama, could it be that the Xie family is now relying on Sister Chiu for support? Jiang Mama opened her mouth but ultimately closed it again, hesitant to speak. Wen Yao chuckled inwardly. This isn't just manipulation. It's like eating soft rice and forcing it down. And they still call it a noble family? Back in their time, that would just be a phoenix man. A man who's only good for marrying into a wealthy family. TSK. How disdainful. It's a pity that Sister Chiu, so beautiful and wealthy, has to become a bride for others. Jiang Mama watched her expression change and spoke with a hint of pleading. Please, miss, don't tell anyone about this. Wen Yao carefully stored her purse and hung it at her waist. She said, Mama, don't worry. I don't have many good qualities, just a sharp tongue. After saying that, she made a zipper motion over her mouth to indicate silence. Although Granny Jiang couldn't understand everything, she understood her meaning. However, Wen Yao's playful look made Granny Jiang laugh. Her gaze towards Wen Yao also softened a bit. Such a simple and honest girl. No wonder their lady liked her. After sending Wen Yao back to Jisher Hall and personally handing her over to Wen Xiu, Granny Jiang allowed someone to drive the carriage back home. Wen Yao placed her purse on the table and said, Today, I earned 25 taels. Everyone except Qiu Zhonggui and Dazhou, who were still in the backyard, gathered around. Did you go and snatch it? Wen Xiu looked at her in shock. Was Wen Yao so brave? Wen Yao twitched her lips and glared at him. Dad, can you speak properly? I earned this myself. Then she told them about the Xie family. Dr. Jean stroked his beard and said, That sounds like something the old lady of the Xie family would do. Oh, the 4 onlookers immediately widened their eyes, eager to hear more. Dr. Jean, tell us more. Hong Hai, being perceptive, poured a cup of tea for Dr. Jean. Dr. Jean, have some tea and take your time. Since no patients were coming, they were just idling anyway. Dr. Jean helplessly glared at a few people and then took a sip of tea. The old lady of the Xie family isn't easy to deal with. She might have caused some trouble. When Qiu's girl married into the Xie family, everyone said she married well. But in reality, Dr. Jean was not one to gossip behind people's backs. He could only express his disdain and contempt through tone, expression, and gaze. At this moment, Qiu Zhonggui, leading Dazhou, just happened to come out from the backyard. He looked at them and instructed Hong Hai, close the shop. Write a notice that the clinic is closed. Those seeking treatment can come after the 3rd day of the new year. Got it. Hong Hai immediately went behind the counter, wrote a notice, stuck it on the door, and started closing the shop. They could still hear a vendor nearby greeting him and asking why they closed so early this year. Hong Hai just said they were going back for the new year and didn't say more. After closing the door, he returned to his previous position, waiting to hear more gossip. Qiu Zhonggui, unlike Dr. Jean, didn't hold back his words. He directly said, the Xie family has long been just a shell, full of false appearances. Their wealth was long wasted. If they hadn't married into the Chiu family, they wouldn't be so prosperous now. TCH, his disdainful and proud tone made Wen Yao suspect that Qiu Zhonggui might have a grudge against the Xie family. Thinking this, she asked casually, What? Do you have a grudge with the Xie family? Otherwise, why would he be so gleeful? Master Jean explained, It's not with the Xie family, but we are all related. Everyone understood and took out their anger. Dr. Chiu came from the capital city. If he had a grudge against someone, it was probably against the Xie family. All right, then I won't cook for that old lady anymore. It's fine if I don't earn that money. Wen Yao said proudly. But shopkeeper Chiu shot her a sharp look and said, "You're so silly. Not earning money is fine, but it's best not to get too involved with the Xie family. They are very cunning." Still, shopkeeper Chiu didn't want to say more. They left Jishir Hall and headed to the dock to meet the others from the Wen family. The four of them walked side by side. Wen Yao shared her thoughts. She said, "They sent the eldest son to a family school, claiming it was for the younger son, to show love and keep the younger son close. But they didn't want Aunt Xiao and Yi to meet often. That old lady, she couldn't get money from Aunt Xiao and started starving herself and losing her appetite. She even threatened Yi with her. Dad, older brother, think about it. No wonder shopkeeper Chiu said the Xie family is very scheming." When Jun and when Xiao Yi also realized what was happening. Are they using the Xie boy to manipulate Mrs. Xie and get money? Wow, they've seen shameless people before, but this is next level. But didn't you say that someone else? Later on, when Xiao Yi winked at Wen Yao and made a gesture like a wealthy person. Wen Yao shrugged and said, "Yes, they favor the maternal family and support the paternal family." She pointed to her head and pouted. "Maybe I was brainwashed since I was little." When Xiao Yi and when Jun were stunned. It seemed only their family's brains were still working among all the supporting characters. "Head, you must be brave," when Xiao Yi said, pulling his little son's head and sighing. Big Head looked confused, probably understanding that his father and sister were talking about the young master of the Xie family they saved earlier. It sounded like he wasn't doing well. "Did his father lock him up?" Big Head asked. That was so sad. His own father wouldn't lock him up, he would hug him. Thinking of this, Big Head held Wen Xiao Yi's hand tighter. It's not exactly locked up, but it's probably not good for such a small child. It's sad, Wen Xiao Yi sighed. Especially thinking about the ending in the original story, sigh. Whether he was strong or unlucky for the Chiu family, it's hard to say. Wen Yao took a quick step forward and suddenly asked, "Dad, you know that shopkeeper Chiu also has the surname Chiu. Do you think he might be related to Sister Chiu's family?" When Xiao Yi shook his head. His reaction didn't seem like there was any connection. If there really was a relation, would shopkeeper Chiu hide it?
Don't think about it.
There are many people with the surname Chiu in this world. However, shopkeeper Chiu's background was truly mysterious. No one noticed that when mentioning shopkeeper Chiu, when Xiao Yi's big-headed companion looked hesitant and troubled, almost frowning with worry. At the dock, when Gnome was busy working. Nearby, Li and Kai were helping to pack up. The Luo family, worried about delaying their guests, didn't sit in the shelter but stayed under a big tree, watching their big yellow dog. "Mother, are you done shopping?" When Xiao Yi looked at the ox cart, which was already loaded with many packages. Luo sure patted her clothes and stood up, looking at them.
"Yes. What about you?"
"Why are you only back now? We're done shopping. Everything's here. We got delayed by something." When Xiao Yi and when Jun put their things on the cart, all wrapped up, so no one knew exactly what they bought. "What happened?" Luo sure asked. "It's nothing serious." When Xiao Yi didn't want to talk much about the Xie family's matters, so he changed the subject. "Mother, shall we head back now? Do we want to look around the dock a bit more? See if there's anything else to buy, maybe some fish. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu will be coming to our house for the new year, so we should prepare a nice feast." Luo sure lifted the grass mat covering the corner of the ox cart, revealing a large wooden tub underneath, with fish still jumping inside. When Xiao Yi chuckled and praised his mother for her careful planning, earning a roll of her eyes. She didn't press further about what they had encountered. After when Nong packed up his stall, the family set off together, returning to Gatong village. Because of the construction of their house, they had received some wages before the new year, so many families could buy more things to celebrate the holiday. However, when people saw the goods pulled back in the ox cart, some couldn't help but whisper secretly. They had bought land, built a house, and bought a cow. What exactly was the Wen family doing to get rich? Was it just from that dock stall? It didn't seem right. They also had people selling at the dock, but their business was only SOSO. Not losing money, but not making much either. Still, no one dared to ask about the Wen family. The downfall of the Lee family was still fresh in everyone's mind. The Wen family, quietly, had found a very strong backing. In the blink of an eye, it was December 28th. The Wen family was busy everywhere. Their 3 sons and several grandchildren were being bossed around by Mrs. Luo, making them dizzy. They cleaned the house thoroughly inside and out. This year was special. Besides their family, Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu were coming for the new year. If the house wasn't clean, guests might think poorly of them. Wen Yao was in charge of the kitchen. 2 aunts and Wen Di helped her. Wen Ning and Dajua, who were always playful, ran around freely. As the head of the family, old man Wen watched over Da Huang, but Mrs. Luo sent him to clean the animal shed. If it hadn't been cold, he would have bathed Da Huang too. He couldn't give Da Huang a bath, but he wiped him clean with a cloth and tied a red ribbon on his horns to make him look festive. On the 29th, it was the day to put up couplets. Wen Xiui, the most educated in the family, was responsible for writing the couplets. Early in the morning, Dajua helped grind ink when June laid out paper, while Old Man Wen and Mrs. Luo supervised. The others gathered around, waiting for Wen Xiui to write the first couplet of the year. What should I write? Wen Xiui picked up his brush, but didn't start. He looked at his family, then focused on a few nephews and Dajua. He asked, "Let me test you. You've read a lot these days. Tell me, how should we write this year's couplet?" The Wen brothers hesitated. "Uncle, please go easy on us." Only Dajua thought carefully and then said, "Dad, how about writing spring brings happiness to every home? Good fortune comes with spring. Family is happy and progress is steady. It means our family is blessed with luck, wealth, and good fortune, harmony, and rising success." Wen Xiui's eyes lit up. For the horizontal scroll, let's write family harmony and prosperity. Good boy, that's perfect. He quickly started writing on red paper. After finishing the front door couplet, Wen Yao spoke up. "Dad, let's put 5 blessings arrive. Good luck opens, everything goes smoothly, and the horizontal scroll says auspicious stars shine brightly on Grandpa's hall door." "Good, Yao Yao." Old Man Wen supported her first, clapping happily. Mrs. Luo glared at him, but also smiled happily. Wen Xiui picked up his brush again and continued to look at the younger ones. They all scratched their heads, unsure what to do. Wen Jun, helpless, said, "Wealth and luck grow strong. Family and career flourish. The horizontal scroll says family prosperity. So, let's put it on Uncle's door." Wen Xiuzhu and Li slowly recited these words, praising them repeatedly. Even Wen Nong was so happy that he patted Wen Jun on the shoulder, feeling very pleased. Among the children, except for the serious big head, only Wen Jin from the 3rd household had read the words. When Big Head, Wen Yao, and Wen Jun finished, everyone's eyes turned to Wen Jin. He could only blush and softly say, "Uncle, do you think this is okay? Many blessings, many riches, happiness all around, smooth family life. Everything goes well." And the couplet ends with, "May all things go smoothly." Wen Xiuzheng almost cried with excitement. "Good, good, good. That's it, that's it. Brother, just write this for my family." Kai's wife also turned red with tears. She knew her son well. He was usually quiet, honest, and always followed his older brothers and sisters without speaking much. He was the most diligent student when Wen Yao taught them to read. She secretly turned around, wiped her eyes, and made a decision. After the new year, no matter how hard it was, she would find a way to send Wen Jin to school. At worst, she would ask her parents for help. Luo saw Kai's wife's actions and looked at Wen Jin but said nothing. When Wen Xiui finished writing, he put down his brush. "Yours?" Luo asked. Wen Xiui was a bit surprised and straightforwardly said, "Our house was torn down and it's not finished building yet, so we won't put up any couplets." Luo initially wanted to say that they were talking about the house they currently lived in, but then she hesitated and swallowed her words. The couplets were finished. Luo prepared some paste, and Lao Han from Wen's family took his 3 sons to stick the couplets inside and outside the house. From a distance, it looked bright red and very festive. Moreover, this year, they also hung red lanterns. From afar, the red lanterns swayed in the wind, looking very beautiful. Villagers saw this, and only felt envy. Of course, families with red lanterns also learned from the Wen family and hung red lanterns high up, making everything look lively and joyful. In the afternoon, villagers came one after another, bringing red paper. Some looked brand new, while others looked like they had been kept at home for years. When Shui, the only scholar in Gadong village and the most knowledgeable person there, had visitors in previous years asking him to write couplets. But when Shui was very proud then and refused to help, not just for villagers, but even for his own family, he had never written a couplet before. That was just the first year. This happened because everyone started posting their writings, hoping to see some change in Wen Xiaoyi recently. Some brave people even took red paper to visit him, thinking they might get lucky. The worst that could happen was being turned away, which wasn't embarrassing at all. Wen Xiaoyi was busy fixing the livestock shed with Old Man when he noticed the weather seemed a bit strange. He wanted to make the shed more solid for De Huang, when suddenly he heard Mrs. Luo calling him from the front yard. When he went out, he found out that everyone was there to ask him to write couplets. All right, what should I write? Second and third brothers, move our table outside. Big head, little head, lend me your ink so I can use it, Wen Xiaoyi said to everyone. For some reason, when the visitors saw him acting like this and heard his tone, they couldn't help but smile. He no longer looked like the proud scholar he used to be. When Xiao Zhu and Wen Xiaoqing moved the table, Big Head ground his ink and brought it out again. He sat nearby, watching Wen Xiaoyi write, and his little hands moved as if he wanted to try too. When Xiaoyi was ready, he looked up and asked the first villager, "What do you want me to write?" The villager replied, "That I don't know. I haven't read any books." When Xiaoyi sighed and said, "Then I'll just write something randomly," the villager nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. Write something lucky and festive." When Xiaoyi thought for a moment, then picked up his brush and wrote 18 big characters. After finishing, he read aloud, "Peace and happiness step by step higher, harmony in the family year after year, auspicious wishes for everything." How about that? The villager's mouth stretched into a big smile, and he kept nodding and bowing. "Yes, yes. That's perfect, Scholar Wen. Thank you so much." He happily took his couplet and left, proudly showing it off to others along the way. Seeing that Wen Xiaoyi could really help write couplets, everyone wanted him to write one for their own homes too, calling out, "Scholar Wen, can you write one for my family too?" As more and more people pushed and shoved to get their turn, things looked like they might get out of hand. Mrs. Luo suddenly appeared with a large broom, stood in front of everyone, and shouted, "Everyone shut up and stand in line." Her loud voice made everyone fall silent instantly. They all looked at Mrs. Luo, shrinking back. She waved her broom and said coldly, "It's the new year. What's all this noise? Now line up properly one by one. Anyone who tries to cut the line or cause trouble, I'll throw them out right now." Everyone immediately started lining up patiently. Although the process had some small difficulties, since no one wanted to give way, in the end, under Luo Shi's stern gaze, they managed to form a long line. Gatong village is not a small village, it has about 100 households. As the calligraphers took their couplets home, the word spread on the way, and those who hadn't come decided to try their luck too. Since they didn't have big red paper, they cut strips about arm length. No matter what, it was still a symbol of celebrating the new year, right? When Xiaoyi ran out of ideas near the end and almost bought a book of couplets on the spot. Fortunately, he kept using the lucky couplets repeatedly, and finally, before dark, he finished writing all the couplets for the village. The couplets were written, and he was exhausted. His large ink block was also used up. "Dad, I'm out of ink," Datu said straightforwardly. It wasn't because he was stingy, but he felt a little sad. Still, seeing the villagers' happy faces made that small sadness seem insignificant. When Xiaoyi wanted to pat Datu's head but was too lazy to lift his hand, he simply said, "Ask our housekeeper to buy you a new one." "Come on, kid, don't call me. Let Dad rest a bit." Datu sighed with a mix of pain and affection, then stepped forward and gently massaged Wen Xiaoyi's arm. This warm gesture made Wen Xiui forget his hand pain. He scooped a two into his arms and playfully bit his face. My good big boy, you're really a rare treasure for Dad. Seeing the father and son having fun, the others in the yard seemed used to their antics. They all smiled. De Tu's face turned red instantly. He closed his eyes shyly and snuggled deeper into Wen Xiui's embrace. Luo sure knew her son had worked hard all day. She stepped forward and carried De Tu down, holding his hand. She didn't let Wen Xiui do anything else. Early the next morning, because Dr. Jean and others were coming today, everyone in the Wen family got up at dawn. They tidied up and prepared everything. Old Wen took his 3 sons and carried the offerings, incense, candles, and paper money Luo sure had prepared up the mountain. They burned incense for their ancestors, wishing them a good year underground. Not long after coming down from the mountain, the Jean family's carriage arrived. As soon as it stopped, 3 children jumped out: Wening, De Tu, and Jean Xiui. It turned out that the children playing at the village entrance saw the Jean family's carriage coming and immediately ran to inform Wening and De Tu. The 2 of them then went to the village entrance to meet Dr. Jean and the others, and they all rode back together in the carriage. Grandma Wen, Grandpa Wen, I'm here. Jean Xiui quickly got off the carriage and ran inside with Wening and Dazue, almost bumping into the people coming out from inside. Mrs. Luo held Dazue and Jean Xiui with one hand each, then turned around and held their hands as they went out. Hong Hai just helped Mr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu off the carriage. Old brother, old sister, Happy New Year. Mr. Jean smiled when he saw everyone, bowing to Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo to greet them. Shopkeeper Chiu followed closely. Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, Happy New Year. Sorry for the trouble. Mrs. Luo held the 2 children and said casually, No trouble at all. We're family. Come inside quickly. Yes, let's go inside and talk, old Mr. Wen said, welcoming them to walk in. Hong Hai greeted everyone from the Wen family, then parked the carriage under a nearby tree. He happily carried a bunch of gifts and followed inside the Wen house. Wen Yao peeked out from the kitchen and greeted, Mr. Jean, Uncle Chiu, you're here. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Kai followed behind her, peeking to see. Seeing Mr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu, they nudged Wen Yao. Yao, go greet the guests first. We'll watch here. Right now, they just needed to prepare some steamed dishes and keep an eye on the fire. When Wen Yao came back, they would start cooking. Wen Yao took off her apron and followed. Inside, Mr. Jean waved to Hong Hai, who immediately placed his big bundle of gifts on the table. Old Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo looked surprised. Oh, what are you doing? When will we be able to pay back these gifts from the Jean family? Mr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu exchanged a glance and smiled. They're not expensive things. It's New Year, so we can't come empty-handed, right? Shopkeeper Chiu added. Yes, Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, please don't be polite. If you keep refusing, we won't be able to enjoy the New Year's dinner. Hearing this, Mrs. Luo felt she had no choice but to accept. You really are too much. Just come to visit, but next time, no more of this. We'll feel embarrassed to invite you again, Mrs. Luo said helplessly, placing the gifts on a nearby cabinet and telling Wen Di to make tea quickly. Before she left, Wen Yao came in carrying tea. Grandma, the tea is ready. Wen Yao set the tray on the table and poured tea for Mr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu. The teapot and cups were delicate, even if not as fine as the ones they gave Mr. Jean before. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu exchanged meaningful glances. Old man, boss, you take care of Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu. I'll go see how the food is coming along. Dr. Jean, shopkeeper Chiu, please sit here, Luo said, then led Wen Yao and Wen Di out. They left old Wen and his sons and grandsons to entertain the 2 distinguished guests. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing, both big and simple-minded, didn't know how to host properly. They were worried about offending the guests, so they just sat quietly and smiled foolishly. Old Wen was also a bit confused. He had never dealt with such high-level people before and didn't know how to greet them. He could only force a smile and say, Dr. Jean, shopkeeper Chiu, try this tea. We are just simple country folks, so we don't have much to offer. Please don't mind. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu said it was fine. They had prepared themselves mentally before coming. But when they tasted the tea, Dr. Jin's eyes lit up. Good tea, he blurted out. The tea was clear and bright, and once it touched the tongue, it was like orchids, refreshing and fragrant, sweet and pure, pleasant and invigorating. Oldwin was stunned by the sudden praise. He froze for a moment and then smiled. Dr. Jin, I'm glad you like it. He took a sip himself, but besides thinking it was tasty, he couldn't really tell anything else. To avoid losing face, Oldwin pretended to be calm and composed. When Xiui also tasted the tea, it was obviously bought with a lot of money, and it was indeed good. The calm and natural reactions of the father and son made Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiu think more. They wondered if the Wen family was some hidden noble family, because otherwise, how could they remain so unfazed by such excellent tea? Oldwin never expected that his lifelong obsession with saving face would lead to such a beautiful misunderstanding. The New Year's dinner was in the evening, so during the day, the family simply ate a light meal. In the afternoon, Wen's family prepared guest rooms for Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiu to rest. Dr. Jin drank some wine with Oldwin at noon and was then sent to a guest room by Wenjun shopkeeper Chiu, and when Xiui found a place to sit and chat. Brother Wen, I actually came today to discuss something with you, shopkeeper Chiu said directly, without beating around the bush. When Xiui poured him a cup of tea, waiting for him to continue. Shopkeeper Chiu looked a bit uneasy. He cleared his throat and asked, Did Dezhong tell you? When Xiui was still confused. Tell me what? He didn't say anything to me. Manager Chiu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to continue. He remembered Dazhou had said he would talk to Wenshou and the others, that he would come back to tell them, but he hadn't said anything. Unfortunately, Dazhou had already taken Jinxiu to the village to have fun, so he couldn't see anyone now. There was nothing he could do. Since things had come to this point, Manager Chiu had to force himself to keep going. He took a sip of tea before saying, I am a few years older than you, but I am alone now. Besides a few close friends like Lao Jin, I have no one else. Van Shui. Is he about to talk about life now? But since the conversation had to go on, he asked, What about your family? My parents have passed away. My uncle and his family are in the capital, but for some reason, I have no children in this life. When he said this, Manager Chiu secretly glanced at Wenshou Yi's reaction. Wenshou Yi was a bit stunned. Why did he suddenly bring this up? This topic is too awkward. How should he respond? Should he ask why he doesn't have a son? Or say he might get beaten for that? At that moment, Manager Chiu suddenly said, Dazhou is a good kid. Wenshou Yi was taken aback and looked at Manager Chiu with wide eyes, frowning slightly with a hint of suspicion, and blurted out, Are you trying to compete with me for my son? After saying this, Manager Chiu wanted to hide his nervousness with a sip of tea, but when he heard that, he suddenly spat out the tea. Wenshou Yi quickly dodged, becoming more cautious. Good grief, is he really trying to compete for a son? Cough. Cough. No, Brother Wenshou, you've misunderstood, Manager Chiu hurriedly explained. Seeing Wenshou Yi's face full of disbelief, he seemed to have expected this, sighed awkwardly, and looked a little guilty as he said, You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to compete for your son. Really? Wenshou Yi asked, and when he saw Manager Chiu nod, he sat back down. Manager Chiu wiped the water off himself before saying, Dazhou is a smart boy, a rare talent. Lao Jin and I came to Yunwu town from the capital, where I was quite a well-known teacher. So, I wanted to personally teach Dazhou. Wenshou Yi understood this, but what does it mean to be a teacher? It's clear that Manager Chiu is a man with a story. He looked young, probably in his 40s or early 50s. How did he retire so early? Master Chiu does not look very old. Since he is in the capital, why did he choose to come to such a small place to be a minor shopkeeper? When Xiui couldn't understand. Everyone says men are ambitious, especially scholars in ancient times. They would study tirelessly for fame and success. It seemed he remembered something from the past. Master Chiu sighed helplessly and said, I'm 50 now, not young anymore. To be honest, when I was young, I was proud of my talent and a bit arrogant. When I finally passed the imperial exams and entered the court as an official, I couldn't just go along with the flow. Besides, I couldn't stand the corrupt atmosphere of officialdom, so I asked for an imperial decree and became a teacher. 50? He really didn't look that old. When Shui thought he was probably in his 40s at most. Suddenly, when Shui paused. Wait, passing the imperial exams? Is this person a top scholar? Going to serve as an official? Teaching as a teacher with an imperial decree? Is he an ordinary teacher? Clearly not. May I ask, where did you teach before? When Shui leaned in and asked quietly, lowering his voice without realizing. Master Chiu, seeing this, also leaned closer and whispered, Guozijian. When Shui almost fell off his chair. He staggered and quickly held onto the table to avoid embarrassment. He looked at Master Chiu in surprise. Even if he didn't understand much, he knew what the Guozijian was, a place where princes and nobles studied, but also a place that all students from across the country flocked to. And Master Chiu was teaching there? His ability and talent must be extraordinary. Hey, Brother Wen, are you okay? Master Chiu was also startled and quickly stood up to help him. When Shui steadied himself and waved his hand. No, it's fine.
I'm fine.
Sit down, sit down. He said this while pushing Master Chiu back onto his seat, staring at him in shock. What did Master Chiu just say? That he would personally teach the big kid? His son must be very lucky. After the surprise, when Shui turned and called his eldest son. Datu, where is Datu? Xiao Jun, quickly call your brother back. He should hurry and bring him back to become a disciple. If he misses this chance, there won't be another. This is a top-quality shop, a national-level one. When Shui was happily imagining his son studying under Master Chiu, he was very pleased. With Master Chiu teaching and having served as an official in the capital, he must know a lot about governance and leadership. His son is very clever and will surely follow this path in the future. It's inevitable he will meet that old man Meng. With such a wise person guiding him, why should he be afraid of the Meng family? However, before when Shui could feel happy, shopkeeper Chiu sighed deeply and said, It's a pity. After my parents passed away, I left the Imperial Academy and swore never to take on students again. Really?
Why?
When Shui felt overwhelmed by the sudden ups and downs, his heart couldn't handle so much excitement. Since he had sworn not to take students, why bring up this topic now? It only raised false hopes.
Sigh.
Shopkeeper Chiu smiled bitterly. The reasons are complicated, and it's been many years. It's better not to talk about it. When Shui thought, why did you bring this up then? Are you still planning to teach the big kid, or not? For the first time, when Shui found it really hard to communicate with these scholars. He sat up straight, looked at Shopkeeper Chiu seriously and said, Shopkeeper Chiu, just tell me what you want. Since you mentioned wanting to personally teach the big kid today, I believe you've already made your decision. Whatever I can do, I will do my best.
This.
Shopkeeper Chiu looked at him and muttered, Actually, it's not difficult. Just share half of the sun with me.
Huh.
When Shui leaned closer, ears to the table, Shopkeeper Chiu relaxed when Shui made a fuss. He could see that the Wen family was kind-hearted, but he worried too much, overthinking everything, which made things complicated. After understanding, Shopkeeper Chiu laughed at himself. Seeing Wen Shui leaning in, he happily explained his wish. I want to adopt Datu as my son-in-law. That way, I won't break my original vow, and I can personally teach Datu. Son-in-law? Or adopted son? When Shui frowned. Isn't that still fighting over a son? But it's not exactly fighting. He's just adopting him as his son-in-law, still under Wen's family name, and in the future, he'd call him Dad, with an extra father-in-law title. It doesn't seem like he's losing out. You just said Datu didn't tell me. Did you talk to him about this? When Shui asked. Shopkeeper Chiu nodded. Yesterday you went shopping. I talked with Datu for a while. He said he wanted to ask your opinion. Wow, this little kid never mentioned it to him.
He had no idea about this.
But on the other hand, if he didn't know Shopkeeper Chiu's background and identity, Wen Shui probably wouldn't agree. But now, Wen Shui thought for a moment. According to the original story, Deju's future path will definitely involve meeting those people. Relying only on himself, he couldn't guarantee what kind of student Deju would become if he taught him. But following shopkeeper Chio was a different matter. Shopkeeper Chio's knowledge was certainly impressive. He was a top scholar, one of the most learned people in the country. He had also served as an official in the court, which meant he could offer more help to Daju than Wen Xiui, who was just a scholar with no official position. Brother Wen, seeing Wen Xiui sometimes frowning and sometimes relaxing, shopkeeper Chio called out. Wen Xiui snapped back to himself and looked at him. Let's ask Daju when he returns. If Daju is willing, I have no objections. After all, his mother is gone, and having another father to care for him is also good. Shopkeeper Chio's mouth twitched. His words sounded a bit strange, but they also seemed quite reasonable. It was said that Daju's biological mother had left Wen Xiui and gone somewhere else. Shopkeeper Chio never asked where she went, as it was her private matter. So, he didn't say much, only waiting for Daju to return and see if he was willing to accept him as a stepfather. Daju was brought back, and Wen Xiui talked with him. It seemed that Daju was quite willing. He had benefited a lot from shopkeeper Chio's teaching these days. But he felt that having another father was unfair to Wen Xiui, so he hesitated and even wanted to refuse. Compared to studying, he preferred having a father. After learning about Daju's thoughts, Wen Xiui was both moved and heartbroken. The child was so young, but so sensible. Child, I want to tell you that some opportunities are rare and hard to find. Shopkeeper Chio is a learned man. Learning from him is better than learning from me. I can only be a scholar in this life, but you are different. You have a bright future ahead, Wen Xiui said sincerely. Daju looked at him, suddenly feeling a little sad. Father, aren't you sad? If he agreed, he would have to call someone else father. Wen Xiui smiled. Silly child. Why would I be sad? If you accept shopkeeper Chio as your stepfather, does that mean I am no longer your father? Daju frowned tightly, and Wen Xiui gently patted his head. He continued, if you accept shopkeeper Chio as your stepfather, it means there will be one more person in this world who loves you and treats you as a treasure, just like me. It doesn't mean you are no longer my son, understand? Wen Xiui paused, then said, Dad knows that your mother's situation hurt you, but that's an adult matter. Between me and your mother, we have our reasons. Her leaving was her choice, but that doesn't mean no one cares about you. Look at me, your brother, your sister, and your grandparents, second and third uncles, and your aunts.
We are all your family.
Soon, shopkeeper Chio will also care for you. Isn't that wonderful? Most importantly, son, this is a strong arm, so you must hold on tight. Datu seemed to understand. After hesitating a moment, he nodded. Dad, I agree. Uncle Chio said he has no son, so I will take care of him when he gets old. Then, worried when Xiu might be upset, he quickly added, I will also take care of you, Dad. Good son, when Xiu restrained himself from pulling Datu over for a big hug and kiss. He held his hand, and they went outside. From afar, he nodded at shopkeeper Chio. Shopkeeper Chio smiled happily. By evening, the New Year's dinner was ready. In Wen's family hall, 2 large tables were set. Everyone's face was full of happiness and joy. Luo's family, with her 2 daughters-in-law and granddaughters, arranged all the dishes. Thanks to Wen Yao, the New Year's dinner was especially rich. Though the dishes were simple, Wen Yao's touch made them look beautiful and taste delicious. Old Mr. Wen and Dr. Jean sat at the main seat, shopkeeper Chio, and Wen Xiu followed. Others sat according to their age and rank. Luo's family sat at another table with the women and children. Everyone was seated, but no one started eating. Old Mr. Wen's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. He wanted to say something, but remembered Dr. Jean was still there, so he said, Dr. Jean, say a few words. Dr. Jean declined politely. Big brother, that's not right. You are the head of the family, so you should speak. Old Xiu and I are just guests, so we shouldn't take over the occasion. Old Mr. Wen waved his hand with a smile. No matter if you're guests or not, you're Xiao Jun's teacher. We're all family. Family, huh? After the pleasantries, old Mr. Wen looked around and cleared his throat. Actually, I don't have much to say. I just hope next year will be good for all of us. Come on, everyone, let's raise our glasses. Cheers to a good year ahead. Old Mr. Wen was the first to lift his glass. Others followed, raising their cups. Those who could drank alcohol, and those who couldn't drank the milk tea Wen Yao made. The milk was bought in the marketplace, brought back by a family of 3 after a short trip. They said they just happened to meet someone selling fresh milk outside and bought some, so no one suspected anything. Everyone was trying this kind of tea for the first time. It had a milk aroma mixed with a hint of tea, and it was very tasty. For a moment, everyone forgot their formalities and kept praising how delicious the milk tea made by Wen Yao was. Milk tea. Can I try some? Dr. Jin's eyes lit up. He thought the wine they had was already good enough, but now he realized there might be something even better, something he hadn't tasted before. Wen Yao poured a cup for Dr. Jin and another for shopkeeper Chiao. When they took a sip, the rich aroma of tea and milk filled their mouths. The two seemingly unrelated flavors surprisingly created a unique taste. Both Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiao felt they might be a bit naive. Wen Yao's family was just a farm family, yet the tea she served was even more fragrant than the finest teas they had drunk before. Even the wine they had earlier was different, rich in aroma but smooth to taste. They thought they had experienced everything, but then they tasted this milk tea. Its strange yet perfectly matched blend made them want to take a second sip. Seeing both of them drinking several sips and finishing the cup with a hint of wanting more, Wen Yao smiled confidently. Throughout history, no one could resist the temptation of good milk tea. How is it? Is it tasty? Wen Yao asked happily. Dr. Jin nodded repeatedly and praised. Yao girl, did you make this yourself? Yes, I just came up with it on my own, Wen Yao said modestly but confidently, secretly apologizing to the blogger she learned how to make milk tea from. Good, very good. One more cup, please. Dr. Jin handed her his cup. But Wen Yao didn't pour him another. Instead, she said, if you like, I can prepare a pot for you to take with you when you leave tonight. Wouldn't that make you want to stay and drink more of this wine? She didn't want to waste the small bottles she bought with a lot of money. If Professor Wen hadn't persuaded her so hard, she wouldn't have exchanged a couple of silver coins for just 2 small bottles. Dr. Jin finally realized and laughed heartily. Yes, this wine is also excellent. Where did you buy it? I've been in Yunwu town for so long and haven't tasted such good wine. It's so fragrant. Shopkeeper Chiao agreed wholeheartedly. Not to mention Yunwu town, even in the capital, there's no wine as good as this. Wen Yao wanted to slap herself for being so careless but could only force a smile and say, it's just a couple of bottles I brewed secretly before. Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiao were both very surprised. Not only they, but also Elder Wen and the others were shocked. When did Wen Yao start brewing wine?
How did they not know?
Just as Elder Wen was about to speak, Wen Xiao-yi quickly changed the subject to prevent the matter from being exposed. Yes, Dr. Jin, Brother Chiao, come, let's drink. Let's give milk tea to the women and children. He tried to make them toast, and even pulled Elder Wen and his 2 younger brothers into the toast, so they had no chance to ask Wen Yao about it. After 2 rounds of drinks and a few more words, the topic of wine was smoothly changed. The men at this table talked about all sorts of things from south to north, while the women and children happily ate. From time to time, you could hear Wen Fa and Wening arguing playfully. Although noisy, the atmosphere was lively and joyful. After 3 rounds, shopkeeper Chiao and Wen Xiao-yi exchanged a glance and suddenly spoke seriously. Uncle Wen, I have something to tell everyone. The drinking and joking stopped, and the room instantly became quiet. Everyone looked at shopkeeper Chiao. He gently waved to the big-headed boy. The big-headed boy looked at Wen Xiao-yi, and seeing his nod, he stood up and moved between shopkeeper Chiao and Wen Xiao-yi. Shopkeeper Chiao patted the boy's head, then looked at Elder Wen and said, Uncle Wen, I have a humble request. I have no children or grandchildren, and my parents passed away early. I have a special connection with this boy, so I want to adopt him as my son. What? Elder Wen was surprised, and the Wen family members were stunned. Big-headed boy was going to acknowledge a godfather? Elder Wen was stunned for a moment and looked at Wen Xiao-yi. Oldest brother? Wen Xiao-yi then spoke. Dad, I discussed this with shopkeeper Chiao, and Big Head also agrees. Elder Wen opened his mouth but didn't say much. He just looked at the boy and asked, Big Head, do you agree? Everyone looked at Big Head, including shopkeeper Chiao. Big Head nodded. Grandpa, I agree. Acknowledging a godfather, being able to study, and having someone to care for him, it's pretty good. Since Big Head said so, Elder One didn't have much to say. He could see that shopkeeper Chiu was a good person. Since both Big Head and Wen Xiu-yi agreed, as his own grandfather who had already separated from the family, he didn't want to interfere. He laughed heartily and raised his cup. From now on, we are truly one family. Isn't that right? Dr. Jean accepted Wen Jun as his disciple. One day as a teacher, forever as a father. Shopkeeper Chiu also recognized Dadu as his adopted son, making them truly a family. It seems the reasons to show off are increasing lately. I don't even know which to boast about first. Shopkeeper Chiu and Old Man Wen clinked their cups and drank together. After finishing their drinks, they looked at Datu. Chiu took out a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to him. This is the jade pendant my adoptive father has kept since he was young. Today, I give it to you. Chiu placed the pendant around Datu's neck, looking very pleased. Datu touched the jade pendant. It was very fine and felt cool to the touch. When Wen Xiu-yi saw the pendant, his eyes showed surprise. Old Man Wen and the others only glanced at it briefly and then looked away. This scene caught Chiu's attention even more, making him think Wen's family must be very important. They could see that he was giving Datu a treasured family heirloom, which was one of only two. One was with him, and the other was with his uncle. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Xiu-yi was surprised because he recognized it as a valuable item. Old Man Wen and the others didn't look again because they couldn't understand its worth and felt overwhelmed by how expensive it looked. Following Wen Xiu-yi's instructions, Datu respectfully bowed to shopkeeper Chiu, offered tea, and called him adoptive father. From now on, there would be one more person in the family to care for him. That day, shopkeeper Chiu drank too much. After getting drunk, he held Jean de Fu and cried loudly, saying he finally had a son, and his parents finally had a grandson. Sadly, they would never see him again. The Wen family also realized at that moment that shopkeeper Chiu's name was Chiu-ji, meaning ambitious, like an old horse still eager to reach 1,000 miles. In the end, Wen Jun and Hong Hai worked together to help shopkeeper Chiu onto the carriage. Jean de Fu had also drunk quite a bit and was dazed as he was carried onto the carriage. Wen Xiu-yi arranged for Wen Jun and Wen Nong to accompany Hong Hai to send them home, while the brothers walked back on their own. Jean Xiu-yi was left behind, secretly asking Jean de Fu while he was still drunk to let him stay at the Wen family until he was 15. Jean de Fu, no matter what anyone said, was unaware of what was happening. He only knew to say yes, and the next day, after waking up and hearing from Hong Hai, he realized his little grandson had taken advantage of him. But being with the Wen family was quite good. They were kind and pure-hearted, and it wasn't a bad thing for Jean Xiu-yi to stay with them. As for shopkeeper Chiu, after waking up and realizing his mistake, he wished he could dig a hole and hide himself. The second day of the new year was the day to visit his mother's family. Early in the morning, when Xiuzhu, Li, Wen Xiuqing, and Kai took their children back to their parents' home. Only the elderly couple and Wen Xiuyi's family remained, along with Jean Xiu-yi. Not only was there no separation from their families, but they hadn't even returned home during the separation. The household suddenly felt much quieter. Luckily, Daju and Jean Xiu-yi were still here. These two kids seemed unable to get enough of playing, especially Jean Xiu-yi, who looked curious about everything in the countryside. He greatly boosted Daju's pride, and they played happily with the village children. After the second day of the Lunar New Year, other relatives came to visit. By the fifth day, the new house was ready to start construction. On the sixth morning, when everyone woke up, they opened the door to see a blanket of snow.
Snow.
Snow, someone shouted, and the quiet village suddenly became lively. Many people ran outside to see the late-arriving snow. They thought there wouldn't be more snow this winter, but it snowed after the new year. For farmers, this snow came at a good time. Old Mr. Wen came out of the house and saw the snowy landscape. He stepped outside to check the snow depth. "It looks like it snowed heavily last night," he said. Wen Xiuyi also put on his clothes and came out. Jean Xiuyi and Daju couldn't wait. They had just been dressed by Wen Yao. The two of them ran out like balls, shouting and playing wildly in the snow. Seeing that the other grandchildren couldn't hold back either, Luo said loudly, "Be good, everyone. Don't get snow in your clothes or you'll sweat and catch a cold." The children, who had been about to run off, slowed down and started rolling snowballs in the yard with Daju and Jin Xiui. Old Mr. Wen went back inside and came out wearing a thick coat, holding his pipe behind his back as he headed outside. Luo watched the children and turned her head to ask, "Where are you going?" "To check the village," he replied without turning around. Wen Yao crossed her arms, shivering and snuggling closer. "Grandpa, what is he going to do?" she asked. Luo pouted and said, "Just minding his own business." When old Mr. Wen returned, he looked worried. Luo saw this, put down what she was doing, and asked, "What happened?" He sighed and shook his head. "Old Wang's wife has passed away." At that, even Luo was stunned. "The snow isn't very heavy, and last night, I didn't feel cold. Why is it like this?" Old man Wen kept sighing. Who would have thought? No one expected this. His wife was already sick, and after the new year, thinking the weather wouldn't be so cold, they didn't heat the Kong last night, only in the kids' room. When La Wang found out this morning, he was frozen stiff. Mrs. Luo said nothing, just looked through the cabinet for a while before leaving the house. Standing at the door, the three sons were clearing snow from the yard, and the children were playing around. Mrs. Luo suddenly felt mixed feelings inside. No matter what, having everything at home is the most important thing. Seeing the children happily jumping around, the gloom in Mrs. Luo's heart eased a bit. "Oldest, second, third, stop sweeping for now," she called out. The three brothers stopped what they were doing and came over. "Mom, what's wrong?" Mrs. Luo handed Wen Xiu 50 coins. "Take the second and third brothers to Uncle Wang's house. Give him the money, and see if there's anything else you can help with." The three brothers looked confused. "Mom, what's happened?" "Your Aunt Wan has passed away," Mrs. Luo said simply. The brothers all looked surprised at once. Mrs. Luo didn't wait for them to speak and urged them to go quickly. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the yard heard her. Two daughters-in-law came over and asked if they wanted to go. Mrs. Luo shook her head. "Too many people going isn't good. Let's leave it at that." After saying this, she turned and went back inside. That day, the atmosphere at the Wen household was a bit gloomy. Even Da Tu and Jin Xiu obediently finished playing in the snow and went back to study. Wen Yao's only memories didn't clearly show her the relationships between the Wen family and the villagers. She took this chance to approach Mrs. Luo to find out more. "There are a few families in our village that aren't doing well, and your grandpa's family is one of them. When your grandpa was young, he had good relations with them. They grew up together, and over the years, they've helped each other in many ways, openly and secretly. Yesterday, after it snowed, your grandpa just wanted to check if everyone was okay. After all, we're getting older, and La Wang's wife is also quite sick. Their family has been worn down by her health." Sigh. Mrs. Luo held Wen Yao's hand and suddenly sighed. "Your grandpa is just a kind-hearted man who cares about appearances." Wen Yao seemed to remember how Mrs. Luo often looked down on old man Wen, and she chuckled softly, teasing, "Grandma, are you just jealous because I like my grandpa?" Although she is older, when Wen Yao said this, Luo sure blushed deeply. She scolded, "You little girl, how can you say everything so openly? Aren't you afraid others will think you're shameless? My grandma is the best grandma. She would never say I'm shameless." Wen Yao leaned on Luo Shi affectionately, which helped to ease Luo Shi's gloom a little. Since the topic was already open, Luo Shi took the opportunity to explain the relationships between the Wen family and some other families in the village to Wen Yao. Though she seemed carefree, Wen Yao was very clever. The business at the dock stall, along with the villagers' eggs and pickled vegetables like radishes and cabbages, was managed by Wen Yao, who was responsible for collecting them. This helped increase the villagers' income. Wen Yao spent the whole afternoon with Luo Shi, listening to stories about the Wen family and other villagers' conflicts and friendships. Among them was a debt owed from her father's school days. Wen Xiu and his two brothers only returned home in the evening. Uncle Wang took the money, saying it was to buy a simple coffin for Aunt Wang. "It's better than a rolled-up mat," Wen Xiu explained. He asked me to thank your father, and said they'll pay us back when they have money. When Laohan put his pipe in his mouth and puffed twice, but said nothing. Then, recalling what Wenjun had told him, he put the pipe down and said, whether they pay it back or not, that's for later. This matter only caused a little ripple within the Wen family. The next day, life went on as usual. On the 8th day of the lunar month, it snowed again, but it was light, just a thin layer. After that, no more snow fell, and the weather gradually improved. On the 14th day, when June returned from Jishir Hall with Dr. Jin's message, they were invited to the city to see the Lantern Festival with their family of 15. In the end, Luo sure waved her hand, and the whole family went. The new house's construction was paused for a day. On the 15th day, early in the morning, the Wen family dressed in new clothes, happily heading into the city with De Huang. Even before reaching the city gate, there were already many people. Some stalls had been set up along the street, with people trying to earn extra money on this day. Li Shi looked at the busy crowd and the stalls, then nudged Wen Xiaozhu. If I had known, we'd set up a stall too. Wen Nong, who finally had a day off, instinctively hugged himself, trying to stay unnoticed. Wen Yao saw this and burst out laughing. Her laughter drew everyone's attention to Wen Nong's scared expression. Angered, Li Shi raised her hand and slapped him twice. Laughing softly, she said, "Look at your little achievements." After finishing, she also laughed. Once she was done, Mrs. Li carefully took out a small pouch from her waist, containing 50 coins she had prepared in advance. "Here, take it. Today, go out and have fun, but don't spend it all." When Nong almost thought she heard wrong, then happily took the pouch. "Thank you, mother." With money in hand, all his younger siblings gathered around, excitedly asking him to take them out to play later. Seeing the city gate getting closer, Mrs. Luo turned back and said, "Stop fussing, we're there." Today, many people were visiting the city, so ox carts were not allowed inside. The tea stall at the city gate helped watch over the carts, charging 10 coins a day. They not only watched but also helped feed the animals. Old Mr. Wen repeatedly told them to take good care of Big Yellow. When leaving, he was reluctant and muttered, "If I had known, I wouldn't have let Big Yellow come out." Mrs. Luo couldn't help but snap. "Fine, when we go back later, you can carry Big Yellow yourself, so we don't accidentally hurt him with so many people." Old Mr. Wen was scolded and quieted down, but he still mumbled softly, "I was just saying a couple of words." Mrs. Luo, tired of arguing, grabbed Wen Yao's arm, held her head high, and entered the city. Dr. Jin wasn't sure when they would arrive, so he asked Hong Hai to wait at the city gate. From afar, Mrs. Luo and Wen Yao could hear Hong Hai shouting loudly. Today, Yunwu town was lively, full of bustling crowds and constant shouting and bargaining. Wen Yao and Wen Jun each held one of the children, worried they might get lost in the crowd. "Grandma Wen, Grandpa Wen, you're finally here. Dr. Jin and the shopkeeper are waiting at the clinic," Hong Hai said, rubbing his hands and stomping his feet. He looked cold, clearly having waited a long time. Mrs. Luo felt a bit guilty, and also a little worried for him. "We're not unfamiliar with the way. Why are you standing here in this cold weather?" Hong Hai scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway. Grandma Wen, let's go back first." They all headed towards the Jishir Hall together. Inside Jishir Hall, Dr. Jin had just sent off a patient. He stood at the door for a while, finally spotting the familiar faces in the crowd. "They're here," he called out, and shopkeeper Chiu also came out. Grandpa, although he was a child and had enjoyed playing at the Wen family, after being apart from his grandpa for so long, he must have missed him. So when they saw Dr. Jin, Jin Xiui ran over quickly. De Tu also saw shopkeeper Chiu and, seeing him looking at them eagerly, hesitated and looked at Wen Yao. Wen Yao lowered her head and said, "If you want to go, just go." Shopkeeper Chiu is now also like a father to De Tu. De Tu corrected her, "He's my godfather." Yes, my godfather, my godfather." "Go ahead." Wen Yao let go of De Tu's hand, and De Tu immediately ran over happily, calling out, "Father." Shopkeeper Chiu smiled happily, with a big grin. Seeing everyone arrive, he stepped aside to let Hong Hai close the door and said to the others, "Old Jean and I booked a table at Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Let's go now. It will be hard to walk when more people arrive later. When the Win family heard this, they thought of Drunken Immortal Restaurant. It's the biggest and best restaurant in Yunwu Town. They heard that a meal there could cost dozens or even hundreds of silver taels. Mrs. Luo quickly declined. Dr. Jean, that place is too fancy for us. It's too expensive. We can just find a simple place to eat. Hearing this, Dr. Jean shook his head. He stroked his beard and said, Sister, you're about to go against me. Besides, Drunken Immortal Restaurant is just a place to eat. Why can't we go? If you say that, it sounds like you look down on me, old Jean. That, before shopkeeper Chiu could finish, he took Datu's hand and said, Stop arguing. Let's go. We're booked for a private room on the 3rd floor of Drunken Immortal. The view there is the best, and you can see most of Yunwu Town. Plus, the Lantern Fair is right down the street from the restaurant. It's very convenient to visit at night. Mrs. Luo still felt it was a bit inappropriate. Wen Yao also wanted to see what this biggest restaurant was like, so she persuaded. Grandma, let's go. Today, we'll be guests at the biggest restaurant. You can try the chef's skills and see if they're better than mine. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu quickly agreed. Yes, let's go see. I think the chef at Drunken Immortal is still a bit behind Yao Yao. Mrs. Luo glared at Wen Yao and scolded. You too, stop praising her. If that girl had a tail, it might even curl up to the sky. We're just telling the truth, they said with a smile, inviting everyone to walk toward Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Mrs. Luo sighed softly and had no choice but to follow. On the way, she whispered to Wen Yao, This debt of favor just keeps growing. Wen Yao looked at the few people happily chatting in front. Old Mr. Wen, dressed as a farmer, walking with these two people, looked out of place but strangely harmonious. Datu, holding Wen Xiu-yi in his left hand and shopkeeper Chiu in his right, was hopping around happily. At this point, Wen Yao could only comfort Mrs. Luo. Grandma, debts are like a heavy burden, but anyway, no matter what we do in the future, just think of Dr. Jean and Uncle Chiu. If that didn't work, she thought about how shopkeeper Chiu liked Dr. Jin's cups, so she could buy a couple more as gifts. Mrs. Luo nodded. That's natural. One is little Jun's master, and the other is Datu's godfather. These are truly our family members. Yes, so staying calm is the most important. If you see a dish you like later, I'll make it for you often, Wen Yao said cheerfully, trying to make the old lady happy. Mrs. Luo couldn't help but smile, raising her hand to gently pat her arm and said with a laugh, You really don't know how to be modest. Of course. Who is your granddaughter? I'm famous as Chef Wen, the best cook around, Wen Yao said happily, almost hanging on to Mrs. Luo. The grandmother and granddaughter chatted and laughed as they reached the door of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Today, the place was packed. The young waiter at the entrance was so busy, he seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Seeing this big family coming in, the waiter paused for a moment, then quickly composed himself and stepped forward to greet them, asking, Are you here for meal? Today, our Drunken Immortal Pavilion is really full. Would you like to try somewhere else? Wen Yao glanced at the young waiter, but didn't say anything. She looked neither annoyed nor impatient, speaking politely, which made her quite likable. However, Dr. Jean frowned and said in a deep voice, We have a reservation. The waiter finally noticed that among this group were Dr. Jean from the healing hall and shopkeeper Chiu. His expression immediately changed, and his smile became even brighter. Dr. Jean, shopkeeper Chiu, I'm very sorry. I must have poor eyesight. Please don't take it to heart. I'll take you upstairs right away, he said, flicking his sash and smiling politely at the Wen family, bowing slightly more than before. This scene made Mrs. Luo straighten her back unexpectedly. Following the young boy into the grand entrance of Drunken Immortal Tower, everyone from the Wen family was stunned by the luxury and grandeur inside. Even Li, who is usually brave, became a bit nervous once inside, especially because of the looks the customers in the restaurant cast at them. Some looked at them with curiosity, some with suspicion, and others with disdain. Li was already feeling uneasy, but Kai was even more nervous, almost pulling at Wen Xiuqing's sleeve in frustration. Just as the disdainful customers seemed ready to cause trouble, A waiter led their group straight upstairs, not to the second floor, but to the third. The third floor of Drunken Immortal Tower was not a place for just anyone to go. How could this small family go directly to the third floor? Some curious onlookers called out to the waiter, asking, "Who is that family that just went up?" They went straight to the third floor. The waiter looked up and replied, "That family booked a private room on the street side with Manager Chio from Jishir Hall and Dr. Jean. As for the others with them, I don't know who they are. Since Dr. Jean and Manager Chio value them so much, they must be relatives or friends, not enemies." He didn't dare say more, especially since other customers were calling out, so he hurried away, leaving the curious onlookers puzzled. Drunken Immortal Tower truly lives up to its reputation as the biggest restaurant in Yunwu Town, with 3 floors. The first floor is a busy hall filled with people coming and going. The second floor has private rooms, perfect for meetings or gatherings. The third floor is full of large, elegant rooms, each a suite with a main table for dining, soft tea tables, and every room has a guqin, a traditional musical instrument. The walls are decorated with paintings and calligraphy. The waiter led everyone into a private room, then busily poured tea and served water. "That's enough.
You can leave now."
"We'll handle everything ourselves," Dr. Jean said. The waiter immediately stopped what he was doing and respectfully replied, "Dr. Jean, I'll go outside and wait at the door. Just call me if you need anything." "All right," Dr. Jean nodded. "It's still early. Call me when the meal is ready." "Okay, everyone rest here for now," the waiter said, then left and kindly closed the door behind him. Once he was gone, the Wen family finally relaxed. Lee patted her chest and said, "Wow, I never thought we'd get to eat at Drunken Immortal Tower one day. Did you notice? The people downstairs were all staring at us." Several young boys eagerly looked around. Tu and Jin Xiao had already gone to the window, sticking their heads outside to look down, while shopkeeper Chio stood nearby, accompanying them. Wen Nong and Wen Fa followed closely, also leaning at the window to look outside. Wen Jin took a quick glance and then started observing the calligraphy and paintings inside the private room. Wen Ning sat next to Tu, and the 3 youngest children occasionally exchanged words. Wen Di was curious about the guqin but didn't dare go over alone, so she pulled Wen Yao to look together. Dr. Jean, Old Man Wen, and Mrs. Luo had already taken their seats. Wen Jun was nearby, serving them. Old Man Wen also wanted to go see the lively scene, but he had to keep up appearances and could only sit quietly. Wen Xiao Zhu and Wen Xiao Qing looked excited, pulling Wen Xiao Yi to ask questions, acting as if they had never seen anything like this before. Seeing Dr. Jean smiling happily, Mrs. Luo felt a bit embarrassed. "Dr. Jean, I hope I'm not bothering you," she said. Dr. Jean stroked his beard and replied, "It's so lively. Only with many people can it be truly lively." It was clear Old Man Wen also wanted to go to the window to see the scene. Dr. Jean took the initiative to suggest, "The scenery on the 3rd floor of Zui Xianlu is very beautiful. Shall we go take a look?" Old Man Wen's eyes lit up. "Yes, let's go see." They all moved to the window and looked outside. From there, they could see most of Yunwu Town. The streets below were full of colorful decorations, bustling with people. The street was decorated with various bright lanterns, very beautiful. Unfortunately, it was still daytime, so they couldn't fully appreciate their beauty. Wen Yao was with Wen Di, looking at the guqin. It was obvious she liked it. Wen Yao suddenly had an idea. "Do you like it?" Wen Di blushed for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I like it." Wen Yao took her hand. The roughness of her hand surprised Wen Yao, as Wen Di had helped with chores since she was young, so her hands were naturally rough. Although she was also from the Wen family, Lu Shi had always treated her as a young lady, so she didn't do chores or even go into the kitchen much. Mrs. Luo and others didn't insist. Seeing the big difference in their hands, Wen Yao suddenly took Wen Di's hand and placed it on the guqin. "If you like it, just try it." The moment Wen Di touched the guqin, she quickly withdrew her hand. "My hands are rough. Don't break it," she said. "If I break it, I can't afford to pay." Wen Yao felt distressed and gently placed her hand on the instrument again. "The guqin is made to be played. Just try. Don't be afraid. It won't break so easily. Wendy was very moved. After hesitating for a moment, she touched the strings. A beautiful, clear sound rang out. It sounds so nice. Wendy was full of longing, but when she looked at her hands again, a trace of self-doubt flashed in her eyes. By the window, Old Man Wen and a few other elders didn't have as much energy as the children. They stood for a while and then sat back down. Just then, they overheard Wen Yao encouraging Wendy to play the piano. How about that? Yao girl and D girl like this, Dr. Jean said with a smile. Wen Yao quickly waved her hands. It's not me, it's my sister who likes it. Wendy's face suddenly turned red. She kept shaking her head. No, I didn't. After speaking, she glanced at Luo Shi, looking like a child who had made a mistake, lowering her head. Luo Shi? If you like it, then just like it. What are you afraid of? Luo Shi said directly. Just then, they overheard Wen Yao encouraging Wendy to play the piano. How about that? Yao girl and, but this kind of thing, could children from their family really learn it? Luo Shi sighed inwardly. Being born in a family like theirs, they were holding back their children. Seeing the atmosphere becoming a little strange, shopkeeper Chiu smiled and asked, Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, your children, aren't you planning to send them to school? Hearing this, everyone in the room looked at each other. Wen Nong and Wen Fa shrank back, trying not to draw attention to themselves. De Tu looked confused because he didn't think he couldn't go to school. Wen Jin's eyes flashed with hope, but it quickly faded. Old Man Wen coughed and said, We are simple farmers. We don't expect great success. Now, their eldest uncle is at home teaching them a few characters. As long as they can recognize some words, they won't be easily fooled later. Their family really couldn't afford to send all the children to school. When Xiao Yi had already drained their family's savings. Now that De Tu was so smart, they definitely couldn't hold him back. But if they did that, the other children wouldn't have a chance either. Going to school is still better, said shopkeeper Chiu. If you want our children to go, I know a school in the city. I can send a few children there. The tuition. Chiu paused, exchanged a glance with Dr. Jean and said, I can pay for them. Ah? This. The Wen family members didn't expect shopkeeper Chiu to say that. Once they realized, Old Man Wen quickly refused and thanked him. Shopkeeper Chiu, I appreciate your kindness. I know you and Dr. Jean want to help us, but we can't trouble you. Even if the children need to go to school, we'll sell everything we have to pay for them ourselves. We definitely shouldn't ask you to pay. When Xiao Yi also spoke up. My father is right. Old Xiao, we'll find our own way. Don't worry, we won't let the children fall behind. Shopkeeper Chiu didn't insist further. All right, if you need help, just let me know. We're all family, so don't be shy with me. When Xiu nodded. Okay, I might trouble you to find a good school for a few children later. Shopkeeper Chiu chuckled. No problem at all. Hearing this conversation, everyone present accepted too, and when Jean looked worried. They just hoped that after today, their grandparents and older relatives would forget about this matter. In the evening, the door of the private room was suddenly knocked. A young servant stood outside and spoke with Dr. Jean. When Yao saw Dr. Jean frown slightly, then told the servant to wait at the door and came back inside. What's wrong? Shopkeeper Chiu asked. Dr. Jean glanced outside and said, Xia Yushan heard you're here and wants to bring his son to visit. When Yao saw shopkeeper Chiu's face change visibly, he opened his mouth to refuse, but then looked at the Wen family members. His words changed. Let him come in. Dr. Jean raised an eyebrow. Now, yes. After a moment of thought, Dr. Jean understood what shopkeeper Chiu was thinking. All right, I'll talk to him. Dr. Jean said a few words to the young servant, who then happily ran off. At the table, only a few adults and Wen Yao and Wen Jun were present. When Wen Yao looked at Dr. Jean with questions, Dr. Jean explained, It's the Xia family, you know. Xia Yushan knows old Qiu's background. He wanted his eldest son to apprentice with us before, but old Qiu refused after several requests. Now his eldest son has gone to the Xia family school, and he's probably trying his luck with the younger son. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Shopkeeper Chiu snorted coldly. I've never liked the Xia family, even their branch. Wen Yao and Wen Jun exchanged glances. It had been a long time since they saw the young master of the Xie family. This future wealthy man, who would become a billionaire, was saved by Wen Jun. They wondered what the Xie family would think if they saw them here. Wen Jun whispered to Dr. Jean, "Old Chiu is backing your family." The Xie family's attitude earlier was quite disdainful. They looked down on them because of Wen family's background, despite their life-saving kindness. In the past, they wouldn't have cared about such matters, but now things are different. Wen Jun was his beloved disciple, and it too was old Chiu's godson. Naturally, they couldn't let their family be bullied. Although the trouble was organized a bit late, at least they were making a stand, right? The door to the private room was soon knocked on. Dr. Jean called out to come in but remained seated, as did shopkeeper Chiu, who also called his son over. Xie Yushan had brought Xie Ani and Chiu Rongrong to the Drunken Immortal Tower to see the Lantern Festival. Although he usually tried to keep Chiu Rongrong and Xie Ani apart during festivals, they still met. When he heard that shopkeeper Chiu and Dr. Jean were also at the tower, Xie Yushan decided to bring Xie Ani over to visit, even if just to get closer. After all, this person was a wise figure sought after even by noble families. But when the door opened, Xie Yushan saw a room full of people. When he saw Wen Yao and her family, he froze in surprise. Chiu Rongrong didn't expect to see Wen Yao here either. Regaining his composure, Xie Yushan said, "I didn't expect Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu and other guests. We may have disturbed you." "Old Master Xie, you're mistaken. They're not my guests, they're family," shopkeeper Chiu replied directly. Xie Yushan was caught off guard and felt awkward. The Wen family's gazes also turned scrutinizing. Wen Yao didn't care and stepped forward to greet Chiu Rongrong. "Elder sister Chiu, you're here too. Come in quickly." Xie Yushan's expression changed slightly, surprised as he looked at Chiu Rongrong. Unfortunately, Chiu Rongrong had already been pulled inside by Wen Yao. Chiu Rongrong was also confused. She thought the Wen family was just a farming family. Even if Wen Juncheng was a disciple of Dr. Jean, her status wouldn't change much. But being treated differently by shopkeeper Chiu was a different matter. Since they shared the same surname, she knew Chiu's shopkeeper's background. Wen Yao led Chiu Rongrong inside and introduced everyone. Grandpa, Grandma, Dr. Jean, Uncle Chiu, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, third aunt. "This is the Chiu sister I told you about." Chiu Rongrong was stunned. Wen Yao hadn't said she was Mrs. Xie, only that she was Chiu Rongrong herself. Suddenly, Chiu Rongrong felt warm inside and bowed politely. "Rongrong greets all the elders." Good, no need to be polite. We're family." Mrs. Luo quickly stood up and pulled Chiu Rongrong to sit down. Big Head looked at Chiu Rongrong and then at the little boy standing beside Xie Ani. He whispered to Jean Shui, "That unlucky kid my dad mentioned." Jean Shui looked at Xie Ani at the same time. Jean Shui's eyes flickered. When Yao had said that he was kept away by his father from seeing his mother, and Uncle Chiu said his father was a selfish, bad man. That was pretty sad. Since that was the case, he tugged Big Head, and the two of them ran towards Xie Ani. "Come in and sit down too." Before Xie Ani could react, he was pulled over by the big-headed boy and Jean Shui to sit with the children. Now, only Xie Yushan, the head of the family, remained standing at the door. Shopkeeper Chiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Does old Master Xie want me to invite him personally?" Only then did Xie Yushan realize what was happening. He quickly said he wouldn't leave and moved to go over. Just as he was about to sit beside shopkeeper Chiu, Chiu called out, "Second and third brothers, come sit here." The two brothers, who had been unexpectedly called, sat down before the others could return. Unable to do anything, Xie Yushan had to sit at the bottom of the row. He wanted to talk to shopkeeper Chiu, but Chiu was busy chatting with old man Wen and paid him no attention. Over with the women, Chiu Rongrong was surrounded by the women of the Wen family, so she was relaxed. Even Xie Ani was being talked to by the big-headed boy and Jean Shui. Nearby, Lively Winning was also chatting. Only Xie Yushan sat awkwardly, ignored by everyone. When Xiaxing saw he was alone and had no one to talk to, and since he was the closest to him, he started a conversation. But he was usually a person who couldn't say much, so he didn't know what to say. Finally, he managed to say, "Old Master Xie, you're here to see the Lantern Festival too." Xie Yushan, thinking highly of himself, never cared to deal with common folk. Now being ignored, his face darkened. He simply nodded faintly. Seeing his attitude, Wen Xiaoxing felt awkward and touched his nose, then turned to talk to Wen Xiuzhu. Xie Yushan, once again ignored, felt like getting angry but also wanted to understand the relationship between shopkeeper Qiu and the Wen family. He could only run and ask Wen Xiaoxing nearby. "Are you related to Mr. Qiu?" He initiated the conversation. Wen Xiaoxing was momentarily stunned but then replied, "Mr. Qiu? You mean shopkeeper Qiu? He's my family's godfather. Big-headed boy, who named such a rustic name." Wen Xiaoxing pointed at the big-headed boy trying to entertain Xiaoni, saying, "Yes, that's him. He's our youngest child, Xie Yushan." Looking at this rustic little boy, Xie Yushan felt unbalanced.
Why?
His Xie family paid a lot to have Qiu Ji teach his son, yet Qiu was willing to accept a farm boy as a godson. Xie Yushan felt his face was being slapped hard at this moment. No matter what Xie Yushan thought, the facts remained the same. When Xiaoxing saw his furrowed brow and the look of disdain in Big Head's eyes, which made Wen Xiaoxing a bit unhappy. Honest people are often unhappy and can't express it directly, so they just ignore others. Later, no matter what Xie Yushan asked, Wen Xiaoxing would just respond with vague sounds like, "Uh-huh," and, "Ah," not even hearing the questions clearly. Meanwhile, Qiu Rongrong was still confused. The warmth from the Wen family made her feel like she was celebrating holidays at home, even though she was far away from her family. They didn't treat her as Mrs. Xie, but as herself, Qiu Rongrong. Looking at Wen Yao, a young girl with a bright smile, she seemed mature and steady beyond her years. This made Qiu Rongrong feel like she was interacting with someone her own age. In Yunwu town, she had no friends. Her days revolved around the small estate of the Xie family. She often outsmarted the old lady and treated the old master with respect, always accommodating her son, living as if she had no life of her own. Even the money she earned was spent on the Xie family. If she bought something nice for herself, the old lady would say she was wasteful or not thrifty, or she would criticize her for only caring about herself and ignoring others in the household. Over time, she started to believe that spending her own money was wrong. Wen Yao's presence made her feel relaxed and happy when talking to others, regardless of social status or background. Even though Wen's family was just farmers, they treated her with genuine kindness. Whether it was asking if she was tired or thirsty, she could feel their sincerity. "Qiu Jie, how come you're here?" Wen Yao's question brought Qiu Rongrong back to her thoughts. She paused and looked at her. "I own Zui Xian Lu, don't you know? Did Dr. Jean not tell them?" Wen Yao's lips twitched. Should she have known? "Sorry, I didn't explain clearly before." Qiu Rongrong felt a little embarrassed. She had spoken too quickly, assuming Dr. Jean would tell them. "Haha, it's okay. I didn't ask either." Wen Yao smiled to ease the awkwardness. Suddenly, Qiu Rongrong thought of something and said, "Yao Yao, your cooking skills are so good. Would you be interested in coming to my Zui Xian Lu? Don't worry, I can set the requirements, and your pay will definitely be higher than at the Xie household." Wen Yao almost burst out laughing. Why was this sister so eager to have her be a cook? Even if she was a cook, she was an ambitious one. Over the past few months, Wen Yao has been feeling confused and lost. She kept saying she wanted to follow the heroine's path, making the heroine feel trapped. But after several months, her only initial plan was to make money. However, she had no clear idea of how or where to earn it. Then, Qiu Rongrong reminded her, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. "Big sister Qiu, I actually know how to cook many dishes," Wen Yao suddenly said. Qiu Rongrong became interested. "Really? Would you like to do that?" Oh, how this sister keeps thinking about making her a chef, even though she is just a 10-year-old girl. "Big sister Qiu, as you can see, our whole family depends on me," Wen Yao said with some frustration. Qiu Rongrong. Sorry, she didn't realize that. She understood Wen Yao's reluctance, but she didn't want to lose her friend. She instinctively wanted to keep Wenyao close because she felt lonely here. After finally meeting someone she liked, she didn't want to miss the chance. However, over the years, Qiu Rongrong had become used to solving everything with money. She thought that giving Wenyao a job and a good salary was being kind to her. But it seemed Wenyao didn't see it as a good thing. Thinking of this, Qiu Rongrong didn't want Wenyao to misunderstand her, so she tried to explain. Yao Yao, I didn't mean anything else. I just thought. Wenyao smiled. Big sister Qiu, do you think I lack money, so you want to give me a job and a generous salary to solve my money problem? Qiu Rongrong fell silent. That was indeed her thought. Seeing her silence, Wenyao cheerfully supported her head with one hand, looked at her, and said, Big sister Qiu, you guessed right. I do lack money, and I like money. Who in this world doesn't like money? Besides, the conditions you offered are very tempting. Qiu Rongrong was confused. Then why don't you agree? I can pay you a lot. But if I do that, we would become employer and employee. You would be my boss and I would work for you, which makes me seem lower in status than you, Wenyao said with a smile. Qiu Rongrong frowned. That wasn't what she meant. Wenyao changed the subject. But I still need to earn money. I have a better idea than becoming a chef. Would you like to hear it? Rongrong immediately became more energetic. As long as she could help Wenyao and let her continue being friends with her, Rongrong thought that as long as the requests weren't too much, she could satisfy them. Right now, she only cared about money. Wenyao supported her head and continued, My sister runs a restaurant, and I happen to be a little good at cooking. I also like to experiment with new dishes in my free time. How about we work together? Rongrong, being a businesswoman, quickly understood and asked, What kind of partnership do you have in mind? Wenyao continued, To make the restaurant successful, we need to focus on taste and dishes. If we keep everything the same, the business won't be bad, but it won't be great either. Rongrong nodded. That's true. Today is the Lantern Festival, and our restaurant's location is good, so we have many customers. On normal days, the flow isn't this busy. There are other restaurants in Yunwu Town too. That's because they lack unique features. To run a restaurant well, you need your own special style to attract customers. For example, if you introduce a new dish every month, many people will come to try it. Or, if you offer a couple of special deals each month that even regular folks can afford, that would boost popularity, right? Although Wenyao didn't know much about restaurant management, she understood the basics. She had seen various promotions in hotels and restaurants before, and copying a few tricks could work for a long time. Rongrong didn't expect Wenyao to understand even this, which made her more interested. Tell me more, little sister. Actually, the original Zui Xian Lu wasn't owned by the Qiu family. It was added to her dowry when she married into this place. The chefs inside were the original ones. Over the years, Zui Xian Lu operated like other restaurants, sticking to traditional recipes. Its advantage was mainly the atmosphere and skilled chefs. But even so, the profits weren't always high. The main reason was fierce competition. Wenyao understood all this, but finding a good, especially talented, chef wasn't easy. Before, Zui Xianlu's business was worse than now. She had brought a chef from her family's restaurant and introduced some Jiangnan-style dishes, which gradually improved the business. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have been so focused on Wenyao. Wenyao had tried the dishes she made, including the meal she prepared for the elderly lady that day. Wenyao made double portions, and she also ate some. Honestly, she wanted to help Wenyao, but she also wanted to help herself. When Wenyao saw her interest, she said, Not much, but every month I can offer my sister 2 new dishes: steamed, boiled, braised, fried, sautéed, marinated or stewed, plus pastries and drinks. I can ensure my sister always has new dishes to attract customers. Qiu Rongrong looked at Wenyao and suddenly wondered if she had misjudged her. Could this girl really be bold enough to make such a big promise?
How old was she?
9?
10?
Wenyao raised an eyebrow. Does my sister not believe me? Qiu Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to be honest. Little sister, it's not that I don't believe you, but you're so young. She didn't say the rest aloud. She just thought that even the cooks in her building wouldn't dare claim they could constantly supply 2 new dishes each month. Even if they changed the cooking method, it would be the same old thing with a different presentation. Breaking the routine isn't easy. Wen Yao wasn't surprised and understood. She was only about 10 years old. Hard to believe, after all. She's still just a child. Then, sister, do you dare to make a bet with me? Wen Yao, having set her goal, knew what to do next. In the original story, Xie and Yi became the richest man. Although the heroine used her space cheat and collaborated with him to make money before they even met, Xie and Yi had already established himself in the business world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught the heroine's attention and been gradually used by her. His early achievements, she believed, couldn't have happened without the help of the Chiu family. But later, the Chiu family's fate wasn't so good. Wen Yao had a good first impression of Chiu Rongrong. She judged people by their first impression. If the first impression is good, subsequent interactions tend to be filtered through that lens. Moreover, if she doesn't help Chiu Rongrong now, does she plan to wait until Xie and Yi grows up, steps over the Chiu family, and becomes a loyal supporter of that foolish heroine, causing trouble for everyone? Knowing the plot, Wen Yao definitely wouldn't allow such things to happen. Bet what? Chiu Rongrong asked. Wen Yao extended one finger. Just 1 dish. Xie Yushan sat there feeling awkward, like sitting on pins and needles. Suddenly, he saw Wen Yao and Chiu Rongrong stand up. He quickly called out, "Madam, where are you going?" His shout drew everyone's attention to Wen Yao and Chiu Rongrong. Chiu Rongrong turned around and knelt slightly, saying, "Master, I am taking Yao Yao to the kitchen to have a look." Xie Yushan frowned and replied, clearly disapproving, "Why are you taking the guest to the kitchen?" His tone was full of criticism, feeling that Chiu Rongrong's actions were improper and brought shame to the Xie family. Additionally, Chiu Rongrong was clearly treated much better than him, yet she didn't try to get closer to Mr. Chiu or help her son get opportunities. Instead, she took that rustic girl to the kitchen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Chiu Rongrong without mercy. Chiu Rongrong clenched her hand, holding the handkerchief tighter.
She was fed up with this.
Every time she wanted to do something on her own, if she didn't satisfy Xie Yushan, he would look at her with that kind of expression and criticize her from his high position. At this moment, shopkeeper Chiu spoke. He looked at Wen Yao affectionately and softly said, "Yao Yao wants to visit the kitchen of Zui Xianlu? In that case, I'll trouble Madame Xie. My girl just loves to study the food in the kitchen." Dr. Jean also stroked his beard and said, "Yes, she should go see how the chefs cook. Learn more so that in the future, old Chiu and I can enjoy better meals." Wen Yao looked timid and glanced at Xie Yushan, then lowered her head and said, "But it seems that Master Xie is not very willing." Shopkeeper Chiu looked directly at Chiu Rongrong and frowned. "I remember this restaurant isn't yours? Or am I mistaken?" For some reason, seeing Xie Yushan's unpleasant face, as if he had swallowed a fly, Chiu Rongrong felt a surge of happiness in her heart. She was surprised herself by this feeling. So this was what it felt like when someone spoke up for her. Although the other person seemed to be just defending the young girl beside her, Chiu Rongrong felt very happy. "Sir, you are not mistaken. This restaurant is my dowry," Chiu Rongrong said politely, neither humble nor arrogant, not even glancing at Xie Yushan's ugly face. Xie Yushan's face was now as ugly as pig liver. But shopkeeper Chiu wasn't finished. He cast a subtle glance at Xie Yushan and said casually, "I thought this restaurant had changed owner some time ago." Finally, Xie Yushan couldn't hold back anymore, but since he couldn't afford to offend the other person, he forced a strained, almost crying smile and said, "Since you say so, then go ahead. Take good care of the guests." "Yes." Chiu Rongrong nodded politely and left with Wen Yao. Outside the door, Chiu Rongrong took a deep breath, feeling refreshed even in the lively restaurant. Wen Yao silently observed everything, smiling inwardly. She was glad to see some resistance. It showed she wasn't too weak. In the private room, shopkeeper Chiu saw an opportunity and started talking with Xie Yushan. "Where is the eldest son of Lord Xie's family?" "I haven't seen him." Xie Yushan immediately perked up. Since Chiu mentioned his eldest son, Even though he originally brought his youngest son to try his luck today, if Chiyo was willing to teach the eldest son, he wouldn't mind bringing him back from the clan school. As for the youngest son, he could teach him himself. Thinking this, Xie Yushan quickly replied, Yuano was sent to the clan school a few years ago. It's rare that the teacher still remembers him. Shopkeeper Chiyo only responded with a faint, "Oh," and said, "The Xie family clan school is indeed a good place." Xie Yushan smiled and said, "Of course, it's not as good as being taught by a master like you. If Yuano can be guided by you, it would be his blessing." Shopkeeper Chiyo almost laughed. His relationship with the Xie family in Beijing wasn't very close. If the people from the Beijing Xie family heard Xie Yushan say that, they'd probably be furious.
Haha.
Shopkeeper Chiyo chuckled to himself. Seeing Chiyo Rongrong smile, Xie Yushan thought there was hope and quickly added, "I suppose my unpromising son hasn't been home for a long time. In a few days, I plan to bring him back to visit the master." Shopkeeper Chiyo didn't respond but looked at Xiaoni and said calmly, "Is this your youngest son?" Xie Yushan nodded. He wanted to get closer to Chiyo Rongrong to speak, but two people were blocking the way, making him frown. However, those two seemed unaware of him and didn't notice his subtle gesture asking them to move. Xie Yushan had no choice but to give up and hurriedly called, "Ear, come over and meet Master Chiyo." Xiaoni was happily playing with Dazhong and Jinxiu, sharing funny stories from Gudong village. Just as he was enjoying himself, he heard Xie Yushan's call. The small boy froze for a moment, then quickly went over to Xie Yushan and bowed to Shopkeeper Chiyo. "Good day, sir." Xie Yushan spoke next. "Sir, this is my son Ani. By the way, Ani has some connection with the Wen family." "Oh." Shopkeeper Chiyo raised an eyebrow. Xie Yushan felt a sudden joy. Indeed, he had only wanted to try approaching from the Wen family side, but he didn't expect Manager Chiyo to fall for it. He quickly added, "Yes, Ear was saved by Dr. Jin's talented apprentice." Manager Chiyo looked at Wenjun. "Is that true?" Wenjun respectfully replied, "Yes, it is. That day, Yao Yao and I happened to pass by and saved young Master Xie." Before Xie Yushan could continue to flatter, Wenjun said, "But old Master Xie already gave 200 taels as thanks." The meaning was clear. The money was given, the favor was repaid, and now neither owed the other anything. Xie Yushan deeply regretted letting Rorong Chiyo use money to dismiss this family. Otherwise, just for the sake of gratitude, he could often meet with Chiyo Ji. Over time, wouldn't he teach him?
Well,
Young Master Wen saved Ear, so he should be thanked. But the debt of saving a life is unforgettable. The Xie family has never forgotten young Master Wen's help, Xie Yushan quickly said. De Tu and Jin Xiao also returned to Dr. Jin and Manager Chiyo. De Tu was even directly held in Chiyo's arms. He looked at Xian Yi and said in a childish voice, "Do you want my adoptive father to teach you how to read?" Xian Yi looked at Xie Yushan, bit his lip. He didn't want to study. He liked listening to his mother read the account books and talk about the shop's business. He didn't like studying with his father. But he dared not say this. He could only nod because his father hoped he would study with Mr.
Chiyo.
Xie Yushan was very pleased with Xian Yi's behavior. However, De Tu's next words froze Xie Yushan's smile on his face. "But my adoptive father has sworn not to take students anymore," De Tu said. He clearly saw Xie Yushan's face stiffen for a moment, and Xian Yi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. De Tu continued, "But my adoptive father doesn't take students. You can become my disciple. I will teach you, Xie Yushan." Xian Yi was also stunned. He looked at this younger boy and blurted out, "You're younger than me. How can you teach me?" De Tu frowned. "My adoptive father told me not to judge a person by their appearance. Just because I'm younger than you doesn't mean I can't teach you this." Xian Yi was dumbfounded. It sounded reasonable, but they're about the same age. Why should he become his student? "I don't want to," Xian Yi said childishly, without thinking.
Да то що ж.
"My adoptive father, he doesn't want students." Manager Chiyo almost laughed out loud, but had to hold it in. "Since that's the case, let's forget it. I originally promised not to take on any more students, but since Zhaoer is my godson, I, as his guardian, naturally can't ignore him. If Master Xie doesn't want him, then so be it. The Xie family school is a good place and old Master Xie can send Zhao there. The brothers will have each other for company. Qiu Zonggui's words made Xie Yushan's face turn pale, then red, then dark again, like a color palette. If Xie Yushan still hasn't realized that Qiu Zhonggui and this rustic family are deliberately embarrassing him, then he is truly foolish. Xie Yushan simply can't understand when he offended these people. In the back kitchen of Drunken Immortal Tower, Qiu Rongrong brought Wen Yao inside, which made the busy kitchen even more chaotic. After all, the owner personally came, and the original rhythm was suddenly disrupted. The chefs didn't dare shout loudly, and the young helpers didn't dare laugh and joke. Finally, the manager of Drunken Immortal Tower came over. "Miss, why are you in the kitchen?" Qiu Rongrong frowned. She had never been in the kitchen before, not even when she was in the Qiu family. She had never seen it like this before. "It's so messy." Manager Lu was full of helplessness. "Why is there trouble today?" Qiu Rongrong could only look at Wen Yao. Wen Yao asked Manager Lu, "Do you have a small kitchen I can use alone?" Manager Lu was confused. Qiu Rongrong spoke, "Go prepare it." "Oh," and arranged 2 people to help Miss Wen. Although he didn't understand what trouble this young lady was causing today, Manager Lu obediently made the arrangements. As expected of the manager, he quickly got the kitchen back in order and even found 2 helpers for Wen Yao, setting up a separate small kitchen. Dressed in luxurious clothes, Qiu Rongrong stood here, looking very out of place. "Yao Yao, what are you going to do?" Wen Yao smiled mysteriously. "You'll see in a moment." After saying that, Wen Yao instructed the 2 helpers to start preparing ingredients. Qiu Rongrong watched as they went out, returning with some items, then went out again to bring back a little more. "Miss Jiyu, but do we need so much?" one helper asked as he handed a bag of Jiyu to Wen Yao. Wen Yao glanced at it. "No need. Just put it aside. Cut the meat into slices." "Okay." The helper put down the Jiyu and started slicing the meat. Wen Yao looked at the prepared ingredients and seasonings with confidence. Today, she was going to make a dish of spicy, sliced pork. At this time, there were no chili peppers. People wanting to taste some spiciness could only rely on Sichuan peppercorns or prickly ash. However, because prickly ash has a strong spicy and numbing effect, most people couldn't tolerate it, so restaurants rarely used it. Today, Wen Yao decided to use prickly ash to make a dish of boiled sliced pork, creating a different kind of flavor to excite the diners' taste buds. The pork slices were cut, and Wen Yao began marinating the meat. The key to a good boiled sliced pork dish is whether the meat is tender enough. Fortunately, she had a special tenderizer powder, which she used 1 bag per jean, half a kilogram, and she had plenty of it. Wen Yao is short, and the stoves here are built for adults' height. Qiu Rongrong watched the young girl standing on a small stool, focused and skillful with her hands. The strong aroma of prickly ash filled the air, causing Qiu Rongrong to sneeze twice uncontrollably. She managed to hold back, unlike her maidservants who had already sneezed repeatedly and lost their composure, but she still tried to hide her embarrassment from others. Soon, the sharp smell of prickly ash was replaced by a fragrant aroma, which seemed almost magical. It made Qiu Rongrong suddenly feel very hungry. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried into the kitchen with her skirt in hand. "Madam," her maid tried to stop her, but Qiu Rongrong was already at the stove. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, a little excited, and asked, "Yao Yao, what is this dish called?" When Yao was heating oil, this was the final step of making boiled sliced pork. Hearing the question, she replied, "This dish is called boiled sliced pork. It uses prickly ash and scallions and ginger to release aroma, then add seasonings. The most important part is how the pork slices are prepared. Only tender meat tastes good." Qiu Rongrong, who had grown up in luxury and never entered a kitchen, didn't understand what Wen Yao was saying, but thought it was very impressive. "Big sister Qiu, please step aside," Wen Yao kindly reminded her, signaling her to move aside because her clothes looked very expensive and oil splashes could ruin them. Qiu Rongrong didn't understand, but moved aside. She then saw Wen Yao lift a small pot, pouring hot oil into a bowl with a sizzling sound. The fragrant aroma grew even stronger, making her swallow instinctively. So fragrant, she thought, craving to taste it. Yao Yao, can I try some? Qiu Rongrong asked. Wen Yao put down her utensils, looked at the somewhat childish Qiu Rongrong, and had her two surprised and drooling assistants bring bowls and chopsticks. They served her a piece of the dish. Try this, Sister Qiu. Qiu Rongrong sniffed it and found it very stimulating, but also very fragrant. She really wanted to taste it. She took a small bite, was surprised at first, then frowned, and her eyes lit up. It's delicious. The strong, spicy flavor made Qiu Rongrong very hungry. It was hot, exciting, and she wanted another bite. Suddenly, Qiu Rongrong wondered what those previous dishes she ate were like, so bland and tasteless. Wen Yao watched her smiling and asked, Sister, do you think this dish will sell well? Qiu Rongrong hurriedly nodded, of course. As she spoke, her eyes stayed on the bowl, and her chopsticks reached out to grab some. Fortunately, her over 20 years of good manners kept her from doing so, but she didn't forget what was important. Call Manager Lu, she ordered the maids standing outside. And also call Chef Chen. Soon, Manager Lu and Chef Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, were called over. When Chef Chen arrived, his face looked a bit unhappy. It was a busy time, and he was almost overwhelmed in the kitchen. He thought, why is the young lady causing trouble now? Especially after hearing she was here with a young girl cooking, his face darkened even more. Young lady, the kitchen is busy, and there are many customers waiting, Chef Chen said, clearly familiar with Qiu Rongrong and speaking more casually. Qiu Rongrong waved to him. Chef Chen, come try this. Chef Chen and Manager Lu looked confused. They stepped forward and saw a bright red bowl in front of them. They were both stunned. Did you put some kind of herb in this? Chef Chen, a skilled cook, immediately recognized it. Then he said, this is just nonsense. Such stimulating ingredients are already too much. Just a little is enough. How can you eat so much? Qiu Rongrong didn't explain, only said, try it first. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Chef Chen frowned tightly, but couldn't disobey his employer. He hesitated, then picked up his chopsticks, and after a long moment, finally took a bite. Qiu Rongrong watched his changing expression with a smile. How is it? If Zui Xianlu adds this dish to the menu, do you think it will be very popular? She asked. Chef Chen didn't answer immediately. He took another bite, slowly chewing and savoring it. Manager Lu thought he might get angry, but after trying a second piece himself, he almost cried from the spiciness. Water! Water! He shouted for water. The waiter quickly brought some. Manager Lu drank large gulps, but strangely, after the spiciness subsided, he found himself wanting to eat more. Wen Yao and Qiu Rongrong looked at each other's reactions, exchanged a glance, and both burst into laughter. Little sister, I underestimated you before. I apologize for that. If this dish is introduced, it will definitely be a hit, Qiu Rongrong said happily, already imagining the bustling scene at Drunken Immortal Tower. Wen Yao smiled easily. This is only the first dish. Sister, if you trust me, you can consider my suggestion. Why wait? Just tell me how we should cooperate. Everything is negotiable. I only have one request. Your dishes can only be supplied to Drunken Immortal Tower, Qiu Rongrong replied. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Shall we discuss the details later? It's a deal, they agreed. As they talked, both of them laughed again. Chef Chen took a few more bites, then couldn't help but drink some water, and finally remembered the main matter. Young lady, who made this dish? Chef Chen asked, looking at Wen Yao, though he was still a bit unsure because Wen Yao was so young. Qiu Rongrong held Wen Yao's hand. Chef Chen, Miss Wen made this dish. Chef Chen, you're also an elder in our Qiu family. Do you think this dish would be popular at Drunken Immortal Tower? Although Chef Chen had guessed earlier, he was still surprised when he received a definite answer. He didn't reply to Qiu Rongrong right away, but looked at Wen Yao. Young lady, you have good cooking skills. Wen Yao smiled. I was showing off in front of Chef Chen. Chef Chen shook his head with a laugh. He had looked down on Wen Yao earlier, thinking she was just causing trouble with the young lady, but he didn't expect her to be truly talented. You're humble, young lady. He nodded to Wen Yao, then turned to Qiu Rongrong. Miss Qiu, you should give it a try. Chiu Rongrong immediately held Wen Yao's hand. Sister, since this dish is our first collaboration, you tell me, how do you want to work together? Wen Yao patted her hand. Sister, there's no rush. I want to teach Chef Chun how to make this dish first. By the way, there's a key point about the sliced meat in this spicy hot pot. To keep the meat tender, just controlling the heat isn't enough. It needs proper handling. She continued, I won't hide it from you, sister. This meat was marinated with my special tenderizing powder, which is why it's so tender. That tenderizing powder is essential. Of course, it can also be used in other dishes, but making this tenderizing powder is quite complicated. Wen Yao hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Chiu Rongrong suddenly understood and asked directly, Sister, just name your price. Wen Yao smiled and said, Sister, you're so straightforward. I like people who are honest like you. Chiu Rongrong gave her a playful glare and said, You little chatterbox, I bet you've planned this all along. Otherwise, how could she carry that tender meat powder everywhere? Wen Yao neither admitted nor denied, smiling as she said, Since we'll be working together in the future, how about I sell you the tender meat powder for 30 coins a pound? At first glance, this price seems high, but Wen Yao had just been handling the meat and could easily make a dish like boiled sliced meat without much trouble. Plus, Wen Yao mentioned that the tender meat powder could be used in other dishes. When you add it all up, it's not so expensive. She looked at Master Chen and directly asked in front of Wen Yao, Master Chen, if you handle the meat, could you make it so tender and smooth? Master Chen shook his head and honestly replied, No, miss, not quite. This answer made Chiu Rongrong decide quickly. 40 coins a pound, only sold to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. She was thinking of buying it outright at a higher price. That was fine. She didn't know any other restaurant owners here anyway. Deal, Wen Yao said, raising her hand. Chiu Rongrong also raised her hand, and the two high-fived in this small kitchen. They were about to start working together. Well, not working against each other, but making money together. Please ask someone to call my brother down. I also brought some tender meat powder, so he can come and get some. Today is the 15th, and since Drunken Immortal Pavilion has many guests, it's the perfect time to introduce new dishes. They needed to seize this chance and promote the monthly new menu at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wen Yao thought, Today, for the boiled sliced meat, each table will get a small portion. Chiu Rongrong frowned and asked, Give it away? Wen Yao nodded and said, Yes, this is a tasting. The amount should be small but enough for them to taste the flavor and enjoy the taste, but not enough to fill them up. Not just today, this can be done for all new dishes in the future. Chiu Rongrong had never done this before and hesitated, asking, Will that work? Wen Yao smiled playfully and said, Trust me. When June was called down, Wen Yao pretended to ask him to go to Jishir Hall to get some tender meat powder, but secretly, she gave him 5 bags of it. She told him to go out, switch the bags, and come back with a new one. Although she didn't know what her sister was up to, Wen June cooperated and went for a walk. Soon after, Wen Yao started teaching Master Chen from meat handling to cooking the broth, covering every detail. Master Chen, being a top chef, learned it all in one go, and the taste was just like Wen Yao's. As the mealtime approached, Master Chen carried the bag of tender meat powder and left. Rongrong Chiu told Steward Liu, who was still sneaking bites, Uncle Liu, give Yao Yao some money. Steward Liu, whose mouth was red from spicy food, hesitated but finally put down his chopsticks and went to get the money. 5 jin, 40 coins per jin, total 200 coins. Wen Yao was very happy to receive the money. 12 coins for 12 points, a huge profit. No wonder the heroine in the original story used this space cheat to make money so easily. It's like earning money with almost no effort. On the way back to the private room, Wen Yao warned Rongrong, Big Sister Rong, there's actually something else that's even tastier, more fragrant, and spicier than Juyu Cornelian cherry. I'm still figuring out how to grow it. If I can grow it in the future, it will be even more popular than Juyu, and I can make more dishes with it. Rongrong was very interested. What is it? When will it be ready? Wen Yao looked worried and said, I don't know yet, but I promise you, as soon as I grow it, I will give you the first batch. Although Rongrong felt a little disappointed, since Wen Yao said she could grow it, she decided to wait patiently. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your fair share of the money, little money lover, Rong teased with a smile. That day, Zui Xianlu was more lively than the Lantern Festival outside because they suddenly introduced a new dish, and each table was served a small portion. At first, many people found it hard to get used to and almost started complaining, but later they found it more and more delicious. When they wanted to order more, Steward Lu waved his hand. Everyone, I'm sorry. This dish is a new creation by our chef. We only have these for now, just for you to try. If you like it, come back tomorrow. The dish is called water-boiled pork slices and needs to be reserved in advance because it's complicated to make and only 20 servings are available each day. By the way, every month, Zui Xianlu will launch 2 new dishes. On the 1st and 15th of each month, we will offer free tastings of these new dishes. We hope you'll give us your suggestions then. Steward Lu's words made many people salivate, eager to try, but no matter how much they begged or offered more money, he insisted. No, it's sold out today, come back tomorrow. Several people immediately reserved a table for the next day, even paying a deposit. Steward Lu was so happy he almost couldn't hide his smile. In the private room, Wen's family and Dr. Jin's table had 2 large bowls of water-boiled pork slices. Yao Yao, did you make this? Dr. Jin and shopkeeper Chiao immediately recognized the dish because Wen Yao had prepared it for them. Wen Yao smiled as she looked at Chiao Rongrong. From now on, this dish will also be sold at Drunken Immortal Tower. The two exchanged glances and understood each other perfectly. After finishing the meal, Xia Yushan couldn't stand being ignored anymore. Meanwhile, Chiao Rongrong seemed very comfortable at the Wen family's place. Even Xia Ani forgot about the earlier embarrassment from Datu and was playing with them. Only he sat awkwardly, feeling out of place. Xia Yushan looked at Chiao Rongrong's bright smile and felt a bit annoyed. He had never seen her smile like that before, and it made him uncomfortable. Because he was annoyed, he decided to ruin her good mood. Madam, it's getting late. We shouldn't delay Mr. Chiao and Dr. Jin any longer. Chiao Rongrong was about to discuss the details of their cooperation with Wen Yao when she heard Xia Yushan say this. When he looked at her, she saw impatience and displeasure in his eyes. Chiao Rongrong lowered her head to hide her emotions and quietly told Wen Yao, "Tomorrow I will send someone to pick you up. We can talk more then." Okay, Wen Yao nodded. Only then did Chiao Rongrong stand up and, together with Xia Yushan, say goodbye to shopkeeper Chiao, Dr. Jin, and the Wen family. Xia Yushan couldn't understand himself. Why was he still polite to a bunch of country folks? The others didn't stay long. After all, their family was quite large, and having 3 more people seemed a bit strange. Not long after they left, the darkening sky brightened again. Opening the street-facing windows, you could see the bustling street lit with bright lanterns, strange-shaped flower lanterns, and twice as many people as during the day. While the Wen family's attention was on the Lantern Festival, when Xiao Yi quietly pulled Wen Yao aside and whispered, "Is it settled?" Wen Yao made an okay sign with her hand. "Don't worry, if your daughter takes charge, nothing can stop her." When Xiao Yi looked at his daughter, who was 10 or more years younger, and smiled slightly. "Our Yao Yao is really capable. Unlike Dad, who can only farm." When Yao chuckled softly. "You used to be so hard to hire experts, but now you have much more room to show your skills. Don't underestimate yourself. I'm just a cook, but you're the real talented one." Hearing this praise, when Xiao Yi felt a bit embarrassed. He glared at her. "Always joking about your dad." When Yao thought about the seeds she bought in the space and whispered a few words to Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi finished listening and frowned. "Is that possible? You just focus on planting. Anyway, my grandfather said it was Sister Chiao who brought the seeds. They won't really ask about it. Over here, we can say we got them by chance. If she wants to buy, she won't ask too much. Don't worry." When Yao told him this to explain how to grow chili peppers. When Xiao Yi thought for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, but it's best to do things step by step. Let's plant a small patch behind us first. After the new year, when the house is built, I'll set aside a spot in the backyard just for these." "Thank you, Professor Wen." When Xiao Yi smiled. "You're welcome." Just then, The Wen family said they would go downstairs to enjoy the Lantern Festival, so the father and daughter finished their talk and followed everyone out to join the fun. Honestly, ancient lantern festivals are more fun than those in the modern world, with less commercial stuff. By chance, halfway through, they ran into the Xie family. Luckily, they were also guessing lantern riddles, and it looked like they were stuck. They wanted to avoid them, but the Wen family couldn't help but stop and watch. Mainly because Xie Yi was frowning so much his brows almost furrowed, and even Xie Yushan looked confused, his face a bit unhappy. It seemed they wanted to leave with Xie Yi, but he refused to go. De Tu had slipped out at some point and was standing next to Xie Yi, twisting his head to look at him. "You can't guess it," Xie Yi was startled. He was taller than De Tu, and looking down at him, he thought about how this small kid, even younger and shorter than him, still wanted him to be his teacher. His competitive side flared up. He puffed out his chest. "I can't guess it either." "You can't guess it either." De Tu tilted his head and looked at him for a moment, then turned to the boss. "Uncle, can I see the riddle on the lantern?" The stall owner saw that the two kids were there and pointed to the lantern. It had a bamboo slip hanging underneath with a riddle written on it. "Want me to read it to you?" the owner asked. "No, thank you. I can read it myself." De Tu shook his head. He tiptoed to look at the bamboo slip, which only had 2 words, enlightenment. There were no other hints, so no wonder Xie Yi and Xie Yushan couldn't guess it. De Tu leaned forward, and the Wen family members also moved closer to watch. Wen Yao and Wen Jun immediately guessed the answer when they saw the 2 words. But since De Tu wanted to show off, they decided to give him the chance. Even if he couldn't guess it in the end, it was okay. After all, he's just a 4-year-old child. The big-headed child also seemed confused, frowning tightly. Seeing this, Xie Yi felt a strange sense of relief. Good. He couldn't figure it out, and neither could the child. Now, he wondered how he could still dare to ask him to be his master in the future. However, his happiness didn't last long. Suddenly, the big-headed child exclaimed, "Uncle, is this just sitting and waiting to die?" The lantern shop owner was clearly stunned and looked at the big-headed child with surprise. Xie Yi's heart also jumped to his throat. Seeing that the owner hadn't spoken for a long time, the big-headed child furrowed his brow, wondering if he had guessed wrong. The people from the Wen family were anxious to death. Madame Luo loudly asked, "Boss, did my little grandson guess correctly?"
Just tell us.
This shout drew everyone's attention. Only then did the boss come back to himself. He reached out, took down a lantern, and handed it to the big-headed child. "Congratulations, young master. You guessed right." Xie Yi was stunned.
Why?
The big-headed child, holding the lantern, looked up at him and said, "Reincarnation, isn't that just sitting and waiting for death? Sitting and waiting to die." Xie Yi. How did I not think of that? The big-headed child, like a victorious general, held his head high and handed the beautiful lantern to Wening. "Third sister, this is for you." Wening happily took it, holding the delicate lantern in her hands and loving it dearly. When Xiao Yi gave 5 coins to the lantern shop owner, Xie Yi could only watch as the lantern he liked was taken by Wening. He clenched his lips tightly, stubbornly refusing to admit that the big-headed child was smarter than him. The big-headed child turned around and saw his distressed look. Thinking of his sister saying he was also a pitiful person, a compassionate big-headed child suddenly felt overwhelmed with a saintly sense of kindness. "Which one do you like? I'll win another for you." He patted his small chest.
I don't want that.
"I want to win it myself." Xie Yi felt he couldn't admit defeat. Oh, the big-headed child didn't insist. He turned and left. "Dad, let's go." Xie Yi held back his tears, feeling almost on the verge of crying. He watched helplessly as the Wen family, along with Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Qiao, left. His eyes reddened, deeply hurt, and he turned to leave. Xie Yushan and the servants hurried to catch up. Xiao Yan looked at Qiao Rongrong, who had been silent by the side, and finally couldn't hold back. "Madam, don't you care?" Qiao Rongrong sighed deeply. For some reason, even though it was her son who was so hurt, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing the big-headed child do well. It was time for Xiaoani to learn some hardship. Moreover, compared to this, she believes that Xie Yushan probably suffered a greater blow. He has always been dedicated to teaching his son, and his knowledge is not bad, but now his son is overshadowed by a 4-year-old child. It seems that the proud talent of the old master is nothing special. Thinking about Datu's cleverness, if Ir could have more contact with him, it might not be a bad thing for Ir. Let's go. We'll explore on our own. Chiu Rongrong suddenly felt that the scenery at the Lantern Festival looked much better after she had this realization. Does she not love Ir? She cares deeply for him. He is part of her. But she doesn't want Xiaoani to become selfish and self-centered like Xie Yushan. Do I remember there's a village outside the city? Chiu Rongrong suddenly asked Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded. Yes. Chiu Rongrong tidied her hair and said, let's go to the village tomorrow to take a look. Xiao Yan immediately understood. She probably wanted to meet the Wen family girl at the village. Seeing Chiu Rongrong like this, Xiao Yan felt happy inside. Her young lady should be like this, not trapped in the deep courtyard every day, being bullied by that family. After the family finished visiting the Lantern Festival, if old man Wen Han kept talking about Da Huang all the way, they might have wandered until night. On the way back, Dada fell asleep directly in Wen Xiui's arms. Old man Wen was driving the cart ahead, and Mrs. Luo looked at her children and grandchildren, thinking about what shopkeeper Chiu said today. She spoke up. What do you all think about what Da Huang's godfather mentioned today? The group, who had been sleepy, suddenly became alert. His words were more effective than the cold wind along the way. Mrs. Li tugged at Wen Xiuju's sleeve, constantly signaling him with her eyes. Wen Xiuju had no choice but to muster his courage and speak. Mother, we are listening to you and father. Mrs. Luo looked at the couple and didn't miss their small gestures. She then turned to her younger son and his wife. And you? Wen Jingqing hesitated and stammered, but Kai, who usually kept quiet and had little presence, clenched her teeth and said, Mother, when Jean likes reading. When Jean, sitting beside his parents, suddenly looked up at his mother when he heard this. He had never thought that his usually quiet mother would speak up at this moment. He had thought that the first to speak would be second aunt. Mrs. Luo didn't say much. She finally looked at Wen Xiui and asked, Elder brother, since you are the only one in the family who has read books, what do you think? Wen Xiui thought for a moment and replied, Of course I agree that everyone should read. As one of the first people to change their fate through knowledge, Wen Xiui never thought being illiterate was a good thing. This family's children, whether they go to school or learn at home, must attend school, including the girls. Mrs. Luo looked at her grandchildren. Wen Jun had already started studying medicine with Dr. Jean, and since he was older, it was no longer realistic for him to go to school. Seeing Wen Yao, Mrs. Luo hesitated and then turned her head away. The little boy was asleep, and since he had his godfather, Mrs. Luo was not worried about him. Then there were Wen Nong, Wen Fa, and Wen Jin. Wen Nong immediately sat up straight and said, Grandma, I'm too old now. I'm doing well selling at the dock, and I can help earn some money for the family. As for going to school, I think my younger brothers and sisters should go. Mrs. Li looked at Wen Nong with a conflicted expression. Mrs. Luo then looked at Wen Fa, who quickly said, Grandma, I don't want to go to school. I want to be like second Uncle Chui and become a general to protect our country. As soon as he finished speaking, Mrs. Li slapped him on the head so hard that he almost fell under the cart, causing the cart to shake. You're such a fool. If you dare to join the army, I'll kill you myself. Better that than dying on the battlefield with no bones left, Mrs. Li yelled. Mrs. Luo also frowned and showed disapproval, glaring at Wen Fa and then looking at Wen Jin. And you? Wen Jin hesitated for a moment, looked at his older brothers and younger brothers, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Grandma, I want to go to school. As soon as he spoke, Kai Shi and Wen Xiuqing looked pleased, but Mrs. Li was even angrier, glaring fiercely at Wen Fa. Everyone was waiting for Mrs. Luo's next words, but she said nothing and simply left with, Let's see how it goes. She didn't speak further. Everyone's expressions varied. Some sighed in relief. Others looked disappointed. Mrs. Luo saw this all and lowered her head silently. Wen Yao sat beside her. Noticing her grandmother's mood, She reached out and wrapped her arm around her, nuzzling her shoulder like a little cat. Mrs. Luo felt her granddaughter's comfort, gently held her hand, and let out a soft sigh. Back home, Old Wen quickly went to settle Da Huang. Before entering her room, Mrs. Luo looked at Wen Xiao-yi and said, "Elder brother, come with me." Wen Xiao-yi handed Da Huang to Wen Jun and followed her inside. Wen Yao's eyes flicked around, and just before Wen Xiao-yi closed the door, she slipped in. Mrs. Luo looked at Wen Yao but said nothing, only turning to Wen Xiao-yi and saying, "Elder brother, Mother wants to borrow some money from you." This sentence startled Wen Xiao-yi. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking? Borrow what? How much do you need?" "Yao Yao, how much money do we still have at home?" "I'll give it all to Grandma." Wen Yao also moved closer. "Grandma, are you sure about this?" Mrs. Luo sighed. "Big Head's godfather is right. We can't delay these children anymore. Our family finally has this chance, and we can't miss it. Many people see opportunities but fail to seize them, missing out on so much. But you know our current situation. Your grandpa and I have already used what we could. If we suddenly support so many children going to school, we might not be able to afford it. Yao Yao, I know you can earn money. So, could you lend this to Grandma first? Once the grain is sold next year, I will pay you back." When Xiao-yi clicked his tongue and knelt down. "Mom, what are you saying? Are you trying to make your son unworthy? When I was in school, how much hardship did I go through? How much did you and Dad spend on me? Just tell me how much you need, and I'll give it to you. If I really lend you money, I'd be struck by lightning." Mrs. Luo glared at him. "Get up and stop kneeling." "Why are you kneeling? Back then we didn't split the family, so supporting you was right. Yes, your dad and I were biased, but later we also made the tough decision to split the family and give you nothing. Now that you've changed and can earn money, your dad and I are happy. As long as you all live well, I'll be satisfied." When Xiao-yi didn't get up but also didn't keep kneeling. He sat on the ground and acted stubborn. "Anyway, I don't have money to lend, but since the children need to go to school, I should support them. If you don't agree, I won't give you any money, you..." Mrs. Luo almost lost her temper, wanting to hit him. Seeing his shameless look, she was furious, but also felt a strange relief inside. Her eyes turned red unconsciously. When Xiao-yi was anxious. "Mom, don't cry. It's your son's duty to support this family." Mrs. Luo's tears fell as she choked. "But this isn't a small amount. Do you know how much money was spent on supporting you in the past?" When Xiao-yi felt guilty. It was because his previous self, that scoundrel, didn't go to proper school. Otherwise, how could he have ruined the family? But now, he had to bear the debts and the blame of his past. "Don't worry. Your granddaughter can earn money, right, Yao Yao?" When Xiao-yi quickly signaled to Wen Yao. Wen Yao leaned in and whispered a few words into the old lady's ear. The old lady looked shocked. Madame Xia agreed. She thought it was just her granddaughter being mischievous, but she didn't expect Qiu Rongrong to actually agree. Wen Yao nodded. With how lively the restaurant was today, trying out the dishes, I'm sure she'll say yes. "Grandma, it was my father's mistake before, and my brother and I were also careless, making you suffer. I won't let you be tired anymore. I will make sure you have a good life from now on." Finally, after Wen Yao and Wen Xiao-yi persuaded gently but firmly, Mrs. Luo stopped asking to borrow money. She basically agreed to support the education of these children. That evening, while the two was asleep, the family of three sat together to discuss. On the table were many seeds: chili peppers, sunflower seeds, tomatoes, potatoes, corn, and a bag of mint seeds. So far, Wen Yao thought that planting these first would help solve many current problems. When Xiao-yi fiddled with the seeds. "What about sweet potatoes? They're good, filling, can be made into candy, and very useful." When Yao moved some seeds around, and more than 10 sweet potatoes appeared on the table. "That's enough for now. We can't do more. We need to take it slow. We can't eat everything at once," she said, worried about how to explain where these things came from. When Xiao-yi looked at the table and was satisfied. "Let's start with these." "You're right, girl, we shouldn't attract too much attention. Why are you peeling those sunflower seeds?" When Yao quickly protected the bag of seeds and said, "Oh, these are for planting. I think my grandfather likes eating sunflower seeds, but pumpkin seeds are even tastier. Plus, if we scatter them around the wall, they'll look nice and be edible very good. When Xiao Yi snatched them back, buy another bag then. When Yao rolled her eyes in frustration and bought another bag. In about a month, our house will be finished. We'll plant the tomatoes and chili peppers in the backyard first, and I'll plant the potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes in the fields. I need to work in the fields. Yao, you can just scatter the sunflower seeds around the wall of our yard, when Xiao Yi said while munching on sunflower seeds. Okay, when Yao said, clutching her seeds tightly. When Xiao Yi asked again, how much money do we have now? When Yao took out their savings and laid it on the table. When Xiao Yi counted and took out 30 taels of silver. Give this money to your grandma tomorrow. As for who will go to school and how to divide the money, let the old lady worry about that. The remaining money would be enough to finish building the house, and as for furniture and other things, when Yao could earn more during this time. The next day, when Xiao easily gave the money to the old lady and quickly left for the fields, not even giving her a chance to refuse. When June went to Jishir Hall early in the morning, and when Yao was also picked up by Qiao Yan. Mrs. Luo looked at the money and finally made up her mind. She called her 2 sons and daughters-in-law who stayed at home into the house. When Yao rode in Qiao Yan's carriage all the way to Qiao Rongrong's farm. When she arrived, she realized it was a beautiful place with clear mountains and water. She could see many people working in the fields from afar. Seeing her curiosity, Qiao Yan acted as her guide. These lands belong to the estate. They are part of the bride's dowry. Old Lady Xia wanted the estate's land to be transferred to a relative of the Xia family long ago, but the young lady refused. The old lady often gave her a hard time because of this. Wan Yao clicked her tongue. It really sounded like something the proud old lady would do. At the farm's gate, when Yao got out of the carriage and saw people nearby carrying things from a cart, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw it. Qiao Yan noticed her looking and also looked over. The people saw them and a middle-aged man came over to greet Qiao Yan. Qiao Yan, you're back? Qiao Yan slightly bowed.
Chongbo.
Who is this? Zhongbo looked at Wen Yao. She was dressed like a girl from a nearby village. How could she be with Qiao Yan? Qiao Yan quickly introduced her. Zhongbo, this is Miss Wen. She's the young lady's friend. Hearing this, Zhongbo was a bit surprised and quickly bowed. Hello, Miss Wen. No need to be polite, old sir. I see you're moving things. What are those? Wen Yao asked, pointing at the familiar objects. Zhongbo smiled and explained, those are new plows bought for farming on the estate. They're very good, so we ordered a few. They just arrived today. Just then, they heard someone calling from that direction. Yao. They looked over and saw a young boy running toward Wen Yao. Yao, it's really you. How come you're here? I thought I saw wrong, he said excitedly. Zhongbo raised an eyebrow. Do you know each other? Sixth son shyly scratched his head and smiled. Big uncle, you bought the plow from my family. Uncle Wen drew the plans for it. Hearing this, not only Zhongbo but even Qiao Yan was surprised. Wen Yao just smiled slightly, hiding her talents and achievements. Sixth brother. Business must be good, Wen Yao said with a smile. Liu Zi is now very grateful to Wen Jia and Uncle Wen. He keeps nodding and says, many people have already made deals. Several families have asked my father to do work for them. It's all thanks to Uncle Wen. Also, my father said that after finishing this spring planting, he will go see Uncle Wen in person to thank him. If it weren't for Uncle Wen, their family wouldn't have earned so much money from the curved plow, and he wouldn't have had the chance to go to school. This is all because of Uncle Wen's kindness to their family. All right, Brother Liuzi, you go ahead and get busy. I still need to find Sister Qiao, Wen Yao said. Qiao Yan finally came back to her senses and hurriedly prepared to take Wen Yao inside. Liuzi, honest and simple, waved goodbye to her and then followed Zhongbo to continue checking the supplies. On the way, Qiao Yan kept secretly observing Wen Yao. Wen Yao also noticed and calmly followed her inside, enjoying the scenery along the way. She thought the ancient mountain and water courtyard was quite nice. When they arrived at Qiao Rongrong's yard, Chao Yan immediately went in to report and also mentioned what happened at the door earlier. Although Chiu Rongrong didn't usually ask about the affairs of the estate, she had heard that they had replaced the plows, which made work much more efficient. She didn't expect that it was also thanks to Wenjia, which made her even more curious about Wenjia. As she stepped out, Wenyao was sitting on a corridor, swinging her legs and curiously looking around her yard. When Chiu Rongrong saw her, she felt much more relaxed. "Sorry to keep Sister Yao waiting," she said. Then she directly ordered Chao Yan and others, "From now on, whenever Yao Yao comes, no need to announce. Just bring her in." She then took Wenyao's hand and led her inside. Chao Yan and the others responded in unison and followed inside. Chiu Rongrong sat Wenyao on a soft couch, with a charcoal stove at her feet, and the room was warm. Wenyao looked around and thought, indeed, wealthy people do enjoy comfort. Yesterday's matter was sudden, and we still have many things to discuss. Today is early, and no one will bother us here. Yao Yao, let's finalize our cooperation today. Look, I brought the agreement papers. Chiu Rongrong finished speaking, and Chao Yan placed a stack of documents on the tea table between them. When Yao's mouth twitched, her sister really is eager, haha. Take a look first. If anything doesn't seem right, we can change it, Chiu Rongrong said, pushing the documents toward Wenyao. Wenyao picked up the document and looked at it. It was standard and in line with what they discussed that day. Wenyao's supplies could only be provided to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Additionally, if Wenyao had any new items besides recipes, they should be given priority to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The final part was the key point about money division, but it was still blank and hadn't been written yet. Little sister, I come with sincerity, so feel free to make any requests, said Chiu Rongrong. The lively dish made her see endless possibilities. Although Wenyao was young, she sparked a long-dormant desire in Chiu Rongrong to give it a try. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered just a little and then decided to cooperate with Wenyao. Chiu Rongrong was straightforward, and Wenyao didn't beat around the bush either. She put down the document and said, "Sister, you're straightforward. I'm not the type to hesitate. I will provide 2 new dishes to Drunken Immortal Pavilion each month, with an 80 to 20 profit split. 80 for me, 20 for you. How does that sound? I don't want any other profits from Drunken Immortal Pavilion, only the dishes I provide." Chiu Rongrong paused silently. She originally planned to decide how much money to give Wenyao per dish, which would be simpler. She hadn't thought Wenyao would ask for a profit share. The 80 to 20 split meant she would get the larger share. If each dish Wenyao provided could be as popular as yesterday's, she wouldn't worry about the pavilion's business. It made sense, buying out dishes once versus continuous income. Anyone would choose the latter. But as a businesswoman, she needed to understand what she would gain from agreeing to this request. Although I get most of the profit with an 80 to 20 split, I cover all the labor and materials, which I believe you also know. But since you can make this request, you must be prepared. Why not tell me more? Chiu Rongrong said with a smile. Wenyao had already thought this through and replied immediately, "Dishes like these are easy for others to imitate. A chef with some experience can replicate them after a few tries." Chiu Rongrong nodded, knowing this well, which was why she questioned Wenyao's request. Wenyao smiled and changed the subject, saying, "But the premise for others to imitate is that you've already made the dish. Others can only imitate if you sell well. The better you sell, the more others will try to copy you. Moreover, even if they imitate this dish, next month Drunken Immortal Pavilion will introduce new dishes. So, the pavilion will always stay ahead, both in reputation and taste. Isn't that enough for sister to earn a good profit?" Rongrong Chiu raised an eyebrow. "Can my sister guarantee that there will be new dishes at Drunken Immortal Tower every month?" "No repeats, of course, because repeating wouldn't count as new dishes." Wenyao smiled confidently. "Of course not." Rongrong Chiu still seemed to be thinking. "If you don't believe me, we can try for 2 months, Wenyao said. This was something she had discussed with Wen Xiu-yi and others before leaving. She was asking for a 20% share of the profits right away, which no one would dare to do unless they truly trusted her, especially since she was only 10 years old. She needed to give others some time to see her skills. Initially, Rongrong Chiu was still considering, but after hearing Wen Yao's words, she made up her mind. No need to try. It's settled. Qiao Yan, bring the ink and brush. Qiao Yan went to get the writing tools. Rongrong Chiu looked at Wen Yao and slowly said, I hope my sister won't let me down. Wen Yao was surprised that Rongrong Chiu had agreed so directly. It was unexpected. Since she trusted her so much, Wen Yao naturally wouldn't want to disappoint her. Since sister trusts me, I won't let her down. Qiao Yan brought the ink and brush. The two of them completed the contract, signed it, and pressed their seals. The contract became effective immediately. At the end of the document, Wen Yao added a clause. If either party breaches the contract, they must return all profits and pay 3 times the profit as a penalty. This meant that if Rongrong Chiu breached the contract or ended their partnership early, Wen Yao could demand compensation for all the dishes she had provided so far, plus triple the amount. The same applied if Wen Yao breached the agreement. It was just a matter of one side having more or less money. Before signing, Wen Yao thought about the other members of the Wen family. The Wen farm stall would probably stay open for a long time, and she had to consider her family. By the way, Sister Rong, I will use the dishes for my family. That doesn't count as a breach, right? Wen Yao was honest and straightforward. She said that if her family wanted to start a small business or set up a little stall in the future, she couldn't just refuse to share her creations. Rongrong Chiu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled. As long as your family isn't opening a restaurant to compete with me, it's fine. Wen Yao thought about the Wen family's current situation. Opening a restaurant? They probably couldn't even build a proper restaurant building. Then, let's have a happy partnership, Wen Yao said instinctively, extending her hand to shake. Halfway through, she realized that things were different from their old world. She quickly changed her approach, tidied up the contract, and handed it to Rongrong Chiu for her signature and seal. The contract was made in 2 copies, one for each of them. Wen Yao put away her portion, and Chiu Rongrong also handed her part to Qiao Yan. Seeing that it was still early, she invited Wen Yao to take a walk around her estate. Since you're here anyway, there's no harm in looking around. I haven't been here in a long time. After marrying into the Xie family for so many years, I rarely get to go out. The last time I saw you and your brother was when I took Ir to the temple to burn incense, and that's how it turned out. Because of that incident, Madame Xie and Xie Yushan became even more reluctant to let her get close to Ir. Wen Yao looked at Chiu Rongrong's slightly furrowed brow, then relaxed it. Since they were now partners, Wen Yao thought she could give Chiu Rongrong a warning first, so she wouldn't be caught off guard by that little rascal in the future. Sorry to intrude, sister, but why don't you keep the young master nearby for training? Wen Yao asked innocently, as if she wasn't deliberately asking, but just following along with Chiu Rongrong's words. Chiu Rongrong looked out the window at the scenery and sighed. I wish I could. Qiao Yan chimed in, Miss Wen. Our young lady also wishes she could keep the young master close, but the old master and the elders won't allow it.
They.
Qiao Yan hesitated, glancing at Chiu Rongrong. Seeing she made no move to stop her, she continued, They say the young lady is a merchant's daughter and worry she might teach the young master to be worldly, losing face for the Xie family. Wen Yao almost laughed. Does the Xie family have the nerve to call Chiu Rongrong worldly? Wen Yao smiled slightly, turned to look at her, and suddenly asked, Sister, have you ever heard of the phrase soft rice being eaten hard? Chiu Rongrong was stunned. What does that mean? Wen Yao smiled mysteriously. Literal meaning. Sister, aren't you planning to show me around the estate? Let's go. Without waiting for a reply, Wen Yao took Chiu Rongrong's arm and headed outside. On the way, Chiu Rongrong was a bit distracted. Wen Yao noticed her reaction, but said nothing. They happily finished touring the estate and then had Qiao Yan send her home. Back at home, Wen Yao handed a document to Wen Shui.
Done.
Wen Shui flipped through the document, very pleased, and patted his daughter's shoulder. Good job, Wen Chef. From now on, our family will rely on you to support us. Wen Yao pretended to wave her hand dismissively. Oh, it's no big deal. Whatever I want to buy in the future, Wen Chef will pay. Wen Shui was amused by her and playfully poked her head with his finger. Look at you, Wen-shu. Keep the document safe. Wen-yao put the documents into the space and started thinking about dishes. Due to a shortage of ingredients, she couldn't make many things right now and could only work with what she had. To be creative, she decided to grow the plants from the items in the space. Halfway through writing the menu, Wen-yao suddenly remembered something. She quickly went into the space and bought a large bag of items, then handed it to Wen-shu. Dad, don't forget this. You also need to plan it. Wen-shu opened the bag and saw a bunch of peanuts. His mind immediately thought of boiled peanuts, drunken peanuts, tiger skin peanuts, strange flavor peanuts, and braised peanuts. Salivating, Wen-shu came over and said, Daughter, give me some of those to go with drinks. Wen-yao didn't look up and after a moment, handed him a bag of drunken peanuts. Just this bag. Eat it secretly and don't let Grandpa and the others see, or I won't be able to explain. Wen-shu happily took it, promising not to get caught, and left with the bag. He needed to find a place to store the peanuts and wait for the right time to plant them in the ground. That evening, when June came back, the whole family sat together for dinner. Luo sure took the opportunity to announce a big family matter. I've discussed with your grandpa. Except for Xiao Jun and Wen-nong, all of you will go to school. We'll need Tu's godfather's help. Big brother, find a time to take some things to Qiu Zhonggui and ask him to help see which children are suitable for that academy and how they charge tuition. As soon as Luo Shi finished speaking, everyone at the table showed different expressions. When June didn't react much, as expected. Tu looked calm, having already anticipated this. When Gnome was excited, almost clapping with joy. When Jean looked excited, but tried to hold back. Only when Fa spoke up. Grandma, I won't go. I want to join the army. I want to be a big. Suddenly, when Fa was slapped on the head, Li Shi, without putting down her chopsticks, started scolding. Becoming a general? With your lousy look. You think you can be a general? Look at those generals, none of them look like you. Can you shoulder heavy loads, or hold a sword? Do you even know martial arts? Yet you want to be a general. You don't cherish this good opportunity. Are you trying to make me and your dad angry? Luo Shi also frowned and looked at Wen Fa with disapproval. The family had finally decided to send them to school, but this kid didn't seem to appreciate it. Seeing the cheerful atmosphere suddenly turn awkward, when Xiu had to put down his chopsticks and try to smooth things over. Go ahead, you want to join the army, defend your country, and become a general. That's a good goal. A person needs their own goals and dreams to work toward. My eldest uncle supports you, he said slowly. Suddenly feeling supported, Wen-fa forgot his feelings of frustration and instead looked excited. Li looked at Wen-shu in disbelief, and even Luo was surprised to see him. Wen-shu gave them a calm look and then continued to Wen-nong, saying, But do you think defending the country and fighting in battles are so easy? I ask you, since you can't read or write, how can you be a general? Even if you gain merit through strength and become a general, what if the court needs you to read official documents? If you can't read, do you think you can be a good general? Also, being a general isn't easy. Do you know the 36 strategies? Do you know Sun Tzu's Art of War? Or any of the many military books in history? Have you read any of them? If I asked you to lead soldiers in battle, you might not even know where the enemy is. Wen-fa was stunned. He had never even heard of these things before. Wen-shu sat up straight and looked at him carefully, noticing the defeat on his face. He said seriously, So, do you still think studying is useless? Wen-fa found himself unable to come up with a rebuttal. Li and Luo both relaxed, thinking Wen-shu had changed his mind, but actually, he was just using this to challenge Wen-fa. Luo signaled to Li not to speak and then said, Your eldest uncle is right. If you want to be a general, you first need to learn to read and write. Even if you don't like it, spend a few years studying. At least then, you'll understand and listen better. When the time comes, you'll be older and able to decide what you want to do. It's not too late to start then. Wen-fa felt headache from all the complicated words, but his uncle's words made sense. For a moment, he almost frowned in frustration. Go ahead, we have each other, Wenjin whispered encouragingly. Wen-fa looked at him, but didn't say anything about not wanting to go to school. Xiao was quick. The next day after the family meeting, he went to find shopkeeper Qiu. Before leaving, Luo called him aside and asked him to inquire whether the academy accepted girls. The reason they didn't ask openly yesterday was because they were worried that if the academy didn't accept girls, the children might feel disappointed. Xiao was touched by his mother's open-mindedness. As soon as he found shopkeeper Qiu, he asked him to find out. There's no need to ask around. The head of Qingfeng Academy is an old friend of mine. If a few children from your family want to go, I can just give a word. However, with only a few girls, it might be a bit difficult for the academy. After Mr. Qiu finished speaking, he saw Xiu frowning and then said, "There is an old saying, a girl without talent is considered virtuous. Usually, academies don't accept girls and boys and girls don't share the same space at age 7. It's inconvenient for them to study together. So, families with better conditions often invite teachers to come home and teach their daughters." Xiu had already thought about this before coming, so he wasn't too worried. He didn't need to teach Yao Yao. She's quite educated already. As for the other 2 girls, if Yao Yao teaches them well, they might not be worse than the teachers at the academy. Thinking this way, Xiu felt more at ease. All right, then I'll trouble Mr. Qiu with a few boys. As for the girls, I'll teach them myself at home. Mr. Qiu, who truly cares about the Wen family's affairs, quickly arranged for the children to go to the academy for assessments, just 2 days after. The so-called assessment was simply to see their level and assign them to classes accordingly. Big Head will also go. Mr. Qiu, being more capable than the teachers at the academy, naturally has better skills. But Big Head needs this kind of environment, so he will go with his 2 brothers this time. As the future hopes of the Wen family, early in the morning, Mrs. Kai and Mrs. Li dressed when with new clothes. The fabric was still provided by Dr. Jean. Big Head was even more dressed up, from head to toe in new clothes, looking like a young noble. Mr. Qiu personally arrived in a carriage to pick them up. Today, he not only took the 3 children to the academy, but also planned to have a chat with his old friend. Is everything ready? Don't dawdle. Otherwise, the teacher will be waiting impatiently. Mrs. Luo, also dressed in new clothes, said, her hair neatly combed, with not a strand out of place. The Wen family looked completely refreshed, their spirits noticeably different from before. Mrs. Kai, usually the quietest, kept pulling Wen Jin and reminding him to study hard at the academy and not let down the family or Mrs. Luo's expectations. Mrs. Li held a stick tightly, staring at Wen Fa. Wen Fa could only sheepishly follow onto the carriage. Mr. Qiu took Wen Xiu's family and the 3 children in a carriage, while the rest of the Wen family rode in a bullock cart. They set off in a grand procession. Passing by the village entrance, many people saw and started talking to Old Man Wen and the Luo family. "Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, where are you headed?" Seeing the family in new clothes and dresses, everyone said the Wen family was getting rich, which was true. Old Man Wen sat on the ox cart, tidied his clothes, holding a whip in one hand and a rope attached to Da Huang in the other. He stood straight and wore what he thought was a friendly smile. He replied, "Oh, we're just sending Da Huang and Wen Fa to the academy for their reports." Everyone was surprised.
What?
Da Huang and Wen Fa are going to the city to study. Old Man Wen was pleased with their reaction. He chuckled humbly and said, "Well, it's thanks to Da Huang's godfather, who helped out. He knows the head of the city academy, so he arranged for the 3 kids to go see it. It's a pity Wen Jun and Wen Nong are too old, otherwise they'd go too." He quickly added, "Anyway, I won't keep you. I need to leave now so the teacher doesn't wait." He waved the whip in his hand, thought for a moment, then gently tapped Da Huang. The ox cart slowly moved forward. Once they left the village entrance, Luo couldn't hold back anymore. She suddenly slapped Wen on the back, nearly knocking him off the cart. "Hey, you old wife, do you want to kill me?" Wen steadied himself and called out. Luo snorted softly, smiling coldly. "If you don't hurry up, you'll fall behind the older kids. Then the academy's gate will be closed, and you won't be able to show off anymore." Everyone on the cart couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly lowered their heads, afraid of angering the elders. Only Wen Yao, who hadn't gone ahead in the horse-drawn carriage, didn't show respect to Wen. She laughed so hard, she nearly fell over. Luo slapped her again and quickly held her down. She tidied her clothes and hair accessories, frowning as she said, "I told you to sit in the carriage, but you insisted on riding the ox cart with us. Your hair will get all messed up." When Yao stopped laughing and rubbed against Luo. "Hee hee, I want to stay with Grandma." Luo's face turned red, and she glared at her, but she couldn't hide her smile. When Old Man was worried he'd be late and couldn't get into the academy, he muttered that Da Huang was sorry and waved the whip. Da Huang seemed to feel the pain and sped up, almost causing the people on the cart to fall off, which earned Luo another scolding. Old Mr. Wen muttered, "You're the one rushing, and you're the one scolding when things get faster." Li Shi rolled her eyes, and if Wen Yao hadn't stopped her, Old Mr. Wen might have gotten a good scolding. But neither of them let up, constantly teasing each other along the way. Everyone else was holding back their laughter so hard they almost hurt themselves. Finally, they reached the academy gate, where shopkeeper Chiao and his 3 children were already waiting. Shopkeeper Chiao stood with 3 children, next to Wen Xiao-yi, and beside them was a middle-aged man in a long robe, smiling warmly as he talked with them. Old Mr. Wen stopped the ox cart, suddenly feeling a bit nervous about approaching. "Why are you just standing there?" Li Shi pushed him. Old Mr. Wen secretly glanced over, then shook his hand dismissively. "Nothing, just at the academy gate. Be careful, or someone might see." Li Shi rolled her eyes in annoyance, pulled Wen Yao over, and tucked her hand under her arm. The grandfather and granddaughter headed in that direction. Old Mr. Wen quickly tidied his clothes and followed behind. "Dad, Uncle Chiao," Wen Yao called out, drawing everyone's attention. Shopkeeper Chiao and the middle-aged man also stopped talking and looked over. "Mother, you're here," Wen Xiao-yi greeted, then introduced the middle-aged man beside Shopkeeper Chiao, "Director Wu, this is my mother. This is my daughter, Wen Yao." "Yao Yao, this is Director Wu from Qingfeng Academy." Wen Yao knelt to bow, and Li Shi also bent slightly. "Director Wu, from now on, please take care of the 3 children." Seeing Li Shi talking to them, Old Mr. Wen hurriedly quickened his steps to catch up. "Dad, Director Wu, this is my father," Wen Xiao-yi continued to introduce. Director Wu nodded at Old Mr. Wen. When Old Mr. Wen heard this title, he immediately recognized who he was talking to. He opened his mouth, but was too nervous to speak. Li Shi glanced at him, proud, and lifted her chin confidently. She calmly asked Director Wu, "Director Wu, when can these 3 children start school?" Director Wu smiled slightly. "Any time is fine. Shall we go in now?" "Let's first see the children's basic skills." Li Shi nodded. "All right, thank you very much. No trouble at all, please." Director Wu gestured politely. Wen Xiao-yi quickly bowed slightly. "Please, Director." Director Wu didn't refuse and, alongside Shopkeeper Chiao, stepped through the gate. Wen Xiao-yi led the 3 children, followed closely by Wen Yao and Li Shi with the other 2 little girls. Old Mr. Wen stood still, lost in thought about what to say, watching the backs of a few people.
Dad?
"So, what do we do now?" The other 2 sons and daughters-in-law looked at Old Mr. Wen, hoping for guidance. Old Mr. Wen, who hadn't spoken to Director Wu, just glared at them. "What do we do? Hurry and go inside." After saying that, he angrily turned and strode into the academy's main gate, hands behind his back. If the ground hadn't been paved with bricks, he might have left some footprints. The last 4 people shrank back and followed behind. Inside the academy, students all wore uniform clothes. In the courtyard, they sat or stood in small groups, discussing what the teacher had talked about today. Whenever a student passed by, they would stop and bow to Director Wu. The Wen family followed behind, curious about everything in the academy. Of course, the students also looked at this family with interest. For the first time, when Fa and Wen Jin entered the academy, they walked nervously, not knowing how to position their hands. Only De Tu remained calm, walking confidently beside Wen Xiao-yi, occasionally whispering to Wen Jun. The brothers exchanged a look and quickened their steps, feeling safer when walking near De Tu and Wen Jun. Finally, they crossed the garden where students rested and arrived at the teacher's office. "Here we are, Brother Chiao. Please take the guests to the side room to rest. The 3 of you come with me." said Director Wu. After speaking, he looked at De2 and Wenjin.
Wen Fa instinctively grabbed Wenyune's hand.
Big brother. Wenjun gently patted his hand to comfort him. It's okay. Go ahead. De2 is here. De2, who is taller than them, confidently patted his chest. Fourth brother, don't worry. I'm here. Fa looked down at his brother and silently let go of Wenjun's sleeve. He felt so small, like a child.
Boo-hoo.
Compared to Fa, Wenjin was nervous but only bit his lip and clenched his fists tightly. He didn't seek comfort from others like Fa did. Director Wu had already reached the door and looked back when they didn't move. The three of them had no choice but to follow. As they left, shopkeeper Chiu looked at the Wen family and said, "Let's go. We'll wait nearby." Inside the side room, someone immediately brought tea and snacks. But no one was interested in eating or drinking. Only when Xiao Yi sat down, picked up a cup of tea, and started drinking. He also took a moment to eat a piece of snack, then whispered to Wen Yao, "Maybe your cooking is better." Wen Yao also tried a piece. It was okay, soft and sticky, not bad to eat. But after 2 pieces, Wen Yao felt a bit overwhelmed because it was too sweet. Perhaps because she wanted the snack to have a good texture, she added a lot of sugar. After eating several pieces, it was just sweet and more sweet. It seems next time I give Sister Chiu my recipe, I should add a snack. The two of them whispered without noticing the tense atmosphere around them. Boss, do you think they can do it? Old Wen finally couldn't hold back and started talking to his eldest son. He didn't even glance at the snacks on the table, even though those were his favorite sweets, showing how nervous he was. When Xiao Yi swallowed a piece of snack, almost choking himself, he hurriedly drank some tea and mumbled, "Dad, don't worry. Director Wu said they will definitely accept them. Today's assessment is just to see how they will be assigned to classes." Old Wen rubbed his hands and looked outside the door. He felt that time was passing so slowly today. He wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Luo shoved a piece of snack into his mouth. "Aren't you the biggest fan of snacks? Can't you shut up now?" Old Wen tasted the sweetness in his mouth and his eyes lit up. He didn't care about his 3 grandchildren. Eating snacks was the priority. About half an hour later, voices talking came from outside. The Wen family all stood up and looked toward the door. Soon, Director Wu brought 3 hopefuls inside. "Brother Chiu, your adopted son is amazing." Director Wu's smile couldn't hide as soon as he entered. Shopkeeper Chiu looked calm, but pride was almost bursting from his eyes. He said with a smile, "Wu brother, you're too kind. Big Head, come here." Big Head respectfully bowed to Director Wu, then ran over to Xiao Yi and Shopkeeper Chiu, bowing deeply. "Father, adoptive father, I didn't embarrass you." Director Wu stroked his beard and nodded. "Indeed, this boy is very clever. I think I'll put him in my class." Everyone in the Wen family was happy to hear this. They knew that a person who could become a director must be very talented. Having Big Head in his class would be the best. But they also couldn't ignore the other 2 children at home. At this moment, Luo spoke up. "Director, what about these 2 children?" Director Wu looked at Wen Fa and Wenjin with confusion. He couldn't understand why. Although they were both children from the same family of scholars, their talents were so different. However, he was never someone to judge by appearances. Wen Fa and Wenjin have similar backgrounds, but Wenjin is a bit more clever. Let's place him in the middle class. Wen Fa is weaker, so let him start with the new students. If his performance improves during the year, we can consider moving him to a higher class. Mrs. Kai was overjoyed and started to cry, quickly wiping her tears and silently watching her son. Her hands, clutching Wen Xiuqing's sleeve, trembled with excitement. Mrs. Li's eyes showed a flicker of disappointment, but it quickly disappeared. She understood her son well enough. Being able to enter the beginner class was already good enough. She knew Wen Fa's abilities and was satisfied. "Thank you, Director. Being able to attend the academy is a blessing for them. Whatever arrangement you make is fine." Mrs. Luo quickly bowed to the group from the Wen family. Director Wu hurried forward to help, supporting both Old Wen and Mrs. Luo. He said, "No need to be polite. The purpose of my academy is to teach and nurture students. But I need to ask you something first. Our academy offers both day students and boarders. Usually, students who live far away choose to stay here, paying 200 won per month for accommodation and meals. Day students don't need to pay, but they must bring their own writing supplies. The academy has a library where books can be read freely, and students can copy them at home if they like. That's about it. Prepare yourselves tonight, and tomorrow the classes will start. The Win family looked at each other, unsure. Mrs. Kai's joyful expression turned into worry. 200 won a month, plus the cost of writing supplies. She secretly glanced at Mrs. Luo, lowered her head, and made a quiet decision. She promised herself to work hard after returning home, making more embroidery to sell. No matter what, she would earn those 200 won each month. Mrs. Luo also frowned slightly, but kept her expression calm. She nodded to Director Wu. All right, we will discuss it and decide tomorrow whether the children will stay at the academy. Good. Please give me your answer tomorrow. Oh, and I will have someone bring you clothes. At my academy, everyone, whether poor or rich, wears the same uniform. This is to help students focus on learning, not to compete with each other, said Director Wu. Shopkeeper Chiu nodded happily. That was why he arranged for the 3 Win children to study with Director Wu. After leaving the academy, the family looked at each other in silence. Shopkeeper Chiu looked at them and said, "Come to my place and sit for a while. I have prepared some school gifts for the 3 children." Mrs. Luo and Elder Win exchanged glances and quickly refused. Shopkeeper Chiu, you've already helped our family so much. We can't accept any more of your things, Mrs. Luo said gratefully. Since meeting Shopkeeper Chiu and Dr. Jean, their situation has been improving day by day. Both the old couple knew how much they had been cared for by Chiu and Dr.
Jean.
All of this was thanks to the eldest son's family. Now, the biggest comfort for Mrs. Luo was her son's change. Maybe it was because she made a wish every midnight, hoping her son would become better. Shopkeeper Chiu smiled and waved his hand. Auntie, are you treating me like a stranger? That. No way, Mrs. Luo quickly explained. Shopkeeper Chiu, mainly because you and Dr. Jean have helped us so much. We really can't accept more. Shopkeeper Chiu interrupted her. Auntie, family doesn't speak as strangers. I have no parents, no children. Now that I have a son, I treat him as my own. If you keep being so polite, you'll be treating me like a stranger. Anyway, we've bought everything and spent the money.
Let's go and see, he said.
Mrs. Luo thought about Chiu's background and couldn't refuse anymore. She silently vowed in her heart to treat Chiu and her eldest son's family equally, seeing them as just another poor family. So, everyone set off together with ox carts and horse-drawn carriages to Jishir Hall. Dr. Jean greeted them at the door. How is it? Will it work? Shopkeeper Chiu nodded. Yes, all 3 children can go. They are divided into classes. School starts tomorrow. Dr. Jean finally relaxed and patted Big Head's head, saying, It's okay. Ear is with you. The 2 of you will be in the same class. From now on, you'll go to school together, and after school, you can come back to the clinic. Your adoptive father will help guide your studies, and then you can go home with your brother. Big Head's eyes lit up with happiness. He happily held Wenjun's hand, his face full of joy. Dr. Jean also greeted the others from Wen's family. Since there was a patient coming, Dr. Jean went to attend to him. Shopkeeper Chiu then led the others to the backyard and handed out the carefully prepared set of writing brushes and inkstones to the 3 children. The exquisite set of writing tools was so beautiful that even Wen Fa, who didn't like studying, couldn't put it down. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing, the married couple, looked at each other with worried hearts. The 4 treasures of the study looked expensive. How could they possibly repay Shopkeeper Chiu's kindness? Do you like it? If you like it, just accept it. Places like the academy, no matter how well old Wu manages, will always have subtle differences among students. You 3 are close family, the most important people in the world. Brothers and sisters, none can be missing. I hope after you enroll, you will support and care for each other, stay true to your hearts, and not be blinded by the big world. Remember what you want in the future. Do you understand? The 3 children stood properly, from tall to short, respectfully bowing as they presented the 4 treasures of the study to shopkeeper Chiao. They all said together, "We will follow our father's/teacher's teachings." Behind them, Mrs. Luo quietly wiped her tears, while Mrs. Li's eyes turned red. Mrs. Kai was already leaning on Wen Xiuqing's shoulder, crying uncontrollably. Shopkeeper Chiao helped the 3 up and smiled. "How about we go to Drunken Immortal Tower to celebrate today?" The Wen family members, still overwhelmed with joy and tears, suddenly shivered and became alert. Mrs. Luo quickly waved her hand. "Don't be so extravagant. Eating there costs a lot. Besides, their chef is right here at home. Why go to Drunken Immortal Tower? We'll eat at home. I'll buy chickens, ducks, and meat later, and tonight our family chef will cook a good meal for you all. Isn't that right, Yao Yao?" Mrs. Luo hurriedly pulled Wen Yao, afraid that shopkeeper Chiao would immediately suggest going to Drunken Immortal Tower for dinner. Since learning that last Lantern Festival, when Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao spent 100 taels to reserve a private room at Drunken Immortal Tower and ordered a whole table of dishes, Mrs. Luo had been terrified of the place. It seemed she was afraid shopkeeper Chiao would insist on going there, so she immediately pulled Wen Yao out to buy groceries. Shopkeeper Chiao smiled helplessly. Why did he like families like the Wen family? Because they were simple and honest, never seeking personal gain from him. Seeing Mrs. Luo so eager to buy groceries and cook at home, to avoid troubling the elders, shopkeeper Chiao finally relented. "All right, Auntie, no need to go to Drunken Immortal Tower. Although spring has started, it's still quite cold outside. Write a list of what you need, and I'll ask Hong Hai to buy it," he said. Mrs. Luo waved her hand. "That kid doesn't know what to buy. Can't tell good from bad. I'll go myself. You all stay here. The 3 of us will go out for a walk." Mrs. Li and Mrs. Kai took the initiative to step forward. "Mother, we will go with you and Yao Yao." Mrs. Luo nodded, followed by Mrs. Li and Mrs. Kai. Wen Ying and Wen Di naturally wouldn't be left behind. Thus, the women of the Wen family set out in a grand procession, leaving only a group of men staring at each other awkwardly. Outside Jishir Hall, Mrs. Luo patted her chest in relief and whispered to Wen Yao, "Luckily, we won't go to the Drunken Immortal Tower again. 1 meal cost 100 taels of silver. That's not just eating, that's spending money." Wen Yao chuckled, and even Wen Ying and Wen Di couldn't help but laugh. "Grandma, the shopkeeper Chiao and Dr. Jean are also kind, but it is a bit expensive. It's better if we go home and make it ourselves," Wen Yao said with a smile. Mrs. Luo nodded in agreement. "By the way, should we buy some wine? The wine at the grocery store might not be good enough. Maybe you should go to the Drunken Immortal Tower and buy some for them." Mrs. Luo thought for a moment and said through gritted teeth, "Just 1 jar. Since shopkeeper Chiao helped us so much, we should invite others to share the good wine." Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. "Grandma, are you sure? That jar at the Drunken Immortal Tower costs 10 taels of silver." "How much?" Mrs. Luo almost thought she misheard. Wen Yao held up 2 fingers. 10 taels. Wow, then. Your father and grandfather probably shouldn't drink it. Maybe just ask the shopkeeper to sell a small jar? Enough for Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao to enjoy. Mrs. Luo hesitated, not because she was reluctant to spend money, but because the wine would be gone after a few sips, and it was so expensive. Their family situation was clear, no need to pretend to be wealthier than they were. Wen Yao took the old lady's hand and pulled her along. As they walked, she said, "All right, don't worry. There will definitely be good wine for them. Let's go to the market first and see what we can buy. Just keep your mind at ease. I, your granddaughter, am here." Wen Yao's space was filled with fine wine, so much good wine that it was hard to choose. But she couldn't let the old lady know. She only told her that Chiao Rongrong had sent her a jar of good wine, meant for her father, which she had hidden away. Today, she planned to bring it out for shopkeeper Chiao and Dr. Jean to enjoy. Mrs. Luo never doubted Wen Yao's words, especially after she started doing business with Chiao Rongrong, so she didn't ask further. The whole family wandered through the market for a long time. Mrs. Li, Mrs. Kai, Wen Ying, Wen Di, and the grandparents all carried full bags of goods when they returned to Jishir Hall. Seeing how much they bought, shopkeeper Chiao and Dr. Jean teased each other. "Looks like they're going to wear Yao Yao out." Mrs. Lee and Mrs. Kai quickly spoke up. No, that can't happen. We have so many people, and Yao Yao shouldn't work alone. She just needs to oversee the cooking. This made shopkeeper Chiao and Dr. Jean laugh loudly. The group stayed at Jisher Hall until the afternoon. When there were no more patients, Hong Hai went to pick up Jean Xiui. The group then returned to Gutong village. In just one day, news spread through the village that the Wen family had sent 3 children to the academy. The village chief was waiting at the village entrance, eager to ask if it was true. If it was true, the Wen family would become very important in Gutong village. If these 3 children also passed the exams, it would be even more remarkable. From afar, the village chief saw the Wen family's ox cart and stood up. He then saw the carriage following behind. The carriage moved slowly, just leisurely following the ox cart. Seeing the scene, the village chief couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Wen family really had changed. Uncle, Aunt, you're back? The village chief approached and greeted as the ox cart entered. Old Mr. Wen pulled on Da Huang and looked at him. Village chief, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Taking a walk. The village chief awkwardly smiled and said, Actually, I was waiting here for you and my aunt. Mrs. Luo, sitting on the ox cart, subtly rolled her eyes. Why am I only called my aunt? I haven't seen the village chief be this polite before. Mrs. Luo slightly turned her head to the village chief. What's the wind that brought the village chief here? Waiting for us on purpose? What's going on? The village chief was used to Mrs. Luo's fiery personality and didn't get annoyed. He simply said, I heard from everyone that today you sent Dotto and when FA went to the academy. I want to ask how they did. Did they pass? Mrs. Luo thought to herself, whether they pass or not is their family's business. Why is the village chief so concerned? But she also thought it was normal. In Gutong village, for hundreds of years, only their Wen family produced a scholar, though only a half-trained one. Now that they had sent 3 children to the academy, if any of them succeeded, it would be a great honor for Gutong village. After all, in the same village, family ties are complex and unbreakable, prosper together, suffer together. Seeing the eldest son stick his head out of the carriage behind, Mrs. Luo looked at the village chief again. She motioned for her second and third sons to give the village chief a seat and said, Village chief, come up. If there's anything, we can talk at home. The village chief responded happily and eagerly climbed onto the ox cart. Another person was on the cart, which made Da Huang start moving more slowly. This made Old Man Wen feel very worried. Finally, they reached the door. Old Man Wen quickly stopped the cart and told everyone to get off. He carefully untied Da Huang and told his 2 sons to move the cart to the side. Then he led Da Huang back to the animal shed in the backyard. Lao Shi from the Luo family looked annoyed and said, Look at your grandpa's behavior. Wen Yao held back her laughter and helped the old lady inside. Wen Xiuqing and Wen Xiuzhu, resigned, parked the cart again and carried the things back into the kitchen. Inside the Wen house, the village chief saw that the people coming down from the cart were shopkeeper Chiao and Dr. Jean. He suddenly thought of the fate of the Li family. Usually, he was proud and authoritative in front of the villagers, but now he quickly lowered his head and greeted them warmly. Old Man Wen settled Da Huang and invited everyone into the house. Luo Shi brewed tea and brought it in. She looked at the village chief and finally asked, Village chief, do you have nothing to do tonight? Why not stay home and have a meal with us? The village chief immediately sat up straight and said, That would be very kind of you. It's no trouble at all. Just extra chopsticks. You all chat. I'll go prepare with Yao Yao, Luo Shi said, and left. The village chief then asked Old Man Wen about San Xiangshang's schooling. He didn't get a clear answer, and he couldn't relax. Fortunately, Old Man Wen's answer made the village chief breathe a sigh of relief. He said, That's really great. Our Gutong village is finally starting to improve. After saying that, the village chief looked at San Xiangshang with a big smile, his face full of wrinkles. He said, De Tu Wen Fa Wen Jin, you 3 must study hard. Yes, the 3 replied with nods. Seeing the current situation of the Wen family, the village chief felt a mix of emotions. He also wished more talented people would come from their village, but each family's conditions made it impossible for everyone to afford schooling. Unfortunately, our village is poor and not many families can send their children to school. Just look at the neighboring Lee family village. They have their own village school, he said instinctively, revealing his envy. Because of that village school, whenever they went to report to the county office, he always felt inferior to the Lee village chief. He could only watch helplessly as other village chiefs tried to flatter and please that man, just to send their children to Lee village's school. He had tried before, but they didn't want to accept him. Their Gudong village had no good harvests or money. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chio were drinking their own tea. After all, these were their own village matters, and they couldn't interfere. Old Mr. Wen felt empathy for the village chief, since even when they went out to work, they were looked down upon by the people of Lee family village. No one wanted to suffer such humiliation. When Xiao-yi looked at them and suddenly said, "Why don't we do something ourselves?" As soon as he spoke, old Mr. Wen quickly slapped him and gave him a teasing wink. The village chief's eyes immediately brightened, and he pretended to sigh, saying, "It's because we don't have a master." Also, as you can see, Wen brother, not everyone in our village can afford to go to school. Old Mr. Wen wanted to kick the village chief out. He knew this old fox's visit definitely wasn't for good. Then he heard the village chief say, "Well, not everyone has my foresight and vision, you know," when old man was praised. When Xiao-yi was glared at by old Mr. Wen and shut up. He knew he didn't understand the village's situation well, so it was better to stay quiet now. Cough cough. Old Mr. Wen cleared his throat and changed the subject. Forget about that. Today, all 3 children were accepted into Qingfeng Academy. Whether they can achieve something in the future depends on their own luck. Oh, village chief, I heard your family also changed to a new plow? How is it? Is it easy to use? Old Mr. Wen's sudden topic change cut off the village chief's words. When Yao cooked 2 big tables of food and secretly bought 2 bottles of good wine from her space. The whole family and the village chief sat down to eat. The good wine made Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chio feel refreshed. Even though they had known the Wen family for a long time, they still couldn't figure out who they really were. Anyway, if there was delicious food, they ate. If there was good wine and tea, they drank. They no longer cared about the background. "Uncle, our village is so unfortunate. Why is it that even though we have the most people, we're still shorter than others?" After a few drinks, the village chief became visibly drunk, tears and snot streaming down as he cried and complained to old Mr. Wen. Old Mr. Wen was happy today and couldn't control himself. Now, everyone was a bit confused.
What?
"What did you say?" Old Mr. Wen scratched his ear, seeming to have not heard clearly. Mrs. Luo glared at the village chief and stood up directly. "Jun Nong, take the village chief home." Then she apologized to Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chio, saying, "Sorry for making you laugh." The 2 of them looked a bit shy and had red cheeks. Without hesitation, they waved their hands and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." "Hee, are you happy today? Let's drink, have a few more glasses." Mrs. Luo rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that none of them were good. When June and when Nong helped the village chief home, the village chief refused to leave, awkwardly tugging at old man Wen's pants and shouting, "Uncle, your family really has talent." Mrs. Luo frowned and hurriedly urged her 2 grandsons before old man Wen could speak, "Hurry up and leave, hurry up." Thus, the village chief was carried back to his house. As soon as he lay on the bed, he started snoring loudly. It was unclear whether he was truly drunk or just pretending. Old man Wen was also sent back to sleep by Mrs. Luo. Only the 3 brothers, Wen Xiao and Yi, stayed behind with Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chio, drinking together until they all eventually fell asleep. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chio were taken away by Hong Hai. Jean Xiao-yi, instead of leaving, stayed behind and playfully rolled onto a bed with Dezhang. When Yao didn't pay attention to them, she knew they would both have to go to school early the next morning. After tidying up the mess at home, Mrs. Luo slumped onto a chair and called for her 2 daughters-in-law. When Yao, as usual, shamelessly snuggled close to the elderly lady. Second and third daughters, in past years, Mother knew you thought I favored the eldest because I only cared about the oldest, Mrs. Luo coughed and said. Li Shi and Kai Shi quickly exchanged glances, unsure what the old lady meant. Kai Shi, who was not good with words, nudged Li Shi. Li Shi hesitated for a moment, but couldn't honestly say she never cared about these things, so she replied, Mother, it's all in the past. Why bring it up now? We're all family. Mrs. Luo looked at them and nodded. Yes, what's past is past. I called you here today to talk to you. Thanks to shopkeeper Chiao, when Fa and when Jean can go to school. Also, the money for school was given by the eldest. You know, the eldest took out 30 taels. Li Shi and Kai Shi looked at each other and nodded. They knew very well that it was because of this money that the children could go to school. Mrs. Luo continued, the schooling is settled now. But I need to ask whether they will stay at the school or commute. I want to hear your opinions. Thinking about the 200 won monthly fee for accommodation and living expenses, both women looked uncomfortable. Seeing this, Luo sure understood and continued, here's my idea. Little June needs to go to DR. Jean every day, and Wenong also needs to set up a stall. From now on, the family's ox cart will be responsible for taking them, including their 3 school trips. In the mornings, whoever is free, either the second or third child, can take them. Saving 200 coins a month could buy them ink and paper. What do you think? Of course, if you have your own plans or can pay the 200 coins for accommodation, your children can stay at the academy. The 2 people seemed to be thinking, but when Yao raised her hand first, Mother, Big Head will stay at home, and my brother will take him every day. He's still so young. If he stays at school and gets bullied, what should we do? It's not easy for us villagers to go to such places for school, and most students there come from wealthy families. What if he develops bad habits living at the academy? When Yao subtly winked at Luo Shi and secretly glanced at the 2 aunts. It's not that when Yao was reluctant to spend money, it's just that going from frugal to luxurious is easy, but going back from luxury to frugal is hard. When Xiao Yi himself was a perfect example. Originally, Li and Kai thought they had to find a way to earn the 200 coins each month because living at the academy meant being closest to the teacher. It would be more convenient to ask the teacher questions and better to interact with classmates. But when Yao's words struck like a thunderbolt, suddenly waking them up. Yes, what if he learns bad habits? When Xiao Yi had once made some questionable friends there and ended up like that, they immediately became clear-headed. Whether to stay at the academy or at home. Home is better. Mother, you're right. They should stay at home. During busy farming times, they can help with chores. Li nodded repeatedly and Kai also agreed. Luo sure saw through their thoughts and understood when Yao's earlier words. Thinking of this, Luo sure said directly, it's settled then. School starts tomorrow. Go and tell them well. Make sure they study hard. If I find out anyone causing trouble at the academy, don't blame me for using my stick and breaking their legs to drag them back. The painful lesson from before was too deep. Li and Kai nodded repeatedly and left. Only the grandmother and granddaughter remained in the room. Luo sure held Wen Yao's hand and sighed deeply. I know living at the academy might be better than staying at home, but... Oh, Wen Yao comforted her, saying, Mom, it's okay. Once they spend some time together, they'll settle down. If it's inconvenient for them to come back and forth, we can let them stay at the academy. Mrs. Luo nodded and said, that's all we can do now. By the way, how is the business with Lady Xie going? Don't worry, Mom isn't just thinking about your money. I just want to ask, Xie family is very powerful. Please make sure no one takes advantage of you. When Yao leaned on the old lady's shoulder and said, don't worry, Sister Chiao is very kind. Plus, I sent her 2 dishes and a snack last month. The dishes were a collaboration, and I gave her the snack. I heard Zui Xianlu is doing well because of these new dishes. Rest assured, my granddaughter will earn a lot of money and come back to spend it on you. Mrs. Luo's eyes turned slightly red. She glared at her with a gentle scold. I don't care about the money. I just want our family to stay peaceful and not have any more trouble. When Fa and Big Head entered the academy, and the house suddenly felt much emptier. Luckily, spring planting had begun, so everyone was busy and didn't feel the house was too quiet. In the past, When Jean and when Fa were young boys, but they were still useful as laborers. They couldn't do heavy work, but could handle lighter chores. This year, when June was studying medicine with Dr. Jean, and when Nong's market stall was doing better, he couldn't come home to help, and since they bought so much land, the family couldn't manage everything. They had no choice but to hire people from the village. When they paid wages, Old One was very upset, but there was no way around it. With so much land, even with De Huang, their family couldn't handle it all. Over a month later, tender green seedlings sprouted in the fields, and Wen Yao and her family celebrated the completion of their new house. The whole family stood in front of the new house, feeling mixed emotions. Old One reached out and touched the door, then looked up as if dreaming. Although this house wasn't his, he had always hoped his eldest son would succeed and bring glory to the family. Now, looking at the house, it felt like a return to those days when he had high hopes for his son. It was like his dreams were finally coming true. It all felt so unreal. "Father, shall we go inside?" When Xiao-yi asked softly, standing beside his father. Behind them, villagers gathered in a large circle, watching. Old One raised his hand and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. He nodded and said, "Let's go in." "Wait, the cannon hasn't been fired yet." Brother Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xiuqing, holding the firecrackers they bought specially, happily lined up at the gate. They lit the firecrackers and ran away. The popping sounds instantly filled the air. Wen Xiuyi pushed open the door with both hands. Immediately, applause and cheers sounded behind him. Wen Xiuyi and Wen Jun helped Old Man Wen inside, each holding one side. Wen Yao, holding Luo's arm, happily followed behind, with a group of Wen family members behind her. The villagers, invited by the Wen family, could come in today to visit the new house, and in the afternoon, they could also join the feast. Who wouldn't be happy? As soon as they entered, a group of children found Wen Dazhu and Wen Ing and ran off happily, filling the yard with laughter and playful noises. Why is there still an empty space under this wall? Are they planning to plant something? Luo's wife was showing a group of villagers around when she heard this and looked over. Under the wall, a 3-foot space was left, with stones built around it. It looked like a vegetable garden, but not quite. Just as Luo's wife was about to speak, another auntie happily patted the person and said, "You don't understand, do you? I heard that wealthy families often build flower beds or plant flowers and grass." Hearing this, the woman exclaimed and looked at Luo's wife. "Madam Wen, really? So this is for planting flowers and plants? What a pity. It would be better to plant vegetables." Luo's wife brushed off her new clothes and said calmly, "My granddaughter likes these elegant things. What's wrong with that? It's not your yard. Why do you care what she plants?" The auntie, who liked to ask questions and often poked around other people's homes, trying to find out their secrets, was known for talking too much. Now that Luo's wife had called her out, she pouted but didn't say anything more, just continued watching. Honestly, the Wen family's house was really well built. Looking at it made people feel envious. After touring the yard, they wanted to see the inside of the house. Learning that Old Man Wen and Luo's wife had each built a few rooms, some jealous people started making sarcastic remarks, especially the woman Luo's wife had embarrassed earlier. Oh, now that the family is split, they still think about Uncle Wen and Aunt Luo. Wen Xiucai is really impressive. When she said this, everyone's faces changed, showing different expressions. Everyone knows that once a family splits, they are considered two separate families. Old Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo never said they wanted to stay with the eldest son's family. And everyone in the village knew why the Wen family split up, because Wen Xiui was a troublemaker. Old Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo wanted to avoid being dragged down, so they separated from the family. Now, seeing that the other family is doing well and making money, they want to come back and enjoy the good life with the eldest son. Many people really think this way. Mrs. Luo's face kept changing from pale to white. Even though she knew she never wanted to take advantage of the eldest son's family, it was embarrassing to have such words spoken openly. She couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. She thought about her children who now rely on the eldest family for school fees, and she couldn't find the words to argue. Wen Yao and Wen Di had just finished showing the village girls their house. As they came out, they heard this conversation. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows and slowly walked over. She hid her hands in her sleeves and secretly took the gold hairpin she had prepared for Mrs. Luo. "Grandma, you're here. Wen Di and I have been looking for you everywhere. Look at you. I told you this morning to wear the hairpin. On such a happy day, you need some jewelry on your head," she said, lifting her hand. She moved slowly and gracefully, flashing the shiny hairpin in front of everyone, then pinned it into Mrs. Luo's hair. Mrs. Luo looked confused at first, but when she saw the others staring in awe, she suddenly felt more confident. She pretended to cough and reached up to touch the hairpin Wen Yao had put in her hair. She said, "I almost forgot about it. And this thing is heavy to wear, it's a bit of a hassle." Wen Yao and Wen Di almost couldn't hold back their laughter. "Wow, that must be gold, right? Such a big gold hairpin must be worth a lot," Mrs. Luo said happily. Soon, she was surrounded by a group of women. The women who had been criticizing her were left outside, their eyes almost watering with anger. Mrs. Luo looked at them proudly, lifted her chin, and said, "Well, whether it's worth a lot or not, it's a gift from the children to show respect. Just like this house, once we split up, I'm not part of the other family anymore. If the children are filial and give us a new house, it makes me happy. It's comfortable to have a place to stay now and then, isn't it? Yes, yes, yes. When auntie and when uncle are truly lucky, that's right. Look at Yao Yao now. She has become quite skilled and well-known. When June is even more impressive, studying medicine under Dr. Jean. Not many people can have such a famous doctor as their teacher. I heard that Daju is doing very well at the academy. As a big supporter of the Luo family, Iron Bull's mother can't fall behind either. Mainly Daju is a very loyal kid. He is truly loyal. Iron Bull is a bit older than him and often plays with Wening. He never looked down on Daju or scolded him when he couldn't speak before. This child remembers Iron Bull's kindness. As when family's conditions improved, Daju always thought of Iron Bull when playing or eating. Since they didn't have money to send Iron Bull to school, Daju would teach him to read at home. Now Iron Bull can write his own name and even write the names of his family members. So, when Iron Bull's mother praises Daju, she is sincere. Luo's family laughs happily and agrees. Yes, it's only been a short time since school started, and the teacher has praised Daju several times. He is very smart. It must be that heaven cares for him after all the hardships he's been through. By the way, I heard Daju is teaching Iron Bull to read. You must make sure Iron Bull studies hard. There's a big difference between reading and not reading, Luo's mother said proudly. Iron Bull's mother nodded repeatedly. Of course, auntie. I won't be polite. From now on, Iron Bull can come to play with Daju often. Yeah, Iron Bull used to come to my house a lot too, Luo's family said with a smile. Other families with children immediately got anxious. What? Iron Bull really can learn to read with Daju? Their children can't fall behind. Soon, everyone was praising Luo's family excessively. Unknowingly, those who had spoken sarcastically earlier were completely shut out and could only awkwardly shut up and find somewhere to walk around. Luo's family was clever. Hearing them talk about having Daju teach their children, they just nodded and responded vaguely. With so many people, could Daju handle teaching all of them? What if he gets tired? Only Iron Bull's mother kept smiling from start to finish. Near noon, Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao arrived with Jean Xiui. Six and carpenter Zhang also brought their gifts. Relatives and friends of the Wen family, along with little Luo's family, all came with their households. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao are old friends of the family. They didn't hold back and arranged everything for themselves right away. During this time, Jean Xiui has been pressured by Dr. Jean to study hard. When they finally arrived at Gadong village, he was free to relax, and as soon as the carriage stopped, he ran off with a group of children following Dazhou, disappearing from sight. Carpenter Zhang was busy from the moment he arrived. He carried his tools and wandered around the house, checking if the doors, windows, tables, and chairs in the new house were all finished properly. Liuzi has really changed a lot. The Liuzi who used to sell goods with them at the dock is gone, replaced by a gentle and polite young man. He was staying with Wenjun, talking about something, looking a bit shy. Wen Yao brought Wendy for a walk. When she saw Liuzi's outfit today, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother Liuzi, are you no longer running your stall?" Today, Liuzi was wearing a long robe. Standing with Wenjun, he looked quite scholarly. Hearing Wen Yao's teasing, Liuzi's face turned red. "Yao Yao, I'm not running the stall anymore. My third uncle's leg is better now, and your family's stall can't be taken back, so I'm just guarding my original stall. My dad now makes curved plows for others, and we've saved quite a bit of money." He said, "Since Uncle Wen said I could go to school, I should study properly. I found a village school today and came to ask for leave because I saw your family moved." Wen Yao's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Carpenter Zhang to really let Liuzi go to school. Even if it was a village school, it still had proper teachers. Liuzi's younger siblings are still small, and Liuzi is already quite old. She originally thought Carpenter Zhang would choose to train his younger son. But this was also a good opportunity for Liuzi. Besides, Liuzi is only about 15 or 16 now. In his previous life, he was at the age to study. If there's a chance, why not study? Now, studying is a way to pass exams. Is Liuzi planning to take exams? Congratulations to Brother Liuzi. When you finish high school, don't forget us, your friends who used to sell together, Wen Yao said happily, without any shyness typical of a girl. Liuzi blushed deeply from her teasing and stammered, I didn't think that far. If I can take the Tongxing exam or the Xiaocai exam, I'd be very grateful. But I'm already quite old. I just want to study for a couple of years. If I can pass the Tongxing exam, I'll keep studying. If not, learning to read and write is good enough. Maybe I can find a shopkeeper job in the future." Wen Yao smiled and said, "You have to work hard then. Passing the Xiaocai exam would be great. My dad is just a Xiaocai too." Sixth brother, over there, greeting the guests, when Xiao easily looked on with admiration and nodded in encouragement. I also want to become someone as impressive as Uncle Wen." Wen Yao and Wen Jun exchanged a glance, and both smiled slightly. Becoming like Professor Wen might be a bit difficult. The three of them chatted and laughed. Nearby, Wendy was anxious, but couldn't leave. After all, sixth brother was an outsider, and even with Wen Jun here, she couldn't leave Wen Yao alone. She could only nervously tug at Wen Yao's sleeve. Wen Yao finally realized, oh, there's someone else. "Brother Liu, this is my sister, Wendy. Di, this is Brother Liu." Wen Yao quickly introduced the two. Wendy almost wanted to scold Wen Yao for being so childish, but she forced herself to greet him. "Brother Liu. Why does this name sound so strange?" Sixth brother seemed to notice the pause in Wendy's tone and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Zhang Wang, go to school. The teacher said the name Liu is not good enough, so I gave a big name, Zhang Wang, meaning hope. That's a nice name," Wen Yao said. Just as she finished speaking, someone at the door called her. "Yao Yao, someone is looking for you." They came by carriage. Wen Yao exclaimed, it must be Sister Chiao." She then pulled Wen Di and ran outside. Wen Jun sighed helplessly and smiled. "Don't mind her. Yao Yao doesn't see you as an outsider, so she's not being rude. Come on, I'll take you around." Zhang Wang quickly waved his hand. No, that would be troublesome for Brother Wen." Wen Yao and Wen Di hurried to the door and saw Qiao Rongrong getting out of the carriage with Qiao Yan's help. There was also a little boy with her. It's none other than Xia Yi. "Big Sister Qiao." Wen Yao happily ran over. Qiao Rongrong stopped and looked at her flushed face from running, smiling. "As a young lady, you should pay attention to your image." "Oh, it doesn't matter." "Sister Qiao, why are you here?" "I thought you." Qiao Rongrong winked with a smile. "Thought I wouldn't come out?" Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Qiao Rongrong pointed to the side and said, "I said your family was moving today, and Mr. Qiao must be here too. Look, I came, and I even brought a gift." Wen Yao glanced at Xian Yi and immediately understood. Xia Yushan still isn't giving up. She reached out and pinched Xia and Yi's little face, then said, "Go play. Big Head and Xiao Yi are over there. But remember, if you get bullied, no crying." Xia Ani's eyes lit up when he heard Dazhou and the others over there, but his face quickly frowned when he heard the next words. He dodged Wen Yao's hand and pouted, saying, "I'm not crying." This made Wen Yao laugh loudly. Ever since Xia Yushan found out that Dazhou and Jin Xiui had entered Qingfeng Academy, he immediately worked hard to get Xia Ani into the same school, even donating a lot of money to Dean Wu. Although the money was from Aunt Xiu, Xia Ani got in and ended up in the same class as Dazhou and Jin Xiui. Because he was unhappy, he was often beaten by Dazhou. Once, he even cried and ran home, which made Xia Yushan very angry, but he couldn't do anything about Dazhou. After making Xia Ani cry, Dazhou tried to make up for it by taking him to Aunt Xiu's place every evening after class to listen to lessons for half an hour. After leaving Xia Ani with Dazhou and Jin Xiui, Wen Yao took Qiu Rongrong inside. Qiu Rongrong, who looked elegant and proud, immediately attracted everyone's attention. When she and Wen Yao walked over, everyone quietly made way. "Your house is really well built," Qiu Rongrong said as she looked around. Although there were no flowers or rocks in the yard now, it was clean and bright. She added, "Later, I'll have someone send some potted plants and rocks to decorate." Wen Yao held her arm and smiled. "I don't have money for that." Qiu Rongrong almost laughed out loud. She reached up and gently pinched Wen Yao's face, chiding, "Little miser, what money? I'll have someone send some from the farm. I see you've left space in the yard. Are you planning to plant trees? I have plenty on my farm, and I'll have someone dig some for you." Wen Yao pointed to a large round flower bed in the middle of the yard and said, "Look, I plan to plant a ginkgo tree there. When the leaves turn yellow and fall, it will be very beautiful.
It can also be eaten."
My grandfather also planted a persimmon tree in the backyard. When the persimmons are ripe this year, I'll invite Aunt Xiu to come and eat. Then I'll remember that. I'm waiting for your persimmons." Qiu Rongrong replied with a smile. They chatted happily, and soon Luo Shi came out to greet them. "Madam Xia," Luo Shi led her two daughters-in-law to bow to Qiu Rongrong. Qiu Rongrong quickly stepped forward and took Luo Shi's hand warmly, teasing, "Grandma Wen, you are Yao Yao's grandmother. Yao Yao and I are sworn sisters. You really shouldn't be so harsh on me." Ruoshi stood up smoothly without hesitation or argument, simply smiling as she asked, "I don't know why you're here today. The house is quite messy. Yao Yao, please take you to the backyard to wait. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Qiu are both there." After saying this, Ruoshi suddenly remembered something and changed her tone. "It's okay. I'll have my two daughters-in-law keep you company." Qiu Rongrong understood that Ruoshi was trying to help her avoid trouble. "Grandma Wen, there's no need to be so trouble. Yao Yao, and I just want to look around. You go ahead with your work." "Oh, Qiao Yan," Qiu Rongrong called behind her, and Qiao Yan immediately stepped forward. Rongrong continued, "Where are the congratulatory gifts?" Qiao Yan pointed behind her. "Madam, they're with me." She indicated the coachman and another young servant carrying a lot of things. Rongrong called them over and said, "Oh, I forgot to give the gifts earlier because I was busy looking at the new house. Grandma Wen, this small gift is a sign of respect." Ruoshi looked at the many packages and fabrics, her lips twitching. The family moving was the eldest, and it had nothing to do with her. But so many people had brought gifts directly to her. If she said anything now, it would seem like she was just watching the show, which she didn't want. She smiled and said, "Oh, you just come. No need to bring gifts. Yao Yao, please take care of Madam Xia and the second and third families. Help the two young men carry the things to Yao Yao's room." Li Shi and Kai Shi immediately stepped forward to help, leading two servants away. While no one was paying attention, Ruoshi pulled Wen Yao aside, smiling but with her lips barely moving, and asked softly, "What's going on? These things can't be refused in front of so many people. You won't blame me, right?" Wen Yao also smiled slightly and replied, "It's okay. I'll handle it privately with Sister Qiu." Ruoshi sighed in relief, her smile growing wider. She told Yao Yao to give the house a good look and praise it highly, saying it was well designed and built, so Yao Yao could show Qiu Rongrong around. After Yao Yao led the others away, Ruoshi finally relaxed. A little Ruoshi nearby then dared to step forward and whisper, "Sister, what was that just now?" "Madam Xia, the head of the Xie family. All right, take good care of her and keep an eye out so no one uninvited goes to the backyard, Ruoshi whispered back. Little Ruoshi looked surprised, thinking how her niece and the Madame Xie looked hand in hand. To outsiders, they seemed like real sisters. Yao Yao, why are you so close to Madame Xie? These two people from different worlds just can't seem to get along, and little Luo is very confused. I'll tell you about that later, she said, but before she finished, someone came over to ask about Qiu Rongrong. Luo had to mention Qiu Rongrong's status as Lady Xie to warn these people, don't just look at her wealth and think they can get close. In the backyard, Qiu Rongrong noticed the spots at the base of the wall and asked curiously, are you planning to plant flowers? Do you want me to help find some seeds? When Yao invited her to sit down, yes, I want to plant flowers. I already have the seeds ready. They'll be both beautiful and tasty. Recently, most of the business at Drunken Immortal Tower has come from Wen Yao's new dishes, so whenever she talks about food, Qiu Rongrong's eyes light up. Food? Are you secretly making something behind my back again? I told you, whatever it is, you have to share it with Drunken Immortal Tower. Don't forget your sister, Qiu Rongrong hurriedly said. Wen Yao chuckled and looked at her, resting her head on her hand. Sister, do you know what you look like right now? Qiu Rongrong was surprised. Like what? She touched her face and asked, is there something wrong with my makeup today? It's the most popular style now. Wen Yao shook her head. No, it's not that. You look completely different from when I first met you. The first time she saw Sister Qiu, she was a mother she admired, willing to challenge traditions for her children. The second time, she was a wealthy lady high above others, noble but with a hint of helplessness. Now, Sister Qiu looks like a strong, successful woman, full of business ideas. Qiu Rongrong was stunned after hearing this, then she smiled with relief. Yes, I used to think my life was just that one world. But after meeting you, I realized they at the Xie family eat and use me. Even relatives ask me for money. Basically, if I'm going to rely on others, I might as well do it with the right attitude. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Oh, it seems you've changed a lot at the Xie family lately. Qiu Rongrong chuckled softly, and even Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She said, Miss Yao Yao doesn't know that recently, the old master and madam have been very angry, but they have no way to deal with the lady. As long as they make things difficult for her, she pretends to be sick and ignores everything. No one is paying for the household expenses, so they are really anxious. They have to come and coax her. When Yao's eyes sparkled, Sister is so impressive now. Qiu Rongrong blushed at her compliment and shyly said, in the past, I only knew that women should follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Obey your father before marriage, obey your husband after marriage, and obey your son if widowed. I used to think this was unfair, but as a woman, I felt helpless. No matter how many grievances I had, I endured them. But now it's different. I realize women should have their own pursuits, not just fight over their small territory and waste their lives in the back courtyard. That's not what I want for my life. Then what does Sister want? When Yao asked curiously. Qiu Rongrong looked at her with bright eyes and said, of course, I want to make money. You don't know, before I thought my father and brothers doing business was easy, and I didn't understand how they managed to earn so much money. After I got married and had my dowry, which included shops and businesses, I finally understood how hard it is to do business. Luckily, the people around me are elders from the Qiu family. Even if I don't understand everything, I've been learning from them since I was young. Now I'm getting better at it. Seeing the silver coins coming in makes me much happier than pleasing that unworthy man. When Yao burst into laughter, giggling and asking, and what about Lady Xie? Did she agree? Qiu Rongrong confidently adjusted her hairpin and smiled. Dealing with her is even easier. Sister, I don't have many things now. Money is abundant. I just throw money at her. If the old madam comes to cause trouble, I'll give her some silver to send her way when I'm in a good mood. If I'm not feeling well, I'll pretend to be sick. I just leave everything to her. After a couple of times, she'll be obedient. When Yao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Sister is amazing. Qiu Rongrong was teased and playfully hit, then continued, and the young master. A hint of mockery appeared on her lips as she said this. Speaking of which, I should thank my sister for her reminder. If not for that, I wouldn't know what this family's true intentions are. They send their eldest son to the family school but keep my ear at home, claiming it's for teaching, but in reality, they're just using ear to control me. Do you know how much silver I have to spend each year for his eldest son? Wen Yao looked curious. How much? Qiu Rongrong held up 2 fingers. 2,000 taels. Exactly 2,000 taels. What kind of family school charges so much? When I asked, they said besides the tuition, there are the eldest son's living expenses and the respect paid to the main house. Huh. Respect, such a distant relation, clinging shamelessly to curry favor. If it weren't for my dowry covering these costs over the years, and if I didn't see some benefits, I would have ignored him long ago. They really think there's something special. Wen Yao was also surprised. Not to mention how difficult it was for Qiu Rongrong to earn those 2,000 taels. Just this expense each year to raise that eldest son explains why they ended up with such an ungrateful person. Qiu Rongrong finished her sarcastic remark and then softened her tone. But now it doesn't matter. Ear has returned to my side. From now on, I will teach him myself. As for the eldest son, since they want to support him with money, let them. I'll cover the 2,000 taels. What kind of person he becomes in the future is up to them. What Qiu Rongrong didn't tell Wen Yao was that this was also a deal she made with Xie Yushan. But since mentioning it might embarrass Yao Yao, she chose not to bring it up. Wen Yao secretly glanced at Qiu Rongrong, feeling a bit amused. Your son isn't an easy one either, quick to make money, but unfortunately he's a bit love-struck. That's no small matter, and it's caused your maternal family to leave no trace of their name. Fortunately, Xiaoni is now being taught by Qiu Rongrong herself. I just hope the history in the original story doesn't repeat itself.
Let's not talk about that.
Qiu Jia, how is the business at Drunken Immortal Tower? Any trouble? Wen Yao shifted the topic to their business. Qiu Rongrong also pushed aside her family concerns and replied, ever since we started launching 2 new dishes each month and held several tasting events, business has improved several times over. Besides, according to your advice, we've added a few special discount dishes each month. It looks like prices have dropped, but because more people can afford them, we're actually earning more than before. Today, I came to ask if we should change the 2 new dishes each month to 4 and add a few more discounted dishes, because now more and more restaurants are copying ours. Wen Yao asked, how is their business? Qiu Rongrong confidently replied, of course, they can't compare to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wen Yao relaxed and thought to herself, people may say she isn't pretty, but they can't say her cooking isn't good. If she can't keep her customers with her recipes, all her years of hard work would be wasted. However, Wen Yao thinks it's best not to add more dishes. Qiu Rongrong was confused. Why? Wouldn't adding more dishes bring in more customers? Wen Yao shook her head. Not necessarily. As the saying goes, rarity makes things precious. Now, we introduce 2 new dishes each month, which is enough to satisfy the customer's curiosity. When they get tired of these 2 dishes, we have new ones ready. They will keep coming back to try them. But if we add too many dishes, they won't be special anymore. Since we only have 4 dishes each month, what's the point? If they can't get 1 dish, they can try another. There are still 3 or 2 dishes left. It's okay, they will eventually find something they like. This way, customers won't care about missing out. No competition means no popularity. No popularity means no success. Qiu Rongrong quickly understood and nodded. You're right. I'm glad I discussed this with you. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake. Wen Yao smiled silently, knowing she only agreed because she was willing to share her recipes. In the afternoon, the Wen family's housewarming feast was set up outside the new house. As for Dr. Jean and the others, Wen Yao had a small table set up in the backyard. After eating, everyone went their separate ways. Jean Shui was used to hanging around at the Wen family and decided to stay. This made Xiaoni, who was about to be taken away by Qiu Rongrong, very envious. But thinking about how Daju and Jean Shui often looked down on him, the little guy enjoyed Shanmu, Zanjing Lama Chuli. Wen Yao watched all this and waited until the carriages left before she picked up each of the children and brought them over, 1 in each hand. Did you bully Xiaoni again? The 2 kids looked at each other, shrank their necks, and turned to run away. But before they could get far, Wen Yao caught them both with her hands. Stand still. Seeing their behavior, Wen Yao frowned and raised her voice a bit. Dezhu had never seen his sister like this before and was stunned, forgetting how to react. Jin Shui was even more afraid to move at all. Yao Yao, sister. Seeing that the brother and sister both remained silent, Jin Shui timidly spoke up. Wen Yao frowned and simply looked at the big-headed boy. After a moment, the big-headed boy finally lowered his head, his eyes darting around, but he still said nothing. Wen Yao loosened their collars and looked down at them with a cold smile. Getting bolder, huh? Learning to bully others, Jin Shui quickly explained. Yao Yao, we didn't bully him, but those last 5 words sounded so weak. Wen Yao crossed her arms and looked at them. Really? Jin Shui nervously looked at the big-headed boy and softly nodded. Then what about Xiaoni's clothes? Wen Yao suddenly asked. Even though Xiaoni tried to clean the dirt from himself, the torn clothes were clearly visible. And when they left, their eyes looked at the two of them with some fear. If these 2 little kids hadn't done anything, Wen Yao wouldn't believe it. Seeing that she couldn't hide the truth, the 2 silently lowered their heads, admitting that they had bullied Xiaoni. Tell me what happened. Wen Yao patiently found a small stool and sat in front of them, waiting for an explanation. The 2 looked at each other, tugging and pushing, trying to avoid the question. Big Head, don't be angry. We won't bully him anymore, Big Head said, biting his lip, looking upset. Wen Yao smiled. They even started to look upset now. I'm asking why you bullied him. What did you do with him today? How did his clothes get torn? Wen Yao asked. We didn't do much, just played in the village. Tai Niu and the others said they wanted to dig bird nests, and then Jin Shui spoke softer and softer. Actually, they didn't do much. They just teased Xiaoni a little and provoked him, but who knew he was so impulsive? He insisted on going to dig the bird nest himself and fell from the tree. After hearing their explanation, Wen Yao didn't know what to say. Xiaoni was really foolish. Wasn't he supposed to be smart in the original story? Why was he so stupid as a kid? Just a few teasing words made him so impulsive? He's a pampered young master. How could he compare to these country kids? Wen Yao looked at Big Head and asked, Big Head, do you remember how Li Eru and the others bullied you and our family? Big Head's head drooped even lower. Wen Yao continued, what's the difference between you now and Li Eru? You bullied Xiaoni in the schoolyard and then took him to listen to a lesson at Chiu shopkeeper's place. Do you think that makes up for your bullying and exclusion? Do you believe he should be grateful to you? Wen Yao spoke seriously. Even at such a young age, you're already playing the game of school bullying? That's really concerning. Dazhou muttered quietly. He didn't say he was unhappy. I took him to see his godfather, and his dad was pretty happy about it. Wen Yao asked again, did you ask Xiaoni if he was happy? Just because his dad is happy doesn't mean he is too. Both kids were stunned. Isn't that what Xiaoni wanted most? Wen Yao sighed. Can't you see that Xiaoni doesn't like how things are now? He tries to get close to you, wants to be friends, and even admires your friendship. But what do? You just think about teasing him and giving him a sweet treat afterward. What's the difference between bullying and teasing someone like that? If someone did that to you, would you be happy? Do you really think that a little teasing and a candy can forgive all the hurt you caused? The 2 little kids stared at Wen Yao in shock. I wouldn't, Dazhou hesitated, biting his lip and whispering. Jin Shui thought for a moment and shook his head. Me neither. Wen Yao spread her hands. So, think about it. What's wrong with Xiaoni being bullied? Did he do anything wrong? The boys said nothing. Wen Yao continued, just like today, Xiaoni has never played with rural children before. Maybe he just wanted to try something new, but your teasing made him feel that if he didn't try, he'd lose face in front of you. And then you'd look down on him even more. If instead of mocking him, you encouraged him, or even helped him when he fell, wouldn't that be better? The 2 kids really thought about it. If they had fallen from a tree and no one helped but instead laughed at them, they'd feel very sad. Thinking about that, both little faces looked sad. Wen Yao knew they understood now. Oh, after all, they are still children. Although in the original story, everyone's endings are different, and they even fought fiercely over a woman, now they are just 2 kids, blank slates, who haven't yet met that cursed female lead or faced their fate. Everything is still possible. Thinking of this, Wen Yao stood up, clapped her hands, and took each of them by the hand as they headed home. She said, Xiaoni is actually quite pitiful. His father is focused on training his older brother. Bringing him along is just to use him to threaten his mother for money. The two children looked up at Wen Yao in disbelief. Really? His father is so mean? If that's true, then Xiaoni is really unfortunate. Wen Yao looked down at them and said, Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, find a chance tomorrow to ask Xiaoni. He goes to class with De and his father hasn't told him anything, right? De and Jin Shui exchanged glances after hearing this and decided to ask Xiaoni about it at the academy tomorrow. Seeing that the two little ones had understood her words, Wen Yao felt relieved. With their interference, she didn't expect the three main characters from the original story to be overly close or loving, just that they wouldn't clash as fiercely as in the original, avoiding mutual destruction in the end. Now she wasn't worried about Jin Shui and De. They are as close as if they're wearing the same pants. Her only concern was Xiaoni. This kid, only a few years old, already showing signs of people-pleasing tendencies? No wonder in the original story, he treated the female lead so badly and even the male lead. Sigh. It's hard to explain. While Wen Yao was scolding the two little ones, the Wen family members each went about their own business, pretending not to see anything. Once everything was settled, Wen Shui, slightly drunk, approached with a smile and said, Hey, did you get scolded? Wen Yao rolled her eyes, telling them to go play on their own. Then she moved closer to Wen Shui, sniffed him, and waved her hand dismissively. Professor Wen, how much did you drink? Not much, just a little. 2 cups. Hey girl, your wine is really good, Wen Shui chuckled. Wen Yao replied, It costs several hundred. Do you think it wouldn't be good? Hearing the price, Wen Shui also felt distressed. Look, our house is finished. When will you consider brewing wine again? Wen Shui asked. Wen Yao looked around her house, seeing the bare, uneven ground. Sigh. Just finishing the building isn't enough. There are many details to tidy up. But brewing wine really isn't urgent. This matter can't be rushed. Do you think making wine is just about brewing? The taste and aroma depend not only on the brewing method, but also on the quality of the yeast and water. Let's wait and see. If one day you find a spring for your daughter, maybe then we can consider it. As for now, Professor Wen, have you been drinking a bit too much lately? Wen Shui sobered up quickly and touched his nose before turning to leave. Oh, I feel a bit dizzy. I'll rest for a while. Wen Yao grabbed him. Where are you going? Dad, I have something important to ask you. Wen Shui stood straight. What is it? Today, Sister Chiu asked me about the new dishes for next month. Can you give me some ideas?
Think about it.
Wen Shui looked at her. New dishes? Let me think. He imagined all the delicious foods he wanted to eat. When he suggested a dish, Wen Yao poured cold water on him. The ingredients either hadn't been grown yet or weren't suitable to make now. Just then, Luo Shi came in from outside, holding a flapping duck. What are you two doing? Luo Shi looked at the father and daughter whispering together with a look of disdain. Seeing Luo Shi and the duck, Wen Shui suddenly brightened. He quickly walked over and took the duck from her hands. Look, a new dish. Yao Yao, a whole roast duck, crispy skin, tender meat. Wrap it in scallions and dip in sauce. Wen Shui kept talking, saliva almost dripping. The more he talked, the more he wanted to eat roast duck. In their previous life, roast duck was one of their family's favorites. If it weren't for the rising price of that family's roast duck, they would have had it every week. Wen Yao also came over, took Wen Shui's hand, and held the roast duck up in front of herself, staring at the duck that Wen Shui was about to squeeze to death. Roast duck? That sounds good. Luo Shi watched the father and daughter acting strange. The duck was almost crushed by Wen Shui, so she slapped his hand. Wen Shui felt the pain and threw the duck onto the ground. The duck, suddenly free and able to breathe, wobbled a few steps. Before it could react, Luo Shi grabbed it by both wings and pulled it back into her hands. What are you two thinking about? Did this duck bother you? Luo sure asked with a look of disgust. They finally realized what they were doing. Mom, where did you get this duck? Ruoshi shook the duck, and the slightly awake duck was dizzy again. She replied, this was given by Sister Tainyo, saying it's to help Big Head get stronger. Honestly, Sister Tainyo is very polite, but she also knows how to be kind. She understands that Big Head works hard to learn to read, so no matter what, Ruoshi felt happy to have this duck. Wenyo looked curious and asked, Mom, does the Tainyo family raise ducks? She hadn't noticed before. Yes, they do. About 20 or so. Their land isn't big, and they mainly make money by selling duck eggs. What's wrong? Are you interested in someone else's duck? Ruoshi saw Wenyo's eyes darting around and knew what she was thinking. Wenyo giggled and pulled Wenxiu to leave. Mom, I want to talk to Dad about something. I'll find you later. You can keep this duck for now. I need it in a few days. Ruoshi watched the father and daughter run off quickly, then looked at the half-dead duck in her hand and turned to leave. This new home doesn't even have a pen. If the duck dies, better to take it back to the old house. Who knows what that stubborn girl is planning? Back home, Old Man Wen saw the duck in Ruoshi's hand. Why do you have a duck? Ruoshi didn't turn around and headed to the backyard. Your precious granddaughter's duck. Old Man Wen was silent. Soon, Wenyo ran over. Grandpa, where are my second and third uncles? Wenyo asked as soon as she arrived. Old Man Wen replied, I told them to take a walk in the fields. I'm worried some wild rats might damage the seedlings. What's the matter? Wenyo brought a drawing closer to Old Man Wen and asked politely, Grandpa, can you make me this? Old Man Wen looked at the drawing and stared at it for a long time, squinting but not understanding what it was. What is this? A stove? Doesn't look like it. Whose house has a stove with a house built on top? Old Man Wen muttered. Good stuff. Wenyo shook the drawing. What do you think? Can you make it? It should be possible. You still have some bricks left in the backyard. Tomorrow your second and third uncles can help you build it. Yao Yao, what is this for? Old Man Wen asked curiously. Wenyo raised an eyebrow. It's good stuff. Whether our family can get rich depends on it. Old Man Wen was surprised.
What?
A house or stove. How can that make us rich? Was he hearing things? Wenyo smiled. Isn't it true? It's all thanks to him that we might get rich. They finally made the roast duck. Although they cooperated with Zue Xianlu, the blueprint for the oven might sell for some money. Also, if they raise ducks too and sell them to Zue Xianlu, it could bring in steady income. Once the roast duck was ready, Wen Yao didn't believe anyone could resist it. Don't worry, as long as you and Uncle Air and Uncle San help me build this oven, I promise our family will make money, Wen Yao said confidently. She handed the blueprint to Old Man Wen, urging him to finish it quickly, so she could start experimenting with the duck recipe at home. When Luo sure saw Old Man Wen holding a piece of paper and flipping it over and over, she asked what it was. She found out it was something Wen Yao had been tinkering with. Listening to Old Man Wen's explanation, Luo sure suddenly remembered the duck. What's this girl trying to do? Old Man Wen asked, trying to find some common ground with his wife. But Luo sure just glared at him and said, If I asked you to do it, just do it. No need to talk so much. Old Man Wen sighed. His wife's attitude was already way off. He put away the blueprint and decided to honestly help his sons with the work. Grandpa, is this going to work? Second uncle, it's crooked, it's crooked. In the backyard of the new house, there was already a large open space. Wen Yao chose a corner for Old Man Wen to help Wen Ruju and Wen Ruxing build the oven. While the three men worked, Wen Yao wandered nearby. Old Man Wen held a brick, unsure whether to put it down or not. The girl's noisy chatter was making his head almost explode. Stop, I'll do it myself, Old Man Wen said, tossing the brick aside and preparing to leave. Wen Yao quickly begged him. Grandpa, I was wrong. I'll be quiet now. You keep working. I promise, once we make a delicious roast duck, I'll be the first to let you taste it. She hurriedly grabbed Old Man Wen and made a shushing gesture. She couldn't really do it herself. Old Man Wen finally glared at her, huffed, and glared at his two sons who were giggling nearby. Stop laughing, stop laughing. Keep working. The two youngest at the bottom of the food chain could only continue working silently. After half a day of tearing down and rebuilding and making adjustments, the oven was finally finished. Now, they just needed to light the fire and wait for it to dry before testing if it worked. Can this thing really work? This house and stove are so shabby. What can they do? Old Man Wen asked, full of doubt. Wen Yao circled the oven twice, checking if everything was ready. She replied, whether it turns out well depends on how good the oven is. All right, let it dry. Old master, let's go. I'll make a couple of small dishes and have a drink with you. Unfortunately, the peanuts had just been planted and hadn't grown yet. Otherwise, she would have prepared a small amount of peanuts to enjoy with some wine for the old man. Old Wen patted the dirt off his clothes and warned his two sons. You two watch here. Keep an eye on the heat, don't let the food crack. Okay, they replied, sitting on small stools nearby to guard the oven. Wen Yao and Old Wen returned to the front. Madame Luo came out of the kitchen, looked at the two, and raised an eyebrow. Is it ready? Yes, it's done. Second and third brothers are watching the fire, Old Wen said, then went to wash his hands by the water jar. Madame Luo wiped her hands on her apron and came out, asking Wen Yao, Yao, what are you doing now? Can you tell me? Wen Yao moved closer to the old lady and asked, Grandma, do my second aunt and third aunt know how to raise ducks? Raising ducks. Madame Luo paused for a moment, thought, and said, We haven't raised ducks before. But if we want to, we can ask Iron Bull's wife. If that's not enough, we can spend some money to ask her to teach us. But do you want to raise ducks? Wen Yao continued, Yes, if this oven is finished, I think the demand for ducks will increase. I was thinking of buying them outside, but it's better if we raise our own. That way, we can earn extra income. Madame Luo was a bit doubtful. Can it work? Are the ducks roasted with that oven really tasty? Wen Yao was confident. Trust me, they will be in high demand. Thinking about Wen Yao's skills and cooking, Madame Luo clenched her teeth. All right, tonight when your second and third aunts come back from the fields, I'll discuss it with them. After hearing everything, Old Wen looked up at the two and sat upright. Hey, can you all show some respect for me, the head of the family? Why not discuss things with me first? Madame Luo sneered and shot him a contemptuous look. Are you good at herding grass or washing duck pens? Or can you drive ducks into the river? Why would we discuss with you? Are we asking how you want to eat? Old Wen choked. You wife. Madame Luo snorted twice, grabbed Wen Yao's arm, and held her like a victorious rooster, lifting her head proudly as she led Wen Yao into the kitchen. Left behind, Old Wen muttered a few words, but no one paid attention. When there was no one else around, only the grandmother and grandson, Mrs. Luo earnestly asked Wen Yao, Yao, do you really think you can do it? You know our family's current situation. If we raise ducks, it will cost a lot. If it works out, that's good. But if it doesn't, if it works out, the second and third families will remember their kindness. But if it doesn't, Wen Yao's idea might cause the eldest son's family to hold a grudge. Wen Yao now has some profit from the Zui Xianlu restaurant, though she hasn't received the money yet. Given the recent business, she expects to earn quite a bit. Grandma, if it's really impossible, I will cover the costs. You and second aunt and third aunt can take care of the raising. When we sell the ducks, we can split the money. I pay the costs and you two handle the raising. When we sell the ducks, we split the earnings evenly, Wen Yao said. Mrs. Luo heard this and slapped her. You brat, you have a lot of money? Split evenly? Grandma doesn't want any. Just pay your two aunts some wages. Don't talk about splitting evenly outside, understand? Wen Yao felt touched inside. The old lady's heart still leaned toward them. She said seriously, Grandma, I'm not joking. From now on, the demand for ducks will only increase, not decrease. If our family raises a few hundred ducks, paying just wages to second and third aunt won't be enough. Mrs. Luo thought she heard wrong. How many ducks? Hundreds. She thought Wen Yao would at most ask them to raise a few dozen ducks, but she didn't expect her to say hundreds right away. It's not just about whether they can raise that many. Their place isn't big enough. Hundreds of ducks. She couldn't believe her ears. Wen Yao didn't explain much to Mrs. Luo. Once she finished making the roast ducks, they would see the results. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing took turns guarding the oven, drying the ducks. It took 2 days to thoroughly dry both inside and out. The duck raised by Mrs. Luo was also sacrificed under Li's big knife. Besides that, they bought 2 ducks from Tainyo's family for 100 wen each, and all 3 ducks were placed on Wen Yao's chopping board. A full service of cleaning, marinating, and preparing. Next was roasting. They tried 3 different heat levels. The first duck's skin was burnt. The second duck was almost right, but the skin wasn't crispy enough. The third duck was just right but still a bit off. And then there were no more ducks. Mrs. Luo handed another 200 wen to Li. Second families, go buy 2 more ducks from Tainyo's family. Li licked the remaining roasted duck flavor on her fingers, took the money without hesitation, and headed out. Everyone in the Wen family, except for the last duck left for the children to go to school, and Wen Junwen and Wen Nong, shared the rest of the ducks among themselves. Wen Yao was anxiously crouched in front of the roasting oven, pulling her hair. "Stop pulling, I think the last one is cooked pretty well, but why isn't it ready yet?" Luo Shi quickly stopped Wen Yao's hand and said. Wen Yao shook her head. "It's still a bit undercooked." While everyone wasn't paying attention, Wen Xiuyi quietly approached Wen Yao and asked, "I remember you had a thermometer in the oven before. Can we use that?" Wen Yao pointed to the group of people around her. Wen Xiuyi immediately made a zipper gesture with his hand and closed his mouth. She did want to take out the oven thermometer to use, but how could she explain where it came from? Leaving a space resource unused was really exhausting. Li Shi quickly returned, efficiently handling ducks while talking to Luo Shi. "Mother, Tina Yunyang said their ducks are almost all bought by us. These are the last 2. We really can't sell them. She's still keeping them for laying eggs." Luo Shi glanced at Wen Yao, still crouched in front of the oven, and gave a low "These are the last 2. If it still doesn't work, they might as well go to the city market to buy ducks." Seeing how stubborn that girl was, she might still end up killing a few ducks. Sure enough, after these 2, Wen Yao still shook her head and sighed. Old Wen looked at the greasy, untouched ducks and for the first time felt like he didn't want to eat duck anymore. "Yao Yao, it's already cooked quite well." Old Wen's words resonated with everyone in the Wen family, who all nodded in agreement. Only Wen Xiuyi and Wen Yao remained silent. Compared to the roasted ducks they ate in the previous life, these still had a long way to go. "Grandma." Wen Yao looked at Luo Shi, eyes full of hope. Luo Shi finally gave in, took out her purse, and handed a silver coin to her second son. "Second son, hurry and take Dahuang to the city to buy some. Pick the best ones." When Xiuzhu took the silver and looked at the remaining ducks on the chopping board. Still, he looked unhappy but accepted his fate and went back to the old house to lead Dahuang. When Xiuzhu returned with the ducks, he also brought a cart full of people. Wen Junwen helped each duck and assisted Wen Nong in carrying buckets and basins. As soon as they entered the house, they smelled a familiar aroma. Thinking of the basket of ducks on the cart, Wen Junwen understood. The 2 little ones nearby had already sniffed and moved their noses. Dashua's eyes lit up. Sister made something delicious again. After saying that, he let go of Wen Junwen's hand and ran inside shouting for his sister. When a few people arrived in the backyard, Wen Xiuzhu only asked, "Mother, should we kill the ducks now?" "Yes," Wen Yao replied first. Mrs. Luo quickly stopped her. "Not yet. Let's wait until tomorrow. We can't eat them all tonight. If they catch a few more, their family really won't be able to finish them," and she had noticed that roasted duck tastes better when it's hot than when it's cold. Wen Yao had to give up. Wen Jun slowly came over and looked at Wen Yao's strange oven. "Did you get it out?" Wen Yao scratched her head. Almost the right temperature. She really wanted to use her oven thermometer. Wen Jun didn't say much. "It smells about the same as before," he said. "As for the food, I can't help much." The 2 little ones had already circled around the remaining ducks, drooling, almost unable to hold it back. Mrs. Luo waved her hand. "Tonight we eat duck." She also advised Wen Yao, "Yao Yao, let's do it tomorrow. Be obedient." Seeing everyone's sad faces, Wen Yao finally gave up. "All right, we'll continue tomorrow and try a few more times," she said. If it doesn't work after 2 more tries, she would have to bring out her thermometer. Today, the entire Wen family table was filled with duck dishes, roast duck and duck soup. After dinner, the family sat in the yard to digest, and now, every time they opened their mouths, they felt as if they could taste roasted duck. Big brother, what exactly are those things you planted in your field? They've sprouted, but I haven't seen them before. Old Mr. Wen took this chance to chat with his eldest son, full of concern. 2 acres of prime land could produce so much grain. During spring plowing, when Shui directly asked old Mr. Wen for 2 acres of top-quality land, dividing it into several plots to plant corn, potatoes, peanuts, and so on. He almost got scolded to death for this, as he had fought hard to get it. Now, old Mr. Wen was asking again, and when Shui knew he was worried, he was wasting those 2 acres. All good stuff, Dad. Those 2 acres must be watched carefully. Nothing should ruin what's planted there. Let me tell you, if we grow good crops, we won't lack food in the future, when Shui said slowly. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are high-yield crops and don't require much land. Even in average or poor land, the harvest isn't low. That's why he initially chose 2 plots of top-quality land, to increase the yield and plant more next year. As for corn, when Shui knew very well how high the yield could be. Old Mr. Wen was surprised and couldn't believe it when he heard this. Really, he didn't fully believe his eldest son's words, but he trusted him about 70 to 80%. After all, the results were clear. As for those few acres of poor land, after the old son used the fertilizer he made, the crops grew just as well as in better land. Because of this, old Mr. Wen was unknowingly convinced by his son's talk and gave him 2 acres to plant things he had never seen before. The beans looked like little lumps, and according to the eldest son, they could produce thousands of gene per acre. If that was true, they wouldn't have to worry about hunger during tough times. There was no need to worry at all. However, old Mr. Wen had farmed all his life, and he had never seen or heard of such things before. Planting them suddenly made him feel uneasy. Before the crops grew, when Shui didn't know how to comfort his father, so he changed the subject and asked about the other crops' growth and whether his father's methods seemed effective. Talking about farming, old Mr. Wen could talk for a long time. Especially this year, after listening to his eldest son's plans, using manure and thinning seedlings, he felt a bit sad when some seedlings were pulled out, but his son said it was to increase yield, so he endured it. They would see in a few months whether it worked or not. Father and son enjoyed their chat. Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xuqing also sat nearby, talking freely about the farm work. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Mrs. Luo was with her 2 daughters-in-law, discussing duck raising. Li only had one question. Mother, can raising ducks really make money? Mrs. Luo looked at Yao Yao and said, Yao Yao said that after the ducks are cooked, they will be in high demand. You just decide if you want to do it. Li and Kai looked at each other, thought for a moment, then gritted their teeth. Okay, Mother, we'll do it. As long as Yao Yao says it can make money, then it definitely can. Raising ducks was simple. Even Nyomu's mother could do it well, so they believed they could too. Yao Yao was now like a treasure to Li, someone they trusted completely. They knew how good the business at Drunken Immortal Tower was, even if they didn't know exactly how Yao Yao and the tower worked together. They weren't jealous of her earnings. If Yao Yao had a way to make money and could help them, they would only feel grateful. Although the plan to raise ducks was set, how to raise them, how many, and where to keep them still needed careful planning. There was no rush. The next morning, when Yao was once again waiting by the oven, watching her ducks roast, Mrs. Luo and her 2 daughters-in-law started helping Wen Yao prepare the backyard. She glanced toward the corner and sighed. This girl really has a thing for ducks. Li, busy with her chores, laughed and said, Mother, when you bought the ducks, you didn't hesitate at all. After all, it was the old lady's silent approval and indulgence. But Wen Yao was indeed talented. Once the ducks were in her hands and roasted here, they became incredibly delicious. Mrs. Luo scolded her with a glare, but didn't deny it. Finally, after Wen Yao roasted 2 more ducks, the 3rd duck was ready. The Wen family heard a loud cheer, followed by Wen Yao excitedly shouting, Grandpa, Grandma, it's done. It's ready. Everyone working in the corners put down their tools and hurried to the oven. They saw Wen Yao carefully lifting out the duck. A tempting aroma filled the air, making everyone swallow their saliva. Even though they had said yesterday they had enough duck, the smell was so tempting they couldn't help wanting to taste it. Plates. Plates, Wen Yao called out. Others quickly brought plates and placed the roasted ducks on a nearby table, gathering around. The color is golden. When Xiao-yi picked up a chopstick and poked the skin. Crispy on the outside. Yao Yao, you did well. It smells just right. When Yao rubbed her hands together. Dad, try it first. Under everyone's watchful eyes, when Xiao-yi took a small knife and sliced the duck into pieces, placing them on a plate. Everyone, try it and see how it compares to yesterday's duck, when Yao said expectantly, rubbing her hands. Everyone couldn't wait. They each took a bite. The moment it entered their mouths, they were greeted with a fragrant aroma. The crispy skin was crunchy and flavorful, the meat tender and just right, truly perfect. This is the taste. When Xiao-yi was the first to give Wen Yao a thumbs up. Old Mr. Wen took 2 bites inside. If only we had some wine now, it would be even better. Dream on. Mrs. Luo slapped him playfully and handed Wen Yao a chopstick. You try it too. After days of work, the girl hadn't had a chance to taste it herself. Wen Yao took a bite and was very satisfied. Wait a moment, everyone. Wen Yao finished speaking and quickly ran to the kitchen to find some flour and start making the dough. Mom, add some shredded green onions, Wen Yao said to Luo, who followed her. Unfortunately, there were no cucumber shreds. Luo had just stepped into the kitchen when she turned back and went to the old house to wash and cut a big onion into strips. The bean paste was homemade by Luo. When they moved, she brought 2 jars for Wen Yao and her family. Wen Yao didn't change the recipe and used Luo's finely ground paste. Wen Yao noticed that Luo's hands made delicious pickles and bean paste, so she thought maybe she could sell some of Luo's special bean paste to earn extra money. After preparing the side dishes and the bean paste, Wen Yao set the dough on the table and carefully showed everyone how to eat. Like this, then like that. Wen Yao finished wrapping one piece and directly put it in her mouth. She also praised Luo uncle unclearly. My mom's bean paste is so tasty. When paired with this roast duck, it's perfect. The others followed her example and found that it indeed tasted better this way. Luo and her 2 daughters-in-law exchanged a look, feeling more determined to raise ducks. No matter how hard it was, they had to be brave. The bold survive. The timid get left behind. Soon, the whole family had eaten up a duck and all the dough. Burp? Yao Yao, are you planning to sell this duck at Drunken Immortal Pavilion too? Old Man Wen couldn't help but burp. Wen Yao nodded. Yes. Old Man Wen thought for a moment and asked, so, if we want to eat it ourselves later, do we also have to buy it from Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Luo rolled her eyes disdainfully and said, the oven is right in the backyard, and Yao Yao is at home. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. She really thinks she's the boss, wanting to buy from there. Why doesn't she just move in and live there? Old Man Wen was annoyed. You old woman. He felt she was always teasing him. Luckily, he was generous and didn't argue back. Everyone else ignored her because they were used to this way of interaction over the years. No matter what Luo said or how she teased, Old Man Wen never argued back. Sometimes, when Luo looked upset, he would even go over to scold her himself, making her feel better. We should first have Sister Chiao and the chef from Drunken Immortal Pavilion try it, Wen Yao suggested. Li Shi praised enthusiastically. We have to try it. It's so delicious. What was it again? Roast duck, right? If we sell it at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, those people will probably break down the door to get it. Thinking about how popular the roast duck was at the pavilion, Li Shi imagined herself having hundreds of ducks. That mood, it's hard not to feel excited. Yao Yao, when will you invite Madame Xie to come taste it? Mrs. Li asked eagerly. Wen Yao looked at the time. It was just past noon. It was still early, but she wasn't sure if Sister Chiao was free to go out now. She thought for a moment and came up with an idea. I'll write a post, and tomorrow, Dada will bring it to Xiaoni, who will pass it to Sister Chiao. With Dr. Jean and Uncle Chiao there, we don't have to worry about the old master and madam from the Xie family not letting Sister Chiao come out, Wen Yao said. Everyone in the Wen family had a bad impression of Xie Yushan, so they were a bit worried. What if that old master Xie comes himself? Wen Yao wondered. If that happened, the plan with Sister Qiu and Madame Xie would be known to Xie Yushan. But now, Wen Yao wasn't worried about Sister Qiu. Renjie. Don't worry. I'll make sure Dado explains clearly that only he and his mother are invited. The old master Xie won't come, she assured everyone. Seeing her so confident, they stopped asking questions. That evening, Wen Yao specially prepared a duck for Sanxiang and Wen Junwen and reminded Dado to invite Xie Ani and Renjie tomorrow. Dado patted his chest confidently. Sister, don't worry. Xie Ani is my good buddy. I'll definitely talk to him. Wen Yao smiled. What's the big deal? He's just a good buddy. Dado tilted his head and looked at her. Didn't you tell us to get along well? Wen Yao was speechless. She didn't mean that exactly. She just didn't want Dado to fall out with Xie Ani. Fine. Good buddies are better than enemies. Remember to bring along another good buddy of yours tomorrow, Wen Yao said, poking Dado's nose.
Dato chuckled.
Can I bring my teacher? Director Wu? Sure. Then we'll have a roast duck feast tomorrow. All right, your guest, you decide, Wen Yao said. Originally, they just wanted to invite Renjie and Chef Chen to taste the roast duck and discuss cooperation. But because Dado wanted to invite his teacher too, the tasting turned into a full roast duck banquet. Besides the duck, they needed to prepare other dishes and drinks. Luckily, Wen Yao was now experienced, and their new home had a large enough dining room to host guests. In the evening, 3 carriages stopped at Wen Xiuyi's house. It was dinner time, and everyone who had been working outside had returned. They looked from afar at the 3 carriages outside the Wen house, hesitant to get close or join the crowd, just discussing quietly. No matter what the villagers said, the Wen family was lively and bustling. When head Datu invited Director Wu, he initially wanted to refuse. However, the shopkeeper Qi, who came to pick up Datu and the others after school, said they could go together. Only then did Director Wu agree to join. Seeing the Wen family's house, Director Wu stroked his beard and nodded. It seemed that the Wen family was quite well off, or they wouldn't have sent 3 children to school at once. Qi Rongrong took Xie Ani in a carriage. In the back carriage, Chef Chen and shopkeeper Lu also got out. All men, except for Qi Rongrong, who was a woman. But Qi Rongrong was not shy at all. She confidently greeted Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Qi. When she learned that Director Wu was her son's teacher, she also bowed politely without hesitation. Shopkeeper Qi smiled and said, Shopkeeper Qi, you're too kind. We are family, and since you and Yao Yao are like sisters and I am Yao Yao's elder, if you don't mind in the future, you can call me uncle. He called him Shopkeeper Qi, not Madame Xie. This title almost made Qi Rongrong feel a sting of envy, but she only slightly bowed and said, Then I'll be bold and call you uncle. Director Wu stroked his beard and smiled. I've heard that Zui Xianlo has been offering new dishes lately, and each one is delicious. I didn't expect the owner behind it to be so young. Shopkeeper Qi, you truly are a remarkable woman. Qi Rongrong bowed again, liking the title, Shopkeeper Qi, more and more. She thought, to hell with Madame Xie. Sir, you're too kind. Usually, I should be the one inviting you all to Zui Xianlo for a meal. But Yao Yao went ahead today. We'll eat her share first, and another day, I'll invite everyone to Zui Xianlo. I'll even bring out the 100-year-old wine from my cellar for everyone to taste, Qi Rongrong said cheerfully. The others raised their eyebrows. Oh, that's really a good deal for us old folks. We won't stand on ceremony then. They knew well that if they treated Qi Rongrong as just an ordinary woman from the back house, it would only create awkwardness. Chef Chen held a knife and carefully sliced the duck into thin pieces on the table. Although slow, his movements were precise. Truly, he is a skilled chef. Wen Yao only needed to teach once, and everyone remembered. After slicing the duck, Wen Yao personally demonstrated how to wrap and eat it. Although they didn't fully understand, Dr. Jean, shopkeeper Qiu, Qiu, and Director Wu followed Wen Yao's instructions. They each took a piece of dough to make their own wraps. When they tasted the roast duck, their eyes lit up, and they praised it non-stop. The duck skin was shiny and red, crispy and flavorful, with a slight oily crispness from the duck fat. Using the thin dough, they dipped it in a bean paste, added shredded scallions, rolled it up, and took a big bite. They slowly chewed, savoring the taste, truly a delight. Compared to their reserved manners, the children's table was already a lively mess. Delicious. Sister Xiaoyan, can you make me one too? Xia Ani instinctively asked Xiaoyan to help. But as soon as he spoke, both Jin Xioi and Dazui looked at him sharply. He almost choked on the roast duck in his mouth out of surprise. Without needing to say anything, Xia Ani understood their meaning. He pushed away the dough Xiaoyan was holding and took it himself. Sister Xiaoyan, go eat. I'll do it myself, he said. Dazui and Jin Xioi nodded happily. Seeing that Xia Ani was a bit clumsy, they even helped him. Rurochio saw this, and her eyes turned slightly red, but she quickly composed herself. She looked at the roast duck on the table. She really wanted to make one herself, but she felt it was inappropriate to do so in front of so many elders. She swallowed her desire and looked at Wen Yao. Yao Yao, what is this dish called? Wen Yao stood up straight and smiled. This is called roast duck. The duck is killed, cleaned, marinated with honey sauce, then roasted until the skin is crispy and the meat tender. Before serving, it is sliced thinly and wrapped with bean paste, scallions, shredded vegetables, and other side dishes. When you bite into it, it's crispy and fragrant. The bean paste is a secret recipe of my grandmother. Only ours, no others. Paired with our roast duck, they are a perfect match, inseparable. At first, everyone found this explanation amusing, but the last part made them all laugh. Luo Shi was momentarily stunned when Wen Yao mentioned her, but then she realized the girl's intention. She was trying to promote her grandmother's bean paste to Rurochio. This girl really is always thinking of ways to help the family make money. Qiu Rongrong cooperated happily and looked at Luo Shi in surprise. So this big sauce is made by Grandma Wen herself? I thought Yao Yao bought it. It's much better than the sauce at our restaurant. Chef Chen heard this, gently used chopsticks to taste a bit of the sauce, but found nothing special, just like the sauce at their restaurant. However, since the host was willing to say so, they would accept it. Luo Shi blushed from the compliment. As long as you like it, that's what matters. It's just rural cooking, but if you're used to it, that's fine. Dr. Jean smiled. Old sister-in-law, you're being modest. The flavor of the sauce with roasted duck is really good. As Yao Yao said, they complement each other perfectly, and neither can do without the other. Director Wu didn't care about his image and ate 4 or 5 bites before setting down his chopsticks. Is this dish also a new item that Zue Xianlu will serve? I'll have to ask Qiu Boss for a favor. Otherwise, once it's on the menu, it might be hard to buy. Wen Yao secretly glanced at Director Wu, thinking he was also a foodie. Qiu Rongrong covered her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled softly. If the director wants to try it, just tell Yi. I'll have the kitchen prepare it specially for you. No need to queue up with others. Director Wu burst out laughing. Then I won't be polite to Qiu Boss. The 3 people nearby, Hope and Jin Xioi and Xiaoani, were stunned. Was this really their usually serious director, who even used a stick to tap their hand? Before leaving, Qiu Rongrong and Wen Yao agreed on a partnership for the roast duck. This time, the roast duck wouldn't be included in the 2 new dishes each month at Zue Xianlu, but would be a separate contract. Qiu Rongrong generously gave Wen Yao 1/4 of the profits because she planned to buy the small building next to Zue Xianlu to make the roast duck shop. They had already decided on the shop's name. Initially, Qiu Rongrong wanted to call it Rong Yao Roast Duck, combining their names, but when Yao rejected it, it felt strange. Finally, inspired by Beijing roast duck from their past life, they decided to call it Cloud Mist Roast Duck. If it became popular, it could become a signature dish for Cloud Mist Town. Once she had this idea, Qiu Rongrong strongly supported it. Even before the shop was built, the name Cloud Mist Roast Duck was decided. When they learned the 2 planned to open a dedicated roast duck shop, shopkeeper Qiu didn't hold back. She planned to personally write the sign with the 4 characters Cloud Mist Roast Duck and find someone to make it. Once the shop was ready, they would hang it up immediately. Qiu Rongrong and Wen Yao were naturally very happy, with Qiu Rongrong feeling especially excited. She couldn't help but feel proud when she thought about how Xie Yushan, who had tried every possible way to get close to her, now regarded her as a junior and even personally wrote a signboard for her shop. She didn't know how her father would react if he found out about this. Suddenly, Qiu Rongrong started to look forward to it. Besides the duck shop, Wen Yao also told Qiu Rongrong about their plans to raise ducks. It's no big deal. Since the roast duck shop is partly yours, it's only right that you use your own ducks. Just tell your second and third aunts to raise them. No matter how many ducks there are, Yunwu roast duck can handle it. Qiu Rongrong was confident about this. Her eyes weren't limited to just this. If the roast duck business takes off, she definitely wanted to expand to other places, especially her family's hometown. If her parents saw her current life, they would probably be proud too. The children of the Qiu family are naturally good at planning. The happiest were Li Shi and Kai Shi. They both promised to raise the ducks well, fat and tasty, so they could produce the best ducks for roasting. As for Luo Shi, Qiu Rongrong said she would handle the big jars of soy sauce for the roast duck shop. Luo Shi was a bit stunned and couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Making soy sauce wasn't difficult. In rural families, everyone had a few jars in their cellar. But once she partnered with Qiu Rongrong, it wouldn't just be for their own use anymore. They would be selling it. Grandma, are you unhappy with the price? If 20 won per jean is too little, we can discuss it. Qiu Rongrong saw her hesitation and thought she was unhappy with the price she set. Actually, her price wasn't low. The soy sauce bought from the Drunken Immortal restaurant was about the same. She set it according to market prices, not specifically favoring Wen family. Business is business. Feelings are feelings, but in the marketplace, clear accounts are necessary. Luo Shi listened and quickly waved her hands. No, I'm just worried I won't do well and delay your business. Wen Yao held the old lady's hand and said, Grandma, you can do it. She winked at her, implying that if she couldn't handle everything, she could hire help. There was nothing to fear. Missing this chance to make money meant there might not be another one. Encouraged by Wen Yao, Luo Shi thought carefully and finally gritted her teeth and agreed. All right, I'll give it a try. If things really don't work out, we can bring my sister's family to help. After all, they both know how to make big sauces and pickled vegetables, skills they learned from their mother. Both sisters can do it, and bringing my sister along can also help little Luo. After sending all the guests away, Luo Shi sat in Wen Yao's new house and still felt like she was dreaming. Old man, pinch me, Luo Shi said, glancing at Wen Lao Han, who had a little wine and was blushing. This made Wen Lao Han almost sober from the shock. He looked at her with a scared face. Wife, what are you trying to do now? Luo Shi didn't answer him. She just glared and pinched his leg suddenly. The sharp pain woke him up completely, and his scream drew everyone's attention. Luo Shi looked at him and said, It's not a dream, after all. When Lao Han rubbed his leg and yelled, Why did you pinch me just now? Everyone looked confused. Luo Shi looked at them and suddenly said, I just feel like life now is like a dream. Our family has gained more than 10 acres of land, sent 3 children to school, and now we want to start 2 more businesses. When Lao Han was anxious, Is that why you pinched me? He was quite worried. His wife and 2 daughters-in-law all had their own businesses, but he still led 3 sons to farm. One of his sons was a scholar he had worked hard to support for most of his life. Thinking about this, Wen Lao Han couldn't help but glare angrily at Wen Xiaoyi. He was a scholar, but now he was just following them to the fields every day. So frustrating. Wen Xiaoyi was silent, not sure why he was being blamed. Everyone couldn't help but laugh quietly. Grandpa, Grandma, let's discuss how to raise ducks first. Second uncle, third uncle, second aunt, third aunt. Everyone think about where would be good to raise ducks. Wen Yao suddenly interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Raising ducks needs water. At Iron Bull's house, there's a pond in front. They put their ducks there every day. If we raise ducks, we can't just go bother them all the time, Li Shi said. Kai Shi thought for a while and then said, Maybe we should dig our own pond. As soon as Kai Shi finished speaking, everyone present, including Wen Di and Wen Jin, couldn't believe their ears. Luo sure looked at her usually quiet third daughter-in-law and was truly impressed. It was surprising that she spoke up so boldly. Mrs. Kai was so nervous under everyone's gaze that she couldn't speak clearly. Did I say something wrong? Seeing her tense and almost curling up like a turtle, Mrs. Lee was the first to burst out laughing loudly, her big voice echoing through the yard. This made Mrs. Kai feel very upset, and she wished she could hide behind Wen Xiuqing. Mrs. Luo glared at her giggling second daughter-in-law and gave her a stern look, then comforted her. Don't worry, third brother's family. Your second sister-in-law isn't laughing at you. It's nothing serious. As for digging the pond, that daughter-in-law really dares to think big. Wen Xiuyi, who had just been unfairly blamed earlier, spoke up at this moment. Actually, what my sister-in-law said isn't impossible. Huh? Everyone looked at Wen Xiuyi again. Mrs. Kai was even more surprised. Just now, she had blurted out that sentence in a moment of mental blankness. She didn't expect that her words would get support from the most educated older brother in the family. Now she felt a bit at a loss. Wen Xiuyi casually picked up a stick and drew on the ground. Look, our land is all concentrated in this area. This part is the Pingjiang branch. I've checked the middle section, except for a few families with vegetable plots. The rest is empty. As he spoke, he drew lines. That area was abandoned because it was near the river, with poor soil quality, and crops didn't grow well. That's why no one wanted it. Otherwise, it would have been cultivated long ago. But now, aside from private land, the unused wild land belongs to the government. If we want it, we need to follow official procedures. He continued as his head leaned closer to look at the drawing. This hillside, once you cross it, is our land, connected to our village and near the old house, which is very convenient. He looked up at everyone and added, if our family wants to raise ducks, as my sister-in-law said, we need a pond. Otherwise, where will the ducks swim? Should we drive them to the river? He paused and asked, and if we don't enclose the area, where will you pick up the eggs once the ducks lay them? Are you only thinking about raising ducks and forgetting they lay eggs? Mrs. Luo clapped her thigh. Yes.
Eggs.
How did I forget that? Raising so many ducks, we'll get lots of eggs. No wonder she said she forgot something important. She was thinking about eggs. Wen Yao raised her hand. Duck eggs are good. Preserved eggs, salted duck eggs, another source of income. Everyone asked, what are preserved eggs? And salted duck eggs. Wen Yao quickly waved her hand. That's a bit later. I'll tell you another time. First, listen to my dad. Everyone then looked at Wen Xiuyi. Wen Xiuyi continued, this pond must be dug, and it has to be big. I thought about it, raising only ducks might be a waste. Dad, Mom, let's raise some fish too. What Wen Xiuyi didn't say was that it would be even better to raise pigs and chickens. In just a short time, his mind had already built a complete system of integrated farming. Seeing how old man Wen, Mrs. Luo, and everyone else reacted, Wen Xiuyi worried that if he said more, they might get scared. He was a caring child and hoped his parents would live a long life. Old man Wen thought maybe he had woken up on the wrong side of the bed today, or maybe he drank too much earlier. He was still a bit tipsy. He chuckled. How, you haven't even started raising ducks, and now you want to raise fish? Why not say you want to raise pigs and chickens too? Professor Wen's eyes lit up. He really was a caring father, hitting right on his heart. That's not impossible, Wen Old Man said. Hearing this, Wen Old Man's eyelids twitched, and he glared fiercely. Shut up. Just hearing those words gave him a headache. Wen Xiuyi looked confused. What did he say? Big Head was now Professor Wen's devoted son. He immediately leaned close to an old man and started acting cute. Grandpa, listen to what my dad says first. Maybe he's right. Grandpa Wen was fond of his grandson. All right, go ahead and say it. Yao Yao, how much money does our family still have? Wen Yao directly slapped the 500 taels of silver note that Qiu Rongrong had given her today in front of everyone. 500 taels. The wealthy and confident Wen Yao was now very sure of herself. This 500 taels was an advance dividend Qiu Rongrong had given Wen Yao. She had also considered that Wen Yao and the others might need startup funds for raising ducks or other things, so she gave the dividend early. After 3 months, when the dividend was calculated, they would deduct this 500 taels. This was exactly what Wen Yao wanted. The Wen family members gasped. None of them had seen so much money before. Their eyes widened in shock. Having money gave them confidence. When Xiao-yi looked at his parents, "Dad, Mom, let's buy this piece of wasteland, including that mountain." Old man Wen immediately stood up and turned to leave. His eldest son must be out of his mind. "Sit down." Mrs. Luo quickly grabbed old man Wen and pulled him back with great strength. Mr. Wen almost lost his balance and nearly fell on his backside. Luo sure ignored him and asked, "Boss, go on." With his mother's support, when Xiao-yi felt more confident and continued, "It doesn't have to be too big. We can dig a pond on 2 acres of land, drawing water directly from the Pingjiang tributary. Then we can build a water channel here, which will also make irrigation easier. Later, we can raise ducks and fish together." "Big uncle, but ducks eat fish. How can we raise both?" When Jean asked, unable to hold back. "It's simple. We can divide the water flow, raise ducks in the upper pond separated by a net, and raise fish in the lower pond. The duck droppings create microorganisms in the water, which are good food for the fish. So not only can we sell ducks, but also duck eggs and fish. This hill isn't small. We can plant some fruit trees and enclose the hill. In the forest, we can free-range chickens. Chicken manure can fertilize the fruit trees, double benefits. As for the remaining land, growing grains isn't suitable. We can plant beans for the mother or vegetables. She uses a lot of her homemade soy sauce and pickled vegetables anyway." When Xiao-yi rambled on until it became very quiet. He looked up and saw everyone staring at him with their mouths slightly open and faces full of surprise, except for Wen Jun, Wen Yao, and Dazhu. After a while, Mr. Wen quietly stood up. "I think I'll go back to sleep." Hearing his eldest son's words so often really gave him a headache. Luo sure also wanted to leave. She could understand her eldest son's words when separated, but when combined, she preferred not to understand. Just raising ducks, yet he kept talking about buying land, digging ponds, raising chickens, and fish. She shouldn't have stopped the old man earlier. She should have gone with him. Instead, her 2 younger brothers and sister-in-law looked at Wen Xiao-yi with excitement. "Big brother, can all these plans really work?" Wen Yao and Wen Jun exchanged glances. Professor Wen spoke confidently. Of course they could work. This was Professor Wen's expertise. "Second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, third aunt, as long as you listen to my father, I guarantee it will be fine." The 4 of them all looked at Mr. Wen and Luo Shi. "Father? Mother?" Mr. Wen's eyelids twitched. Luo Shi's legs, which she didn't know when Dazhu had held, were now trapped. She wanted to leave, but couldn't. "Grandma." Wen Yao and Dazhu looked at Luo Shi with pitiful expressions. What a tragedy. Luo Shi could only sit back down and said, "Right now, our family, including my and your father's savings, only has 50 taels of silver. If you really want to do this, those 50 taels are the money your brothers and you invested with your big brother. How you split it in the future is up to you. I only focus on my pickled vegetable business." This also includes Wen Yao sometimes secretly giving her some money. Anyway, Yao helped her with the business of making soy paste. In the future, focusing only on making soy paste will be enough for her and her husband to save some money again. Wen Yao gently held the elderly lady, full of concern. Mrs. Luo patted her arm comfortingly and said, "Since your older brother says this can work, let's give it a try. Big brother, go on and tell us more." Mrs. Luo sat back down, no longer interrupting Wen Xiao-yi. Even old man Wen quietly sat beside his wife to show support. Yes, children and grandchildren have their own happiness. As they grow old, what they can achieve depends on themselves. He could see that the second and third brothers, along with 2 daughters-in-law, all wanted to work with the oldest brother. Just look at how much the family has changed in the past half year. That alone made them trust him more. As for losing money in the future, it doesn't matter. They can start over if needed. When Xiao-yi glanced at his 2 brothers and asked, "What about you? What do you think?" When Xiao-zhu hesitated a bit. 50 taels of silver was a lot, covering even their parents' burial funds. It's their family savings. The older brother's family was different now, but their family was still the same as before. If they split up, they couldn't always take advantage of the older brother's family. While Wen Xiaozhu was still hesitating, Li Shi made up her mind. Big brother, we'll listen to you. Li Shi's thoughts were simple. As their two sons grew up, and though their daughter was still young, they had to consider her future too. The brave might succeed, and the timid might starve. The two of them were still young and willing to try, so they saw it as a chance for a better life. If they failed, they could always start over. Kai Shi and Li Shi shared similar thoughts, but they were also worried about Wenjin, who loved reading, and Wendy's love for the Guqin that day. These things deeply hurt her, as a mother. For the sake of their children, she had to take a gamble. Big brother, we'll listen to you, Kai Shi said first. This surprised everyone because, in the past, the affairs of the third family were always decided by the third brother, and his wife just listened. Since his wife agreed, the two brothers could only accept their decision. When Xiaoyi, hearing his two brothers and sisters-in-law agree, became serious, then let's plan carefully. They talked late into the night. It's getting late. Let's stop here for today. Big brother, tomorrow you come with me to see the village chief, Old Man Wen said as he stood up, stretching his muscles. The others also got up to leave. When Xiaoyi nodded softly and used his foot to erase the drawings on the ground. Anyway, the plan was set, and now it was time to carry it out. The next morning, when Xiaoyi was called away by Old Man Wen, and Luo's wife also came to find Wen Yao. Later, your second uncle will bring back to two, and the others. You come with me to see your little aunt's family. Wen Yao guessed the old lady's plan. Grandma, are you planning to bring my little aunt's family along? Luo's wife didn't deny it. Yes, this is a skill your great-grandmother taught us. In the past, your great-grandmother's generation also made it to sell, but business wasn't good, so they stopped. They only made it for their own family now. Since you've given me such a good opportunity, I definitely won't waste your kindness. I'll work hard to do a good job. When Yao leaned close to the old lady and encouraged her. That's the spirit. Grandma, no matter how old we are, we should have our own career. See, this opportunity has come to us. Luo's wife smiled warmly and pinched Wen Yao's nose affectionately. You're such a sweet-talking girl. I wonder if your little aunt's family will do it. Their family is better off than ours, and now they've married a capable daughter-in-law. I heard your second cousin is working in the government office. Oh, really? Second cousin is working in the government office? Wen Yao was a bit surprised. No matter the era, having a government job was impressive. Luo's wife nodded. Yes, I heard it's a recommendation letter from your second cousin's former superior. Your second cousin has made some contributions. Now he's injured and back home. The official took care of him and found him a job in the prison office, watching over prisoners. He doesn't have to run around all day. It's pretty good, getting a monthly salary to support the family. That's a good future for second cousin, Wen Yao thought. Her respect for soldiers was always deep. When Wen Xiaozhu returned after sending Wen Jun and the others back, he didn't let De Huang drink a sip of water, and then took Wen Yao and Luo's wife to Chui's house. Little Luo's wife didn't expect her older sister to come at this time, so she hurriedly welcomed them into the house. Xiao Yang's new wife brewed tea and served it. Yunyang, stop busying yourself, Luo's wife said softly. She liked her nephew's wife very much. She looked gentle and polite, and after marrying Yang, she was filial to her in-laws and good at managing the household. Jiang Yunyang smiled slightly, called her aunt, and stood behind little Luo's wife. Big sister, why are you here? Little Luo's wife asked. Luo's wife didn't beat around the bush and directly explained her purpose. Little Luo's wife looked shocked. Is this, sister, you're joking with me? Yao Yao and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion have always worked together, and now they even brought a small business to her older sister? With their skills in making pickled vegetables, can they start earning money? Little Luo was a bit surprised. Although their family is doing quite well now compared to others, it's still not enough. Who doesn't want a better life?
Little Luo also wants that.
Luo guessed her reaction and smiled, saying, I'm not trying to persuade you. Today, Yao Yao and I came for this reason. This skill was taught by our mother. I can't just earn money for myself without thinking of you. And I can't handle everything alone, so I came to ask what you think. Hearing this, little Luo nodded quickly, saying, I'm willing, big sister.
Of course I am.
Staying at home every day gets boring. It's better to work with you. Yao Yao called it something like starting a career, right? Yes, starting a career. When Yao chuckled and said, Auntie, let's agree on how to split the profits between you and my grandma. You can discuss it yourselves, and then I'll write a formal agreement for you. Little Luo didn't hesitate and said, There's no need for a formal agreement. Luo replied, Yes, we should be clear about the money. It's only fair. Since Rong Rong needs a large amount, let's start with a small workshop. Where do you think it should be located? Little Luo and her daughter-in-law looked at each other, thought for a moment, and then said, Sister, put it at your place. Not only are we far apart, but it's also inconvenient for you to travel back and forth. Besides me and Yunyang, no one else is at home. Everyone else has gone to the city to work. If a thief or someone tries to steal, it'll be hard to handle. And you also mentioned raising ducks at home, right? If the workshop is at your house, you can take care of the family. When you're not busy, Yunyang and I can help out too. Luo fell silent. She initially wanted to set up the pickled vegetable workshop at little Luo's place, but her home. Well, there's no space left. But since little Luo had already said so, she couldn't argue. She only asked, Wouldn't it be more troublesome for you to go there? Their family still has a cart, but her younger sister and niece-in-law only have their legs. Little Luo smiled and said, It's only a few miles. We can walk. Big sister, when should we start? Roche finally gave up the idea of putting the workshop at Chui's house. He thought that if the older brother and the old man really bought the barren mountain and land behind, they should at least build a small workshop for himself. Do it quickly. Once I finish packing, I'll have the second son come to pick you up. By the way, spend these days walking around the village and gather more beans, Roche said. Xiao Roche agreed, and they sat for a while longer. They were also thinking about the result of when Lao Han and others buying land, so they said goodbye and left. Xiao Roche saw the person off at the village entrance. Watching the ox cart slowly go away, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Jia sister, this is really your time to shine, Xiao Roche muttered. Jiang Yuanyang, standing beside, also smiled slightly. On the way back, the mother-in-law briefly told Xiao Roche about how busy the Zui Xianlu business had been lately. Xiao Roche listened with amazement. I knew Yao Yao was capable, but I didn't expect her to be so talented that she could run the business at Zui Xianlu. Xiao Roche thought back to when Lu's family was still around. Yao Yao used to be timid and unsure, but now she's completely different. It seems that after her biological mother left, she grew up overnight. Tonight, when Yang and the others come back, tell them about this. If you're at home, it's fine, but why not come with me to work? Mother can slowly teach you how to make pickled vegetables. It's also a family tradition passed down by your grandmother. Xiao Roche gently patted her daughter-in-law's hand and said. Jiang Yuanyang nodded. She believed in following her fate. Marry the chicken, follow the chicken. Marry the dog, follow the dog. She admired Jiao Yang, so she would also work hard for the family. Since her mother-in-law wanted to pursue her own career, she would help from the side. Not long after when Yao and Roche returned home, when Xiao Yi and when Lao Han also came back. Both had big smiles on their faces, looking like everything had gone well. Did it succeed? Roche asked. When Xiao Yi handed the land deed he took from the government to Roche. Mother, everything is settled. The village chief heard that our family wanted to buy the small mountain and land behind, and he agreed, without hesitation. They even brought their ox cart into town to handle the formalities for us. We paid the silver, and now this land and the small mountain are ours. How much did it cost? When Xiao Yi replied, the small mountain cost 100 taels of silver. The land behind, stretching from our land all the way to the Pingjiang tributary about 20 acres, cost 80 taels. In total, 180 taels of silver. We paid 2 taels for the official documents, 1 tael as a gift to the village chief for tea money, making the total 183 taels. The price wasn't expensive. Luo sure looked over the land deed. She couldn't read, but she recognized the stamp on it. She raised an eyebrow and said, The village chief is so eager. Old Wen tapped his pipe and replied, "How could he not be?" His cheeks are almost reaching his ears. He says our family will get rich, but he also wants to keep an eye on the village. Luo sure curled her lips, realizing this was the real goal. "Did you tell him what we plan to do?" Luo sure asked, worried that the news might have already gotten out before they started. Old Wen shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you think I and the boss are that foolish?" Luo sure said nothing, just sneered coldly. Old Wen and Wen Xiaoyi looked at each other awkwardly. Luo sure was too tired to watch them and placed the land deed into Wen Yao's hand. "Keep it safe, okay?" Wen Yao said bluntly, kicking the deed lightly, actually tossing it into her space. Once Wen Yao stored it away, Luo sure said to the two men, "Everyone knows the village chief's true intentions. I know what he's thinking. Before we get everything set up, this can't be shared outside. As for his idea of checking on the village, we'll see how it goes later." After saying this, Luo sure left. She was a person who remembered kindness, but she also couldn't forget the cold words and betrayal from those who looked down on her family when Wen Xiaoyi caused trouble. When Wen Xiaoyi passed the scholar exam, everyone rushed to flatter him. But as he started to go astray and brought shame to the family, they turned hostile, hoping to ruin them completely. If it weren't for her and her second daughter-in-law's strong personalities, she might have been bullied into silence. People's words could be frightening, but now that their family was doing well again, those same people came back eager to reconnect. Of course, Luo sure was not ungrateful. She remembered those who had always been kind to them. "Boss, in the next few days, decide on the location and size of the pond. While you're at it, dig the pond first, and then ask a few people to tidy up the mountain," Luo sure said.
Ben she uyin odet.
"Mother, don't worry. Father has everything arranged. Someone will come to help us tomorrow." Luo sure glanced at Old Wen, who proudly lifted his chin. He was the head of the family, so he had to make proper plans. For the first time, Luo sure didn't criticize Old Wen. Instead, she said, "Boss, since you've moved back, I plan to turn the old house where you used to live into my big soy sauce workshop. You don't mind, do you?" After Wen Xiaoyi and his family moved out, their younger siblings moved into the house. Later, Wen Xiaoyi's family built a new house and moved back, so the children returned to their parents' home. Now that Wen Xiaoyi's family has moved out again, they originally planned to move the children back, but there is no suitable place for a workshop, so they can only continue to use the current space. Old Mr. Wen asked her, "Where will the children live?" Mrs. Luo glared and said, "Can't they live here now? Just make do for now, and when we earn more money, we can add 2 more rooms." "Oh." Old Mr. Wen said nothing more. Wen Xiaoyi thought for a moment and said, "Mother, why not let Wen Jin and Wen Fa stay here with Daju? It's convenient for the 3 brothers to study together." Wen Yao chimed in, "Grandma, let Di and Income live with me too. The 3 of us will have company." Mrs. Luo slapped her and said, "That's your sister. She's always calling Di." Wen Yao giggled happily. Mrs. Luo thought for a moment and said, "Maybe that's not a good idea. People are saying that her eldest son has made it big, and if we keep pushing the children to live with him, it might make people laugh even more. But the house is indeed a bit crowded now." Mrs. Luo was very conflicted. Wen Xiaoyi didn't care about these things and said directly, "The 3 of them can live together. They can supervise each other's studies. I'm not worried about Wen Jin. Wen Gnome has Daju and Xiaojun watching over him, so it should be better. Plus, it's quiet here, which helps them focus." Mrs. Luo relaxed. "All right then, let Wen Fa and Wen Jin move in. You and Xiaojun must keep an eye on them." Wen Xiaoyi grinned playfully. "Don't worry, I got this." When San hoped to return, their mother had already moved the belongings of the other 2 children to the new house. "From now on, you 2 will live with your older brother. If you have questions about studying, just ask him or your uncle. But first, you must promise you won't delay your brother's medical studies. If you do, just wait and see how I deal with you," Mrs. Luo said as she threw her 2 grandsons into the new house and gave a few instructions before leaving. Wen Jin and Wen Fa felt overwhelmed. After a day of school, they had to move again. But living in the new house was really nice. Since both brothers had moved in, they even sent Wen Ying and Wendy over too. Anyway, debts are not a burden anymore, and the people in the old house have also learned to relax. After receiving the land deed, when Xiui and Old Man Wen started digging a pond with some helpers. The pond was easy to dig, but the land here was on higher ground, while the nearby Pingjiang tributary was lower, making water flow a problem. They couldn't just dig a deep canal, as that would require too much labor and resources, and if the canal wasn't properly covered, children might fall in. When Xiui had a clever idea. He went home, stayed in his room to draw and plan, then took his drawings to see a carpenter. "Brother Wen, what's this?" Carpenter Zhang looked at the plans. He was used to seeing such drawings because when Xiui had previously designed a plow that made him a good profit. Although others had copied the plow, his business was still the best, and he had many orders. This is a water wheel. It's a bit more complex than the plow, and it needs to be installed on-site near my place for adjustments. Can you do it? When Xiui was worried about this, knowing Zhang Carpenter also needed to earn money. But he promised that once the water wheel was finished, he wouldn't forget Zhang. Zhang Carpenter didn't say no. He immediately agreed, finished the plows he was working on, and then dedicated himself to making the water wheel for Wen family. When Xiui frowned, "Will that delay your other work?" Zhang put away the plans, chuckled, and said, "Brother Wen, you're being too formal. Nothing is more important than your family's work. Don't worry, I'll finish my current jobs in a few days and come to your house. All right, no rush. The pond digging will take several more days anyway, so I'll head back first." When Xiui finished speaking and rode his ox cart home. When he returned, he told Old Man Wen that the water diversion problem was solved. "How did you fix it?" Old Man Wen asked curiously. When Xiui looked at the land, now marked with their family name, and felt emotional. Such a large piece of land, in the old days, wouldn't have been in anyone's hands. Every era has its advantages. He snapped out of his thoughts and replied, "Just a few water wheels will do." "Water wheels? What's that?" Old Man Wen looked confused. When Xiui didn't know how to explain it. To his surprise, there were no water wheels here. How did they irrigate the land far from the river? So far, he hadn't seen anyone planting rice paddies here. Most land was dry, used for growing wheat. There were some rice paddies, but very few. Ultimately, the main problem was inconvenient irrigation. I can't explain it clearly now. Once Zhang makes the water wheel, you'll understand. Although Old Man Wen was full of curiosity, he did not ask further questions. In the following days, Old Man Wen would wake up early each morning, carrying his pipe, and go out. Sometimes he wandered in the fields to see how the crops were growing, or he watched the dug ponds near the planned water reservoirs. To be honest, these workers were very diligent. In just about 10 days, they had dug most of the ponds and were close to finishing. They hadn't yet filled them with water. From afar, they looked like huge pits. All the soil dug out was not wasted. It was moved to the nearby barren hills. "Uncle Wen, you're here again watching us work." Someone greeted him from afar when they saw Old Man Wen. Old Man Wen, with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, "What watching? I trust you guys are working well, so don't worry." Though he said this, his smile couldn't be hidden. Old Man Wen never thought he would see this day. He circled the big pit once, and then wandered around the fields a few more times. Seeing that the wheat was growing even better than in previous years, he couldn't help but squat down and look more closely. His heart was full of emotion. This entire large area belonged to his family. It was something he had never dared to imagine before. He didn't know how long he sat there when suddenly a voice sounded behind him. "Dad, what are you looking at?" When Xiui's sudden voice startled Old Man Wen. "Just looking around, trying to scare your dad to death," When Old Man said irritably, giving Wen Xiui a side eye. Wen Xiui sat down beside him, looked at the lush green land, and smiled. "Dad, how is it? Are you satisfied?" Old Man Wen's lips curled into a smile, and he felt very happy. Very satisfied, very satisfied. After saying this, he turned to Wen Xiui and asked, "Big brother, how do you know so much? You never mentioned it before. If you had, our harvest might have increased several times already." Wen Xiui's face twitched. In previous years, he hadn't come either. That's because I was confused before. I wasn't paying attention, when Shui quickly made up an excuse. Old Man Wen also seemed to remember past events and frowned slightly. All right, the past is the past. We must not make the same mistake again. Yes, I definitely won't make it again, when Shui hurried to agree, feeling relieved inside. The father and son sat for a while. Then when Shui helped Old Man Wen up and took him toward the river. Master Zhang's water wheel is almost finished. Want me to take you to see it? When Shui asked. Old Man Wen nodded and followed him toward the river. A temporary shelter was built not far from the river. At this moment, Carpenter Zhang was working with his other younger brother. Nearby, there was a fallen water wheel that wasn't fully finished yet, and a few parts still needed to be assembled. Brother Wen, uncle, when you're here. Carpenter Zhang saw the two and hurried over, putting down his work to greet them. Busy, huh? Old Wen looked over with his hands behind his back, and Carpenter Zhang chuckled softly. Old Wen greeted Zhang and his brother, then went to look at the water wheel. He circled around it a few times but didn't see anything special. However, his son said this thing could bring water to irrigate the pond and land, so he believed it. Zhang Wang's dad, how much longer until it's finished? Old Wen asked eagerly, already eager to see how the water wheel would work. Carpenter Zhang brought a stool for Old Wen to sit on before replying. Almost there. A few parts still need some adjustments. Brother Wen said this water wheel will be used for a long time, so it needs to be sturdy. Old Wen nodded, understanding what he meant. The father and son sat for a while. To keep their progress on schedule, Zhang continued working, walking back slowly along the path that followed the water channel planned by Wen Xiui. He looked back and saw that from their pond to the river, the slope was about half a person high. If they didn't dig a deep channel, it would be much easier to bring water over. In the following days, Old Wen went to the fields along this route every day. Luo and little Luo worked hard for half a month and finally put their large soybean paste workshop into use. When he got home, Old Wen could smell the strong aroma of soybean paste. As soon as he entered the house, he could smell it. A day or two was okay, but if it continued every day, no one could stand it. He watched his grandchildren live at Wen Xiuyi's house with envy. He really wanted to move into his new house too. But as soon as this thought appeared, he remembered Luo's sarcastic smile and quickly pushed the idea out of his mind. Brother-in-law is back. Little Luo came out of the workshop and greeted Old Wen. Luo heard the voice and came out, glancing at him. Seeing his furrowed brow, she knew what the old man was thinking, probably about the strong smell of their soybean paste. How's it going? Ruoshi asked about the water test for the water wheel today. She knew that the boss had been working on this water wheel, but she hadn't seen if it worked or not, because she was very busy. Xiao Rongrong asked Dadawa to send a message back, telling her to prepare 500 jin of big soy sauce. There was no time to worry about their water wheel. It was worth 10 taels of silver. When Laohan thought about what the boss had made, surprisingly, it actually worked. He found a small stream in the river, dug a little channel, and installed the water wheel. When water flowed, it made the wheel turn. As it turned, it scooped up water, and when it reached the other side, the water poured out again. Many people nearby had come to help move the water wheel and were praising how clever and well-made it was. When Laohan told Ruoshi and Xiao Ruoshi about what happened, both of them felt a bit sad they hadn't seen the exciting moment when the water wheel started turning. But water wheels can be watched anytime, while money isn't always easy to earn. Carpenter Zhang is still rushing to finish the work, when Laohan said. The boss said we need at least 3 water wheels from the river to the pond. Ruoshi asked, does the water channel go through the ground? Will watering the fields be much easier after that? Yes, when Laohan nodded. That's really a big help. I didn't expect the boss to have so many ideas in his head. Ruoshi didn't ask more. Instead, she said, you're free now. Go around the village, ask who has beans. Tell them we're buying. If any relatives or friends have beans to sell, they can bring them here. When Laohan was surprised. Beans? Really? Are we allowed to do that? Ruoshi pushed him gently. If I tell you to go, then go quickly. Don't talk so much. Remember, we don't have a single penny for a coffin now. We're counting on these beans to earn enough for one. Hearing about the coffin money, Wen Laohan obediently went to collect beans. As soon as Wen Laohan left, Xiao Ruoshi curiously asked, "Big sister, aren't we already collecting enough beans?" Ruoshi looked outside. Seeing that Wen Laohan had already gone far and that villagers were greeting him, she said, "Your brother-in-law can't stand the smell of the big soy sauce. Let him go out for a walk to clear the house's smell." After so many years, Ruoshi knew her husband very well. Xiao Ruoshi looked at Ruoshi with a teasing smile. Taking advantage of no one around, she joked, "Sister, after all these years, your relationship with your husband is still so good." Even at her age, Luo sure still blushed when her sister teased her. She glared and scolded, "Hurry up and get to work. Seal all the jars you've made today. Tonight, let the second and third brothers move them to the cellar. After a month of aging, they'll be ready." Boss Chiu is still waiting for the big jars. There was no way around it. Even if they worked quickly, it would take at least a month to finish the batch. When Chiu Rongrong came to ask for the soy sauce, she had already given away all the household stock, including Luo's sure stock. The several large jars only added up to about 150 pounds. Chiu Rongrong repeatedly reminded her that since they used a lot of soy sauce, Luo sure must make more in the future. Luo sure remembered this well. The past few days had been exhausting for her. Now, she and Luo sure made soy sauce every 10 days, each batched about 250 pounds. When one batch was finished and used up, the next batch was ready, keeping the supply steady. Since starting this small workshop, they had made a total of 500 pounds of soy sauce, all stored in the cellar. When Old Man Wen returned home, the smell had mostly dissipated, which made him feel more comfortable. When Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing worked hard all afternoon to move the soy sauce they made into the cellar. Then, Xiuzhu took a cart to send Luo Shi and Jiang Yuanyang back to Chui's house. After more than 2 weeks of preparation, Chiu Rongrong's roast duck shop had a new sign and was renovated, ready to open. During this time, Wen Yao almost went to the city every day. She personally trained everyone at Yunwu Roast Duck Shop, from the interior decoration, kitchen staff training, to waiters, and even the duck slicing worker. All the preparations took about 20 days, and now they were ready to open. Xia Yushan only learned that the shop belonged to his wife when Yunwu Roast Duck Shop was about to open. He was so angry that he went to question Chiu Rongrong, asking why she hadn't told him about such a big matter. He believed the shop should be registered under the Xia family. In the past, if Chiu Rongrong had heard this, she might have listened quietly. But now, she couldn't be bothered with Xia Yushan. She simply retorted, "I spent my family's money to open the shop. What does it have to do with your Xia family?" When Chiu Rongrong told Wen Yao about this, the two sisters were laughing so hard they nearly fell over in a private room on the second floor of Yunwu Roast Duck Shop. "You should have seen his face, so ugly and embarrassing," Rongrong said, showing her disdain for Xia Yushan. She still wanted to interfere with her business? Dream on, she's just waiting for Yunwu Roast Duck to become a big hit. Hopefully, it will be a huge success, and when that happens, Xia Yushan's expression will be very interesting. She actually feels a bit impatient. With a promotion from Drunken Immortal Tower, the Yunwu Roast Duck Shop next door quickly spread through the streets of Yunwu Town. Even people from nearby towns heard about it. Yunwu Town was opening a new roast duck shop. As for what kind of roast duck it was, those who got tasting opportunities from Drunken Immortal Tower said it was a top-quality duck. Tasting it was said to be a real pleasure. Wen Yao and the Wen family mingled in the crowd, listening to the nearby gossip. Hearing such exaggerated descriptions, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. This was probably all part of Chiu Jie's plan to boost the shop's reputation. Now Wen Yao was feeling nervous. What if the roast duck didn't turn out as amazing as everyone expected? "Dad, I suddenly feel a bit nervous," Wen Yao whispered secretly to Wen Xiui. Wen Xiui was busy watching the excitement. Today, the Yunwu Roast Duck Shop was opening, and there was a performance at the entrance. Originally, Chiu Rongrong had asked them to sit upstairs at Drunken Immortal Tower to watch, but Luo's family didn't want to take advantage of Chiu Rongrong anymore. Plus, being down in the crowd made it easier to feel the lively atmosphere. All around, people cheered loudly. If Wen Yao hadn't been whispering right next to his ear, Wen Shui wouldn't have heard her clearly. What are you nervous about? Wen Shui leaned forward, craning his neck to look ahead, occasionally shouting good job, and clapping enthusiastically. Wen Yao looked at the lively crowd and said, I just think Sister Chiao is hyping up the roast duck too much. I'm worried everyone will be disappointed. Hearing this, Wen Shui stopped clapping and stopped watching the show. Instead, he looked at his daughter. He had never seen such a hesitant expression on her face before. That's not like his daughter at all. Yao Yao, you need to believe in your cooking skills. Trust me, your roast duck is exactly the same as the one we used to eat at XXX. You know how picky I am about taste. If it's good, I can tell right away. Don't worry, your roast duck will definitely become a special dish in Yunwu town. Maybe in hundreds or thousands of years, people won't be talking about XXX roast duck anymore, but Yunwu roast duck, Wen Shui said confidently. Wen Yao spat a few times and quickly said, that would be a big mistake. Luckily, we're just imagining it in a story, or we'd be in trouble. Haha, Beijing roast duck is forever. Seeing her smile return, Wen Shui felt relieved. Look, here comes Sister Chiao. Mr. Wen pointed at the shop entrance. As expected, Chiao Rongrong was dressed in elegant clothes today, neat and stylish, but not overly flashy. She wore a confident smile as she looked at the crowd gathered to watch. The performance was over, and the place quickly became quiet. Chiao Rongrong stood on the steps and loudly announced, Today is the grand opening of our Cloud Mist roast duck. Thank you all for coming. All the roast ducks are now 20% off. You can eat here or take them home. I won't say more. I know you're all eager, so I declare that Cloud Mist roast duck is officially open. As she finished speaking, firecrackers crackled loudly. People who had been eager to try the roast duck rushed toward the shop, but before they could go inside, a few strong men from the shop stopped them at the door. Chiao Rongrong retreated back into the shop. At that moment, another shopkeeper from the Chiao family stood at the door, smiling and said, Since we're opening today and there are many people, please line up and wait your turn one by one. With those strong men present, no one dared to cause trouble. Soon, a long line formed at the entrance. Before Wen Yao and the others left the crowd, they saw Chiao Yan pushing through and approaching them. Miss Yao Yao, the madam asks you to come inside, she said, her face slightly sweaty from the crowd. Wen Yao looked at the people from the Wen family. None had been left out, and led everyone with Chiao Yan into Zui Xianlu. Both restaurants' backyards had been connected, so they didn't go to the roast duck shop to join the crowd. Instead, they went straight to a private room on the third floor of Zui Xianlu. Everyone said to wait upstairs, but you insisted on staying downstairs and pushing through the crowd. How does that feel? Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao had arrived early and had been watching from upstairs, not coming down. Mrs. Luo adjusted her new clothes and sighed. I didn't expect so many people. Luckily, you didn't go down. What about De Tu and the others? Mrs. Luo looked around but didn't see San Shi Wang. San Shi Wang was brought here by shopkeeper Chiao from the academy, and Dean Wu was also in this private room, but they didn't come down to join the crowd. Shopkeeper Chiao said, Xia and Yi took them to the kitchen to see the roast duck. Chiao Yan greeted everyone and had people bring wine and food. After a while, Chiao Rongrong arrived a bit late. Sorry everyone, I'm late. There are other guests in the other private rooms, so I had to go greet them first. Chiao Rongrong apologized first, then bowed to the elders one by one. I saw that the county magistrate was also here. Shopkeeper Chiao asked. Rongrong Chiao nodded. Yes, I'm here. I'm in the room next door, the one beside the other. Year's father is entertaining guests, thinking about Xia Yushan's shock and helplessness, and how he was trying to hold back his anger to scold her. Rongrong felt quite satisfied. Soon after, a servant came in and whispered something into Rongrong's ear. Her brow slightly furrowed, barely noticeable. Big Sister Rome, what's wrong? Wen Yao asked. Rongrong looked at Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiao, then said, The county lord wants to come and visit Dr. Jean and Mr. Chiao. When shopkeeper Chiao heard that the county lord might be coming, he was already prepared mentally. He put down his cup of wine and said calmly, It's fine. Let them come over. Everyone in the Wen family looked confused. The county lord? Coming here? Are we going to meet the county lord? Luo sure was the first to react and said, maybe we should step back for now. As common folks, it wasn't appropriate for them to meet him here. There's no need. Shopkeeper Chiu only said these 2 words, then turned to Rongrong and said, Rongrong, go and invite the county lord. Shopkeeper Chiu still knew proper manners, even if he didn't like Xie Yushan. Rongrong bowed and left. Not long after, she returned with the county lord, who boldly followed in, along with Xie Yushan. As soon as they entered, the county lord headed straight for Dr. Jean and Shopkeeper Chiu. Old Lady Jean, Mr. Chiu, I didn't expect to meet you here. I humbly greet you. The Wen family was stunned, watching the county lord bowing so humbly to Dr. Jean and Shopkeeper Chiu, almost unable to keep their surprised expressions. Shopkeeper Chiu had already put on a professional fake smile, clasped his hands, and said, Your lordship, you're too kind. Now, I and old Jean are just common folks, not deserving of such courtesy. The county lord smiled flatteringly, his face full of charm. Even though he was no longer in the capital, it didn't matter. His son held a 4th-rank official position at the Hanlin Academy, and although he had resigned from official duties to return to farming, his students were spread all over the country. Even the nobles in the capital would visit him from time to time. When the previous visitor came before the new year, he had to beg 3 or 4 times just to meet him. Yet that person stayed at Qiu Zhi's house for so long. While chatting, Wen Yao secretly observed the county lord. He looked quite slick and worldly, with a big belly, probably from eating well. But she wasn't sure if he was a good official or not. The original story didn't describe this county lord much, so Wen Yao really couldn't recognize him. Seeing Director Wu from Clear Breeze Academy also present, the county magistrate politely greeted him. When his gaze swept over the Wen family side, it was clear he was momentarily stunned. Indeed, although they all wore new clothes, their outfits clearly didn't match the style of the drunken immortal tower. As expected, the county magistrate looked at them for a while, feeling awkward but still polite, and asked, Who are these people? The Wen family members were nervous. Shopkeeper Chiu confidently introduced, They're relatives from my family. These 2 are my uncle and aunt. Their grandson is currently learning medical skills from old Jean. The named Wen Lao Han and Mrs. Luo smiled slightly, nodded politely to the county magistrate, and forgot to bow in their nervousness. This scene caught the county magistrate's eye, and he felt a chill in his heart. No wonder Qiu Zhi's relatives carried themselves so confidently. So, they are Mr. Chiu's elders. I apologize for my rudeness, the county magistrate said, bowing slightly to Wen Lao Han and Mrs. Luo. Wen Lao Han's heart pounded faster. The county magistrate was bowing to him. Mrs. Luo was even more panicked. She could only smile, her hands and feet somewhat uncooperative. Seeing the Wen family's discomfort, shopkeeper Chiu sighed inwardly. To ensure they could enjoy a good meal, it seemed they would have to leave this private room today. Since we met Magistrate Chen today, why not seize the moment? Let's have a few drinks together, just the old folks, Chiu suggested. Magistrate Chen looked pleased, eager to join. That's wonderful. My deputy and I, along with old Xie, Mr. Chiu, old Jean, and Director Wu, would be delighted if you could join us. Chiu's shopkeeper exchanged a glance with Dr. Jean, who nodded in agreement. Only then did Chiu turn to Ruru and say, Ruru, please take care of Yao Yao and the others. We'll go have a few drinks with Magistrate Chen and bring out the best wine from Drunken Immortal Tower. Today, we won't leave until we're all drunk. Ruru quickly bowed and replied, Yes. Only Xie Yushan remained somewhat distracted. Just now, what did Qiu Zhi call Ruru? Buru? Such an intimate nickname? Chiu's shopkeeper shot a glance at Xie Yushan, noticing his eyes darting around, clearly scheming something. He sneered inwardly and explained to Magistrate Chen, Magistrate Chen, you're here to try the Yunwu roast duck, right? Magistrate Chen nodded. Yes, I heard that next door to Drunken Immortal Tower is opening a Yunwu roast duck shop. I've been curious about its taste, so I came today. Chiu's shopkeeper chuckled loudly. Well, you're in for a treat today. That roast duck was made by my 2 unworthy nieces. Magistrate Chen raised an eyebrow. Nieces? It's not quite what he thought, right? Just then, shopkeeper Chiu said, "Yes, Yao Yao, come meet Lord Chen." Wen Yao stepped forward, bowing politely. "Wen Yao greets the Lord. My niece is quite talented. She came up with this roast duck recipe," he said. Another niece of his is the owner of Drunken Immortal Inn, Rong Rong. "Rong Rong, come over too." Shopkeeper Chiu looked at Rong Rong. Rong Rong understood that Chiu was trying to support her, so she quickly bowed. "Greetings, Lord. Madam Xia." Lord Chen looked surprised. Shopkeeper Chiu said straightforwardly, "This girl married far away and came here. Since she's close to my Yao Yao and also part of our family, I've accepted her as my niece. I hope Lord Chen will look after her in the future." "Who is Lord Chen?" A shrewd official. Hearing this, he understood immediately. He smiled and said, "I see. Mr. Chiu, don't worry. If anyone causes trouble at Drunken Immortal Inn, just come straight to the county office and find me." Rong Rong bowed again.
Thank you, Lord.
"I'll have the staff bring the best wine to your private room soon, and also 2 ducks for you to try." Good, good. I won't be polite then. "Mr. Chiu, Mr. Jean, Director Wu, please, please." They all left together. Xia Yushan followed last, still stunned by what Chiu Ji had just said. He looked at Rong Rong in disbelief, wanting to ask more, but seeing the Wen family behind, he lowered his voice and asked, "Mr. Chiu, you've accepted her as your niece? Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter?" Rong Rong sneered coldly and shot him a direct look. "I thought it wasn't a big deal, so I didn't tell the master." "Is that a problem?" Xia Yushan almost fainted. "Isn't that a big deal? If Chiu Ji accepted Rong Rong as his niece, then him taking his son as a disciple would be just a word away. But this woman didn't even mention it, so he only found out now." Lord Chen had stopped to watch because he saw Xia Yushan wasn't following. Xia Yushan lowered his voice and said coldly, "Humph, we'll talk about it tonight. Master, take care on your way." Rong Rong bowed politely, confident and composed. As for Xia Yushan's plans to settle scores, that would depend on whether he was worthy now. After Lord Chen left, the Wen family finally relaxed a bit, though unfortunately, shopkeeper Chiu and Dr. Jean also left. "I was so scared. My goodness, the county magistrate just bowed to me." Old Wen sat down heavily, still trembling. Mrs. Luo also let out a breath and sat down slowly, cold sweat on her forehead. "Yao Yao, was that the county magistrate just now?" Ruoshi held Wenyo's hand and asked. Wenyo giggled and nodded. "Yes, Grandma. That's our county magistrate. He just bowed to you and Grandpa." Both Old Man Wen and Ruoshi felt that their days were becoming quite intense. Chiu Rongrong told someone to close the private room door and sat confidently, saying, "Don't worry, Grandpa and Grandma. No matter how important he is, he still has to bow to Mr. Jean and Mr. Chiu. Especially Mr. Chiu, who sees you as elders. Even the county magistrate wouldn't dare to look down on you." Old Man Wen and Ruoshi exchanged glances, knowing that Chiu Ji's background was impressive. They hadn't expected it to be so big. Even the county magistrate had to be respectful to him. To ease everyone's earlier shock, Chiu Rongrong asked someone to bring food quickly, including 2 plates of roast duck. Seeing the delicious dishes on the table, everyone's mood improved a little. After catching his breath, Old Man Wen's eyes started to spin, and Ruoshi saw this and understood what he was thinking. She said directly, "Let me tell you, after we go back to the village, don't tell anyone about the county magistrate bowing to us. He's still an official, and if he finds out we know his identity, he might not be happy. If you tell others and embarrass him, he might come after us." Old Man Wen wanted to show off a little to his old friends but hesitated. He ate his meal. As Chiu Rongrong had initially guessed, once the roast duck was served, it sparked a craze for roast duck in Yunwu town and nearby towns. Every day, the roast duck shops sold out all their ducks, and they received so many orders that they couldn't keep up. At the Wen family's place, with the 3 water wheels completed, villagers gathered by the canal to watch the water flow. "Go see if everything is ready," Old Man Wen ordered his youngest son. When Xiuxing hurriedly ran to check the pond, then ran back, panting, and nodded. "Father, the older brother said it's ready. He's opening the sluice." Old Man Wen walked toward the water wheel in front of everyone, turned the valve, and the water wheel started to spin with the flow of water. The water flowed layer by layer into the canal, moving downstream. At the second water wheel, the force of the flowing water made it turn, and the water continued into the next canal. By the canal, villagers and Old Man followed the water, walking back toward the pond. They watched as the water finally flowed into the large pond, growing stronger and faster. This large pond has probably been full of water for several days, but even so, Old Man is still very happy. "Uncle Wen, can we start using water from your canal to irrigate our fields?" a villager asked. In the past, watering the fields meant going to the water's edge, which was far and troublesome. Old Man waved his hand generously. "If you want to use the water, go ahead." This canal was built to make things easier for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, there was applause and cheers from the crowd. The village chief even smiled broadly and approached, asking cheerfully, "Uncle, your water wheel is really convenient, isn't it? It saves a lot of trouble for many people." Old Man has learned to be smart now. He simply said, "If the village wants to build a water wheel, just find Carpenter Zhang." But remember, Zhang doesn't work for free. The village chief chuckled awkwardly and nodded. Of course, of course." Old Man ignored him and walked over to his eldest son. Watching the water flow into the pond and then disappear from sight, he still felt a bit worried. "Big brother, will this work? What if the water doesn't keep coming?" Old Man was mainly concerned about this. When Shui shook his head, "It'll be fine. It's just a matter of time. Just wait. My mother and the others are looking for ducklings these days. Once they find the ducklings, it'll be about right. Dad, the pond is dug, so we need to build a duck pen. Have you arranged that?" Old Man replied, "You don't need to tell me. Your mother wants to see the sun every day and keeps urging me about this. Once the water channel is done, we'll start building the house by cutting trees from the mountain." Old Man felt a deep emotion. He never imagined such days would come. Although his pockets are empty, he feels at peace inside. He walked around the pond, noticing it was already moist and faintly reflecting water. His heart also relaxed. From a distance, he saw a few people standing in the fields where Shui had planted seeds. Old Man suddenly became anxious. "What are you doing? Come out of the field quickly," he shouted, pointing at them. Only then did people notice the few people standing there. Old Man hurriedly pushed others aside and ran over, shouting from the side, "Come out quickly." "What are you doing?" The people in the field were just curious about what was planted there, things they had never seen before. They didn't expect Old Man to notice, and with so many people watching, they felt very embarrassed and hurriedly came out. "Be careful, don't step on my seedlings." Old Man was really angry. His eldest son treasured these things as if they were precious. If he accidentally damaged them, he would lose his temper. A few people awkwardly came out, and Old Man immediately scolded them loudly. "Who goes into someone else's field to mess with the crops? What are you trying to do?" They were villagers who knew that the Wen family was no longer the same as before, and some of them worked for the Wen family. They hurriedly explained, "Uncle Wen, it's not that. We're just curious about what's planted here. We've never seen it before, so we just looked. We didn't step on any seedlings, you can rest assured." Old Man sneered, "What's planted here has nothing to do with you. What's so interesting about it?" The group looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. But someone noticed that Old Man seemed to value what was planted here very much. Could this be the secret to the Wen family's success? One person's eyes flickered as he asked, "Uncle Wen, what are you planting here? We've never seen it before. Could it be some kind of treasure?" Old Man looked at the person who asked and felt a bit annoyed. He thought this person had bad intentions and was not a good person. He replied calmly, "It's just ordinary crops, nothing special. If it were you, you wouldn't want them to be damaged either. Everyone would feel sad if the crops were trampled." After saying that, he seemed to want to stop others from asking about the land. He looked around at the curious crowd and said, "The water is also in. Those who need to work, get to it. Once my pond is full, those who want to draw water to irrigate can do so from the canal. Everyone, disperse now. Seeing there was no more excitement, the crowd gradually left in small groups. But a few people cast subtle glances at the patches of land where potatoes and corn were planted before leaving. When most people had gone, only one family remained. Old Man Wen frowned as he looked at his 3 sons. After hesitating for a moment, he only looked at his second and third sons and said, "Later, the people building the duck shed will set up a shelter here first. During this period, second and third sons, you will take turns staying here to watch the land." The Wen family members were surprised. When Xiuzhu and when Xiuqing looked confused, and when Shui asked, "Dad, what's going on?" Old Man Wen sighed and said, "Our family has been too noticeable lately. I'm worried someone might be eyeing the things on this land." Then he explained what had happened earlier, when someone went into the field. Mrs. Luo's face darkened and she scolded, "Those little brats are always thinking about other people's stuff." When Xiuzhu and when Xiuqing also understood now. They all knew how important those lands were to their elder brother. They nodded together. "Yes, Dad, we definitely agree." When Shui frowned tightly. He looked at his 2 younger brothers and said, "Dad, there are still many things at home. Second and third brothers have their own work to do. How can they guard these 2 pieces of land all the time?" Old Man Wen glared at him. "Then you come. If it weren't for this useless kid wanting to plant these things, would he have to send his 2 sons to watch over them?" When Shui also knew that these sudden events, along with the recent changes in their family, had definitely attracted the attention of others. But making the 2 younger brothers suffer like this, when Shui felt truly sorry. When Shui felt a headache. But in this era, there were no surveillance cameras or anything like that. The only way was human effort. If someone stole the seedlings, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if the seedlings were stolen and they couldn't grow them, it would be a waste. Such a pity. There was no choice. When Shui could only say, "Dad, we can't just have second and third brothers guard. The 3 of us should take turns." As soon as when Shui finished speaking, Old Man Wen hadn't spoken yet. The 2 younger brothers refused. "Big brother, you're a scholar, and we rely on you to take care of these things at home. We can take turns guarding. You can't do this." Even when Xiuqing, usually quiet, was pulled by Kaisher's sleeve and said, "Yes, big brother, I and second brother will help." When Shui felt even more guilty. "That won't do. We are 3 brothers. It's not right that I enjoy comfort while you suffer." "It's okay, big brother. We're used to it," they replied. The 3 brothers argued and competed, yet remained respectful. If it had been before, Old Man Wen and Luo Shi would be very happy. But now... "All right, everyone shut up. Come and look at these 2 pieces of land. Aren't you going to do the chores at home? Are you counting on second and third daughters-in-law to take care of so many ducks? Or expecting mother to carry all that soy sauce into the cellar herself? Or can big brother carry and lift everything himself?" When Luo Shi spoke, the 3 immediately fell silent. Even others subconsciously slowed their breathing, afraid of angering the old lady. Luo Shi glared at a few people, then looked at Old Man Wen and sighed. "Are Wang Yong and Wang Yuan at home?" Old Man Wen was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, since old Wang's wife passed away, his 2 sons who work outside have come back home. They used to work very hard just to support her sickly body. Now that she is gone, they need to support themselves. Now, the brothers don't dare leave old Wang alone at home. They stay there taking care of their small plot of land. Sometimes they go to town for odd jobs." When Wen Xiao and Yi were building a house, both brothers came to help because it was nearby and they could earn some money. It's a good arrangement. This time, when digging the pond, Old Wen also asked them to help. "Go ask old Wang later. His family's land was used up paying for his wife's treatment, right? Ask him if he's willing to let Wang Yong and Wang Yuan work for us. They don't need to do much. Just help tidy up the land and watch over the crops." After saying that, Luo Shi looked at Wen Xiao and asked, "Big brother, if we invite Uncle Wang's 2 sons to help take care of the land, how much wages can they get?" Wen Xiao didn't understand the prices. "Mom, whatever you say is fine." Luo Shi thought for a moment. People in the village usually work as long-term laborers, earning about 100 coins a day during busy farming seasons. Now, it's not busy season, so maybe paying each of them 1 or 2 silver coins a month is okay. The brothers only need about 2 taels of silver. They're watching over these precious crops for the older brother, and it's not expensive. But really, these crops are treasures. From what the older brother said, if they harvest well, their family won't lack food in the future. Thinking long term, maybe the whole village won't lack food anymore. Old One didn't expect his wife to suggest such an idea. He was happy on the surface, smiling. "I'll go now, I'll ask right away." Luo sure watched his back and gave a disapproving glare. She wasn't against helping Old One reconnect with his old friends, but she also had to consider their own situation and what they could afford. Their family's condition was getting better, and she was happy to help if she could. Most importantly, they had to be worth her help. Wang Yong and Wang Yuan had grown up under her watch. Both brothers were filial and hardworking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent everything to treat their mother's illness. If it hadn't been for that sudden heavy snow, maybe they would still be struggling. "All right, let's go home. Who knows when this water will fill up?" Luo sure snorted and took Wen Yao's hand, heading back. After walking a few steps, she stopped and glanced at her 2 sons. "Second and third sons, stay here and watch over the place," she said, glancing at the distant land. "Don't let those lazy troublemakers come and steal her seedlings. The 2 brothers can stay, and they can also help with weeding in the fields. Since they are free, they might as well fetch water from the canal to water the dry seedlings." Mr. Wen hurriedly went to visit his old friend. After mentioning his wife's words, the friend was so touched he almost knelt down to Mr. Wen. All right, old Wang, there's no need for that. Besides, I trust Wang Yong and Wang Yuan. Their aunt said they can each earn a silver coin a month to take care of those few acres of land. They don't have to do anything else. But old Wang, I need to talk to you about something." Old Wang's eyes were red as he sat down beside his good friend. He asked, holding back his feelings, "Tell me, you and your wife are giving these 2 boys a chance. That's their good luck. It's not just about the land. They can help with household chores too." "It's not necessary," Mr. Wen replied. "Our family is busy enough. But we planted some rare seedlings on 2 acres of land. My eldest found them elsewhere. We can't let anyone ruin them." He then explained today's issue with the water canal to Old Wang. Old Wang immediately slapped his thigh in anger. Mr. Wen looked at him and felt a bit of pain for him. Old Wang said, "These people just can't stand seeing others do well. If they ruin those seedlings, it would be such a pity." He then patted his chest and promised, "Brother Wen, don't worry. Starting today, I'll have those 2 brothers stay in the fields to watch over everything. No one will have a chance to harm those seedlings." No, that's not necessary," Mr. Wen said kindly. "Let them take turns. Our family still needs someone to look after you." Old Wang was very stubborn and refused to listen. He quickly sent his grandson to call his 2 sons and daughter-in-law from their remaining acre of land, right in front of Mr. Wen, and told him about the plan. Wang Yuan and Wang Yong were so happy to hear this good news that they immediately kneeled and bowed 3 times to Mr. Wen without waiting for Old Wang's instructions. Earning 1 or 2 silver coins a month, 2 people together, was a timely help for their family. Hey, you 2 kids, get up. No need to bow. It's just how things are. If you're willing, that's great. Later, go find Brother Xiao Yi and tell him about this. It's getting late. I should head back now." My wife is waiting for me to help her at home," Old Wen said as he stood up and left. Old Wang hurried to follow him. After seeing him off quite a distance, he returned and saw his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren in the yard. He wiped his eyes and said, "Big Uncle Wen has taken care of us, so we shouldn't let him down. You 2 brothers should go to the fields this afternoon and see if there's anything you can do. The weather is getting warmer. You can build a simple shelter with some straw, and you must also help Brother Yi watch over the crops." The brothers were very happy and nodded repeatedly. "Dad, don't worry. We will work hard." After a year, they managed to save some money and buy back their land. Brothers Wang Yuan and Wang Yong were clearly the people Luo trusted. That same day, they built a simple straw shelter in the field. From the moment they arrived, they didn't stop working, either weeding or fetching water with Wen Xiuzhu and Wen Xiuqing to irrigate the land. They asked detailed questions about how to handle the land and what to do. They learned everything they needed to know. In the evening, when Xiaozhu and when Xiaoqing went home and reported everything to Luo and Old One, Luo nodded and said, "All right, I understand. During the day, you should also go over there often, see if you can help out. Don't leave all the work to others and ignore it." "Yes, mother." "Don't worry, we remember," the brothers replied. Luo didn't say anything more and then discussed the ducklings with her two daughters-in-law. This time, Lady Xia helped raise 200 ducklings. Once the duck shed is ready, they will deliver them. Over the next few days, go learn from Nio's mother about the ducks' habits, how to care for them, what to watch out for when feeding and free-ranging. Make sure you remember everything. The two nodded repeatedly. "Mother, don't worry. We will be careful with this money-making task." Luo was quite confident in her daughters-in-law's work and thought for a moment before adding, "If Nio's mother is willing, let her raise some ducks too. When the time comes, she can sell them together with ours." Since they were helping her, Luo was not ungrateful. In the following days, Old One went to the pond every day to check the progress. The duck shed near the pond was gradually taking shape, and once the pond was filled with water, everything would be ready. However, on the fourth day, at dawn, Wang Yong came knocking on the door. Old One and Luo, being light sleepers, woke up at the noise. They got up, put on their clothes, and went outside. When they saw Wang Yong, Old One's heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong? Is there an accident in the field? Did someone steal it?" Old Mr. Wen asked urgently. Wang Yong was still panting heavily, nodded, then shook his head and said, "Yes, no, Uncle Wen, someone tried to steal the seedlings, but my brother and I caught them. They didn't succeed, but we didn't catch the person." Old Mr. Wen looked worried at first when he heard someone tried to steal, but he relaxed when he learned it wasn't successful. Since they didn't catch the thief, it wasn't entirely their fault. "It's okay. The place is so big, they can't run far." "Did you see who it was? Can you recognize them?" Old Mr. Wen asked. Wang Yong shook his head. "It was too dark. I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a shadow running toward the small hill. My brother and I chased after him but lost sight of him." Old Mr. Wen and Mrs. Luo exchanged a look and ran toward the small hill. After crossing the mountain, they reached the village. It seemed the person was from the village. Old Mr. Wen wanted to ask more, but Mrs. Luo stopped him. "We understand.
You should go home and rest.
During the day, many people are working, so no one dares to do anything. You and your brother should check on your father and see if he needs anything. Don't just stay in the fields. Take care of your own chores." Wang Yong smiled honestly. "Auntie, it's no trouble. My wife and the others are taking care of things at home. I'll go back to the fields now. There are a few acres I haven't watered yet." Mrs. Luo's lips twitched. She knew these brothers were capable and hardworking. "Wait a moment," Mrs. Luo said, telling him to stop. She turned and went into the kitchen. She took down a piece of meat from the beam, about a jin, roughly half a kilogram, and carried it out. She handed it to Wang Yong. "Take this back home and give it to the children and your father to help them recover." Annie, I can't accept this." Wang Yong tried to return it, but Mrs. Luo dodged and gave him a stern look. "Just take it. Hurry up and go. It's early morning, and the household noise might wake everyone up." Wang Yong's eyes instantly turned red. He accepted the meat and was about to leave when Mrs. Luo said, "Don't talk about this outside. No matter who tried to steal, as long as we haven't caught them, we shouldn't spread rumors. You and your brother have been working hard these days. When the harvest comes, I'll save some seeds for you." Hearing this, Wang Yong's tears welled up. He quickly wiped his eyes and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, Auntie. My brother and I will watch over everything carefully. Enough of this nonsense. Men shouldn't be crying over spilled milk. Hurry up and get out." Mrs. Luo waved her hand to chase him away, then slammed the door shut. Since no one else in the family has woken up yet, only the elderly couple is awake. Old Mr. Wen sighed helplessly. "You say you're well-meaning, but you always look so fierce." Mrs. Luo shot him a sidelong glance and snorted. "Are you free? If you're free, come help me light the fire." Then she went into the kitchen. Old Mr. Wen just smiled and happily followed her. When others woke up, Mrs. Luo and old Mr. Wen had already prepared breakfast, a big steamer of buns, smelling warm and delicious. I'll take these to your brothers. These are for Xiao Jun and the others on the way. Be careful, Dad, and make sure Da Huang is fed. We need to leave soon. The kids will be late for school. Mrs. Luo handed the wrapped buns to Wen Xiaozhu and then left. Wen Xiaozhu could only nibble on his bun while carrying other buns, rushing with Da Huang and the ox cart to the new house to pick up people. As for the theft in the field, neither old Mr. Wen nor Mrs. Luo mentioned it. They only told Wen Yao and Wen Shui when they saw them. It must be someone from the village. As for who, Wang Yong said it was too dark to see clearly. Big brother, you decide. If we need to investigate, we should go to the village chief. We can find out who it was, old Mr. Wen said. Wen Shui frowned, sighing. No streetlights, no cameras, it's really troublesome. Forget it. We haven't caught anyone yet. Going to the village chief in a hurry might just make people think our land is hiding something valuable. More people might come to steal. Dad, Mom, let's leave it for now. I'll think of another way. Don't worry about it. Since when Shui said so, the elderly couple didn't say anything more. As he warned, if things got out of hand, everyone in the village would know that their land probably had something valuable. That would only attract more thieves. After they left, Wen Shui pulled Wen Yao to a corner and asked, Daughter, do you think you could give me 2 flashlights? Otherwise, with the darkness, not only the thieves but also accidents like bumps and falls could happen. If Wang Yong and his brother fell into a pit or a ditch, that would be a big problem. Wen Yao looked at Wen Shui and asked, Dad, are you serious? 2 flashlights? That's high-tech stuff. Bringing them out now. Is Professor Wen not afraid of danger? Anyway, no one has seen these before. Even if someone takes them and disassembles them, they won't understand how they work. But I need to think carefully about where they came from and how to explain it. This flashlight isn't anything special, just a battery-powered one. When turned on, it's very bright. I don't expect it to be very useful, but thieves always feel guilty when they see light. Wen Xiao also trusts the Wang brothers to help take care of those lands, so he wanted to ask Wen Yao. Dad, do you trust the Wang brothers? Wen Yao didn't want to show her hand, worried that if others saw her trust, it might cause trouble for her family. Wen Xiao believes in their character. He nodded and said, Old Uncle Wang grew up with your grandpa, so they have a close bond. If you don't trust your dad, you should trust your grandma. She personally chose these 2. He raised an eyebrow at Wen Yao. The old lady has a sharp eye for people, so if she says they are good, they probably are. Wen Yao hesitated for a moment. Since that's the case, she decided to keep the flashlight. It would be a waste not to use it. Otherwise, this space would just be a storage room, and the things inside wouldn't be useful. Wait a moment, Wen Yao said, then suddenly disappeared in a flash. Wen Xiao looked around, relieved that no one noticed. He patted his chest and muttered, It's pretty scary when this thing suddenly disappears. Just as he finished speaking, Wen Yao reappeared right in front of his eyes, startling him so much he leaned back. Dad, what's wrong? Wen Yao held 2 flashlights, still the old-fashioned battery type, and looked at Wen Xiao with a puzzled face, noticing he looked pale. Wen Xiao patted his chest, still pounding from the scare. Girl, next time you come and go, can you give me a heads up? Wen Yao immediately knew he was pretending to scare her. She burst out laughing. Dad, you're scared too? Even in broad daylight, when someone suddenly changes into a different person, wouldn't you be scared? Wen Xiao shot her a look and took the flashlight to check it. Yep, the batteries were all in place. Wen Yao grinned mischievously. It gets even scarier at night. I'll show you next time. Go away. Stop scaring your dad. Fine, I'll take the thing. You go to your own thing. Take good care of those things in your backyard. I'm going to wander around the fields and see my treasures, Wen Xiao said, pocketing the flashlight and walking off with his hands behind his back. Wen Yao snorted, then called her 2 sisters to the backyard to help take care of her treasures. Seeing these lively chili seedlings and tomato seedlings, Wen Yao felt very happy. Even the sunflowers planted along the wall had grown tall. She thought that soon the yard would be filled with golden sunflowers, which made her feel very good. All of these were worth a lot of money. The flowers and plants that Xiao Rongrong sent to their home were also planted. Under Professor Wen's careful care, the plants looked healthier recently. As long as they took root, they would survive. When Xiao Yi went out and didn't come back until it was dark. When he returned, he was covered in dirt, which surprised everyone at home. The three children, who were reading, couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing. "Dad, did you go play in the mud?" Wen Yao looked at Wen Xiaoyi, who was covered in dirt, and was surprised. It looked like he had rolled around in the mud. Mrs. Luo, who was staying with them waiting for Wen Xiaoyi, frowned and asked, "What did you do?" "Come quickly, Xiao Jun, get your dad some clean clothes." Wen Xiaoyi couldn't explain himself and sighed helplessly. He went inside to change into clean clothes, and then came out to explain. "I fell into a ditch after tripping on the ground," he said. Thinking about it, he felt headache. He had been secretly teaching Wang Yong and Wang Yuan how to use flashlights in the field at night when no one was around. He finally calmed their excitement, but on the way back, he slipped and fell badly. It made him so angry. Soon, he planned to ask his daughter to give him a small flashlight to carry in his pocket for night walks. Mrs. Luo tried not to laugh and said, "All right, there's food left for you in the kitchen. Yao Yao, make some food for your dad. I'll go back first." When Xiao Yi thought about how hard he fell and that he still felt pain, he was worried about the old lady coming back so late. Even though the village was flat and it wasn't far, he still didn't feel at ease. "Mom, I'll walk you home," he said. Mrs. Luo looked at him limping and felt a little sad. "It's okay. I walk this road every day. I won't get lost. Stay at home. I'll go back by myself," she said and left quickly, not wasting any time. When Xiao Yi couldn't walk her home and didn't want her to go alone. "June, go with your grandma and make sure she gets home safely before coming back," he said. When June hurried to follow her. Although Mrs. Luo said he was annoying, her smile showed she was in a good mood. After they left, when Xiao Yi slowly sat down, rubbing his leg with a sigh. "Falling like that, I finally know how much it hurts. From now on, your grandpa and grandma shouldn't walk the night road alone." When Yao finally understood why when Xiao Yi insisted that when June send the old lady home. Nowadays, people don't even want to turn on the streetlights, let alone use their own kerosene lamps at home. When night falls outside, it's pitch dark. When Yao supported her head with one hand and muttered, "It would be so good if there were streetlights, then she wouldn't be afraid of walking at night anymore." When Xiao Yi also wished, "It's not that easy. Look at the city. It's bright because every household hangs lanterns, both for lighting and for decoration. But in the countryside, who would do that? Only during the New Year. Others don't hang lanterns, so we can hang some ourselves, just on our road and my grandma's road, to prevent Grandpa and Grandma from tripping," Wen Yao said. When Xiao Yi looked up at her. "They haven't even said anything yet, but your Grandpa and Grandma might scold us to death. You believe that?" When Yao shrank her neck and shrugged, seeming to think it made sense. When Xiao Yi moved his small stool next to Wen Yao, glanced at his son and two nephews, then quietly reached out and said, "Girl, can you give me a small flashlight? Look at Dad. Old arms and legs, can't handle falling." When Xiao Yi also fell, and Wen Yao felt sorry for him. This time, she didn't argue but bought a small flashlight and secretly put it into Wen Xiao Yi's hand. It's battery-powered, the smallest one. I don't know if it can be charged inside the house. I didn't dare buy a rechargeable one. Otherwise, there are many kinds of rechargeable flashlights, some as small as a finger, so small that you wouldn't notice it in your pocket. A few days later, Wang Yong and Wang Yuan came again. This time, they were smarter and didn't go to find Old Man Wen and Mrs. Luo. Instead, they quietly told Wen Xiao Yi what had happened. It turned out they saw someone coming into the field at night trying to steal seedlings. This time, with a flashlight, they shined the light into the field, and the person immediately ran away in fear. "Did you see who it was?" When Xiao Yi asked. "It looks like the village's second troublemaker. Although there was light, he was far away, so I couldn't see clearly, but his build looks like him," Wang Yong said. When Xiao Yi frowned tightly. He knew that person. He was a troublemaker in the village, always doing small thefts and sneaky tricks. They just didn't catch the person, and when Xiui couldn't just guess based on a vague figure seen by the brothers and go to ask questions. Sigh, not having surveillance really is so frustrating. It's okay. You two keep a close watch for now. It'll be better in 2 months, when Xiui sighed. After hesitating several times, he decided not to tell Old Man Wen and Mrs. Luo about this to avoid causing them unnecessary worry. The pond water finally filled up, and not only that, the duck shed beside the pond was also built. Yao sent a message to Chiu Rongrong, and the farm sent over 200 ducklings in just 1 day. The lady said she will send another 200 ducklings in 10 days. Miss Yao, do you think that's enough? If not, I can think of other ways, said the manager from Chiu Rongrong's farm. They've been busy with these ducks, traveling through all nearby towns. They even sent a letter to the main family to set up a separate farm just for raising ducks. Honestly, they worry that so many ducks might still not be enough. Now, the roasted duck shop's business is even better than the Zue Xian Lu restaurant. People from other places come just to taste the roasted duck. Yao looked at the happy Luo family members by the duck shed, and those chirping ducks, all small and fluffy, looked so adorable that it made people happy. Please thank Sister Chiu for me. Our duck shed isn't very big, only enough to raise 500 or 600 ducks. We also need Uncle to help raise another 400. Once the first batch of ducks grow up, we can start hatching ducklings ourselves, Yao said. The manager nodded, saying, the lady told me to listen to Miss Yao in everything. So, whatever Miss Yao says I will do. Then I'll go back first. The manager bowed and left with the convoy that brought the ducklings. Yao then went to the duck shed. She saw her second and third aunts busy and flustered, with Iron Bull Mother helping out. The ducks were everywhere. Yao quietly retracted her foot and called outside the shed, Mama, Mama. Mrs. Luo was also annoyed by the noise of the ducks but finally heard Yao calling her and hurried out. My ears are almost deaf, Mrs. Luo muttered as she walked. Li Shi heard her and laughed so hard her teeth showed. Mother, don't worry, don't worry. These are all money. Raising 1 duck to sell can earn 100 coins. 200 ducks mean 20 taels of silver. Even if they share with the older brother's family, they will still get about 4 taels of silver. Plus, Yao said more ducklings will be sent later. Besides ducklings, there are also duck eggs. Yao said she would teach them how to make preserved eggs and salted duck eggs. They sound delicious and could sell for good price. Thinking of Li's family, she felt very happy. Never this happy before. She wouldn't mind the noise from those golden lumps. Luo sure waved her hand. If you don't mind the noise, you can keep busy. I can't stand my ears anymore. Yao, let's go. Luo sure grabbed Wen Yao's arm and led her away. Li's family and Kai's family watched them go with smiles, while Iron Bull's mother looked on with envy. Lady Wen is so kind. Your family has truly gone from hardship to happiness, raising so many ducks. Life will only get better from now on. Li's family brushed their hair, not minding the duck feathers on their hands, and smiled as they replied, well, you're not much different. My mother said your ducks can be sold together with ours. Iron Bull's mother felt grateful and nodded repeatedly. That's for sure. Lady Wen gave me this chance. I will work hard with you all. Honestly, Iron Bull's mother was really happy. When Wen's family farmed, whether it was fertilizing or plowing, her family helped out. Now, hearing that the crops in their fields grew better than previous years, she couldn't be happier. She decided to follow Wen's family closely and do whatever they asked. Thinking of this, her enthusiasm for helping with chores grew even more. It would take some time to tidy up all those ducks. Luo sure took Wen Yao for a walk and went to see Wen Xiu Yi's treasures. Now, the seedlings in the field were almost knee-high, some even blooming small flowers. There was also something that looked like bamboo, but wasn't bamboo. Wen Xiu Yi said that was the biggest treasure, but Luo sure really couldn't see where the treasure was now. What's this? Your dad comes to see it every day, almost 3 times a day, Luo sure asked curiously. Seeing that the potatoes had started to bloom, Wen Yao squatted down and even dug into the soil. It had only been a little over a month since planting. Could small potatoes already be growing? Luo sure saw her digging and asked, what are you doing? What's in the soil? Treasure. Wen Yao replied without looking up, continuing to dig. Luo Shi pulled her up, patted the dirt on her hands, and said, "Digging with your hands? Do you want to lose your hands? Later, Uncle Yong will bring a hoe to dig for you." After saying that, Luo Shi looked around for her brothers. Wen Yao broke free and continued to squat and dig with her hands, saying, "Grandma, it's okay. I just want to see if anything has grown." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her finger touch something hard. She brushed away the soil on top and saw a small, round potato buried in the ground. Wen Yao's face lit up with happiness. "Wow, it grew. Look, it really grew. It was quite big now, about the size of a small fist with a big head. I really want to eat it." Wen Yao swallowed hard and kept digging, finally uncovering the small potato. She cleaned off the dirt and held it carefully in her hand, her eyes shining with excitement. Fortunately, she had bought an early maturing variety, so she could see the small potato so quickly. "What is this?
Can we eat it?"
Is this it?" Luo Shi asked curiously, taking a closer look. She couldn't see anything special about it. "Mom, wait for me. I'll ask Uncle Yong for a small rake," Wen Yao said, leaving Luo Shi behind as she ran off, looking like someone was chasing her. "Slow down," Luo Shi called out helplessly but affectionately, then continued to play with the soil on her hands. Wen Yao found Wang Yong and took a small rake and a little basket. She squatted down and started digging, choosing plants that looked healthy. In a short while, the grandfather and granddaughter had filled their basket with potatoes about the size of a fist. "Stop digging now, enough. Just trying a little taste of this precious thing is enough. If your dad finds out, he'll scold you," Luo Shi said with concern, especially when Wen Yao told her that these potatoes could keep growing and might get even bigger than their fists. She started to worry. They couldn't dig any more. Wen Yao wanted to dig a bit more, hoping to have fresh potatoes for dinner, but seeing Luo Shi's worried expression, she stopped. "Let's stop here for today, little potatoes. I'll come back tomorrow to see you," Wen Yao said, waving her small rake at the young plants in the ground. Luo Shi gently slapped her and said, "What are you doing? Stop bothering your dad with these things. Just try a little, and that's enough. If your grandpa finds out, he might get angry with you." The old lady carried her basket, and Wen Yao held her arm, smiling happily. "Don't worry. I promise my grandpa won't be mad after he tastes these," Luo Shi sneered. She still didn't understand her old man. Even if he was greedy, once he knew these potatoes could grow again, he'd treasure this land more than his own eldest son. They found Wang Yong, returned the rake, and carried home a basket full of new potatoes. Wen Yao eagerly rubbed her hands together, as if she was about to enjoy a spicy new potato dish. However, her backyard chili peppers hadn't grown yet, so she decided to make some crispy salted small potatoes instead. When Xiao Yi and Old Wen finished their work in the evening and came back, seeing the basket of small potatoes Wen Yao had dug up, when Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. "Are these edible now?" Wen Yao responded, "What are these?" Luo Shi could only explain to Old Wen. When she mentioned that these potatoes could still grow bigger, even larger than a grown man's fist, Old Wen's eyebrows shot up.
"What?"
"They can still grow." His expression turned serious, and he looked at Wen Yao as if ready to scold her. Wen Yao immediately sensed her grandpa's tone meant trouble, so she quickly grabbed the basket and slipped away. That girl, Old Wen took a few steps to follow and give his granddaughter a good talking to, but when Xiao Yi stopped him, "Dad, it's not that serious. She only dug up a few, and these potatoes are all edible regardless of size. The smaller ones taste better anyway. That's not it." Old Wen wanted to say he wasn't angry about her digging, but he thought she should let the potatoes grow bigger. "Dad, Yao Yao didn't do it on purpose. She's just hungry. Please understand her. Don't get yourself too upset," when Xiao Yi continued to persuade. Old Wen was silent. Seeing this, Luo Shi also glared at him. "The potatoes are already dug up. What's the point in fussing now? If you're so upset, don't eat them later." Old Wen said nothing. They couldn't stay there any longer. They felt restless all day. When Wen Yao brought a big bowl of crispy salted small potatoes to the table, Old Wen sniffed the aroma and started salivating. Everyone was eager to eat, But they all looked at Old One. He looked confused and asked, "Why are you all staring at me?" "Just eat." He reached out and took a piece, biting into it. He didn't know how Wen Yao made them, but the skin was crispy and inside was soft. The salty, spicy flavor stimulated his taste buds, and he couldn't help but take another bite. So delicious. But after eating several, Old Wen noticed something. He picked up one potato, looked at it carefully, then hesitated and didn't take a bite. "Grandpa, what are you looking at?" Wen Fa asked curiously. "These potatoes are really tasty. If Grandpa doesn't want to eat it, give it to me." Old Wen paused for a moment, then looked around at everyone and asked, "Are you all full?" Everyone was surprised. The kids looked confused, not understanding the question, but the others suddenly realized what he meant. Wen Yao chuckled, happy that Grandpa finally understood. Old Man Wen was better off not speaking at all. But once he did, everyone realized that today there was only a plate of salted potatoes on the table, with nothing else to eat. Surprisingly, they all felt somewhat full. It wasn't a stomach-bursting fullness, but each person felt satisfied. Old Man Wen was stunned for a moment, then finally put the salted potatoes into his mouth. As he ate, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he started to choke up and sob. The younger ones were frightened and put down their chopsticks, feeling unsure of what was happening to Grandpa. Only Mrs. Luo, with tears in her eyes, wiped her tears away, and others understood why Old Man Wen was crying. "Just eat your meal. No need to cry," Mrs. Luo said, pretending to be angry. But her voice was choked with emotion, and even Wen Yao noticed it. Wen Yao was affected by this mood and felt a little sad inside. She wasn't really 10 years old. Inside, she was a grown-up in her 20s. Even though she hadn't experienced these hardships herself, Professor Wen had told her and her brother from a young age that in the old days, people really couldn't afford to eat. The struggles and helplessness of those times were something they had heard about since childhood. With the development of the times and the popularity of TV shows, Wen Yao could empathize even without having lived through it herself. "Grandpa, are you happy?" Wen Yao softly asked. Old Man Wen nodded repeatedly, tears thick in his throat. How could he not be happy? He used to think that the older brother was just joking around, but now he realized everything was true. These things were real treasures, life-saving treasures. After feeling emotional, Old Man Wen wiped his tears and asked, "Big brother, this thing called potatoes, how much can 1 mu of land produce?" When Xiao Yi sat up straight and said seriously, "The planting method is correct. 1 mu of land can produce at least 3,000 jin, and if cared for well, it could be 5,000 jin." Old Man Wen's hands were trembling. "What about the other two? Corn and sweet potatoes?" he asked, his voice trembling with excitement. He pointed to them. Sweet potatoes have a similar yield to potatoes. Corn might be a little less, but it still produces at least 1,000 jin, when Xiao Yi answered honestly. As for the corn's yield, he played it down a bit, because he was afraid to scare the old man by saying too much. Old Man Wen's eyes turned red again. Good, good, good. At this moment, Old Man Wen no longer asked about the origins of these seeds, nor did he care how Xiao Yi knew so much. He had always known that his older brother was different now. Wiping away her tears, Old Man Wen looked seriously at his other two sons. "Starting tomorrow, you two will help brother Wang Yong guard those 2 acres of land." "Dad," when Xiao Yi was surprised and quickly spoke up. "Why bring this up again? Hadn't they already hired someone to watch over it? Why mention it now?" Old Man Wen raised his hand to stop him and continued, "Until the harvest is fully ripe, there must be no mistakes." Then he suddenly glared at Wen Yao. "And no more eating." Wen Yao shrank back and playfully stuck out her tongue. "I won't eat anymore, okay? As long as Grandpa is happy." That night, Old Man Wen lay restless in bed. Others might not understand, but he knew too well what it felt like to go hungry, to see those around him eating dirt, and even some resorting to desperate measures. He didn't want to remember those childhood memories, but he couldn't forget them no matter what. The next day, Wen Yao went as usual to check on the duck coop. She saw a few people in the field. Besides Wang Yong and Wang Yuan, there were some older men around Old Man Wen's age. They gathered together, moving carefully in the field, as if afraid of stepping on even a tiny seedling. They moved with such caution, afraid of damaging even a single leaf. Walking in the middle was not Old Man Wen. Who was it? Grandpa. What are you doing? Wen Yao was about to step into the field when she saw Old Man Wen raise his hand quickly and shout, "Stop. Stay right there." She had to pull her foot back and looked down. There was nothing under her feet. Old Man Wen carefully navigated around, making sure not to touch any seedlings. He looked closely at Wen Yao's feet, and when he saw she hadn't stepped on anything, he finally relaxed. Wen Yao looked confused. "Girl, you're so careless. Don't ruin the plants," Old Man Wen scolded gently. Wen Yao. After a moment of silence, she burst out laughing. "Grandpa, you're overthinking. They're all grown now. Stepping on one won't kill them." Old Man Wen blushed a little from her teasing. He knew he was being too nervous, but when he thought about how valuable these plants were, he couldn't bear to let even a single leaf fall. "Why are you here?" Old Man Wen asked. Wen Yao looked around the field. There was an Old Man Wang, whom they called second uncle because he was the cousin of Old Man Wen. There was also another man from the village. Everyone called him Yang Guizi because he had a limp. They were all very close to Old Man Wen. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Why are Grandpa Wang and the others here?" Wen Yao asked curiously. Old Man Wen flicked a cigarette and said, "They came to see the place." Wen Yao nodded, not asking more. Her mother had told her that these men were childhood friends of her grandfather, and they had grown up together. Maybe Old Man Wen had already told them about what was planted here. "Then you all go ahead. I'll go home and find my grandma," Wen Yao said. She called out a few times to the field, waved her hand and said, "Grandpa Wang, second uncle, Grandpa Yang, I'm leaving now." The three men looked up from the field and waved back. "Take care, don't fall." Wen Yao happily skipped away. Old Man Wen watched her go with a look full of love and care. Then he carefully returned to the field and walked over to his old friends, saying, "What's planted here must not go wrong. What happened years ago, others might forget, but I never will." When he mentioned this, the three men's expressions changed, all showing sadness and fear. "Don't worry, we'll come by more often these days and take good care of it," they said. Old Man Wen looked at them and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "These seeds were brought by the old master. When the harvest is in, I'll talk to the old master about giving some to each family." The three men's faces lit up with joy. "Big Brother Wen, thank you so much." Old Man Wen waved his hand. "Back then, only a few of us are left. You don't want to face that kind of trouble again, so you must keep this secret. Not even your family can know. If others find out and come to steal, that's one thing. But if they steal the seeds and they don't grow, it would be a real loss. It's a matter of life and death." The three men nodded repeatedly. Wen Yao went home and told her mother, Luo Shi, about what she had heard. Luo Shi was busy tidying her jars of soy sauce and sighed. "That's your grandfather's worry. Over 30 years ago, when your grandfather was just a child, there was a famine and many people died. Only your grandfather's family survived. His two brothers were gone, and your grandfather was the oldest. Your second uncle's family was even worse. Yesterday, your father told him some things, and he's been thinking about it ever since." Wen Yao felt a pang of sadness. "Mother, is that true?" Wen Yao always thought this place was just a world from a book, with no past or memories. But she didn't expect that even in a fictional world, it had become an independent place where each person's existence follows a path. These stories might not be written by the original author, but they are the lives of these people. Luo Shi told Wen Yao many things, then turned her head and saw Wen Yao lost in thought. "What's on your mind?" Luo Shi called out. Wen Yao snapped out of her thoughts. "Nothing, Grandma." "What did you just say?" Seeing that she wasn't really listening and knowing these things were in the past, Luo Shi shook her head. "It's nothing. I mean, if your grandpa wants to guard the place, let him do it. Not watching him makes me uneasy. By the way, how's your family's roast duck shop doing lately?" When Wen Yao heard this, she had something to say. "Now, we can sell out every day. Sister Chiu even said it's not enough, and she asked when our ducks will grow big enough." Wen Yao smiled. Hearing that the business was good, Luo sure felt relieved and smiled more. Your second aunt and third and almost live in the duck shed every day. It'll take at least a month or two, not so quick. Even her big jar of sauce takes a month to be ready. Basically, making money can't be rushed. What's that thing you're growing under the wall? It looks pretty tall now, Luo sure said. She thought that the big family, especially when Yao and her older brother, were always talking about strange things. Only little June and Big Head seemed a bit normal. She didn't understand what these two were always up to. When Yao's sunflowers are now growing very well. Maybe it's because of the space, but these sunflowers are thick and strong, and all of them are alive. None are withered. Flowers, edible flowers, when Yao replied. Since things were already chaotic, with potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, peppers, and tomatoes, when Yao realized that Old Man Wen and Luo sure didn't bother asking anymore.
There was no need to hide things now.
Everyone was open and honest, and it felt good. Luo sure wondered if it was something special again. Could it be something to fill our stomachs? She asked. If the old man found out, he might sit around old house every day. When Yao chuckled, Grandma, not everything can fill your stomach. I can't really describe it now, but when it grows, I'll show you. It's similar to our pumpkin seeds. It's a type of melon seed. Roche clearly showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. So it's melon seeds. She thought it was something valuable that could be sold, but since it was just a snack, she decided to let the children play with them. For a long time, Old Man Wen and Old Wang too stayed in the fields whenever they had free time during the day. They almost knew all the seedlings in the field. Even if some leaves fell off, they could tell. When Yao wandered around for a few days and asked Wen Xiui for advice, but it was no use, so she just went along with them. One day, after the family finished eating, they sat in the old courtyard chatting. Old Man Wen remembered the pond, where now ducklings had started to be raised, and a few hundred ducks had been sent over one after another. The second daughter-in-law, the third daughter-in-law, and Iron Bull's wife stayed there all day. But the other half of the empty pond still had no plan. Big brother, aren't you planning to raise fish in that half of the pond? When do you plan to start? Old Man Wen asked Wen Xiui. Everyone looked at Wen Xiui in response. I've been thinking about this lately. As you can see, the house is busy. Mother and little aunt are busy with the soybean paste business. The second and third daughters-in-law are busy working in the fields, and the two daughters-in-law are busy with the ducks. The kids are in school, and some are selling things at the market. When Xiui explained, then shrugged. We just don't have enough people now. Can we rely on him and Wen Yao? He's capable, and he heard colleagues mention fish farming before, but only vaguely. Recently, Wen Yao bought him some books about raising fish in the space, and he's been studying them.
Wen Yao?
Honestly, Wen Xiui didn't want his precious daughter to suffer, so for now, the household was short-handed. Old Man Wen puffed on his dry tobacco pipe twice. When he really thought about it, he realized they didn't have enough people. If only he and his wife had more children when they were young. Thinking of this, Old Man Wen glanced at Roche. She was startled by his gaze, and guessed what the old rascal was thinking. If there weren't so many people around, she would have already acted. She could only give him a warning glare. Old Man Wen touched his nose, and looked away. Do you think Uncle Air's son Aegean and Ollie can do it? Old Man Wen asked. The Aegean and Ollie he mentioned were two sons of their second uncle's family, about the same age as Wen Zhuzhu and Wen Xiuying. Among the relatives, their family was the closest to theirs. Roche glanced at Old Man Wen. Aegean and Ollie are working in the city, aren't they? Are they willing to come back and raise fish? Old Man Wen tapped his cigarette holder and said, A few days ago, second brother told me that Jian and Ollie's boss might be moving away. They won't be able to work in the city anymore. Second brother has been worried about this, and even asked me the other day. He said the eldest is clever, so he wants the eldest to come up with a plan. Mrs. Luo curled her lips and said, It's nice to call it a plan, but really, he just wants Wen Xiui to find jobs for his two sons. Everyone in the village knows that the Wen family has connections with the Zui Xian Lu restaurant, but Mrs. Luo only dismisses these little schemes with a few words and doesn't take them seriously. After all, when Wen Xiui was studying, they borrowed money from second brother's family when they had no other options, and they never made things difficult for them. As for Wen Xiao Jian and Wen Xiao Li, she has watched them grow up and finds their characters decent, just average. They've been working as long-term laborers in the city for years. Now that they suddenly return, she worries there might be some complaints. Before Wen Xiao could speak, Mrs. Luo said, "Let's see how things go. These two haven't come back much lately, and whether they can do well is another matter. If something really goes wrong, the relatives from both families won't get along." Old Man Wen wanted to say that his cousin isn't like that, but after thinking, he decided not to say anything because his wife was right. If those who haven't returned in years come back with bad intentions, no one knows what might happen. Let's wait and see. But this pond can't stay empty forever. Eldest, you should think about it yourself. After all, the fish pond is your brother's business. Old Man Wen left the problem to Wen Xiaoyi. As for Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xiaoqing, he didn't plan to ask for their opinions. As long as they follow their elder brother and do a good job, that's enough. Wen Xiaoyi was about to ask about the two brothers' situation, but he hesitated when he saw his mother's expression, so he decided to wait and watch. 10 days later, someone delivered the last batch of ducklings from Qiao Rongrong. Now, in the duck shed, there are 600 ducks. Just feeding them keeps Li and Kai busy, no time to help with housework, and they themselves have no time to tidy up. Every day, they come home smelling of ducks. Wen Xiaozhu and Wen Xiaoqing are even worse off. Old Man Wen keeps an eye on them and has them working in the fields from dawn. The fields are so clean now that you can't find a single weed. Even Wen Ying and Wen Di, the two girls originally supposed to stay and be pampered with Wen Yao, now have to help their mother feed the ducks every day. Even Wen Yao isn't spared. "Dad, please ask my grandpa and the others to hire some workers. I really can't stand those ducks anymore. Whenever I close my eyes, I hear them quacking loudly. I never want to see ducks again. Who came up with such a bad idea to raise ducks and make roast duck?" When Xiao saw her like this, leaned in to smell her. The once fragrant girl now smelled like ducks every day. Thinking of this, Wen Xiao wanted to tease her. "Girl, haven't you washed properly? Why do I still smell duck droppings?" Wen Yao, who was sitting on a lounge chair, suddenly sat up when she heard this. She raised her hand to smell herself. "Is there more? Is there more? I washed twice already." Dad, I can't take it anymore. I never want to see those ducks again. We must hire someone. I'll go find my grandma now." When Xiao quickly pulled her back and sat her down on the lounge chair. All right, I was just joking. But you're right, if we keep going like this, no one can take it. Look at your second uncle and second aunt, and your third uncle and third aunt. They've all lost a lot of weight recently. Your second uncle and third uncle are even darker than before. Yes, Dad. Our goal is to make money for the family, but instead of that, we're turning everyone into this. We haven't made any money yet, and the family is suffering, Wen Yao said gloomily. She looked at Wendy's hand, feeling sorry. She still wanted to earn money, to send her sister to learn the piano. When Xiao patted her daughter's head to comfort her.
"Stop thinking about it.
Tomorrow I'll talk to your grandpa. Also, I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" When Xiao, "I've talked to your Uncle Jian and Uncle Li. They say they haven't done this kind of work before, so they probably can't raise fish well. I asked Deng Yaren, someone we knew before, to help find a good fisherman. Actually, he has a family from the south who used to raise fish. After a big flood, they had nowhere to go and came here as refugees. Deng Yaren bought them and gave them a place to eat, and they signed a contract to work for us." Wen Yao suddenly sat up, full of surprise. "Dad, are you planning to buy people?" Wen Yao quickly understood what Professor Wen was struggling with. Once a dedicated worker who deeply remembered the core values of socialism, now being asked to follow feudal ways, made Professor Wen feel very conflicted and uncomfortable. When Xiao sighed, "Girl, we didn't used to do this.
It's
illegal." Compared to Wen Xiao, Wen Yao was more open-minded. "Dad, since we're here, we should go along with this time. Of course, I don't mean human trafficking is right. According to our education, that's definitely wrong. But here, it's just a normal thing. Don't you remember? In the original story, my brother and I were sold by you, two living people, exchanged for just a few silver coins and a piece of paper. When Xiao frowned, "Hey, Dad, I'm not stupid. I know what's going on. It's just that I haven't changed my mind yet." When Yao continued, "Just think of it as a family business. We hire them to work for us. We pay wages on time, give them benefits. Isn't that better than selling them to uncertain futures elsewhere? And Dad, let me say one more thing. Our secrets are too many. Unless someone is completely loyal to us, do you think we can trust the workers we hire? That would limit our freedom." When Xiao seemed convinced, "That's true, so there's no need to worry. If you think people are good, we can bring them back to help with the family. Look at my grandpa and grandma, they're exhausted. They haven't had a good life, and the whole family is almost worn out." When Xiao thought for a moment, then patted his thigh. "All right, tomorrow we'll go to the city and talk to Deng Yuren about this." After that, when Xiao looked at Wen Yao and asked, "By the way, how much money do we still have?" Wen Yao rolled her eyes without hesitation. "Buying land, mountains, ducklings, fixing water wheels, digging ponds." "You think I know how much money is left?" When Xiao was surprised, "No money left." Wen Yao shrugged, "Less than 100 silver coins." When Xiao scratched his head, "What if that's not enough?" When Yao leaned back in her chair, swinging gently, and said casually, "What can we do? Tomorrow I'll deliver the recipe to Sister Chiao. If it really doesn't work, we can ask for an advance. What else can we do? I can't just watch Professor Wen bowing his head for a few coins." When Xiao quickly smiled and gently tapped his daughter's head. "Your mouth is so sharp. Hurry up and go to bed. I was just joking with you earlier. You don't smell anymore. If you don't want to go to the duck shed, then don't go. Your second and third aunts are too busy, so just hire a couple of trustworthy people from the village to help watch over things. It's not a big deal. All right, tomorrow when I come back I'll talk to my second aunt. The duck pen can't be left unattended even for a day. Look at Wendy and Wening, they're almost as black as coal. I need to find some whitening stuff to use these days." While speaking, Wen Yao turned over and jumped down from the lounge chair. When Xiao was so scared, worried she might fall, so he hurriedly reached out to catch her. But surprisingly, she stood steadily, which made him glare at her in frustration and walk away. The next morning, Wening and Wendy got up early, ready to continue pulling Wen Yao to work. But Wen Yao had already tidied up and was about to leave. "Second sister, where are you going?" "Can I come too?" Wening, being younger, couldn't play or run around lately. She hadn't even had time to learn to read. Her mind was full of gaga gaga, and she was almost going crazy. Wen Yao gently pinched her little sister's nose. "I'm going to do something important. Whether I can save you too depends on today. Just wait at home patiently for me." Hearing she might save them, Wening was so happy, she jumped up. Even Wendy looked relieved. "Yao Yao, be careful. Don't worry. I'll go with Dad to catch the big yellow dog. You, Anning, just wait at home. After this busy time, I'll get some whitening stuff for your faces. You can't stay so dark." Wen Yao looked at her arm and couldn't bear to look at it. It was so tanned. The sisters saw Wen Yao off at the door. Watching Wen Xiao drive the big yellow dog and take San Xiang and Wen Yao away, they turned around and took a deep breath. Then they walked slowly toward the duck shed. Today, the two of them had errands in town, so the coachman was temporarily replaced by Wen Xiao. He took San Xiang to the academy, Wen Jun went to the clinic, and Wen Nong was sent to the dock. Finally, they all sat on a rickshaw, heading toward Deng Yuren's place. When the shop assistant opened the door, he saw Wen Xiao stop the rickshaw and hurried over to help. "Old Master Wen, you're here? Our shopkeeper has been waiting for you," the assistant said as he took the reins from him. Wen Xiao and Wen Yao just smiled. Aren't all business people clever? They didn't say they would come today, but this guy's words were very impressive. Whether Deng Yuren was really waiting for them or not, at least it made them feel comfortable inside. "Let's go in," Wen Xiao said softly, leading Wen Yao inside. Not long after, the man parked the ox cart and followed in, pouring tea for the two. Then, he quickly went to the backyard to invite Deng Yuren out. "Brother Deng, sorry to trouble you again," Wen Xiao said apologetically. Deng Yuren nodded politely. It's nothing. Brother Wen, have you decided?" "Yes," Wen Xiao nodded. "Please, Brother Deng, Take us to meet the people first. Deng Yaren gestured politely. Brother Wen, Miss Yao Yao, please. I've already asked them to prepare everything. On the way, Wen Yao asked, Uncle Deng, what kind of people are they? Deng Yaren smiled and replied, they're a family, 7 members. They fled from the south. We met by chance on the road. They originally wanted to sell their children to survive, but I saw how pitiful the whole family was, so I asked if they wanted to come with me. They would be treated as lower class, but they could eat well and sleep peacefully. I promised to find a good master for them. If they meet a kind master, they will work hard and honestly for a lifetime, and maybe someday the master will help them get a good status for their children. They were starving at the time, so they agreed and came back with me. In the past half year, I haven't mistreated them. I've taken good care of them. I also have people in my business who teach skills, and I let them learn too. Someone came to buy them before, but they didn't want to be separated as a family, so they stayed with me. Hearing this, Wen Xiui and Wen Yao were both stunned. After all, Deng Yaren was a businessman, doing this kind of work, yet he showed such compassion and didn't split the family apart. Seeing the surprised looks on the father and daughter, Deng Yaren guessed what they were thinking. He chuckled and said, I'm not one to make things difficult for others. If you help me, I'll help you too. In these 6 months, they've done a lot of work for me. If Brother Wen hadn't mentioned wanting some good fish-raising workers, I wouldn't have wanted to let them go. Also, don't underestimate young people or those in slavery. Their future can be unpredictable. It's just about making good connections. Wen Yao silently gave Deng Yaren a thumbs up. With such actions, even if Deng Yaren didn't become very rich, his connections would be solid. During the conversation, a few people arrived in the backyard. Deng Yaren called his assistant to shout something, and soon a family of 7 gathered in the yard. They looked carefully at Wen Yao and Wen Xiui, then quickly lowered their heads and stood respectfully. The family was close together but appeared calm and not panicked. Wen Yao could tell that this family trusted Deng Yaren, which was understandable. If she were in their place, she would trust him too. She wondered if, in the original story, she and her older brother had been sold to Deng Yaren by Wen Xiui. If so, perhaps life would be a little easier now. Wen Yao thought about this a lot before hearing Deng Yaren introduce the family to Wen Xiui. Wen Xiui nodded. He had already been told about this family before, so he turned to Wen Yao and asked, Yao Yao, what do you think? Deng Yaren subtly glanced at Wen Yao but said nothing. Inside, he was making his own plans. He then said, Miss Yao, if you have any questions, you can ask them now. Wen Yao stepped down from the steps and walked in front of the family, looking around. The family was arranged by age. The oldest looked only a few years older than Wen Xiui but was not as old as old Manhwa. The 2 elderly people looked like a married couple. Next to them was a young couple with a young man. 2 children stood neatly by the young couple's feet. The boy was a bit bigger than Wen Xiui, and the girl looked about 2 or 3 years old. The children were curious and stared at Wen Yao with wide eyes. Wen Yao crouched down in front of the girl and asked, How old are you? The girl was startled and shrank back, timidly replying, 3 years old. Sure enough, Wen Yao guessed correctly. She stood up, patted the girl's head, then looked at the boy before walking over to the elderly couple. Do you know how to raise fish? She asked directly. The elderly couple quickly bowed and said, Yes, miss. Back in our hometown, we raised fish and grew lotus roots. Wen Yao's eyes lit up. Could this be a good deal? She was thinking about adding some lotus flowers to the pond. During summer, walking by the pond to enjoy the lotus flowers would be very beautiful. But she quickly calmed her emotions, nodded lightly, and then asked the young couple, What about you? The man replied, Miss, I follow my parents to raise fish and shrimp. I'm also good at growing lotus roots. Fortunately, I was taken in by the shopkeeper, and I learned some woodworking too. Wen Yao nodded. The woman replied, Yes, I can sew, mend, do embroidery, and some household chores. I also work in the fields, go to the pond, and help in the kitchen. Wen Yao looked her over and thought, It's not easy. Is this what women do? They always do more than men. She then looked at the young man and raised an eyebrow. And you? What can you do? The young man lowered his head and respectfully answered, I can work in the fields and at the pond. I can drive a cart, and I've learned some carpentry with my older brother. After asking, Wen Yao returned to Wen Xiao and thought to herself, besides the two children, they don't know much. This family is really suitable for our family. But the children aren't completely useless. The boy could be trained to serve as a book boy for Dezhang, and the girl, when she grows up, can do whatever she's good at. Wen Yao signaled Wen Xiao, who understood immediately. She bowed to Deng Yaran and said, "Brother Deng, please give us some time to discuss." Deng Yaran nodded. "No problem, I'll wait for you." Wen Yao and Wen Xiao went to a corner and started whispering. "Dad, I think it's good. Besides fishing, they also grow lotus roots. The old man and his two sons can take care of the fish and ducks. The wife can help with some household chores. The women can help my second aunt and others. As for the children, the boy can be trained to serve as a book boy for Dezhang. The girl is too young now, but when she's older, she can do whatever she's capable of. Overall, it's a good deal." When Xiao glanced over and thought, "It seems quite suitable for the family to settle everything this way. Then, Dad, talk to Brother Deng about the price." When Xiao felt awkward saying this, but mentally prepared himself before speaking. Wen Yao nodded and pushed him to go back. "Brother Deng, may I speak with you privately?" When Xiao asked. Deng Yaran understood they had made up their minds, so he nodded and had someone bring the family down, then led Wen Xiao to the front hall. "Brother Deng, about the price," Wen Xiao asked. Deng Yaran looked at him and said, "Honestly, I didn't spend much to buy this family. I've only cared for them for half a year, teaching them things." Wen Xiao nodded. "I understand. Just name your price. We've seen the family and my daughter is quite happy with them. They're suitable for our family. But I want to be clear, we're just ordinary folks from the countryside, farmers. If they go back, will they feel resentful?" Deng Yaran let out a sigh and waved his hand. "Just keep this in your mind. When I go out, I won't say anything bad about the host's family, no matter whose house I visit. We are old friends, and I know your family is a good family too. So I won't beat around the bush. 7 people, 5 strong men and 2 children, excluding them, 15 taels each, totaling 75 taels. 75 taels of silver?" When Xiao instinctively looked at Wen Yao, and sure enough, she frowned. "Brother Deng, we are old friends. In the future, such matters might come up again, and I really can't ask for more. 70 taels is enough. If that's okay, we'll take the people back today," Wen Xiao said straightforwardly. Wen Yao looked up at Wen Xiao when she heard this. This didn't seem like Professor Wen's style. She thought Professor Wen would feel guilty and not haggle over the price. She had already planned how to ask Sister Qiao for an advance on her share. As for Wen Xiao noticing Wen Yao's frown, she only sighed inwardly. Life is too cheap, 15 taels to buy a living person. Looks come from the heart, and naturally, she frowned. But she didn't expect Wen Xiao to misunderstand her. After agreeing on the price with Deng Yaran and telling this family to pack up, they said someone would come to pick them up later. The father and daughter left the pawnshop together, planning to try their luck at Qiu Rongrong's place. The ox cart was temporarily entrusted to the pawnshop. Walking along the road, Wen Yao teased Wen Xiao, "Professor, when your role switching is so quick." "Oh, don't tease your dad. If I hadn't seen you worried, I wouldn't have asked for this price." Wen Xiao sighed helplessly. "Really bowing to the 5 bushels of rice." "Huh," Wen Yao exclaimed. "When did I frown?" When Deng Yaran was talking about the price, Wen Xiao replied. "Wen Yao, Dad, maybe I'm not upset about the price. I'm just feeling that life isn't worth much now," she said. Wen Xiao really wanted to die. Forget it. Forget it. Saving 5 taels is 5 taels. "Do you have enough money?" Wen Xiao asked. Wen Yao spread her hands. "Yeah, enough. Fine, no need to find Qiu Rongrong. Just turn around and leave. Tonight, Da Huang will come to pick up the kids." Wen Xiao was about to head back, but Wen Yao stopped him. "We're here now, and it's been a while since we saw Sister Qiao. Let's go see her first." Wen Xiao could only accompany her and took Wen Yao to the Xie family's door. This person has gained power, and everyone around can see it. Only very clever people can rise to the top in a noble family like the Xie family. When Wen Yao and Wen Xiao arrived at the gate, The gatekeeper recognized Wen Yao immediately. "Miss Wen, coming to see our madam." The gatekeeper quickly ran down to greet her. Wen Yao looked at the gatekeeper's attitude and felt reassured that Sister Chiu was doing well at home. She nodded and said, "Yes, please inform them." The gatekeeper chuckled. "No need to inform anyone. Madam said that whenever Miss Wen comes, just bring her in directly. No need to report. Wait a moment, I'll call a maid to lead you inside and tell Madam." Then he ran off. Wen Yao sighed. "Father, you see, even servants in ancient times are as perceptive as company employees." "Realistic," Wen Xiaoyi replied. "That's called knowing the times and being wise. Anyway, stay here. I'll go visit your brother." "Bye, father." Wen Xiaoyi playfully poked her on the forehead. "Be careful with your words." After Wen Xiaoyi left, the gatekeeper returned, followed by Qiao Yan. "Miss Yao Yao, you're here. Madam was planning to send someone to invite you in a couple of days." Qiao Yan bowed politely. "Is Sister Chiu busy now?" "I hope I'm not bothering her too much," Wen Yao asked. Qiao Yan replied, "No matter how busy she is, when Miss Yao Yao arrives, Madam isn't busy. I'll take you inside." Wen Yao followed Qiao Yan into the Xie family. Not long after entering, she bumped into Xie Yushan, who was about to leave. Xie Yushan saw Wen Yao and froze, his brows furrowing tightly. His eyes showed some dislike and annoyance when looking at her. Since meeting this girl, the madam seemed like a different person, completely focused on business. She even said, "You eat, drink, and use my things. Even the monthly wages for the servants are paid with my silver," which made him feel that even the servants in the house no longer respected him as before. Wen Yao sensed Xie Yushan's hostility, but didn't mind. "Old Master Xie, are you going out?" she asked. Xie Yushan ignored her, just frowning at Qiao Yan. "Why don't I need to be informed when guests come to the house now?" Qiao Yan respectfully bowed and replied, "Sir, Miss Yao Yao was invited by Madam, so there's no trouble for you. Please forgive us." Although she said this politely, her attitude showed no remorse, which made Xie Yushan angry enough to lean back. Just as he was about to speak, Qiao Yan added, "Old Master, you're probably late. Madam said today is the county magistrate's invitation, so you can't be late." Xie Yushan clenched his fists and then let out a heavy sigh, flicking his sleeve and walking away. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh, and Qiao Yan also chuckled. "Sorry to make Miss laugh." Wen Yao continued to follow her, saying, "Old Master Xie doesn't look as proud as he used to. He's still as proud as before, but when a person feels unsure inside, they start to hesitate." Thinking about what the lady had done, Qiao Yan felt really happy. Their lady finally no longer allowed herself to be bullied easily, which was long overdue. They happily went to Chiu Rongrong's courtyard. On the way, they saw respectful servants everywhere, showing that Miss Chiu was really good at managing her home. When they arrived, Qiao Yan led Wen Yao straight into the study, where she saw Chiu Rongrong sitting behind her desk, busy counting with an abacus and flipping through her account books. "You finally came. If you didn't come soon, I was about to send someone to invite you," Chiu Rongrong said, stopping her abacus, making a note, and massaging her shoulders. Wen Yao took out 2 menus from her sleeve and handed them over. "Here, I brought you some money." Chiu Rongrong picked one up and looked at it, then handed it to Qiao Yan. "Take this to Master Chen." "Yes." Qiao Yan took it and left. Chiu Rongrong sank into her chair and waved at Wen Yao. "Come, take a look." "What's this?" Wen Yao stepped in and saw Chiu Rongrong handing her a ledger, looking mysterious. "That's the account book for the roast duck shop." Wen Yao raised her eyebrows and started flipping through it. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. "Yi duck costs 1 tael of silver? Half a duck costs 500 coins? The prices shocked Wen Yao. The shop had only been open for a short time, yet the profit alone was over 2,000 taels of silver after expenses. She knew the business was good, but she didn't expect it to be this successful. Who would buy roast ducks costing a tael of silver each? And their original prices weren't even like this. Many people still can't get a hold of these. Chiu Rongrong smiled proudly, then took Wen Yao's hand playfully. "Good sister, you won't blame me for changing the prices, right?" Wen Yao's mouth twitched. "Of course not. Who would be foolish enough to complain about making too much money?" She just didn't expect they could sell such expensive ducks and still have so many customers. Chiu Rongrong handed her another ledger. Take a look at this. Wen Yao took it and saw it was another account from a different roast duck shop. Although only 10 days had passed, the profits listed were more than double what they had in Yunwu town. She must have hit the jackpot, right? Yes, she thought happily. When did they open a branch? She didn't know. What's this? Wen Yao asked. When we opened our roast duck shop, I wrote a letter to my older brother, asking him to set up a place in Jiangnan. I would send the chefs and staff there. It opened around the same time as ours. Jiangnan has many rich people, so business is much better than ours. Chiu Rongrong smiled. My brother even wanted to invest, but I didn't agree. Suddenly, she felt like she was about to get very rich. But then, why did sister refuse? Wasn't that her family from her hometown? Chiu Rongrong casually waved her hand. Our family doesn't need that much business. My brother just wants to find ways to support me. If he invests and the business fails, he can cover the losses from other sources. I know he means well, but this roast duck shop is my first business. It's the first time I open my own shop, not using the Chiu family's help. I want to do it myself. After saying that, Chiu Rongrong looked seriously at Wen Yao. This is also a surprise for you, Boss Wen. Wen Yao couldn't deny feeling touched. She suddenly hugged Chiu Rongrong tightly and exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, Sister Chiu, you're so kind." She was half crazy, half silly, hiding her emotions behind her. Actually, Chiu Rongrong didn't have to tell her about the new branch, nor did she have to share it with her. She only contributed her skills but took a quarter of the profit, which was already a lot for Wen Yao. Chiu Rongrong worked hard, helped out, and even opened the shop, but only took 6 parts of the profit. It seemed she was the one losing out. The two of them playfully squeezed together on the chair. Lucky they were thin, or the chair might have broken. All right, since you're here today, let's split the money, Chiu Rongrong begged. Wen Yao squeezed into the small space beside her and said, let's deduct the costs based on our initial profit sharing. The part one should pay is already deducted. I can't let you pay alone. Chiu Rongrong scolded her with a glare. Of course, I was going to tell you that the profit from the Jiangnan shop won't be given to you this time. It will cover your share of the costs.
You can take the shop in town first.
I know you've spent a lot on those things recently, so keep it for emergencies. When Yao was so touched, she started crying softly. She held onto Chiu Rongrong's arm and leaned on her shoulder, acting cute. Sister Chiu, you're really kind. I love you so much. Chiu Rongrong never expected to hear such words from a young girl. She blushed a little and quickly said, Nonsense. Get up, you're squeezing me too much. She pushed Wen Yao away and hurriedly stood up to get a silver note for her. They split the earnings evenly. The total profit was over 2,400 taels, so they rounded down to 2,400 taels. Wen Yao would get 960 taels. When Wen Yao received the silver note, she paid back 500 taels she had previously borrowed. Chiu Rongrong didn't refuse and took it happily. Since they were working together, it was important to keep things clear, which was good for both of them. Once the account at the Drunken Immortal building is settled with Manager Liu, I'll give you your share, Chiu Rongrong said. She still managed the Drunken Immortal building, but her main focus was on the roast duck shop. Once the shop passed the review, she planned to hand it over to him. That's fine, Wen Yao said, putting the silver note away. Although it was only 460 taels, it was really urgent for their family. After settling the accounts, they started chatting casually. How's your fish pond coming along?
Chiu Rongrong asked.
Wen Yao honestly replied, Sister, I originally wanted to make life better at home, but now everyone is busier than ever.
Sigh.
Hearing this, Chiu Rongrong understood that Wen Yao might be feeling a bit upset. She comforted her, saying if it's too much, you can find someone to help. But I don't think your grandparents are willing to spend that money. From another angle, their busyness shows there's hope for life. Maybe they're tired, but they're happy inside. Wen Yao wanted to say, how can they not be happy? The old lady was now thinking about her special sauce every day, and even considering trying a new flavor. But Wen Yao was a bit sensitive and felt sad seeing everyone busier. They also talked about finding someone to raise fish.
Oh.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you forget where I'm from? Jiangnan's water towns have so many fish farmers. If you told me earlier, I could have helped you find someone, Qiu Rongrong said regretfully. Wen Yao chuckled and scratched her head. Oops, I forgot. You see, since you and Uncle Wen have already chosen someone, it's not good to break the promise now. If you think this family is suitable, take them home to use. If you need more help, just tell me, Qiu Rongrong said. The Qiu family had plenty of people, so sharing some help wouldn't be a problem. Wen Yao didn't want to bother Qiu Rongrong with such small matters and just smiled playfully, saying, Okay. Qiu Rongrong also knew she hadn't fully listened and figured that since she had expressed her opinion, it was up to her friend to decide whether to follow it or not. Since they were good friends, she couldn't force her. By the way, I forgot to tell you something funny. Qiu Rongrong suddenly changed the subject. Wen Yao perked up immediately. Qiu Rongrong looked outside and lowered her voice, saying, Grandma found out that Mr. Qiu acknowledged me as his niece. She's come here twice to cause trouble, asking me to be the middle person to send the eldest young master to study with Mr. Qiu. Wen Yao was surprised. Did you agree? Qiu Rongrong shrugged. Of course not. I think they're dreaming. I told them no. I also said if Grandma causes more trouble, then the 2,000 taels for the eldest young master will be up to them to figure out. Haha. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh openly. You really know how to handle people. They suddenly found something funny and burst into laughter. After a while, Qiu Rongrong continued. Actually, Grandma has money. The Xie family isn't as strong as before, but they still have some assets. It's just that she's very cunning and keeps everything hidden from her big grandson. I just turn a blind eye to it. The trivial matters of the Xie family don't bother me. Wen Yao gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Qiu Rongrong quickly pressed her hand down and looked eager. Lately, I've been thinking about what other business we could start. The roast duck shop is slowly getting on track, and you're quick-witted. When you have free time, think more about it, and let's plan together. Wen Yao's mouth twitched. Her sister really had a strong business drive. But who doesn't love making money? All right, I'll go home and think about it. Wen Yao stayed at the Xie household until the afternoon. Thinking that when Xiao Yi was still waiting for her, she said goodbye to Qiu Rongrong and left. Qiu Rongrong didn't keep her long and arranged for the coachman to send Wen Yao directly back to Jishir Hall. Now at Jishir Hall, patients who came for treatment would call Wen Jun Little Wen Daifu. Sometimes, when Dr. Jean was too busy, Wen Jun would handle some simple illnesses. People say traditional Chinese and Western medicine are different, but many principles are similar. Wen Jun still had a lot to learn about pulse diagnosis, but with his many years of clinical experience, studying it was easy for him. Wen Yao secretly watched Wen Jun treating patients from the doorway, feeling emotional. She thought to herself that a doctor working diligently truly shines with a special light. When Wen Jun finished his work, he finally noticed Wen Yao, who had been watching him from nearby. Father is chatting with Manager Qiu in the backyard. Are you done? Wen Jun walked over, patting Wen Yao's head. Wen Yao dodged away. I'm already grown up. No need to be so touchy. Wen Jun just smiled warmly, like a gentle spring breeze, full of affection for his sister. You're still my sister, no matter how old you get, Wen Jun said with a smile. Wen Yao giggled and looked at the patients in the clinic, whispering, Dr. Wen, should I get out the stethoscope or something? I think you'd find it useful. Originally, Wen Yao was worried that medical supplies might not be available for sale in this space, but after searching, she found that this space was very accommodating. Not only medical equipment, but even medicines could be sold here. She was tempted to stock up heavily on medicines. Since Wen Yao was reading the story out of order, she vaguely remembered that in the original book, the heroine indeed provided some items to Jin Shui, which made his reputation as a divine doctor even more famous. Could it be that the heroine had already started using medicines and medical tools from the space back then? But she was a native, not someone who traveled through time. How could she know about these things? Sometimes, Wen Yao wondered if the original author had lost track of what they were writing, just piecing things together randomly, adding these illogical elements. But they were different. If these items fell into Dr. Wen's hands, their effects would be even greater. Wen Jun also had this thought, but as soon as it appeared, he dismissed it. He wouldn't risk his sister's safety, nor would he joke with their families' lives. Still, sometimes, Wenjun missed his little friends very much. Dr. Wen, what are you thinking about? Wen Yao waved her hand in front of his eyes. Only then did Wenjun realize he had been distracted. He smiled and said, nothing special.
Not needed right now.
I'll tell you when I need them, okay? Just then, Dr. Jean called Wenjun, so Wenjun asked Wen Yao to go to the backyard to find Wen Xiu-yi as he went to busy himself. Watching his brother seriously studying with Dr. Jean, Wen Yao hummed a little tune and slipped into the backyard. Under the big tree in the backyard, Wen Xiu-yi and Manager Chiu were playing chess. Professor Wen, although not skilled in all arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, was unbeatable at chess. He often played with some old professors downstairs in the community. Wen Yao didn't quite understand Go, but she knew a bit about Chinese chess. Seeing the two people fighting back and forth, Wen Yao simply moved a stool to sit nearby and watch. Both of them saw Wen Yao, but since a gentleman observes quietly, Wen Yao didn't speak, so they ignored her. They played for a long time until Wen Yao was almost falling asleep on the chair. Finally, Wen Xiu-yi, feeling a bit helpless, said, I lost. Master Chiu's face was full of smiles as he packed up the chessboard and said, I consider myself good at chess.
Over the years, few people have played a game with me.
I didn't expect Brother Wen's chess skills to be so impressive. Wen Xiu-yi felt a bit nervous inside. Oh no, I got too excited and almost made a mistake. To make up for it, he quickly played down his skills, saying, No, compared to Brother Chiu, I still have a long way to go. It was just luck, hee. Master Chiu always believed that the Wen family was not ordinary, so when Wen Xiu-yi said this, he just thought Wen Xiu-yi was being modest and didn't ask further. They packed up the chessboard, and Wen Xiu-yi stood up to leave, bowing slightly. Let's stop here for today. Yao is back, and I need to attend to some important matters. We'll play again another day. Even though he was defeated, Wen Xiu-yi was still happy to have matched against a worthy opponent. Okay, let's have another match another day. Master Chiu also bowed in return. Master Chiu saw them to the door, then greeted Jean Defu and Wenjun, and only then did the father and daughter leave to go to the pawn shop. On the way, Wen Xiu-yi was very annoyed. I almost blew our cover. It's all your dad's fault. He couldn't control himself. Wen Yao didn't mind much. Anyway, things had already gotten to this point. Pretending now wouldn't make much difference, and since Master Chiu was now so close to their family, sometimes it was okay to relax a little. She comforted Wen Xiu-yi in this way.
Ben Xiu-yi sikit.
At this point, they couldn't stay low-key anymore. Both Jean Defu and Master Chiu had big backgrounds. Since things had come to this, he thought, let's just go with the flow. Let's go. Quickly settle the payment with Deng Yaren, send the person home, and then have your second uncle come to pick up your brother, Wen Xiu-yi said, walking quickly with determination. When they arrived at the pawn shop, they paid Deng Yaren the agreed 70 taels and exchanged the family's pawn contract. Here, keep this. Deng Yaren handed the money to Wen Xiu-yi, who then handed it over to Wen Yao. Brother Deng, we're taking him now, Wen Xiu-yi said. Deng Yaren nodded and looked at the family. He said, from now on, you will be servants of the Wen family. I have known you for over half a year, so I have some feelings for you. When you go to the Wen family, work hard and be absolutely loyal to the master. If they sell you in the future, I won't stand in their way. The 7 family members looked at Deng Yaren and suddenly knelt down together. The old man led his family in respectful bows to Deng Yaren, bowing 3 times, then slowly stood up. All their words and gratitude were expressed in these 3 bows. Let's go. Deng Yaren waved his hand. Wen Xiu-yi clasped his fists and, with Wen Yao and the 7 people, left the pawn shop. Their ox cart was still parked at the door. When the family saw the ox cart, they were all surprised. Wen Xiu-yi patted a Huang and said, let's go. Get in the cart and go home first. The word, home, made a few of them tear up, but they understood the proper distance between master and servant. Master, the servants will walk. You and Miss can sit in the cart, said the old man. Wen Xiu-yi held the whip and stood there, thinking for a moment, but couldn't remember the man's name. He asked Wen Yao for help, Girl. What was his name again? Their names were written on the contract of sale, but when Shui hadn't looked at it carefully and handed it to Wen Yao, so he didn't remember any of them. Hearing this, the old man understood what Wen Shui was asking and respectfully said, "Please, master, give him a name." The others also spoke up, "Please, master, give him a name." Wen Shui had already mentally prepared for buying these people and giving them names, but now he was asked to do so. "Just keep your original names. We don't use those here," he said, calling the others onto the cart. But they hesitated and didn't move. Only when Wen Shui pretended to be angry did they cautiously climb onto the ox cart. They only sat at the edge and dared not sit close to Wen Yao. Wen Yao looked at the heavily off-balance ox cart, worried it might tip over halfway. On the way, Wen Yao asked about the family. The oldest man was named Lu Feng. His two sons were Lu Jiang and Lu He. The woman was called Lu's wife by everyone, and her daughter-in-law was called Lu's daughter-in-law. They had two children, a boy named Lu Bing and a girl named Lu Hua. Wen Yao immediately thought of a popular song, Lu Bing Hua. It turned out Lu Bing was born in winter, so he was named Lu Bing. The little girl was born in spring, full of blooming flowers everywhere, so her name was Lu Hua. The Lu family's 7 members had come a long way, and they knew that the host family was very kind, both the master and the young lady. This made them feel much more at ease. No matter what they were asked to do, as long as they behaved and did their work well, life would surely be peaceful. Wen Yao was really worried that the uneven weight on the ox cart might cause it to tip over, so she secretly took 2 candies from her space and waved to Lu Bing and Lu Hua. The 2 children looked at her with curiosity and a bit of fear. But children are children. Seeing Wen Yao smiling kindly, their courage grew a little. "Lu Bing, Hua, come over here," Wen Yao called again, waving her hand. This time, Lu Feng quickly urged his grandchildren. "The young lady is calling you, go quickly." Reluctantly, the 2 slowly moved closer to Wen Yao. To prevent them from falling, she carefully lifted each of them onto her lap, one in each hand. This frightened Lu Feng and the others so much they almost stood up. Wen Yao couldn't do anything but give them a stern look. They calmed down. Oh, why bother?
Truly why?
She withdrew her gaze and returned to her usual graceful big sister look. With a flick of her elegant hand, she held out a colorful, beautiful fruit candy in each palm, bright and attractive. She had originally brought them to entertain Big Head, but ever since he ate the Alps chocolate, he no longer liked these candies. "One for each of you, go ahead and eat," Wen Yao said with a smile. Since they were children, their eyes lit up at the sight of these beautiful candies they had never seen before. Lu Bing was more cautious, understanding that they were now servants, and Wen Yao was the lady of the house. Though curious and longing, he held back. But little Hua, just 3 years old, couldn't resist the pretty, fragrant, and sweet-looking treat. She peeked at Wen Yao, who didn't seem angry, and cautiously reached out her hand. "Hua," Lu Feng called anxiously, startling Hua so much she immediately pulled her hand back. Wen Yao simply opened their hands and pressed the candies into them. Then she looked at Lu Feng and said, "Uncle Lu, no need to be so nervous. We're just ordinary farmers, with no strict rules." After saying that, she looked at the children and asked, "Eat it. Why aren't you eating?" Lu Bing hesitated, but Hua couldn't hold back her curiosity and quickly popped the candy into her mouth. It was so sweet. The young girl's face lit up with a big smile because of the sweet candy. Her happy expression was so adorable. She was only 3 years old, such a soft and cute age. Wen Yao couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her little face. Lu Bing hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Wen Yao wasn't angry, and after glancing at the elders, he bravely put the candy in his mouth. At that moment, he felt like the whole world was shining. This was the best thing he had ever tasted in his life. Seeing that they were less tense, Wen Yao felt relieved. The ox cart swayed along slowly for a long time before finally returning to Gadong village. At the village entrance, many villagers were still sitting around. When they saw Wen Xiaoyi and Wen Yao return, they greeted them. But when they saw the unfamiliar family on the cart, people they had never seen before, the villagers' curiosity reignited. However, no one dared to go ask about them. Everyone knew that the Wen family was not to be messed with. One was a former troublemaker, and the other was still a bit wild. "We've arrived," Wen Xiaoyi said as he gently stopped the ox cart. Lu Feng's father and sons quickly jumped down. Lu Feng respectfully waited nearby, while Lu Jiang and Lu He hurried to take the whip and ropes from Wen Xiaoyi. Wen Xiaoyi looked at his empty hands and wondered whether bringing these people back was to solve his problems or to cause him more trouble. "Leave the ox cart here for now. It won't be moving around this yard. Come inside with me and see where we live," Wen Xiaoyi said, then shook his empty hand and pushed open the door. At this moment, Mrs. Luo was surely busy with her big jar of soy sauce, and Old Man Wen was probably in the fields, along with his 2 brothers. The 2 sisters-in-law and 2 nieces were likely in the duck shed. The house was completely empty, no one was home. Fortunately, the house was built quite large, or else the family wouldn't know where to settle. "This guest room doesn't even have a bed. What should we do?" Wen Xiaoyi asked Wen Yao. Since they didn't plan to use that room, it was left empty. When Carpenter Zhang made the furniture, he didn't make anything for that room. Just as the father and daughter were feeling helpless, Mrs. Luo pushed in confidently, swinging her apron. She was busy making her soy sauce at home when someone from the village told her that the eldest and Wen Yao had brought back a few people. This scared Mrs. Luo badly, so she hurried over. Elder brother," Mrs. Luo called out as soon as she entered, looking around for them. Wen Xiaoyi quickly peeked out from the guest room, waved his hand, and said, "Mom, here I am." Ruoshi casually walked over. Just as she arrived, she saw a few people standing together. Before she could see clearly who they were, they all suddenly knelt down in unison. "Greetings to the old lady." Ruoshi was stunned. Wen Xiaoyi rubbed his forehead, realizing what was happening. Wen Yao secretly giggled. After a moment, Ruoshi finally recovered and looked at Wen Xiaoyi. "What is going on? What's happening?" she asked. Seeing the people still kneeling, she hurriedly said, "Who are you?" "Get up first." "Thank you, madam." Ruoshi. "What madam? When did I become a madam?" Wen Xiaoyi helplessly rubbed his forehead and quickly pulled Ruoshi aside, explaining the situation. "What did you say?" Ruoshi calmly reached into her ear, thinking she must have heard wrong. Wen Xiaoyi gently took her hand and said kindly, "Ma'am, the thing is like this. We've brought this person back, whether you accept it or not. Look at this." Ruoshi smiled and suddenly raised her hand quickly, slapping Wen Xiaoyi's arm. Seeing the family kneeling again, she lowered her voice and scolded, "You've grown bold. Such a big matter, and you didn't even discuss it with us." "Ma'am, I just care about you all," Wen Xiaoyi tried to soothe her. The 7 members of the Lu family instinctively huddled together. Seeing them like that, Ruoshi glared fiercely at Wen Xiaoyi. There was no time for more words. Since the person had already been brought back, she couldn't let her son lose face in front of others. "What are you standing there for? This guest doesn't even have a bed to sleep on. Hurry up and take them to the old house to borrow beds. Wen Jin, Wen Fei's beds, and Ingzi and Wendy's beds. Make do for now." Ruoshi glared at Wen Xiaoyi sharply. "Let's see how your father will deal with you tonight." By evening, everyone had finished their work. The whole family gathered in Wen Xiaoyi's new courtyard. On the left sat the Wen family members, and on the right, the Lu family of 7. Old Wen finally recovered from his shock. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Feng led others to kneel. Old Wen was so frightened, he immediately stood up. "Hey!" Wen Xiaoyi quickly cleared his throat. "Uncle Lu, we don't have many rules in our family. No need to kneel like that." "Yes, sir," Uncle Lu responded respectfully, standing up again. "Old master, what are your instructions?" Suddenly, Old Wen, now the head of the family, looked confused. What was I about to say just now? Did I just forget what I was going to say?" Old Wen turned to ask Ruoshi. Roche gave him a big eye roll and said, "How am I supposed to know what you're trying to say?" Old Man Wen awkwardly turned around, looked at the Lu family, opened his mouth, but was afraid they might kneel again, so he simply said, "Since the eldest brought you back, just behave well from now on. You've seen the family situation. We are just ordinary people, so we don't have many rules." Things like today's incident shouldn't happen again. Old Man Wen was talking about kneeling and bowing. Oh, what kind of thing is this? Lu Feng instinctively wanted to kneel and bow with his family, but thinking of Old Man Wen's words and his earlier reaction, he respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes, old master." Cough, cough. Old Man Wen still felt a bit uncomfortable. He quickly looked at Mrs. Luo and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Mrs. Luo let out a soft hum before looking at the others. "Has the eldest arranged everything for you?" Lu Feng stepped forward respectfully and answered, "Yes, madam. The master has arranged everything. As for the servants..." "Stop, stop, stop. You should change how you call them," Mrs. Luo interrupted him. Lu Feng adjusted his mood and continued, "Yes, the master has arranged everything. Lu Jiang and Lu He will mainly take care of the fish pond. When they are not busy, they will help second master and third master in the fields. My wife will stay with you, Madame Luo, to take care of the house. Binger and her mother will work at the duck shed with the second and third ladies, helping with chores and tidying up the house. Little Hua is still young. Madame Luo and old master shouldn't dislike her. She can help with chores when she's older. Lu He can drive a cart. The master said that in the future, Lu He will handle the rides for the young masters, so second master can rest more." After finishing, Lu Feng stood properly and respectfully said, "The master said this is the arrangement for now. Do you think it's okay, Madame Luo?" Mrs. Luo thought for a moment. This arrangement seemed reasonable and quite good. It covered all aspects. Thinking about little Hua just now, Mrs. Luo looked at her. She was just a tiny child. What could she do? Seeing her, she couldn't help but remember Big Head when he was a child. "Let's go with this plan. Little Hua, you don't need to help her deliberately. Our family doesn't mistreat children. Just rest well today and we'll talk about it tomorrow," Mrs. Luo said, then stood up to leave. The people at the old house quickly followed. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Kai hurried forward to support their mother-in-law as they walked outside. "Mother, old madam is really impressive," Mrs. Li laughed happily. Ruoshi's mouth also curled into a slight smile, but she still needed to educate her daughter-in-law. "This is the person our eldest bought back. Don't think you're really the master here.
They have no choice but to do their best.
Just work hard in the future and don't act like old landlords, understand?" Li nodded repeatedly. "Mother, don't worry, we already know. We won't cause trouble, you can rest assured." Kai also nodded along. Ruoshi finally relaxed and smiled. "You know, I never thought the old lady of a landlord's family would be like this." This made the two daughters-in-law laugh together. Old Man Wen behind them didn't know what they were laughing about, but he still needed to teach his son, so he said similar words to Ruoshi. In short, they are just ordinary people and shouldn't act like that. In the following days, with the addition of the Lu family, the Wen family members felt much more relaxed. That day, when June and the others came back, and the families gathered for a meal. Because the old house was too small, everyone moved to the new house. The Lu family also had their own tables. Halfway through the meal, when Nong suddenly put down his chopsticks. "Grandpa, Grandma, Father, Mother, Uncle, I want to talk to you about something." They looked at Wen Nong. Li frowned. "You won't say you don't want to set up a stall again, will you?" Wen Nong quickly waved his hands. No, Mother.
I'm used to it now."
"If you tell me not to set up a stall, I won't be used to it." "Then what is it?"
"Tell us," asked Old Man Wen.
When Gnome continued, "Recently, the county magistrate suddenly sent people to the dock to inform us that more and more people are coming to Yunwu town. Our dock can't stay disorganized like this, so they plan to improve it." Everyone listened. Wen Yao and Wen Xiui exchanged glances. They didn't expect the county magistrate to be so up-to-date. Seeing the popularity of Yunwu town rise, he started preparing? "Go on," Wen Xiui said with interest. He wanted to know what the magistrate would do. "The improvement won't leave us vendors without a place to set up. They plan to divide the area for us to sell and also build shops at the dock. If anyone wants a shop and doesn't want to continue setting up a stall, they can report to the yamen. But they will have to pay for the building themselves," Wen Nong said softly at the end, his voice getting quieter. Li slapped his back sharply. "Stand up straight. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Wen Nong carefully looked at his family members and hesitated for a long time before speaking softly. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, I want to open a shop. Seeing everyone silent, Wen Nong felt a bit nervous but still gathered his courage to say, "Our family's fried rice at the dock is well known now, and business is good. I was thinking, since the county magistrate is renovating the dock, I want to get a good spot. With a shop, I won't have to carry things back and forth so much, and most supplies can be prepared inside." After a moment, Old Wen asked, "How much money do you need?" Cautiously, Wen Nong held up one finger. "One tael." Old Wen was surprised. "Is the county magistrate doing charity?" Ten taels." Wen Nong's voice grew quieter. Old Wen fell silent. "Our family has invested all their money in fish ponds and duck coops. If it were before, we might still scrape together those 10 taels, since Wen Nong's stall really makes money and can earn it back. The shop wouldn't run away."
But now,
When Xiao-yi looked at the expressions of the old man and woman, then turned to Wen Yao and called out, "Yao Yao." Wen Yao made an okay gesture and understood immediately, starting to reach into her pocket. "Brother, 10 taels. Here." Wen Yao directly placed a 10-tael silver ingot in front of Wen Nong. Wen Nong was surprised and looked at Wen Yao and Wen Xiao-yi, his eyes turning red. "Uncle, hey, we're all family. You take this money to settle the shop. Remember, choose a good location. Since not many people are opening shops now, act quickly. The success of the business also depends on the location," Wen Xiao-yi said. Wen Nong nodded repeatedly. Li Shi and Wen Xiaozhu exchanged glances. Li Shi spoke up directly. "Wen Nong, write an IOU for your uncle." "Big brother, this money is a loan from us." "Loan? Why would I borrow? If you do this, I'll have to settle accounts with you. From childhood to now, how much of your earned money have I spent?" Wen Xiao-yi looked angry. "All right, let's do the math." Seeing him truly upset, Wen Xiaozhu quickly said, "Big brother, I didn't mean it that way." He really didn't mean it that way. Seeing his younger brother's eyes turn red with worry, Wen Xiao-yi sighed and looked at Old Wen and Luo Shi for help. Rashi looked at both sides and said, "Boss, let's consider this money as a loan from Wen Nong. He can earn his own money later and pay you back. Since Wen Nong has taken over the shop, it belongs to him now and has nothing to do with anyone else in the family. So, you should take this money." The old lady's words settled the matter. Even if Wen Xiao-yi didn't care, he had to accept the money. "Alright, no rush. Take your time to pay it back," Wen Xiao-yi said, listening to his mother. Wen Nong nodded repeatedly, took the silver, wrote a loan note, and pressed his thumbprint. The money now belonged to him. As for whether Wen Nong would repay the money in the future, Wen Xiao-yi didn't really mind. Even if he didn't pay back, he wouldn't say anything. After dealing with the shop, the family continued eating. After finishing, everyone went back to their own homes. San hoped Wen Xiao-yi would send him to study, and he reminded Dazhong to watch over the 2 older brothers. Then Wen Xiao-yi took his son and daughter to sit in the yard and discuss big plans. This county magistrate is quite forward-thinking. When I was selling at the dock before, I noticed that many people from Yunwu town come and go. The dock was noisy and a bit messy, not very proper. Now, if they improve it, they could attract even more visitors, Wen Xiao-yi said. Wen Jun thought about how the dock was back then and nodded. Now he was learning medicine from Dr. Jean and hardly paid attention to outside affairs. He felt a bit guilty that he couldn't help with family matters. "Father, the family is so busy now. Maybe I should talk to my master and go home to help for a while," Wen Jun suggested. Wen Xiao-yi immediately got angry. No. Focus on studying medicine. You're the hope of our family. One day, you'll become a famous doctor and make your father proud. Don't worry about the family matters. Your mother and I are here." Wen Xiao-yi knew what his son was thinking. He gently patted Wen Jun's shoulder. "Between men, a look is enough." Wen Jun bit his lip, feeling touched. He silently thought about how he could use his knowledge to help the family. The 3 of them came to this world together, which was their greatest support. Wen Yao couldn't stand how mushy the 2 were and interrupted, "Father, I think Wen Nong's idea sounds good. Since we still have a chance, why not set up a few shops at the dock? Think about it. Who knows how Yunwu town will develop in the future? The dock is the main route for water traffic to Yunwu town. Maybe someday, land will be worth a lot. We should act fast, father. No matter which era it is, houses are always important. Wen Yao understands this well. Right now, a shop costs only 10 taels of silver, but in the future, it might sell for 100 taels. When Xiao Yi was easily reminded by her and brightened his eyes. Yes, I didn't think of that. Wen Yao smiled proudly. It's still me. Hee father. Tomorrow you and Wen Nong should go together. The county magistrate knows you. Maybe he can help us get a better spot. When Xiao Yi twitched his mouth. What does the magistrate know about him? It's all because of Manager Chiu and Dr. Jean. But setting up a shop, that's really doable. All right, I'll go. How many shops should we set up? When Xiao Yi asked. Wen Yao thought for a moment. If the shop is big, 5 rooms should be enough. If it's smaller, maybe 10 or 8 rooms would work. Anyway, they had money now, so they weren't worried. Even if they didn't use these shops later, renting them out would bring an income. When Xiao Yi chuckled and tapped her head, you're not very skilled but talk big. 10 or 8 shops. The port is being fixed up now, so shop prices are cheap. Many people will want to set up shops. I'll go see the situation tomorrow. If the rules say only 1 shop per person, we'll start with just 1. Okay? The next day, when Xiao Yi took Wen Nong into town, they went to the county office, registered their names, and soon someone took them inside to see the county magistrate. County Magistrate Chen was very friendly when he saw Wen Xiao Yi. So, it's Scholar Wen. I was wondering who was coming at this time. When Xiao Yi clasped his hands in greeting. Wen Nong quickly followed suit. County Magistrate Chen nodded and invited Wen Xiao Yi to sit. Scholar Wen, is there something you need? When Xiao Yi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Sir Chen, I won't hide anything. Today I came because my nephew told me you plan to fix up the port area. Magistrate Chen was very clever and immediately understood Wen Xiao Yi's purpose. He smiled. Yes, that's true. Although Yunwu town isn't big, it's busy and lively. The port has been dirty and messy for years, which affects our town's image. So, I want to improve it. Do you have any ideas, Scholar Wen? When Xiao Yi quickly humbly replied, I don't have any ideas. I wouldn't dare show off in front of you. I just heard from my nephew that it's possible to build shops with money, so I wanted to ask how to go about it. Ha. County Magistrate Chen smiled and said, So, it's about this matter. It's simple. Just go to the official office and register. As long as no one is claiming the spot, you can choose freely. When Xiao Yi nodded and leaned in closer, asking, May I ask, sir, how many shops can this family set up? County Magistrate Chen raised an eyebrow, understanding his question. The people coming to see him these days were all for this reason. He replied honestly, usually only 1 shop per family, but if Wen Xiao Yi asks, I might be able to make an exception. Wen Xiao Yi knew well that this wasn't about favoring him but about respecting Chiu's shopkeeper and Dr. Jean. It's okay, sir. If it's not convenient, we only need 1 shop. Wen Xiao Yi said, not wanting to trouble Dr. Jean and Chiu's shopkeeper over such matters. Master Chen chuckled and said, No problem. Wen Xiao Yi, there's no need to be so polite. How many shops do you want? Since you're so kind, I'll be straightforward. We want 5 shops, plus my nephew's, making 6 in total. Would that be possible for you? Wen Xiao Yi said directly. As for Wen Yao's 10 or 8 shops, better not ask. Too much owed. Too complicated. Wen Nong looked at Wen Xiao Yi in surprise. Master Chen hesitated for a moment and then said, All right, since Wen Xiao Yi has asked, I can't refuse. I'll inform the officials now, and we can handle the paperwork anytime. Hearing this, Wen Xiao Yi stood up and bowed. Thank you, sir. It's very kind of you. I'll hold a banquet at Zue Xianlu another day, and I hope you'll attend. You're too polite, Wen Xiao Yi. It's no trouble, Master Chen replied with a smile. They exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. He believed Wen Xiao Yi understood his meaning. Of course, Wen Xiao Yi understood. Sigh, he still needed to visit the Jishir Hall to talk to Chiu's shopkeeper and Dr. Jean about this. Leaving the official office, Wen Nong was still confused. Big brother, you want to set up 5 shops? What are you selling? Wen Nong asked curiously. Wen Xiao Yi waved his hand. I don't know yet. Yao wants it. We'll decide later. You go and get busy. I need to visit Jishir Hall. Then he turned and walked away with his hands behind his back. At Jishir Hall, when Xioi explained the matter to Dr. Jean and Chiu shopkeeper, looking apologetic. Sorry for not telling you earlier. Dr. Jean and shopkeeper Chiu exchanged a glance and smiled. We thought it was something serious. You just listened to that Chen guy's nonsense. This kind of thing has happened elsewhere too. Anyone with a bit of influence can get a few shops set up. He's deliberately trying to make you owe him favors. Huh, when Xioi was surprised. There's such a thing. Shopkeeper Chiu was quite interested in the shop. Brother Wen, do you really think the shops at the dock can double in the future? Wen Xioi nodded. Definitely. Now more people are coming and going in Yunwu town. In the future, shops at the dock will be hard to get. Shopkeeper Chiu stroked his beard and then patted the table. All right, I'll go to the government office too. Does old Jean want to get a few shops? Even if we don't use them now, it's good to have some. Sure. How can I miss out on such a good opportunity? Old Jean laughed loudly. Shopkeeper Chiu looked at Wen Xioi. Brother Wen, is 5 shops enough? I can get more than 5 when I go. Do you want to add some? Wen Xioi thought for a moment. 5 shops are enough. I don't even know what Yao Yao will use them for. Or what she will sell. Let's leave it at that for now. Alright, I'll get 5 too, right next to yours. If your shops aren't enough later, you can use mine. Shopkeeper Chiu nodded directly. Old Jean also didn't want to be left out. And me, get 5 shops too. That Chen guy can't expect us to show him face with just a few. Shopkeeper Chiu looked at him and smiled. We're both doing pretty badly.
Fine, I'll go now.
Brother Wen, do you have anything to do? If not, come with me for another trip. Okay. The two went back to the government office. When the officials reported that Wen Xioi had arrived again, County Magistrate Chen frowned and muttered to his assistant, "This person just won't stop. What does he think he is?" But when he saw Wen Xioi and shopkeeper Chiu come together, his attitude immediately changed. Mr. Chiu, what brings you here? Oh, I apologize for not greeting you properly. Wen Xioi watched County Magistrate Chen's reaction and thought, he's really treating people differently. Shopkeeper Chiu politely clasped his fists. County Magistrate Chen, no need to be so formal. I've come because I have a request. County Magistrate Chen was very polite and respectful. Sir, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Master Q looked at Wen Xioi and then smiled, saying, I won't be polite with Lord Chen. My brother told me the dock is being renovated. They've set up a few shops, so I should have some too. I came to ask for your help. Oh, Mr. Q, you're too kind. Help. How many shops do you need? I'll order my people to prepare, Lord Chen said very flatteringly. This was a great chance. He was worried these 2 important figures wouldn't come to him, but now the opportunity was here. Gaining their favor would be very good for his future promotions. Master Q directly said, Not many, just 5, the same as my brothers. Also, old Jean can't come today, so I want to ask for your help for him. I wonder if you could be flexible? Old Jean also wants 5 shops, preferably next to ours. When Xioi saw that Lord Chen's eyes visibly brightened and nodded repeatedly, saying, Help. Shall I take you to choose the shops? Master Q pointed at Wen Xioi and said, No need to choose. The 3 of us will be next to each other. Lord Chen understood immediately and called his assistant, giving instructions. Hey, wait. Here is 100 taels of silver notes. This is for old Jean. Master Q handed the notes to the assistant. The assistant looked at Lord Chen but didn't dare to take them. Lord Chen smiled and said, Sir, look at these shops. How could you pay for them? Master Q pushed the silver notes into the assistant's hand and said firmly, That's separate. Just go. The assistant looked at Lord Chen and Master Q, bowed respectfully, and left with the silver notes. Lord Chen's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile, almost getting his flattery backfired. Our medical hall still has matters. We won't bother you any longer. We'll invite you to Drunken Immortal Tower for drinks another day, Master Q said with clasped fists. All right. Take care, sir. Wen Xiu, take care too, Lord Chen said, seeing them off at the gate of the yamen. Watching the 2 leave happily, he relaxed his expression, brushed off his clothes, and turned back to the yamen. The nearby guard looked curious and asked, Sir, isn't Master Q just a doctor? "Why are you so polite to him?" Lord Chen glared at him and said in a deep voice, "You don't understand anything. Don't think he's just a shopkeeper now. He could easily make your master lose his official hat." I don't know how when Xiao Yi, this fallen scholar, managed to get close to Master Q. He wondered why such good opportunities never came to him. After thinking, County Magistrate Chen ordered, "Everyone, spread the word. From now on, be polite to the Wen family members." The Wen boys, especially his adopted son, were guided personally by Qiu Ji. Their future looked bright, especially since Qiu Ji, who had no children of his own, was willing to use his connections to help this young man. The matter of the shop was settled. When the Wen family learned that when Xiao Yi had acquired 5 shops, they didn't say much. However, Ruo from the Qiu family was anxious because they knew when Xiao Yi had also bought a dock shop. She quickly went to County Magistrate Chen with money. When connections didn't work, she decided to pay directly. Sure enough, she bought 5 shops too. She had wanted to buy more, but Qiao Yan advised her that the Wen family and Mr. Qiu only bought 5 shops each. If she bought too many, it might look bad. Ruo finally gave up. Before she even got the shops, Ruo went to find Wen Yao. She hadn't visited the Wen family for a while. Seeing how much the family had changed, she was surprised everywhere. The sunflowers in the corner had grown tall and were blooming with yellow flowers, very pretty. Wen Yao explained that these were called sunflowers, which turn toward the sun when they bloom. This simple explanation made Ruo like this flower she had never seen before. Wen Yao then took her to the backyard to see the peppers and tomatoes. Now they were flowering and growing vigorously. Ruo was very curious, looking around here and there. "I think I've seen this somewhere," she said, pointing at the peppers. Wen Yao suddenly remembered that peppers had been kept as ornamental plants by some people and asked, "Are they the ones with the red fruit?" Ruo suddenly realized, "Oh, yes. I was wondering where I saw them. They produce red fruit, but you can't eat them. I saw some at home before. Since they're not edible, I kept a few seeds just for fun." The red fruit looks quite festive. She reached out to poke the small white flowers on the peppers, which looked cute. Wen Yao's mouth twitched, expecting this answer, and she smiled, saying, "Those people don't know how to eat them. These are good things, better than euonymus as a seasoning. With these, you can make many dishes. Most importantly, you can make hot pot." She really wanted to eat hot pot. But before the peppers fully grew, the hot pot base couldn't be used yet. Qiu Rongrong went to see the tomatoes again, but didn't find anything special. However, she heard Wen Yao say that tomatoes can be eaten as fruit or vegetables. This made her very curious and eager for the days to pass quickly so they could grow bigger right now. After visiting the yard, Wen Yao took her to see the fish pond and duck shed. The fish fry had been put in the pond as soon as the Lu family arrived. Now Lu Feng and the 2 brothers were taking care of them. When Xiaoyi had been very focused on learning about fish farming recently, he shared a lot of knowledge with the Lu family, which made them feel quite annoyed. They wondered how the master himself was so good at raising fish, and still said he didn't know how. Of course, when Xiaoyi didn't tell them that he only knew theory. He left the fish raising to Lu Feng and his 2 sons and just sat back and relaxed. Lu Feng was working in the fish pond on his boat. When he saw Wen Yao bringing a lady over, he stopped to greet them. Wen Yao peeked and asked, "Uncle Lu, are the fish growing bigger?" Her words sounded like those of a naive little girl, which made both Qiu Rongrong and Lu Feng smile. Lu Feng replied, "Miss, these fry have only been in the water for a few days. They won't grow that fast." Wen Yao felt a little disappointed. She wished she had some spiritual spring or something to make her plants and animals grow quickly, like those heroines with special powers and stories. She thought it would be nice if her space could do that. Seeing her disappointment, Qiu Rongrong said, "If you want to eat fish, I can have someone bring you a few from the farm." Wen Yao wasn't really thinking about that, but she wouldn't refuse fish if offered. "Thank you, sister," she said. Qiu Rongrong smiled and pinched her nose. She looked over at the duck shed, which was quite far away. "Sister, do you want to go see the ducks?" Wen Yao looked at Qiu Rongrong's fancy dress and thought the ducks didn't seem like a good match for her. She knew the duck shed could be dangerous, as Wen Yao had complained about it more than once before. Let's go then.
Oh,
What's over there? Qiu Rongrong saw a water wheel in the distance. Wen Yao explained, that's my dad's water wheel. When he dug the pond, the land here was much higher than the river. If he dug a water channel, it would have to be very deep. He was worried someone might fall in, so he made this water wheel to bring water from the river. Qiu Rongrong looked at it from afar. It seems pretty useful. I see they use it to water the fields too. Wen Yao nodded. Yes, now most of the nearby fields are watered from our water wheel. It's close and convenient. Qiu Rongrong asked, did Uncle Wen design this himself? Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Sister, do you want it? Qiu Rongrong was straightforward. Yes, I do. Her farm seemed quite far from the river. If she had this, she could bring water to her farm. All right, I'll ask my father for it when I go back later. The two returned to the Wen family and had someone bring Wen Shui, who was working in the fields. When they heard Qiu Rongrong wanted the water wheel plans, Wen Shui immediately went to the study and brought them. After handing over the plans, he said casually, there's a carpenter named Zhang at the dock. My family's water wheel was made by him. You can ask him to help. Skilled workers are better than figuring things out on your own. Wen Shui saw Qiu Rongrong as a junior, so he spoke less formally. Thank you, Uncle Wen. I understand. Wen Shui was worried about his land and left again. Qiu Rongrong was full of curiosity. Uncle Wen isn't a scholar, is he? But I feel like he prefers working in the fields. Growing crops and selling goods, nothing related to scholars or literary pursuits. Wen Yao didn't know what to say. Could she say that Professor Wen had spent his whole life dealing with land and grain? She could only make a joke. Maybe my dad had a sudden realization. She playfully clasped her hands together, making Qiu Rongrong giggle nonstop. After laughing, Qiu Rongrong said, but I think your family's crops grow much better than mine on my farm. Later, I'll ask the people on my farm to learn from Uncle Wen. Wen Yao chuckled secretly. That was really learning from an expert. Many people had wanted to ask Professor Wen for advice before. They chatted for a while before talking about the shop at the dock. Did you ask Uncle Wen to get 5 shops? What do you plan to do with them? Wen Yao hadn't thought it through yet, only had a rough idea. She planned to open a general store at the dock, where there was a lot of traffic and boats coming and going. Even if she wanted to take things out of her space later, she'd have a reason to do so. Plus, once the chili peppers grew, hot pot would be the main thing. Who could refuse a hot pot meal? There's nothing a hot pot can't fix. At the dock, it's mostly for eating or using. A general store is a must. The dock is a perfect transfer station. As for other plans, once I grow everything, they'll be very useful. Sister, just wait to see me fill my pockets. Wen Yao kept a little secret. If she told Qiu Rongrong about hot pot now, she'd keep thinking about it all the time. Oh, chili peppers, when will you finally grow up? She has already bought the best early maturing seeds, but they still seem to grow so slowly. Recently, the dock was being renovated, so Wen Gnome couldn't set up his stall and had to work at home instead. Over time, the wheat in the field started to look like it was growing, and then people noticed a problem. Wen's wheat was much thicker and healthier than others. Not only Wen's family, but also the other families who had tried similar farming methods with Wen's family had wheat that grew better than others. This discovery made people realize that Wen's family hadn't been just fooling around. Old Wen now gets stopped almost every day in the fields, asked whether there's still hope to improve their crops. Wen doesn't really know. He took a gamble when he listened to his son, hoping the son's method would work. Now everyone is asking him, but he doesn't understand. Some people even go daily to Wen's fields to study how Wen's family cares for the wheat. They see that Wen's family keeps the weeds out of the field better than others, but otherwise, there's no big difference. Some try to weed their own fields the same way, but end up removing all the plants without any results. In fact, Wen's family keeps their fields weed-free simply because a few people are always watching those plots. One day, Old Wen gets really annoyed by the crowd, mainly because he's worried they might damage his crops. Although they just stand around watching without doing anything, it still makes him uneasy. All right, I'll go home and ask the eldest son if he has any other ideas. But I can't promise anything. Please stop messing with my crops. Do what you need to do and stop hanging around my fields. In the past, Old One would have enjoyed being the center of attention, but now, his crops and grain are more important. After telling Wen's family about this, Wen Xiui frowned. The yield of the crops depends not only on the land but also on how far apart the plants are. Dad, that's why I insisted on thinning out some of the densely packed seedlings and removing the weaker, misshapen plants. This way, the remaining plants can absorb more nutrients and grow better. Now that the wheat is almost forming heads, it might be too late to save it. Mr. Wen, who has been a farmer all his life, naturally hopes everyone's harvest will increase. He immediately asked, "Is there really no way at all?" When Xiui hesitated for a moment, glanced at Wen Yao, who was learning to make shoes with the Luo family, then looked away and said, "Actually, it's not completely hopeless. How do we do it? You tell me and I'll talk to them. Anyway, I've already shared the method. Whether they do it or not is their own business. It's better than them coming to our land every day to hang around," said Mr. Wen. When Xiui replied, "Just like our family, we remove the crooked seedlings and then apply fertilizer again." Mr. Wen opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he said, "But we only composted manure for a month before."